I am the son of a billionaire, but I live an ordinary life. He even hid his identity during his 4 years in college, working part-time and delivering takeout food. The whole school laughed at me. They laughed at me for being poor, for being stupid, and for being a loser who paid for school by delivering food. How dare I chase the campus beauty? Even the principal patted me on the shoulder and advised me, Chin Hao, don't be so delusional. This school beauty is not something you can reach. It's not worth it. But I refused to believe it. I sent her breakfast and dinner and spent all the money I saved by living frugally on her. Until one day, she accepted my 5,000 yuan gift with a smile, but then turned around and got into the luxury car of a rich second generation. Chin Hao, I would rather cry in a BMW than laugh in your rickshaw. I turned to Lulu, my voice trembling. I thought you cared about me. She sighed. Chin Hao, we are not from the same world. You can't even dream. I want LV, a villa, and a sports car. Can you give them to me? You can't even afford a pair of running shoes now. Every word she said was crushing my remaining dignity. Outside the window, a horn sounded. Beep, beep, dash, Du Lon Lon shouted excitedly. It's Tai Yuan. Let's go. He's inviting us to play on Chinese Valentine's Day. I stared blankly at Lulu as she stood up and walked out of the dormitory with the group of beautifully dressed girls. She turned around and gave me one last look. Did you see that? I don't want you one to misunderstand. Don't come here again. Then, smiling, she climbed into the Mercedes-Benz S300. The moment the door closed, my world shut down with it. Feeling empty inside, I hopped on my rickety electric bike and wandered aimlessly down the road. I grew up in a modest family. My father passed away last year due to illness, and my mother supported herself by doing odd jobs. Not wanting to burden her, I earned all my tuition and living expenses by delivering food. I always believed that as long as I was willing to work hard and persevere, I would eventually earn the respect and love that I deserved. But now I understand that, in the eyes of some people, being poor is the original sin. I rode faster and faster, the wind rushing into my eyes, blurring them. The traffic lights flashed before my eyes, and I couldn't see anything clearly. At that moment, there was a sharp brake sound behind me. Bang! With a loud noise, my body flew into the sky like a kite with a broken string. The wind was whistling, and my mind was blank. The last sound in my ears was someone shouting, "Call 120." I didn't know how long I'd been unconscious. When I woke up, the ceiling light dazzled me. My nose was filled with the smell of disinfectant. I'm in the hospital. I hear two men whispering. Are you sure everything's okay? No problem. This blood type is unique in the city. The old man won't doubt it. I was still dazed, and when I heard the three words, old man, I subconsciously frowned. Who are they talking about? Just as I was about to stand up, the older man suddenly noticed me. Hey, you awake? I instinctively shrank back, looked at them, and asked, where am I? I remember. I got hit by a car. Who are you? The man in the brown suit smiled. Yes, you were hit by a car, but fortunately, it's only a minor injury. The young man next to him quickly pulled his business card from his pocket and handed it over respectfully. Mr. Chin, we're from Tianyi Group. This is my card, Lang Zifeng, Director of Public Relations. I took it and looked at it. The business card was as smooth as a newly printed gold note. But I was still confused. What do you want from me? That's right. Lang Zifeng grinned, almost unable to close his mouth. Through blood type and DNA comparison, we've confirmed that you are our chairman's long-lost grandson. I was stunned for a few seconds and almost laughed out loud. Grandson? Are you sure you recognize the right person? My last name is Chin, not Su. Absolutely, he said confidently. You have Lutheran blood type, which is shared by fewer than 10 people in Asia. And the DNA results have proven that you are the grandson of Su Boda, chairman of the Su Group. Isn't this some kind of prank from the production team? I thought to myself. Isn't this kind of plot something you'd find in a Shuangwen novel? They're constantly claiming their ancestral roots, and they're constantly inheriting billions. Lang Zifeng, however, wore a serious expression as he pulled a black bank card from his briefcase. Your grandfather isn't in good health and is currently recuperating abroad. We'll be taking care of you during this time. He specifically asked me to give you this card. I took the card, half believing and half doubting. How much money is on this card? Not much, just some pocket money. He smiled gently. I nodded and didn't ask any more questions. After all, they paid my medical bills, and I didn't bother to find out if I had mistaken them for someone else. An hour later, I completed the discharge procedures. Lang Zifeng insisted on giving me a ride, but I refused. I still got on my battered Dow electric bike, which surprisingly still started. They must have made a mistake, I thought as I rode. but they even paid for my medical bills. Could there really be money in this card? If there is, can I still get Lulu back? Thinking of this, my heart started to burn. There was a bank not far ahead. No matter if it's real or not. Let's check it out first. I turned the handlebars and parked at the door. This was a foreign bank. The glass at the door was so bright that it could reflect people. I pushed the door open, and the receptionist's face changed when she saw my orange delivery uniform. Sir, this is a foreign bank. The staff have their own cafeteria and don't order takeout. She smiled politely, but couldn't hide her disgust. I explained awkwardly, no, I'm here to withdraw money. She was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, oh, you can withdraw cash from the ATM over there. But there's a handling fee for interbank withdrawals. Cards like yours usually don't have much money, so I suggest you go back to the bank where you opened the account. I nodded, walked over to the machine, and inserted the black card. The password is 123456. I whispered, and the screen lit up. The first thing I saw was the account balance column. I clicked on it. The next second, my breath caught in my throat. I froze in place. 10 million. I muttered, my fingers shaking. I've never even seen 100,000. So what's the concept of 10 million? My dad's dialysis treatment used to cost 2,000, and 100,000 put our family in debt for years. 10 million is more than I could earn in 10 lifetimes delivering food. I swallowed hard and decided to withdraw some cash, but was told the daily limit was 20,000 yuan. I was a bit anxious and turned to the receptionist. Hello, I want to withdraw 100,000 yuan at the counter. The receptionist looked up and sneered. Withdraw 100,000 yuan? Do you have 100,000 yuan on your card? Yes, I replied with a smile. Oh, then I'll check. If not, I'll ask security to kick you out. She rolled her eyes and took the card. Password, 123456. She scoffed, so unfashionable. The next second, her smile froze because the string of numbers on the screen was blindingly bright. She was stunned for a full 10 seconds, then began snapping the camera frantically. No way. Is it broken? I pretended to be concerned and asked, is the machine broken? Her face turned pale. No, it's impossible. At this time, the lobby manager came over. What's going on? Manager, this guy has 10 million in his card. The manager was laughing, but his voice stopped abruptly after hearing this. He leaned over to take a look and was completely stunned. I calmly asked, excuse me, can I withdraw money now? The manager's expression immediately changed, and he said flatteringly, of course, Mr. Chin, please follow me. We have a separate counter in the VIP area. Mr. Chin? Him. The receptionist, Amy's eyes widened. The manager glared at her fiercely and said, go. Pour Mr. Chin a cup of coffee. I was ushered into the VIP area and sat on a ridiculously soft sofa. The aroma of coffee filled my air. The receptionist, Amy, changed her tone and walked over, cup in hand, her hips swaying. Mr. Chin, your cappuccino is too hot. Do you want me to cool it down for you? The way she bent down to hand over the coffee was obviously not a standard banking gesture. I almost choked and spit out a mouthful of coffee. Amy hurriedly took a tissue to wipe my face, smiling seductively. Mr. Chin is so young. He must not be married yet, right? As if to show off her slim figure, Amy actually pushed up the pair of heavy balls on her chest with her hands. With a puff sound, all the coffee in Chin Hao's mouth sprayed out. 10 minutes later, I walked out of the bank carrying the brown paper bag filled with 100,000 yuan in cash. The sunlight shone on the bag, giving it a hint of golden color. I stuffed it into the trunk of the banged-up electric scooter, my heart still racing. I'd heard you need to make an appointment in advance for cash deposits over 50,000, but that black card seemed to have special privileges. The manager simply said, no appointment needed, and issued it to me. Thinking about that scene makes me want to laugh. From their initial disdain when I walked in, to their stunned expression when they saw the balance, to their final fawning compliments of forcing my business card in, and their fawning nods. That shift in expression is something I'll never forget. It turns out that having money really can change everything. The wind whistled past my ears, and I stared at the road ahead, unable to help but curl my lips. What should I do next? I asked myself. My first thought was to find Zhang Lulu. Tell her I wasn't the poor delivery guy anymore. I had money now, but thinking of her cold, indifferent look that day, I hesitated. Perhaps I should go home first and pay my mother back. I was lost in thought when my Demi phone rang in my pocket. I looked and saw it was Airpang. Hello, Chin Hao. You finally answered the phone. We thought you were dumped by Zhang Lulu and wanted to commit suicide. The noise from the other end of the phone was mixed with electronic music. It's okay. I smiled. Let's find a quiet place for a while. Where are you guys? Ingwe. Feng Bin's treat. All the guys in our dormitory are having fun here. Come quickly. Silver Cabinet. Yindong City's most expensive nightclub. I hesitated for a second, then turned. Maybe I should go relax. Half an hour later, I pushed open the door and walked into the cashier. The lights flickered and the music made my chest tingle. I was wearing an orange delivery uniform, which made me look out of place among the crowd of people wearing fancy clothes. Hey, my dear brother, you are here wearing this? Erpang saw me and came over with a smile. I scratched my head. How about I go back and change? Why change? I'm already here. Come on, let me introduce you to some beauties. Fongbin pulled me over generously. When I looked up, I saw the girls who had blocked my door at noon. They still remembered me. Oh, isn't this the hero who chases the campus beauty by delivering takeout? So, did Zhang Lulu agree to you? The round-faced girl with twin ponytails smiled with squinted eyes. I heard that he and Tai Yuan left in a Mercedes-Benz. Your electric bike couldn't catch up, right? Huh, it's only worth the price of takeout. They kept talking, their voices shrill and loud. I ignored them and sat down. Fongbin frowned and handed me a bottle of beer. Ignore them. Have a drink. Beer? How many bottles can you buy in a day of delivery? Jiang Min said sarcastically. Fongbin snorted. Everything is on me today. Hey, isn't this young Master Feng? He seems so proud to treat people to a beer worth 30 yuan. A familiar voice came from the side. Du Longlon. I instinctively looked up. She was still as proud as ever, dressed beautifully. Look at you poor fellows, and you still have the nerve to sit at the silver counter? We were invited by Tai Yuan to sit in the VIP room, with a minimum spend of 3,000. She raised her hand and pointed to the glass box in the center of the dance floor. In the flickering lights, I saw Zhang Lulu right away. She was leaning on Tai Yuan's arms and smiling. Their movements were intimate. That scene made my eyes hurt. Du Lanlan noticed my expression and laughed even louder. What are you looking at? You're so poor, and you're not worthy of looking at someone else? You really won't give up? Before I could even open my mouth, Erpang couldn't help himself. Don't give me that. Everyone in the school knows about your little shit. Zhang Lulu isn't even a fuck buddy with Tai Yuan. The people around him started to make a noise. Yeah, Tai Yuan changes women every month. Zhang Lulu won't last more than 7 days. Du Lanlan's face darkened, and she stamped her foot fiercely. Just wait. I knew she wouldn't give up, but I didn't expect her to make such a big fuss. A few minutes later, the door to the private room opened. Tai Yuan walked out. He was dressed in designer clothes, and the Rolex on his wrist was dazzling. Zhang Lulu followed behind him. I heard you were saying bad things about me just now. His voice was cold. Fongbin quickly stood up to smooth things over. Yuan, it was a misunderstanding. Lan Lan was joking. We were drunk. Misunderstanding. Tai Yuan raised an eyebrow. Okay, Fongbin, you're quite capable. Do you want me to talk to my dad and have the 2 million project payment delayed for another 2 months? Fongbin's expression changed immediately. Mr. Tai, that's not what I meant. Tai Yuan ignored him and pointed at me. Delivery man, are you the clown chasing Zhang Lulu? I was just sitting in the corner, watching her silently. Zhang Lulu sat in Tai Yuan's arms, the light shining on her face, making her look unreal. But when that guy spoke to me, all eyes turned to me. At that moment, I felt like someone had been stripped naked and thrown into the crowd as a laughingstock. Zhang Lulu frowned, her voice as cold as ice. Qin Hao, I made it very clear at noon that we can't be together. Why are you so persistent? I took a deep breath and tried to keep my voice calm. I'm just here to drink with Fongbin and the others, not to see you. But there was only annoyance in her eyes. My heart ached, but I also felt a sudden sense of relief. Du Lanlan sneered and interrupted. Oh, you're quite good at being shameless, huh? Yindong City is so big, and you came here trying to act so noble. Lan Lan is right, Zhang Lulu said, leaning against Tai Yuan's chest, a thorny smile on her face. Didn't you say you'd buy me a gift when you made the money from delivering food come on? Tell me, what are you going to give me? My throat tightened. My mind flashed back to that black card, the 10 million balance, and Lang Zifeng's words, you're the chairman's grandson. But reason held me back. That identity was fake. If it were exposed, it would be even more ridiculous than it already was. Haha, are you speechless? Tai Yuan reached out and lifted Zhang Lulu's wrist. Alongin's watch shone with a cold light, swaying in the light. See? This watch costs almost 20,000 yuan. Delivery boy, how many years will it take you to save up enough to buy it? Laughter rippled from the surroundings. The red-haired guy, drunkenly adding, how can he afford a watch? Why not give him a case? That way Lulu won't have to go out and buy one later, haha. The laughter got louder. Fong Bin's face darkened. Enough. He's in a bad mood today, so say less. Tai Yuan sneered. What, you still want to protect him, my dad's just a client for your family's project. Then he turned his attention to me. Listen up, from today onwards. If you show up even once where Lulu and I are, I'll have your legs broken. Pang couldn't hold back any longer. Do you own this safe? What right do you have to make people leave? That's right, I didn't open it. Tai Yuan laughed arrogantly. But I'm a VIP silver card customer. It's easy for me to get the manager to kick you poor bastards out. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit arrived with 4 or 5 security guards. Young Master Tai, why didn't you say hello when you arrived? The manager asked with a respectful smile. Manager Fong, those students drinking beer at the lounge area were cursing at me. I couldn't even see them anymore, Tai Yuan said lazily. The manager immediately understood. Gentlemen, I'm the night shift manager of the bank counter. Mr. Tai is unhappy, so I will waive your purchases, but you must leave now. The air froze for 3 seconds. Red hair whistled smugly. I told you to get lost. Why were you still sleeping in? You poor bastards, still pretending. Zhang Lulu also looked up, her eyes filled with disdain. At that moment, I finally saw her true colors. Pang gritted his teeth. Does having Qianbin mean you can do whatever you want? Fong pulled him back inside. Forget it, let's go. I suddenly laughed. The laughter itself felt cold to me. I stood up and grabbed the manager. Manager Fong, I have a question for you. He looked at me, his face immediately filled with disdain. Tell me, if I had spent more money than him, would I not have had to leave? The manager was taken aback, then sneered. Of course, but are you sure? Young Master Tai is a silver VIP, with a minimum charge of 10,000 per night. Do you have that kind of money? Tai Yuan threw his head back and laughed loudly. Huh, listen to this poor wretch's tone. He dares to flaunt his wealth. Du Lan Lan immediately chimed in. That's right, Manager Fong. Isn't he going to give Lulu a gift? Let him take it out and show it. Hong Mao slapped the table, laughing so hard he couldn't stand up straight. I'm afraid it'll all be 1 or 2 coins in a minute. I'll have to find a cart to carry them. Watching them, the anger in my heart was suppressed into a cold laugh. Fong Bin whispered to me, Don't forget, there's no point in competing with them in wealth. I gently patted his shoulder. It's nothing. Money can be earned back, but if you lose your height, you'll never be able to hold your head up high again. I walked to the center of the dance floor, my gaze fixed on the body that accentuated my chest. I looked at Manager Fong and said, enunciating each word clearly, I'll ask you one more time. Looking at someone for 100,000 yuan makes you a diamond VIP? The manager was stunned. This is our policy. If it exceeds 100,000, you become a diamond level customer, and then whoever you want to leave will have to leave. I nodded and smiled. All right. I pulled out the black bank card, its surface gleaming faintly under the light. Swipe the card, 100,000 yuan. The entire room fell silent. Manager Fong was stunned. Doubly? What? I said, swipe my card for 100,000. It's not a fake card. It's not on credit. I'll pay in cash. The moment I finished speaking, the entire hall erupted. 100,000? Is he crazy? A food delivery guy, 100,000 in cash? Uh-huh. He's probably drunk. Tai Yuan's eyes widened. You dare to brag? I smiled faintly, took the bank's leather bag from my skirt pocket, and slammed it onto the table with a thud. 100,000 yuan in cash, stacked red bills, made a deafeningly heavy sound as it was slapped down. At that moment, all the lights seemed to dim. Tai Yuan's expression changed, and Zhang Lulu froze on the spot. Du Lanlin's mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. From my perspective, I looked at Manager Fong. Now, aren't I a diamond VIP at the bank counter? Manager Fong realized what was happening. His expression changed drastically, and he stood up, bowing 90 degrees. Yes, Mr. Qin, you are now our highest-ranking VIP. I asked again, then, don't I have the right to ask others to leave? Of course. Which guest would you like to have leave? I stretched out my hand and pointed at the group of people who had just been laughing so hard they were doubled over. They've all left. Oh, really? Well then, I find your last suggestion quite interesting. I said with interest. Don't say we didn't warn you. Don't even think about trying to dine and dash. Our cashier's owner isn't exactly a saint. If you can't come up with the money, breaking your legs would be the least of your worries, Fong said, glancing at my glaring delivery uniform with concern. Don't worry. Even if you harvest my organs and sell them, I won't complain. I replied confidently. Manager Fong's hand was still on my shoulder, smiling, a smile both gentle and sinister. Good lad, you've got guts. Then hold on tight, don't back down. He turned around, his smile incredibly smooth as he looked at Tai Yuan. Young Master Tai, I'm really sorry. We at Inkai Door Shop are respectable businesses. How could we possibly turn away our customers? Du Lanlan shrieked. He couldn't possibly have any money. Manager Fong, be careful, he doesn't fool you. Yeah, right. Red Hair chimed in. What if he reneges on his debt later? Tai Yuan sat in the private room, a smile playing on his lips, speaking loudly. That smile reminded me of a hunter watching a caged bird. Manager Fong waved his hand, his expression suddenly turning cold. Don't worry, nobody here dares to freeload. Last time, 2 out-of-town thugs owed money, and the next day, they were beaten to a pulp by the canal. As he spoke, he gave me a special glance. Erpang shuddered and muttered, Dude, let it go. We're poor, but let's not really cause trouble. Fongbin also advised, the owner of this cash register really has connections. We can't afford to mess with them. Even Jiang Min, who always liked to make sarcastic remarks, panicked at this moment. Delivery guy, we're just out for a drink. Don't let it turn into a murder. I smiled gently and said, Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If we really don't have any money, we'll just leave. Inside the private room, Tai Yuan raised his glass, smiling like a victor. Open a bottle of Hennessy XO for me. Yes, sir, the waiter replied, bowing. 2,000 yuan a bottle of XO. Impressive indeed. He sat on the sofa with Zhang Lulu in his arms, looking at me defiantly. Without making a sound, I gently raised my hand and said, Waiter, please open a bottle of XO for me too. A hush fell over the room. The drinks arrived. The golden bottle shimmered under the lights. I poured one for Fongbin and drank one myself. Are you crazy? Red Hair cursed. Tai Yuan's face stiffened, and he gritted his teeth. He knew that this bottle of my drink had completely humiliated him. Another bottle, he shouted through gritted teeth. Well done, young Master Tai. Du Lanlan clapped and cheered. Delivery guy, hurry up and get it on. Red Hair shouted gloatingly. I smiled and raised my hand to indicate. Waiter, open another bottle. Are you crazy? Fengbin hissed urgently. That's 4,000. How much do you earn in a month? I leaned back in my chair and said casually, Money isn't important. I just want to drink my fill today. When the second bottle of XO was served, the table fell completely silent. Even Zhang Lulu couldn't help but frown. Where did this kid get the money? Tai Yuan's hands clenched into fists, his knuckles turning white. He gritted his teeth and said, Another bottle. Royal Salute 21 years old. This bottle cost exactly 4,000. His face was pale, but he feigned an air of importance. This isn't all I've had, he sneered. I looked up and calmly glanced at him. Waiter, sir, please. And another bottle of Royal Salute 21 years, please. At that moment, the private room fell into absolute silence. Even the electronic music playing in the corridor seemed to fade into the distance. The waiter brought over the wine, and the air seemed to freeze the moment he poured it. Tai Yuan's face turned ashen, his eyes gleaming as if he wanted to devour someone. He suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Manager Fong, he shouted. A moment later, Manager Fong reappeared with several burly men. Young Master Tai, have you given the order? Shouldn't that kid be paying the bill? It's his first time here, and he drank 2 bottles of XO and a bottle of Royal Salute, which adds up to 8,000 yuan. Don't let him renege on the debt. Yeah, du non sneered. Quickly check if there's any money in the card. If there's no money, let him go to the canal to learn to swim. Red Hair added arrogantly. Manager Fong walked up to me with a slight smile, his tone still polite. Brother, this is your first time here. According to the rules, you should settle the bill first. His burly men had already stepped forward, exuding an imposing aura. My profile picture is on, and my tone is calm. But isn't Tai Yuan going to pay the bill either? Young Master Tai is a VIP silver card customer of our bank, with a good reputation. As for you, you'd better pay for the drinks now, otherwise. Manager Fong didn't finish speaking, and he already looked like the person in the picture. Erpang's palms were sweaty, and Fongbin pleaded with me in a low voice. Forget it, let's go. I chuckled softly, and Stainless Steel took the black card out of his pocket and placed it on the table. That's it. Manager Fong paused for a moment, then smiled. Young man, this card isn't cheap. He took the card and handed it to the cashier. The cashier operated the machine for less than 10 seconds, and the machine beeped and lit up with a green light. Payment completed, sufficient balance. Manager Fong's smile froze on his face. He looked up at me, his eyes becoming respectful. Mr. Chin, I'm very sorry. I was too talkative just now. Tai Yuan's expression completely changed. How is this possible? His voice trembled. Du Lanlan and Hong Mao were also stunned, their faces turning pale. I leaned back in my chair, gently swirled my wine glass, and said casually, Manager Fong, have I just spent over 10,000? Yes, you're our diamond VIP at the bank counter. I nodded and poured myself a glass of wine. Then don't I have the right to ask people to leave? Of course. Manager Fong straightened up abruptly. Then I'll trouble you too. I pointed to the private room and asked them all to leave. Manager Fong immediately turned to them and said, Security, please ask these guests to leave. The burly man stepped forward. Tai Yuan, his face deathly pale, was being held by two men on either side. You dare touch me? I looked up and smiled slightly. Inside the vault, the rich called the shots. Boss, how much money do you have on you? Sensing something was wrong, Peng walked to Feng's side and whispered something in his ear. I think I still have about 5,000 in my card. Feng Bin replied hesitantly, reasoning. Yeah, I just asked my roommates, and they can scrape together a little over 3,000 yuan, which should be enough for Qin to pay the bill. Peng had somehow managed to grab several of his roommates' bank cards. Among those brothers, only the eldest, Feng Bin, came from a relatively well-off family. The others didn't have much money for living expenses each month, and it was already quite generous of them to be able to scrape together a few thousand yuan. I knew in my heart that they were willing to help because I had always been sincere to everyone. Seeing my predicament, Feng Bin patted his chest weakly and said, Tell them not to pay. He knew the manager here and said he would lend me 5,000 first, and I could make up the rest later. At that moment, I was truly touched by his brotherly affection, but I knew I had to take the blame myself. Before they could even object, I pulled out 2 stacks of the red bills from my pocket and slammed them onto the table with a loud thud, stunning everyone. Here's 20,000, enough to go in a flash, right? I said to the manager, my tone calm yet authoritative. The manager paused for a moment, then immediately changed his expression, smiling obsequiously, his tone softening instantly. Enough, Mr. Qin. What is your surname? He smiled broadly, his face crinkling with wrinkles. All traces of his earlier arrogance gone. I smiled and said, my surname is Qin. Bring us 2 more bottles of Royal Salute. He nodded repeatedly, saying that I was patronizing their business and he couldn't refuse to pay. He signed the bill for the rest of the bill and promised a 30% discount in the future. The surrounding classmates were immediately excited. They had never seen such a display before, and they couldn't stop smiling. They cheered and raised their glasses as if they were VIPs. In the other private room, Tai Yuan and the others were completely bewildered. What's going on? Where did that delivery guy get the money? Du Lanlan, with her sharp eyes, saw me take out my money and was so shocked she couldn't close her mouth. Tai Yuan's expression changed instantly. He didn't believe I could come up with so much money, and subconsciously assumed that Feng Bin was backing me up. Young Master Tai, should we get someone to teach them a lesson? Red Hair whispered, leaning closer. Tai Yuan scoffed. This is Silver Vault's territory. Are you going to take responsibility? Do you really think old Fong will tolerate us? Just as they were discussing, another cheer erupted from our table. 2 waitresses came over carrying 2 bottles of Royal Salute, their golden bodies gleaming under the lights. I couldn't help but laugh. The spectacle was truly eye-catching. 2 more bottles? Du Lanlan jumped up from the sofa in surprise. Tai Yuan's face darkened completely. Feng Bin, are you looking for death? He was convinced that Feng Bin was paying for him to show off. So the contractor was the one paying up. Red Hair interjected, suddenly realizing. Nonsense. Where'd a food delivery guy get money? Tai Yuan's tone was full of contempt. Du Lanlan sneered. No wonder this kid is so arrogant. He's poor but still pretends. It's unbearable to watch. Zhang Lulu, leaning against Tai Yuan, also looked disgusted. He's poor, but he doesn't even know it. It's shameful. Not long after, they returned. Tai Yuan, holding a wine glass, looked at Feng Bin with a cold smile. Well done, Feng Bin. Looks like my dad won't have to pay back the little bit of money he owes your father. Feng Bin was taken aback. What do you mean? Tai Yuan slammed down his wine glass and said coldly, Stop pretending. I know you're the one giving him money behind the scenes, letting him act like a rich young master. Feng Bin was completely dumbfounded and hadn't reacted yet. The classmates at our table, however, all had an icy expression on their faces and laughed together, praising their leader for his righteousness. Erpang slammed his hand on the table and muttered, "No wonder he said he could handle it." It turns out the boss had already prepared everything for him. Now we brothers can really hold our heads high. I saw they had misunderstood, but I didn't intend to explain. I knew that since the money was borrowed temporarily, I needed to keep a low profile. Letting Fong Bin take the brunt of the attention was actually safer for me. Qin Hao, you're quite the actor. You need the boss's backing to even buy a bottle of wine. How could our Lulu possibly be interested in someone like you? Du Lanlin's tone was full of sarcasm. I shrugged and laughed nonchalantly. Think what you want. She gritted her teeth in anger. You're too cowardly to admit it? What a wimp. Erpang immediately objected. What's it to you? We'll drink our own drinks, and the money is our problem. Zhang Lulu also walked over and asked in a calm tone. Qin Hao, I'm just asking you. Did Fong Bin help pay for today's drinks? I hesitated for a few seconds, but decided to tell the truth. No, I came out on my own. She chuckled lightly, but her eyes were like knives. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Being poor is one thing, but you don't even have a shred of backbone. Fong Bin smoothed things over and you still dare to pretend to be high and mighty. After saying that, she grabbed Du Lanlin's hand, turned around, and left. The others, in their high heels, left the cashier without even looking back. Lulu, wait a minute. Tai Yuan's face was ashen as he watched her leave, completely losing his patience. Fong Bin, let's see. He threw down a harsh remark and left with his men. Lulu, wait for me. Fong Bin, let's go take a look. Tai Yuan, who was originally looking forward to watching the school beauties charm tonight, saw that Zhang Lulu had left naturally and was no longer in the mood to talk to me and Fong Bin. He threw down a harsh word and left with a few of his underlings. Get out of here. Yeah, it's really embarrassing. What's with all the pretense of being a rich young master? A few classmates suddenly appeared behind me, but I ignored them. I only noticed a hint of gloom flashing across Fong Bin's face. That expression made my heart tighten. It seemed he was hiding something from everyone. I squeezed through and whispered, "Boss, what's wrong?" He paused, then smiled and raised his glass, urging everyone to continue drinking. That smile was so fake, I could suddenly sense his unease. Actually, I didn't know that Fong Bin was in a dilemma at that moment. On the one hand, he was enjoying the praise from everyone, but on the other hand, he was worried that offending Tai Yuan would cause trouble. Fong Nongmin's father started as a laborer in his early years, and through hard work and competence, he became a contractor and later founded Jinfeng Construction. However, the situation has not been good in the last 2 years, and there was also an accident on the construction site that resulted in compensation, making life already tight. Unfortunately, Tai Yuan's father, Dingfeng Construction, still owes them over 2 million yuan in construction fees and refuses to settle them. Now, things are really messed up. The son has fallen out with the creditor's son, and it's likely he'll really take it to his father, with unimaginable consequences. Thinking of all this, Fong Bin felt a chill, but he still held up his wine and pretended to be generous. Seeing his lavish spending, Jiang Min smiled and brought her wine closer, praising his success in an ambiguous tone. Fong Bin drank with great gusto, tilting his head back and downing the royal cup in one gulp. Jiang Min chuckled and leaned against him, praising Tai Yuan as nothing special. Her tone was teasing, so that young Master Tai is all talk and no action. He's no match for you in real life. Fong Bin's face flushed at the compliment, but he felt guilty and could only force a smile. An hour later, after several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere was lively. Suddenly, Zhao Yuanxiao stood up abruptly and shouted, "Oh no, today is Ru Ming's qualifying match. I have to get back right away." Ru Ming is a popular internet celebrity at our school. She's sweet-looking and has a great figure. She works as a live streamer on the Manhwa platform and earns tens of thousands of yuan a month. She's the goddess in the hearts of countless boys, including 2 chubby guys and Zhao Yuanxiao, who practically watch her live streams every day. Erpang immediately chimed in. "Yeah, we have to go back and cheer her on." Jiang Min sneered. "You two poor bastards? You send her virtual gifts and she won't even look at them, let alone cheer her on." Fong Bin waved his hand and said, "All right, we've had enough fun tonight. Let's go back early and not miss the dorm curfew." He made the final decision, and everyone stood up. Jiang Min, however, was unwilling and clearly had a plan. She snorted, then looked at me with a hint of provocation. "You were quite the star today. How does it feel to be slapped in the face? Isn't it great? I smiled faintly and said, "It's all right." But I was secretly relieved. I got rid of my anger and didn't expose my identity. This was exactly what I wanted. We were all a little drunk. When we walked out of the bank, Manager Fong was all smiles and gave us priority to see the door. We hailed 2 taxis and headed towards the school. But we didn't know that danger was waiting ahead. Those few red-haired thugs were deliberately left behind by Tai Yuan. I wondered what that guy was planning to do tonight to win the heart of the beauty. But Feng Bin and I ruined it all. The school beauty, Zhang Lulu, left with a grim face, leaving him unable to even book a room. He was furious and had nowhere to vent his anger. So before leaving, he ordered Red Hair to take some men to guard the door and tidy up after we came out. The taxi had only gone 2 blocks when several motorcycles roared up behind it, the riders brandishing baseball bats and chains that gleamed coldly under the lights. The driver slammed on the brakes, pulled the car over to the side of the road, and asked in a trembling voice, "Hey, do you want to sleep?" The leader was the red-haired guy, who grinned while suckling his son, twirling a baseball bat in his hand. "None of your business. Delivery guys, foreman, get out here." His voice was cold and hostile. I could sense the danger in the air. Erpang turned pale with fright and asked in a low voice, "Boss, what should we do?" I looked at the group of people outside the window, and my heart started to tighten. Fongbin tried to remain calm, but his voice trembled slightly. They wouldn't dare, they wouldn't really make a move. But I could tell from his tone that he wasn't confident. Outside the car, the red-haired man had already raised his baseball bat, and a deep motorcycle roared through the night as the shadows under the streetlights drew ever closer. I'm usually honest, but when I saw the menacing look on Red Hair's face, I was immediately taken aback. I never expected these people to dare to block the street like that. The atmosphere instantly became like a powder keg that had been lit, so tense that it was hard to breathe. Red Hair banged the baseball bat against the car door, the sound extremely jarring in the night. He shouted, mocking our arrogance in the safe earlier, his tone full of self-importance, making us grit our teeth in anger. Erpang panicked and pulled out his phone to call the police, the only rational thing that could be thought of among the Libyan university students. But I could see that his hands were trembling, and he knew that just calling the police might not be enough to scare people away immediately. I lowered my voice and said, "Don't rush. I'll go down and talk to them." The alcohol made me grit my teeth and pull open the car door. I was perfectly sober, but I didn't want to look timid in front of my brothers and those girls. The boss's demeanor made me feel uneasy. When the others saw him get out of the car, some of them who had been hiding inside were now following suit, not wanting to appear weak in terms of presence. Seeing that there were just as many young people as him, Hong Mao toned down his arrogance and shouted at us, "Today we're only going to cause trouble for the delivery guys and the foreman's son. Don't think you'll all suffer." I stood in front, raising my voice to be firm. "This has nothing to do with anyone else. If you have any skills, come at me. Don't drag the brothers down with you." Fongbin gave me a push and stood beside me, his eyes also gleaming with determination. He'd been praised enough tonight. How could he back down now? His brother's reputation depended on him. Erpang and Zhao Yuanxiao also stepped forward. The alcohol and their sense of loyalty suppressed their fear. They were quite united, and their expressions froze for a moment. No one made the first move. The girls in the back of the taxi screamed in fright. Jiangmin gripped her phone tightly, her knuckles turning white. Their fear only made us more hesitant to make any rash moves. Red Hair sneered and ordered his men to attack. "Are you all out of your minds? Go get them. Cripple them, and we'll settle the score with young Master Tai," he shouted, and several men wielding sticks prepared to pounce. Just as the punches and kicks were about to land, a loud bang suddenly came from the street corner, and a large Toyota Land Cruiser came screeching to a halt, forcefully separating the two groups and instantly breaking the atmosphere. The car doors slammed open, and several people got out. They were dressed in black suits and stylish sunglasses, and were as tall as iron towers. Their bodies were dissected, making their suits look awkward. They looked like professional bodyguards or thugs. Red Hair was immediately delighted and went to greet him, thinking that this was someone sent by young Master Tai to support him. He hoped that he would have confidence today. However, the situation quickly turned into the embarrassing situation of him being the only one being targeted. When Feng Bin and I looked at that group of burly men in suits, our arrogance instantly vanished. Who would dare to go head-to-head with a professional player of that caliber? We immediately came to our senses, and our legs went weak. The taxi driver, who had been waiting on the side of the road to watch the commotion, noticed something was wrong and calmly stepped on the gas and sped away. We were like fallen leaves before a storm in the darkness, unable to move. Seeing that things were going badly, Hong Mao became arrogant and threatened the men in black, pointing at us and saying that it was them and that they should all come at him and cripple him. Feng Bin quickly stepped in to smooth things over, apologizing profusely and trying to clear up the misunderstanding. In reality, he was having second thoughts, hoping that the group of burly men would listen to him for a few words and then disperse. At that moment, the burly man in the suit at the front was completely unreasonable. With a wave of his hand, he slapped the bright red-haired man's face with such force that it made one's vision go black and immediately fell into an eerie silence. Red Hair was stunned by the beating and hurriedly cried out for mercy, saying that he came to help young Master Tai and was not targeting them. But the man did not give him a way out and then slapped him even harder. Red Hair knelt down on the spot. The burly man uttered a harsh remark in a cold voice, then bowed deeply to me and Feng Bin. His deep voice was intimidating, and his obscure attitude made us dare not be negligent. The remaining thugs, seeing their leader humiliated and unable to back down, fled in a panic, hopping on their motorcycles and running away. Under their tail, Red Hair lay on the ground, covering his face and crying, his wolf-like appearance completely transformed. Those guys were so scared they ran away in a panic, mounted the sedan chair, and fled without a second thought, leaving only the red-haired guy squatting on the ground, wailing. The bodyguards in black beat the red-haired man half to death, then turned to me, nodded, and said calmly, "Young master, there's nothing else here, so we'll be leaving." I froze. Before I could react, they had already turned and climbed into the Toyota Prado. The engine roared to life, and the taillights disappeared into the night. The air was thick with the urge to breathe. Feng Bin stood there, frozen in place, while Erpang rubbed his eyes, still reeling from the shock. "Boss, you're awesome." Erpang reacted and patted Feng's shoulder hard, his tone full of admiration. Immediately, the others joined in the cheers, shouting around Feng Bin. Even Jiang Min, who had been crying in the taxi, rushed out and threw herself into his arms, sobbing uncontrollably. I looked at them, my heart filled with mixed emotions. They thought they were Feng Bin's bodyguards, but I knew those people weren't him. Surrounded by the crowd, Feng Bin's eyes gleamed with pride. At that moment, he was completely immersed in the thrill of being a hero, no longer caring about the truth. But I know better than anyone else that there's more to this than meets the eye. Feng Bin's small company couldn't even pay its workers' wages, let alone provide bodyguards. The fact that they could send out such a skilled team meant they were definitely not ordinary people. When they call me young master, they're probably referring to me. My mind went blank. The only person who could send someone over immediately after I left was Lang Zifeng. That guy treated me like a brother on the surface, but in reality, I knew he knew far more than I imagined. He even knew where I drank and what trouble I got into. This wasn't unconscious, it was surveillance. Thinking about this, my heart began to chill. If he found out that my identity as a rich second generation was fake, the consequences, I didn't dare to imagine. The two chubby guys tugged at me. "Let's go. Rooming's PK competition is about to start. Hurry back to the dorm." I nodded, forcing myself to pull myself out of that unease. Everyone flagged down a taxi and left, while Red Hair was still squatting on the ground, crying his heart out. No one spoke the whole way, and the night wind outside the car window made my head spin. But we didn't know that less than a kilometer away from us, a Cherokee was parked quietly. The car window slowly rolled down, and a man with a stylish gold watch lowered his high-powered telescopic mirror, a faint smile playing on his lips. Lang Zifeng leaned back against the leather, his tone languid. "Let's go. Tonight should be fine." The driver nodded and started the car. The Cherokee's taillights slowly disappeared at the end of the road. A dozen minutes later, we returned to our school dormitory. The group was still reeling from the ordeal, but Erpang couldn't wait to turn on his computer. "Quick, quick, the live stream has started," he shouted, his fingers flying across the keyboard. Zhao Yuanxiao also connected to the Manhua platform and logged into Ruming's live stream room. Ruming is our school's goddess-type anchor. She's sweet-looking, has a great figure, and a soft, sweet voice. She's the kind of girl who makes you fall in love at first sight. I wasn't particularly interested in her, but seeing how excited my buddies were, I took out my phone and clicked on it too. The Carnival Qualifying Tournament, to put it bluntly, is a competition of whose fans are more willing to spend money. The platform is making a killing, and the fans are having a blast. Peng and Zhao Yuanxiao are both her die-hard fans. For this qualifying round, they ate instant noodles for a whole month and prepare to give all their saved living expenses to Rumming. I watched them frantically topping up their accounts on the computer and couldn't help but chuckle. They were genuinely invested, while I was just looking for something to distract me from my plans. Ru Ming appeared on the screen, wearing a pink slip dress, the light shining on her face, making her dazzlingly beautiful. She waved at the camera and shouted encouragement in a sweet voice, and within 15 minutes, the entire dormitory erupted in cheers. Peng's account is called Round Fatty, and he keeps sending glow sticks. Zhao Yuanxiao's account is called Round Stone, and he's also sending gifts like crazy. But the moderators mock them. You think your alt accounts are qualified as spam? Only fans with money are true fans. Peng slammed his fist on the table in anger. Just because I don't have money doesn't mean I can't like her? What makes you think that? Zhao Yuanxiao couldn't help but retort as well. The moderator laughed loudly. What's the point of being a fan if you don't have money? You think just shouting slogans will make her level up? A bunch of people in a live chat cheered, and the screen was full of ridicule. They're bullying us. Zhao Yuanxiao angrily threw down her headphones. Feng sneered. Don't be naive. She's busy trying to please those big shots who were throwing money around. She doesn't care about you guys. I looked at the screen, and Ru Meng smiled gently and beautifully, greeting Brother Long and Seven while softly saying, "You can add me on WeChat with a rocket emoji." The live stream was incredibly popular, with virtual GIFs flashing nonstop. The atmosphere was getting increasingly heated. Suddenly, the scene, like something out of a dream, split in two, and a new live stream popped up. The opponent who had advanced appeared. I heard Peng and Zhao Yuanxiao exclaim in surprise at the same time. It could actually be her. Magic Little Fairy. Who is Magic Little Fairy? Of course, I'm not familiar with Feng Bin, but when Peng and Zhao Yuanxiao saw this name, their faces changed completely as if they had been electrocuted. They excitedly explained that this woman was no ordinary streamer. When she emerged from the dogfighting platform, she captivated a group of wealthy men with her aloof demeanor and perfect figure. Later, she switched to Manhwa, where her signing price was ridiculously high, and she brought an entire luxurious tycoon group with her, becoming a top influencer on the platform overnight. I looked at the screen and saw her wearing a Manhattan leather jacket and skirt, with a cool and aloof makeup. Every move she made exuded an aggressive sexiness, and the live stream chat was flooded with gifs. Each gift-giving ID was preceded by a title like Earl or Duke, all high-ranking titles that were dazzling to behold. I thought they'd arranged a worthy opponent for me, but it turns out to be a little cow. She smiled dismissively, a slight smirk playing on her lips. That smile was like a knife, slicing across the screen and making everyone feel arrogant. Ru Ming was clearly startled and immediately greeted them with a forced smile. She probably hadn't expected to run into the top performer in the round of 32 to 16. Peng slammed his fist on the table in exasperation. All right, Meng Meng is definitely going to lose this time. Zhao Yuanxiao sighed. Fighting against the magical little demon? Isn't that just courting death? Many people simply surrendered by flooding the chat with comments, and even the big accounts that had been criticizing them just moments before pretended not to see it. Haha, a bunch of spineless paupers. They were so arrogant just now, but now they're all scared. The moderator next to Magic mocked in the channel. They used a condescending tone to sarcastically pressure the fans who had fulfilled their dreams. All right, their fans are all millionaires who spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. What are you poor students doing supporting them? The chat was filled with laughter, and Peng was so angry that he kept slamming his keyboard. They've completely broken up. Zhao Yuanxiao gritted her teeth beside me. Meng Meng was bullied like this, and they're still laughing. There's nothing I can do, I sighed. When you're poor, you even need money to be respected. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly tense. The little fairy, glancing at the camera, sneered, "Little cow, still in school and already jumping into the sex industry?" Her tone was light and casual, yet it carried a deep sense of insult. Ru Meng's face turned pale, and her voice trembled. "I'm just exposing fakes. Please don't insult me." "Oh, still pretending to be innocent? Everyone knows what you guys do outside your university gates, right? Coke on the car roof, Gatorade. You should put Red Bull on the roof, shouldn't you?" The word Red Bull pierced the screen like a knife, causing the live stream audience to burst into laughter. Ru Meng's eyes immediately reddened, and her voice trembled. "You're bullying me too much." Zhao Yuanxiao slammed her hand on the table in anger. She even made Meng Meng cry. Screw her. I'll report her. Pang gritted his teeth and got his tattoo done, but before he could even press the button, someone sneered. Reporter? Who are you? She's a big spinner on the platform. It's normal that you get banned for reporting her. I sighed, looking at the group of indifferent, high-profile users mocking me in the live chat. The PK countdown has begun, and a red and blue ratio bar appears at the bottom of the screen. Red represents the magic fairy, and blue represents dreamlike. As soon as the game started, magic exploded, with rockets, airplanes, and supercars coming one after another, instantly crushing Ru Meng's blue bar. Our prog chat was eerily quiet, with only a few glow sticks occasionally popping up, like someone struggling in despair. Is this what you call support? Pang roared, panting. Then you go play if you have the money. The main account retorted with a sneer. If you actually win, we'll livestream ourselves eating shit. The sound of keyboard typing from below in the air. Pang gritted his teeth, his face turning bright red. Looking at his trembling hands, my heart ached. He opened the recharge page and kept entering the card number. Phonebin quickly went over to pull him away. That's enough. Stop talking. Your little bit of money isn't even enough to fill someone's teeth. Pang sighed, his voice choked with emotion. Boss, you don't understand. I know she'll never look at someone like me, but I still want her to see me just once, even if it's just because of the gift I gave her. As he finished speaking, tears welled up in his eyes. Yes, Pang is right. Zhao Yuanxiao was also excited and suddenly took out his bank card, logged into Manhwa, and started to recharge. Seeing their eyes blazing with anxiety, I felt both angry and helpless. Even Phone couldn't stop them, so he could only sigh and head to the bed to watch the live stream on his phone. Soon, a bright, dreamlike voice rang out. Thank you, kind fat man, for sending a rocket. The live stream chat immediately erupted in excitement. Hey, a level 10 alt sending a rocket? Really a rocket? This poor guy's just trying to pull it off. Those big accounts using the Ru Meng brand were making sarcastic remarks, and the barrage of comments was full of mockery. I stared at the screen, feeling my face burning. Pang ignored them and continued typing. A few seconds later, Ru Meng exclaimed in delight. Thank you, Roundstone, for sending a rocket. I know, that's Zhao Yuanxiao. In just a few seconds, the two rockets pushed Ru Meng's blue health bar forward slightly. The atmosphere in the live stream also became tense. But the wealthy group of Magic Fairy on the other side clearly had no intention of letting them go. You're sending gifts from a secondary account too? 2. More, please? How many can you send? Hurry up. Let me see just how deep your wallets are. The comment section was filled with insults. Pang and Zhao Yuanxiao remained silent, gritting their teeth and persevering. But they had already spent all their money, and the little savings they had managed to accumulate through frugality amounted to only a few thousand yuan. After sending out 2 rockets, the screen fell silent again, and the PK match shrank to less than 5 minutes. The blue bar for Ru Meng has doubled. Unless a miracle occurs, it's a foregone conclusion. What, chicken out? Didn't you just say you'd support me to the end? Is this all you've got? Those so-called big fans started making sarcastic remarks again. Pang was so angry that he trembled all over and the veins on his fingers bulged. He then pulled out another credit card. I immediately pulled him back. Don't rush. But he shook off my hand, his eyes bloodshot. They bullied us too much. Just then, an unfamiliar name suddenly popped up in the comment section. Blue Blood Man. That was a level 1 alt account. He spoke up for Pang. You guys, instead of cheering on the streamer, you're mocking him? Who do you think you are? A level 1 alt doesn't even dare to speak. Several high-profile accounts immediately had their accounts banned by the moderators, and the system notification read, Blue Blood has been banned from speaking. They monopolized the screen again, and their contempt was extremely unrestrained. Hurry up and sell a kidney. The PK battle will be over if you don't recharge soon. Hilarious. This is all a poor wretch can do. Pang was furious. His finger was already on the password input key. Right at the bottom, the screen suddenly lit up. System notification. Blue Blood Rumming has sent out a super rocket. The live stream went silent instantly. That's a gift worth 2,000 yuan. Ru Meng was stunned for a moment, then immediately exclaimed with delight. Thank you, Blue Blood Man. I'll lift the ban on you right away. The ban had just ended when a Blue Blood player typed out a message. I'm not her fan. I just want to tell you that having money doesn't mean you can look down on others. The live stream chat exploded instantly. Huh, what are you pretending to be, acting all high-end? Mighty, just one rocket, and you think you can lecture us? Come on, let's see you win, and let her win. The blue-blooded man did not reply. Time passed by, but there was still no movement from Rumeng's side. Several large voices sneered. As expected, they threw it away and ran. What a show-off. Some people even started to comfort Rumeng and advised her not to be sad, and even began to imply that she should fulfill her promise to eat out, which made the situation even more malicious. I was frowning when suddenly something appeared at the bottom of the screen. Next, a barrage of animated GIFs exploded across the screen. Blue-blooded Rumeng sent out a super rocket. 2, 3 times. The scrolling almost completely covered the screen, and the whole room was in an uproar. Rocket icons flashed across the screen like a meteor shower, and Rumeng was so excited she couldn't speak. In the end, there were exactly 20 super rockets. The owner was dumbfounded. The red and blue health bars were instantly created by the user, and the blue bar in the dream absorbed far more than the magic demon. The Magic's fan club was in complete chaos. They're stealing the tower. They're stealing the tower. They fought desperately to succeed, but time was running out. The countdown to the PK battle has reached 0. Rumeng has won. The entire live stream erupted in cheers, while Rumeng cried uncontrollably. She choked back tears. Thank you, Blue Blood Man. On the screen, the blue-blooded man typed his final words. Rumeng, you don't need to thank me. I only did this for the kind fat man and the smooth stone. I just wanted to tell Master that those who truly support you should not be humiliated. The blue-blooded man's words left all the big names with the Rumeng sign speechless. Thank you, Blue Blood. You're right, I built the cute fat guy and the round stone into the room manager. Rumeng cried her eyes out, talking and operating the system simultaneously. When the words room manager appeared on the screen, Erpang and Zhao Yuanxiao froze on the spot, so excited that they forgot to speak. Such food came too quickly. From being scorned to being thanked, their brains didn't seem to have caught up. Boss, you helped him, right? Erpang realized what was happening and shouted at Fengbin. Yeah, boss, you're that blue-blooded guy, right? Zhao Yuanxiao chimed in. Fengbin looked bewildered when asked the question and quickly waved his hand. Me? No, it really wasn't me. But the two men didn't believe him. They laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Boss, you're the kind of unassuming how good who doesn't like to show off. Just like that night at the Silver Cabinet. You were the one who helped him, right? They spoke with increasing certainty, their faces filled with gratitude. I lay on the bed next to them, listening to their speculations, and just smiled gently. Of course, I'm the blue-blooded one. I just created a new account and topped it up with money to get 20 super rockets. I wasn't really doing this for Roma. I just couldn't stand seeing Erpang and Zhao Yuanxiao being treated like a joke by those people who call them big names. Unexpectedly, my inbox was flooded with messages as soon as the rocket was launched. On that old, worn-out rice-color mobile phone, a dozen private messages popped up one after another as I opened them. Some female anchors left messages to add me on WeChat, while others invited me to dinner. I thought it was just a dream, but even the magic fairy who lost the game sent me an invitation. I gave a bitter laugh and muttered to myself, heartless scoundrels and ungrateful actors. That night, I finally understood the meaning behind it. The next day was Sunday, and the campus was quiet. The few people in the dormitory who had been excited until the early hours of the morning were now fast asleep. I quietly got out of bed, picked up the delivery bag, and went out the door. I hopped on that secondhand electric scooter with the wind whistling past my ears and put my bright orange delivery uniform back on. Although I have 80,000 yuan in cash on hand, enough for me to study at university without financial worries, I still have a sense of unease. Yesterday's sudden appearance of bodyguards and that Toyota Prado made me realize that I was in a situation more complicated than I had imagined. Let's get the immediate task done first. I silently encouraged myself. Just as the mobile food delivery system started making its notification sound, a large payment order appeared. 5 breakfasts delivered to the football field of Yundong University. When I arrived, several students dressed in designer sportswear were getting impatient. Why are you so slow? We've already warmed up. If you can't even deliver takeout properly, you might as well quit. I smiled apologetically and said, sorry, the breakfast stall was too busy, so the wait was a bit long. After delivering food for the past few months, I've long since developed a face that can withstand being scolded without retaliating. Just as they were packing up the takeout bags, a boy suddenly widened his eyes. Hey, aren't you the one who delivers takeout to Zhang Lulu? The others chimed in, yeah, that's him. The campus belle from the economics department. I gave an awkward laugh and nodded. It seemed the whole school knew about it. Did you catch up? Someone asked with a laugh while chewing on fried rice. Before I could answer, someone next to me chimed in. What are you chasing? Zhang Lulu's already hooked up with Tai Yuan. I saw her riding in his Mercedes yesterday. A sharp pain shot through my heart, but my expression remained unchanged. I simply smiled faintly. Dui Yuvin. That guy's a real womanizer. Another boy scoffed. You should be more realistic and stop dreaming about girls you can't afford to date. They spoke bluntly, and although their words were unpleasant to hear, they contained a degree of reality. I simply nodded after listening, without arguing. These people are on the school's football team, and they all come from well-off families. Being able to join such a team in itself represents money and resources. Children from poor families who want to play football can't even afford the registration fee. So where do they get the opportunity? They keep criticizing the gap in the national football team, but they don't realize that it is also a microcosm of the gap between the rich and the poor. Just then, a clear female voice came from the right. How many times have I told you? You're not allowed to eat this kind of takeout near the training field. Several students put down their lunchboxes and immediately called out, Hello, leader. I turned around and saw a girl with a single ponytail and a sun hat walking towards me. She was wearing sportswear. She had a slender figure and strikingly fair skin. I was stunned for a few seconds, thinking to myself, such a beautiful girl, and she's the leader of this group of boys? You are? She asked, looking at me. Me? I deliver food, I replied. I can tell, she said calmly. Leave after you finish delivering the food. This is a training ground. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to approach. She finished speaking, turned around, and left, leaving me alone. The wind made the hem of my delivery clothes flutter loudly. Delivering food? I see. But please leave as soon as you're done. This is a football training ground. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed near. The girls' training base gave them a direct order to leave. Okay. I nodded quickly, packed up my delivery box, and prepared to leave immediately. Just as he turned to leave, he heard a sarcastic voice from his side. Oh, isn't this Chin Hao the delivery guy who's a Casanova? I frowned and looked up to see a tall boy wearing a Kappa tracksuit grinning in a way that made me want to punch him. Li Weilai, my classmate in college. His father is a municipal party committee cadre. This guy usually looks down on everyone, and he especially dislikes students from ordinary families like me and the two fat guys. Especially when I was pursuing Zhang Lulu, he often made sarcastic remarks behind my back. Li Weilai, are you still at the football field? I couldn't help but ask. He puffed out his chest proudly, his tone full of boasting. I'll train. I want to join the football team at Yundong University. I almost burst out laughing. You? Play on the school team? This kid is always panting like a bellows when he plays pickup games. He's a liability, let alone the school team. He even drags the team down in shorts games. What? You're not convinced? Coach Wang agreed. He patted his sportswear. Several thousand yuan worth of professional equipment. Have you ever seen anything like it when you're delivering takeout? After saying that, he gave an arrogant snort and strode down the avenue toward the stadium. I smiled and replied, but I really wanted to ask him, if sportswear is expensive, can it be used to represent strength? Just as I was about to leave, a familiar female voice came from behind me. Who called you here? We'll let you into the training ground. One of my final destinations is the girl who just chased me away. Dushiro. Li Wei was smiling obsequiously as he approached her, becoming no different from a dog wagging its tail. I stood to the side, watching the lively atmosphere, and casually asked a classmate next to me, Do they know each other? The man chuckled. Hey, another rich young master trying to woo the team leader. Duxuel? Is that the girl? I asked in a low voice. That's right. Her family is very rich. She studied abroad and came to our school for an internship as a master student. After she joined the school team, every few days some rich second-generation guys would try to get in through connections to pursue her, but they were all kicked out. Why? I asked, curious. The companion smiled knowingly. You'll find out soon enough. Du Shiuro looked at Li Wei's letter of recommendation and smiled faintly. Since Wang has finished his homework, I certainly welcome him. However, all the new students must pass the assessment. Li Weilai began to smile ingratiatingly. What kind of assessment? How many laps? That's right, run 10 laps, 10 minutes in total. After she finished speaking, she even reached out and gently patted his face. Li Weilai instantly seemed to have been struck on a pressure point and excitedly replied, I'll run I'll run right now. Without saying a word, he rushed towards the point of close range, as if he were ready to fight to the death. I couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dushiwuro, upon hearing the truth, asked coldly, "Why are you still here?" "I'm leaving now." I suppressed a laugh, picked up the delivery box, and walked out. Just as I reached the door, my phone rang. I answered the phone. "Hey, Erpang? What's up?" "Chin Hao, where are you?" he asked urgently. "School soccer field, food delivery. Come back quickly. Something's happened to the boss." "What?" "Feng Bin. Back to the dorm." As soon as the call ended, my heart sank. I had a bad feeling. I felt anxious the whole way back to my dorm on my bike. Pushing open the door, I saw the room was spacious. All my roommates were there, and even the guys from the next dorm had come over. Even Jiang Min had red eyes. Feng Bin sat on the edge of the bed, a loud handprint clearly visible on his face. I lowered my voice and asked Pang what happened. It was his dad who hit him, Pang sighed. His dad stormed in and slapped us across the face. We were all stunned. I frowned. Why would his dad suddenly come to the school? Because of what happened last night, Pang said in a low voice. Taiwan's father called and said that Feng Bin spent tens of thousands of yuan at the bank last night. He seems to have plenty of money and doesn't plan to pay the remaining balance. That's when I realized that things were all connected in one way. Feng Bin's father's small construction company was already on the verge of collapse, unable to even pay its workers' wages. Now that the Tai family insists they haven't paid the remaining million, his father is naturally devastated. Jiang Min stood up angrily, tears streaming down her face. "What is this? They think they're right because they owe money? We're going to sue them in court." "Damn it, Gu, who owes money, thinks he's right. If all else fails, we should just sue Tai Yuan and his gang and send them home." Jiang Min, who had been standing next to Feng Bin, suddenly said, unsure how to comfort him. "It's no use." Feng Bin sighed, looking dejected. "That old fox Tai Dingfeng runs Dingfeng Real Estate. It looks impressive, but it's just an empty shell company." He looked up and smiled bitterly. "The accounts are cleared, but not a single penny can be found. Several suppliers have won lawsuits against him, but in the end, they can't even collect a single penny. They can only make private plans, take a few dozen less, and accept their bad luck." My heart sank. No money? What about our son driving luxury cars and drinking exorbitantly priced liquor all over the world? Pang slammed his fist on the table, unconvinced. Feng Bin replied helplessly, "The company really doesn't have any money in its accounts. The court can only check the company's accounts. No one can control how their family members spend their money in private." Jiang Min frowned. "You are all the boss's brothers. Now that his father's company is in trouble, we have to think of a solution together." Everyone fell silent. Zhao Yuanxiao's eyes suddenly lit up. "How about we get someone to cause a scene at their company, or find some shady debt collection agency, give them a hard time, and make them behave?" Pang patted his back, perking up. "This method works. Fight evil with evil, and teach that deadbeat father and son a lesson." Feng Bin sighed, "No way. Tai Dingfeng is not someone to be trifled with. He has connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles. If things escalate, we'll be the ones who suffer." The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly heavy. I really don't believe that this deadbeat father and son can't get medical treatment. Pang angrily pounded on the bedboard. I didn't say anything. I just watched them silently. Things have come to this point, and I'm a little bewildered. My intention in having Feng Bin impersonate me, the rich second generation, was to achieve the best of both worlds. He could enjoy the vanity, and I could remain behind the scenes. But now it seems this has instead gotten him into trouble. Feng Bin pondered for a moment before finally speaking. "Oh dear, I should go to Dingfeng Real Estate to apologize. After all, this whole thing started because of me, and I can't let you all get dragged into it." "Boss, this won't do." Zhao Yuanxiao was the first to jump out. "If anyone's going to apologize, it should be us all going together." Pang nodded. "That's right. We brothers will shoulder this burden together." I chimed in, "Yeah, we've never shared the good times or the bad in our dorm." Feng Bin looked at us, a hint of emotion flashing in his eyes. Finally, everyone decided to go to Dingfeng Real Estate building in downtown Yundong in the afternoon. Although that's what they say, everyone knows in their hearts that the waterfall is easy to cross. That father and son were no pushovers. Nobody knew what tricks they were up to. I told them I had to deliver 2 more meals at noon, and we agreed to meet downstairs at the building at 2 p.m., then hurriedly went back to my dorm. The moment the door closed, I heard another muttering sound. "He's still delivering food at a time like this?" Zhao Yuanxiao asked. her tone displeased. Feng Sheng has had such a big incident, and he's still thinking about making money. Yeah, Pang frowned as well. He was most enthusiastic when helping the boss pretend to be rich, but when something really happened, he just ran away. Jiang Min snorted. If it weren't for his messy affair with Tai Yuan, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Feng Bin waved his hand. Forget it. He might really be in trouble. Don't speculate. If he really doesn't come, it's hard to say whether he'll accept the apology. Jiang Min pouted. No way. Qin Hao isn't that kind of person, Feng Bin sighed. Little did they know, I wasn't delivering food at that moment. The first time I sat in the passenger seat of a Cherokee at Lang Zifeng, I carefully examined the implications of this matter. Young Master Su, Lang Zifeng asked while operating the computer, I heard you're interested in Manhattan Dingfeng real estate. I nodded, yeah. My roommate got scammed by them. His dad's construction company is owed money for projects, and that old guy is even threatening not to pay it back. After listening, Lang Zifeng smiled and his fingers flew across the keyboard. Tai Dingfeng, 55 years old, made his fortune from demolition compensation and married the village chief's daughter. Later, he dumped his ex-wife and married a woman 15 years younger than him, Tai Yuan's mother. He has 5 projects and owes over 100 million yuan, including more than 2.6 million yuan owed by your friend's father alone. I was so shocked I couldn't close my mouth. Which sources did you look up for these messages? He chuckled. I have my own channels. The investigation further stated. His company account did indeed have no money, only a little over 1,400 yuan, but his family's funds were all spent in private accounts in Japan and South Korea. I checked, and raising 2 million yuan shouldn't be a problem. I was completely stunned after hearing that. They thought the problem was unsolvable, but it turned out to be a minor issue in Lang Zifeng's eyes. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office of Dingfeng Real Estate, Tai Yuan crossed his legs and asked lazily, Dad, what about Feng Bin's dad too? Tai Dingfeng laughed smugly. What else can I say? As soon as I said I didn't plan to pay back the money, that country bumpkin immediately cowered and begged me to discipline his good-for-nothing son. Tai Yuan laughed. These poor people are ridiculous. They thought you really wouldn't pay back the money because of small matter, but it turns out you never intended to pay it back in the first place. Tai Dingfeng laughed too. You understand me, kid, haha. Yeah, those country bumpkins are so stupid. They actually thought Dad wouldn't pay them back for such a small thing. You're just making excuses. You have no intention of paying back those 2 bumpkins, right? Ha, you little rascal. Dad can't care about you no matter what I do. That Feng Bin really deserved it, daring to help a poor food delivery guy, making me lose face in front of Zhang Lulu. Tai Yuan sat on the sofa in his office, gritting his teeth as he spoke, his voice full of resentment. Don't worry, Xiao Wen, his father, Tai Dingfeng, narrowed his eyes, a cold smile playing on his lips. Even if they come to apologize today, I might still return the money. But since they're here, we can't skimp on the humiliation. As he spoke, he stubbed out his cigar and straightened his collar. Mr. Tai, a few college students have come to apologize to you, young Master Tai. At the door, a glamorous nurse in a bodycon skirt swayed her hips as she walked in. Tai Dingfeng smiled and nodded. Hee, they really arrived right away. Let them wait in the classroom. As the designer turned to leave, Tai Yuan's gaze lingered on her, his eyes so nakedly unsettling. Dad, should I go and deal with them right now? Don't rush, Tai Dingfeng said with a sinister smile. Let's be polite first, then resort to force. I'll go there first, then you can show up and proceed according to plan. After saying that, he went out the door. Hey, Xiao Yu, bring me a cup of coffee, Tai Yuan said with a smirk into the walkie-talkie on the table. Not long after, the assistant came in again with a cup of coffee. As soon as the door closed, Tai Yuan pulled her into his arms. Oh, young Master Tai, your father just left, and you're already like this? Hey, isn't it because you're too alluring? These past few days you seem a bit bigger. As he spoke, he reached out his hand, his movements becoming increasingly brazen. You're annoying, but I'm your father's secretary. The woman verbally refused, but her body didn't move an inch. If he can use it, why can't I? Doi Yuven sneered. It will be mine sooner or later. Next, panting sounds came from the room. Meanwhile, Feng Bin and I were already sitting in the large conference room of Dingfeng Real Estate. Little did we know that such a vile spectacle was unfolding outside. I just left Lang Zifeng and rode my electric bike to the company building, where I met up with my colleagues. Although I wasn't sure how he planned to help us, I felt quite confident. President Tai, I shouldn't have done this. Feng Bin mustered his courage and bowed deeply. I hope you can understand and not hold my father's company accountable. Please settle the project payment. Tai Dingfeng smiled and savored a sip of tea. Don't be nervous. Your father and I are old friends. How could we compare ourselves over such a small misunderstanding? His smiling face made us all think that things might take a turn for the better. But after only 2 seconds, he changed the subject. However, Xiaowen is spoiled by his mother. He always asks me to stand up for him when he says something wrong. In this matter, I will also act as a mediator. Feng Bin's face immediately darkened. I stood up and looked at him calmly. Mr. Tai, just tell me, what do we need to do for you to let Uncle Feng's company go? He smiled, narrowing his eyes. I can't forgive you, but this matter depends on Xiaowen's attitude. How about this? I'll call him over, and you two can have a good talk. After he finished speaking, he made a phone call. A panting voice came from the other end of the phone. Dad, what's wrong? Your classmates are here. Don't leave them out of the way and make me feel ill-mannered. Come out and greet them. Now you know you were wrong? Okay, I'll be right there. I listened to that tone and smiled coldly to myself. Sure enough, the father and son worked in perfect harmony, clearly distinguishing between the good cop and the bad cop. 5 minutes later, the conference room door was pushed open. Tai Yuan, dressed in a luxurious designer outfit, swaggered in and, as soon as he sat down, put his feet directly on the table. Oh, you're all here? The foreman's son, still acting all high and mighty. Feng Bin quickly stood up and bowed deeply. Young Master Tai, it was my fault last time. You can punish me however you want. I just hope that you and your father will not make things difficult for my father again. Tai Yuan sneered, turning his gaze to me. And what about you, you stinky food delivery guy? I felt a surge of anger, but seeing the tense expressions on my brothers' faces, I suppressed my anger and cupped my hands, saying, Young Master Tai, yes, I did see what happened yesterday. He scoffed, Huh, all talk and no action. Where did your arrogance from yesterday go? Erpang couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his fist on the table, saying, Tai Yuan, just say what you want. Tai Yuan glanced sideways and coldly uttered, I'll let you go. Qin Hao, Feng Bin, you two kneel down and lick my shoes clean. The conference room was deathly silent. The air seemed to be flowing, and I could hear my teeth clenching together. Akae mibiaka, fine. Let's be frank. I want Qin Hao and Feng Bin to kneel at my feet and lick my shoes clean. Tai Yuan's answer stunned everyone. Chapter 16 Food. Tai Yuan, don't you think your request is too much? Jiang Min, who was sitting to the side, was the first to stand up and shout. Is it too much? I don't think so. That poor delivery guy harasses my Lulu in the girls' dormitory every day. I've already punished him for free. Tai Yuan rolled his eyes at Jiang Min and said nonchalantly, You're insulting people. Zhao Yuan Xiao also stood up and angrily lunged at the Tai father and son. Yes, that's right. I'm insulting them both, so what are you going to do about it? I'm happy to insult them. So what? You poor bastard. Tai Yuan kept shaking his leather shoe-clad feet on the table, clearly provoking him. Just because you have money, you can do whatever you want. Jiang Min's voice trembled with anger. What's wrong? Little beauty, are you feeling sorry for her? Fine, then you can stay with me for one night, and my feud with Feng Bin and Qin Hao will be over. Tai Yuan looked at Jiang Min with fascination and said with a grin. Seeing the girl he admired being so humiliated in front of him, Feng Bin couldn't help but want to rush over and beat Tai Yuan on the head. Oh, you want to hit me? Come on, hit me. If you can't beat me today, you can take my surname. How about that? Tai Yuan continued to provoke him, swinging his legs. Don't talk about things that young people do. We live in a moral society, but hitting someone is illegal. Tai Dingfeng Plaza next door was not flustered. Instead, he calmly took another sip of tea. You two, you father and son, are bullying people like this. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Qin Hao's provocation was relatively calm, but his eyes were full of determination as he faced the cold embrace of the Tai family father and son. Retribution? Only someone like you who can only make a little money by delivering takeout would believe in that kind of thing. How could someone with real strength be involved in such an unrealistic thing? Stop talking nonsense. Are you going to kneel or not? If you're not going to kneel, then get out of here right now. Tai Yuan looked at Qin Hao with contempt, still thinking about what vicious words he should use to continue humiliating them. Beep, beep, beep. Tai Dingfeng's phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Who sent me this message? The old man picked up his phone and found a message from a stranger with a comment below. Tai Dingfeng, if you don't want this stuff to spread throughout the entire internet media, You'd better settle the outstanding project payments as soon as possible, or you'll bear the consequences. Dad, what's wrong? Who sent you the message? Taiwan originally wanted to continue mocking Feng Bin and Qin Hao, but suddenly noticed that his father's face had turned very ugly. Excuse me. Ladies and gentlemen, please wait in the conference room for a moment. Xiaowen, come with me. Tai Dingfeng suddenly changed his expression and said a few polite words before pulling Tai Yuan away from the conference room. What happened? Why did those two bastards leave? Pang asked, puzzled. Shoo, keep your voice down. Be careful, someone hears you. Zhao Yuanshao waved his hand from the side. So what if I heard about it? Even if I heard about it, I'll still curse them. Pang was still indignant. Qin Hao, what's going on here? Feng Bin, on the other hand, remained relatively calm. I'm a lion too. Maybe he's thinking of some bad ideas to deal with us again? Qin Hao actually knew very well that it must be Lang Zifeng who made the move, but he had no idea what methods they used. About 10 minutes later, Tai Dingfeng and Tai Yuan reappeared in a large conference room. Tai Dingfeng was still smiling, but this time he was red-faced and his neck was thick, and he even had a slap on the left side of his face. Gu Taidingfeng suddenly had a change of heart. Knowing that his son is a bastard, can he hit him? Apart from Qin Hao, almost all the other classmates thought so. I'm sorry to have kept you all waiting. My son and I were just discussing this. Actually, this was all a misunderstanding. If anything was wrong, it was Xiaowen who started it. As you all saw, I just reprimanded him. He knows he was wrong, Tai Dingfeng said, leaving everyone completely baffled. Could it be that Jesus has appeared to us, and even the wicked have repented? Tai Yuan, you dare not apologize to your classmates anymore. Tai Dingfeng said, his eyes wide. I'm so sorry, everyone. I went too far last night and today. I won't do it again. Although he was extremely unwilling, Tai Yuan still reluctantly walked up to the group and bowed deeply. My God, this kid actually admitted his mistake to us. We misunderstood his father, Tai Dingfeng. His father is actually a really good person. Pang, Zhao Yuanshao, and Jiang Min all thought almost the same thing. Wait, whether you admit your mistake or not is fine, but when are you going to settle the final payment you owe my dad for that project? Feng Bin waved his hand to indicate that it didn't matter, and then immediately asked the key question. Yes, you can't just bow like that and forget about the debt of over 2 million, can you? Exactly. I knew you guys couldn't possibly have any good intentions. The other students all voiced similar doubts. How could that be? How could that be? I've already arranged for someone to transfer the money I owed Lao Feng to your father. I estimate your father's company account will receive it soon. Tai Dingfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead, still maintaining his smile. Really? Really? Feng Bin and the others could hardly believe their ears. Yes, this apology actually turned out to be an unexpected outcome. Of course, Tai, keep my word. You can call your dad to verify. Although Tai Dingfeng still had a smile on his face, the sweat constantly rising on his forehead showed that the old fox was nervous at this moment. 5 minutes later, several classmates who had just walked out of Dingfeng Real Estate Company watched nervously as Feng Bin handed over the invoice and phone number. How is it? Has the money been returned? Pang asked anxiously. It's back. It's really back. I confirmed it with my dad. After Feng Gang finished speaking, Pang, Zhao Bin, and Yuan Xiao happily hugged each other, while Jiang Min, who was also very nervous, excitedly embraced Feng Bin. It seems this Longzi Peak is quite interesting. Qin Hao was genuinely happy to see his buddies looking like children. What they didn't know was that at that moment, in the chairman's office of Dingfeng Real Estate, Tai Dingfeng, his face ashen, fought Tai Yuan. Chapter 17 Help. Who exactly did you offend? After a long while, Tai Dingfeng finally shifted his hawk-like gaze from Tai Yuan and gave him a cold look. I just had a little grudge with those college students while drinking last night. But apart from the one named Feng Bin, the rest of them are all from pretty poor families. They're not anything special, Tai Yuan replied after trying hard to recall. Feng Jiangwo is just a contractor from the countryside. I know his capabilities perfectly well beforehand. He couldn't possibly have that much power. You mess with someone you absolutely can't mess with. Tai Dingfeng shook his head, refuting Tai Yuan's assumption. However, apart from Feng Bin who has some money, I heard that Qin Hao, the stinky food delivery guy, has a dead father and only a laid-off mother who works as a cleaner. As for the other two, I don't know much about them, and it's unlikely that their families are wealthy or powerful. Tai Yuan still had no clue. It's obvious that one of your guys is a wolf in sheep's clothing, so I advise you not to provoke them anymore. Otherwise, you might not even know how you died among your classmates, and you'll drag me down with you. Seeing that his son couldn't provide any useful information, Tai Dingfeng simply laid out the guessing game flowchart and stopped the guessing game. But Dad, what kind of information did you receive that could scare you? The chairman of such a prestigious company as Dingfeng Real Estate, like this. Tai Yuan asked, puzzled. See for yourself. Tai Dingfeng threw the phone directly in front of Tai Yuan. How'd they get all this stuff? Tai Yuan looked up in surprise after watching the video on his phone for a while. This includes not only photos of Tai Dingfeng Real Estate bribing relevant government departments, but also videos of Tai Dingfeng's high-ranking officials issuing orders to local thugs and intimidating holdout residents who refuse to relocate. It even includes photos of Tai Dingfeng and Tai Wen's extramarital affairs. Oomph. I'd like to know, too, if any photo or video of this gets out, it would be a devastating blow to Dingfeng Real Estate. Compared to that, an apology and the 2 million yuan in project payments to that old Feng district are nothing. Tai Dingfeng lit a cigarette and took a few deep drags. So you should keep your future knowledge away from those people. Tai Dingfeng said while exhaling a smoke ring. So that matter is just going to be left like that? Are we, the Tai family father and son, afraid of those bumpkins? Tai Yuan asked, tilting his head back somewhat unwillingly. Let it go. Of course not. But I still have no clue about this matter. Once I find out who's behind this. Humph. Tai Dingfeng stubbed out his cigarette heavily in the ashtray on the table and said fiercely. Of course, Qin Hao and his group were unaware that they were now deeply hated by the Tai family. On the way back, everyone kept speculating about what had happened. Boss, stop pretending. Did your dad pull something in there again? Pang asked with a grin. Yes. Look at how arrogant the Tai family father and son were at the beginning. But suddenly they received a message and their attitude completely changed. Uncle Feng must have done something behind the scenes and found someone. Zhao Yuanxiao agreed and analyzed seriously. Feng Bin remained silent with a smile throughout. But he knew very well that when he made the phone call, his father, Feng Zhengwo, was very happy and acted more like a child than he was, constantly asking him how he had managed to deal with the Tai family. It was obvious what his father was doing. So what exactly did it do? Feng Bin was puzzled. He suddenly remembered that last night, 5 burly men, as big as mountains, suddenly appeared and called out in unison, Young Master. Who is him? Feng Bin turned his gaze to Qin Hao, who was not participating in Pang and the others' discussion. Impossible. If he really did that, would he need to deliver takeout every day? He was chasing after Zhang Lulu, and he got humiliated like that. Feng Bin himself denied this idea. Everyone's happy today, so I'd like to treat everyone to dinner at Defuju tonight. You should all call and get in touch. Get all the classmates who can come. Feng Bin decided to put aside this unanswered question for now. Everyone cheered and busied themselves contacting the classmates they needed. Boss, I'm planning to continue delivering food this afternoon. So can I skip this dinner party tonight? Qin Hao felt it was better for him to avoid attending these kinds of events to prevent causing unnecessary trouble for his buddies. No, we were able to get this done smoothly this time because everyone contributed. No one could be left out. Feng Bin said firmly. Qin Hao couldn't refuse any longer. In order to keep everyone from suspecting anything, he decided to continue delivering the food. So he rode his second-hand electric scooter and said goodbye to everyone, deciding to deliver a few more orders first. Qin Hao is really obsessed with money. He never forgets to deliver food. Jiang Min said, snuggling up to Feng Bin and watching Qin Hao's back. Yeah, maybe. Feng Bin's answer was ambiguous. This time, Qin Hao took a food delivery order to deliver a bowl of the cheapest Lantau noodles to a ward in the largest city hospital in Yunnan. In Qin Hao's experience, these are the kinds of orders that delivery drivers generally least like to accept. The reason is simple. It's difficult to guarantee that the noodles won't lose their elasticity and firmness when they arrive at the restaurant, as they've absorbed water and become waterlogged. This often leads to customer complaints. Qin Hao rushed into the ward and found that the person who ordered takeout was a young girl who looked only 17 or 18 years old. Your Lanzhou noodles have arrived. Qin Hao gently placed a quarter of the takeout box on the small cabinet beside the hospital bed. Oh, I see. The girl just grunted, her gaze remaining blankly fixed on the patient lying on the hospital bed, her eyes fixed on the middle-aged woman in her 40s. The woman was emaciated and had great difficulty breathing. She was clearly seriously ill. Sigh. Seeing this scene, Qin Hao sighed deeply, recalling the time when his father was seriously ill and about to pass away. Seeing the scene again, he felt a sense of empathy and his eyes no longer felt dry. Chin Hao didn't want to stay any longer and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Delivery guy, can you do me a favor? The girl, who had been looking a little dazed, suddenly stood up and hugged Chin Hao from behind. Chapter 18, I am her fiancé. Huh? Chin Hao was startled. When the girl stood up, Chin Hao realized that she was tall and slender, and that he, at 1.8 meters tall, was only less than 5 centimeters taller than her. What's wrong? Chin Hao turned around and asked somewhat embarrassedly. After all, this was the first time in his life that such a beautiful young woman had grabbed his arm, and his heart was pounding like a deer, completely bewildered. I'd like to ask you for a small favor. Perhaps realizing that her actions just now were somewhat impolite, the girl gently released Chin Hao's arm and said softly, with a slightly embarrassed expression, What were you busy with? Chin Hao was completely confused. Given his food delivery uniform, what could this girl possibly need his help with? Who wants me to run errands and deliver takeout? Chin Hao wondered to himself. I'd like to ask you to be my fiancé for a while. The girl seemed to have finally mustered up her courage, and her face flushed slightly as she smiled. What fiancé? Are we going to do it a little longer? Chin Hao was completely dumbfounded. Isn't being a fiancé a lifelong commitment? What's the point of just doing it for a short while? Chin Hao stared at the girl in front of him with a puzzled look. To be honest, he hadn't paid much attention to the girl's appearance earlier, but now he realized that although she was young, she was already a stunning beauty. Although it was just a blue and white high school uniform, it still showed off her shapely figure. Her big, dark eyes had regained their sparkle, and looking at her soul, which was as captivating as the stars in the sky, and the traces of tears still lingering on her fair face, made me feel even more pity for her. Is it okay? The girl looked up shyly, gazing at Chin Hao with wide eyes. Yes, that's possible, but I don't understand why. Faced with the girl's request, Chin Hao didn't have the courage to speak up and could only stammer out his question. Because I don't want to be harassed by them anymore. My mother has already had it hard enough. The girl's eyes welled up with tears again as she said this. So, after a quarter of the journey, Chin Hao understood the predicament the girl was facing. The girl's surname is Yu, and her given name is Yu Shanshan. She just turned 18 this year, a time when she should be enjoying the beautiful student life with her classmates on campus. Unfortunately, fate was unkind. Her mother contracted the same terminal illness as Chin Hao's father, uremia. The disease causes great suffering to the patient, who can only prolong their life by staying in the dormitory. However, the more often the patient stays in the dormitory, the worse their physical condition will become. The only cure is to find a matching kidney donor and perform a kidney transplant. Yu Shanshan's mother's uremia has reached the late stage, and doctors have asserted that she will not survive the rest of the year without a suitable kidney transplant. Growing up in a single-parent family, Yu Shanshan has sold everything in her home, including their only property, to pay for her mother's medical treatment, also that her mother can receive a new kidney transplant. Unfortunately, they have been unable to find a suitable kidney donor. Now they have come to the largest central hospital in Yundong City, but even here their condition has not improved, and they are afraid they will not be able to find a suitable kidney donor at all. At that moment, Wang Fuping from the central hospital suddenly saw Yu Shanshan with tears in her eyes. She insisted on introducing her to her fat son, Wang Bo, as her daughter-in-law, and promised that as long as she could marry her son, she could apply for special treatment to help Yu Shanshan's mother get most of her medical expenses reimbursed. Wang Ping has brought her chubby son several times in the past few days. Yu Shanshan is getting annoyed by their constant visits. She wants to refuse them outright, but she is worried that her mother will not receive the treatment she deserves in the hospital. In addition, she has little of the deposit she paid left, and she is also very worried about the subsequent treatment costs. Today, Wang Peng told Yu Shanshan that he had brought his son over and wanted her to agree to the marriage. With his mother critically ill and in imminent danger of death, he had no time to think about such things. The sudden appearance of Chin Hao reminded Yu Shanshan of her earlier idea to have this seemingly honest and unassuming deliverman play her fiancé for a while. This would dispel the two ideas of Wang Pu and his son, and allow her to have some peace and quiet. I see. Okay, I agree. Chin Hao nodded. It seemed there was nothing urgent in the afternoon. Such a cute girl was asking him for help, and there was no reason to refuse. Thank you. Delivery guy. Yu Shanshan happily grabbed Chin Hao's hand and jumped up, but then seemed to feel a little awkward and blushed as she let go. Sure enough, Less than an hour later, a middle-aged man with a large belly wearing a white coat appeared in Yu Shanshan's mother's ward, while the others followed to observe a short, chubby man in his mid-twenties. Shanshan, how is your mother? I've brought Wang Bo to see you again. The middle-aged man greeted everyone warmly as he walked in with a smile, and casually gestured for the chubby boy behind him, Wang Bo, to carry some fruit and nutritional supplements to Shanshan's mother's bedside table. Wang Parker, my mother is still the same as before these days. It's just that we're not related. You always bring your son to visit my mother. I don't think it's appropriate. Having seen this scene many times before, Yu Shanshan said somewhat reluctantly, oh dear, we're not related now, but once you marry my son Wang Bo, we'll be real relatives. By the way, what do you think about that matter? Wang Parker, still smiling, pulled up a chair and sat down next to Shan Shan's mother's hospital bed. Wang Pai, I'm still young, and my mother's illness is so serious right now. This isn't the time to talk about these things, is it? Although Yu Shanshan was young, children from poor families mature early, and her words were very appropriate, generous, and watertight. Shanshan, what you said isn't wrong, but you and my son Wang Bo are such a perfect match. You're bound to end up together sooner or later. It's fine for you to get married now. How about this? You move into my house and live with Wang Bo now, and I'll take care of your mother. What do you think? That old fox, Wang Ju, actually dared to say such things, actually suggesting that his young lady move in with his son before marriage? Yes, yes. Shanshan, I've tidied up our room. It's all clean now. It's so clean. We're just waiting for you to come and sleep with me. Wang Bo, who had been standing to the side, suddenly spoke up. Only then did Qin Hao realize that this short, fat man was not only unattractive, but also seemed to have some problems. Wang Parker, thank you for taking care of Zhao Shan and her mother all this time. But I don't think this marriage is a good idea. Qin Hao said, finally managing to hold back from interrupting. Who are you? Wang Peng's eyes turned cold as he probed Qin Hao with a hint of displeasure. He had assumed that the person in the delivery uniform was just the last one to arrive by chance, so he hadn't noticed Qin Hao at all. I am her fiancé, Qin Hao said confidently, pulling Yuan Shan beside him. Chapter 19 is here for you now. Dad, I won't do it. You promised that as long as I stop wetting the bed, you would bring Shanshan to our house for me to sleep in. You lied to me. Wang Bo, who was standing next to his father, grabbed Wang's hand and loudly complained, as if he were just a child. Oomph. Shanshan, I've known you and your daughter for more than just a couple of days. How come I've never heard of you having a food delivery fiancé? Wang Peng's face darkened, and he shook off Wang Bo's hand, loudly questioning him. My fiancé just came from his hometown. I didn't mention it beforehand. Yu Shanshan was, after all, an 87-year-old woman. Seeing Wang from the central hospital turn his back on her, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Her face turned red, and she lowered her head as she spoke, not daring to look him in the eye. Oomph. These past few days, the Wang family has treated you and your mother quite well, even arranging a private room for you and providing the best possible treatment. You should know that your family's bill is still hanging in the hospital's account. If it were settled, I'm afraid you and your mother would have been kicked out of the central hospital long ago. Now you suddenly have a food delivery fiancé. What am I supposed to do? Wang Yao sneered, his eyes fixed on the young girl, Chi-Chi. Yu Shanshan was at a loss. She originally thought that by bringing Qin Hao, the food deliver man, to temporarily replace her fiancé, she could make the father and son back down. Little did she know that the cunning old man Wang had given her such a big trap. Wang Ping, since Shanshan is my fiancé, I should naturally be responsible for all of her mother's medical expenses. As for how much medical bills they owe to your hospital, just tell me directly. There's no need to threaten Shanshan and her mother with such words. At this moment, when Yu Shanshan was at a loss for what to do, Qin Hao immediately stepped in front of her to block her. You? Not that I look down on you. You're just a food delivery guy. How could you possibly have the money to pay for the medical expenses for that mother and daughter? Wang Ping said contemptuously, touching the gold-rimmed glasses on her nose. Whether you have money or not, at least tell me the number of people first, right? Qin Hao still looked relaxed. Okay, I'll have the finance department compile the bills right away. Wang Ping took out his phone and dialed the hospital's finance office. Hello, this is Dean Wang. You need to immediately compile a list of all outstanding payments for the patients in the 301 ICU and bring it to me right away. Upon hearing this, Yu Shanshan panicked. Although she still had some money left, she knew very well that if the advance payment was fully settled, She would have no way to keep her mother in the hospital any longer. Originally, she just wanted to find an excuse to get rid of this troublesome man, but she never expected that this deliverman she had just found would cause her and her mother such a big problem. Yu Shanshan nudged Qin Hao from behind, as if to see if she could get him to say something conciliatory or pay less of the advance payment. Shanshan, it's okay. Your fiancé will take care of anything. Qin Hao misunderstood her meaning and gently patted the girl's hand, as if to reassure her that he was there for her and she didn't need to worry. Now Yu Shanshan was even more worried. The Wong father and son were giving her even more trouble. And now, she had figured out this muddle-headed guy. Do you think you can do everything? When they calculate the subsidy, you pay it for me. If you could pay it for me, why would you need to deliver takeout? The girl secretly complained, but she couldn't say it out loud. The cunning and shrewd Wang Ping observed all of this, but inwardly he sneered. Little girl, trying to pull these tricks? You think you can just find some delivery guy to get rid of us? You wish. When your exorbitant subsidy bill comes in, let's see how you talk your way out of it. If it weren't for the fact that your figure is good for improving the Wong family's genes, I wouldn't have bothered arguing with you. Soon, only a dozen minutes later, a nurse rushed into Yu Shanshan's mother's ward. Hello, your mother's total hospitalization cost is currently 27,365 yuan. After deducting the 50,000 yuan already collected when you were admitted, you still need to pay an additional 77,365 yuan. You can pay the outstanding amount immediately, otherwise it may affect your mother's desired normal treatment. Furthermore, we have the right to discharge you immediately. The nurse sighed as she looked at the bill. Huh? More than 70,000? I don't even have 30,000 yuan. Upon hearing the amount owed, Yu Shanshan's eyes immediately reddened, and crystal tears kept welling up in them. It's okay if you don't have enough money. Do you have this food delivery fiancé? He just said so nicely that he'll help you out with anything. Wang Ping said with a smile at the opportune moment. Wang Pai is right. As Shanshan's fiancé, if I can't even handle this small matter, then I'm really no better than that mentally challenged dwarf who can't even speak properly. Qin Hao chuckled and took over the conversation. Who are you calling a mentally challenged dwarf? Where did this wild brat come from? How dare you mess with me? You should at least ask around at Yundong Central Hospital to find out who I am, Wang. At this sore spot, Wong Parker suddenly sat up straight in his chair, glaring angrily at Qin Hao, clearly genuinely enraged. I don't know who you, so-called king, are, but I do know that there's a deputy director at Yundong Central Hospital who, under the guise of caring for patients, abuses his power for personal gain and intends to lure patients into becoming his daughters-in-law. Seeing that their pretense had been completely exposed, Qin Hao naturally had nothing more to say. Good. I've seen plenty of young people who are arrogant from the very beginning. Now let me see your strength. If you can't pay the medical bills owed by Yu Shanshan's mother within an hour, I'll have the security guards kick you all out right now, and I'll also have the hospital's legal department oversee your family. Wang Peng laughed angrily, then plopped down and looked back at Qin Hao and Yu Shanshan, who were sitting coldly in the chair. Brother, you've really screwed us over. Yu Shanshan whispered softly in Qin Hao's ear, her voice already trembling with a hint of tears. I'll give it to you right now, in less than an hour. Qin Hao was naturally calm and collected. He reached into his orange delivery uniform, pulled out a huge brown paper envelope, and tossed it to a nurse holding a bill. Chapter 20, I Can Save Her Too. This is... Xiao Ming was stunned. There were many ways to pay hospitalization fees, but this was the first time she had ever seen a cash package in a manila envelope handed to her. Wang Ping was also visibly taken aback. He had never expected that this young man in a delivery uniform would throw such a large bag of money at him. There's 80,000 yuan in here. You can count it now. That should be enough for the medical expenses your mother owes, right? If you need any more money later, I can give you more. Qin Hao arrogantly sat down on the chair next to him. It has to be said that the feeling of throwing money at people is really great. This is indeed 80,000 yuan, Dr. Wang. The nurse opened the envelope, quickly checked it. It was a stack of new bills that hadn't been touched since being withdrawn from the bank, so the amount was easy to see, and then turned to Qin Hao, saying, Sir, please come with me to the payment counter on the first floor of the cashier's office to complete the necessary procedures. Okay, Shanshan, you stay here and take good care of your mother. I'll be back in a bit. Qin Hao glanced at Yu Shanshan, who seemed a little lost, and then left the ward with the nurse. Well done, Shanshan. I didn't realize you little girl actually found a rich, clueless guy to patronize you. Wang Peng glanced at Yu Shanshan, who was standing to the side, completely dumbfounded by the scene. E? E? Yu Shanshan stammered, unsure of what to say. She only asked him to pretend to be her fiancé, but she never asked him to pay for her financial assistance. And it's such a large sum of money. What should she do now? However, there's no need for you to rush things. Zhao Shan, your mother's condition is already very serious. I believe her attending physician has already told you that without a kidney donor, your mother is unlikely to survive until the end of the year. Originally, I thought that since Wang Bo married you, I, as the deputy director of the central hospital, would have some influence in this circle. I could easily help my in-laws find a kidney donor through special channels. Now that you have this foreign fiancé, it seems you won't need our family anymore. Wang Ping's words threw Yu Shanshan into a panic once again. Yes, the money for mom's treatment is settled, but her illness still needs treatment. If there's no available kidney donor, my mother won't have to suffer like this. Wang Ping, I beg you, you must help my mother, okay? Yu Shanshan could no longer control herself and began to plead with the Wang father and son, tears streaming down her face. Beg me? Now you want to beg me? I've had enough. Go away, Wang Bo. Looks like you're not cut out for this. I'll find you another girl to be your wife. With that, Wang Ping stood up, looking at the foolish Wang Bo, seemingly about to leave. No, Daddy, no. I want Zhao Wamai to be my wife. I only like sleeping with her. Wang Bo, who looked somewhat mentally challenged, grabbed Wang Puer's hand and kept shaking it back and forth. Good son, I also want you to marry Shan Shan, but she already has a man, so it's not your turn to sleep with her. Do you understand? Give up on that idea as soon as possible. Wang Parker seemed to be telling Yu Shanshan's mother, deliberately drawing out these words. I was just lying to you. That person isn't mine at all. In her desperation, Yu Shanshan almost blurted out the truth. That person isn't him. I'm a young man, and my hearing isn't very good. Speak louder. Isn't that delivery guy yours? Although he knew exactly what Yu Shanshan meant, Wang Ping still intended to use this cunning method to wear down the young girl's temper. That delivery guy, no, he's not mine, not my fiancé, Yu Shanshan whispered. You should have said so earlier. I knew it. How could a girl like Zhao Wan phone from our family date a delivery guy? But you're lying to Uncle Wang, right? I won't hold it against you. As soon as that smelly delivery guy comes back, you can just tell him to his face that you want to marry Wang Bo from our family. And then Uncle Wang will take care of your mother's kidney problem. Wang clapped his hands and laughed. Shan Shan, come on, come with me. I'm back. Let's go home and sleep. The silly boy Wang Bo also heard that things had changed, and happily walked up to Yu Shanshan and reached out to take the girl's hand. Oh dear. Although Yu Shanshan was anxious to save her mother, she couldn't help but back down and dodge because of this silly boy. Xiao Bo, don't be in such a hurry. Since your sister Shan Shan cares so much about her mother, she will definitely agree to our request. You can rest assured about her as your wife. The shrewd and calculating Wang Ping was naturally afraid that her silly son Wang Bo would frighten Yu Shanshan, so she quickly pulled the boy away. Shan Shan, now you agree to be our Wang family's daughter-in-law, right? Seeing that her wicked scheme was about to succeed, Shan Shan couldn't help but feel overjoyed. She thought to herself, if her silly son really married a beautiful girl like Shan Shan, what a prestigious thing that would be. Actually, this old fox wasn't telling the truth. Given the current shortage of kidneys in the organ market, it would be easy for him, as a deputy director at a district central hospital, to get a suitable matching kidney. But his plan was to use these words to get the young girl to agree to a relationship sooner rather than later. Once his foolish son and the girl had consummated their relationship, even if he said he couldn't get one, the young girl, unfamiliar with Yandong City, would have already submitted to the Wang family. Yu Shanshan bit her thin lips, unable to speak for a long time due to the intense internal struggle. Finally, she caught a glimpse of her mother, who remained unconscious on the hospital bed. And with a sudden look up, she made her decision. I'm willing to be one of you. You'll be my wife, right? This question was suddenly interrupted by Qin Hao, who had just entered the room. You stinky delivery guy, causing trouble again? Wang Peng was naturally furious when he saw the duck in his mouth fly away. Yu Shanshan is my fiancé. How could I possibly cause trouble? Qin Hao was clearly angry this time, and said without backing down an inch. Still wearing the child's clothes? Shanshan already told me the situation. You're just a scapegoat. Yes. Shanshan didn't sleep with you at all. The Wang father and son launched a joint attack, posing questions. Delivery guy, I'm so grateful to you for everything you've done for me, but I have to save my mom. Even Yu Shan, who was standing next to her, said softly with tears in her eyes. That's right. I also have to help save your mother. So I've just found a kidney donor. Chin Hao's performance once again stunned everyone in the ward. Chapter 21. Big deal. What? You can find a suitable kidney donor too? Yu Shan grabbed Chin Hao's arm in disbelief. Shan, you're listening to his bragging. How can a food delivery guy be more capable than me, the deputy director of Yundong Central Hospital? It takes me a long time to find a suitable kidney donor, and I have to pull strings with countless acquaintances to find one. He just went out for a short while, and he dares to say he found a kidney donor. Wang, who had just been shocked, immediately began to speak with sarcasm and skepticism. It's no wonder he said that. The organ market is always a case of supply being demanded but priceless. Kidneys, for example, are not so easy to buy even if you have money. Moreover, pearls often sell for unimaginable prices on the black market. Brother, I know you're a good person, and I know you genuinely want to help me, but please don't give me this false hope, okay? Having probably believed Wang Peng's words, Yu Shan slowly pulled Chin Hao's hand and sold him. Shan, I'm not giving you false hope. I've already asked someone to help me make the arrangements. I believe someone from the Central Hospital will contact you soon to arrange your mother's kidney transplant surgery. Chin Hao didn't seem to care much about the girl's distrust. After all, if someone had suddenly appeared out of nowhere last year claiming they could cure his father's kidneys, he wouldn't have believed it either. Still bragging. As the second division of this hospital, do you think I don't know which patients need organ transplants? I see. You're just trying to use these words to fool Shan, this naive girl, and then trick her into sleeping with you, right? Wang Rong maliciously speculated from the side. Dad, I don't want Shan to sleep with this boy. I only want Shan to sleep with me. Wang Bo, wiping his snot, shouted loudly. Don't worry, Dad, and you'll just watch from the side. I want to see how this kid will deal with this milk-blowing mess, Wang Pure said, patting his silly son's hand to comfort him. Suddenly, the door to the single-patient intensive care unit was pushed open from the outside, and 7 or 8 doctors in white coats walked in. Wang Peng recognized some of them as surgical experts from the hospital, while others looked familiar and were likely prominent figures in the medical community of Yundong City. What's going on? Even he, who is usually cunning and steady, was a little confused. So many experts had suddenly come to consult on one patient. He had never seen such a scene in his more than 10 years as the vice principal of the Central Hospital. President Liu, Elder He, what brings you here too? At the very back of the crowd were Liu Peng from the Central Hospital and He Yunfeng, a figure hailed as a pillar of the medical community in Yundong City. Elder He, old master, he is no ordinary person. I heard that in his early years, he treated national leaders in the capital, and the people he came into contact with were all wealthy and powerful figures. It was only because he got old that he returned to Yundong City to retire. Many hospitals wanted to invite him, but he eventually became a visiting expert at his apprentice Liu Ping's Central Hospital. However, he was an expert that most people couldn't invite, and even after being promoted to Lao Lu, he had only been seen making 3 house calls. What exactly is going on? Wang Parker asked incredulously. Liu, from the Central Hospital, simply waved his hand at him, signaling him not to ask any more questions. Then he turned to the young girl, Yu Shan, and asked, Are you Niao Shanshan? Is this your mother who suffers from poisoning? Yes. Although the little girl didn't recognize the people in white coats in front of her, she knew very well that they had come to treat her mother's illness. However, she and her mother were just ordinary people. Why had so many doctors come to see her? Could it be that the kidney donor the delivery guy mentioned had really been found? Oldie, take a look. This is the patient's consultation record. Liu Ping took the medical record from the person in charge of Yu Shan's mother's prescription and held Old He's prescription. The hemoglobin level is only 40, and there's a risk of death at any moment. An organ transplant must be performed immediately. When will the suitable kidney arrive, according to IPX? Old He asked Liu Ping after glancing at the medical record. The patient's supplies have just been sent over, and they responded immediately. IPEX says that a suitable kidney was shipped from Bern, Switzerland, by a private jet and will arrive at Yundong City Airport by noon tomorrow. I've also arranged for someone and a car to be stationed at the airport, so that as soon as the kidney arrives, it will be transported back from the airport immediately. Liu Gang's answer didn't surprise Wang Yuan, Yu Chi, and the others. Yes, I'll be at the hospital tomorrow morning. I'll be waiting all day for a kidney donor. As soon as the donor arrives, the surgery will begin immediately. By the way, have you considered the transportation factors? After nodding, Old He raised another question. Don't worry, Mr. He. I've already spoken with the Traffic Management Bureau. Tomorrow they will arrange 2 police cars to clear the way for the truck transporting the kidneys to prevent any traffic jams. You're still as meticulous as ever. All right, this ward needs to be monitored 24 hours a day to keep an eye on the patient and see if anything goes wrong, understand? After saying that, Oldie led the group of doctors and left Yu Shanshan's ward like a gust of wind. The ward fell silent again, with Wong Parker and his mentally challenged son Wong Bo lying on his back, looking somewhat dazed. Delivery guy, what's going on? Yu Wan Shan, who had just regained some of her senses, grabbed Qin Hao's hand and asked in disbelief. What's going on? Of course, these experts are here to perform a transplant on your mother. Qin Hao said with a smile. Is this really? They found a kidney donor so quickly. Well, I guess your mother was just lucky. Qin Hao's answer remained as nonchalant as ever. Just lucky. Wong Parker, who was still a bit stunned by what had just happened, jumped up from his chair. What's wrong? Dean Wong, why are you so startled? Qin Hao asked, feigning surprise. No, it's nothing. It was my fault. It was my fault. Shan, if you need anything in the future, just ask your Uncle Wong for help. As for what that idiot Wong Bo said, don't take it to heart. How could such a beautiful girl like you marry him? I think you and this delivery guy are a perfect match. A perfect match. He. Wang Pingxing said these polite words while pulling up Wang Bo, who was still sitting on the ground playing around, and then turned around and slunk away from Shanshan's mother's intensive care unit. What's wrong with Dean Wong? Why is he suddenly so easy to talk to? Dean Wong's sudden change of attitude left Yu Shanshan completely bewildered. Chapter 22, The Gathering. Maybe it's a change of heart? Qin Hao smiled faintly. Meanwhile, Wong Parker, who was walking down the hospital corridor with his mentally challenged friend Wong Bo, was still filled with terror. Just who is this food delivery guy? In just 30 days, he managed to find all the most prominent doctors in Yundong City. And that old man, He Lao, is not someone that ordinary officials and dignitaries can easily invite. I remember once a bureau-level leader's father was seriously ill and came to me, hoping that I could have my old friend He Gang come and take a look. As a result, when I explained my purpose on the phone, he scolded me harshly and didn't give me any face at all. Oh dear, IBEX. Qin Hao and Yu Shanshan didn't know what kind of organization it was, but Wang Nepal knew very well. This is the largest and most authoritative national medical academic institution. The experts and doctors, they're all top-tier mentors from various internationally renowned medical schools. No matter what disease you have, you will receive the best medical solutions and treatment plans in the world there. This organization is headquartered in Bern, the capital of Switzerland. It is said that its organ bank has been storing various types of human organs and blood types in liquid nitrogen for many years, as long as they can cure you in cases where there are no suitable organs. Of course, treatments from these top-tier national medical organizations are also very expensive, and their long-term clients are often Middle Eastern crown princes or European and American financial oligarchs. Even Wang Pusa had never heard of or seen a case like this, where organs were directly transported by special plane. This kind of service must cost at least $1 million, right? Wong Parker wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Regardless of who this food delivery person was, Wang Ping was certain of one thing. This was someone you absolutely should not offend. Of course, Qin Hao and Yu Shanshan, who were in the ward, had no idea what Wong Parker was thinking. Qin Hao was just very happy to be with this little girl in front of him. Delivery guy, I still don't know your name? Yu Shanshan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. My name is Qin Hao, and I'm a student at Yundong University. The person delivering the food is just me. Qin Hao smiled, feeling even more that this girl was a beautiful and intelligent young woman. Brother Qin Hao, I really don't know how to thank you. As she said this, the girl's eyes reddened and she was about to cry again. No need to thank me right away. Didn't Elder, he just say that your mother can have surgery tomorrow? You can thank me after your mother's surgery is successful tomorrow. What do you mean? Yu Shanshan's pretty face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head in embarrassment, not knowing what she was thinking. No, it's not what you think. Qin Hao hurriedly explained. Kids these days are so precocious. Who knows how this little girl interpreted thank you? I know, Brother Qin Hao doesn't seem like that kind of person, but I just wanted you to know that it's all right. Even if Brother Qin Hao asked me to thank him that way, I'm fine with it. As she said this, the girl's face turned as red as a ripe apple, and she turned her head away, no longer daring to look at Qin Hao. E, E. Qin Hao stammered for a long time, without being able to explain himself clearly, but the awkward yet slightly ambiguous atmosphere in front of him made him feel very uncomfortable. Oh dear, it's almost 6 o'clock now? Zhao Shan, I have something to do tonight, so I can't keep you company. I'll come see you again tomorrow after your mother's surgery. With that, Qin Hao left like a gust of wind, leaving the bewildered girl in the ward. Today, our boss, Feng Bin, is going to treat everyone to dinner at Defuju, the largest restaurant in Yindong City. Although I don't really want to go, I can't refuse his hospitality, so I'll just have to go and have a look around. Defuju is located in a bustling area in the city center of Yindong City. The restaurant itself is a long-established brand. Despite the continuous influx of new restaurants from other places, none of them can shake Defuju's position as the leading restaurant in Yindong City. Those who can dine here are not necessarily rich or noble, but the fact that each person spends 300 or 400 yuan is enough to make the average wage earner hesitate. When Qin Hao arrived on his big-bladed electric scooter, it was almost 6:30 p.m., right around dinner time. The entrance to Defuju is bustling with hundreds of cars and a constant stream of diners. Luckily, I'm riding an electric bike, which saves me the trouble of looking for parking spaces everywhere. Qin Hao secretly rejoiced as he walked into the lobby of Defuju. Hello, sir. Oh, are you here to pick up your takeout? But I didn't know that Defuju offers takeout delivery service. The female greeter at the door, dressed in a flamboyant manner, patted Qin Hao, who was wearing a takeout delivery uniform, with a puzzled look. No, I'm here to eat. Qin Hao smiled. It seemed that this outfit had indeed caused him a lot of trouble. Oh, I'm sorry. Please come in. The female greeter smiled apologetically and let Qin Hao in. Here he is. Here he is. Qin Hao had just entered the hall when he saw Feng calling him in from not far away. Everyone's here? Sorry I'm late. There was a bit of trouble with a takeout order, which made me a little late. Qin noticed that Haobin had booked a large table for more than 20 people, and basically all the classmates he was close to had already arrived. Oh, you actually came? Jiang Min, who had been sitting next to Feng Bin, glanced at Qin Hao and said with some disdain, Since you're here, please have a seat. Feng Bin greeted warmly. When your boss was going through the toughest time, you still had the energy to deliver food. Now that everything's settled, you still know to come eat. Jiang Min was clearly still holding a grudge against Qin Hao for delivering food at noon. Forget it, forget it. Everyone helped out. These guys are all my good brothers. Feng Bin and Jiang Min were worried that her sharp tongue would hurt Qin Hao's pride again, so they quickly stopped her. Yes, no matter what, Qin Hao went to Dingfeng Real Estate with us through thick and thin and confronted the Tai family father and son face to face. That's what makes him a good brother. Erpang immediately said to Qin Hao. Qin Hao simply smiled and didn't say anything more. I'm in a good mood today, so everyone can eat and drink to their heart's content. I'll cover whatever you spend. Feng Bin stood up, raised his arm, and toasted everyone. The atmosphere at the table immediately became lively, with a dozen boys and several girls toasting each other. Hey, so many people? Is this a big gathering of poor people? Just as everyone was having a good time, a rather annoying voice rang out again. Chapter 23 accident. Why is this guy always haunting me? Qin Hao frowned. He had no idea that no one but that fiery Du Lan Lan could have said that. Du Lan Lan, why do you keep bothering us? We were the ones who came to Defuju first this time. Erpang asked, looking unhappy. Who's following you? We're here to eat with Li Wei. Who wants to hang out with poor bastards like you? Du Lan Lan pointed to Zhang Lulu, who was holding Li Wei's arm not far away. Li Wei is here? How did your 10 laps around the soccer field go this morning? Upon seeing him, Qin Hao suddenly recalled the scene that had occurred on the soccer field that morning. I thought about it later, and I still think I'm not really suited to playing football. Li Wei looked embarrassed when Qin Hao brought up his embarrassing situation. Hey Zhang Lulu, weren't you with Tai Yuan? What's wrong? Jiang Min asked curiously when she saw Zhang Lulu standing next to Li Wei. Tai Yuan and I are just ordinary friends. Please don't misunderstand. I came here with Li Wei this time because he said the steamed lobsters at Defuju are especially delicious, and he insisted on bringing Lan Lan and me over. Zhang Lulu answered generously, but deliberately emphasized the word lobster. Lulu, why are you talking to these poor bastards? They're eating cheap, mass-market dishes in the lobby, and you're talking to them about lobster? They probably think you mean spicy crayfish. Du Lan Lan immediately chimed in with her sarcastic remarks. Yes, Our reserve booth is over there. Let's not waste our breath on them. Let's go. Li Wei pulled Zhang Lulu beside him toward a booth that was separated from them by a partition not far away. Oomph. It's just eating lobster. What's so great about it? Jiang Min pouted. All right, forget it. Let's just ignore them. We should eat. Feng Swanbean clearly didn't want to cause any more trouble. Yeah, ignore them. You know what? Our boss Feng Bin was really impressive this afternoon. Her Pang chimed in. Really? How impressive is it? Tell us quickly. Really? How come Tai Yuan, who's usually so arrogant, paid back the money so easily this time? That's right, tell us. Several close classmates also started asking questions. So were Peng and Zhao Yuanxiao began to embellish the story of what happened at Dingfeng Real Estate that afternoon, with Jiang Min adding to it from time to time. At this moment, Qin Hao's mind was not on their conversation at all. This Li Wei came. In the morning, he was trying to woo Du Shiuro, the team leader, under the pretext of joining the football team. In the evening, he brought Zhang Lulu to dinner. Does being from a wealthy family mean you can play with people's feelings so recklessly? And what puzzles him most is that he hopes the girl really doesn't care about a womanizer like him. Is it really true that women only love bad boys? Qin Hao shook his head, feeling that this idea was not advisable. Perhaps I really am the grandson of the chairman of Tianyu Group. Wasn't I just a carefree person born into a life of pleasure? Is Tai Yuan's father really that easy to talk to? A close male friend asked, puzzled, after listening to her Pang's story. We discussed this matter before. That old guy couldn't possibly have good intentions. Someone must have put pressure on him behind the scenes for him to be blind. Zhao Yuanxiao explained. What could it be? How could someone be so powerful as to be able to suppress a big shot like the owner of Dingfeng Real Estate? A girl asked. Well, you'll have to ask Feng Bin. Jiang Min leaned against Feng Bin with considerable pride and said, Ask me, I don't know either. I've been thinking about this for a long time, but I still haven't found a clue. Feng Bin blushed and said honestly, Boss, don't be modest. We all know that your old man stepped in behind the scenes. Pang seemed very happy for their boss, Feng Bin. Yes, just like last night, those burly bodyguards who suddenly appeared and beat up thugs, even called you young master. You still want to lie to us. Zhao Yuanxiao was still trying to smooth things over. All right, I know you're being modest. Jiang Min leaned happily against Feng Bin, making him even more embarrassed. All right, you guys know what? Last night, when we got back to the dorm, our leader even helped us by sending 20 super rockets to Ruming's live stream, which allowed her to PK that little demon of magic. It was so satisfying. Pang suddenly remembered what happened last night and immediately boasted loudly. Really? I only knew that Rumung, the little cow, advanced in the live stream on Maoya last night. I didn't expect it was your boss who recharged to get it, a boy said excitedly. 20 super fires. How much would that cost? Jiang Min, who had no idea about this, immediately asked nervously. No, it's not much money. Yeah, and the bosses are all anonymous. When they charged, they even said they were helping me and Pang. Zhao Yuanxiao and Pang immediately tried to smooth things over for Feng Bin when they saw things were going wrong. Really? I don't believe you, Feng Bin. I want to hear from you. Jiang Min glared at Feng Bin, staring intently into his eyes. I just wanted to help Pang and the others with the last one. It didn't cost much. Feng blushed, not because of Bin's spending of money, but because he felt embarrassed to put someone else's problem into his own. You're not allowed to watch live streams on those platforms anymore, and you can't spend money on them either. Jiang Min now seemed to be acting like a domineering housekeeper. Everyone chatted about old stories for a while, and the atmosphere was quite lively. After several rounds of drinks and several dishes, the event gradually came to an end. I'm sorry, sir. The money on your card isn't enough. Qin Hao, who had been silent, seemed to hear the voice of a waiter coming from the next enclosure. How is that possible? My card has a limit of 20,000 yuan. How could it not be enough? This should be Li Weilai's voice. However, your total bill was 31,825 yuan, but we have already rounded it down to 31,800 yuan, the waitress replied politely. What? How can it be so expensive? 2 lobsters only cost that much. The 2 steamed Australian lobsters cost 5,000 yuan in total, but the 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite that this lady ordered are worth nearly 20,000 yuan. The rest of the price is about the same, the waitress patiently explained. You ordered such expensive drinks? This time, I think Li Weilai was a little intimidated. I'm sorry, after deducting the available credit of 15,000 yuan from your card, There is still 16,000 yuan left to pay. Do you want cash or? Although the waitress spoke politely, her underlying meaning was quite clear. Chapter 24 Embarrassing. It seems that if Li Weilai can't pay the money right away, he probably won't be able to leave to Fuju today. By this time, the waitress's voice had become quite loud, and almost everyone at the party table next to Feng's table could hear it, causing the previously noisy scene to quiet down immediately. What's wrong? Hopefully, Zhang Lulu and her friends ordered 2 very expensive bottles of wine. And when it came time to pay, Li Wei didn't have enough money left? Serves them right. Weren't Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan so arrogant just now? What happened to them now? The students at this table began to gloat. Isn't this inappropriate? Besides, they're my classmates too, Fongbin stood up and left, and naturally Jiang Min and her Pangzi followed him. At this point, Li Weilai was indeed in a rather awkward situation. He had joined the football team with great enthusiasm this morning, thinking that he could win the favor of Du Shiuro, the sports goddess of Yundong University, by virtue of his status as the son of an official. Little did he know that the girl would make him run 10 laps around the football field as a test to get into the team. With his physique, let alone 10 laps, he would have been a defender crawling after just 2 laps. He encountered the united efforts of the entire football team and had no hope of joining the team. Feeling extremely frustrated, he went up to the study building to see if he could find another opportunity to pick up girls. He happened to run into Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan, who were there because of what happened at the Silver Disco the day before. They wondered what kind of rich second-generation Tai Yuan was, since he had been humiliated by a food delivery guy. Today I heard that Feng Bin, Qin Hao, and their roommates went to Dingfeng Real Estate, owned by Tai Wen's family, to get back an astonishing amount of outstanding construction payments, and are now lavishly inviting everyone to Defuju for a celebratory dinner. This made the 2 girls even more disappointed with Tai Yuan's family, while Li Wei, who was only thinking about getting back at them by picking up girls, came at that moment. Because the 3 of them usually had a bad relationship with their classmates Feng Bin and Qin Hao, no one invited them to Defuju for the celebration party. Upon meeting, they felt an instant connection, as if they had known each other for a long time. Li Weilai immediately suggested that he invite the 2 beauties to Defuju restaurant for dinner, and that they should eat the best Australian lobster despite these poor bastards. Little did anyone know that Du Lanlan actually thought Li Wei would spend a fortune and not care about money. So in addition to the Australian lobster, she unexpectedly ordered 2 bottles of Lafite to show off, never expecting this outcome. Call the managers over here. I don't have enough money on me right now, but I can guarantee with my status that I will never default on my debt. As soon as he saw that Feng Bin and the others had come to watch the commotion, Li Weilai immediately glared at them and put on his so-called second-generation official airs again. Hee manager? Okay, I'll ask him to come right away. The waitress was obviously experienced and didn't take Li Wei's 6th question to heart. She just snorted and immediately contacted the front desk via walkie-talkie. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with Li Weilai? Feng Bin asked, trying to lighten the mood. It's nothing, just a little misunderstanding. No need for you all to worry about it. Li Weilai said with a cold face, not showing any concern whatsoever. Exactly. So what if we ordered 2 extra bottles of wine? When the manager comes, Li Wei will definitely give us face. It's not like you guys, eating some ordinary stir-fry dishes and drinking some beer in the lobby and acting like it's New Year's Day. How embarrassing. Du Lanlan, standing to the side, did not hold back and continued to mock them relentlessly. Weilai, what if the manager of Defuju comes in a little while? Won't he apologize to everyone? Perhaps because she saw Feng Bin's 3rd Qin Hao, Zhang Lulu immediately snuggled up to Li Weilai and said in a coquettish voice, apologize? Of course we will. With my dad's status and position in Yundong City, it's already a huge favor for us to be able to dine at their Defuju restaurant. Li Wei had a good idea of how much face his father gave him, but now that he didn't have a beauty in his arms, his confidence suddenly soared. Oh, I'd like to know whose father is so influential that he dares to freeload at our Defuju restaurant. Before Li Wei could finish speaking, a beautiful female manager dressed in a dress that covered her buttocks and was undergoing surgery walked over. Manager Mei is at this table. He still owes us 16,000 yuan. He said he wants me to invite you over so that we can pay on credit. The waitress pointed to Li Wei and Zhang Lulu at the table. You're the manager of Defuju? Li Weilai was a little incredulous that such a beautiful woman was actually the manager of this grand hotel. That's right. I'd like to remind you first that since our Defuju opened, we have never allowed customers to pay on credit. So I'm curious, what gives you the right to ask me to let you pay in credit? The beautiful manager raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying a hint of coldness. Well, my father is Director Li Shu Win, who is in charge of real estate planning in the municipal bureau. I am his son, Li Weilai. It shouldn't be a big deal for me to have a meal here and pay a little extra, right? Li Weilai was taken aback, but immediately brought up his father, hoping to suppress the beautiful manager's aura in one fell swoop. Li Shu Win, oh, I know him. But the one who wants the real estate planning should be Director Ma Minglu, right? I just met him and had drinks with him at Defuju yesterday. You mean this Li Shu Win is the deputy director who's about to retire and is in charge? This manager may seem to know a lot about the officialdom in Yundong City, and immediately revealed that Li Weilai's father was just a deputy director. So what if your son is the deputy director? Even if I were him, I wouldn't have the privilege of signing a contract. Seeing that his trick had been rejected, Li Weilai had no choice but to grit his teeth and persevere. Sorry, but don't think that just because you're the son of Deputy Director Li, you're actually the son of Director Ma. You can't owe us money at Defuju. Manager May's smile was like a spring breeze, but what she said was ruthless. You dare to be so arrogant at Defuju restaurant. Although Li Weilai had anticipated that the other party might not agree to pay on credit, he was still completely unconvinced that this beautiful woman had made him lose face so badly. Manager, it's true we're a small restaurant, but if you ask around, even the mayor of Yundong City wouldn't offer credit. So I advise you to hurry up and find a way to get the money. May still had a smile on her face, but at some point, her younger brother had already joined two burly security guards, who were eyeing Li Wei and Zhang Lulu's group menacingly. Chapter 25 Rescue. Wei Lai, will you be all right? Zhang Lulu asked worriedly, tugging at Li Wei Lai's hand. No, it's okay. I'll make a few calls, and I'll get the money back quickly. Seeing that he couldn't buy on credit anymore, Li Weilai had no choice but to pick up his phone and call his friends. Unfortunately, none of his usual close friends who always ate and drank with him were in a hurry to help him out. They were all too short of money, and he couldn't find anyone who could give him money to get out of the predicament. Damn it, they eat and drink my food all the time, but when it really matters, they're nowhere to be found. Li Weilai couldn't help but jump up and curse. Li Weilai, are you a little short on cash? No, I still have some bills to pay. See if you can help me out. Feng Bin, who had been silent all along, couldn't bear to see his classmate about to embarrass himself in public. So he spoke up. That's ridiculous. You're just a small-time contractor. The little money you have is all earned by your father exploiting those country bumpkin migrant workers. Even if I die poor, I'm still a legitimate second-generation official. Why would I need yours? Li Weilai said angrily, seeing that he was about to lose face in front of the beauty and now had to rely on Feng Bin and his gang, whom he usually looked down on, to pay for his meal. Yeah, even if Li Wei doesn't have it now, he shouldn't be unable to get such a small amount of money when he goes back. Why would you, a contractor's son, need to sell it to someone outside to haggle over the price? Du Lanlan actually tried to quell the fire at this moment. All right, Feng Bin, let's go. Why bother with these people? Jiang Min, who was standing to the side, couldn't listen anymore and grabbed Feng Bin, pulling him back to their own dinner party. No matter what, no matter how tough you sound, Manager May still smiled and rushed towards Li Wei, while the other two security guards were also eager to subdue the freeloader at any moment. Lulu Lanlan, don't worry, I'm going out to make some money right now. You two just wait for me, I'll be back in a bit. Li Wei glanced guiltily at Manager May and whispered to the two ladies. Seriously? Are you saying we're destined to stay here as hostages? Zhang Lulu frowned, inwardly lamenting why she always ended up getting slapped in the face whenever she brought along a rich or powerful second-generation heir. This Qin Hao really is a jinx. Hostages? No way. It's just that if we want to leave now, the Fuju restaurant definitely won't agree. You two stay here so they can send me out to find money. Don't worry, I'll be right back. Li Wei said, standing up and starting to walk out. What? Are you keeping these two girls, who look like daughters, to pay off the debt? Manager May frowned when she saw this, wondering how such a scumbag could still have girls with him, just because he's some kind of lousy son of an official? Oh, it's like this. Look, my two classmates are still eating. I'm going to get some money. I'll be back in a bit. At this moment, Li Wei regained his arrogant and domineering attitude from before and began to speak softly to the beautiful manager. All right, with two such pretty girls here, I'm not worried about you running away and not coming back. But if you really want to do something so despicable, Don't blame me for making these two girls work as waitresses for me for 2 months to pay off my debts. Manager Mei smiled calmly, then turned to Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan and said, Li Weilai, you must come back. Yes. Neither of us wants to be waiters here. The two girls said in unison. I know. Just wait here without worry. Li Weilai replied impatiently, then turned and left without looking back at the Shengdefuju Grand Restaurant. Time passed second by second, and it became completely dark. The number of diners in the lobby of the Fuja restaurant is also decreasing. Lulu, call Li Wei again. Why isn't he coming? Du Lanlan had long lost her sharp-tongued temper and was now asking in a somewhat flustered manner. She wasn't surprised as she panicked. When Zhang Lulu first called Li Wei, he answered and told them that they would get the money soon. However, more than an hour passed, and the person still hadn't returned, and the crucial phone call was no longer going through. I just called a minute ago, and it's still not working. Could it be that the phone is out of battery, and the person is already on their way back? Zhang Lulu was still desperately trying to think of a direction. I hope so, but please don't let him be a scumbag like what Manager Mei said. Du Lanlan said, her voice already trembling with a hint of tears. Of course, it was impossible for the two of them to leave. Ever since Li Wei left, Manager Mei had instructed the waitress and two security guards to stand by their table and not leave them for a moment. Now, the classmates who had treated Feng Bin to dinner had all returned to their dormitories. However, in a corner of the dining hall, Qin Hao sat alone, quietly sipping a cup of fragrant tea. From the beginning, he felt that Li Wei was unlikely to return. Although Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan had humiliated him quite a bit, he still had a deep and unbreakable bond with Zhang Lulu. The thought that his former goddess had been taken hostage by someone who had been forced to pay for her meal and might even have to work as a waitress in a restaurant for several months made Qin Hao uneasy. Several times he wanted to go over and pay for their bill and take them away, but he stopped himself when he thought that his good intentions might be met with Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan's merciless laughter and eye rolls. Dong dong dong. The grandfather clock in the lobby chimed 10 times, indicating that it was already 10 p.m. The chimes reminded the diners that Defuju was closing and they should pay their bills and leave as soon as possible. Looks like that son of a high-ranking official didn't make any money. Just when Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan were feeling a bit overwhelmed, Manager Mei reappeared. Manager Mei, can you let us go back to find him? I think his phone must be dead and he can't contact us. At this point, Zhang Lulu panicked and tried every means to get away. Little sister, do you think I'm a manager who fell from the sky? Do you think I believe your story? You two silly girls would believe that some damn son of a high-ranking official could bring back money. This time, I really am going to have two waitresses working for me. Manager Mei chuckled. Wait a minute, I'll pay for their meals. Suddenly, a voice interrupted Manager Mei. Qin Hao, dressed in a food delivery uniform, appeared on top of the brothers without them noticing. Chapter 26 Relief. You, Qin Hao, a food delivery person, Zhang Lulu, Du Lanlan, and Manager Mei each released different sounds of surprise. Qin Hao, are you happy with things going like this now? Du Lanlan couldn't resist teasing Qin Hao even at this moment. Qin Hao could only smile wryly and shake his head in response. Qin Hao, I don't know if you heard our conversation with Manager Mei just now. The amount we owe for the meal isn't just 1 or 2,000 yuan. Do you know what money is? Zhang Lulu knew Qin Hao's character quite well, but her only worry was that the deliverman didn't have enough money on him. Yes, we owe 16,000 yuan. Do you have that much left? At this moment, Du Lanlan seemed to have stopped worrying about Qin Hao's appearance. It wasn't to mock them, but she didn't quite believe that this poor young man who delivered food could raise more than 10,000 yuan to help them out of their predicament. I think there should be enough money on this card. Qin Hao smiled faintly and took out the black bank card that Lang Zifeng had given him from his wallet. This, Manager Mei gasped. After all, she was a well-traveled person. She had only ever heard of this kind of black outfit at banquets of high-ranking officials and dignitaries. This was the first time she had ever seen it in person. Does this young man in the delivery uniform have some incredible family background that allows him to play the fool in front of a bunch of poor classmates? Manager Mei suddenly had this thought. Okay, I'll swipe it right away. Could you please tell me the password? Manager Mei, who had just been looking at Li Weilai and Ms. Zhang Lulu with an air of superiority, suddenly extended her hand and respectfully took the black coin from Qin Hao's hand. This was something that Du Lanlan and Zhang Lulu found very hard to understand. Could it be that the delivery was a gesture of friendship from the beautiful manager? The password is 123,456. Qin Hao casually blurted it out. What a peasant's code. Even though she knew Qin Hao was there to help them, Du Lanlan couldn't help but mock him after hearing the code. Lanlan, don't say that. Zhang Lulu's emotional intelligence is better than hers. Seeing Zhang Lulu speak up for him, Qin Hao's heart softened, and he even had the urge to tell her about his newfound wealth and status. But when I think about what she did before, even if I tell her all this, she's probably only with me for the money. When this pipe dream shatters, this goddess will likely still not show mercy and leave him. It's already been swiped, sir. Here's your card. Please keep it safe. Just as Qin Hao was still lost in thought, Manager May quickly returned to them and respectfully handed back the black card. Can we go now? Qin Hao asked casually as he put the card away. Of course, you are all welcome to leave at any time, Manager May said with a smile, her attitude extremely respectful. Is Manager May out of her mind? Even if Qin Hao has paid off the debt, there's no need to be so polite to him, right? Du Lanlan wondered, though she wasn't as shocked as Manager May was when she saw the balance in the black card account. All right, Lulu, Du Lanlan, let's go. Qin Hao called out, leading the two ladies toward the dining hall of the Fuja restaurant. Wait a minute, please wait a minute, came Manager May's voice from behind. All three of them, except for Qin Hao, were taken aback. Could there be something wrong with the bank card used for food delivery? Did they go back on their word? Girls tend to think the worst of things. What's wrong? Qin Hao turned around and asked, somewhat puzzled. Hee, that's right, this is my business card. Manager May rushed over, still out of breath, and respectfully handed Qin Hao a gold-plated business card. What's going on? Qin Hao was bewildered. Excuse my abruptness, but if you ever visit Defuju again, please be sure to let me know or show me this business card. Defuju will do its utmost to ensure your dining experience is satisfactory. At this moment, Manager May's pretty face smiled like a blooming flower. Oh, okay, I understand. Qin Hao took a long breath, stuffed the business card into his pocket, and then left with Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan. It's already evening. There's definitely no transportation left. Let's take a taxi back. Qin Hao suggested as they walked out of the gate of Defuju. Forget it, Lanlan, and I will just take a taxi back ourselves. Zhang Lulu's pretty face turned icy cold again. What's wrong with Lulu? Wouldn't it be better to let this silly boy take us back? Du Lanlan asked, her eyes full of confusion. What's so good about it? We made him pay for the meal we owed today. Who knows what he'll think? And if we take a taxi back with him, people will think that Zhang Lulu, only paid for the first meal, and he's just a delivery guy. Zhang Lulu's words made Qin Hao, whose feelings for her had rekindled, plummet to rock bottom. That's right, you delivery guy. Let me warn you, don't go around telling everyone you paid for our food, or people will think we owe you a favor. And you think that because of what happened with Lulu today, you're being treated differently. A delivery guy is a delivery guy. That's your label forever. You might as well date a silly country girl. Now Du Lanlan seemed to have found a scapegoat for her frustrations from the evening, and she launched into a full-blown attack of insults against Qin Hao. All right, I won't go out and tell anyone. You can't possibly leave with a food delivery guy like me. So forget it. Qin Hao didn't want to face this woman anymore and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Zhang Lulu suddenly called out to him. Is Gu really so sincere that he can move mountains? Qin Hao's heart wavered again. Wasn't today's meal money given to you by your boss, Fanbin? Zhang Lulu's words extinguished the warmth that Qin Hao had just felt. That's right. How could I possibly get there? You're so poor. How could you possibly have over 10,000 yuan to pay for our meal? Du Lanlan patted her shoulder and said, seemingly suddenly realizing something. Think what you want, Qin Hao said, feeling he had no more feelings for Zhang Lulu. After saying this, he strode towards where he had parked his electric scooter. Dare to admit it. You'll always be a coward I despise. Zhang Lulu next door laughed coldly. Chapter 27, Forced Marriage. It was almost 10:30 when Qin Hao finally got back to his dorm on his electric scooter. Luckily, the dorm supervisor was easygoing and let him in. As soon as I entered the dormitory, I heard her Pangzi and Zhao Yuanxiao arguing loudly. What's wrong? Qin Hao asked, puzzled. What else could have happened? Those two goddesses with youthful faces and huge breasts, Ru Meng, were eliminated in their PK competition, said the eldest brother, Bin, who was already lying on the bed preparing to sleep, somewhat helplessly. Oh, they're out. Qin Hao then remembered that today was the day for the 16 streamers to advance to the 8 on the Manhwa Live streaming platform. Of course, this time, without blue blood in Qin Hao, who was known for his extravagant spending, it was quite normal for Ru Meng, a student to be eliminated. However, given Ru Ming's popularity, it's already quite an achievement that she made it into the top 16. Sure enough, Ru Ming was thanking all the netizens who supported her in front of the camera, tears streaming down her face as she spoke. It was clear that her Pang and Zhao Yuanxiao also had red eyes. Boss, why didn't you log on this time? Did you help Romeng? Zhao Yuanxiao suddenly leaned over to Feng Bin's bedside and asked after Romeng closed the live stream. Help what? I already said that blue-blooded person isn't me. This time, Feng didn't admit to it, but Binbin was mainly upset because that girl Jiangmin was very unhappy with his act of giving money to the streamer. Oh, forget it. Lao Zhao. It's already enough that the boss helped Ru Ming advance to the top 16. That's 20 super rockets. 40,000 yuan. And he even let 2 penniless guys use his help to buy property management. That's enough to make us proud. Don't be ungrateful. Pang was more magnanimous. That's true. Oh dear. I just feel that today's opponent in the PK wasn't as strong as the little demon from last time, and I ended up losing. I'm a little unwilling. Zhao Yuanxiao was also lying on his bed, muttering to himself. Hee hee, so what if she lost? If she really advanced, wouldn't you all have to fly to the Cat Tooth Live Streamer Carnival to walk the red carpet for her? How many weeks of instant noodles would you have to eat to save up your wages? Qin Hao chuckled, pulled his wash basin out from under the bed, and left it in the dormitory to wash it in the water room. That's still better than you spending all your money on that slut Zhang Lulu. I just heard Zhao Yuanxiao's merciless ridicule. Qin Hao paused upon hearing this, but quickly walked towards the water room with a relaxed smile. His brother might be right. Should he spend money on an ethereal online idol or on a real-life goddess, becoming a mere simp who isn't even a backup option? Which is the right thing to do? Qin Hao couldn't come up with an answer. The next day was Monday, the day Yu Shanzhao's mother was to have her transplant surgery. After attending classes in the morning, Qin Hao changed back into his orange delivery uniform and rode his electric scooter to the central hospital of Yundong City. When he arrived, Yu Shanshan's mother had already completed her surgery and was lying in the ICU. Still dressed in her school uniform, Yu Shanshan stood gracefully outside the glass partition guardhouse, anxiously peering inside from time to time. Several middle-aged women, presumably her relatives, stood beside her. How is it, Shanshan? Qin Hao asked as he walked over, carrying several boxes of takeout he had just bought from a fast food restaurant he had his eye on. Brother Qin Hao, you're here. As soon as Yu Shanshan saw Qin Hao, she ran over as if she had seen a long-lost relative and threw herself into Qin Hao's arms, making Qin Hao blush. Shanshan, who is this delivery guy? How could you, a young woman, just go up and hug him like that? A middle-aged woman, probably in her 40s, pulled Yu Shanshan away and asked with displeasure. Second aunt, he is the great benefactor I told you about, Brother Qin Hao. Yuan Shan quickly explained. He's the one who helped you get a kidney transplant for your mother and even found the expert to perform the surgery. The middle-aged woman looked Qin Hao up and down with suspicion, her eyes filled with distrust. Yeah, Shanshan, are you sure you're not mistaken? Just because he's a food delivery guy? Does he have that much ability? Another middle-aged woman who looked slightly younger chimed in. No mistake, it's true. Yesterday, it was this Qin Hao who paid the 80,000 yuan hospital fee for me, and he also contacted a kidney donor and the expert who will operate on my mother. I saw all of this with my own eyes. There's no way it's fake. Auntie, Yu Shanshan argued loudly, somewhat agitated. Really? This kid's really going all out. Yu Shanshan's second aunt suddenly made this strange comment. Yes, he thinks he can buy such a beautiful young woman like us for 80,000 yuan? This guy's wishful thinking is really something. The old aunt next to him immediately chimed in. What? Buying Shanshan for 80,000 yuan? What Rui Pan? These words completely baffled Qin Hao. Kid, Shanshan's life has been so hard for her father. I finally watched her grow up, and now my older sister has gotten this illness. I've heard from the doctor that even if there's no internal reaction, she'll probably only live for another 10 or 8 years at most, and she'll basically be a cripple. As you can see, we're both Shanshan's elders, so we'll definitely be the ones to decide Shanshan's future. Shanshan's aunt said, rolling her eyes and stroking Qin Hao with the whites of her eyes. That's right. So we're here to tell you that even though you spent 80,000 yuan, Yu Shanshan is yours now. She's already taken, and we won't take your money for nothing. Someone else will give it to you in the future. Shanshan's aunt added from aside. Second aunt, old aunt, are you talking about someone? I'm already taken? How come I don't know anything about this? Yu Shanshan, who was standing to the side, was getting more and more confused as she listened, and her little face was so anxious that she was about to cry. What do you know, you little kid? You don't have a father, and now your mother is so sick. These things are naturally up to us ants to decide. Yes. Do you think the 100,000 yuan you borrowed before you left was from us? It was a dowry from the groom's family. What? Dowry? I don't want to get married yet. Besides, my mother is so sick right now. How could I possibly be in the mood to get married? After hearing her second aunt and older aunt's words, Yu Shanshan seemed to understand and immediately began to refute them. This is a major life event, not something a little girl like you can decide. We've come here to finalize this matter with you. That's right. We thought your mom had no hope this time, but we were surprised that we were able to find a kidney donor. But it's okay. The man's family said that as long as you can marry him, your mom can have a transplant and live with you at his house. Yeah, we'll just have someone hire a 24-hour nanny to look after you, and you'll be all set. You'll be living the good life. The middle-aged women began to persuade each other in turn. I don't want to. I don't want to get married. I don't want to. Yu Shanshan was still a naive young girl, and when her aunt asked her so intimately, she was on the verge of a mental breakdown, covering her ears and crying loudly. Chapter 28, Human Nature. Ladies, please let me say something, okay? Qin Hao, who had been silent all along, couldn't stand it any longer and interrupted. We're taking care of our own niece. What business is it of yours, an outsider? That's right, I already said it. The 80,000 yuan you paid sooner or later, Wan's fiancé's family will give it back to you. The women glared at each other almost simultaneously, not allowing Qin Hao to say another word. Yu Shanshan is an adult now. It's entirely up to her who she wants to marry. Not even her mother can arrange her marriage, let alone you ants. Unable to bear it any longer, Qin Hao pulled Yu Shanshan to his side and used his body to shield the two women who had thrown the object from behind. Hey, you trying to steal someone? Exactly. Just because we've only brought two old women doesn't mean you'll dare to get rough with us. The women charged forward with the ferocity of tigresses, but fortunately, Qin Hao was tall and strong, so they could only make a lot of noise and couldn't actually do anything. At this moment, Yu Shanshan could only hide next to Qin Hao's younger brother and cry helplessly. What's going on? This is the entrance to the ICU. Is there anything wrong and we need to go outside? A nurse in a pink cap came out from inside, looking annoyed. Okay, let's go out now. They've misunderstood something. Qin Hao knew this wasn't the place to argue, so he pulled Yu Shan and headed outside. Trying to kidnap someone? Dream on. Third brother, call Yangzi. Tell him someone wants to mess with their Shanshan. Shanshan's second aunt called out to the back while following closely behind Qin Hao and Yu Shanshan. The group walked and talked until they reached the stairs of the emergency exit outside the ward. Auntie, I'm paying for Shanshan's mother's medical expenses just because I feel sorry for her, a young girl who's become so successful. I don't mean anything else, and I hope you won't misunderstand. Qin Hao stopped and said, seeing that he wouldn't bother anyone else. Shaw, who are you trying to fool? That's a full 80,000 yuan, not 80 yuan. Just because you feel sorry for her, you're making her spend this money. Yeah, who would believe that? If you didn't want to trick Shanshan into your hands, would you be willing to spend so much money on a stranger? The two women, in unison, expressed their disbelief. Whether you believe it or not, what I said is the truth. I just hope you will stop making things difficult for Shanshan. Her mother is so ill now, so don't force her to get married. Qin Hao knew that he was no match for these two shrewish women. There was no point in explaining himself further. Fine, since you said you don't want to do anything to Shanshan, then it's none of your business as a delivery person to interfere in our family's affairs. Exactly. Let me tell you the truth. Zhao Shan's fiancé came with us. And I'm not afraid to tell you, you'd better get out of here. This guy's a gangster. Otherwise, you might end up getting a beating instead of getting the girl you wanted. The woman's words left Yuan Shan even more confused. Hiding behind Qin Hao, she asked in bewilderment. Second aunt, what kind of fiancé are you talking about? I have no idea. Is he some kind of gangster? I don't want him. I really don't want him. Shanshan, we didn't tell you about this beforehand, but it's not too late to tell you now. Yes, after you marry into that family, you'll be living a high life and won't even have time to thank us. The two middle-aged women began their lobbying and brainwashing again. As I just made it very clear, Shanshan is already an adult, and Shanshan's mother is still recovering from her illness. So let's wait until Shanshan's mother's condition stabilizes before making any decisions. Qin Hao noticed the two women speaking from the side and their eyes darting around, and he had a feeling that they didn't have any good intentions. We've made it very clear that our family matters are none of your business. Those who know what's good for them will get out of the way right now. There's no point in talking to these two women who are appealing. Qin Hao sighed, realizing he simply couldn't communicate with them anymore. Little did he and Yu Shanshan know that Shanshan's second aunt and older aunt each received a bribe of 50,000 yuan and waived the obvious debts they had lost in a mahjong parlor. Otherwise, why would they suddenly be so concerned about Yu Shanshan and her mother? Who is it? Who is it? Who the hell doesn't want to have sex with my wife? At this moment, the people in the corridor started arguing. Suddenly, three elderly men wearing vests and shorts, covered in tattoos and wearing black sunglasses, appeared in the ward. The one in the lead, a short and fat man, was drinking arrogantly in the corridor. Liangzi, Liangzi, we're here. Yes, come here quickly. Upon seeing reinforcements, the two Afghans became even more arrogant and shouted loudly in the stairwell. Damn it, second aunt. Auntie, is this the kid who's going to mess with my Shanshan? The short, fat man shouted as soon as he saw Qin Hao and the others, looking like he was about to rush over and give orders. Liangzi, wait a minute. Hey, you delivery guy, you saw that Shanshan's fiancé is here, so stop pretending to be some kind of chivalrous protector. Shanshan's second aunt blocked the short, fat man's path. That's right. We didn't want Liangzi to share the burden because you paid 80,000 yuan for our eldest sister's medical expenses. You'd better be sensible. Shanshan's aunt chimed in from the side. Ah, bro, you're quite the spender. 80,000 yuan in one go. I didn't realize delivering food was so lucrative. But Shanshan's already taken. I'll make sure to return every penny of that 80,000 yuan to you. But you'd better be sensible. Shanshan's pretty, but with your generosity, you're sure you can find other girls, right? This short, fat guy, called Liangzi, was taken aback when he heard that Qin Hao was the one who paid 80,000 yuan for Shanshan's medical bills. After all, someone who can find out so much money at once might actually have some kind of background. Although Liangzi is involved in the underworld, he doesn't want to get into trouble he shouldn't. This guy, Liangzi, was originally a street thug, but later he made a surprising amount of money by colluding with some terrorists to intimidate those who refused to relocate their homes. Later, they started setting up finance companies and engaging in microloans, which were actually just loan sharking. Shan's two aunts owed him a large sum of money because they frequented mahjong parlors. This time, it just so happened that Shan's mother was seriously ill. The aunt was not worried about the lives of her two sisters, but instead ordered the beating to be directed at her orphan niece, Yu Shanshan. Chapter 29 Lessons. Originally, Shanshan found two women who wanted to borrow money for her mother's medical treatment. However, they not only had no intention of lending money, but also thought of asking Liangzi to introduce her niece, Yu Shanshan, to him as a wife. In his early years, Liangzi mingled in the streets, and the women he encountered were either prostitutes or drug addicts. But when he saw a pretty girl like Yu Shanshan, he was completely captivated and wanted to marry her. So Liangzi immediately took out 200,000 yuan, lent 100,000 yuan to Shanshan under the guise of two aunts, and then let the two of them divide the 100,000 yuan. They had heard that Shanshan's mother hadn't made it to the kidney donor and probably didn't have much time left. The two aunts were already preparing to come to the hospital to take Shanshan's mother there and start making funeral arrangements. But life is unpredictable. Qin Hao's sudden appearance not only paid off Shanshan's medical bills, but also found a kidney donor for her mother's transplant surgery. They panicked a bit and rushed to the hospital, hoping to take advantage of Shanshan's mother's serious illness to trick Yu Shanshan into marrying Liangzi through crying and nagging. No, I don't want to marry him. Now Yu Shanshan realized that her two aunts would actually agree to her marrying such a scoundrel, and she was shouting that she disagreed. Shanshan, don't let my good looks fool you. I'm actually a good person. Just ask these two aunties of yours if you don't believe me. Liangzi took off his sunglasses, touched his bald head, and said with a grin, Yes, that's right. Brother Liangzi is a good person. Exactly, you'll definitely make the right choice marrying him. He immediately pounced on them and picked up their two smelly feet. What do you take Shanshan for? She's having such a hard time right now. As her aunts, you should be caring for her and helping her, not marrying her off to someone like that. Although Qin Hao didn't know Liangzi, he knew without a doubt what kind of person this kid was. Hey, delivery guy, I already went easy on you because you paid 80,000 yuan for my mother-in-law's medical bills. But you're ungrateful and still meddling in my Liangzi's business. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Seeing Yu Shanshan hiding behind Qin Hao and the kid constantly interfering with his plans, he couldn't help but get angry. How dare you do this in a hospital? This is a place where the law is upheld. What else do you dare to do? Seeing Liangzi and his other thugs starting to get ready to beat him up, Qin Hao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. A hospital? If I want to beat someone up, I don't care if it's in a hospital or in court. Don't be so ungrateful. It was bound to happen sooner or later. This isn't your business anymore. If you don't agree, guys, you guys can help me teach him a lesson. Liangzi sneered, and two thugs with red fingers swaggered forward, looking like they were ready to beat Hao Qin up. You Shan Shan, don't be afraid. I'm here. I won't let those scum touch you. Although Qin Hao was terrified, he took one last look at Yu Shanshan's hopeful eyes and stood up straight, shouting loudly. All right, teach him a lesson. Liangzi shouted, and two thugs covered in tattoos of various seafood rushed over. Qin Hao, who had never been in a fight before, went all out. Relying on his youth, strength, and tall stature, he protected his face and wildly thrashed and punched the two thugs, preventing them from getting close for a while. Damn it, they're all trash. They're wasting all their energy on women. Seeing that he couldn't gain the upper hand with either hand, Liangzi shouted, ready to join the fray. However, just as he arrived behind Qin Hao, he raised his fist, ready to punch the deliver man in the back of the head. Suddenly, Liangzi felt his body rise horizontally into the air. Before he could understand what was happening, he was thrown out like a tattered sack. With a thud, Liangzi crashed heavily to the ground. Weighing over 200 pounds, he choked on the impact and nearly passed out. At the same time, the two thugs who were besieging Qin Hao were also knocked to the ground by the two big men with a few punches and kicks. After all, these street thugs were really trash with a combat power of 5 compared to real professional bodyguards. Young master, we're sorry. We're late. The burly man who had just thrown Liangzi out walked up to Qin Hao and bowed deeply, looking like he had done something wrong. The other two burly men opposite him also stood respectfully with their heads bowed, looking like they had met their master. Qin Hao recognized these men. That night, he, Feng Bin, and the other two were blocked on the street by that red-haired guy who was causing trouble. It was these big men who suddenly appeared and beat the red-haired guy up. Unexpectedly, they saved me again. Hey guys, I'm Liangzi from the south of the city. The brothers in the underworld all give me some face. I don't know what misunderstanding I have with you guys today. May I ask who you're with? Liangzi, who had finally managed to get up from the ground, felt a little scared looking at the several big men who were obviously skilled in martial arts. But he still announced his name, hoping they would give him some face. Your name is Liangzi? You're the one called Liangzi. The burly man, standing in front of Qin Hao with his head bowed, turned around and took off his sunglasses, revealing a deep scar between his eyebrows that was quite unsettling. Yes. What? Big brother, do you know me? Or does your big brother know me? Seeing that the other person's attitude had changed, Liangzi immediately and familiarly moved closer. Slap! A loud slap echoed in the corridor, which reminded Qin Hao of how the big man had hit the red-haired man in the beginning. Liangzi felt as if half of his face had disappeared, and his ears were filled with a buzzing sound. I've never heard of it. The burly man withdrew his large, fan-like hand and casually uttered his answer. Never heard of it. How come you're fighting if you've never heard of it? Liangzi covered his swollen face and coughed, spitting out 2 molars. You dare to touch our young master? And you even ask me why I hit you? Young master, how do you want to punish them? After answering, the burly man turned to Qin Hao and asked respectfully, as long as they promise not to make things difficult for Shan Shan anymore, I'll keep pursuing this matter. With such strong support, Qin Hao felt more confident, but he still didn't want to make things too complicated. Okay, you heard that too. The big man turned his head and covered Liangzi's cheek. I agree, brothers, let's go. Liangzi had been a seasoned hoodlum in the streets for a long time, so how could he let this kind of look go to waste? Although he was itching with hatred, he still led his 2 newly found underlings away in a sorry state. Chapter 30 Revenge? Second Aunt. Annie, I think I made myself very clear just now. I will definitely not marry that Liangzi. I hope you won't make things difficult for me anymore, okay? Yu Shanshan said pleadingly to the 2 middle-aged women, wiping away the tears that had stopped when she was panicking because she was worried that Qin Hao would be beaten. Yes, I will repay the 100,000 yuan you lent to Shanshan, but please remember not to harass this mother and daughter again. This time, Qin Hao's words contained a hint of threat. Okay, let's go, little sister. Shanshan's aunt pulled her younger sister aside, and the 2 of them waved and chatted as they hurriedly left the corridor of the ICP monitoring room. Watching them all leave, Qin Hao let out a heavy sigh. After all, he wasn't a brave or aggressive person at heart, and he didn't want anything to happen to those people. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let them leave so easily. Young master, I don't think this matter is that simple. The burly man in black, who had been standing by with his hands at his sides, suddenly said, What do you mean? Qin Hao was a little confused. That Liangzi isn't the kind of person who will give up easily. I think he'll definitely take revenge. So I think it's necessary for me to stay by your side a little longer. The burly man in black nodded in reply. All right then, whatever you want. Qin Hao frowned slightly after hearing this. He didn't want to cause trouble, but this matter just kept popping up. Shan, why don't you go back to the ICU entrance and stay with your mother? Qin Hao's suggestion that you Shan go back first wasn't without reason. Patients in the ICU must be watched over 24 hours a day because if a patient's life is in danger, the relevant treatment procedures need to be restarted. Okay, Brother Qin Hao, you must be careful. Yu Shan wiped away her tears again, gave him a word of advice, and then walked back to the door of the intensive care unit. Brothers, you've helped me twice already. I don't even know your names anymore. Qin Hao smiled at the three burly men in black suits as he watched Shan walk away. Young master, you're too kind. We're just bodyguards hired to protect your life. Whether you know our names or not is really not important. But since you asked, we can't hide it from you. My name is Hiyong-san, and these two are my junior brothers. You can call them Guan Si and Ma Wu. The burly man at the head chuckled and pointed to the three men as he introduced them. From now on, I'll call you third brother, fourth brother, and fifth brother. Qin Hao immediately seized the opportunity and started calling you affectionately. Young master, you're making us feel too flattered. Exactly, you're being too polite. The three burly men immediately felt that this form of address was somewhat inappropriate. It's all right. You've all seen that I come from a poor background, so there's no need to be so reserved in front of me. But third brother, can you tell me who sent you to protect me 24/7? Qin Hao changed the subject and immediately asked some questions he wanted to know. Why are you still holding a sacrifice? This is all Director Lang Zifeng's idea. Didn't he mention it to you? The burly man named Hiyong-san looked puzzled. Oh, it's President Lang. Qin Hao nodded and then asked the burly men some questions about them and their companies. 30 years later, Qin Hao realized that these three bodyguards were mysterious figures specially hired by Tianyu International Group to protect the group's senior executives and were usually directly managed by Lang Zifeng. Hiyong-san and his group were, after all, members of the national Sanda team at the champion level. Because they once had a conflict with a criminal organization that was bullying their family members, they accidentally seriously injured several thugs and were sentenced to 6 years in prison. After their release from prison, they possessed martial arts skills but lacked basic life skills, leaving them with no choice but to resort to fighting in underground boxing matches in the black market. Until one day after a competition, Lang Zifeng found them. So, you brothers also have such difficult backgrounds? Qin Hao exclaimed. Hee, things are much better now. If we encounter a situation like ours again, it doesn't matter if we're seriously injured, crippled, or even killed, let alone maimed. Hiyong-san smiled honestly, showing off his white teeth. Why is that? Qin Hao is still puzzled. Because we are now Tianyu Group. Even if we really make a mess, the group will back us up. They'll take care of everything for us, and we'll have the best lawyers to defend us. Of course, most importantly, the way we fight back will definitely not be good. Hiyong-san said, realizing he might have said something inappropriate, and immediately shut up. Wow, it seems this Tianyu Group is really something. Qin Hao stuck out his tongue, thinking to himself, damn, rich people are awesome. By the way, after talking for so long, are you guys thirsty? Shall I go down and buy you some water? Qin Hao suddenly remembered that Shan had been wanting to drink that water. Young master, this kind of thing requires a VIP to handle. Seer, go down and buy some water. Hiyong-san called out to one of his junior brothers. No, I'm just a workaholic by nature. Why don't one of you stay here and keep an eye on Shan, and the other two come with me to buy water? Qin Hao glanced at Shan, the girl standing at the door of the nursery, and said with some concern, All right, Xiao Wu, you stay and watch over that girl. You're fourth senior brother, and I will go with the young master to buy water. Seeing that the burly man known as Xiao Wu agreed, Qin Hao, Hiyong, and their companions took the elevator to the first floor of the central hospital. The three of them walked through the building lobby, out of the hospital gate, and headed towards the convenience store not far away. Suddenly, with a few screeching brakes, Two Jinbei Haisher minivans stopped beside them. Young master, be careful. The incident happened suddenly, and Yong-san stepped forward to shield Qin Hao with his younger brother. Almost simultaneously, more than a dozen people jumped out of the two vans. Some were carrying sticks, some were carrying chains, and others were carrying watermelon knives. They were all glaring and eager to fight, and soon surrounded Qin Hao and his two companions. He didn't expect this, did you guys? Your Uncle Liang is back. With a slightly hoarse, cold laugh, Liangzi, whose face was still wrapped in bandages, swaggered and was the last one to be taken away from the van. Chapter 31, A Balance of Kindness and Strictness. You dare to come back, kid? Yong-san sneered, asking a question he already knew the answer to. You think hitting me is the end of it? Liangzi glared at him with hostile eyes. He hadn't gone far after slapping someone's, so he immediately started making phone calls downstairs to find them. In the rush, Liangzi only knew about these dozen or so thugs. He was initially worried that this guy would be able to keep the three big men on the other side in check. After all, he had experienced firsthand the terrifying fighting power of those three people. So he hid in his car near the central hospital, keeping a close watch on the hospital gate. Just then, Qin Hao came down with only two burly bodyguards. Overjoyed, the young man felt victory was within his grasp and immediately got out of the car to make his move. You think you can deal with us just because you found a dozen or so scoundrels? Yong-san's face darkened, but he still stood firmly in front of Qin Hao, his figure as immovable as a mountain. Hey, don't you need to scare us? No matter how powerful you two are, you're still made of flesh and blood. But I, Liangzi, am determined to take you on. Don't think you've offended me. As long as you kowtow and admit your mistakes in public, and make that peddler give Shan-Shan to me, I can let it go. Seeing that Yong-san's aura showed no fear of them, Liangzi couldn't help but soften his tone. After all, the other party must be someone with a powerful background. Even if he wins this time and gets revenge, there is a high possibility that the other party will retaliate. Therefore, he still doesn't want to make a move right away. Fourth brother, it seems this matter won't end well unless we two brothers take down a few of them today. Yong-san turned around and glanced at his junior brother. Seer simply smiled and nodded, completely disregarding the dozen or so street thugs wielding weapons. Qin Hao, caught between the two of them, was extremely nervous. After all, there were only a dozen or so people on the other side. Although he knew that his two bodyguards were quite skilled, as the saying goes, even the strongest man can't fight against a large number of people. I absolutely cannot allow myself to obediently kowtow and apologize to a thug like Liangzi, or even blame the lovely Shan-Shan for handing her over to him as his wife. Thinking of this, Qin Hao felt that he was probably also infected by the fighting spirit of Yong and the other two. He clenched his fists, widened his eyes, and chased after the thugs opposite him. Haha, looks like if I don't bleed you guys a little today, I've been a Liangzi for almost 20 years in Yandong City, and that would be a waste of my time. Guys, go all out on them. I'll take responsibility for any injuries or crippling. Seeing that the other side was completely ignoring him, Liangzi knew that today's fight was over, so he shouted and commanded his thugs to charge forward. The battle ended surprisingly quickly. The two burly men perfectly demonstrated the vast difference between a top-level professional fighter and a street thug. Fists, legs, knees, elbows, shoulders, and even the head. Almost every part of the body became a deadly weapon in the hands of Yong-san and his junior brother. In less than 5 minutes, the entire group of street thugs lay sprawled on the street, groaning. 4 or 5 thugs who were lucky enough to escape the beating immediately fled like birds and beasts when they saw that things were not going well. The only one who remained intact was Liangzi, whose face was still wrapped in bandages. Big brother. Their big brother, no, and young master, I will be your little brother from now on. If you ever need my help, I will do my best. This guy, as expected of an old thug who had been around the streets, immediately put on a submissive and loyal dog-like act when he saw the situation take a sharp turn for the worse. How come you're only good at this? Yong-san was really disappointed to see Liangzi back down so quickly. He walked over, reached out, and grabbed Liangzi's other cheek that wasn't swollen and pinched it hard. Ouch, you pinched me, that was good. Liangzi's face was contorted with pain, but he didn't resist or even try to dodge. Instead, he straightened his back and stood there, enjoying the benefit of being stepped on. This? Yong-san was actually somewhat impressed by this gang leader whom he had previously looked down upon. Originally, He had planned to deal with this kid severely as long as he dared to resist or dodge. But now that he was letting him extinguish the stun gun without moving, Hyung-san found it hard to bring himself to do it. Young master. He suddenly turned around and looked at Qin Hao. This powerful expert still overturned Qin Hao's expectations. Brother Liangzi, let me ask you, are you going to cause trouble for Shan Shan's mother or those two ants again? At this point, Qin Hao was no longer worried about himself. After this incident, he believed that as long as the kid wasn't mentally challenged, he wouldn't bother him again. Young master, forget about the future. I will never dare to lay a finger on young Madam Shan Shan again in this lifetime. I swear, if I break my promise, may my older brother pinch my cheeks every day. Liangzi shouted as he made his vow. I don't have the time to pinch your big face every day, but if I see you provoke our young master again, I'll cripple you. Hyung-san said, increasing the pressure on his fingers. Ouch! Ancestors, stop pinching. It'll fall off if you keep pinching it. Forget it, third brother. I believe Liangzi will keep his promise. In fact, Qin Hao knew that Liangzi's oath was probably worthless, but he believed that after this lesson, he would not learn his lesson. Get up, get up. Aren't you going to thank third brother and young master for not chasing us to investigate this strange matter? As soon as Qin Hao told him about it, Liangzi quickly called out to the thugs who were lying on the ground. Some of you brothers were clearly injured today. Take this $1 for your medicine. Qin Hao casually pulled out 2 wads of banknotes from his inner pocket and threw them to Liangzi. This money was part of the 100,000 yuan he had withdrawn from his black bank card during his lunch break. He originally planned to use 50,000 yuan of the money to fund his mother's pre-recovery expenses and the rest to pay off his own mother's debts. Looks like I'll have to withdraw some more money. I wonder if that kid will turn against me after losing so much money to Lang Zifeng. Qin Hao sighed inwardly. This combination of kindness and severity has always been effective. When these thugs saw that Qin Hao and his group not only didn't intend to cause them any trouble, but also offered to pay for their medical treatment, Liangzi immediately took the lead in happily calling them third brother and young master. Young master, third brother, I forgot to mention, Auntie Shan Shan's second wife came with us just now. They saw you come down and then went up to look for young master Shan Shan again. You'd better hurry up and go. Liangzi reminded Qin Hao as he left, expressing his loyalty. Chapter 32, Bloodline. When Qin Hao and the others returned to the entrance of the detention room, Yu Shanshan's 2 ants were squatting obediently in the corner like raccoons, while Ma Wu next to them was just munching on something with a grin. What's going on? Hyung-san asked. These 2 old women saw you leave and then sneaked up here. They didn't see me at first. They tried to grab that girl and leave, but I slapped them both, and they just squatted there obediently. Ma Wu said in detail. Shan Shan, are you all right? Qin Hao is naturally most concerned about this poor girl. It's all right, brother Qin Hao. I just heard from my 2 aunts that Liangzi has brought a lot of people to deal with you. Are you all right? Yu Shanshan's concern made Qin Hao feel relieved. It's all right. Third brother and fourth brother have already taken care of them. That Liangzi won't come back to cause you any more trouble. Qin Hao comforted him. That's good, that's good. Yu Shanshan said, her eyes red. I don't want either of you to come looking for Shan Shan again in the future. I don't want to say sorry anymore. You can leave. Qin Hao glanced at the 2 trembling, shrewish women. Keep this money safe for now. If you have any further questions, just call me. Seeing the 2 shrewish women leave, Qin Hao felt there was no point in him being there anymore. So he took out the large envelope from his pocket and directly confronted Yu Shanshan. Brother Qin Hao, you have helped us time and time again. I really don't know how to repay you. This time, Yu Shanshan did not push away the envelope Qin Hao handed her, but said in a low voice with a blushing face. Shan Shan, you don't need to thank me. I just want to help you complete something that I originally wanted to do, but was unable to. When I arrived at Yundong University, it was almost 5 p.m. Qin Hao had just parked his electric scooter when he noticed Lang Zifeng's Grand Cherokee parked on the side of the road, not far from his dormitory building. Why is he here? Could it be that he's found out I'm not the grandson of the chairman of Tianyu Group? Qin Hao thought to himself, startled. No matter what, we have to face it. However, Qin Hao slowly walked to Lang Zifeng's car, opened the door, and got in. Hey Su Xiao, you're quite busy. I've been waiting here for ages. Lang Zifeng smiled slightly, lit a Cuban cigar, and elegantly took a puff. Cough, 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 Mr. Lang. Is there something you need? The strong aroma of the cigar made Qin Hao cough. I'm sorry, I didn't know you don't smoke. Lang Zifeng apologized profusely, immediately took out his cigar, and then told the driver in the front seat to turn on the car's ventilation fan. Actually, it's nothing important. I'm just curious, Mr. Su. You should be a super rich man with a net worth of over 10 billion. So why do you still hang out in this kind of university, surrounded by a bunch of poor classmates, playing cat and mouse games with them? Then, Mr. Lang, where do you think I should go if I don't continue my studies at this university? Qin Hao asked curiously. Hee hee, this world is so exquisite, and you are so young and rich. There is a wonderful life waiting for you to enjoy, such as supercars worth tens of thousands, luxurious villas with the sea in front of you and spring flowers blooming, young and beautiful first-class flight attendants and models, etc. All of these can be obtained by your own hands as long as you want, right? Lang Zifeng painted a beautiful picture for Qin Hao. Damn it, if my identity as a rich second generation were real, I would have been enjoying all of this long ago. Why would I be here acting like a coward delivering takeout? Of course, this was Qin Hao's inner monologue. Hey, Mr. Lang, I'm used to living a hard and poor life. I'm afraid I can't enjoy so much wealth and luxury all at once. So I'd like to keep a low profile for now. Qin Hao smiled slightly and replied against his true feelings. Oh, I see. Your grandfather might really like that kind of personality. However, young Master Su, I must remind you that you are now the sole heir of our Tianyu Group. As the only bloodline of the Su family in Tianyu Group, our top management has always valued you highly. But as you know, unexpected things can happen to anyone living in this world. And now that you're the only remaining heir in our group, aren't many directors feeling insecure about your position? Unsafe? What does that mean? Lang Zifeng's words left Qin Hao completely bewildered. Hee hee, you're still young, so there are some things I won't say. You probably still won't understand. What the board members mean is that they hope your bloodline, as the heir of the Su family, can quickly branch out and produce offspring. You understand what I mean, right? Lang Zifeng looked at Qin Hao with a smile. Procreation? Procreation? Does that mean I should have children as soon as possible? Qin Hao finally understood. That's right. That's exactly what they mean. Are you kidding me? I'm still a college student. I'm not even married yet. I don't even have a girlfriend. How am I supposed to have a baby? Actually, Qin Hao's unspoken thought was, I'm still a virgin. Hee hee, young Master Su, you're overthinking it. With your wealth and status, let alone a normal relationship and marriage, even without any official status, there are plenty of girls lining up to have your children. Just give the nod, and I can arrange it for you. Lang Zifeng smiled confidently. Me? Well, Qin Hao thought for a long time, then shook his head. I still prefer to follow the normal way and order, to date first, and then talk about marriage and having children. Oh, I see. That's fine then. I already thought of that. Here's what we'll do. There's a special audition event this weekend at the Outlet Hotel in Yundong City, and I'll come and take you there. Lang Zifeng smiled mysteriously. A preliminary selection event? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's mind immediately jumped to all sorts of talent shows and variety shows, like Supergirl, Superboy, and The Voice of China. But these auditions have created a conflict between me and wanting to have children sooner. Qin Hao wondered to himself, but it was clear that Lang Zifeng didn't want to give him an answer right now. After leaving Lang Zifeng in his Grand Cherokee, Qin Hao returned to his dormitory and found her Pang and Zhao Yuanxiao sighing incessantly. What's wrong? Qin Hao asked, puzzled. Oh dear, our goddess Ru Meng has been. Zhao Yuanxiao's words made Qin Hao even more confused. She got snatched up by a rich guy? What's so strange about that? If she's snatched up by a rich guy, we won't have to sigh anymore. She left with Boss Feng. Fatty's words completely confused Qin Hao. Chapter 33, Foodie's Guide. Ru Meng and Feng been left together? Isn't Feng been the one who's been flirting with Jiang Min, the hot-tempered girl in class, lately? What's going on here? Qin Hao was a little confused for a moment. Oh dear, just less than 20 minutes ago, Ru Meng came to our dorm. Zhao Yuanxiao saw that Qin Hao was a little confused, so she began to patiently explain to him. That's right, we were both so happy at first. We thought Ruming had come to see us. Urku added in the narration. But she rarely glanced at us, and went straight to ask the boss if he was the blue-blooded person who helped her advance to the top 16 that night. Zhao Yuanxiao seemed to be on the verge of tears as he said this. And then, they just left together. Qin Hao thought Fengbin wouldn't be so fickle, would he? No, Fengbin didn't admit it was him at first, but your little girl is so good at being charming. She kept pestering our boss. The two chubby girls pouted, their faces full of envy. Yes, she said she didn't mean anything by it. She just wanted to treat our boss to a meal to express her gratitude. And this meal wasn't just for our boss, but for several of Ru Ming's fans in Yundong City. After Zhao Yuanxiao finished speaking, Qin Hao realized that he had been overthinking things. Ru Ming simply wanted to have an offline meet and greet with the fans who cheered her on at the carnival. She had no intention of being so despicable. Then what's there for you to be sighing about? Isn't this a normal thing? Qin Hao found it quite amusing to look at his two senior brothers, Nan Nan. No, Qin Hao, you know we're the real fans. Zhao Yuanxiao sat up abruptly on the bed and hugged Qin Hao as she spoke. Yeah, just for this cat tooth carnival competition, Yuan Xiao and I ate instant noodles for half a month straight. Look at me, I've gotten so thin from starvation. Erpang also sat up, resting his chubby cheeks on his hands. You've lost weight? I didn't notice. Qin Hao walked over, pinched her cheek, and asked with a grin. Stop fooling around. We're being serious. You know, it's not very nice of Ru Ming to only invite the boss and not us when she's treating us to a meal, Erpang said, pushing Qin Hao's hand away in dissatisfaction. If you don't tell her, how can Rummy know who you are? Qin Hao found the two funny brothers quite amusing. Do we even need to say it? How could Ru Ming know that the Blue Blood Man is our dorm leader Feng Bin? How could she not know that we, the kind, fatty, and the round stone, were the ones who spread this news? Zhao Xiaoyuan said with obvious resentment. Yeah, all that support we two brothers gave her for nothing. In the end, we didn't even get a thank you. Erpang seemed a bit disheartened with Rumling. Qin Hao found it amusing, thinking to himself that if you knew the unknown side of these idol-like streamers, you would probably have come to terms with it long ago. Isn't that great? You can watch the live stream from now on, but just treat it as entertainment. Why bother watching it and strain your wallet? Qin Hao kindly said, offering words of comfort. However, that was like a dream. Our first offline cat lovers meetup. Yeah, Ru Ming will even be live streaming the entire meet and greet on the platform. How prestigious would it be if we could attend? Exactly. It's great that we can't participate. Seeing Zhao Yuanxiao and her Pangzi instantly turn into idiotic, blissful states again, Qin Hao couldn't help but smile bitterly to himself. His brother was truly hopeless. All right. I'm scared of you all. Where will Ru Ming meet next? Qin Hao asked, his eyes gleaming. So what if we know where it is? Yeah, what else could you possibly invite us to? In our dorm, there's only our eldest brother Feng and a rich guy named Ben. The three of us are all poorer than the last sigh. Upon hearing this, both of them looked dejected. Whether they can afford to go or not, at least tell them where they're eating, right? Seeing their reaction, Qin Hao found it increasingly amusing. I know. I just heard Ru Ming say on the channel that she wants to go to Michelin-starred restaurant Lin in Yundong. Seeing that Qin Hao's expression seemed promising, Zhao Yuanxiao immediately chimed in. Do you know anything? What Michelin restaurant? That's Kyoto Kaiseki cuisine. And besides, there's never been a restaurant called Michelin. Okay? Michelin makes tires. Erpang immediately perked up when it came to food. Then, I've always heard that there are Michelin 2-star and Michelin 3-star restaurants in certain places. Zhao Yuanxiao asked in confusion, and Qin Hao next to him was also very curious. Michelin is just a standard for evaluating restaurant ratings, just like how some hotels are 4-star and others are 5-star. Every hotel has its own brand and name, and you can't just call a 5-star hotel. Erpang immediately corrected. So that's how it is. I'm glad I didn't ask, Qin Hao thought to himself. The restaurant that Ru Ming is treating us to this meal is a famous brand in the Kyoto Kaiseki food industry called Tagawa Ishigami. They just moved to Yundong City and opened a branch here. It is said that all the ingredients are air-freighted directly from their place of origin. Seeing that Qin Hao and Yuan Xiao were listening respectfully, Erpang couldn't help but become very interested and started talking nonstop. You know so much about this. How did you eat it? Zhao Yuan Xiao asked the core question right away. Well, I only saw the introduction online. Erpang blushed when asked the question and answered honestly. All right, I'll treat you all to some Kaiseki cuisine tonight. Qin Hao's stomach was rumbling with anticipation, so he made the suggestion. You're going to treat us to Kaiseki cuisine? You must be kidding me. Zhao Yuanxiao immediately expressed his disbelief. Qin Hao, I'm not trying to discourage you. A Kaiseki meal is only worth 2,000 yuan per person, not 200 yuan. Erpang kindly reminded Qin Hao from the side. 2,000 yuan, huh? It's not cheap, but since you guys are willing to endure so much hardship for your dreams and idols, it's only right that I, as your brother, treat you to a big meal. Qin Hao naturally wouldn't care about such a small amount of money. Qin Hao, do you have enough money? Zhao Yuanxiao was still a little worried. Yeah, don't say we didn't warn you. We've given all of Ru Meng's living expenses to the rocket. Now we're just surviving on those 2 boxes of instant noodles piled up in the dorm. When our leader phone bin is gone, don't expect us to split the bill with you then. Pang quickly added, don't worry. If we really run out of money, I'll donate a kidney to make sure you finish this meal. Chin Hao smiled slightly. Holy crap, another kidney sale? Yeah, why did having a meal with you have to be so bloody? Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and go, or you'll miss senior goddess roaming. Chapter 34 Forcing Me to Take Action. The Tagawa Ishigami Kaiseki restaurant, where Rumung treated guests to a meal, is located in a suburban area of Unta City. Compared to Defuju, the restaurant Chin Hao and Fong Bin visited last time, this Michelin 3-star restaurant places greater emphasis on an elegant and quiet dining environment. Therefore, this upscale restaurant doesn't have particularly luxurious or grand decorations at the entrance. Instead, it uses a simple garden design to highlight its unique style. When Chin Hao and her Pang arrived at the entrance of this kaiseki restaurant by taxi, it was almost 6:30 p.m. Although the restaurant, with its island-style ambience, wasn't as bustling as Defu restaurant, you could still see people dining in small groups as they walked in. Is this the Michelin 3-star restaurant? The decor doesn't look very nice. With just a few big trees, how dare they charge so much money? Zhao Yuanshao looked around and asked curiously. You'll understand now. They're pursuing a dance that returns to nature, and their cooking style reflects that, Pang chimed in. All right, let's hurry up. I'm afraid there won't be any seats left. Chin Hao interrupted their musings and led them inside. Sir, could you please show me your appointment number? At the reception desk, a girl dressed in traditional clothing with long hair smiled and stopped them. What appointment? Chin Hao and the others were stunned. Is this the reservation number we gave you when you contacted our restaurant? Although she still had a smile on her face, the girl in the kimono clearly showed her disdain for them in her eyes. Contact us? We haven't contacted you before. Chin Hao sensed something was wrong. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a rule at our restaurant that we don't serve guests without a reservation. The kimono girl's attitude became even clearer, as if to say, you bunch of bumpkins don't know anything and you're not even eating kaiseki cuisine. Me? What's wrong? Can I eat at your restaurant without a reservation? Zhao Yuanshao couldn't help but ask loudly. Yes, the ingredients in our restaurant are all air freighted from their place of origin according to the orders placed by our customers the day before. It's quite different from the roadside food stalls you usually eat at. The girl in the kimono looked at Chin Hao's delivery uniform and covered her mouth with her sleeve, smiling as she spoke. Wow, is that amazing? Does your restaurant never accept guests without a reservation? Chin Hao is quite curious about this. Hee. Although I've managed to do it here, I've never seen a customer get a table without a reservation. I believe there are some distinguished guests who could be treated differently, but you. The girl in the kimono gave them a disdainful look, and although she didn't finish her sentence, the meaning was clear. However, you are definitely not worthy. So you're saying you think we're not qualified to not eat, right? Chin Hao's words already sounded a bit angry. That being said, there are rules in our restaurant that we can't laugh at customers who are poor. It's a restaurant from an island nation after all. Even when they make sarcastic remarks, they are so polite. All right, forget it. Chin Hao, we're not eating anymore. We're satisfied with your kindness. How about you treat us to barbecue near the school? Pang said, pulling Chin Hao's arm as soon as he saw that Chin Hao was a little angry. Yeah, let's go back and have some barbecue. We can watch that dreamlike meeting on our phones just as well. Zhao Yuanshao also started to persuade Chin Hao. Don't worry, you two. I'm Fine. Okay, you wait here for a moment while I make a call and ask. Chin Hao found it amusing, thinking that with his current wealth, he still had to accept the smiles of a restaurant waiter and couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. So the three of them stood temporarily at the makeshift area in front of the kaiseki restaurant. Chin Hao walked a little further away, took out his rice phone, and started making a call. What's going on? Apparently, after hearing the door close slightly, a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, who looked like a manager, walked over and asked the girl in the kimono. It's nothing, Manager Zhou. Look, it's those students, and oh right, there's also the delivery guy. They said they want to come in for a meal, but I told them our restaurant doesn't accept walk-ins. The delivery guy was a little unhappy with his request, saying he was going to make some kind of call to find someone to resolve the issue. Isn't that funny? The girl in the kimono explained with a smile. Oh, never mind. Even if we let the other students in, they'd probably be scared away by the price list. This middle-aged man, referred to as Manager Zhou, seemed overly concerned. He had worked diligently at the flagship store in Kyoto for 6 years and was highly regarded by his superiors. So when he came to Yundong to open a branch, he was promoted to deputy general manager of the branch. Since the establishment of this store in Daendong, Manager Zhou has seen this situation more than once. Not to mention a few poor students, even some nouveau riche and some gangsters come here without knowing anything, just wanting to eat. Fortunately, the head office had considered all possible scenarios before opening the branch and had made prior arrangements with the Yundong municipal government so that they could take immediate action should anyone cause trouble. Talp, talp, talp. A cell phone ringing interrupted Manager Zhou's recollection. He took out his phone and saw that the number was calling from the general manager's office at the Kyoto headquarters. Alu. The girl in the kimono noticed that Manager Zhou kept nodding and saying hi on the phone, as if the other party was a very insignificant person. What's wrong, Manager Zhou? The beautiful saleswoman asked somewhat solicitously as soon as the manager hung up the phone. The head office CEO, Mr. Yoshida, just called to tell me that a very important group of guests will be dining at our restaurant soon. Manager Zhou said, wiping the sweat from his brow. Oh, so they didn't make a reservation in advance? What nonsense are you talking about? If our head office's VIPs have to call me to notify the guests, how could we possibly need to make an appointment in advance? Manager Zhou glared at the girl, who immediately fell silent. I wonder when these distinguished guests will arrive. You'll be keeping your eyes peeled here. Don't miss them. I'll go inside and inform them so they can make the necessary arrangements. After giving his instructions, Manager Zhou led the restaurant inside. Let's go. Let's have dinner together. After Strawberry Box finished making a call to Lang Zifeng, it waited for 30 Qin House to come over and said to her Peng and Zhao Yuan Xiao. Chapter 35 is not a mistake. Qin Hao, you're not kidding us, are you? Yeah, just from that phone call you made, we can get in with only a quarter of the way in? Clearly, neither of Qin Hao's two roommates believed him. Come on. I'm not lying to you. The rich man who gave you the money is very familiar with their boss. Qin Hao could only smile wryly and use the same tired joke he had at the Silver Disco. Come on. I might believe you if you said the rich woman who gave you the money was their boss's mistress. That's right. Everyone knows that it was Boss Feng Bin who paid for the drinks last time. Although the two of them said they didn't believe it, the allure of the Ru Meng offline meet and greet still made them involuntarily follow Qin Hao up the steps and back to the entrance of the Kaiseki restaurant. I'm sorry, but I think I've already made it very clear to some of you. We don't accept guests without reservations. The girl in the kimono frowned when she saw these people coming up again. She was currently anxiously awaiting her reception. Manager Zhou had just mentioned the special instructions from headquarters regarding that table of guests. So naturally, she had no time to pay attention to the faces of these poor students. See? I told you were just bragging. Yeah, looks like your rich mistress doesn't have much influence. His two roommates immediately started joking with Qin Hao, but Qin Hao just smiled, shook his head, and continued. I hope you can check whether you have received a notification that a table of guests without reservations is coming to your restaurant. How many times do I have to tell you? Even if our restaurant makes an exception and allows some guests to dine without a reservation, please look at yourselves. Do you think you're the kind of guest you'd be? Clearly, Qin Hao was wearing down the kimono girl's patience, and her tone was becoming increasingly impatient. What kind of guest is this game suitable for? Qin Hao found this game increasingly interesting. Please, delivery guy, look around. None of the customers who come here take taxis. They all drive luxury cars worth over $1 million. Even if I let you in, do you think you can afford the 2,000 yuan fee per person? I'm not letting you in for your own good. The girl in the kimono spread her hands helplessly, hoping to scare away the troublesome delivery guy by revealing her price. What's going on? Why aren't you getting ready to receive the guests? What's with these few guests? Manager Zhou, who had already arranged the seating inside, came out again, worried that the guests might cause some problems in their reception. Yes. Manager Zhou, didn't the notice say what time those guests would arrive? The girl, dressed casually, spoke to Qin Hao and his two companions. No, I just said we'd be there soon. Didn't you have any luxury cars driving by just now? Manager Zhou shook his head. No, there really weren't any new customers just now. I've been standing here the whole time, the girl in the kimono said firmly. Then it shouldn't have arrived yet, right? Manager Zhou nodded. Excuse me, didn't you mention the names of the guests at that table? Qin Hao suddenly asked inappropriately from the side. Are you all done yet? What are the names of those VIPs at that table? What does it have to do with you getting a share of the money? Don't you even look at yourselves in the mirror? The girl in the kimono said sarcastically, somewhat angrily. Oh dear, don't say that. We're a high-end restaurant. We can't let people think our staff are as snobbish as those in ordinary restaurants. Manager Zhou said expertly, stopping the girl in the kimono. He turned around and looked at Qin Hao, who was selling clothes, and chuckled somewhat boredly. But young man, we have distinguished guests tonight, so we don't really have time to entertain you. You guys will be better off grabbing some skewers and beer on the street instead. Yes, the manager already said. Qin Hao, let's go. That's right, we could have drunk several bottles in that time. My friend then tried to persuade the two of them as well. This is Manager Zhou, right? Didn't the notification you just received say that the customer who made the order was surnamed Qin and named Qin Hao? Qin Hao didn't seem to care and asked with a smile. I already said, whatever your name is, it definitely isn't one of you. Hurry up and leave. Before Manager Zhou could reply, the girl in the kimono impatiently interrupted Qin Hao. You're not leaving, are you? If you don't leave, I'm calling security. Seeing that Qin Hao still hadn't left, he slammed his hand on the walkie-talkie on the girl's desk, seemingly preparing to actually go find security. With a smack, the walkie-talkie in the kimono was knocked to the ground. The girl screamed, thinking it was the poor delivery man who was angry, but she found that the one who knocked her walkie-talkie was Manager Zhou standing opposite her. Manager Zhou? This is... The girl asked curiously, but before she could understand, Manager Zhou walked directly to Qin Hao and bowed deeply. I'm so sorry. Please forgive our rudeness, no matter what. Manager Zhou's attitude took a complete 180-degree turn, which stunned the woman in the kimono. Manager Zhou, are you sure you're not mistaken? This guy is a VIP who headquarters specifically called to ask us to give him special treatment? No way, he looks like a food delivery guy. Of course, Manager Zhou's action also baffled her Pang and Zhao Yuanxiao. How is this possible? Just one phone call, and the manager of this top-tier kaiseki restaurant is taking it so seriously? Could it be that Qin Hao is really hooking up with some amazing rich woman? Qin Hao and his companion were unaware of their friend's true feelings, but he was quite pleased with Manager Zhou's reaction at that moment. It's nothing, Manager Zhou. Ignorance is no excuse, but can you take us in now? Of course. I've already prepared everything for you all inside. I'll take you in now. Please let me in. Manager Zhou walked ahead, solicitously, leading Qin Hao and the other two into the upper-level restaurant hall of Tianquan Stone, leaving the girl in the kimono staring blankly at their backs. The dining environment at the kaiseki restaurant was indeed quite different from where they ate together. The decor aimed for a pure, rustic, and naturally harmonious style. After crossing several small bridges and streams, and winding through a dark corridor, Manager Zhou led them to a small table. Distinguished guests, it's really not enough. You've arrived in such a hurry that we haven't been able to arrange any better seating. This may affect the dining experience of other tables, so please understand. Manager Zhou said apologetically, bowing deeply once more. This place is great. We're very satisfied. Qin Hao smiled slightly. All right, I'll arrange for the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous dinner for you right away. Seeing that Qin Hao didn't seem to be making any special selections, Manager Zhou wiped the sweat from his brow and stepped back. It really is a Michelin 3-star restaurant. The decor is truly unique. Pang commented, putting on an air of expertise. Pang, stop pretending. Look over there. Zhao Yuanxiao's prompting made Qin Hao and Pang look in the direction he was pointing. Chapter 36, A Nauseating Meeting. Sure enough, in the direction the finger was pointing was an antique-style screen, and behind that screen, one could vaguely see several people talking and laughing in front of a large table. Huh? Isn't that it? Pang asked in confusion. We'll know once we go and take a look. Qin Hao pulled his two brothers beside him, and the three of them tiptoed over. Looking over the edge of the screen, I saw Ru Meng, the live-streaming host from Yundong University, surrounded by a large group of people sitting around a table. Today, Ru Meng wore a light pink halter-neck dress, her avocado-white skin glowing like a dewy glacier. Her already large breasts formed a deep cleavage between them, making it impossible not to steal glances. Everyone here is a good friend from my live stream. Today is our first time meeting in person, so please don't stand on ceremony. Ru Meng greeted the strongest person with a warm smile. Okay, everyone, let's eat. Yes. With Ru Meng dressed up so beautifully, everyone's appetite is sure to be good. Several men sitting close to Ru Meng seemed to be excitedly helping to greet her, but what Qin Hao and the others found strange was that they didn't see their leader, Feng Bin, next to Ru Meng. Hey, Where's the boss? Yeah? Where's the boss? Where is it? Zhao Yuan Xiao, with her sharp eyes, pointed and said softly. Sure enough, following the direction of his finger, the old man in the dormitory was sitting on the farthest edge of the big table from Rumman, fiddling with his phone somewhat bored. Please be quiet, everyone. I'd like to say a few words before we start eating. Ru Ming glanced around and, seeing that almost everyone had arrived, stood up. Okay, let Rumming tell you. Shut up, everyone. That's right, everyone here today is a good friend of mine, Rumung. They all helped me a lot at the recently concluded Cat Tooth Carnival competition, especially with the seasoning. Rumung cleared her throat slightly and continued. Actually, most of the friends here are old acquaintances, so I don't need to introduce them much. Here, I'd like to introduce a friend who might not be familiar to everyone. The one who helped me defeat the magic little demon in the Carnival Top 32 PK competition. And then there's him, my senior at Dongda University, Feng Bin. At this point, Ru Ming pointed with her small hand at Feng Bin, who was sitting in the cosmetics room, and everyone's eyes immediately fell on him. So it was him. I thought he was a big boss. Exactly. I guess he's trying to use this one-time investment to win Ru Ming's heart, right? After all, they're in the same school, so they have a natural advantage. Unexpectedly, the crowd's reaction was not as expected. On the contrary, a few people whispered in a sarcastic tone. Actually, there's nothing strange about this. The reason is simple. Last time, Blue Blood helped Rama get 20 super rockets at the last minute, narrowly defeating the big streamer Magic Fairy. However, this also served as a heavy blow to those big names who usually claim to be Ru Ming's sugar daddy, so it's understandable that they reacted when Feng Bin was mentioned as a blue-blooded person. This young man is the blue blood who just charged 20 super rockets, my apologies. Come on in, let me toast you. A bald, middle-aged man sat down next to Feng Bin with a grin, holding up a glass of liquor with both hands. You're too kind, you're too kind. Feng Bin also raised his glass and downed his drink. Actually, he didn't want to attend this gathering, but he couldn't resist Ru Ming's tearful pleas. When he got there, he found that everyone there was either a respectable person or a rich second-generation or official son. They were all talking big, and he couldn't join the conversation. It was actually quite boring, seeing that Zi Rameng was focusing all her attention on him, and noticing the somewhat unfriendly looks in everyone's eyes. Feng Bin felt even more uncomfortable. Brother Feng, what does your family do? The bald, middle-aged man asked with a grin before leaving. Oh, my dad owns a construction company, Feng Bin answered truthfully. Oh, my apologies, so you're in real estate. No wonder you're so generous in supporting our Ming Ming. May I ask what your father's construction company is called? The bald, middle-aged man kept asking questions. It's a small company called Gene Phone Construction Company. Feng Bin didn't understand why these people were so eager to know this. Haha, I thought this blue-blooded guy was some rich second-generation heir. A stylish young man sitting next to Ru Ming suddenly laughed. What's wrong? Do you know this company? The balding middle-aged man asked curiously. I know, of course I know. I might be celebrating if it were another construction company, but this Gene Phone Construction Company. The man suddenly hesitated. What's wrong? Yes, tell me quickly. Several large, dreamlike satellites immediately followed suit. The owner of this Gene Phone Construction Company just applied for a loan at the bank where my dad is the manager last month. I was driving my father there to inspect the site that day. And then, the young man kept everyone in suspense, prompting a barrage of questions from the crowd. Don't worry about that blue-blooded guy getting upset. That Gene Phone Construction Company, even with a decent construction team, doesn't have a proper office building. They just rent a few rundown storefronts. They probably don't even have 100 workers on the site. I bet his dad is just a big contractor. After saying this, the group of young people looked at Romong beside them with grins. Is that so? His own father's company is relying on loans to operate, yet he still has money to buy 20 super rockets for a female live streamer. Yeah, this kid's got a really big heart. This caused these big accounts to immediately experience a fluctuating mix of hot and cold. Please don't do this. You are all my friends, Rumeng. I invited you all to thank you. It's not a competition to see who has the most money. Rumeng, being a live streamer, noticed Feng Bin's embarrassed expression and immediately tried to comfort him. That's right, that's right. Meng Meng is right. Even if you have a mountain of gold at home, it's useless if you don't recharge Meng Meng's account and send her gifts, right? The bald man next to Feng Bin chuckled again and asked, Hey bro, You were practically the talk of the town in Mengming's live stream last time. You totally eliminated that arrogant magic little fairy. But why didn't you show up yesterday? The opponent you were PKing with yesterday was nowhere near as strong as that magic little fairy. Yeah, they were so cocky in the round of 32 to 16 last time. So why are they so quiet in the round of 16 to 8? Once you've said all the nice things, the money in your pocket might be useless. Hey Lao Lu, hurry up and call your dad. Tell him to lend that Enfeng construction company more money. Otherwise, his son won't have enough money to buy rockets for the female streamer. Yeah, huh? The whole table burst into laughter. Chapter 37 Routine. You guys, you're going too far. That's right. You're just bullying our boss because you have more people, aren't you? Just as Feng Bin was so angry that the veins on his forehead were about to bulge, two voices suddenly came from next door. Of course, the ones speaking were Pangzi and Zhao Yuanxiao, who had been secretly watching the commotion from the sidelines. Pangzi, Yuanxiao, Qinhao, you're all here? Feng Bin felt a warmth in his heart when he saw his good buddies from the dormitory come over. Meng Meng, who are they? The old man, who had just been called Lao Lu, glanced at Qin Hao and his two companions with a disdainful look. They should be from the same school as me. By the way, they should be roommates with me. They're senior Feng Bin, right? Ru Meng's answer almost made her Pang and Zhao Yuanxiao furious. So, after cheering for her for so long, they didn't even know their ID names. Ru Meng, I'm the kind-hearted fat man. I'm a smooth stone. Although Pang and Zhao Yuanxiao were having a lively time, they immediately revealed their IDs in front of their long-admired goddesses. Ah, I thought it was someone else. It turns out to be those two poorest and lowest-level guys in our live stream. Lao Lu laughed loudly, and the group of high-level cat lovers next to him also burst into laughter. Being poor means we can't support Meng Meng? Pang glared angrily at Lao Lu. Exactly. We may be poor, but we're poor with pride. Even if we're broke, we'll still contribute our savings to support our goddess, Ru Meng. Unlike your group of rich people from Magic Fairy, who chicken out at the sight of us. And you still have a nerve to laugh at us. Zhao Xiao immediately retorted sarcastically. Who are you two poor students laughing at? Old Six immediately jumped up and shouted. Who here isn't richer than you? You've come here to show off, believe me or not. I'll have someone take care of you too right now. Six brother, sit down, and all of you sit down too. The balding middle-aged man who had been sitting next to Feng clearly held considerable authority among their group, and his few words diffused the tense atmosphere. Today is a thank you banquet for everyone, so let's not dwell on past grievances. Whether we have the opportunity to sit together and drink is fate, don't you think? The middle-aged bald man's words were quite insightful, and even Feng Pang and his group couldn't find fault with them. Naturally, the fans of those big brands also agreed enthusiastically. However, Qin Hao secretly felt that this old guy was definitely not simple and might be setting some kind of trap for them, these poor students. Sure enough, after toasting everyone, the middle-aged man placed a small portion of his glasses on the table, cleared his throat, and began to speak again. Well, as everyone knows, Ru Meng is just a college student from a very ordinary family. Although she has made some money through live streaming, it's nothing compared to the rest of us here. The bald man paused here. Greasy second master, just say what you have to say. Yes, we're all so familiar with each other. Why beat around the bush? Several people couldn't help but ask. Haha, it's nothing really. I just think it's a bit too much for Rumung to treat everyone to such a high-end kaiseki meal. So I was thinking that everyone could send some gifts on the Manhwa platform later to show their appreciation. After the balding man finished speaking, he glanced at Feng Bin beside him, seemingly absent-mindedly. When the two fat men, Zhao Yuanxiao and Qin Hao, had already sat down next to the boss Feng, the bald man's meaningful glance made them all feel uncomfortable. No, please. We agreed that today is to thank everyone for buying gifts. How can we ask you to spend money to buy gifts? Ru Mingzhan said, feeling a little embarrassed. Rumung, don't be so polite. It's easy for a girl like you to make some money as a streamer. How can you let yourself pay for the meal today? Lao Lu quickly advised from his side. Yeah, you're right. I'll send 2 rockets first. Okay then, I'll send a super rocket. Great. Unfortunately, I don't have much money in my car today, so I'll just swipe 10 airplanes. Immediately, everyone at the dinner table took out their phones and started sending gifts to Ru Meng's live stream. Ru Meng's live stream quickly became very popular, and the few lines of comments that were originally there became sparse. Throughout the entire ordeal, The balding man kept smiling as he looked at Feng Bin and the two fat men beside him. Swish! Why did you stop swiping? Yeah, shouldn't the blue-blooded people hurry up? Why aren't you so awesome today? Exactly. How can a bunch of grown men have the nerve to come to such a high-class restaurant and let a young girl treat them to a meal? With the main accounts of the animals leading the charge in the live stream, the chat started directing its criticism at Blue Blood, Pang, and Zhao Yuanxiao's alternate accounts. Boss, what should we do? Pang asked Feng Bin softly beside him. Feng Bin was now kicking himself for being so vain as to admit that he was the unfortunate blue-blooded person. Now things are really messed up. He's being constantly provoked by his three roommates in front of him. How is he supposed to prove he's a true blue-blooded person? Besides, although Taiyuan got back the money he owed his father, he wasn't a real rich kid. The last time Defuju treated everyone to a meal, they were already quite extravagant, and this time they were clearly going to make him bleed money dry. Boss, I need to go to the toilet. I always get an upset stomach from eating this Japanese sashimi. Just as Feng Bin was in a panic, Qin Hao suddenly said something and ran straight to the toilet. Damn, Qin Hao is such a traitor. He always backs down when something happens. Zhao Yuanxiao said with some dissatisfaction. Yeah, Dingfeng Real Estate did something like this before. Why is it happening again this time? Pang shook his head and sighed. What? You're letting you spend money. Yet one of you ran away. The young man known as Lao Lu asked with a chuckle. Hey, didn't you see that the one who left was just a food delivery guy? You didn't expect him to send Rumling some shredded pork with garlic sauce or Kung Pao chicken as gifts, did you? The bald man's words caused everyone present to burst into laughter, and even the live stream chat was filled with rows of 666666 and haha comments. They're really bullying us. Feng Bin felt a chill run down his spine. He took out his phone and started entering the card number to top up his account. Although Feng Bin only had a little over 3,000 yuan left in his card, he couldn't let them bully him like this, even if his father scolded him to death. At this very moment, Ru Meng's live stream suddenly began to continue. The blue-blooded ones have launched a super rocket. The Blue Bloods have launched 2 super rockets. The Blue Bloods have launched 3 super rockets. The Blue Bloods have launched 4 super rockets. The Blue Bloods have launched 5 super rockets. The largest system notification in the live stream immediately silenced the laughter that was mocking Feng Bin and his group. Chapter 38, The Academic Genius Among Foodies. These rockets should be enough for me. Round stone and kind fatty's meals, right? The blue-blooded man said, then fell silent. Boss, you're really generous. Pang patted Feng Bin on the shoulder happily. Yeah, boss. Being able to share a dorm room with you. Our university education was truly worthwhile. Zhao Yuanxiao excitedly came over and hugged Feng Bin. Their leader, Feng Bin, was clearly stunned. After a moment, he nodded, but he didn't seem to understand anything. The big accounts that were just stirring up trouble in the live stream are now silent, just quietly eating the food in front of them. Senior Feng Bin, you're so generous. Ru Meng smiled at Feng Yanran. Of course, she was happy because she would get 5,000 yuan for those 5 super rockets. So generous, so incredibly generous. The middle-aged, balding man with the ID greasy second master seemed to be impressed by Feng Bin's extravagant spending and immediately offered him a glass of Japanese sake. By the way, Pang Yuanxiao, how did you and Qin Hao get here? Although he was still confused, after having a drink with Pang, Feng Bin asked his roommate without showing any emotion. Oh, not long after you and Rumling left, Qin Hao came back. When he heard that you came to Ruming's Cat Lovers meetup, he volunteered to bring us to this kaiseki restaurant to check it out, Pang said in a low voice. Absolutely. Getting through this door was quite a hassle. That kid Qin Hao even said he called his sugar daddy before they let us in. Zhao Yuanxiao quickly added from the side. What rich woman? He said rich man. But that kid is really something. After he made the call, the manager at the door obediently invited us in. We just happened to run into you guys. Pang said to Zhao Xiao with a hint of pride. Oh, Qin Hao's been acting strangely lately. Hey, why isn't he back yet? Feng Bin was saying when Qin Hao hurriedly walked in from outside. Hey, the delivery guy's back. How's it going? Does this kaiseki restaurant have any delivery orders for you? Looks like there's no more left. You see, we were just clearing out some space so we could eat a little more. Having made a fool of itself earlier, the main account has now turned its attention to Qin Hao, who sells clothes on the outside. Qin Hao just smiled and didn't dwell on it. He had just logged into his Blue Blood account in a hurry on the terminal and quickly sent 5 super rockets to Ru Meng's live stream. He was naturally sweating profusely when he rushed back. All right, everyone. Stop talking and start eating. Rumeng naturally didn't want these wealthy customers to cause any more trouble or contradictions, so she quickly urged everyone to eat more while constantly glancing at the men present with her seductive eyes, leaving her Pang and Yuan Xiao a little dumbfounded. I must say that this kaiseki cuisine has a lot of history in Japan. Originally, kaiseki meant that when a high monk was listening to a Zen sermon, he would become one with the stone to resist the hunger in his stomach. Lao Lu, who had been sitting next to Rumeng, felt a little embarrassed that he hadn't made Feng Bin and his group of poor students lose face, so he started to show off his knowledge of food and beverage. So this stuff is for monks? Rumeng blinked her big, adorable eyes. Meng, you're absolutely right. This breakfast was originally prepared as tea snacks for the monks who listened to Zen. It gradually became the Shi Huai cuisine we have today. Old Lu was even more pleased to see that he had caught Rumeng's attention. The raw food in kaiseki cuisine must be fresh. Great care is taken in the timing and preservation of the ingredients, as well as the location and method of sourcing them. And the raw food itself becomes a strict standard for freshness. TCH, what's so special about it? These explanations are all copied from Baidu Encyclopedia. Erpang snorted softly, muttering in dissatisfaction. My kind, chubby brother, it seems you're quite dissatisfied with what I said. Do you have any brilliant ideas? This old man had pretty sharp ears and immediately heard the voice coming from the other side. Me? I didn't. After all, Erpang usually only faced his dormitory or the boys in his dormitory, so he was still a little timid. No, just eat there obediently, Lao Lu said sarcastically, then began to boast about his extensive knowledge of the food industry, mentioning which restaurants he frequented, which made Rumeng occasionally let out envious sounds. Rumeng, when you're on vacation, I'll take you to these places to indulge in all sorts of delicious food. Seeing that this girl was already worshipping him to no end, Lao Lu immediately abandoned his invincible secret weapon of flirting. Hee, let's see how things go. Rumeng was a worldly streamer after all, so she wouldn't be swayed by a few sweet words. Besides, most of the people present were her male fans. She really hoped that if she agreed to go on the trip with this guy in front of them, they would all disappear without a trace. Oh, well. Old Lu, feeling awkward, sat down again. Just then, the waiter brought each person a shallow celadone bowl, in which a piece of white and tender tofu was soaking in a broth. Please proceed slowly, everyone, said the waitress with a slight smile, announcing the name of the dish being served. This tofu is so good. It looks crystal clear and has a touch of fragrant leaf on top. You should eat more of it, Meng Li. This tofu can effectively supplement isoflavones, which is especially good for girls. Lao Lu eagerly used a soup spoon to transfer the piece of tofu from his soup bowl into Rumeng's bowl. He. A soft laugh couldn't help but escape from his side. You fat nerd. Laughing at the table, old Lu glared at him. I laugh at you for not knowing anything and giving nonsensical explanations. This time, Erpang was confident. Nonsense? What nonsense am I spouting? I'm wrong to say that tofu is rich in isoflavones and has health benefits for women. That's right, the isoflavones in tofu are indeed very beneficial to many organs in women. But what's in this bowl isn't tofu at all, Erpang said, gently touching the tofu in the bowl with a soup spoon. If it's not tofu, what else could this square, white, and smooth thing be but tofu? Old Lu also felt that he might have said something wrong, but he still asked in a firm tone. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately ate a spoonful of food from their bowls. It tastes a bit fishy. It has a fresh, seafood-like flavor. It really doesn't taste like tofu. People felt good after eating it. This is definitely not tofu, because it's the testes of a male parrotfish. As soon as Erpang said this, Rumeng, who was sitting in the main seat, vomited out a mouthful of saliva. Chapter 39, Preliminary Selection Meeting. Meanwhile, in the VIP bathhouse of Tanglong Shengshi, the most upscale and luxurious private club in Yundong City, Lang Zifeng was lying naked on his back on a chair with water jets and massage functions. Foamy water was constantly flowing out from under him, and he had his eyes slightly closed as if he was resting. How's it going? What are the results of your secret observations these past few days? A man around 50 years old sat down in the chair next to him and casually asked, This kid's got some nerve. I thought that after I gave him that 10 million card, he'd go off and live a life of debauchery. Lang Zifeng didn't open his eyes, as if he were muttering to himself. Oh, him? He didn't touch the money on that card. The man asked, somewhat surprised. No, that's not it. It only cost a small portion. And this kid seems to be letting people know his identity intentionally or unintentionally. He even goes out to deliver things frequently. It's exhausted me. Longzi opened his eyes wide and adjusted his posture. Is that so? This kid is actually quite troublesome. The middle-aged man seemed to fall into deep thought. President Chu, why do you say that? Lang Zifeng asked, seeing that the other party's expression seemed very calm. I originally thought that a poor delivery boy who suddenly became incredibly wealthy, with the backing of our Tianya group, would be so excited that he would lose himself and become completely immersed in the pursuit of material enjoyment. I thought he would be completely under our control. But now it seems we really underestimated this delivery boy. It's the people who have no desires who want the most. The middle-aged man, whom Chu called General Manager, sighed deeply. Hee hee. Mr. Chu, I think you're overthinking it. This kid has never thought of so much before. Besides, he's just a man. We don't need him to be so picky about beautiful women. I've decided to broaden his horizons first. This weekend, I'll take him to the wealthy people's matchmaking event in Yundong City. Lang Zifeng smiled slightly, then remembered his own idea. Oh, I hope it's as you wish. But remember, before we truly take control of the company, we must ensure his safety. This must be absolutely foolproof, understand? Perhaps not wanting to say any more, President Chu directly took a towel from the tray next to the bathtub and covered his lower body. It was almost 10 p.m. when they came out of the kaiseki restaurant. The middle-aged man called Greasy Second Master kindly drove Ru Meng, Qin Hao, Feng Bin, and the other three people back to Yundong University in his white Desert Storm car. As they parted, Ru Meng was still somewhat reluctant to leave the eldest brother, Feng Bin, and Air Pang and Zhao Yuanxiao could be seen feeling a surge of bitterness. That greasy second master is no simpleton, Qin Hao said to his brothers when he returned to the dormitory. Of course he's not simple. He must be a rich person. Zhao Yuanxiao blurted out. No, that's not what I meant. Qin Hao shook his head. So what do you mean? Now even the eldest brother, Feng Bin, was a little puzzled. I can't say for sure right now, but I always feel that he's not just an ordinary fan. Qin Hao said thoughtfully. Gu, are you saying that Ru Ming and that uncle have had a relationship? Even a usually good-natured Erpang couldn't sit still anymore. No, 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 that's not what I meant. Anyway, I don't think Ru Ming is as innocent as you all think. Qin Hao quickly explained. TCH, sour grapes. Zhao Yuanxiao immediately scoffed. See, you've made those male fans so angry they say they won't even see each other anymore. Erpang immediately joked. Sigh. Seeing that the two boys wouldn't listen to him at all, Qin Hao could only shake his head with a wry smile and say that he was going to bed. In the days that followed, Qin Hao continued his usual life, attending classes during the day and taking and delivering food orders whenever he had time after school. The class seemed much quieter. His goddess Zhang Lulu and her best friend Du Lanlan had not contacted him again, as if the predicament Qin had helped him out of at Fuheo residence that night had never happened. That's good enough. Qin Hao felt that his life as a simp was finally over. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was the weekend. The day I had arranged with Lang Zifeng to attend the audition at the Outlet Hotel has arrived. Although he didn't know what this audition was all about, Lang Zifeng took him to the bustling scene anyway, so Qin Hao still rode his second-hand electric scooter to the Aladdin Hotel on time. The Outlet Hotel is located in the most bustling area of downtown Yundong City, where land prices are incredibly high, demonstrating the immense wealth of the hotel owner who can afford to buy land and build here. Qin Hao, dressed in a food delivery uniform, casually parked his electric scooter and began looking around for Lang Zifeng, who had asked him to sign a contract. Huh, it seems like there's some kind of talent show audition here today. Although Lang Zifeng didn't see it, Qin Hao noticed that a steady stream of people was entering the hotel. Surprisingly, the majority of the crowd consisted of women dressed in flamboyant attire. These girls are all older than average, probably under 25, but each one is quite attractive. As a result, beauties of all shapes and sizes flocked into the hotel's main lobby. Is this a talent show? I haven't heard of any talent shows in Yundong City recently. Qin Hao was increasingly puzzled, but he still followed the crowd into the hotel's main entrance. Hey, stop right there, a young man in a red doorman uniform shouted. Huh, me? Qin Hao turned his head and glanced at the doorman, realizing that the doorman seemed to be talking about him. Yes. You're just a food delivery guy. Who else could you be? At this moment, the doorman had already squeezed through the crowd and come to Chin Hao's side. Me? What's wrong? What's wrong, boss? Look where we are. This is the five-star Aladdin Hotel, not some roadside food stall. Do you think anyone here would order takeout? The doorman, clearly very self-important, pointed at Chin Hao with his hands on his hips. Oh, I'm not here to deliver food. Chin Hao glanced at his work uniform, realizing the other party had misunderstood, and said apologetically, You're not here to deliver food. You're here to pick it up? Don't try to fool me. Our Aladdin Hotels catering never provides delivery services. The red-clad doorman looked increasingly expensive. Oh, I'm not here to pick up food. Actually, I'm here to participate in that preliminary selection. Chin Hao glanced at a huge banner on the wall in the hotel lobby, which read something like the Male-Female Image Dating Contest Preliminary Selection Site. Chapter 40, Am I a Judge? What? You're participating in that audition? Are you kidding me, boss? Do you even know what that audition is all about? The doorman seemed to laugh in exasperation. No, I'm not entirely sure. Chin Hao was telling the truth. Delivery guy, it's not that I look down on you, but this audition is really not for someone like you. Forget it. There's no point in me saying anything more. Look, I'm already so busy, so don't cause me any more trouble, okay? The doorman shook his head angrily and pointed outside the door, where it was obvious that Chin Rang had left Hao Hotel. However, I really did have someone invite me here. Although Chin Hao was not entirely clear about what the preliminary selection for this social event was all about, he was always honest and trustworthy and did not want to stand Lang Zifeng up. Hey you, don't push your luck. Can't we talk to you nicely? I've already said, this audition has nothing to do with delivery men like you. Can't you understand me? Seeing that Chin Hao didn't seem to be leaving immediately, the doorman's expression darkened as he continued. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't leave soon, I might call security. If they really throw you out, it won't look good for anyone. Why would you do that? Chin Hao wavered. Although he was often looked down upon, he wasn't so despicable as to need people to use violence to force him out. Since this so-called dating pageant is something I don't want to participate in at all. With that thought, Chin Hao turned around and prepared to leave the hotel. Young Master Su, where are you going? Lang Zifeng ran out of the elevator lobby, sweating profusely, and shouted after Chin Hao. Huh? Oh, this doorman won't let me in. Seeing Lang Zifeng running up to him breathlessly, Chin Hao pointed to the doorman next to him, who looked a little dumbfounded. What young Master Su? I've never seen anyone dressed like a delivery man wandering the streets like that before. The doorman scratched his head, completely bewildered. He won't let you in? Wait a moment, young Master Su. Lang Zifeng turned around and shouted to the lobby manager who was busy greeting guests in the hotel lobby. Manager Tang, come here for a moment. The middle-aged man in the high-end suit seemed to know Lang Zifeng very well, and as soon as he heard his voice, he hurriedly ran over. Mr. Lang, is there anything you need? Is this doorman one of your men? He's blocking our young Master Su from entering the hotel. Lang Zifeng pointed at the doorman, whose forehead was covered in cold sweat, and said coldly, What? He dared to do such a thing? I'll immediately notify HR to fire him. Mr. Lang, and where's our young Master Su? I must apologize to him. At this point, Manager Tang didn't even glance at Chin Hao, who was standing next to them. Manager Tang, please forgive me. I really can't believe it. I can't believe that the delivery guy was young Master Su. The doorman was already crying as he spoke. Bullshit. What kind of food delivery guy is he? If he can't even tell the difference, what kind of doorman does he have at our Aladdin? Pack your bags and get out of here right now. Manager Tang was still relentless. Forget it. I won't hold it against him, and you don't need to fire him. Chin Hao was quite different from this doorman. Although he was a bit condescending, he was, after all, from the same working-class background as Chin Hao. Look, even young Master Su isn't competing anymore. Hey, who are you? It was only then that Manager Tang realized that the person speaking was actually a food delivery guy in a delivery uniform. He is our young Master Su. Lang Zifeng sneered, and Chin Hao nodded in perfect unison, his expression incredibly cool. I've really learned something new about Mr. Su's pursuit of unconventional attire. Hurry up and thank Mr. Su. He's not firing you this time because he pleaded for you. Let's see if you dare to judge people by their appearance next time. Manager Tang suddenly changed his tune. You didn't even realize it wasn't him? The doorman muttered under his breath, but he still kept bowing to Chin Hao and apologizing. Oh no, we're running out of time. Young Master Su, let's hurry up and go upstairs. Lang Zifeng seemed to be in a rush and pulled Qin Hao along with him into the elevator. President Lang, what exactly is this Lang Kai new image dating contest? Qin Hao asked, seeing that there was no one else in the elevator. It's very simple. Just give the animal beauties a chance to meet you. A tycoon. But I know you're a low-key person, but this is a tycoon matchmaking event in a five-star hotel. You can't just buy a designer outfit to wear. Lang Zifeng looked at Qin Hao, who was dressed in an orange takeout outfit, and shook his head with a wry smile. A chance for beautiful women to meet rich men? So these are all here to participate in the preliminary selection? If they're here to participate in the preliminary selection, then am I the one who sleeps with the beauties? Qin Hao found the event hilarious. You? Haha, of course you're on the judging panel for the preliminary selection. Lang Zifeng's answer surprised Qin Hao. A judge? Me a judge? Qin Hao asked incredulously. Of course, if you fancy a girl, give her a high score. Oh, and keep this invitation safe. They'll assign you a seat when you enter the event hall. Lang Zifeng said, pulling a black invitation with gold lettering from his suit jacket pocket. VIP exclusive judging panel? I could be a judge just by having this invitation. Of course, don't underestimate this invitation. It's a symbol of status and family background. I don't have any of that. Lang Zifeng said enviously. But what am I supposed to evaluate later? I've always been the one being evaluated. I've never evaluated anyone else before. Hehe, it's very simple. If you like this girl, give her a high score. If you don't, give her a low score. As for what you like about her, whether it's her face, her figure, or her voice, it doesn't matter. Lang Zifeng's explanation made Qin Hao feel even more that the world of the rich was indeed different. Ding! The panoramic elevator finally reached the top floor of the Aladdin Hotel, ringing the main venue of this wealthy matchmaking event. Once up there, Qin Hao immediately felt that he couldn't take it all in. There were even more girls up there than downstairs, and the sound of their laughter and chatter were so pleasant. Sir, please show your invitation. Two staff members at the door glanced at Qin Hao curiously before stopping them. Chapter 41, it's you again? Oh, okay. Qin Hao and Lang Zifeng both took out their invitations. Qin Hao noticed that although Lang Zifeng's invitation was gold embossed, this year it was gold and yellow, and the cover said VIP group, another group. Why does this feel like a dating show? Qin Hao shook his head with a smile and slowly walked in the main hall of the venue with Lang Zifeng, while the two staff members stared at him in disbelief. The main hall of the venue was 3,000 to 4,000 square meters, and the area in front of it had been expanded into a park and was filled with a romantic atmosphere. Groups of beautiful women walked past Qin Hao and his companion countless times. The venue also had many tables of self-service pastries and drinks prepared for the participants. Several girls dressed in unusually light clothing looked at Qin Hao's food delivery uniform with laughter before walking to the table to get pastries and drinks. Mr. Lang, is the food here free? Qin Hao glanced at the fragrant and exquisitely designed desserts on the buffet table and swallowed hard. Young Master Su, everything here is free to eat. Lang Zifeng suppressed a laugh and pointed to the other side, saying, I still have some acquaintances to greet, so you can take care of yourself first. Remember to find your seat on your invitation later. Okay, Mr. Lang, you're not sure. I can handle this all by myself. Qin Hao chuckled, thinking to himself that he felt uncomfortable with Lang Zifeng around, and he could leave as he pleased. Qin Hao's stomach rumbled, reminding him that he hadn't had dinner yet. I'll grab a few pastries to tide me over, Qin Hao decided, and strode over to the long table laden with various pastries and drinks. Bang! In his haste to get there, Qin Hao accidentally bumped into another girl who was also carrying food. Oh dear, who is it? A starving ghost reincarnated? Why are you in such a hurry? The girl complained. I'm sorry. I was in a hurry. This bump hurt Qin Hao quite a bit, and he rubbed his head while apologizing. Hey, it's you, Qin Hao, the food delivery guy. The girl across from me looked up and exclaimed in surprise. Huh, it's you, Du Lan Lan. Now, Qin Hao understood. The person who bumped into him was none other than Du Lan Lan, a sharp-tongued little firecracker in his class. You actually chased Lulu all the way here? Du Lan Lan was also taken aback and immediately said coldly, What? I chased after you? I was invited here by someone else. I didn't know you were here beforehand. Qin Hao was astonished. How come he kept running into the two of them no matter where he went? You're denying it again, aren't you? Lulu, come here. Look who's here. Du Lan Lan glared at a girl dressed in white not far away and called out, Lan Lan, how many times have I told you? We can't make a scene here. The people we're hosting are all people of status. If we do, they'll look down on us. The girl turned around and walked over. Sure enough, it was Zhang Lulu, Qin Hao's former goddess. Hee hee, they're all people of status, don't you understand? Look who he is. Du Lanlan pointed with her small hand and said to Qin Hao, who looked a little embarrassed. Qin Hao, what are you doing here? Zhang Lulu was also very confused. I came with a friend. Zhang Lulu, dressed in a white dress, was so beautiful that it drove people crazy, and Qin Hao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Friends? Aren't your friends at school just fatty? Zhao Yuan Xiao and a few others? And that phone, Ben has a little money. Du Lanlan clearly didn't believe it. Lulu, I really came with a friend, and I had no idea you guys were coming. Qin Hao, do you know why I've always looked down on you? Because you're poor, and I think you're also very hypocritical. Like this time, you clearly followed us here, but you still won't admit it. Zhang Lulu said, hugging Qin Hao and speaking each word clearly. Lulu, do you really believe me only when I tell you? My coming here has absolutely nothing to do with you. Qin Hao had finally snapped out of his initial days of being overwhelmed by Zhang Lulu. Lulu, why waste words with this guy? I'll have the staff kick him out right now. Du Lanlan said as she walked over to the security guards in their work gear who were maintaining order. That's the security guard. This is the delivery guy who somehow managed to sneak in. You guys take him out right away. Soon, Du Lanlan returned with the security guard. By this time, they had become a group of onlookers, including a charming young woman and some pot-bellied middle-aged men. What's going on? Didn't the organizers say that this matchmaking selection process was very professional? Yeah, how come they even brought a food delivery person to the Mindful Heart? Does this food delivery guy even qualify to go on blind dates with us? Several scantily clad girls, who had sculpted their curvaceous figures through fitness training, looked at Qin Hao and chuckled. Hey, beautiful ladies, don't underestimate delivery workers. Without them, how many people in Yandong City would go hungry every day? Yeah, maybe the organizers invited this delivery guy specifically to create some kind of serious gimmick. Two balding, slightly overweight men, who looked like so-called successful people, were smiling and explaining to them. Really? There are so many of you. Yes, I really admire the knowledge of mature men like you. The girl seemed to have spotted honey ants and immediately sidled up to the two middle-aged men, chatting excitedly. Sir, please show me your invitation. The security guard who had brought Du Lanlan was also very nervous. Given the hotel's tight security, how could a delivery person possibly sneak in? However, the obvious attire made it impossible for him to disbelieve it. Invitation? Oh, wait a minute. Qin Hao began to reach into the inner pocket of his delivery uniform to search for the envelope containing the invitation. Since he had just come in from the door, Qin Hao had thought that he might lose it if he didn't carry it. So he stuffed the invitation into the large envelope where he had put the money earlier, making it more difficult to find. Oomph. What are you pretending for? How could you possibly have an invitation on you? Du Lanlan said, looking at Qin Hao, who was looking for an invitation. Qin Hao, stop pretending you have an invitation. Let me tell you, all the male guests who can come here need to prove they have a net worth of over 10 million, and the tickets for the male guests at this event cost 100,000 yuan each. Can you do either of those things? Zhang Lulu felt that Qin Hao's actions had already embarrassed her, so she tried to persuade him to leave voluntarily. Found it. Here you go, take a look. Qin Hao had already dug out the invitation that Lang Zifeng had given him from the large envelope and handed it to the security guard. At this moment, the security guard's eyes were practically popping out of their sockets as he stared in astonishment at the black invitation card with gold foil stamping. This is a top-level invitation, the security guard whispered to himself. Chapter 42, Please Leave. The security guard's astonishment was not without reason. This time, the organizers had issued invitations to the wealthy men according to their different asset levels. Those with a net worth of at least 10 million receive a purple invitation. Those with over 30 million receive a gold invitation, and only those with a net worth of over 100 million receive a black invitation. Could this poor kid in his delivery uniform be a super rich man worth hundreds of millions? The security guard's trembling hands began to shake slightly. On second thought, the security guard realized he'd never heard of a billionaire wearing a Manhwa delivery uniform before. This kid must be an imposter, right? At that moment, the security guard wasn't sure anymore. Security, get him out of here. A food delivery guy is swindling people here. Aren't you afraid it will affect the quality of your event? Du Lan, oblivious to the security guard's mood, continued to hurl insults at Qin Hao without restraint. Yeah, you drew this invitation yourself, didn't you? I beg you, you need to make it look more professional from now on. Look at the invitations other people have. They're all purple or gold, but you drew a black one? Do you think you're being invited to a funeral? Zhang Lulu said bluntly, which made the men and women around her burst into laughter. Yeah, brother. Look at this invitation of mine. What color is it? We know you want to come in and broaden your horizons, but even a knockoff needs to invest some capital, right? A portly middle-aged man said, showing off the purple invitation in his hand. Qin had to know why his invitation was black, but he figured that since it should have been from Lang Zifeng, it couldn't be fake, right? The staff had already checked it when they came in, and no one said it was fake. What happened? Seeing a large crowd gathered around, a woman dressed as a manager in a light pink business suit walked over. Manager Liang, you've come at the perfect time. Someone said this gentleman came in without an invitation, but this is the invitation he showed me. I'm a little unsure what to do. As soon as the security guard saw the female manager, he respectfully handed over Qin Hao's black invitation with both hands. This is... Manager Liang was stunned when he saw the color of the invitation and took it to take a look. The document above shows that Su Tianhao, the executive director of Su's Tianyu Group, owns assets worth 3 billion yuan. 3 billion? That's the highest net worth among all the guests attending the event. Manager Liang was secretly surprised, but didn't show it on his face. Manager Liang, right? We are the two female guests participating in this event. We know this man. He's a student at Yundong University and from a very poor family. He has to work part-time delivering food to earn his living expenses. Do you think someone like that would meet the requirements of your so-called rich people dating event? Zhang Lulu's face was as cold as ice, seemingly giving Qin Hao no face at all and directly revealing his secrets. Yes, Manager Liang. The men you advertised are all billionaires with assets of over 10 million, and the girls you advertised are all from respectable families, elegant in manner, and with top-notch looks and figures. Now that you're all delivering food, isn't that a big impact on your professionalism? Du Lanlan immediately chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. That's right, those two girls are absolutely right. Or do you organizers think we're on the same level as this food delivery guy? The middle-aged man who had just been showing off his purple invitation to Qin Hao chimed in. Are you two here to participate in the dating preliminary selection event? Manager Liang did not directly answer the question, but instead looked at Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan in a somewhat irrelevant way. That's right, we're both here to participate in the event. Du Lanlan proudly puffed out her chest, then pulled Zhang Lulu beside her. Well, it seems there's been some misunderstanding. I apologize to you. Manager Liang actually bowed to Qin Hao, but since Qin Hao was standing very close to Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan, everyone assumed the bow was directed at them. Manager Liang, no need for an apology. Just get this delivery guy out of here. Zhang Lulu naturally assumed that Manager Liang would apologize to her immediately if he felt she had made a mistake at work. Yeah, just remember not to show up with a black invitation drawn by someone else next time, and try to take advantage of the situation. Du Lanlan also had a smug expression on her face. Qin Hao was fully aware of the situation, but he didn't show any emotion on his face. Seeing that Qin Hao seemed dissatisfied with his apology, Manager Liang smiled slightly and said, Security, take him out of here. It should have been shown long ago. Exactly. A food delivery guy barges into such a high-class place and freeloads. He got to see so many pretty girls. What a waste. The people around cheered, and Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan looked at Qin Hao with schadenfreude. The security guard walked up to Qin Hao and reached out as if he was about to take him away. Wait a minute. It's not this VIP. It's these two girls. Manager Liang pointed at Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan, and the crowd immediately fell silent. Everyone was stunned. Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan, in particular, stared at Manager Liang with almost disbelief. The security situation seemed a bit tense now. The lack of physical movement was likely due to the fear of mishearing. Security guard, are you there? Didn't you hear me say to kick these two women out? Seeing that the security guard didn't move, Manager Liang immediately showed a displeased expression. Manager Liang, what do you mean by this? Zhang Lulu immediately questioned after realizing what was happening. Yes, we passed your organization's review, family background check, and all sorts of assessments before we got here. What right do you have to kick us out? Du Lanlan, who was standing to the side, also realized what was going on and immediately jumped up and down, shouting, Why should I? Manager Liang glanced at him with a cold smile, then waved the black invitation card in both hands and said, "Just because you offended our esteemed male lead." Chapter 43, Repaying Evil with Kindness. Manager, the distinguished male guest. Liang's words left Zhang Lulu, Du Lan Lan, and everyone else present stunned. Who? Who is the distinguished male guest? I hope they're talking about the food delivery guy. Impossible, right? How much money could a food delivery guy have? And what kind of supreme and prestigious thing did he acquire? A murmur of discussion arose from the crowd. Of course, the most shocked were Zhang Lu and Du Lan Lan, who were standing in the middle. Manager Liang, are you sure you're not mistaken? Yes, yes. This Qin Hao is our classmate from Yundong University. We know his financial situation very well. One cannot appreciate everything in front of them at the same time. Oomph. He's not the Yundong University classmate you're talking about. I, Leo, know very well that this black invitation represents the highest rank of all the male guests at today's event, so he is now the distinguished male protagonist of our event. The event rules clearly state that if any participating girl offends a male guest, we have the right to disqualify her from participating in the event at any time. Manager Liang snorted and watched the two of them without showing any emotion. Impossible. This is impossible. He's just a food delivery guy. You must have made a mistake. Du non chuted ou harcelé. Zhang Lulu, who was standing to the side, seemed to be thinking about something and didn't say anything more, but just stared at Qin Hao beside her. Miss, please. The security guard next to him extended his hand, clearly indicating that Zhang Lulu and her companion should leave on their own. Please wait a moment. Qin Hao, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected after taking the black invitation card from Manager Liang. What instructions do you have? Manager Liang's eyes lit up, and he immediately responded with a smile. I think they have some misunderstanding about me, but since they came through so many evaluations, it would be a shame to let them go. I want to plead for them to continue participating in the event, okay? As soon as Qin Hao said this, he wanted to slap himself. There were two women, especially Zhang Lulu, who had humiliated him in public, and now he was going to repay evil with good by pleading for them. Am I being a bit pathetic? Of course, of course. Since you're not going to hold a grudge against the two girls, we naturally won't be the bad guys either, Manager Liang said, subtly suggesting that the security guards could do other things. Everyone disperse. There's nothing more to see. The security guard immediately and tactfully dispersed the crowd. Your seat is the first one below the stage. It's easy to find. As if worried that Qin Hao wouldn't be able to find a seat, Manager Liang pointed to the seats arranged in order on the front of the stage. Oh, I see. Thank you. Qin Hao said thank you, and then, as if nothing had happened, walked to the long table full of food and drinks and started looking for some of his favorite things to eat. Zhang Lulu and Du Lan Lan, who were pleaded to stay for the event, were completely ignored by him as if they didn't exist. Qin Hao, tell me, what exactly happened? After a long while, Zhang Lulu, who was standing there not knowing what to say, finally asked, What? What happened? Qin Hao turned around and looked at her as if nothing had happened. Still playing dumb? Where did that black invitation come from? Du Lan Lan finally dared to speak loudly, but her words revealed that she didn't believe Qin Hao, the food delivery man, had such an invitation. Lan Lan, don't be like that. But after all, Qin Hao is ours. Zhang Lulu, with her high EQ, immediately advised. What she really meant was, you idiot, you want to get kicked out? Oh, that reaction, someone gave it to me. Qin Hao smiled slightly, and this was absolutely the truth. A gift for you? Would anyone give you something so precious? This time, Du Lan Lan didn't dare to shout anymore, but she still pursued Qin Hao with suspicion, as if trying to find evidence that he had done something shady. Oh, then could you tell me who gave it to you? Zhang Lulu was much more astute than Du Lan Lan, and she immediately got to the point. Of course, it's over there. Qin Hao casually pointed to Lang Zifeng, who was talking loudly with a large group of wealthy young men not far away. That person? Why did he give you this? Zhang Lu asked, leaning closer to Qin Hao as she coughed. They were already close, but now they were practically touching. This. Zhang Lulu's unique fragrance wafted into Qin Hao's nostrils, making him feel intoxicated. The delicate touch of the girl's skin also made Qin Hao lose his composure for a moment. Tell me, why did he give you this card? Zhang Lulu's ability to act coquettishly was truly extraordinary. Everyone, please return to your seats now. The audition is about to officially begin. At this moment, Qin Hao was somewhat at a loss, unsure whether he should tell Zhang Lulu about his extraordinary experience. Just then, the host shouted loudly into the microphone on the large stage in the middle of the venue. This saved Qin Hao from a difficult situation. He smiled calmly and gently pushed away Zhang Lulu, who was standing close to him, saying, "Let's talk again when we have time." Then he followed the flow of people to the first row below the stage. This kid, he thinks he can get away with anything just because you give him a little credit? Du Lan Lan said indignantly from the side. "Don't worry, I believe I'll definitely have a chance to get the truth out of him." Zhang Lulu smiled coldly as she watched Qin Hao's retreating figure. Qin Hao had already walked to the first row of seats, where there were 5 spacious seats with the words VIP Stage Jury written on them. "What's wrong? I was busy chatting with someone I knew, and I just noticed that you have a problem there." Lang Zifeng, who had somehow appeared before Qin Hao, asked softly. "Oh, it's nothing. I just saw 2 female classmates and had a little misunderstanding with them. It's nothing. It should be resolved by now." Qin Hao smiled calmly and didn't say anything more. "All right, if you have any questions later, just ask me directly. We can communicate through this," Lang Zifeng said, handing Qin Hao a Bluetooth headset before returning to his seat. Qin Hao turned his head to observe and found that in addition to the 5 separate seats for the selection, there were dozens of ordinary seats behind them, which were basically full at this time. Obviously, the wealth level of these people was far less than that of the 5 people in front. "Young man, did your father make his fortune in the food delivery business?" A middle-aged man, nearing 40, approached Qin Hao's judging seat and asked curiously, looking at his delivery uniform. Chapter 44 Preliminary Selection begins. This man is Song Run, the owner of Yunfeng Real Estate, the largest real estate developer in Yundong City. He just divorced his 3rd wife 2 years ago, and now he has 3 divorced mistresses in Yundong City, who have borne him 4 children. Recently, 2 of his mistresses have been clamoring to marry him, but he has been refusing. I suspect he's here to find his 4th wife. Lang Zifeng's voice came through the Bluetooth headset, leaving Qin Hao stunned. "Hello, Mr. Song." Qin Hao simply smiled and didn't say anything more. "Young man, you look unfamiliar. What do you do for a living?" "I didn't know there was someone in the catering industry in Yundong City." A man with gray hair sat down on the other side of Qin Hao and asked with equal curiosity. "His name is Tang Lianxing. He's 62 years old. He's from a catering gathering in Yundong City. Before you went to the Silver Cabinet, he was actually the owner of De Fuja Restaurant. His wife passed away 6 years ago. This old guy has had no fewer than dozens of young lovers, engaging in May-December romances. He's probably here to find a target this time, too," Lang Zifeng told Qin Hao through the Bluetooth headset. "Hello, Mr. Tang." Qin Hao simply nodded. "This young man is interesting. We don't know him, but he knows who we are." Songren looked at Qin Hao strangely. "Brother Song, this is nothing surprising. This young man must be the heir of some family business operating outside, the kind who usually doesn't show off. I'm just wondering why this young man is dressed so unconventionally," Tang Lianxing said, pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses. "Haha, Brother Tang, you don't understand, do you? Young people these days pursue individuality, and wearing a delivery uniform is a more common, understated yet luxurious style. Right, brother?" Rinrin said to Qin Hao with a smile. "Both of you are prominent figures in the business world of Yundong City. I'm just here to watch the fun." Qin Hao had never been to such an occasion before, and fearing he might say something inappropriate, he simply exchanged a few polite words and then fell silent. Seeing that Qin Hao was sparing with words, the guy naturally didn't say anything more and started chatting on his own. "Brother Song, did you see anyone you liked outside just now?" Tang Lianxing asked Qin Hao directly, without any attempt to hide his gaze. "No, there were too many people outside just now, so I couldn't see very clearly, but I did see a few that looked all right. I just don't know which one Brother Tang has taken a liking to." Songren smiled slightly and threw the question back at him. "Oh dear, the real reason I came here is to find someone who can bear children well. Everything else is secondary. I'll see if there's anyone suitable later." Tang Lianxing's answer surprised Qin Hao. Does being rich give you the right to objectify women like this? Or do they see women as nothing more than tools for bearing children and doing housework? Doesn't this seem a bit too disrespectful to women? But on the other hand, didn't Zhang Lu, whom I like, only look at me because I didn't have money before? To say that men are objectifying women is an understatement. It's more accurate to say that many women themselves are putting a price tag on themselves. Who can really say for sure? Sitting next to Qin Hao, Song Run and Tang Lianxing were unaware of his sentiments and continued their lively conversation. "Please be quiet, everyone." The host returned to the stage. Let me explain the rules of today's matchmaking event. First of all the male guests sitting here today, apart from their friends and family, are successful individuals with a net worth of at least 10 million. Therefore, every contestant here has the right to vote for the girls who will be showcasing their talents today. The rules are as follows. After each girl demonstrates her talent, the male guests can score her. You each have 3 scoring cards: red, blue, and black. A red card means very satisfied, a blue card means average, and a black card means dissatisfied. Today, there are 200 girls participating in the preliminary selection. We will select the top 30 scores to advance to the next exciting round of the handsome man, wealthy woman, and beautiful woman matchmaking event. The top 3 scorers will receive a prize of 10,000 yuan from the event organizers, plus 50,000, 30,000, and 20,000 yuan in cash, respectively. Of course, the scoreboards you hold will have different values depending on your seating arrangement. A vote in a regular seat is worth 1 point. A vote in a VIP seat is worth 3 points. And the 5 members of our VIP judging panel will each receive 1 vote worth 10 points. The host's words caused even the male guests and their friends and family to whisper among themselves. Wow, the votes cast by those with money are all different. Exactly, we're here to find wives, not to compete in a Supergirl contest. Why bother with judges? Forget it. What's the point of arguing? If you see someone you like, just contact them yourself. If you really advance, do you think you can compete with those 5 sitting up there? That's true. I hereby announce that the handsome man, beautiful woman dating contest is now open for selection. Seeing the crowd gradually quiet down, the host smiled slightly and announced the start of the event. So in a short while, one girl after another, dressed in thin clothes, came up from backstage, ready to show off their beautiful bodies to the male singers in the audience. Chin Hao often appears on television in competitions similar to beauty pageants, but this is the first time he has ever watched one so closely in person. He was, after all, a young man in his early 20s, full of vigor and vitality. Seeing so many beautifully dressed girls exposed in front of him, constantly striking poses and exchanging flirtatious glances, he was a little uncomfortable for a moment. He turned his head and found that Song Run and Tang Lianxing beside him were watching with great interest, and did not feel embarrassed at all. Maybe I'm just not suited to this kind of rich person's life. Chin Hao thought with a self-deprecating smile. He suddenly had a date he wanted because at this moment he felt that everyone here was so fake. Neither these male protagonists nor the ball girls dancing gracefully on stage were as comfortable as he was in the dormitory joking around with her pang, Zhao Yuan Xiao. Looks like I'm not destined to be a tycoon. No wonder Zhang Lulu always looks down on me, haha. Hey, Chin Hao was just thinking about this when he suddenly noticed that Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan were dressed up and went on stage. The 2 girls stared at him incredulously on the VIP judges platform as soon as they came on stage. Young Master Su, are your classmates talking about these 2 girls? Lang Zifeng asked through the Bluetooth headset. Yes. What's wrong? Chin Hao asked, somewhat puzzled. If you're willing, I can let them advance directly. Lang Zifeng's answer surprised Chin Hao a little. Chapter 45, A Simp at Heart. No, not necessarily. Chin Hao declined Lang Zifeng's offer. It wasn't that he didn't trust Lang Zifeng's abilities, but Chin Hao felt that he now seemed to need to rely on Lang Zifeng for everything, which was truly boring. At this point, all 200 girls on stage had appeared and been presented to the male guests in the audience. The men, whether sitting in regular seats or VIP seats, were whispering and commenting on the girls on stage. Brother Tang, what do you think? Does he meet your standards? Song Run, standing next to Chin Hao, asked with a grin. It's all right. The overall quality is so, but there are a few who are quite good. For example, number 36 and number 27, their waists and legs look pretty good. The old man, Tang Lianxing, nodded in satisfaction. Young man, which one have you taken a fancy to? Song Run then turned his gaze to Chin Hao. I haven't decided either. I think they're all pretty good. Chin Hao clearly didn't know how to respond to this, so he could only chuckle and laugh it off. I already have good stamina, yet I want it all. If I were 10 years younger, I could do it too. Sigh, I'm getting old. Song Run, who was standing to the side, clearly understood what Chin Hao meant by it's all true and let out a long sigh. All right, I believe everyone has a certain impression of the female guests participating in today's competition. Now, please use the red, blue, and black transparent cards. You have to assign points to these 200 female guests. The host cleared his throat, interrupting the discussion among the men below. Next came the segment where everyone would rate the female listeners based on their first impression. Since the woman on the platform might be their future wife, some of the male listeners got excited and kept cheering for their favorite girl. Zhang Lulu, as expected of the campus belle of Yundong University, easily ranked among the top 10 in the preliminary selection stage, thanks to her pure looks and curvaceous figure. Although Du Lanlin's conditions were slightly worse, she still ranked among the top 30 in the first impression score. Of course, this audition was just the first time, and these girls will have to showcase their talents later. After the scoring was completed, the girls returned backstage to prepare for their next breathing talent performance. See that delivery guy? Du Lanlin couldn't help but ask Zhang Lulu as soon as she returned to her dressing table. I'm sitting in the first row as the chairperson of the selection committee. How could I not see it? Zhang Lulu replied while busy touching up her makeup. What's going on here? If Manager Liang made a mistake earlier, then this stinky delivery guy is sitting in the VIP seating area. You know, there are only 5 men in that area, and those are the 5 most eligible bachelors in the entire Yundong city. But a delivery guy just walked in? That's unbelievable. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? If I knew that Xin Hao, who delivered takeout to me for 2 months, was some kind of rich second generation, would I have come here and let those stinky men in the audience criticize me bit by bit? Zhang Lulu turned around and said somewhat dejectedly, "Then tell me, given how much we disliked him before, and how many people just humiliated him in front of him, won't he retaliate against us? Will he give us a black card?" Du Lanlan asked with some concern. I never believed he was a rich kid. There must be some secrets we don't know. But as for him seeking revenge for humiliating him before, I think it's highly unlikely. A sycophant is a sycophant. Even if you dress him up as a prince, he's still a sycophant at heart. Don't worry. Zhang Lulu had a lot of confidence in Qin Hao. Of course, Qin Hao, who was serving as the VIP judge at the time, was unaware that his past regrets had only earned him such praise from a goddess. However, he had just discovered something interesting. That is, the talent show that followed was not just singing and dancing as he had imagined. Many of the female contestants chose skills that could showcase their qualities as virtuous wives and mothers. Household chores such as folding clothes, cooking, and cleaning. It's ridiculous. These girls come to this rich man dating pageant just so they won't have to do housework after they get married, right? Qin Hao shook his head with a wry smile. Zhang Lulu is clearly not suited for this kind of performance. Her talent is playing the piano. Dressed in a white dress, she sat at the piano, playing a Mozart serenade with melodious grace. Combined with her pure appearance and elegant demeanor, she seemed like a fairy descended to earth. When the music ended, enthusiastic applause erupted in the audience. "This girl is pretty good. What do you think?" Brother Tang Songren also clapped lightly a few times. This girl has a lot of musical talent. If she has a child, we could consider sending her to Europe to study vocal music. After all, foreigners really appreciate that. Having a child who becomes a pianist would be a great honor for the Tang family. By the way, Brother Song, you're not going to try and steal her from me, are you? Tang Lianxing asked with a smile. How could that be? This girl definitely wants to discuss marriage terms with us. And I'm not done yet. I have no interest in playing this game of waiting for the best bidder. What do you say? Buddy Songren actually asked Qin Hao, who had been silent all along. What did you say? Qin Hao seemed to be in a daze before he realized what was going on, clearly having been captivated by Zhang Lulu's performance once again. Haha, young man, you have no self-control. You'll be completely infatuated with this. Yeah, you'd better learn more from us 2 old guys in the future. Remember, men of our caliber must be good lumberjacks. What you're protecting is a forest, not just a tree that looks crooked. Song Ren and Tang Lianxing immediately began to ridicule him and, taking advantage of their age, started to lecture him. Of course, Qin Hao just smiled and didn't refute it. In front of these wealthy people, his shallow experience in picking up girls was indeed not worth mentioning. Du Lanlin's talent was subsequently recognized by most people, and both she and Zhang Lulu qualified for the next round of auditions at the rich and powerful social event. When the final rankings were announced, Zhang Lulu and another girl had very close scores. Fortunately, Qin Hao had a red scoring card that enabled Zhang Lulu to win first place in the preliminary round and receive a cash prize of 50,000 yuan. After the conference, Qin Hao bid farewell to Lang Zifeng, got up from the outlet hotel, and found his electric scooter, the one with the big knife, at the street corner. Just as he was about to start it, a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. "Qin Hao, would you like to have dinner with me?" Zhang Lulu dressed in a white dress, stood smiling on her younger brother. Chapter 46 Black and White Reversed. You me? Qin Hao was stunned, hoping that Zhang Lulu had never been so kind to him since he started to approach her. Yes, I was able to get first place today, thanks to your red card. So I came here especially to thank you. Zhang Lulu smiled, her beauty beyond compare, causing Qin Hao to be momentarily dazed again. What's wrong? Daydreaming? Do you have time later? Seeing that the other person was so absent-minded, Zhang Lulu was quite satisfied and was determined to tell him the truth today. Time? You're asking me if I have time? Oh, is there something you need? Qin Hao finally snapped out of his reverie. All right. Our beautiful Lulu wants to invite you to dinner tonight. How about it? You wish you delivery guy, right? Dulan, Zhang Lulu's best friend who's always by her side, appeared again at the most inopportune time. Yes, didn't the conference just award me 50,000 yuan? I'd like to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Zhang Lulu's pretty face flushed slightly, like a shy and bashful young girl experiencing her first love, making one want to rush over and protect her. Eat? Forget it. I already had a delicious dessert and drinks at the audition. I'm not hungry at all now. I appreciate your kindness. Qin Hao thought for a moment, but gave an answer that Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan would never have guessed. What? Qin Hao actually rejected me. He's a food delivery guy, yet he turned down Zhang Lulu's dinner invitation. A barely perceptible hint of displeasure rose on Zhang Lulu's face, but fortunately, she was very composed, and the color quickly disappeared. You stinky delivery guy, you're really asking for it, aren't you? Our Lulu is so humble to talk to you and treat you to a meal, and you're just taking advantage of that and acting all high and mighty, aren't you? Zhang Lulu has a good temper, but not as good as her follower Du Lanlan. She was already a powder keg, but she had been holding back. Now that she saw Qin Hao, whom she usually humiliated, not daring to directly refuse Zhang Lulu's invitation, she suddenly exploded. Hee, can I just not go to dinner? Qin Hao smiled slightly, finding Zhang Lulu's sidekick quite amusing for the first time. If she hadn't been there for Zhang Lulu today, he might have softened and accepted her dinner invitation. The current situation was actually quite good. Of course not. Our school beauty Lulu is asking you to deliver takeout, and you dare to make excuses? No way. Du Lon Lon glared at Qin Hao. Lon Lon, don't talk nonsense. We're inviting them to dinner. How can you have such an attitude? Zhang Lulu, who was naturally cunning, pulled Du Lon Lon under her arm and scolded her in a low voice. I'm really sorry, but today I, a lowly person, have also treated you two expensive school beauties to a meal, so I'm sorry, I have to go. Qin Hao shook his head, clearing away all the things in his mind about Zhang Lulu and Qi Xian. It's best to stay as far away from a woman like that as possible. Don't go. Du Lanlan actually grabbed the handlebars of Qin Hao's electric scooter, much like a woman painting a scene on the street. Is this okay, Lulu? I'm not having dinner with you, but you don't have to do this, do you? Qin Hao was completely confused. Everyone, come and judge this. This food delivery guy dated and slept with my Lulu, and now he wants to just walk away. Tell me, there's no such logic in the world. Whether it was something Du Lanlan and Zhang Lulu had planned beforehand. These words completely stunned Qin Hao. This was supposed to be the time when the streetlights were just coming on and pedestrians were bustling about. Just now, the three of them were talking louder and louder, and pedestrians who were obviously full but hadn't done anything stopped to watch. Du Lanlan then started shouting, which immediately drew a crowd of onlookers to both sides of the street. No way. Such a pretty girl actually fell for a food delivery guy. Yeah, how many other people slept together? The most unbelievable thing is that it was actually a food delivery guy who dumped the beautiful woman. The crowd of onlookers started gossiping, almost making Qin Hao die of embarrassment. Logically, Zhang Lulu should have said something too, but instead she stood there with her eyes downcast, her face flushed, and there seemed to be tear tracks in the corners of her eyes, clearly playing the victim that Du Lanlan was talking about. This further fueled the enthusiasm of the onlookers, and the woman immediately turned her anger towards Qin Hao, who was at a loss for words. You look so respectable and honest, yet you've done something so beastly. Yes, what's wrong with that girl, who's as red as a rock, that doesn't deserve you? Exactly. They don't look down on you because you're a food delivery guy, and you're looking down on them. The person in front of him was Qin Hao Wan, but under the current circumstances, no matter how he explained, probably no one would believe him. Tell me, are you going to break up with Lulu or not? Du Lanlan pressed on relentlessly, gripping the handlebars of the electric scooter tightly. I never dated her at all. okay? Chin Hao wiped the sweat from his forehead and explained, forcing a smile. I don't admit it. Listen up, everyone. We're all students at Yundong University. This Chin Hao's school is pretty tough, but at first, he came to our dorm every day to deliver takeout to Lulu. Our Lulu is kind-hearted and easily fell for this bad boy. She ignored all the rich kids in our class who were pursuing her, choosing only this takeout delivery guy as her boyfriend, and he actually did this kind of thing. Du Lamlin's words were a complete fabrication, turning black into white and completely unbelievable. Oh dear, they're actually using this sentimental card to bully a girl. I hate those kinds of scumbags who are as gentle as a little puppy when they're pursuing someone, but turn into a big wolf once they've got them. Hit him. Hit this scumbag. This immediately stirred up the crowd, and several women even made a fuss about wanting to beat Chin Hao up. Chin Hao was in a real bind. He couldn't very well call in he Young-san's 4 professional bodyguards to beat up these meddlesome women. Could he? Stop arguing, stop shouting. Fine, I'll go with you, Chin Hao said reluctantly. The crowd roared with approval, and the women watching tossed out a few indifferent remarks and left. Eating is a must, so tell me, what do you want? Chin Hao glanced at the departing crowd, then looked easily into Zhang Lulu's eyes. Chapter 47, The Creditor Comes Knocking. Okay then, well, I've been thinking about this for a while now, and I still think you need to think things through. So, I want to continue our emergency care. Isn't that what you mean? Zhang Lulu, who had been silent the whole time, fiddled with the hem of her skirt shyly and spoke softly in a voice barely above a whisper. How about it? You're so happy, aren't you? Our Lulu is such a campus beauty. She actually agreed to be your girlfriend. Aren't you so happy you're about to faint? Du Lan suddenly gestured for Feng to stop. Oh, really? It's my honor. Chin Hao smiled slightly, but his heart remained completely unmoved. If he had said those words before becoming a rich second generation, Chin Hao would have been incredibly moved. But now he knew perfectly well why Zhang Lu Pu Dailu's mentality had completely changed. What? Your lukewarm response makes it seem like Lulu isn't good enough for you to deliver takeout. Du Lan was very dissatisfied with Chin Hao's nonchalant reply. I'm very happy, but I hope you understand that I'm really not a rich second generation. Su Lulu, you'd better think it over before you become my girlfriend. Chin Hao shook his head and said to Zhang Lulu, who was looking at him expectantly. I object. I mainly think you're a good person, and it doesn't matter if you're not a rich kid. Zhang Lulu, a little embarrassed by Chin Hao's question, blushed slightly, but quickly and calmly replied. Okay, I want to go home tomorrow to see my mother. Can you come back? Chin Hao looked up at Zhang Lulu, whose eyes were giving him a hint. I want to see your family so soon. Zhang Lulu was clearly taken aback by Chin Hao's question. Yeah, what do you take Lulu for? She just agreed to be your girlfriend, and you already want her to go with you to meet your parents? Isn't that a bit too hasty? Du Lan quickly chimed in when she saw Zhang Lulu was a little speechless. Is it urgent? I don't think so. Don't you think I'm a rich kid? Then it shouldn't be a problem to let you meet my family, right? Chin Hao looked at the two of them expressionlessly. Okay, I promise you. But I'm worried about you, so I want Lan to come with me. Zhang Lulu hesitated for a moment before finally mustering up the courage to answer. No problem. The next day was Saturday, and there were no classes at school. Chin Hao arrived at Zhang Lulu's dormitory building early and waited. Sure enough, not long after, Zhang Lulu and Du Lan, the two girls, came down from the dormitory building, still dressed in their finest attire. What were we doing at your house? Du Lan asked curiously when she saw that Chin Hao was still dressed in his delivery uniform, and that his electric scooter had been driven away. Of course, we'll take the bus. Chin Hao smiled slightly, giving an answer that utterly disappointed the two of them. He's still angry with me, so he's testing me. Zhang Lulu kept reassuring herself. Chin Hao's home is in the suburbs more than 10 kilometers away from Yundong City. It takes about an hour by bus. Because it is a bus that goes to the suburbs, the people on the bus, who are decorated in a rural style, bring live animals such as chickens, ducks, geese, and dogs, making the truck smell bad. Chin Hao, are you serious? You really have the heart to make two beautiful women like us ride this stinky bus with you. Du Lan said, covering her nose, somewhat puzzled. But I always take this kind of car when I go home. It won't do. Taxis are too expensive. Chin Hao's answer was the truth. You're going too far. Du Lan thought for a moment, and then said something harsh, but Zhang Lulu, who was next to her, skillfully tugged at the hem of her skirt, signaling her to stop talking. What's a little hardship if I can marry into a wealthy family? Zhang Lulu secretly encouraged herself. After more than an hour of bumpy and tiring travel, Qin Hao and the other two finally arrived at their lodgings. Qin Hao led them into a somewhat dilapidated old-style residential area with ease. "Hey Qin Hao, do you live here?" Dulanlon asked, looking him over as she did so. "Yes, I grew up here. This used to be a residential area for an old state-owned enterprise. Back in the 1980s, it was quite nice to live here." Qin Hao greeted some elderly people sitting downstairs in the community as he walked, clearly very familiar with the place. "And then what happened?" Zhang Lulu asked, her eyes lighting up upon hearing this. Actually, with the restructuring of enterprises, most workers were laid off and bought out, which is why this neighborhood is like this now," Qin Hao said with a sigh. "Oh," Zhang Lulu agreed, somewhat disappointedly. She had just thought that Qin Hao's family members were some high-ranking leaders in this old state-owned enterprise. But it seemed that her idea had failed again. "Brother Qin Hao, you're back." A teenage boy ran over excitedly to greet Qin Hao as soon as he saw him. "Yes, Yanba. Where's my mom?" Qin Hao patted the little boy's head affectionately. "And Zhao, where are those noodles?" "I just saw them." The boy called Yanba pointed to a large tree not far away, where a group of young and old men and women were sitting. "Mom, I'm back." Qin Hao ran over affectionately from a distance and called out to a slightly younger woman. "Qin Hao, you're back? Look at you. You didn't even call home first when you got back. Mom would have bought you some good food." Qin Hao's mother, whose hair was completely white, happily put down her work when she saw her son and said affectionately, "I was just trying to surprise you, Mom. I told you don't need to do this anymore. Why are you still doing odd jobs? Your tenosynovitis in your fingers is already quite severe." Qin Hao said with a hint of reproach as he looked at his mother, who had just put down her needlework. "Oh dear, you know your mother is someone who can't sit still. Besides, this way we can pay back the money your father left behind sooner, right? By the way, these three girls, Qin Hao, are they?" Only then did Qin Hao's mother notice Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan. "Oh, I almost forgot to introduce them. They're my classmates. This is Zhang Lulu, and this is Du Lanlan." Qin Hao quickly introduced his mother. "Hello, Auntie." Although she felt very awkward, Zhang Lulu still patiently greeted her. "Good, good. Qin Hao, you've really made something of yourself. You actually managed to bring such a beautiful female classmate home to meet your mother," Qin Hao's mother said, her smile as bright as a blooming flower. She then led the group upstairs to go home. "Oh, Qin Hao is back. You're back just in time. Shouldn't I be telling you today when you're going to pay back the 60,000 yuan your father owed when he died last year?" Just as Qin Hao and his family were happily preparing to leave, a middle-aged woman with dark skin and an unfriendly expression walked over from not far away. Chapter 48, Repayment. "Aunt, can't we talk about this outside?" Qin Hao glanced at the woman with dark skin and asked politely. "Oh, you're too scared to admit it? You've only been to university a few days, and you think you're so great? But these days, university students have a terrible reputation, and besides, your Yundong University isn't exactly a top-tier institution. You'll still have to find work after you graduate, won't you?" "Huh? What's that outfit of yours?" Qin Hao's aunt was clearly not a very well-mannered woman, and her words were full of unpleasantness. As she spoke, she suddenly noticed Qin Hao's delivery uniform. "So that's why you're so arrogant. You're working as a food deliverman? That's good. Earning more money will help your mom pay off her debt sooner." "Brother and sister-in-law, look at what you're saying. The news of Qin Hao's father's death has left us, a widow and son, short of money, which is why we borrowed from you. Qin is a sensible child. Since starting university, he's been working odd jobs and hasn't asked me for money. I haven't been idle either. Besides doing hourly work, I've also been helping out the neighbors downstairs. I'm quite shrewd," Qin Hao's mother said, her voice sharp and sarcastic. "I've saved up a little more in the last 2 months. Don't worry, I'll go upstairs and get it for you. By the way, those two girls are Qin Hao's female classmates, so, sister-in-law, do you have any ideas? Please tell me." Despite her sister-in-law's sharp and sarcastic tone, Qin Hao's mother still smiled broadly and agreed, gently pointing to Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan next door. "What female classmates? Your family is so poor, and you still have the nerve to think about finding a partner? Oh dear, are these two girls blind or what? How could they possibly be interested in your Qin Hao?" Upon hearing this, Qin Hao's aunt shrieked as if a cat whose tail had been stepped on. It was understandable, though. Her son wasn't a good student, had been unemployed for years, and had no stable job, let alone any girls willing to date him. Seeing that Qin Hao had brought back such a beautiful girl, she was naturally filled with jealousy and hatred. And I just said, "Can we talk about this at home? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by the neighbors for making such a scene here?" Hao had been holding back his words, but now it was fine to stay silent. "Oomph. I told you so, so what? You dare to hit me? When you were trying to save your father, how did you and your mother beg our family? Now that you've lent money, you won't even let us talk about it? The neighbors are all here to judge this. What kind of situation is this?" Hao's aunt immediately resorted to her shrewish ways, shouting and yelling in the apartment complex without any regard for her reputation. In an instant, the once quiet neighborhood was filled with onlookers. "Lulu, shall we go? Do you still think someone like Hao would be the kind of low-key rich kid?" Du Lan Lan, who had been silently watching everything in front of her, gently tugged at Zhang Lulu's sleeve. "Well, Hao, it seems we really aren't a good match." After a long silence, Zhang Lulu walked up to Hao's boyfriend and said expressionlessly, "What? You no longer think of me as that low-key, cool rich kid?" Although he was prepared for all of this, Hao still sighed slightly in his heart. Huh. Zhang Lulu snorted coldly, turned around, pulled Du Lan Lan beside her, walked out of the community, hailed a taxi, and left. "Hey, Lulu Lan Lan. Hao, you too. Your classmates just arrived and you left already? Why didn't you stop them?" Hao's mother, unaware of what was going on, immediately began to complain to her son. "What are you trying to stop us from? With your family's poverty, what kind of girl would want to be with you?" Hao's aunt continued her loud and persistent nagging. "Auntie, all you're begging for is money. Tell me how much we still owe your family, and I'll pay you back right now." Seeing that Zhang Lulu and the others had already walked away, Hao, who had long been unable to bear it any longer, loudly interrupted his aunt's street cursing. "Wow, you've become such a big shot just because you're a delivery driver? I'd think you'd run a huge business." And he clearly didn't believe that Hao, who was still in college, could actually come up with the money to pay her back. "Brother and sister, I already told you, I've saved up some money over the past few months, and it's just sitting at home waiting for you to come and get it. You don't need to stay at home. I'll go upstairs to get it." Hao's mother said in a good-natured voice. "Fine, you'll tell me how much you've prepared this time, and how many times I'll have to come knocking on your door to collect the debt until you pay back those tens of thousands of yuan." My aunt glared at me, her plan leaving me speechless. I've saved up about 6,000 more, right? I'll pay you back 6,000 this time, okay?" Hao's mother's lips trembled slightly. 6,000? That's all. Fine. Then tell me, how long will it take to pay off the rest? I do odd jobs by pulling up pants legs. I think I should be able to make it in another 3 or 4 years, right? 3 or 4 years. Your son would have graduated long ago in 3 or 4 years. I don't even know if you can live another 3 or 4 years. By then you'll be gone. And if your son Hao still doesn't acknowledge the debt, who am I supposed to ask for money from? The aunt rolled her eyes and looked at Hao and his mother with extreme contempt. "Auntie, Hao and his mother are doing well. You can rest easy now." "Yes, Hao's mother works day and night doing odd jobs to pay back the money she owes you as soon as possible. All the neighbors have seen it. Hao is such a sensible kid. He even knows how to become a social climber by delivering food in college. He's bound to be successful in the future. You don't need to worry about the little bit of money you lent them." Several neighbors who knew Hao's mother well began to plead for them, but Hao's mother clearly wouldn't care. She simply glared at the neighbors who were trying to plead for her. "What? You think they're pitiful because I asked them to pay back the money? No problem. You pay back the money for Hao and his mother, and I'll leave right now. Otherwise, shut the hell up." As soon as the topic of repaying the money came up, all the old men and women naturally started to speak up. "Aunt, did you bring the IOU?" Hao helped his mother, who had been somewhat flustered from anger, and turned to hug her as he asked. "IOU? Of course I brought it. I brought it not because I expect you to pay back the money all at once, but because if I didn't bring it, what if you and your mother deny it? You're asking a good question. Everyone, take a look. This is the IOU that Hao's mother personally signed and pressed her fingerprint on a year ago. It clearly states that she owes our family a total of 60,000 yuan. As if afraid that everyone would not see it, Hao's mother's aunt even took the IOU out of her pocket and showed it to the crowd of onlookers. With a smack, a $1 bill hit Hao's aunt on the head, startling her. Before she could react, another wad of banknotes was thrown at her. Hao's aunt only then noticed that Hao, who was standing in front of her, was taking out a wad of banknotes from a large bag of envelopes. Chapter 49, Mischievous Child. "Auntie, didn't you come here for money? I'll give it back to you right now," Hao said, while pulling out a wad of cash from the envelope and throwing it at his auntie. One bundle, two bundles, three bundles for bundles. After stepping on 10 stacks of banknotes, Chin Hao finally stopped. At this moment, he looked at his mother, aunt, and the neighbors around him, all of whom were frozen in place in complete silence. No one expected that a college student dressed in a food delivery uniform could suddenly come up with 100,000 yuan, and in such a way, return it to his arrogant aunt. Good job, Chin Hao. Old Wang, the neighbor who had been watching from the sidelines, was the first to clap and cheer. Yes, that's the kind of girl who's right for someone like her. Aunt Lu chimed in. A burst of applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Chin Hao, our family only owes your aunt 60,000 yuan before. You don't need to pay back this much. Chin Hao's mother was a relatively poor person, and when she saw her son throw out so much money, she immediately whispered a reminder. It's all right, Mom. Consider that 40,000 yuan as interest on the money our family owes her over the past year. Chin Hao said this without any concern. 60,000 yuan, and in 1 year, they paid a full 40,000 yuan in interest. Chin Hao is such a promising kid. Yes, he's only been in university for less than 3 years, and he's already paid off so much of his family's debt. The neighbors erupted once again in gasps of surprise and envy. You said it yourself, Chin Hao. Don't go back on your word later. Everyone heard it. Chin Hao's aunt nagged as she picked up the money on the ground. Don't worry, Annie. Chin Hao did it. I said I'd return the 100,000 to you, and I will. But please don't come here to bother my mother anymore, okay? Chin Hao stared expressionlessly at the woman picking up money, his heart filled with good fortune. Okay, but we're still true relatives. So how could I, as your aunt, not come for any big or small events in your family in the future? The seemingly shrewish aunt had just agreed, but immediately changed her mind and didn't say it was a done deal. She thought to herself that Chin Hao might actually have some ways to make money outside, and that she should make her good-for-nothing son learn from him. After getting the IOU back from his aunt and tearing it up himself, Chin Hao pulled his mother back to their home on the 5th floor. Mom, our house is so dilapidated. It's time to move to a better one. Looking at the run-down furnishings of her home, it was practically bare. Chin Hao glanced at his mother, whose eyes were graying, and felt a pang of sadness in his heart. Son, I didn't dare to say much outside just now. Tell me honestly, where did the money you owed your aunt come from? Chin Hao's mother didn't respond to her son's question, but looked at Chin Hao very seriously. I earned it by delivering food. Chin Hao knew he would definitely ask his honest, simple-minded mother. Delivering takeout? What kind of takeout can make so much money so quickly? Do you think your mother has confused me? Chin Hao's mother's attitude suddenly changed. Hey, Mom, let me tell you the truth. There's a big company that suddenly discovered my blood type and DNA match with the grandson of their chairman. So they made me their heir and gave me a lot of money. It's that simple. Since he was facing his mother who had raised him with great difficulty, Chin Hao didn't explain this clearly this time. Really? Don't go down the wrong path. Chin Hao's mother was still somewhat incredulous. Mom, I know you can't believe all this right now, but please believe that the son you raised, no matter how poor or miserable he is, would never steal or cheat, right? Trust me, Mom. But what if they find out you're not the heir? What if you're just taking advantage of their wealth? Chin Hao suddenly thought of this question when he snatched his mother away. Well, not that much, maybe 200,000. I've thought it through. I'll just assume I owe them. At worst, I'll work for them for the rest of my life to pay them back, Chin Hao said after a moment's thought. Oh, thankfully the amount isn't too large. Even if you do have to pay it back, Mom will help you pay it back together. Chin Hao's mother nodded somewhat after hearing the amount. Why are you so disobedient? I've told you so many times not to fight at school. Why won't you listen? Suddenly, the sounds of adults yelling and children crying came from the house of Grandpa Wang next door. Grandpa Wang's child had just entered the residential area when he met Wang Yanba's little boy. This child is 10 years old this year and is in the 3rd grade of elementary school. Because he is naturally lively and active, he is also the kind of person who likes to cause trouble in class, so he often gets criticized and educated by teachers and parents. Unfortunately, Wang Yanba's parents divorced when he was very young. His father worked away from home all year round, leaving his grandfather, Uncle Wang, to take care of him. The old man's energy and physical strength were limited, and as little Yanba grew older, he became less able to discipline him. Mom, what's wrong? Is Yanba next door being naughty again? Chin Hao asked quickly, finally managing to find a topic to divert his mother's attention. Oh dear, who can argue with that? It's tough being a child without a mother. He only has one grandfather, and he's so old. His father is never home. I heard that he's often mischievous and disobedient at school, and he's gotten quite a few scoldings from his teachers. Chin Hao's mother sighed deeply as she mentioned this. You little rabbit, I'll beat you to death today. Old Wong from next door seemed to get more and more agitated as he spoke, demanding to chase after Wang Yanbo with something. Then, a series of crashing sounds came from next door as something fell to the ground and shattered. Help! Help! Brother Chin Hao, please save me. Suddenly, a rapid knocking sounded on the door, and Xiao Yanbo shouted for help outside Chin Hao's house. What's going on? Chin Hao flung open the door and let Wang Yanbo in. As soon as the little boy came in, his grandfather also came out of the house, holding a feather duster. You little brat, you dare run away? I'll beat you to death today. Seeing this, Chin Hao quickly shielded Xiao Yanbo from his younger brother, and Chin Hao's mother also stopped Grandpa Wang, saying, Uncle Wang, what's wrong? Let's talk this out. How can you hit a child like that? You'll be heartbroken if you hurt him. Feel sorry for him? I wouldn't be satisfied even if I beat him to death. Old Wang announced breathlessly, using a feather duster to strike the pillar on the ground. Tell your brother, what trouble have you gotten into this time? Chin Hao asked with a touch of heartache, patting Xiao Yanbo's round little head. I just slapped my classmate Zhao Xiaobua, but I did nothing wrong. Wang Yanbo peeked out from behind Chin Hao's side timidly and said in a low voice, Chapter 50 Compensation. You brat, you still say you're right. I'll beat you to death. When Grandpa Wang heard this, he got furious and raised the feather duster in his hand, wanting to beat Xiao Yanbo again. Calm down, calm down. Grandpa Wang, can you listen to Yanbo first? He's a different one. Chin Hao had no choice but to hide the boy on his younger brother again. Yes, Grandpa Wang, please sit down and rest for a while. Chin Hao's mother also found a stool for Grandpa Wang, who was a little out of breath, to sit on. Fine, I'll listen to him and then beat him up. I hit Zhao Xiaobua for a reason. He brought a new toy to the competition today, but he only let those classmates who usually surround him and say nice things play with it. He wouldn't lend it to me. Wang Yanbo muttered, his face flushed, then hit him. Upon hearing this, Grandpa Wang jumped up again. No, I was just standing next to them watching them play at the bottom. Xiao Yanbo hurriedly explained. Then why did you hit him? Chin Hao asked, puzzled. He and those classmates next to him were watching, and they started cursing at me, calling me a poor wretch, a wild brat. They said my family could never afford those toys. Because I didn't deserve to be their classmate, they told me to get out. As he said this, Xiao Yanbo's eyes reddened as he spoke, even though he hadn't cried out when his grandfather hit him earlier. Oh dear, you know our family situation, and it's true that people say we're poor. And even if they say we're poor, you shouldn't have hit them. Now look what's happened. The school teacher just called, saying that Zhao Xiaobua's parents are going to object and demand we fully compensate him for the physical and emotional damages, or they'll pursue legal action. You think I'm some old man who doesn't understand anything? Yanbo's caused me trouble. How can I not be angry? Grandpa Wang sighed deeply, rambling on and on. Yanbo, it's wrong of him to scold you, but you shouldn't have hit him either. Chin Hao suddenly remembered the treatment he received in front of Tai Yuan and Zhang Lulu, and his heart couldn't help but ache. I didn't hit him first. They cursed at me, and I just cursed back. They just took advantage of their numbers to hit me. That's why I fought back. If you don't believe me, Brother Chin Hao, look. Xiao Yanbo said, pulling up his sleeve to reveal several obvious scratch marks on his arm. Oh dear, this is just kids playing around. Why bring up legal responsibility? Chin Hao's mother said with some heartache when she saw the marks on Xiao Yanbo's body. No way. I heard that Zhao Xiaobua's father is some kind of lawyer, and everything he says is a set of lies. How could I, an old man, understand them? Just now, that teacher called again, saying that we must go to the school this afternoon to apologize to him and discuss compensation. How can I not be anxious? Grandpa Wang said helplessly. Aren't you going to school this afternoon? I'll go with you. Chin Hao patted Xiao Yanbo's head and suddenly looked up and said, Ms. Su Ruoya, a teacher in the office, was in a very bad mood today. She wanted to take a good rest. A friend had arranged for her to go on a blind date with a rich and handsome man, but after meeting him, she found that he was just a small restaurant owner. Not only was he not good-looking, but he was also divorced. This was an absolute disgrace to her, who considered herself a rich and beautiful woman. The situation was already frustrating enough, but then at noon she received a call from Zhao Xiaobua's father, who said that his child had been beaten by Wang Yanbo yesterday and had suffered various mental and physical injuries that morning. He said the matter couldn't end there, and he insisted on coming to the school to bring the other party's parents to deal with it. It's just a fight between kids. What's the big deal? Why take it to the legal level? Although Su Ruoya thought this in her heart, she couldn't say it out loud. Zhao Xiaobu's father is said to be a well-known lawyer in Yundong City, and his mother is the chief physician of Yundong Central Hospital. Even his own principal treats them with great respect, let alone his own homeroom teacher. Compared to Zhao Xiaobu's family's noble background, Wang Yanba's family was really too poor. Not only did his parents divorce early, but they also went out to work, and neither of them stayed at home to educate the children. They relied on their elderly grandfather. Thinking of this, Su Ruoya shook her head helplessly. Teacher Su, have Wang Yanba's parents arrived? At this moment, Zhao Xiaobu's father, dressed in a sharp suit with his hair slicked back, appeared at the office door with Zhao Xiaobu. Oh, Attorney Zhao, you're here. I've already contacted his parents. They should be here soon. Su Ruoya quickly stood up to offer Attorney Zhao a seat and pour him water, serving him very attentively. Well, it's good that you can come. I've already gotten the injury assessment from the Central Hospital, and here's a certificate from the psychiatrist confirming his depressive symptoms. I'll see how they're going to compensate my Xiaobu. As she spoke, Attorney Zhao seemed to be trying to comfort her chubby son, gently touching Zhao Xiaobu's plump face. Are you Teacher Su? This is Zhao Xiaobu's parent. Qin Hao led Wang Yanba to the door of the teacher's office without anyone noticing. You're Wang Yanba's parent. Su Ruoya stared at the young man in the delivery uniform in surprise. Oh, right, I'm his cousin. Qin Hao nodded. Cousin? What kind of parent is that? It's ridiculous. Where are Wang Yanba's parents? Su Ruoya was immediately delighted when she heard this. They actually sent a cousin from a relative's side to fob them off. They don't take me, their teacher, seriously at all. Oh, it's like this. My cousin Yanba's grandfather is in poor health, and his father isn't around, so there was really no other way but for me to come. Qin Hao nodded apologetically, looking quite shy. All right, Teacher Su, I don't care who the adult from their family are anymore. I just want to know how they're going to compensate us for the injuries Wang Yanba caused to my son, Zhao Xiaobu. Attorney Zhao interrupted Qin Hao impatiently. Are you Zhao Xiaobu's father? Qin Hao walked over and smiled at Elizabeth. Lawyer Zhao merely snorted coldly, completely disregarding the young man in his delivery uniform. Can I see if your son is injured? Qin Hao was bothered by the other party's rudeness. With a thud, Attorney Zhao threw the 2 injury assessment reports he had just mentioned onto his desk. See for yourself, if you can read. The injuries look quite severe. After reading a few pages, Qin Hao gently placed the injury assessment report back on the table. You know that much. Since you're the big shot sent by Wang Yanba's family, I'll ask you now, how do you plan to compensate us? Lawyer Zhao rolled his triangular eyes and asked with a hint of disdain. Chapter 51 au verbe. Compensation? Fine. Let me hear your thoughts first. Qin Hao smiled slightly, looking at the arrogant father and son in front of him. Actually, it's just kids playing around. I don't think it's necessary to make a big deal out of it, right? Su Ruoya kindly hoped to resolve the matter peacefully. Children's rough housing? Teacher Su, you're being a bit too dismissive. The injury assessment is already in front of you, and you're still here doing your work? I'm telling you, I'm already being very lenient by not pursuing your school's failure to fulfill its guardianship responsibilities during your time at school. Lawyer Zhao rolled his eyes and said without any politeness, Well, all right, Attorney Zhao, why don't you 2 parents talk? Completely unprepared for such a rude rebuke after her well-intentioned offer, Su Ruoya sat back down in her chair, feeling quite annoyed. All right, since Professor Su has asked me to state my opinion, I'll just say it directly. Attorney Zhao straightened his tie as if he were a professional, his posture as if he were giving closing arguments in court. Since Wang Yanba's parents have not expressed any intention to settle the matter privately through the court, I, as the guardian of the victimized party suing Zhao Xiaobu, would like to state our demands in this regard. First, Zhao Xiaobu's aggressive gaze towards Wang Yanba caused significant redness and swelling on his face. This condition hasn't fully subsided, requiring him to rest and recuperate at home. To avoid disrupting Xiaobu's studies, a private tutor will be coming to his home for instruction during this period. Furthermore, his mother and I will need to dedicate extra time and energy to caring for his daily needs. We will be responsible for any resulting tutoring fees, lost wages, and compensation from Wang Yanba's parents. Secondly, Xiaobu's face was seriously injured, making it impossible for him to attend school or even go out normally. This has caused him immense psychological harm, and he must regularly visit the hospital's psychological counseling center for reassuring mental health treatment. The other party must also compensate us for these treatment costs. Finally, based on the second point, I am aware of the immense harm, especially the psychological harm, caused to my son, Zhao Xiaobua, by Wang Yanba. This is clearly stated in the psychological health assessment report I submitted. This psychological damage is likely irreversible, and Wang Yanba has caused permanent emotional harm to my son. Therefore, I can request that the other party's guardian compensate Zhao Xiaobua for emotional distress. My goodness, it was just a slap. Why is it being treated like murder and arson? Su Ruoya stared wide-eyed in surprise, thinking to herself, "Oh, you're done talking?" Qin Hao, who had been sitting steadily opposite him, still maintained a smiling expression. "I'm done." Attorney Zhao was a little annoyed. He had thought that this long string of random words would actually scare the delivery guy into silence, but it seemed that the other party didn't want to be affected much. Is this delivery guy an idiot? The other side is clearly trying to rip us off, and you're just smiling like that? Why did Wang Yanba's family send you here? Su Ruoya couldn't help but think anxiously. After all you've said, what I really want to hear is, how much compensation are you planning to pay in total? Qin Hao asked, looking into the other person's eyes as they stopped talking. Fine. I've already made myself clear. Since you're asking about the amount so readily, then I'll say it. I'm not from a wealthy or well-off family like yours, so I didn't intend to extort you. That's settled then. Give me 100,000 yuan. The lawyer adjusted Zhao Jinxi's glasses on his nose and stated the amount directly. 100,000? My God, 100,000 for a slap between kids? That's outrageous. Su Ruoya, who was standing next to her, was so shocked that she almost fell off her stool. Even Xiao Yanba, who had been standing next to Qin Hao, was shocked when he heard the number, and his face turned pale. 100,000? My grandfather's monthly pension is only a little over 2,000. For such a large sum of money, I'm afraid we'd have to sell the house to pay them back. Of course, Qin Hao remained expressionless, still looking at lawyer Zhao and his chubby son Zhao Xiaobua with ease. Brother Qin Hao, our family can't afford to pay for it. My grandpa will beat me to death if he finds out. Xiao Yanba said, his face pale as he tugged at Qin Hao's sleeve. Now you know how to make up for it, poor boy. The chubby Zhao Xiaobua looked at Xiao Yanba with great pride, his fat face full of smugness. Attorney Zhao, as you just mentioned, Wang Yanba's family situation isn't good. He can only rely on his meager retirement pension from running. So, I'm just saying, could you reduce the compensation amount you mentioned a little? Teacher Su Ruoya, who was getting restless, couldn't help but ask. Yanba, don't be afraid with your brother Qin Hao here. Qin Hao first turned to look at the somewhat nervous Yanba, then turned to Su Ruoya and said, Miss Su, thank you for your kindness. However, I'd like to know if Attorney Zhao has any other requests besides the 100,000 yuan compensation he just mentioned. You're trying to bargain, aren't you? I knew it. Your family's financial situation doesn't allow you to pay such a sum. Attorney Zhao said, smoothing his slick-back hair. Fine, don't say we rich people are bullying poor families like yours. How about this? If you can't afford to compensate us, that's fine too. We don't need you, Zhao Yanba, to compensate us for what we did with Xiaobua. As for any legal procedures, I'm too busy and don't have the time or need to deal with your family over this. Attorney Zhao, you're really amazing. On behalf of the school and Wang Yanba's family, I sincerely thank you. Upon hearing this, Su Ruoya finally breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that this wealthy man wasn't entirely heartless. Wait, Miss Su, I haven't finished speaking yet. We can let go of the economic compensation and legal proceedings, but that doesn't mean this matter is over. Attorney Zhao changed the subject. So what do you mean? Su Ruoya was a little confused. If she didn't want the money or file a lawsuit, what else did she want? Our request is simple. Based on the fact that your student Wang Yanba made such statistics, I now demand that your school expel Wang Yanba. In other words, my father, Zhao Xiaobua, will not be in this school to welcome this student who has been harmed by him. Attorney Zhao's words brought the atmosphere to a freezing point. Chapter 52, All Men Are Born Equal. What? You're going to expel a student for such a small thing? Su Ruoya was stunned, never expecting that the other party would make such an unreasonable demand. Brother Qin Hao, I don't want to be expelled. I still want to continue my studies. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanba frantically tugged at Qin Hao's sleeve, tears welling up in his eyes. Don't be afraid. Your brother is here, Qin Hao said, lowering his head to comfort her. This is Wang Yanba's cousin. I don't know how to address you, so I'll just call you that for now. As you can see from the current situation, I don't think you're really suitable to continue talking to Attorney Zhao as Wang Yanba's parent. I need you to contact Wang Yanba's immediate family members and come over right away. Su Ruoya cleared her throat, already getting fed up with Qin Hao's nonchalant expression. It was obvious that the other party wouldn't let this go peacefully, yet this food delivery guy was still casually spouting useless nonsense. What use was a man like that? Su Ruoya thought to herself, but following the etiquette of a teacher, she still spoke very tactfully. Hee, Teacher Su, as I just said, Xiao Yanba only has one grandfather, and his health isn't good, so he really can't come here. Besides, I don't think it's necessary to trouble him to come today. I can't handle it here. Qin Hao understood the female teacher's good intentions perfectly and was glad that Xiao Yanba had such a non-snobbish teacher. You handle it? You handle my ass. Su Ruoya exploded in anger. I'm sorry I misspoke just now. But to the delivery guy, which of the conditions that Lawyer Zhao proposed is something your cousin can actually meet? Or are you being irresponsible by shocking Xiao Yanba's future prospects? Su Ruoya said, still somewhat agitated, after apologizing. Miss Su, maybe this delivery guy doesn't think being expelled is a big deal at all? Why are you getting so worked up? Also, consider that someone from a family like Wang Yanba's will definitely not end up in a school like this. It's better to let him harm a promising young person from his family in school. If all else fails, he could become a delivery driver like his cousin. Ha! Lawyer Zhao, who had been laughing all along, suddenly interjected jokingly. Oh, Lawyer Zhao, since you put it that way, I'd like to ask you, if you think food delivery workers are so despicable, then tell me, what kind of people contribute to society and the country? Qin Hao smiled slightly upon hearing this, slowly stood up, and leaned his head towards Lawyer Zhao, soon meeting face to face. You? Think it over? I'm warning you. I'm a well-known lawyer in Yindong City. Many wealthy businessmen, political figures, and celebrities have sought my help in their cases. If you, a stinking delivery guy, dare to touch me, I'll make you regret it. Upon seeing Qin Hao get close to him, the arrogant and domineering lawyer, Zhao couldn't help but feel a little nervous, and for a moment, he used his power to intimidate the other party. Su Ruoya, standing to the side, was also sweating profusely, thinking to herself, this brat who delivers food, is he really trying to beat up this Lawyer Zhao? That would certainly be very manly. But this is in the teacher's office at school. If the two parents start fighting, the consequences would be unimaginable. Furthermore, this Lawyer Zhao is said to be a very capable person. If he really got beaten up by this food delivery guy, the matter will probably become much more serious. Not to mention Wang Yanba's student status. The food delivery guy might even end up in jail. Hey, delivery guy, let's talk this over and sort it out. You're still young, so please don't mess with him. Su Ruoya nervously walked slowly to Qin Hao's side, grabbed his arm with one hand, and then suddenly attacked the Lawyer Zhao. Probably? What good news do I have? I just want to ask if this Lawyer Zhao can really be considered the successful person he mentioned. Qin Hao looked at Su Ruoya, who seemed to be facing a formidable enemy, with a hint of helplessness, and explained. Isn't that obvious? Seeing that the delivery guy didn't intend to beat him up, Attorney Zhao immediately relaxed and became arrogant. You want to know? Then I'll tell you. Take Zhao Xiaobo from my family, for example. His mother is the chief physician at the Central Hospital of Yindong City, and his father is a well-known lawyer in Yindong City. He receives a good external environment and family education, and he will inevitably study abroad in the future. After returning, whether he becomes a lawyer, a doctor, or has opportunities in finance, IT, or other high society fields, it's a path to success for him. At this point, Attorney Zhao chuckled lightly. However, for your Wang Yanba, he can only work as a food deliverman, courier, or a migrant worker running a small restaurant. Jobs that require no skills. He'll definitely end up doing these kinds of jobs first. That's the difference. Like food deliverman. Oh, so being a lawyer or a doctor is considered success in high society? Qin Hao suddenly said, staring into Lawyer Zhao's eyes. Is this kid crazy? How much more humiliation do I have to inflict before you'll stop? Although Ms. Su Ruoya didn't quite agree with Attorney Zhao's classification of successful people, she still couldn't understand Qin Hao's self-humiliating question. Of course, I've helped many people win lawsuits in Yindong City. For example, in a recent civil dispute over labor, I successfully got the plaintiff and defendant to settle their dispute in court, thus resolving their conflict smoothly, Attorney Zhao said proudly. That's right. In that case, you deliberately prevented the plaintiff from going to court and understanding the actual situation of the trial, and then secretly contacted the defendant and accepted bribes from them. Together, you turned what should have been a high compensation case for a work-related accident into a case where the plaintiff could only accept a humanitarian compensation of 50,000 yuan. Am I right, my great lawyer Zhao? Qin Hao said, emphasizing each word. What? You're talking nonsense? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll sue you for defamation. The lawyer Zhao, who had been so arrogant just moments before, suddenly became nervous. Although he still spoke toughly, the cold sweat pouring down his forehead made it clear that he had panicked. Attorney Zhao, you know better than I do what I'm saying. Qin Hao remained unaffected by his threat, still smiling at him. Eating from the plaintiff, and then the defense, going against your conscience to make this kind of dirty money. Is this what you call a successful person in high society? You're slandering me. Blatant slander. I'm going to sue you. I definitely will. You food delivery guy. To judge whether a person is successful and beneficial to society, we should look at their soul and their beliefs, not just their profession and family income. Because all people are born equal. Qin Hao completely ignored Attorney Zhao's blustering but cowardly shouts and simply said one word. Chapter 53, Admitting Defeat. What nonsense are you spouting? I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't want to know. You tell me right now how you're going to compensate my Zhao Xiaobua for being beaten. Attorney Zhao clearly didn't want to dwell on the case Qin Hao had just mentioned because he really had something to hide. In that case, the plaintiff was a night shift taxi driver who was tragically killed during a robbery. As the plaintiff in a work-related injury case, he should have received a large sum of compensation. However, the taxi driver's employer did not acknowledge the employment relationship between him and the plaintiff, insisting that they were friends and that the plaintiff happened to be driving for him that night. This lawyer, Zhao, saw that the plaintiffs were just elderly parents who knew nothing about legal provisions. So he privately contacted the defendant's employer, and after receiving 100,000 copies of their defense, he told the elderly plaintiffs that he would take care of everything and that they didn't need to appear in court. They could just stay outside. Little did the elderly couple know that lawyer Zhao, who had vowed to help them win the case, completely sided with the defendant in court, directly admitting to the defendant's statements and announcing the withdrawal of the lawsuit and termination of the contract outside the courtroom. To demonstrate his expertise, Attorney Zhao told the elderly man that the case was bound to be lost, but that he could secure 50,000 yuan in consolation money for them, even though this sum had actually been prearranged between him and the defendant's employer. He thought he had handled the matter perfectly, but now this food delivery guy had exposed it all. How could he not be terrified? Attorney Zhao, you really know how to change the subject. Don't you then let me ask you again, shouldn't Zhao Xiaobua's mother, the attending physician at Yundong Central Hospital, also be considered a successful person who has benefited society? Qin Hao sneered, looking up at Attorney Zhao, who was constantly sweating profusely, and asked again. What do you mean this time? Attorney Zhao was clearly flustered. He had long lost his previous eloquent and fluent speech and asked stammeringly. What last month, Huang Yun, a 43-year-old entrepreneur from Yundong City, had 23 stents inserted into his coronary arteries in batches because he couldn't get treatment at the central hospital for his heart condition. He's the kind of successful person you call a beneficial person to society. According to Zhao Xiaobua's mother, he received money from the consumable supplier for 13 weeks. You didn't know about this, did you? Qin Hao asked gently, looking at Zhao Xiaobua's round face, which was twitching with a smile. You're spreading rumors. You're slandering my husband and me. Do you have any evidence for what you're saying? Although he was panicking inside, the outwardly strong but inwardly weak lawyer Zhao still jumped up and shouted loudly. Is all of this real? Teacher Su Ruoya, who had been listening quietly the whole time, was stunned. It's unbelievable that the delivery guy, Gu Zhun, wouldn't be surprised if he knew such a secret about Attorney Zhao's family. But judging from Attorney Zhao's reaction, it's highly likely that this is true. Do you want evidence? Are you sure? Do you think someone like me, who can expose such shady things about your family, would lack evidence? Qin Hao sat back down in his seat, staring seriously at lawyer Zhao across from him. Attorney Zhao dared not be stubborn anymore. What the other party said was very clear. If there was no evidence, how could these incriminating facts have fallen into their hands? But the other party was just a food delivery man. Where did he get such extraordinary abilities? Beep, beep, beep. Just when Attorney Zhao was wondering how to end the conversation, his phone suddenly appeared. Hello, what's up? Upon seeing that it was his wife's number, Attorney Zhao answered the phone with a sense of unease. Are you still dealing with Xiaobu's matter at school? His wife's voice sounded very tense. Yes, it's not finished yet. What's wrong? Is something the matter? I don't know if I'm being paranoid, but Vice President Wang just came by and said that the two injury assessments I got from the mental health department and the surgery department this morning were fabricated and exaggerated. He said he would make a final decision about me and the two doctors who gave Xiaobu the certificates. I suspect that this is Wang Yanba's parents using their connections to get back at our wives. His next words pierced Zhao's defenses like nails. Hey, hey, hey. Although his wife kept calling out through the cigarette smoke, Attorney Zhao was no longer listening. His proud figure slowly settled into his seat, his gaze intensely fixed on Qin Hao opposite him. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly so listless? We haven't finished dealing with the matter of Wang Yanba hitting your Zhao Xiaobo yet, have we? Qin Hao knew perfectly well that this time, he had easily seized on the Zhao Xiaobo family's weakness by relying on Lang Zifeng's strong intelligence network. He even casually called Wang, the man who had once tried to abduct Yu Shanshan to be their daughter-in-law, and asked him to help him out. Although Vice President Wang was only celebrating tonight, he wondered who this delivery guy really was. He was someone who could mobilize the entire medical resources of Yundong City, occupy millions of dollars, and possibly be sent from Switzerland by special plane to eavesdrop on him. He was someone Vice President Wang was trying to curry favor with. So how could he possibly refuse? This matter is actually just children playing around. He. What do you think? I don't think it needs to be blown out of proportion. Let's just let it go. What do you think? The lawyer's expression was that of someone who could turn his hand to Zhao Yun and then turn it to rain. But in the blink of an eye, he made a complete 180-degree turn attitude. This left Ms. Su Ruoya completely dumbfounded. Although she could tell that Lawyer Zhao was nervous when the deliverman mentioned those two things, she hadn't actually heard any concrete evidence. How could Lawyer Zhao, who had been so stoic, suddenly back down after receiving a phone call? Of course, she didn't understand that the two pieces of evidence Qin Hao had in Zhao's hands could ruin his and his wife's reputations in no time and would make it impossible for them to ever work in their professional circles again. What surprised Zhao even more was that Vice President Wang, who had always been on top of him, would actually make things difficult for his wife because of this matter. Just last month, the couple had given him a gift. You can really see how much energy this delivery guy has. Chapter 54 Perfect Solution. Forget it. How can you just leave it like this? Look at how badly Zhao Xiaobo was injured. And there's such a thick stack of injury assessment reports. Qin Hao patted Lawyer Zhao's face and kissed him in a rather teasing tone. Haha, they're all just kids. It's inevitable that they'll fight and play around. Teacher, you don't need to make this too complicated. Right, Teacher Su? This Lawyer Zhao was indeed shrewd. As soon as he saw that the situation had completely reversed, he immediately pulled Su, who was about to be reprimanded, into the conversation. Yes, since Attorney Zhao has said so, I think we should leave it at that. What do you think, Wang Yanba's cousin? Although she was not used to being dragged into this by Attorney Zhao as a shield, Su Ruoya, from the perspective of a teacher, still hoped to end this as soon as possible. Is that so? Okay, so you've agreed that you're not going to pursue the matter of Wang Yanba slapping Zhao Xiaobo, right? You won't ask for lost wages or compensation for emotional distress, right? And you won't have to expel Wang Yanba from school, right? Qin Hao nodded somewhat absent-mindedly, seemingly very displeased with Attorney Zhao's quick admission of defeat. Yes. Actually, I was just saying it casually. Kids don't hold grudges overnight, do they? They'll be fine tomorrow after a fight today. Why would it involve so much? Lawyer Zhao said as he pulled up his fat friend, as if he was about to leave. Wait a minute, Attorney Zhao. Don't rush off. Qin Hao reached out and took a screenshot of him sitting down again. What? You have something else to say? Upon hearing this, Lawyer Zhao broke out in a cold sweat again. Now that someone has such leverage over his family, if it were him, how could he possibly be content without demanding an exorbitant sum? You just said that you're no longer pursuing the matter of Wang Yanba, slapping your Zhao Xiaobo. But this matter isn't over yet, is it? Qin Hao paused here. And is there anything else? Attorney Zhao asked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Yanba, did you get beaten up too? Qin Hao turned to Yanba and asked. Yes, that's right. And they hit me first. Just moments ago, Xiao Yanba was so frightened by Zhao Xiaobo's father's arrogant demeanor that he was about to cry. But now, he had already realized that the situation had turned around. His little face was puffed up, and he looked just as smug as he stared at Zhao Xiaobo, who looked like a defeated rooster. Let them see where you're hurt. Okay. Wang Yanba agreed and rolled up his sleeves, revealing several long, shocking scratch marks. This is what your Zhao Xiaobo caught, right? Qin Hao asked expressionlessly. Huh? Xiaobo, did you do this? Lawyer Zhao was speechless for a moment and could only glare at Zhao Xiaobo, who looked aggrieved with a fierce expression. E, e, e. The chubby Zhao Xiaobo naturally knew that his father had completely lost face and that he himself had long lost his arrogance. He could only nod silently. See, your son has admitted it too. So now the issue is no longer about you pursuing Yamba, but about us upholding Yamba's legal rights. Don't you agree, my great lawyer? Qin Hao looked lazily at the father and son from the Persian Meng Jing across from him. This matter is easy to handle. Look, how much compensation do you need? Just name your price, and I, Zhao, will negotiate in kind. Lawyer Zhao wiped his sweat and said with a forced smile, My God, this is all so sudden. Just now, that lawyer Zhao was so arrogant, yelling that he wanted compensation and to be fired, but now he's all groveling and praising this delivery guy. This is just too hard to understand. Suruoya thought to herself, her cherry-like mouth still agape in surprise. Although we are poor, and our families don't have the prestigious and high-class professions you're talking about, we are not greedy. We never take what isn't ours, let alone the dirty money from certain people. Qin Hao sneered, thinking to himself, I knew you'd say that. Then tell me, how do you want to resolve this? Attorney Zhao felt a chill in his heart. He knew all too well that anything that could be solved with money wasn't difficult, provided, of course, that you had the money. But how could someone with such connections and influence be short of money? Okay, let's go with the second solution you mentioned. But I'm a reasonable person, so we don't need the school to expel Zhao Xiaobo. Just have your son apologize to Yanba, and then you can arrange for him to transfer schools yourself. After Qin Hao presented this solution, Attorney Zhao couldn't help but take a long breath. In his view, as long as their scandals are not exposed, what does it matter if they lose face a little? I don't want to apologize to that poor bastard. However, Zhao Xiaobo, who was standing next to him, obviously did not understand his father's feelings at all. His round, chubby face turned red with anger, and he loudly refused. You son of a bitch. You little brat. With two loud slaps. Zhao Xiaobo covered his face and looked incredulously at his father, who had stood up in front of him. He couldn't understand why his father, who had once laid a hand on him, would beat him so badly for the sake of his poor boy, Wang Yanba. Attorney Zhao, calm down. Violence is not the way to discipline children. Suruoya quickly interjected. Qin Hao, however, remained expressionless as he watched Attorney Zhao's performance. This guy is something else. He'll really go to any lengths to win over a woman. He's a real wolf in sheep's clothing. Quickly apologize. At this moment, Attorney Zhao pulled the fat boy Zhao Xiaobo in front of Wang Yanba. Perhaps because he had never been beaten by his parents before, the fat boy just covered his face and forgot to cry. Yes, I'm sorry. Although Zhao Xiaobo's apology was barely audible, it still pleased Wang Yanba greatly, and the boy even showed a smug expression on his face. Fine, I've already hit you, so we're even. Look, the apology has been made. So, is this matter just over and done with? Zhao asked Qin Hao with a fawning expression. Yes, Zhao Xiaobo has apologized, so I think that should be enough to justify his transfer to another school, right? Suruoya chimed in immediately. No, this school absolutely has to be transferred. It absolutely has to be transferred. Before Qin Hao could answer, Attorney Zhao immediately waved his hand, saying no. Suruoya stood there, completely bewildered. She couldn't understand why. After this incident, Lawyer Zhao would never dare to let his son attend the same school as Wang Yanba again. When Qin Hao brought Xiao Yanba home, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Hao's mother and grandpa Wang, who were waiting anxiously at home, immediately asked how things went as soon as they saw them return. Of course, Qin Hao didn't need to answer. Xiao Yanba vividly described what had just happened over and over again. Of course, the two old people were completely confused, but the most important thing was that the matter was resolved smoothly, which was better than anything else. Oh, right, Qin Hao, your third aunt just called and said that your cousin is back from Kyoto with her newlywed husband to hold a wedding reception. Let's both go, Qin Hao's mother suddenly said. Chapter 55, Thanks Banquet. Qin Hao's third aunt's daughter is only 2 years older than him. She just graduated from university last year and married her college classmate, whom she had been dating for 3 years, so quickly. It said that this classmate comes from a very well-off family and hopes that her cousin's father-in-law will be a bank manager. Her third aunt has often boasted to Chin Hao's mother that her daughter has found a rich husband. In the past, Chin Hao didn't like to hear his mother mention these things every year. He thought, what does it matter to us whether other people are rich or poor? Why do we have to talk about it all the time? Since my cousin has brought her fiancé this time, and it's a gesture of genuine family affection, it would be a bit unreasonable for my mother and me not to go. So Chin Hao and his mother quickly packed up and took a taxi directly to the Huadu Hotel, where his cousin was holding a thank you banquet. The Huadu Grand Hotel is located not too far from Chin Hao's home in the suburbs. Although it is not as upscale as De Fuju, which Chin Hao visited before, it is still considered a top-tier hotel in Yindong City. Therefore, families who can afford to book a banquet here for weddings or funerals are considered to be very prestigious. Chin Hao's mother is here. As soon as Chin Hao and his mother got out of the taxi, Chin Hao's third aunt greeted them warmly. Oh, Chin Hao, you're back too. You're back just in time. Auntie San glanced at Chin Hao, who was wearing a delivery uniform, and was taken aback for a moment, but quickly greeted them with a smile and ushered them into the restaurant lobby. Because this was a thank you banquet, it wasn't held in the morning, so there weren't many guests at the individual tables in the restaurant. Instead, my aunt booked a full 30 seats, and the place was packed with guests and very lively. When Chin Hao and his mother went in, most of the seats were already full, but fortunately, there were 2 empty seats at their table, which was occupied by his mother's family. Chin Hao, you're here too? Just as Chin Hao and the other sat down, a voice rang out. It was the Aunt Chin Hao had chased away with money that morning. Although she had acted like a fierce shrew when she came to collect the debt in the morning, this aunt actually put on a smiling face this time. Here she comes, his aunt is here. Chin Hao merely nodded slightly, not wanting to pay much attention to this relative. His mother, however, immediately took over the conversation and started chatting with his aunt. Oh dear, my own mother is really something. My aunt was so rude and humiliating to us just now. What's the point of talking to her? Chin Hao shook his head with a wry smile. By the way, do you know who Zai Yingzi is marrying this time? Auntie asked, revealing her gossipy nature. Zai Yingzi is the nickname of Chin Hao's cousin. Who is it? I heard he was her college classmate. The man's father wants to open a bank. Several relatives were also talking at once, each offering their own opinion. What bank owner? He's a bank president. Zai Yingzi married the bank president's son. This aunt seemed to be revealing some earth-shattering secret, and as she spoke, white foam almost came out of her mouth. A group of relatives around her also echoed her. Yes, that's really great. Exactly, I knew Zai Yingzi was a smart girl a long time ago. She married into a wealthy family right after graduating from university. Exactly, she became a young mistress right after graduation. Sai, different people have different fates. Our children are all about the same age. Look at those other people, they just graduated from college and they have no worries about food and clothing. Some of them still have to sigh. As she said this, the relatives seemed to glance at Chin Hao, who had been sitting next to her talking. Aren't these gossipy women just bored and have nothing better to do? Whether someone marries well or poorly, it's none of your business. If she marries the bank manager's son, she'll be a rich lady. If she marries the mint director, she'll be the world's richest man. The bank's money isn't his own. Hearing this, Chin Hao couldn't help but frown, feeling itchy and wondering why he had come to participate in such an infuriating event. Oh, don't say that. Chin Hao's a good guy. He went out to work before graduating so he could pay off his family's debts as soon as possible. He's a good kid. I don't know if it was because of the extra 40,000 yuan I gave him this morning, but my aunt actually spoke up for me for the first time. Yeah, but how much money can you make delivering food? Exactly. Riding that beat-up electric scooter around the streets and alleys under the scorching sun every day. When will he ever be able to pay off the debts his father left behind when he died with such meager earnings? If you ask me, since the family's financial situation is so bad, it doesn't really matter whether he goes to Yundong University or not. He might as well work full-time as a food delivery driver and pay off the bank's debt sooner. By the way, Annie, does Chin Hao's family still owe your family something to show off? Thank goodness, it's almost done. Annie clearly didn't want to tell the story of how Chin Hao showered her with money, so she just gave a vague reply. Chin Hao and his mother naturally didn't have time to explain further. Fortunately, the banquet had already started serving dishes, and neatly dressed waiters were bringing fragrant plates to the table in an orderly fashion. Since it was a thank you banquet and there was no wedding ceremony, Chin Hao's aunt and uncle simply said, "Eat well and drink well. The Thanksgiving dinner has finally officially begun." Hey, Auntie, your son must be around 27 or 28 years old, right? A slightly older relative asked his aunt, who was gnawing on a pig's trotter as they ate. Oh dear, he's already 29, born in the year of the horse. Annie sighed deeply when she mentioned her precious son. You're so old now, how are you? Do you have a boyfriend yet? Oh, don't even mention it. Who's going to give it to me? No rus, no rus. Boys get married late these days. Besides, your family is well off. Don't be like that other family, who not only don't have money, but also have a lot of debt. Chin Hao almost stood up and smashed the relative's head with the 100 yuan bill in his pocket. Besides, in the end, everyone would drag me into it. What did I do to deserve this? Chin Hao's mother probably noticed that he was a little unhappy, so she gently tugged at his clothes under the table, as if to say, just bear with it. Chin Hao felt increasingly frustrated, and he thought about ending the tedious thank you banquet. At this moment, the radiant aunt and her husband led Chin Hao's cousin and fiancé to the table on this side, preparing to light cigarettes for everyone. Of course, lighting cigarettes was not a free gift. After the guests took the cigarettes and lit them, they would automatically give out red envelopes. Chin Hao couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw them, because his cousin is a very beautiful woman with a great temperament and appearance, and now, dressed in a red dress, her bridal makeup is even more exquisite, charming, and lovely, but he is just her fiancé. Well, how should I put it? Short and stocky with a thick waist and dark skin. He looks like the foolish son of a landlord. Chapter 56. What is she? Are all sons of wealthy families this pathetic? Chin Hao thought to himself, finding it quite astonishing that his cousin's daughter, who was as beautiful as her, had married such a man. My cousin still seemed to be all smiles, as if she didn't think there was anything wrong with her fiancé. As long as people are happy, that's all that matters. Chin Hao smiled and shook his head. As soon as the cigarettes were offered, everyone at the table stood up, looking at the cigarettes offered by the newlyweds with envious eyes, and casually handed over red envelopes containing banknotes. Thank you, second uncle. Thank you, third aunt. Thank you, fifth aunt. Chin Hao's cousin thanked each of the elders for the red envelopes, and soon lit a cigarette for Chin Hao. This is my cousin Chin Hao, and this is your brother-in-law Jiang Diyun. The cousin, seeing Chin Hao in his delivery uniform, covered her mouth with her sleeve and chuckled as she introduced him to her brother's fiancée. Oh, so your cousin works in the catering industry? The short and stout Jiang Diyun looked Chin Hao up and down and said jokingly, don't say that. She's a third-year university student. Delivering food is just a part-time job she does occasionally. My cousin pulled her fiancé aside, as if to tell him to watch his mouth. Yes, Chin Hao's family situation is quite special. His father passed away last year, and they still owe an astonishing amount of debt. So this kid is doing quite well. He can smoke normally, and we can skip the red envelope. Okay, the kind-hearted third aunt's husband said, trying to smooth things over. TCH, if you don't have money to give red envelopes, what's the point of coming to this banquet and drinking? Yeah, he's pretty big. How can he be so shameless? This kid can't even earn a red envelope. Upon hearing this, several relatives nearby seemed to feel that not letting Chin Hao take the red envelope was a huge favor to them, and immediately launched a group attack. Cousin, brother-in-law, although I haven't officially graduated and started working, I've still managed to earn some money, so this red envelope is absolutely essential. As he spoke, Chin Hao pulled out a bulging red envelope from his pocket and placed it in his cousin's hand amidst everyone's surprised gazes. How much is this? Yeah, if it's that big, it must cost tens of thousands, right? That's impossible. This kid delivers food. He doesn't rob a bank. Where would he get so much money? Exactly. I suspect it's full of 5 or 10 yuan bills, which is why it's so bulging. What's going on? Chin Hao is quite the lucky guy, managing to use spare change to make up the difference. Good eyesight, good face. The surrounding relatives and friends are now making malicious guesses about the amount of money inside. Chin Hao's cousin was also surprised, because when the red envelope was placed on her prescription, she could clearly sense that it contained about 5 or 10 yuan in change. Has Gu Hao really made a fortune in the past few years? She herself thought it was quite impressive, but it was inconvenient to open the red envelope and check it directly in front of everyone. So she could only smile politely and put it in her close-fitting pocket, which she usually kept for red envelopes. Hey Chin Hao, how much money did you slip into your cousin's red envelope just now? A rather thick-skinned elder asked directly after the third aunt's family left the table. No, it's nothing, just a little money. Qin Hao certainly wouldn't tell them that he had just stuffed a full 20,000 yuan into the red envelope he gave his cousin. Otherwise, given their gossipy nature, who knows what kind of scandalous rumors would spread. Qin Hao, can your aunt ask you something? The aunt, who had been silent the whole time, knew very well that the bottle in the red envelope Qin Hao had just given her probably contained loose change. But since he didn't want to say it, she certainly wouldn't say anything either. What's wrong? Qin Hao turned to look at his aunt, whom he had chased away with money that morning. Actually, apart from being a bit snobbish and speaking in a sharp and sarcastic way, his aunt wasn't a really bad person. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lent the money to treat Qin Hao's father. You know, your cousin is almost 30 years old, and none of the families around him have a proper business. All he does is play video games all day. He's a grown man and doesn't even have a girlfriend. Your aunt wants to ask you if you know any ways to find your cousin a proper job. Aunt asked Qin Hao in a low voice with a worried look on her face. You just said he likes playing video games? What kind of video games? Qin Hao asked in a similarly soft voice. Oh dear, I don't know either. They keep talking about pesticides and stealing towers, but I don't understand. My aunt shook her head and sighed. Pesticides, towers, stealing. Qin Hao nodded. He roughly knew what his shut-in brother was playing. Let me see. If I have the chance, I'll see if I can help him find a relevant job, Qin Hao said, not giving up. Although with his current status, it would probably be easy for him to introduce his cousin to any kind of job. Qin Hao, come here, come here. Strawberry Xiang finished her conversation with her aunt and saw her cousin Xiao Yingzi rushing over. What's wrong? Qin Hao knew his cousin had checked the amount of money in the red envelope as soon as she ran back, but he still pretended not to know. You're still studying at Yundong University, right? His cousin pulled Qin Hao aside and asked softly, Yeah, what's wrong? Oh no, I just wanted to introduce you to some beautiful women. Come with me. Before Qin Hao could respond, his cousin pulled him to the other side of the hotel lobby. This was clearly a banquet specially arranged by Qin Hao's cousin's classmates and friends. The diners were all well-dressed, and most of them were young women in their prime. Let me introduce you all. This handsome guy is my cousin Qin Hao. Ladies, has anyone taken a liking to him? Qin Hao was so surprised that his cousin would introduce him to everyone in this tone that he wished he could disappear into the ground. Sure enough, the noise from the room was replaced by a low hiss, and there were also noticeable whispers from the girls below. Are you kidding me? You have a nerve to introduce your cousin, who delivers takeout, to us. Yeah, why don't you just find a bank manager's son yourself? Why introduce such a poor relative to us? You know what, this delivery guy is actually quite good-looking. Since you like him so much, then be my boyfriend, and I guarantee you'll get free takeout every day. Seeing that the entrance wasn't going well, Qin Hao's expression gave an awkward smile, and he took a screenshot of Qin Hao sitting down first. Aren't you still studying at Yundong University? A somewhat familiar voice rang in Qin Hao's ears. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a girl with short black hair looking at him. Why her? Chapter 57, The Substitute Boyfriend. Duke Sewell, what's she doing here? Qin Hao looked at the girl who asked him in surprise. He realized that the girl in the black dress was Du Xiuero, the team leader of the football team he had met at the Yundong University finals a few days ago. What's wrong? Did you stare at a beautiful woman and freeze in your tracks? Zhao Yingzi's cousin noticed Qin Hao's momentary daze and patted him on the shoulder. No, it's just her, she is. We met at the stadium of Yundong University. He was delivering takeout to my soccer team at the time. Before Qin Hao could finish speaking, Du Xiuero generously chimed in. Oh, I see. I'm Du Xiuero, my high school classmate and best friend. Since we're acquaintances, it'll be easier. You two can chat. I'll go and attend to the others. The customs officer left their table. Hello, team leader Du. Qin Hao finally managed to say this after hesitating for a while. I heard that the girl you were pursuing ran off with a rich second-generation heir. Is that right? Du Xiuero asked with a faint smile. Yes, that's true. Qin Hao frowned upon hearing this. Why were all the people who came to the wedding banquet today so eloquent? Couldn't they say something nicer? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to laugh at you. I just wanted to confirm with you. Du Xiuero probably noticed the unnaturalness on Qin Hao's face and immediately apologized. Seriously? Do you really think I have to go around telling you all about this embarrassing thing? Of course, Qin Hao only kept these words to himself and didn't say them out loud. Actually, I think you're a really nice person, and I really want to be friends with you. Du Xiuero suddenly changed the subject and brought up the topic of making friends. Make friends? What kind of friends? Qin Hao was taken aback, but immediately asked the crucial question instinctively. No way. Has Shuero gone mad? Shuero, are you talking? Do you want to be this delivery guy's girlfriend? Yeah, I've been pursuing you for so long. Even if you don't agree, you can't find a delivery guy to humiliate me, right? Although Du Shu Wen and Qin Hao's voices were not unusual, they were overheard by several other people at the next table who had been watching them closely. Immediately, the crowd erupted, with several boys shouting that they didn't understand. I hope you won't interfere in my business with Qin Hao, okay? Du Shuero glared at the indignant boys beside her, and once again showed the courage she had when managing the university football team. Sure enough, everyone fell silent, trembling with fear. Come on, let's talk somewhere where no one's around. Du Shuero suddenly grabbed Qin Hao's arm, and the two stood up and walked straight towards a fortified area in the restaurant lobby. No way. Is Shuero really serious this time? This kid is all right looking, but his background and family circumstances are way too far off, aren't they? This is the most outrageous love at first sight I've ever seen. Come on, you guys don't know anything. Qin Hao is probably just someone Shuero used as a scapegoat. Once the two of them had walked away, the girls immediately started chattering amongst themselves. Putting these people aside, Qin Hao felt somewhat uneasy because Du Shuero was the undisputed campus belle of Yundong University. It was said that her family was very wealthy, making her a typical rich, beautiful, and successful woman. Almost every handsome guy from both inside and outside the university had his eye on her, and there was a whole platoon of rich second-generation heirs vying for her attention. Such a beautiful woman suddenly pulled me by the arm and led me to a secluded, quiet area. Could it be that my luck with love is about to change? While Qin Hao was lost in thought, Du Shuero had already led him to a quiet spot behind a screen in the suburbs. Let's talk tonight, okay? Du Shuero said, blinking her bright, lively eyes. Okay, talk about what? For a moment, Qin Hao was completely flustered. Actually, there's something I want to tell you. It's about wanting you to be my boyfriend. Although he had already considered this possibility, hearing it directly from the beautiful woman's mouth still surprised and delighted Qin Hao. Wait, could it be that she knows I am the heir of Su's Tianyu, which is why she took the initiative to find me? After experiencing so many things, Qin Hao's awareness has greatly improved. However, I hope you don't misunderstand. The reason I asked you to be my boyfriend is simply because I've been in some trouble lately, so I need to have a boyfriend in name only. Besides, you're Zhao Yingzi's cousin, and she's always said you're an honest and kind person, so I trust you. These words were like a bucket of cold water, instantly extinguishing the passion that had just begun to rise in Qin Hao's heart. But it seems she doesn't know who I am. She just wants someone to take the fall. Qin Hao realized this and felt somewhat relieved. However, I do have to say, I know I'm not good enough for you, but I don't object to being a backup option in name only. Qin Hao shook his head, indicating that he didn't really want to accept it. I understand, but I won't let you be my boyfriend for nothing. I'll give you 3,000 yuan a month as compensation for being my boyfriend. How about that? Think about it. I think you should know that even in name only, there are probably plenty of men in the whole of Yundong City who would want to be my boyfriend, right? Du Shuero probably already thought that the other party might refuse, so she didn't give such an answer. Okay, I'll think about it. Qin Hao nodded, but left without lingering. Hee, a musician, quite aloof, huh? Du Shuero hugged Qin Hao's back and nodded with a smile. How is Qin Hao? Did your cousin Xiaoying wake you up? Qin Hao had just returned to the table, where he had been with a bunch of relatives when an elder came over to ask what had happened. Oh, it's nothing. Just say you're introducing me to some friends. Qin Hao replied vaguely. I heard it all. That Zhao Yingzi said she was going to introduce some beautiful girls to you. So, did you find anyone you like? These gossipy relatives still wouldn't stop asking questions. It's all right, I guess. Qin Hao really didn't know how to answer. What do you mean, good enough? How could any girl possibly be interested in a food delivery guy? With such a gender imbalance in the population, the first thing girls look for when they go on blind dates is that they don't have money. Qin Hao, I'm not trying to criticize you, but next time you attend an event like this, make sure you choose your clothes carefully. Wearing that delivery uniform, which girl wouldn't run away as soon as she sees you? Yeah, clothes make the man, and a saddle makes the horse. If you don't dress decently, girls won't even look at you. Stop talking about being poor. With Qin Hao's family like that, it's a waste of money no matter what they wear. These relatives buzzed around Qin Hao's ears like a swarm of flies. Mom, we've almost finished eating. Shall we go? Actually, not wanting to listen to these relatives nagging, Qin Hao stood up and planned to take his mother home. Qin Hao, don't rush off. Shu Wen just told me that she wanted to help you with emergency treatment for a while, and you agreed, right? Just as Qin Hao and his mother were about to leave, his cousin, Feng Huashi, rushed over, followed by Du Shuero in a black dress. Chapter 58, Meeting President Lang again. What? A girl has taken a liking to Qin Hao so quickly. Is Gu the one wearing the black dress in the back? No, that can't be. That girl is way too beautiful. The relatives at this table couldn't believe their eyes as they embraced Du Shuero, who was also standing in a black dress. She was next to Xiao Yingzi, who was also a beauty, and she was equally graceful and charming. Zaiwi Yingzi, is the Shuero you're talking about the girl you are? Qin Hao's mother also looked somewhat incredulous. Yes, Auntie, her name is Du Shuero. She was my classmate in high school. After graduation, she studied at a prestigious university abroad. This time, she came back to Yundong City as an exchange student for her postgraduate internship. She is also the team leader of a Yundong University football team now. Zia Yingzi's introduction immediately aroused a lot of jealous and envious discussion among the relatives at the table. Really? She's been studying abroad the whole time. Her family must be really rich. Yes, she's the team leader of the football team. She's obviously from a wealthy family. No way. How could a girl like that be interested in Qin Hao? Yeah, you just met him once, and you've already fallen for him? Of course, Qin Hao didn't care about the gossip of his relatives. However, he never expected that Du Shuero would actually chase after him and force him to admit that he was her boyfriend. Now he could probably deny it even if he wanted to, but seeing his mother's beaming face, Qin Hao could only give a helpless, bitter smile. After his cousin's thank you dinner, Qin Hao originally planned to take his mother home, but his mother wanted him to go out for a walk with Du Shuero, which he refused. So now Qin Hao is annoyed by Du Shuero's pink BMW Mini. Where are we going? Qin Hao asked immediately when he saw Du Shuero start the engine. Come to my house. Du Shuero's answer surprised Qin Hao once again. Go to your house. Go to your house to sleep. Qin Hao thought to himself that this girl was too crazy. He had just met her, and she was already going to his house. Don't get the wrong idea. Going to my house is obviously to meet my parents. Du Shuero glanced at Qin Hao and quickly gave her answer. You can't be serious? Even if we're officially boyfriend and girlfriend, we've only just met. Me going to your house right now? Isn't that a bit too early? Qin Hao was completely bewildered by the girl's somewhat erratic behavior. It's getting late. I've been wanting to find someone to take me to my parents' house for a while, but I haven't found a suitable person. That's why I came to your cousin's thank you banquet. But I don't trust the men at the dinner table who are making advances on me. That's why I asked you. Du Shuero's BMW Mini engine was already roaring, and the scenery on both sides of the street was rushing past. Where do you live? Qin Hao was speechless at Du Shuero's comment that she only trusted him. But considering how Leza had made him and his mother look good at the banquet, Qin Hao still felt it was necessary to do her a favor. The villa on the hillside isn't too far from here, Du Shuero said, pressing the accelerator as she drove her pink mini rabbit off like a runaway horse. The hillside villas can be considered the backyard of the wealthy in Yundong City. It is said that the cost of building a single villa there is 6 or 7 million yuan, and the cost of building a detached villa is an astronomical figure of nearly 100 million yuan. Therefore, those who can afford to buy houses are almost all extremely wealthy people in Yundong City. It is evident here that even without knowing Du Shuero's family background, one can tell from the place she lives that she is no ordinary person with money. Although Du Shuero said it wasn't far away, in reality, this garden villa area built against the mountains and by the water was still nearly 30 kilometers away from the Huadu Hotel. As a result, Du Shuero's little mini only ran for about 10 minutes. Ugh. After getting out her car, Qin Hao involuntarily leaned against a nearby tree and vomited. Why can't you drive? Du Shuero just sneered as she watched Qin Hao, who was constantly destroying things. This poor kid who had never seen the world really fit the image of her previous boyfriend who was just a stepping stone. I can ride an electric bike, Qin Hao said stubbornly, wiping his mouth after finally spitting out what was in his mouth. All right then, come with me. When you visit my parents later, just say what you want to say, okay? Don't talk too much, okay? Du Shuero looked at the somewhat stubborn Qin Hao, feeling both amused and touched. However, is it a bit inappropriate for me to come to your house empty-handed for the first time? Although Qin Hao had never been to a girlfriend's house before, he still had some common sense. No need. You don't need to prepare anything. Du Shiwero seemed completely indifferent, not at all worried that her boyfriend would embarrass her. Fine, since I'm just a figurehead boyfriend, I don't expect to leave a good impression on your parents. Qin Hao thought to himself, but didn't say anything more. He simply followed Du Shiwero into the villa area. Soon they were standing in front of a detached villa of about 400 square meters. Du Shiwero walked over and rang the doorbell. Miss, you're back. A black maid with skin color, speaking broken Chinese, opened the door. Oh, you're even using Filipino maids now. How was taken aback. He had only seen such maids in some Hong Kong and Taiwan movies. However, he had heard that in recent years, some wealthy people in Yundong City had gone overseas to find Filipino maids to work as nannies in order to show off their status and wealth. Today, he actually saw one. Well, where are my mom and dad? Du Shiwero nodded slightly, seemingly having no intention of introducing Qin Hao at all. Master, you met a guest in the study. Madam has gone out and hasn't returned yet. The Filipino maid didn't seem to care about Qin Hao's identity and continued to answer in broken Chinese. Oh, take this person to the study and tell my dad this is my new boyfriend. I brought him back to show them. I'm going upstairs to change my clothes. I'll be down in a bit. After Du Shiro finished speaking, she went straight up the stairs of the gymnasium to the second floor without waiting for anyone else. You're Mrs. Boyfriend? The Filipino maid, who looked to be in her early 20s, stared at Qin Hao with a strange look. Zara, I guess. Qin Hao nodded with a wry smile. But why are you wearing a food delivery uniform? The Filipino maid clearly knew what Qin Hao's orange-yellow clothes represented. Well, Mary, who's here? Who are you talking to outside? A man's voice came from inside. Oh, sir, is it Mrs. New Boyfriend who's back? Boyfriend? What is Shuero up to now? The man's voice came from afar. Qin Hao saw a rather tall, middle-aged man walk out of the study in the inner room, and his boyfriend was followed by a somewhat familiar figure. Your Shuero's new boyfriend? The middle-aged man in front of him looked Qin Hao up and down, and his expression turned somewhat displeased. Young Masterwa, look at you. You didn't even let me know you were coming so that old Du could have made some preparations to welcome you. Before Qin Hao could answer, his brother's man suddenly sent out this greeting. No, it wasn't Mr. Lang. I just happened to be passing by. Qin Hao, of course, recognized the man behind him as Lang Zifeng. Chapter 59 accident. What? What did you say, Mr. Lang? Du Shuero's father looked at the third Lang Zifeng with a puzzled expression. What, you don't know? The boyfriend you brought back with your daughter is the grandson of the chairman of our Tianyu group, and also the only heir of the Su family Tianyu group, young Master Su. Lang Zifeng's introduction can be said to have instantly elevated Qin Hao's status to a whole new level. How is this possible? Du Shuero's father still stared at Qin Hao in disbelief. President Du, although you are the head of our Tianyu Group's subsidiary in Yundong City, isn't it a bit impolite of you to be so rude to our head office's young Master Su? Lang Zifeng suddenly changed the subject and said with a somewhat silent expression, I'm so sorry. I was really too rude. Mr. Su, please. Du Shuero's father then let Qin Hao into the study as if in a dream, and went to prepare the best tea and instructed the Filipino maid Mary to brew it immediately. At this moment, Du Shuero, who had changed into a casual home outfit, walked slowly down the stairs to the second floor with light steps. She's in a great mood now because her parents, who have been pushing her to go on blind dates, are finally learning the consequences of pushing her too far. Now that she's back from abroad, her blind date schedule is packed. She's either meeting some rich young man today or some high-ranking official's son tomorrow. Her parents were actually fed up with the endless blind dates she was set up with, as she was already somewhat rebellious. Therefore, Du Shuero decided to find a boyfriend who was the least attractive and the most embarrassing for her parents, so that they could understand how unconventional their daughter was and see if they would dare to force her to go on blind dates again. She felt that Qin Hao would fly into a rage whenever he saw his arrogant and prejudiced father. After all, his father, Du Tianyao, was one of the most prominent figures in the business world of Yundong City. In his eyes, no one was worth mentioning a food delivery man, nor was he a wealthy businessman with a prestigious family background or a prestigious university degree. Especially those who fantasize about pursuing their own interests often can't even get past their own fathers and are humiliated and driven away. Oh dear, Qin Hao's a pretty good guy. Could he really have been kicked out by his dad? If that's the case, I'll have to pay him more as compensation. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to my best friend, Xiao Ingzi, right? Du Shuero thought to herself as she listened carefully to the sounds downstairs. It's really strange. I didn't hear my dad yelling furiously downstairs, although some normal voices could be heard intermittently coming from the study. Hmm. It seems there are many guests in Dad's study, so he hasn't had time to see Hao at all. I guess he's still sitting on the big sofa in the living room right now. Du Shuuro thought to herself as she quietly went downstairs. Du Shuuro was puzzled as she looked at the empty sofa in the huge hall. Hao has already been kicked out by his father? That doesn't make sense. Even if he didn't hear any noise, given his father's personality, he wouldn't come upstairs to scold him, would he? Mary, where's the boyfriend I just brought in? The young maid was wondering when she suddenly saw the Filipino maid Mary coming out of the kitchen, carefully carrying a teapot. Oh, miss, your boyfriend has already been invited into the study by the master. Mary's Chinese reply was still as awkward as ever. What? He's been invited into the study? How is that possible? Du Shuiro couldn't believe her words. Even if Hao hadn't been kicked out by his father, Du Tianyao, there was no reason for him to be invited into the study. You should know that the study was a place that Du Tianyao valued highly. Ordinary people were not allowed to enter, and even he himself could not go in casually. The study was only open when receiving some extremely important and distinguished guests. What merit or ability did Hao have to be invited in by his father? Of course it's true. The old man even specifically told me to bring out the best Huangshan Maojian tea from here to make tea for your boyfriend. Mary said as she took the teapot into the study. Are you kidding me? Not only did you not kick Hao out, but you even served him your best tea. Du Shuero was even more confused now. This Huangshan Maojian tea was her father's most treasured tea because it was produced on a century-old wild tree on the cliff face at the top of Huangshan Mountain. Every year, tea farmers had to risk their lives to lower themselves down the cliff face with ropes to pick it. Therefore, these vegetable leaves are extremely precious. It's said that the same weight of tea leaves is worth twice as much as gold. My father went to great lengths to get such a small box, and he cherishes it like a priceless treasure. I've never seen him serve drinks to guests before, so what's going on? Curiosity ultimately spurred Du Shui to gently knock on the study door. Shuero, is it? Come in, the father inside said. You see my boyfriend, Hao, right? As soon as she entered the study, Du Shuero walked up to Du Tianyao's shoulder in a coquettish manner and gently punched her parents' shoulders with her small fists. Yes, I see him. He's sitting right across from me. Du Tianyao pointed somewhat cautiously at Hao, who was sitting in the guest seat. So what do you think of him? Although she found it strange, Du Shuero still couldn't quite believe that her father would approve of her boyfriend who delivered takeout. Not bad. This young man is quite good. Du Tianyao focused for a moment, and then gave an answer that Du Shuero never expected. You're not mistaken, are you? Hao is a college student who works part-time delivering food, and his family is quite poor. Du Shuero had only heard some things about Hao from his cousin. Filial piety often comes from humble families. This young man knows how to earn money by doing odd jobs. He's bound to be successful in the future. Du Tianyao's comment left Du Shuero speechless, unsure of what to say. Of course, she didn't understand. Just now in this study, Lang Zifeng had once again very solemnly introduced Hao's identity to Du Tianyao. Hao then said that he was rather low-key and that he was impersonating his daughter's boyfriend at her request. He didn't want others to know his wealthy identity and hoped that Du Tianyao could keep it a secret for him. Upon meeting the French heir of his parent company, and especially upon learning that this heir was actually his daughter's fake boyfriend, Du Tianyao was extremely excited. He already had a plan to make Du Shuiro a real girlfriend of this billionaire. Chapter 60 Family War. So, do you mean you agreed to let me and Hao rescue her? Du Shuiro was puzzled, but she was also quite quick to react in the moment and immediately tightened her waist and sat on Hao's back. This girl thinks her dad is ready to use a feigned retreat to scare her. He must know what she's thinking, wanted to find an unsuitable delivery guy to shut him and her mother up about blind dates. Now her dad is doing the opposite and agreeing to let her date a delivery guy. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Well then, I'll make it real and force you to tell the truth. However, Hao was completely unprepared for Du Shuiro's sudden intimate actions. Although Du Shuiro's fit figure and weight of less than 100 pounds were nothing to worry about, Hao was still caught off guard and somewhat at a loss. Shuiro, slow down. Don't scare him. Seeing Hao put his index finger to his lips before opening his mouth, Du Tianyao swallowed back the words he was about to say. Don't hurt young Master Su. What's wrong? It's not a big deal for me to sit on my boyfriend's back, is it? Du Shiuero had clearly misunderstood her father's meaning. She thought that Du Tianyao didn't want his precious daughter to be taken advantage of by this food delivery guy. No, it's not excessive. It's just that this is Dad's study, and it's Qin Hao's first time here, so he's bound to feel a little reserved. You should be mindful of that. Du Tianyao shook his head with a wry smile, pondering how to truly make his precious daughter the girlfriend of this young Master Su. Of course, Qin Hao, who was sitting below Du Shiuero, was in a state of rapid mental activity. It wasn't that he was overwhelmed by the unexpected romantic encounter, but rather that he was once again amazed by the enormous background of his company, Su's Tianyu Group. Just now in the study, Lang Zifeng gave him a brief introduction to Du Tianyao subsidiary of Tianyu Group. No wonder Du Shiuero's bank is so wealthy. The subsidiary's business projects and operations cover almost all the vital projects of Yindong City and the entire province, ranging from finance and food to transportation, and even some gray industry chains. And Tianyu Group has more than 40 such subsidiaries around the world. Tianyao, I just heard from Mary that our precious daughter, Shuero, brought a boyfriend home to your study. Is that right? Let me see him quickly. Just as the three people in the study were each preoccupied with their own thoughts, a middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothes pushed open the door and walked in from outside. Mom, you're back? Upon seeing her mother, Du Shiuero stood up from Qin Hao's stomach, still somewhat embarrassed. This is the boyfriend you brought back. Du Shiuero's mother couldn't believe her eyes as Qin Hao, dressed in an orange delivery uniform, slumped in a chair. Yes, Mom. How about it? Are you satisfied? Du Shiuero was secretly pleased, thinking that her mother's shrewdness was still not as deep as her father Du Tianyao's. As soon as Qin Hao saw this, he couldn't hold back anymore. Nonsense. Old Du, aren't you going to keep an eye on your precious daughter? Is she just going to let her run wild like this? If it weren't for years of pampered upbringing and good manners, Du Shiuero's mother would have sworn at her. Don't worry. What the child did this time isn't a big deal. Besides, as parents, we can just guide her on matters of dating. There's no need to interfere. Du Tianyao left the rest of his words unsaid, but inside he was extremely anxious, praying that his wife wouldn't say anything reckless. If she offended young Master Su, his daughter's dream of marrying into a billionaire's family would be ruined, and even his position as the head of a branch of Tianyu Group might be in jeopardy. Are you drunk, Lao Du? Are you crazy? You're letting Shuero, a food delivery girl, have a boyfriend. But clearly, Du Shuero's mother didn't hide anything from her husband, and someone immediately shouted excitedly. Hey, Mom, don't worry. I think Dad did the right thing this time, and he supports my decision. Du Shuero was obviously the one who most wanted to see the scene before her. As she spoke, she added fuel to the fire by sitting back in Qin Hao's lap. You're all destined to die of anger. Die of anger. Du Shuero's mother felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation when she saw her daughter sitting in the lap of a food delivery man. She had raised her daughter with an aristocratic upbringing for so many years and sent her to a prestigious university abroad as soon as she grew up. Now, she was about to be taken away by a food delivery man. How could she not be anxious? Shuero's mom, don't panic. I think Shuero needs to experience many things herself to truly understand the good intentions of us parents. Look at you now, making such a scene. What kind of behavior is this? Actually, Du Tianyao also had his own unspoken difficulties. He had just promised that he would never reveal the true identity of the one who could inherit Qin Hao's talent, so he was afraid that his wife would make a scene and tell him the truth. What? You want to experience it yourself? You old fool. Do you want this delivery guy to get my Shuero pregnant and have an abortion before you're satisfied? I'm going to be driven crazy by you too. Shuero's mother became more and more agitated as she reached out to pull her daughter, who was sitting on Qin Hao's lap. Hey, as elders, we should mind our own business. Surprisingly, Du Tianyao actually reached out to stop Shuero's mother. Of course, his inner monologue was, I really wish Shuero would get pregnant with this delivery guy's child right away, so she could become the young mistress of the Su family. What's wrong? You were so happy to see Shuero's mom go into the study to see Shuero's boyfriend. Why haven't you stood up yet? Yes. Why are you two moving around? Yeah. Which one is Shuero's boyfriend? No, it can't be the delivery guy, can it? Just as Du Shuero's parents were arguing, the study door was suddenly pushed open, and three elegantly dressed ladies walked in. These three people are Shuero's mother's usual mahjong partners, and they are all wealthy people living in villas on the hillside. They came together this time specifically to play mahjong. Upon seeing outsiders arrive, The elderly couple's tense posture eased slightly, and Du Shiwuro, who had been watching and laughing the whole time, stood up somewhat embarrassed from under Chin Hao and greeted her mother's mahjong partners one by one. Chapter 61, Mahjong Hand Selection. Shuero, I'm not trying to criticize you as an aunt, but it's fine for young people to pursue free love. However, love and marriage should still be about matching social status, right? With your Du family's wealth, what kind of young talent do you think you could find? What? How did you end up with a delivery guy? A middle-aged woman with long, flowing hair who looked to be only in her 30s glanced at Chin Hao and said indifferently, "Isn't that right? Last time I introduced my nephew to you, you didn't even look at him. In what way is my nephew inferior to this delivery guy? He's a PhD graduate from a top foreign university, and he became the vice president of a listed company as soon as he returned to China. He's only 27 years old. You didn't even look at someone so young and promising, but instead picked a delivery guy. I'm afraid even I, who wanted to be the matchmaker, would feel ashamed if I said that." Another woman, a slightly older woman with short, wavy hair, also expressed her sarcastic suspicion. "Look at how much face you two have made me lose." Upon hearing this, Shuero's mother was furious and was about to lose control of her emotions again. "Aunt Shun, let's not talk about your nephew anymore, okay? The prestigious university you mentioned that he went to for his doctorate is a fake university that's all the rage internationally. You can just pay to get in. Is it possible that he became the vice president of that listed company because of his father?" Clearly, this young woman, Du Shiwuro, was also a ruthless character who had been hiding her true colors. She didn't hold back at all and exposed the truth about the other woman's background. I don't know how to argue with a child. Even if my nephew became the vice president because of his father, so what? He is still a vice president of a legitimate listed company. How can he be compared to your boyfriend who delivers takeout? There are enough girls to fill a reinforced company waiting to marry him. Enchun was embarrassed by Du Shiuro's words, and she still used the excuse that Hao Qin's status was too low. It's not just about marrying his daughter to have a stronger company. I'm afraid he wants more than just a battalion of his. Du Tianyao suddenly interjected. "Look, it's all thanks to your dad, old Du, who knows how to talk. He figured out our nephew is the real tall, rich, and handsome guy in no time." Someone complimented her that day, and Aunt Shun beamed with joy. "However, the girls your nephew has slept with must be quite a bunch, right? As far as I know, he has at least 5 illegitimate children outside right now, right? Shuero will be all smiles if she really finds this boyfriend." Du Tianyao changed the subject and said coldly, "What? You? You? Old Du, are we going to investigate?" Aunt Shun, who had been quite excited just now, broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. "If you hadn't kept nagging me about wanting to become in-laws with my family, I wouldn't have had the time to investigate your family." Du Tianyao leaned back in his large executive chair and said lazily, "Fine, fine. We're not worthy of your Du family, okay? I'm leaving. Aunt Shun, having been rebuffed, turned and left the Du family's villa in a huff. "Look at you. How can you talk like that? You know it, so why did you have to say it in public like that, making everyone lose face?" Shuero's mother couldn't help but complain about her husband. "Oomph. I don't think she had any good intentions. Her family's listed company has recently been found by the stock exchange to have falsified its financial statements. My inside informant told me that if they can't make up for the losses in the short term, they will be suspended from trading or even delisted. The fact that she's in such a hurry to introduce that so-called second son to us and Shuero is clearly to ask us to help them." Du Tian glared at Shuero's mother and snorted coldly. This, I think we should go too." The noblewoman who hadn't spoken until now pulled the younger one, and the two of them hurriedly left the Du family. "Hey, didn't we agree to play mahjong? Now you're leaving. Should I see you off?" Shuero's mother felt embarrassed as her mahjong partners left one after another and quickly offered to see them off. "Forget it, let them go," Du Tianyao said disdainfully, watching the two figures walk away. "Old Du, you let Shuero find a boyfriend who delivers takeout, and I didn't say anything to you? Now you've even driven away several of my good friends. What exactly do you mean by this?" Shuero's mother asked, looking puzzled. "What do you mean you're so old? What should I say to you?" Du Tianyao smiled as he looked at Chin Hao, who hadn't said a word. "What do you mean you're saying that old Chun, who just left, is suspicious, but my two mahjong partners didn't say anything? Are they suspicious too?" Shuero's mother asked angrily. "Oomph. You think they're playing mahjong because they're close to you? One of them has a husband who just made over 20 million in Las Vegas and is already being targeted by an international finance company. Every time she comes to our house, she wants to ask me for financing and loans. Du Tianyao took a puff of his cigar unintentionally. Then, what about the other one? Shuiro's mother's tone became so firm this time. Oomph. And there's another young one. She's not a rich lady at all, just someone's mistress. The businessman who's been supporting her has recently gone bankrupt, and she's lost her source of income. She's even 6 months behind on the property management fees for her villa on the hillside. Her only purpose every time she comes here is to seduce your husband. Du Tianyao exhaled a perfectly round smoke ring, which slowly dissipated in the air. You know so much, no? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Shuiro's mother slumped into a chair like a deflated balloon. She couldn't believe that these three best friends and mahjong partners she had known for more than half a year actually had photographic evidence to prove their advances towards her. I'm not a god. I didn't get all this information all at once. As he said this, Du Tianyao glanced at Qin Hao unintentionally. Qin Hao smiled slightly. He knew very well that Lang Zifeng, who possessed most of the supernatural powers, had told him all this. Okay, even if I'm blind and can't judge people, this food delivery job can make me Shuiro's boyfriend. I'm absolutely not mistaken. Shuiro's mother, who had finally recovered from her earlier surprise, suddenly turned her attention to Qin Hao. What can I say to you? Du Tianyao shook his head helplessly. He really didn't have any good ideas about his wife. I'll accept him. Just let him play 3 rounds of mahjong with me. Since you've driven away all my mahjong partners. Shuiro's mother suddenly glared and said somewhat petulantly, playing mahjong? But I'm not very good at it. Qin Hao was a little dumbfounded. He had never heard of having to play mahjong with his future mother-in-law on his first visit to her house. You don't know how? That's even better. 50 yuan per chip, no limit, cash payment, no credit. Let's start playing right away. Shui Qianrou's mother's eyes lit up as soon as she heard Qin Hao say he didn't know how to play. Chapter 62, The Troubles of Not Knowing How to Play Cards. Mom, what are you saying? It's Qin Hao's first time visiting, and instead of treating him well, we're dragging him to play mahjong. Du Shuiro said with a dissatisfied look. Shuiro, since your dad agrees to you having a food delivery guy as your boyfriend, your mom can't very well play the bad guy. But you know your mom doesn't have any other hobbies except playing mahjong. If this young man, Qin Hao, can't even meet this one requirement, I might make him come to our house again. Shuiro's mom seemed to have figured out that someone who likes to deliver food definitely couldn't afford to play mahjong, so she kept emphasizing this requirement. As expected, Du Shuwen and Du Tianyao both shook their heads helplessly and turned their gazes to Qin Hao almost simultaneously. All right, Andy, since you're so interested, I'll gladly keep you company. Qin Hao smiled slightly. Okay, I didn't realize this delivery guy had such a personality. Mary quickly set up the automatic mahjong table. At Shuiro's mother's command, the Filipino made Mary deftly set up a luxurious floor-covered mahjong table in the theater. Let me make this clear first. You two father and daughter shouldn't even think about secretly helping this delivery guy win at mahjong. I've been playing mahjong for so many years, I still have a good eye for it. After the 4 of them sat down, Shuiro's mother glared at them and issued a warning. Du Tianyao and Du Shuiro exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly. Du Tianyao was naturally not worried that Qin Hao would lose and not have money to pay the bill. As the heir of the prestigious Su Tianyu Group, even if he lost all the money in this small game of mahjong until next year, it wouldn't cost him a drop of his wealth. Du Shuiro was very nervous. Her mother was a compulsive gambler. Once she was at the gambling table, she wouldn't stand for Qin Hao, whom she already looked down on, or even for her and her father to lose money and owe her. What if Qin Hao doesn't have any money later? He doesn't look like he has much money on him, Du Shuiro thought worriedly. Regardless of their thoughts, the use of the unusual anesthetic to prevent infection began quickly, with Du Tianyao taking the first seat in the east position as the dealer. Qin Hao had never been exposed to this kind of entertainment before going to university. He only learned it by being asked by his roommates Feng Bin and Yuan Xiaoli, but his skills were really bad. In addition, he didn't have any pocket money to play with when he was using drugs, so they stopped including him when they played mahjong. This time, under Shuiro's mother's strong insistence, it would be unreasonable for him not to play. However, as Qin Hao was arranging the cards, he thought to himself that the Du family of 3 could be considered quite eccentric. Who? You won with a 7 of won. Shuiro's mother was indeed a mahjong veteran. Qin Hao hadn't even played a few hands before she won by self-draw. No need to look, it's just 8 points. Come on, 400 yuan each. Quickly transfer the money to my QR code. Once she sat down at the money card table, Shui Ro's mother seemed to have completely forgotten about the unpleasantness from before, and it didn't seem as satisfying as winning a hand. This is where the advantages of mobile payment become apparent. No one needs to prepare cash anymore. They can simply scan a QR code with their phone to complete the transfer. Of course, the days of withholding money from debtors are over. Qin Hao and Du Shiuro, along with her father and daughter, each transferred 400 yuan to Shiuro's mother. Du Shiuro hadn't even had a chance to glance at Qin Hao before she was worried that the delivery man didn't have enough money. In the following rounds, Shui Ro's mother dominated, winning almost every hand except for two small wins by Du Tianyao and Shui Ro. Qin Hao, on the other hand, didn't win a single hand and lost 3 or 4,000 yuan in the blink of an eye. Young man, my Shui Ro is spoiled, so the two of you are not suitable to be together. 80,000. Shui Ro's mother saw that Qin Hao had lost several thousand yuan in a row without changing his expression or skipping a beat, so she wanted to use another method to make him give up. Auntie, I think it's fine if Shui Ro is alone with us. I'll just give in to her a little more, Hongzhong. Qin Hao smiled slightly, unaffected by her words. All right, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I've won with red center. Float 32 points. Shui Ro's mother forcefully handed over the red center mold that Qin Hao had just made. Mom, Qin Hao doesn't have that much money to lose to you. Du Shiro shouted from the side, sounding a bit sore loser. If he can't lose, that's fine. Make him leave right now. I'll even pay back the money he lost earlier. Otherwise, make him scan the code immediately. 32 times 1,600 yuan. Shui Ro's mother glared fiercely at her treacherous daughter, then turned to Qin Hao and said, No problem, no problem. Qin Hao still smiled and transferred 1,600 yuan to Shui Ro's mother's account. Of course, at this time, the card linked to his phone was the black card that Lang Zifeng had given him before. Oh, I didn't realize your delivery hands were worth some money, but you're still a long way from winning over my precious daughter, Shui Ro. Shui Ro's mother continued to humiliate Qin Hao while playing cards, making Du Tianyao frown in disapproval. Thank God, this young Master Su isn't a petty person. I really need to apologize to him properly. Du Tian wiped the cold sweat from his forehead while playing mahjong. In the blink of an eye, they had played 2 more rounds. Shui Ro's mother seemed to be getting better and better, winning hand after hand and becoming the final winner at the table, while Qin Hao still lost every time he played. If I get another flush this time, that delivery guy will probably lose over 20,000, right? I bet he'll be scared away by me. Shui Ro's mother said, looking at the prescription cards while calculating her next opponent, Qin Hao. No way, Mom's hand is obviously going to be a huge win. Qin Hao has already lost over 10,000. If she really wins, he'll probably have to leave the game in disappointment. Of the 4 people, Du Shiuro was naturally the most nervous. One of the chickens. Qin Hao still didn't seem to care at all. Bang! Shui Ro's mother snatched the little bird away. Auntie, you're so lucky. 3 of a kind. Keep going. Shui Ro's mother seemed to already see the excitement of winning with a pure suit and 2 more melds, her eyes gleaming. You're amazing. 9 of a kind. Perhaps because Qin Hao's card skills were so bad, he was still feeding her live cards at this moment. Pong! Shui Ro's mother was so excited that she couldn't speak. The tiles were all of 1 suit, plus 2 kongs and a pong. She had never won such a big hand in her life, and even her hand trembled slightly as she picked up the tiles. Shui Ro's mom, that's enough. Du Tianyao said helplessly, looking at his wife's excited expression with a worried look. Yes, Mom. Qin Hao is a guest. It's not right for you to make so much money off him. Du Shiuro chimed in, trying to appease him. Go as far away as you can. Even the King of Heaven can't stop me from winning this hand. Want a bamboo? After Shui Ro's mother played her card with trembling hands, she really finished listening to the game. She was very close to winning her first big hand. Auntie, is this butterfly flower with a bead? Qin Hao, who was sitting next to her, asked timidly. Chapter 63, the unyielding ghost of the torn pants wrapped around his leg. This is a pair of 4 and 7 of bamboo. You. Shui Ro's mother was shocked and angry at the same time, and she didn't know what to say. Her big hand was ruined by this smelly delivery guy's small hand. Okay, let's stop playing here for today. It's getting late. Why don't you ask Mary to prepare dinner? It's Qin Hao's first time visiting. We should at least treat him well, right? Du Tianyao said, suppressing a laugh as he pushed over the mahjong tiles in his hand. Yeah, isn't it time for dinner? Mom, Aren't you going to cook something so my boyfriend can have a good taste of your cooking? Du Shuero chimed in from his side. I'm not eating. I have no appetite. If you want to eat, go eat outside. Shuero's mother was clearly not as angry as Hu Cheng's big grudge, and she didn't give Qin Hao a kind look at all. Then, Shuero, why don't you take Qin Hao out to eat? Du Tianyao was deeply troubled by the old woman's death and thought it would be better to go out, lest these old women say something unpleasant and offend his future boss. All right then. Du Shuero clearly knew that her mother's mood wouldn't improve anytime soon. Half an hour later, Qin Hao got back into Du Shuero's pink BMW Mini, and the car roared toward the center of Yindong City. I'm really sorry for today. I made you lose a lot of money. Although Du Shuero didn't know why Qin Hao had so much money on his card, she still didn't want to owe him too much of a favor. No, it's nothing. Qin Hao clearly couldn't explain further. You don't need to worry. After all, I lost your money today, and I should transfer my salary to you as well. Du Shuero seemed a little worried that her fake boyfriend would be scared away. Oh, Qin Hao answered absent-mindedly. Since the money he lost was given by Lang Zifeng, he naturally didn't feel bad. His mind was still thinking about the huge scale behind the Su family's Tianyu group. I really didn't expect that my dad has such a good impression of you. Du Shuero was still very skeptical about this issue. I guess he generally has a good impression of food delivery. Qin Hao didn't know how to answer this question. Why couldn't he just say that his dad thought he was his future boss? That's really funny. Do you know what kind of person my dad is? To call him a top dog is an understatement. Don't even mention a delivery guy like you. Even if the owner of the biggest local restaurant chain came to him, he wouldn't give him a second glance. Du Shuero snorted coldly, showing her disdain for the answer. Oh, then I guess it's just my luck. Maybe. Du Shuero clearly didn't agree with this answer either, but she had nothing to say. 20 minutes later, Du Shuero's BMW Mini pulled up in front of Dexim, a well-known Western restaurant in Yindong City. I'm in a good mood today, and I'd like to go out for some French cuisine. Do you like it? Du Shuero looked at Qin Hao. It's all right, I'm not too picky. Qin Hao answered vaguely, but inwardly he was cursing. I've never been to a Western restaurant before, and you're asking me if I like it? That's good. This place makes really good snails. You have to try them. With that, Du Shuero jumped out of the car, and Qin Hao had no choice but to follow closely behind. Miss, this is the window seat you reserved in advance. Although the restaurant waiters rolled their eyes at Qin Hao from time to time along the way, they still politely led the two to Du Shuero's reserved seat. Of course, Qin Hao was already used to this situation and did not take it to heart at all. I'm going to the restroom first. The food here takes a while to arrive, so you can wait patiently. Du Shuero, the customs officer, smiled and then left her seat. Watching her retreating figure, Qin Hao's feelings were also complicated. Although Du Shuero's father had become unusually respectful after learning about her so-called wealthy identity this afternoon, his subsequent attitude clearly indicated that he wanted him, her fake boyfriend, to become his daughter's real lover. Qin Hao didn't believe that this young lady would really think that way. I guess I'll just be used as a backup option, just like Zhang Lulu was initially. After all, in her eyes, I'm just a food delivery guy. Qin Hao, what are you doing here, you food delivery guy? A familiar yet somewhat grating voice came from the side. Qin Hao didn't even need to turn his head to know who it was. It was definitely Du Lanlan, the sharp-tongued little pepper who was always by Zhang Lulu's side. Sure enough, not far from them, Du Lanlan was hugging herself with a very angry expression. To Qin Hao's surprise, his former goddess Zhang Lulu was not by her side, but a well-dressed person was sitting opposite her. I'm asking you a question. Du Lanlan saw that Qin Hao only glanced back at her and did not answer, which fueled her anger even more. She left her seat and walked over. Are you deaf, you delivery guy? Are we that close? Do I have to answer your questions? Qin Hao had no liking for this somewhat unreasonable girl, so he naturally didn't have the sense to pay her any attention. Excuse me, deliverman, this is a high-end restaurant. We don't need low-level people like you for delivery services. At this moment, Du Lanlan's male companion also walked over and stared at Qin Hao from a superior angle. I'm here to eat, not to deliver food, so please don't bother me. Qin Hao clearly didn't want to waste his breath arguing with him. He had experienced too much these past few days. I believe you came here for dinner, but I believe even more that you used deception to get the girl to invite you to dinner. Upon hearing this, Du Lanlan seemed even more enraged, and her voice grew louder and louder. At this moment, the once quiet restaurant was suddenly filled with activity, and many customers turned their attention to this side. What are you talking about? When did I use deception? Qin Hao was stunned by the words of this fiery girl. Oomph. Still playing dumb? Do you think I don't know you? You're pretending to be a judge at some rich people's dating event, making those girls think you're a rich second generation so you can swindle them out of money and sex. Du Lamlin's words surprised the other customers in the restaurant, and they started whispering among themselves. No wonder. How could a food delivery guy eat here? Yeah, but this is the first time I've ever seen a food delivery person who's a second-generation rich kid. He looks pretty honest. How come he's dressed like that to pretend to be a rich kid? What do you know? You think he's just pretending to be a rich kid? Maybe he's good in bed. What, you've tried it? Get lost. Did you even try it? This completely shattered the tranquil atmosphere of the French restaurant. Chapter 64, The Villain Accuses First. What? This guy actually managed to swindle people at the rich and powerful dating event. Du Lamlin's male companion was quite surprised because he had also seen Du Lamlin at the same rich and powerful dating event. Normally, male guests are not allowed to have one-on-one contact with female contestants before the event ends. Of course, after he spent some money to bribe the organizers of that event, he managed to get Du Lamlin's contact information. Of course, just this morning my best friend Lulu and I went to his house to verify his identity. His family is so poor that they're not even as poor as an ordinary family, let alone a wealthy one. His aunt even came to his house first to demand repayment of debts, and she said some really nasty things. Du Lamlin then vividly described the scene she witnessed at Chin Hao's house that morning, adding fuel to the fire. TSK, you're really something, managing to show up at a rich people's social gathering and swindle people like this. But now that trick has been played out repeatedly, what else is there to say? Get out of here! Du Lamlin's male companion shouted sternly from the side. Chin Hao was baffled by the accusations from the two men. When did he become a tycoon? He clearly had a genuine invitation. Then she went on to say how poor she was, and to some extent, Du Lamlin wasn't wrong about that, so it was really hard for me to refute her. Excuse me, gentlemen and ladies, could you please not make such a racket here? At this moment, a waiter from the restaurant came over, hoping to maintain a quiet dining environment in the Western restaurant. Making such a racket. Your restaurant actually lets these migrant workers dressed in cheap clothes come to eat, and you're complaining that we're making a racket. Du Lamlin chased after the waiter angrily. Yes, he's not just a lowly migrant worker. He's also a con man who deceives people and steals their money. How can your restaurant tolerate someone like that coming to eat? Du Lamlin's male companion was also indignant for no apparent reason, as if he himself was a victim. Yes, shouldn't a high-class Western restaurant like yours be for well-dressed, elegant upper-class people to dine in? Even this kind of slacker comes to a restaurant, and he calls himself a fashionista? Oh dear, it seems like they've all started selling malatang, spicy hot pot. At roadside stalls, all those stories about netizens finding a pot of malatang and a bottle of Sprite and being able to get into bed with someone. Wow, looks like you're quite experienced. You've been tricked by people adding spicy hot pot and Sprite a few times already. Huh. Du Lamlin and her male companion's words instantly resonated with the female diners, and the noise in the Western restaurant not only did not decrease, but became even louder. Shouldn't the people who come here for dinner be high-class people? How come they're all so filthy? Chin Hao thought with some surprise. Actually, there's nothing strange about this. Most diners who seek out a restaurant are just looking to show off on social media. In reality, they don't really reach that level. Their only purpose in eating out is to project a certain image. What's going on? Why is it so messy here? A rather authoritative female voice came over. Chin Hao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a white-collar worker in a crisp white business suit walking over. Manager Lon, these two customers are saying that the banana guest is some kind of emotional scammer and they want me to leave immediately, the waiter explained, looking aggrieved. Nonsense. This is a restaurant. If customers have any complaints, they should resolve them themselves. How can you expect us to come here? Manager Lon was clearly a seasoned career woman, and she hit the nail on the head. Are you the restaurant manager? Du Lamlin asked, turning around. That's right. Miss, our restaurant provides entertainment and dining services and a quiet environment for our guests. This is not a market, nor is it a place for you to relax. Clearly, Lon didn't have a good impression of manager Du Lamlin. Manager Lon, my father is Su Ruoxing of Yundong Jixing Aquatic Product Company. I heard he's quite familiar with the owner of the restaurant. I was in a good mood today, treating my girlfriend to dinner, but I ran into this swindler, which ruined my mood. I think as the restaurant manager, you should do something about it, right? At this moment, Du Lamlin's male companion took out a gold embossed business card and handed it to Manager Lon. So it's young Master Su? It's really a case of mistaken identity. like family members not recognizing each other. Manager Lon took the business card, glanced at it, and immediately put on a smiling face. Jixing Aquatic Products Company is quite famous in Yundong City. Ordinary people probably don't know much about it, but those in the catering industry, especially those who don't work in high-end catering, wouldn't know it. Because this seafood company is powerful and has a strong industrial chain, it almost monopolizes more than 70% of the sales of both domestic and foreign seafood products in Yundong City. Therefore, any high-end catering business in Yundong City will pay attention to this company. Even the Chinese owner of Maxim's French restaurant in the market is no exception. How could Manager Law not know about it? Since we're all acquaintances, I like to ask, what exactly is the grudge between you and this guest? Manager Lawn thought for a moment, deciding to ask in a way that wouldn't hurt feelings. Oomph. This boy is named Qin Hao. He's my classmate at Yundong University. He impersonated a judge at a social event for the wealthy and tried to swindle money and sex from my good friend Zhang Lulu. Luckily, we saw through his scheme in time. Du Lan Lan said incessantly, like a minor bird. That's right, my elegant companion was worried that the girl who brought him here to dinner today would also be deceived, so she appeared in time to expose him. Young Master Su added immediately. Oh, so he's a swindler and a scumbag. Manager Law nodded. Normally, the character of the diners has nothing to do with running a restaurant. This young Master Su is obviously interested in the sharp-tongued young lady next to him. If they let it go, they will inevitably offend Jixing's seafood company behind young Master Su. So Manager Lon turned her gaze to Qin Hao, who had been sitting there silently without saying a word or making any explanation. Sir, you must have just heard these two people's comments about you, right? Yes, I heard it. So, are you really just a college student who delivers food? That's right. I've never denied that. Then I'm sorry. I'll have to ask you to leave. What do you mean? Does this restaurant not allow delivery people to eat here? Qin Hao felt inexplicably angry. Shopter 60 femme role. Of course not. Manager Lon smiled with a professional and elegant air, but immediately added, although our restaurant does not have any restrictions on the profession of our diners, high-end Western restaurants do have specific requirements for the attire of their diners. Are there specific requirements for clothing? Qin Hao hadn't expected this at all. That's right. We require all guests dining at Maxim's French restaurant to be formally dressed. It's really inappropriate for someone like me, who's just asking for a ride, to be here in our restaurant. Manager Lon was an old hand at this business. She didn't try to get rid of Qin Hao with some kind of emotional scam or other blatant Jewish excuses. She just dismissed the delivery guy because his clothes were not up to standard. This Manager Lon really knows how to talk. Yeah, you think you can eat at a fancy Western restaurant while wearing those shabby, tattered delivery uniforms? Keep dreaming. Besides, this penniless bastard is a con man who swindles money and women. He should have been kicked out long ago. I really want to know what kind of honor the girl who was cheated out of her money and her body enjoys. How could she possibly be interested in this kind of trash? Oh, I don't even need to think about it to know. He'll definitely press F to enter the tank's high tonnage mode. Would a normal girl go on a date with a food delivery guy? The diners, who had been watching the commotion, felt a surge of satisfaction upon hearing the restaurant manager's words, and happily echoed his sentiments. See? Lon, everyone is happy with what you did, manager. Dulan Lon suddenly felt that all the face she had lost in front of this food delivery guy these past few days had been earned back in an instant, and she was naturally in a great mood. That's right, Manager Lon. My father knows that your restaurant has a manager like you, which gives him even more confidence in cooperating with your restaurant. Young Master Su also chimed in to flatter Dulan Lon. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Manager Lon smiled faintly, his expression unreadable, and then turned to Qin Hao, saying, Sir, do you understand my explanation? I believe we are all well-mannered, and there's no need for me to ask you to leave the security office and forcibly remove you. Manager Land's seemingly gentle yet firm request to leave clearly carried a warning. What's going on? Where are you all? Just as Qin Hao was wondering how to answer, Du Shiwero, who had just come out of the restroom, looked at the people around Qin Hao with astonishment. Who are you? You're Qin Hao's bridesmaid. Du Lan Lan couldn't stand Du Shiwero in front of her. It's worth noting that Du Shiwero is a highly sought-after beauty and campus belle at Yundong University, as well as the team leader of the university's football team, who is frequently in the public eye. Her name is a household name at Yundong University, so it's not surprising that Du Lan Lan knows her. Du Lan Lan never expected that this aloof school beauty who had rejected countless rich and handsome suitors, would be eating Western food with that penniless delivery guy today. What's wrong? Is it weird that my boyfriend and I ate something together? Du Shiuro hadn't heard their conversation, but she didn't mind letting others know that Chin Hao was her fake boyfriend. Oh my god, who said this delivery guy can only scam fat girls like the one who presses F to enter the tank? Is this even a fat girl? This isn't a chubby girl at all. She's a genuine goddess. Yeah, how could a food delivery guy like him possibly date a girl of such high caliber? Am I now starting to think that my initial idea was correct? What was your initial thought? Yeah, this food delivery guy must be amazing in bed. The restaurant was filled with chatter. Du Shiuro's appearance was like adding fuel to the fire, instantly pushing everyone's enthusiasm for gossip to its peak. Of course, these voices did not affect Manager Lawn. But at this moment, she was also looking at Du Shiuro in front of her with the same surprised gaze. In fact, at this moment, Manager Lawn was far more shocked than Du Lan, because she also knew Du Shiuro and was very clear about Du Shiuro's family background. If anyone could be considered a representative of the elite at the very top of Yindong City's wealth pyramid, then Du Shiuro's father, Du Tianyao, would undoubtedly be one of the most qualified. This Miss Du's father is a businessman. Manager Lawn deals in lion dances, but there's no profitable industry like lion dances that Du Tianyao doesn't pursue. Although they had only met briefly 2 or 3 times, Du Tianyao left a very deep impression on Manager Lawn, which could be described as unfathomable. Du Tianyao's beloved daughter, Du Shiuro, was a regular at their Maxim's French restaurant. However, she knew that at least 7 or 8 times, wealthy young men from Yundong City had made reservations for Du Shiuro at the restaurant, only to be rejected with long faces. How can this be explained that the icy beauty who is dating this famous person today is actually this food delivery guy who has been accused of being a con artist? Sister Lan, what do you mean by this? Is there some misunderstanding between you and my boyfriend? Du Shui was already quite familiar with Sister Lan, and they usually addressed each other as sisters. This Shuiro, these 2 ladies and gentlemen, said that your boyfriend is a con man who pretends to be a rich man and wants us to kick you out of the Western restaurant. Under the current circumstances, Manager Lan naturally didn't want to take the blame for Du Lan and that young Master Su anymore. Ako un artist. Du Shiuro was a little confused when she heard this. That's right, Senior Du. I'm a classmate of Yundong University, just like you. This Chin Hao is in our class. His family is extremely poor. He's not a rich kid at all. He has to deliver food to earn some pocket money. My good friend Zhang Lulu saw through his scheme to pretend to be a rich kid and broke up with him completely. Du Lan quickly explained from the side. She naturally assumed that the campus belle of Yundong University had been deceived by Chin Hao's identity as a VIP judge at the rich and powerful dating event, which was why she came here to date this poor food delivery guy. Yeah, beautiful. How could a poor food delivery guy like him be worthy of you? How could someone as elegant as you possibly be interested in a poor loser like him? Du Shiuro, who suddenly appeared, was so surprised that she couldn't speak for long before she recovered and said, "Who are you?" Du Shiuro looked at the unassuming young man with some curiosity. My surname is Su. My father, Su Ruoxing, owns a small seafood company called Xiajie Jixing in Yindong City. He has a decent reputation in the catering industry. Young Master Su handed over his business card with a smile. The next scene was surprising. Get lost. Du Shiuro tore the business card in 2 pieces and threw them at Su Xiao's face. Chapter 66 Dinner. Su Xiao looked at the girl in front of him, who was as beautiful as a peach blossom and as cold as an iceberg, completely unaware of what he had done wrong. Once the name of his Jixing seafood company is mentioned, those girls he likes, if not immediately throwing themselves at him, will at least exchange contact information with him in an ambiguous way. This is the first time I've ever seen a situation where something is turned completely off at the opposite angle. Oomph. Manager Lan snorted coldly from the side, finding it amusing. Not to mention the young master of a second-rate company like Jixing Aquatic Products. Even if it were a wealthy young master from a family with a market value several times larger than theirs, Du Shiuro would never blink an eye in front of her. On the contrary, how did this food delivery guy manage to become Du Shiuro's boyfriend? Could it be that, as some people below have said, this guy is well endowed and good in bed? You? Beautiful lady, don't you think you're being too much like Elizabeth? Young Master Su touched his face, which had just been hit by the torn business card, and said somewhat awkwardly, Don't you understand what I just said? Fine, I'll repeat it again. Get as far away from me as possible. Du Shiwero said with a completely unfamiliar expression. Senior Du, we mean well, we just want to remind you not to be fooled by this delivery guy. This Chin Hao really is just a deliver man. His family is extremely poor, and he still owes money to people for entertainment. Although Du Lanlan was also happy that Su Xiao looked so absent-minded and embarrassed when he saw Du Shiwero earlier. In order to undermine Chin Hao's reputation, she still suppressed her anger and continued to explain to Shiwero. Who told you I think Chin Hao is a rich man or a rich second generation? I'm classmates with his cousin. We're very close. I know more about their family situation than you do. I just like being with Chin Hao. What's wrong with that? Du Shiwero followed Du Lanlan with her big, watery almond-shaped eyes, looking a little flustered and taking 2 steps back. I know you girls seem to set a standard for your future boyfriends in terms of wealth or material possessions. I don't want to call you gold diggers. After all, no one can live a life of luxury. It's just that my family is wealthy in Yindong City, so I prefer delivering takeout to those fake rich kids who hand out their business cards to any pretty girl they see. After saying this, Du Shiwero glanced at Su Xiao next to her as if she were about to kill him, before slowly sitting down opposite Chin Hao and adding casually, Sister Lan, is your restaurant really that slow? It's been so long and the food still hasn't arrived. Oh, here you go, Miss Du, don't worry. This manager Lan was such a shrewd and insightful person. Seeing that everything was settled here, she was naturally happy to relax and go to the kitchen to do her job. Below the table were Chin Hao and his group were Du Lan Lan and a visibly embarrassed Su Xiao. I'm not eating. Even if Du Lanlan really wanted to befriend this young Master Su, she couldn't continue eating in this humiliating situation, so she simply turned and left Maxim's French restaurant. Lan, you haven't eaten yet. Young Master Su hurriedly chased after her. I didn't realize you had such a strong personality. Chin Hao took a small bite of the freshly served appetizer salad, his eyes feigning nonchalance. What's the big deal? I found a boyfriend like you to humiliate those overconfident fools in public. Du Shiwero acted as if nothing had happened. Oh, so it seems my role as a delivery guy is quite important. At this moment, the second dish, mushroom soup, was served. Chin Hao took a sip, and the strong cheese flavor made him frown. Why don't you like the taste? Du Shiwero elegantly stirred the soup in the tray a few times with a gleaming spoon before taking a spoonful. Yes, their cheese and mushroom soup must be stirred before you slowly savor it. Drinking it straight from the plate like you do is obviously not good. Oh, really? Chin Hao also pretended to take a sip, carefully savoring it, but didn't seem to taste anything special. The third side dish was pan-fried rainbow trout. However, Western cooking methods often use very few seasonings, focusing on the natural flavor of the ingredients. As a result, Chin Hao found the dish bland and tasteless. The final main course was snails cooked in a combination of scallops and herb butter. There's not much to say about the scallops, but Chin Hao was actually eating these enormous snails for the first time. The method for making this dish is to first braise the snail meat with fragrant chopped onions, minced garlic, herbs, brandy, and seasonings to allow it to absorb the flavors. Then fill the empty shells with pre-made herb butter. Put the braised snail meat back into the shells. Seal the shell openings with herb butter again. Place them in a special container and heat them in a wok over high heat until the butter is golden brown. It is then served hot, making even a complete novice like Chin Hao's mouth water and thoroughly enjoy the dish. See, I wasn't lying to you. I knew you'd like this snail, Du Shiwero said with a smile, watching Chin Hao happily eating. Not bad. Much better than the snails at the food stalls. Chin Hao said with satisfaction, sucking his fingers. I am speechless. A pound of snails only costs a dozen yuan, but this plate of 6 snails costs a whopping 600 yuan at Maxim's French restaurant. How can you compare these two things? Du Shiwero's explanation made Chin Hao stick out his tongue. What they were unaware of was that, just as they finished enjoying this lavish dinner, Du Lanlan had already stormed back to her dormitory at Yundong University in a taxi. What's wrong? Wasn't it that young master, Su, who invited you to a French dinner? Why are you back so soon? Zhang Lulu was puzzled when she saw her best friend's angry face. What are you talking about? Don't even mention it. I forgot to check the almanac before I left home, and I've run into another jinx. Du Lanlan sat down on her bed angrily. What's wrong? What jinx? Zhang Lulu sat down as well, wanting to comfort her sisters. Who else could it be but your jinx? Of course, it's Chin Hao, your backup boyfriend, who delivers takeout. As soon as Du Lanlan said this, Zhang Lulu understood even better. How come you ran into him again? If we ran into him, I wonder what sweet talk that stinky food delivery guy used to trick Du Shiuro, the beautiful team leader of our school soccer team, into having dinner with us. Duke Sewell? The Du Shiuro who's rich and beautiful. The football field belle? Could it be that she also participated in that rich people's dating pageant and got scammed by that Chin Hao? Zhang Lulu was stunned for a moment before realizing what she meant and asked. If only that were true. That's what I thought at first too, and I even kindly tried to explain to her and tell her not to be fooled. But, Du Lanlan seemed to be so angry that she stammered. And then, what happened? As a result, she said she knew Chin Hao was just a poor food delivery guy, but she liked him just the way he was. Don't you think she's crazy? You actually said that? Zhang Lulu fell silent, seemingly lost in thought upon hearing this. Chapter 67 Climbing. It was already past 7 p.m. when they left Maxim's French restaurant. Du Shiuro could no longer go to school, so she had to drive back to her home in a hillside villa. Chin Hao had no choice but to take a taxi back to his dormitory at Yundong University. You're finally back, Zhao Yuanxiao exclaimed eagerly as soon as she entered the dormitory. What's wrong? You guys were waiting for me. Chin Hao found that all 4 boys in his dormitory were there, but the eldest, Feng Bin, and the second fat man didn't look very relaxed and had a somewhat helpless expression on their faces. Only Zhao Yuanxiao looked very excited. He's the one waiting for you, not us. Pang said listlessly, pointing at Zhao Yuanxiao. Yuanxiao, what's the matter? Chin Hao asked, taking off his delivery uniform. It's nothing serious. I just signed up for the school's mountaineering club activity tomorrow. Zhao Yuanxiao chuckled. Oh, that's not a good idea. Going out and exercising is much better than staying at home playing games and watching live streams. Chin Hao smiled slightly. But it's not just him who's signing up tomorrow. It's all 4 of us in our dorm who are going. At this point, Pang finally couldn't help but complain. What? We're all going? Why? If you want to go, go by yourself. I have to deliver food tomorrow. How can I have time to go hiking? Chin Hao jumped up immediately upon hearing this. Why? You'll know if you ask Bin himself. Boss Feng sneered. I've recently fallen for a girl. She's a key member of the mountaineering club. So, Zhao Yuanxiao said. Stop. Isn't your goddess Ru Ming a sophomore? Why is she suddenly involved with the mountaineering club? Chin Hao interrupted Zhao Yuanxiao. TCH, that traitor who forgot about his lord for the sake of beauty has long forgotten about goddess Ming Ming. He doesn't even show up in Meng Ming's live stream anymore. 2 fat guys suddenly chimed in. Yeah, it's understandable that you don't like online streamers. Those things are too unreal. It's better to have real girls around you. However, I have no problem with you pursuing the girls in the mountaineering club, but why do you want all the guys in our dorm to go with you? Chin Hao nodded and then asked. Well, actually it's like this. Ever since we chased Tai Yuan away with our drinking contest at the Silver Cabinet Bar, the 4 of us guys in our dorm have become quite famous. People all know that our 3rd-year management department has a group of 4 bar prodigies. So this girl specifically came over to try and recruit us all into her newly formed mountaineering club, Zhao Yuanxiao said, scratching his head a little dumbfounded. Bullshit. If you want to pick up girls, just say so. Why drag us brothers along? What were you thinking? The 2 men cursed, their stomachs rumbling with hunger. Actually, it's nothing, since they came to me saying that their club was newly established and they didn't have enough members, and they heard that the 4 of us guys in the dorm are all brilliant and outstanding individuals. They wanted to add us all. I thought I didn't have anything to do tomorrow, and going hiking would be nice, so I agreed. Although Zhao Yuanxiao was scolded by her Pang and looked embarrassed, she still finished speaking with her face red. Yeah, Chin Hao, you got it, right? This kid threw all of us in here just to pick up girls. Feng Bin, who hadn't said anything until now, looked at Chin Hao and said, Yeah, I'm not trying to criticize you, Yuanxiao, but don't blame her Pang for scolding you for this. Shouldn't you have discussed it with everyone before sending them? Chin Hao frowned after hearing this. He had experienced too much these past few days and really didn't know how to spend his time on these kinds of messy things. Well, I handled this a bit poorly, but I wasn't just thinking about myself. I heard from that girl that there are a lot of pretty girls in the mountaineering club. Maybe we can all go together and have some romantic encounters and perks. Zhao Xieyuan said with a smile, scratching her hair helplessly. Romantic encounters as a perk. You're talking nonsense. I doubt there are any perks, but there will definitely be a lot of hard labor. I've heard that the mountaineering club has a serious gender imbalance, and they're currently only hiring male interns to help the girls carry their luggage and things. What good do you think we'll get? Pang cursed without looking up as he typed rapidly on the computer keyboard. Qin Hao and Feng Bin looked at each other, seemingly agreeing that Pang's words were more reliable. Gentlemen, I've already bragged about this. If you guys don't come tomorrow, I, I'll have no face to live and will have to jump off a building. Zhao Yuanxiao looked at Qin Hao and Feng Bin with a swollen belly from crying. Qin Hao, what do you mean? Feng Bin gave Zhao Yuanxiao a disdainful look. Boss, I've always followed your lead, so you make the decision. Although Qin Hao didn't want to go, he still felt a bit different from his roommate. Well, since you put it that way, let's go tomorrow. Feng sighed, followed by Zhao Bin and Yuan Xiao shouting, "Long live the boss." I can help you too, but if Rumming needs your help, don't back down. Pang muttered to himself, his eyes glued to the computer screen. Ru Meng. Qin Hao recalled their last meeting, where he saw the second-year junior and the balding, middle-aged man next to her, whose nickname was Greasy, Second Master. This dream is quite extraordinary. I should ask Lang Zifeng about it when I have the chance. Because we're going hiking tomorrow, everyone went to sleep early. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, Zhao Yuanxiao, who was usually the most reluctant to get out of bed, hurriedly got up and woke everyone up one by one. Ah, you're so kind. I got up before 6 o'clock. Pang yawned and stretched lazily. Stop talking nonsense. Meng Yao and I have already agreed to meet at the foot of Qishan at 6:30. Zhao Yuanxiao urged everyone while organizing their equipment. Today, their mountaineering club's activity was to climb Qishan Mountain, which is located just south of their Yundong University. The nearby Qishan Gorge isn't particularly high, with the highest peak only reaching a little over 2,000 meters. However, its charm lies in its rugged mountain paths and picturesque scenery. The North Slope, in particular, has an extremely treacherous trail, and it's rarely climbed except by a few hiking enthusiasts. This time, the Mountaineering Club deliberately chose the North Slope, which few people are willing to climb, in order to make a name for themselves. Soon, Qin Hao and his 4 roommates arrived. Zhao Yuanxiao and Meng Yao had arranged to meet them at the foot of the North Slope of Qishan Mountain. Although the group had been yawning, the mountain breeze instantly woke them up, and they saw a group of men and women carrying large and small bags walking towards them. Chapter 68, Young Masterhua. Meng Yao, we're here. Zhao Yuanxiao called out to a girl wearing an orange-red hiking outfit from a distance. Qin Hao and the others looked in the direction of the sound, and the girl named Meng Yao waved to them and ran towards them. Zhao Yuanxiao has a good eye. This girl has a slender figure, fair skin, and delicate features. She looks very sunny and healthy. Qin Hao is genuinely happy for his brother. Don't be so happy yet. He didn't agree to date Zhao Yuanxiao. It's just wishful thinking on his part. Seeing Qin Hao smile, the eldest brother, Bin Feng, poured cold water on his enthusiasm. There's always a chance, there's always a chance. Qin Hao smiled. At this moment, the group of men and women had already walked over. When they got closer, Qin Hao and his group realized that they were all wearing brand-name mountaineering equipment, such as North Face, Columbia, and some even wore Arc'teryx gear worth tens of thousands of yuan. They were obviously rich kids compared to Qin Hao and his group. These people also got a clear look at Qin Hao and his 3 companions at this moment. One of the girls, wearing a dark green Columbia hiking outfit, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Meng Yao, is this the 4 heroes you were looking for to bring fresh blood to our mountaineering club? Haha, that's hilarious. Where did you find such a top-notch team? Her laughter triggered other members of the mountaineering club, and the men and women all burst into laughter at the same time. What's going on? Are you making fun of us? Boss, shouldn't we stop here? Pang frowned and asked Feng Bin in a low voice. Feng Bin glanced at Zhao Yuanxiao, who also looked embarrassed, and saw his buddy repeatedly bowing to him. He could only shake his head helplessly. Stop laughing, stop laughing. They really are the 4 people I mentioned yesterday who volunteered to participate in today's mountain climbing activity. But I hope everyone can let go of any prejudice, okay? The most important thing in mountain climbing is teamwork. Clearly, Meng Yao was their leader, and her words gradually quieted down the laughter. However, President Meng, don't blame us for laughing. Look at these 4 people you brought, some fat and some thin, and they didn't bring any of the necessary mountaineering equipment. The funniest thing is that there's a food delivery guy among them. Please, when we go climbing, will there be anyone to deliver food to us at the top of the mountain? A boy wearing a North Face pointed at Qin Hao and asked, It's okay. We didn't bring much, so we can help you carry more. Qin Hao, on the other hand, was eager to help his brother win over the girl he liked as soon as possible, so he walked over without any hesitation. It's true that delivery people are quite talkative. Actually, I'm going to give you a surprise. The girl who started laughing at them earlier unceremoniously took off her huge backpack and put on Chin Hao's back. How big is it? Chin Hao could feel the weight in his abdomen. This huge backpack, which was over a meter tall, weighed at least 50 or 60 kilograms. Chin had already set an example, and the rest, including Feng Bin or Pangzi, Zhao Yuan Xiao, and the others, also went over and took the backpacks from the girls. So the group of more than 10 people took the elevator all the way up to the north slope of Chishan. At first, there was no difference between them, but soon the difference in physical strength became apparent. The boy or Pang quickly fell behind, while Zhao Yuan Xiao gritted his teeth and kept up with Meng Yao in order to show his perseverance. Qin Hao's physical condition was quite good, and he didn't feel too tired walking among these mountaineering team members. The girl who threw her backpack on him walked beside him the whole time. "Hey, delivery guy, what's your name?" The girl in a green Columbia mountaineering outfit asked curiously. "I am Qin Hao." Qin Hao's words were as precious as gold. Qin Hao. Qin Hao. That sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. The girl kept repeating his name. Buffed, I know, he's that super backup guy who runs to the girls' dorm every day to deliver free takeout to Zhang Lulu, the campus belle of the management department. A guy dressed in North Face gear suddenly chimed in. "Oh, I remember now. I heard that you delivered takeout to Zhang Lulu every day, and in the end, that school beauty ran off with the rich second-generation guy in your class, right?" The girl in the green hiking suit asked with a giggle. Qin Hao simply nodded and didn't say anything more. He had nothing to reminisce about from what he had experienced. Obviously, these mountaineering clubs and expeditions didn't think that way. However, everyone was eager to have something to laugh at. He's a food delivery guy pursuing the school beauty. Of course, he has no chance. Yeah, let alone the school's beauties. Even if you come to our mountaineering club, you'll only be good for carrying backpacks. By the way, I heard that the guys in the dorm behind them are all rich. They even managed to make that rich second-generation guy they hooked up with run out of electricity at the bar. Oh dear, what kind of rich kid is that? How can he compare to our gang's young Master Gua? His father is a well-known tycoon in Yundong City, and it's said that he has connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles. Although their conversation was jarring, Gua Xiao's last few sentences still caught Qin Hao's attention. "Where is this young master we were talking about? I don't see him," Qin Hao asked casually. "Umph. You still won't get to know young Master Gua? Actually, it's no use telling you. No matter how much you deliver food in your life, you'll never reach his level." The girl in green seemed to be smitten when she mentioned young Master Gua, and she started talking to herself. "See, our Xiaoli is fantasizing about being young Master Gua's girlfriend again. Yes, you're really dreaming. Yes, instead of fantasizing about young Master Gua, you should really consider us. We're much more reliable." Several boys from the mountaineering club started making fun of the girl called Xiaoli. "You bunch of penniless bastards, I wouldn't even look at you." Xiaoli snorted and ignored the guys. "If we're all equally broke, then what about this delivery guy carrying your bag?" "Exactly, compared to young Master Gua, we are indeed penniless, but compared to this food delivery guy, we are quite wealthy, aren't we?" Several boys were still saying things unwillingly. "Huh, you're like crows landing on pigs, unable to see your own blackness. Hey, look, that's young Master Gua. Young Master Gua is here." Xiao Li, who was walking at the front, suddenly waved vigorously ahead, and at the same time, Qin Hao heard the roar of an engine. Chapter 69, Challenge Your Grandma's Legs. Why is there a car sound? Qin Hao wondered, quickening his pace to reach the same spot as Xiao Li. Sure enough, in the valley between the stairwells, not far away, a large gray horse slowly rode up. Despite the rugged mountain roads, the Hummer Jeep still managed to drive steadily thanks to its excellent off-road performance. None of the mountaineering team members stopped cheering, and Xiao Li even led the way by running over. At this moment, Meng Yao and Zhao Yuan Xiao, who were walking in the middle of the group, also caught up. "Oh dear, this young Master Gua is really being ridiculous. Who drives a car while hiking?" Meng Yao sighed and shook her head helplessly. The Hummer's windows were already rolling, and an elderly man wearing sunglasses leaned out of the window, calling out to the people inside. "Huh, there seem to be a few special individuals here." The old man in sunglasses looked at Qin Hao and Zhao Yuan Xiao with some curiosity. "Hee, young Master Gua. These are the porters Meng Yao found to carry the luggage. It doesn't matter whether they get on the bus or not." Xiao Li immediately replied, "Oh, no wonder they're all dressed so strangely. But my Hummer isn't small. It can't hold this many people. Since they're here to carry luggage, let them carry their luggage in the back of the car. Guo Xiao curled his lips and directed the 7 or 8 people to squeeze into his Hummer. Unexpectedly, Meng Yao tried her best not to get into Guo Xiao's car. Our mountaineering club's activity this time is for mountaineering, not for a picnic. You two, I'm surprised. I have to carry the luggage with them. Meng Yao pointed at Qin Hao and the others. Let's go, young Master Gua. This Meng Yao is too stubborn. That's right. If she wants to leave, then let her go. Several members of the mountaineering team clearly didn't want to leave once they got on the bus. Even Xiao Li, who seemed to have a good relationship with Meng Yao, said, "Oh dear, it would be fine to go hiking with someone as young and rich as young Master Gua. But I'm not in the mood to go hiking with those poor bastards." Although Gua Xiao clearly wanted Meng Yao to get in the car, seeing her strong will, he had no choice but to start the car and slowly drive up the mountain. Qin Hao shook his head as he watched the Hummer's retreating figure. He had climbed Qishan before. The first few meters were relatively clear, but the mountain road soon became much more difficult to navigate. As for driving a Hummer up the mountain, that was simply a pipe dream. Are you kidding me? You call me over to carry you? They rode Hummers up the mountain. At this point, Peng, who was at the very back of the group, finally climbed up, panting heavily. Looking at the still lingering exhaust fumes, he couldn't help but curse. Forget it, forget it. They can't go very far. Feng, the eldest of the dorm, was obviously also on this mountain and knew the road conditions very well. Sure enough, Qin Hao and his group hadn't gone far when they found the Hummer parked halfway up the mountain, with Xiao Li, Guo Xiao, and the others carrying their luggage out of the car looking dejected. What's wrong? The Hummer won't drive? Zhao Yuanxiao asked, looking at them with a hint of schadenfreude. What are you looking at? Come and help carry the luggage. Isn't this what you're here for? Xiaoli was furious as she looked at Qin Hao and the others and started giving them orders. Is this okay? We've already carried so much. Why are you making us carry more? Fonbin asked, somewhat puzzled. No, young Master will also have some exciting luggage in the car, so please help him out. Meng Yao looked at them apologetically. Qin Hao and the others glared fiercely at Zhao Yuanxiao almost simultaneously. It was only when they moved that they realized this guy, surnamed Gua, had brought more luggage and equipment than the girls, and he even brought a gas stove to carry all those large items on the march. Is everything all right? Didn't we come back the other day? It's not like we're climbing the Himalayas. Why are we carrying so much equipment? Are we planning to stay here for a long time? Qin Hao frowned as he looked at the several large bags of luggage that had been taken from the car. These people moved a little slower, and the mountain road above was even more rugged and narrower, with only 2 people able to walk side by side on the steep mountain road. A sudden rumble of thunder echoed through the previously clear sky. What's going on? Is the weather about to change? Qin Hao asked worriedly, looking at the few clouds that had suddenly gathered overhead. What do you know, you food delivery guy? When I came out today, I already had my servant call the weather station. It's been sunny all day. What do you mean by the weather changing? Just then, Guo Xiao, who was only carrying a small backpack, happened to pass by Qin Hao and immediately dismissed him with disdain. That's right, you can't even imagine how many servants, cooks, nannies, gardeners, and other staff there are in the Guo family. Ever since Guo Xiao appeared, Xiaoli has been clinging to him like a leech. No matter how many servants there are, they can't eat by themselves, nor can they walk by themselves. Qin Hao shook his head with a wry smile. Because the young men from Guo Xiao carried most of their luggage on Qin Hao and his group, they quickly moved to the front of the group, leaving the next few boys struggling to carry their heavy luggage. According to their original plan, they should have arrived at Yunshailing, the main peak of the north slope of Qishan, around 10 a.m., but because Guo Xiao's luggage was excessive, their speed was greatly delayed. By 11 a.m., they had finally reached their destination, Yunshailing. When Qin Hao and his group arrived, Guo Xiao was taking pictures with several girls from the mountaineering club, striking various poses, looking quite relaxed and carefree. Why did it take you so long to get up here? We've been waiting for you for ages. Upon seeing Qin Hao and his group, Guo Xiao's expression immediately changed. Damn it, you guys carry all the luggage. Are you still complaining that we're walking too slowly? If you think we're too slow, then carry it yourselves. The chubby guy, who was almost vomiting blood, threw the luggage on the ground in anger. Hey, you poor wretches, we've already let you and us rich people come up the mountain to see what's going on, and you're still not satisfied. Before Guo Xiao could speak, Xiao Li, who had been sticking close to him, immediately chimed in. All right, we're all members of the mountaineering club. Don't speak with such anger. Meng Yao immediately stepped in to smooth things over when she saw the situation was getting out of hand. President Ming, our itinerary for today shouldn't end here. We should turn back down the mountain. Qin Hao didn't participate in their argument. He was only here to give his brother face this time. Even if they invited him with 8 sedan chairs next time, he wouldn't come. He was more worried about the climate change in the mountains. Yes, Qin Hao was right. I think the clouds on a mountaintop are about to change. Let's take advantage of the good weather and hurry down the mountain. The eldest brother, Feng Bin, as expected of a big kid from the mountains, could indeed see that the weather was a bit off. No way. Our goal for today is to reach the highest point of the main peak on the north slope of Qishan before 2 p.m. We've already gone 2/3 of the way. How can we give up? Guo Xiao, who had been unhappy all along, suddenly interjected. But wouldn't climbing a mountain, knowing the weather is bad, increase the danger? Qin Hao asked, puzzled. You food delivery guy, what do you know? We climb mountains to challenge our limits and fulfill our mission. Young Master Guo, you're amazing. I love you to death. Young Master Guo, I want to have your babies. Yes, we firmly support young Master Guo's decision. After Guo Xiao finished his impassioned speech, several girls immediately cheered loudly. Challenge your grandma's legs. Qin Hao fatty, let's go. Before their cheers could finish, the leader, Feng Bin, shouted, grabbed the others, and turned to leave. Chapter 70, The Unlucky Mountaineering Club. Long live the boss. The last fat man finally cheered and jumped for joy. Zhao Yuanxiao, are you coming or not? If not, we're leaving. Feng Ming glanced at Zhao Yuanxiao, who was still standing there without moving. I'm sorry. It seems that boys are more suitable for me, Meng Yao. Zhao Yuanxiao glanced at the expectant Meng Yao, then shook his head and put down his bag. It should have been done a long time ago. Instead of staying home to watch live streams and play games on a Sunday, you went out hiking. You're just wasting your time. Even though they had already walked quite a distance, Pang was still nagging on and on. Forget it. Zhao Yuanxiao was just pursuing that girl too, the eldest brother Feng Bin advised. Still following was nonsense. Didn't you see? Those girls' eyes practically popped out of their sockets the moment they saw that Guo Xiao show up. Especially that Xiao Li, she almost became his Siamese twin. Pang didn't hold back at all, his words leaving Zhao Yuanxiao blushing and speechless. Do you think it's okay for us to just leave like this? Qin Hao, who had been silent the whole time, suddenly interjected. What's wrong with that? You've already been cursed at by those guys enough along the way. Are you still complaining that they haven't cursed you enough? Or do you have your eye on one of their girls and want to go back and help them? Pang asked with a dissatisfied look. No, it's just that I think it's dangerous for them to go up the mountain like this. Qin Hao looked up and glanced at the unpredictable sky above. That's none of our business. Whether they live or die, what does it have to do with us? Pang was clearly utterly disappointed with the morning's itinerary. You can't say that. When we came out, we were just using the Yundong University Mountaineering Club's name. Now, that some of us have left halfway through. If they really want to achieve something, the school will come after us first. Feng Bin, having more social experience than Pang and the others, immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. What could possibly happen to them? There are so many grown men with all that brand name equipment, like compasses and GPS trackers. How could they possibly get lost in these mountains? That's hard to say. I think it could rain heavily at any moment. Who knows what kind of geological disaster might occur then? Qin Hao said with some concern. What should we do? We've already come halfway down the mountain. Are we really going to go back and fawn over them? How about this, you and Zhao Yuanxiao go down the mountain first. Qin Hao and I are in good physical condition. We'll wait here for a bit and see. If nothing unexpected happens, we'll go down the mountain and go back. If any problems do arise, you two go to the school immediately to find someone to help, and we'll go up first to see if we can be of any help. Feng Bin considered for a moment and proposed a compromise. Okay then, you two be careful too. So Pang and Zhao Yuanxiao went down the mountain first. Feng Bin and Qin Hao had just found a spot to sit on a bluestone, and after resting for a while, they decided to discuss what to do if an unexpected accident occurred. Just as they had feared, a torrential downpour soon followed, and the two quickly found shelter under a rock on the opposite side of the slope. The heavy rain started and just wouldn't stop, and soon the mountains were flooded everywhere. Oh no, with this heavy rain, those people are probably in danger. Qin Hao looked at the continuously flowing rain with some worry. Let's come up and take a look when the rain gets a little lighter, okay? Besides, we came out together. Feng Bin nodded. Finally, after half an hour, the heavy rain gradually subsided. When Qin Hao and Feng Bin emerged from under the rocky outcrop where they were hiding, it had turned into a light drizzle. The mountain path became even more rugged and difficult to traverse after the rain, so the two of them had no choice but to slowly make their way up the mountain, their feet sinking into the mud. They finally reached an altitude of about 4,500 meters and spotted the mountaineering team descending the mountain. Compared to when they were full of vigor and high spirits as they climbed the mountain, they can only be described as enduring the hardships of life now. They probably couldn't find a suitable place to take shelter from the rain, and everyone got soaked. Although high-quality brand-name mountaineering equipment must have waterproof features, in this torrential rain, they all ended up drenched. At the time, they brought high-end mountaineering backpacks and some equipment, but almost no one could be seen carrying anything other than a simple backpack. The young master walking at the front had long lost his arrogant and domineering air from before. His sparsely cut hair was now soaked by the rain and lay flat on his head like a bird's nest. Now he just hung his head and slowly he shuffled down the mountain, and the 7 or 8 men and women from the mountaineering club he was with all looked listless. "What's wrong with you?" Although he found it a little funny, Qin Hao still managed to suppress his laughter. "Damn it, you bunch of bastards dare to show your faces. I'll cripple you all today." Guo Xiao, who had just been completely listless, showed no joy upon seeing Qin Hao and Feng Bin. Instead, he charged at them as if they were his father's killers. "Are you crazy?" Qin Hao and Feng Bin both dodged aside, looking at Guo Xiao in disbelief. Calm down, calm down." Meng Yao rushed over and grabbed Guo Xiao, who looked like he was about to fight to the death. "What's wrong with him?" "We didn't do anything to him," Feng Bin asked, puzzled. "Didn't offend you? If you hadn't backed down halfway and run away, would we be acting so ruthlessly?" Xiaoli, standing to the side, also put her hands on her hips and snorted loudly. "We don't owe you anything, so why should we be scolded as your laborers all the way? Now that you've run into problems, you're blaming us." Qin Hao found the girl's logic very puzzling. "You poor wretches, you should help us carry our things when you come here. You left without my permission. If you guys mess with me, you'll see what happens when we get out of here." Although Meng Yao was holding him back, Guo Xiao was still shouting at Qin Hao and the others. However, he probably knew that one person from the mountains was no match for the two on the other side, so he was just bluffing. "All right, stop shouting. The situation is already so high up, people are coming up to help us. What are you still shouting for?" Meng Yao loudly stopped Guo Xiao and Xiaoli. After Meng Yao explained, Qin Hao and Feng Bin realized that when it started raining, these people thought hiking in the rain was a romantic thing, but when the rain got heavier, they found it was too late to find shelter. Guo Xiao naively thought that they could use gravity to prop up the equipment during the heavy rain, but they couldn't. Most of their luggage and equipment were blown into the canyon by the fierce mountain winds. After Meng Yao suddenly realized what was going on, they finally found a rocky outcrop where they could take shelter from the rain. They waited until the heavy rain subsided before finally making their way down the mountain in such a disheveled state. Seeing Guo Xiao's furious outburst and the listless group of men and women from the mountaineering club, Qin Hao suppressed a smile and took a screenshot showing that he and Feng Bin could descend the mountain together. Now that things have come to this, these mountaineering club members, who were all handsome men and beautiful women in the morning, have nothing to say and follow Qin Hao and the other two to practice going down the mountain. When they were about 800 meters from the foot of the mountain, Qin Hao and his group were stunned by the scene before them. Chapter 71, The Debate on the Way Out. On the winding, rugged mountain road, piled high with rubble and mud, what was even more astonishing was that among these large, imposing creatures was a massive, silver-gray vehicle. Xiao ran. That's not your Hummer, is it?" Xiaoli exclaimed in disbelief. Without her shouting, everyone could see clearly that the car buried in the mud was the Hummer Jeep worth over $1 million that Guo Xiao had driven. At this moment, Guo Xiao's face had turned ashen, like a pirate's death. Qin Hao lunged desperately toward the mountain road. The rich kid's car being destroyed was a minor matter. The key issue was that the Hummer had been swept into the middle of the mountain road by the mud and sand, and it looked like it was stuck there. With the large amount of gravel around the Hummer, the mountain road was completely blocked. It must be a mudslide and landslide caused by the heavy rain just now. The road down the mountain is impassable. Feng Bin observed from the same angle as Qin Hao and got the same answer. "Then what do we do? Are we going to be trapped on the mountain?" "Yes. All the supplies and equipment we were carrying were blown away in the heavy rain. How are we supposed to survive in the mountains and wilderness under these conditions?" "I don't live in the mountains." The men and women from the mountaineering club who had been following Guoshaoi so confidently just moments before were now flustered and at a loss. Don't panic, everyone. We have a way to go now. One is to find a relatively safe place to wait for rescue. The other is to take another route down the mountain and turn around this slope. Meng Yao, as the president of the mountaineering club, indeed had rich experience in wilderness survival. With just a few words, she calmed everyone down from their panic. Well, which path should we choose? Qin Hao was somewhat impressed by the girl's composure in the face of danger. Each choice has its advantages and disadvantages. It all depends on how you decide. Meng Yao glanced at Shonli's classmates, who were scrutinizing her with expectant eyes. How are the advantages and disadvantages? Guo Xiao, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked. First, if I choose to find a safe place to wait for rescue, it could take a long time, and I might have to spend the night in the mountains. Most importantly, we lack supplies and equipment for wilderness survival, and we might encounter many difficulties that night. Then I don't want to choose the first option, Xiaoli said coquettishly, tugging at Meng Yao's arm. Secondly, if we choose to descend the mountain via other mountain paths and detour around this north slope, there might be many unknowns. Because all our previous preparations were focused on ascending Qishan from the north slope, we don't have a detailed map to guide us to other slopes. We can only rely on GPS for direction and head towards the south slope of Qishan. However, it's already 2 p.m., and Qishan is over 20 kilometers in circumference. We might not even reach the south slope before it gets dark. Meng Yao calmly stated the second point. Let's think about it now. We'll raise our hands and consider it in a bit. After Meng Yao finished speaking, everyone fell into deep thought. I've got it. We don't need to choose any path. A male member of the mountaineering club suddenly shouted. What did you think of? Meng Yao's eyes lit up. Let's call the police. The boy's answer greatly disappointed everyone. Damn it. I could have made the call already. Why did I have to wait until now? This is a mountainous area. There are no cell towers. Your phone simply can't make calls. Before Meng Yao could answer, the other men and women started cursing, and the boy, feeling dejected, stopped talking. I agree with Meng Yao's first suggestion. Let's find a relatively safe place nearby and wait for rescue. Qin Hao said thoughtfully. You're just a food delivery guy. What business is it of yours? Guo Xiao immediately jumped out to express his dissatisfaction. Yeah, our mountaineering club is discussing our next steps. What right do you two, who can't even carry a backpack properly, have to participate in our discussion? Xiaoli chimed in hastily. Young man, I'd like to hear why you stayed in the rescue. Meng Yao asked calmly. When we went down the mountain just now, we sent our Pang and Zhao Yuanxiao down first. If they see that the two of us haven't returned, they will definitely report to the school and ask for support. So staying where we are now is the best option. Fombin explained to Qin Hao from the side. Those two fat otaku in your dorm? It's no wonder we're relying on them for our lives. It's a sign of our sanity. Guo Xiao curled his lip, his face full of disdain. So what do you mean, young Master Guo? Xiaoli asked at this moment. I think we should choose another route down the mountain. That would be the most efficient and safest way to get out. Guo Xiao looked at Qin Hao and his group with a disdainful smile, clearly indicating that he wanted to go against Qin Hao and Fombin. This stumped Meng Yao. Obviously, according to normal circumstances, Qin Hao and the other suggestion was the safest, but it was clear that Guo Xiao and Xiaoli were unwilling to accept a suggestion from someone who delivered takeout. But what if you get lost along the way? Qin Hao pondered the starry sky. Lost? Even if I were really lost, with the Guo family's wealth and power in Yandong City, we could mobilize hundreds or even thousands of people to come to Qishan to find me in no time. You, a deliverman, don't need to worry about that. As soon as young Master Guo finished speaking, the men who were welcoming others cheered loudly. That's right, young Master Guo's is definitely right. Even with young Master Guo's family being so powerful and wealthy, how could we possibly allow him to be in the slightest danger? We must follow Guo Xiao out of the mountains. Even if we encounter some risks, it is a test that the mountaineering club should be prepared for. Qin Hao frowned as he listened to their slogans. It was as if these people had been brainwashed by the pyramid scheme. If your young Master Guo is so powerful, how did you end up in this situation? Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. Otherwise, it would cause unnecessary quota issues. Since that's the case, Meng Yao, I think we should all vote by raising our hands. We've all decided to go with young Master Guo to find a new way down the mountain. As for those two delivery men, it's fine if they want to stay here. Since they're both dead, they probably won't go up the mountain to look for people. Xiaoli looked at Qin and Fengbin smugly and said with a sarcastic tone, Chapter 72 closed. In that case, let's stay here and wait for rescue. Qin Hao didn't argue much with the provocative tone of the mountaineering club members. He knew very well that venturing into the rain-soaked mountains with such an unclear road condition would be extremely dangerous. That's right, we both stayed. Fengbin patted Qin Hao on the shoulder, clearly indicating that they shared the same assessment of the current situation. This, Meng Yao was at a loss in the face of the situation. Logically, they should stay where they are and wait for rescue. But given the current situation, even if Chong Gao makes such a request, the Mountaineering Club would not agree. All right then, you can stay here for now. If we find a way down a mountain, we'll notify the people down below to come and rescue you immediately, Meng Yao said apologetically. President, what are you dawdling over with those two poor guys? If they want to stay here, let them wait. We'll go out later, take a nice shower, and have a delicious dinner. It's much better than them all being exposed to the elements. Xiaoli's words immediately received cheers and support from the other Mountaineering Club members. What's that? As long as we can all get out of here safely, I'll treat you all to a trip to Tanglong Shangshi, the most luxurious private club in Yundong City, so you can really see what the life of the rich is like. Guo Xiao's suggestion, who was walking in front, immediately stirred up the emotions of the Mountaineering Club members. Wow, I've heard that Tanglong Shangshi is incredibly luxuriously decorated. Yes, I heard that all the waitresses there are beautiful young women with great figures. I've only heard that it's not open to the public at all, and it's only for entertaining wealthy and powerful clients. What you said is all true, but the level of luxury there will definitely exceed your imagination. Follow me, you've made the right choice. If you stay here with those two poor bastards, even if rescue comes, you'll probably be half-starved. Whether you can even get down the mountain, then, is another matter. Guo Xiao immediately made these people cheer again. Young Master Guo is awesome. Young Master Guo, you are our pride. Meng Yao, who was following behind, remained silent because she knew very well that finding a new path down the mountain was not so simple. Qin Hao and Fengbin searched for a while beside the mountain path blocked by the mudslide. By chance, they found a place under a boulder that could shelter them. They finally found some relatively dry wood, which was then used to build a large fire. This campfire is very important. Rescuers may be able to find their location by following the smoke from the fire. Moreover, once the sun goes down, the temperature in the mountains will quickly rise again, and with a fire, the breast milk will be lost quickly, resulting in a huge loss of body heat. I wonder if Pang and the others have found Ben Jinshan's men yet? Feng rubbed his wrist rope. Oh dear, even if they find them, it's unlikely they'll arrive so quickly. Qin Hao sighed. Yundong University doesn't have a truly professional search and rescue team. Even if Pang and the others find the school will probably only be able to call the police first. By the time the police organize a search and rescue team, it will be at least tomorrow. How much food do you have on you? Fengbin pulled out a few Snickers bars from his pocket, which he had brought from his dorm room this morning before leaving. I didn't have much on me. Who would have thought I'd be spending the night in the mountains? Qin Hao shook his head with a smile and took out a few small bags of cookies from his pocket. Both of these are high in sugar and calories. Eating just one will provide a large amount of energy. We put all the food together, and we have to use a strict rationing system until it arrives. Fengbin put all the food into a small bag, then took out a Snickers bar, broke it in half, and gave half to Qin Hao. Boss, do you think those guys from the Mountaineering Club can find another way down the mountain? Qin Hao took a bite of his Snickers crystal. Dream on. It's getting dark. In this weather, searching for a way in unfamiliar mountains, let alone them, even the hunters from our old village wouldn't dare to be there. Those rich kids are guilty. Fengbin looked up at the already gloomy sky and let out a cold laugh. Just as they had expected, the members of the Mountaineering Club were now standing in front of a pile of rubble that had been washed down by the mudslide, clearly indicating that a landslide similar to the one that had occurred on the downhill road had just taken place, with large amounts of rubble piled up in the direction they were heading. Guo Xiao looked around and saw that the obstacles were long gone. He was full of arrogance and high spirits, while the others looked at each other helplessly. Young Master Guo, I'm hungry. Let's get something to eat. Xiao Li's words seemed to instantly awaken the desire in everyone's stomachs. Yes, we came out early in the morning, and it's almost evening now. How can we not be hungry? So everyone started looking for food in their backpacks. Unfortunately, although they brought a lot of snacks and food with them when they came out, almost all of these items were blown away by the strong mountain winds when they were on the scaffolding. After searching for a while, all they could find were some potato chips and shrimp crackers, which were not very filling. However, before they could eat them, they were snatched away by Guo Xiao and his two lackeys like wolves. Young Master Guo, are you here? Xiao Li asked, puzzled. We are in a critical period now, and all the food must be put to my priority for the fairest and most reasonable distribution. Does everyone agree? Guo Xiao said with a slight smile. All right, young Master Guo is our leader now, and I firmly support young Master Guo's distribution system. Xiaoli was stunned, and her eyes trembled. The others were clearly not as enthusiastic as she was, and only gave a few listless replies of agreement. So their dinner proceeded as arranged by Guo Xiao. Almost everyone only received 3 or 4 potato chips and 2 or 3 shrimp crackers. But there was nothing they could do since they had chosen to follow Guo Xiao. Young Master Guo, what should we do next? Meng Yao frowned as she looked at the desert helicopter stuck in front of her, which was blocked by rubble from a landslide. We've gone around it, Guo Xiao said, slapping his forehead. That's fantastic. Young Master Guo is so clever. Xiaoli immediately cheered along with Ing Feng. Go around it? Meng Yao was speechless upon hearing this suggestion. With such a large landslide, how long would it take us to get through? Moreover, it's already dark now, and walking at night in the mountains where you can see so low is inherently dangerous. Meng Yao glanced at the mountaineering club members behind her who had already started to set off, and then reluctantly began to head into the deep mountains under the vast darkness of night. Chapter 73 Snickers, more expensive than gold. As the first rays of morning sunlight touched Qin Hao's face, he rubbed his sleepy eyes and found that his boss, Feng Bin, was fast asleep beside him, while the city fire that had shaken the city below was now reduced to a few embers. Qin Hao quickly sat up and added some more wood. The fire started up again, billowing black smoke. A night has passed, and there is still no sign of the team. Although our own rescue efforts and Feng's food and fresh water are enough to last for 2 days, it is inevitable to feel anxious under these circumstances. Hee. I wonder how the brothers from the Mountaineering Club are doing. Have they found a way down the mountain? Qin Hao thought to himself, then realized he was being a bit of a worrywart. With so many people and so much professional equipment around, Obama should be fine, right? It's right there, right ahead. I can see the smoke. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from the woods not far away. Who is the rescue team? Qin Hao was overjoyed and rushed out from under the rocky cliff. To his surprise, instead of anyone, he saw a group of exhausted men and women dressed in tattered rescue shirts. That's right, they're the Mountaineering Club members who just returned via the same route. It turned out that they had been searching for a way down the mountain overnight, but their path was blocked by debris washed down by a mudslide. Under Guo Xiao's leadership, these people naively thought they could bypass the blocked road by using elephants. However, traveling at night in the mountains without knowing the roads was simply courting death. The group of them trudged for nearly 10 kilometers without finding their way out of the area of rubble and graves. Soon, their energy was depleted, and they asked Guo to provide them with less of the food that was stored in the central warehouse. This young Master Guo had already stolen and eaten most of the boss's food while traveling, which angered everyone. Normally, everyone would fawn over and flatter Guo Xiao because he was rich and powerful. But this time, in the deep mountains and forests, Guo Xiao's decisions were all fatal mistakes. Now he has embezzled everyone's food rations. We had to endure it for a while before we reached the top of the mountain. Several boys wanted to give Guo Xiao a good beating on the spot, but this kid was no pushover. He had 2 underlings in a mountaineering club who had received a lot of favors from him, plus a few girls, including Shang Xiaoli, who had always wanted to be Guo's friends, to stop the fight. Guo Xiao was caught off guard and didn't get hit. As a result, the boy now enjoys a great reputation, and no one listens to his opinions anymore. Almost simultaneously, everyone turned their attention to Meng Yao, the true backbone of the Mountaineering Club. At this point, Meng Yao had no better ideas. Under the current conditions, continuing to search for a way down the mountain, stumbling along the way, was nothing short of a pipe dream. The only way is to return to where Qin Hao and Feng Bin were, hoping they still have some food and water so that everyone can hold on a little longer. Thus, without having eaten or drunk anything all night, these 78 mountaineering team members finally made their way back to the rocky outcrop, where Qin Hao and Feng Bin were sheltering at dawn, relying only on the faint light from their mountaineering helmets. After listening to Meng Yao's story, and looking at the men and women who had traveled through the night, and whose clothes were torn and faces scratched by tree branches and rocks, Qin Hao smiled with amusement. Just yesterday, these rich young men who considered themselves the pride of heaven didn't even look at him properly, but now they seemed to be looking at him with eyes that were almost pleading. Qin Hao, I want to ask, do you have hands and food right now? Meng Yao seemed a little embarrassed, but there was nothing she could do at this point. Saving face was obviously not important at all. There should still be some left, right? Qin Hao replied, puzzled. What else is there to eat? One of the girls hasn't eaten anything and is now experiencing low blood sugar. Meng Yao asked quickly, sensing an opportunity. I still have a Snickers bar in my hand. Qin Hao said, reaching into his pocket to pull it out. This was given to Qin Hao by Feng Bin before he went to bed last night, but he didn't eat it because he wasn't very hungry and was afraid of getting cavities. Great! Meng Yao was about to reach out and take it when someone rushed out like lightning and snatched the Snickers bar from Qin Hao's hand. What are you doing? Fortunately, Qin Hao reacted quickly and partially withdrew, leaving the man empty-handed. Everyone has seen it clearly. The one reaching out to snatch the food is none other than young Master Gua. What do you mean, young Master Gua? You secretly ate everyone's food yesterday, and now you want to steal Qin Hao's rations. Even Meng Yao was a little angry now. Guo Xiao didn't answer Meng Yao, but instead lunged at Qin Hao's Snickers bar with bloodshot eyes. Hoo. Hey, delivery guy, give me your Zhongli watch, and I'll give you this Rolex. Guo Xiao licked his cracked teeth, flicked his sleeve, and showed off a gleaming Rolex on his wrist. This. Meng Yao never expected that this young Master Guo would be so inhuman in a moment of crisis, even trying to bribe Qin how to get that Snickers bar that could potentially save someone's life. Oh, a gold watch? Do you want one? Lux? It must be very expensive, right? Qin Hao seemed quite interested, glancing at Guo Xiao's wrist from time to time. Yes, it's very expensive. A new one of this watch would cost over 100,000 yuan. You could pawn it for at least 50,000 yuan at any pawn shop right now. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao naturally felt that the deliverman had been moved by his gold watch. He quickly took the gold watch off his wrist and held up Qin Hao's hands. All right, Qin Hao's just a food deliverman. How could he have ever seen something so valuable? This Snickers bar will definitely go to young Master Gua. Meng Yao was so anxious when she saw this that she almost burst into tears. It's not bad. It looks shiny and beautiful. Qin Hao was probably really captivated by the gold watch. He held it up in the sunlight and examined it carefully again and again. Right? It's definitely pure gold. I've already given you the gold watch when I delivered the food. Shouldn't you give me that Snickers bar now? Seeing that Qin Hao seemed to be going on and on with the gold watch, Guo Xiao became a little anxious. This thing would be worth a lot of money under normal circumstances, but now? Tell me, can this gold watch of yours keep you fed or drunk? Qin Hao said with a grin, then put the Rolex back into Guo Xiao's hand. What do you mean? Guo Xiao asked, bewildered. Don't understand? Then let me ask you, do you think this Snickers bar is more valuable or your character is more valuable? Are you crazy? I'll trade you a Rolex in gold for your Li Ning watch. Do you even care? Guo Xiao roared hoarsely. Compared to the Snickers bar, your personality is worthless. After saying this, Qin Hao pushed aside the bewildered Guo Xiao, walked up to Meng Yao, and handed her the Snickers bar. Chapter 70 for the Guo family's lead? You're insane. You couldn't earn that much gold watch even if you delivered takeout for 2 years, and you don't want it. Young Master Guo roared, still full of rage. If you think your gold watch is so great, just eat it. Something so expensive must taste delicious. Qin Hao turned around and continued to smile at the furious rich kid. You're all crazy? Crazy. Guo Xiao watched as Meng Yao finished packing the Snickers and walked towards a girl who had fainted due to low blood pressure and needed to be supported. Guo Xiao suddenly went a little crazy and rushed over, actually trying to shove the Snickers bar into his mouth. Slap, slap, slap. A series of loud slaps made Guo Xiao's vision blur. Who hit me? Who dares to hit me? Guo Xiao covered his swollen cheek, looking around for the guy who had attacked him. Ouch, that hurt my hand. Looks like he's really shameless. Qin Hao muttered to himself, holding his hand, as if Guo Xiao's shamelessness had genuinely hurt him. You stinky delivery guy. How dare you? How dare you hit me? Guo Xiao chased after Qin Hao in disbelief. He had never been hit by a single finger before, and he couldn't believe that he would be hit, especially by a delivery guy he would never even look at. Despite his boastful words, Guo Xiao didn't dare to actually make a move. He knew perfectly well that in the current situation, fighting with this deliverman wouldn't end well for him. What? Do I need to make an appointment? Boss Feng Bin, who had appeared out of nowhere from under the rock, looked at Guo Xiao with a smile. Fine, fine, you two, just you wait. If I don't avenge this, I, young Master Gua, will never show my face in Yundong City again. Young Master Gua stared intently at Qin Hao opposite him, with eyes full of hatred. You won't be able to stay in Yundong City anymore. I really didn't know. But if you don't behave yourself, I guarantee you won't be able to leave this mountainous area. Qin Hao was not afraid of this kid's threat. Not to mention that he was in the mountains now. Even if he were outside, he had Lang Zifeng and Tianyu Group backing him up, so he didn't need to take this little Gua Xiao seriously. Gua, you guys are really going too far. How would you treat Xiao like this? You're definitely going to be ruined. Xiao Li, who hadn't said a word until now, suddenly seized the opportunity to jump out, clearly still siding with her dream husband. Xiao Li, we don't need to pay attention to these desperate bastards. Once we get out of here, I'll insult these guys who have insulted me even more. Guo Xiao's temper flared up again when he saw someone standing in front of him and screaming. All right then, Mr. Guo, who's so powerful? I'd like to ask you, when will your Guo family be able to rescue you? Fongbin asked, leaning down. Yeah, Chu was so smug, saying that if I followed you, the Guo family would definitely send a rescue team to get me out. That's right, it's been a whole night. We're exhausted and injured from following you. We haven't even had a bite to eat, and you're still bragging? If you've got the guts, then let your insignificant Guo family send a rescue team to stand before us right now. Several male members of the Mountaineering Club couldn't help but loudly question him. I believe my family has already sent people over, but they haven't been able to reach us yet. What do you guys know? Guo Xiao was momentarily speechless, but still tried to remain calm and spoke boastfully. All right, everyone, stop wasting your breath arguing with this guy. Now we can only hope that Erpang and the others who went down the mountain yesterday can successfully notify the school and organize a rescue team to come up the mountain and find us as soon as possible. Qin Hao glanced at Guo Xiao, who was still lying on the ground, and shook his head helplessly. Yes, Qin Hao, that's right. Everyone, let's go under the rock where we were hiding. There's a fire in the city center and some food there. That should keep us going for a while longer. Feng Bin's words instantly gave hope to the exhausted people, and they filed in under the large rock where Qin Hao and Feng Bin had hidden the night before. Young Master Guo, what do we do now? Should we go in too? Xiao Li asked anxiously as she saw the Mountaineering Club members go in. Xiao was unsure of what to do. Although he had shouted and it had made an impact, he had no idea when his family would find him. In this situation, it seemed that going to the food delivery place with the others was the most reliable option. He had just finished bragging and then got slapped several times. If he went in under these circumstances, he would definitely lose all face. But which is more important, saving face or one's stomach? The answer was soon revealed after Guo Xiao's stomach began to rumble. We also go in, but before Guo Xiao could finish his last word, the roar of a helicopter echoed through the mountains. Haha, you poor wretches. You said I was bragging. Now you see, the Guo family has already sent a helicopter to search for me. Young Master Guo burst into wild laughter. Young Master Guo, you're amazing. You even sent out a helicopter for the search and rescue. We're saved now. Xiao Li, who was standing nearby, finally saw hope of being rescued and cheered wildly. At this moment, the Mountaineering Club members who had just entered the rocky area with Qin Hao and the others also heard the sound of the helicopter and ran out. What? Didn't you say you didn't need me? Now that you hear the plane, you're all coming out again? Heh, but I'm warning you, this plane was definitely sent by the Guo family. Who gets on and who doesn't is definitely up to me, the eldest son of the family. As soon as Guo Xiao saw these people, he immediately brought back all the arrogant and conceited desires he had yesterday. I knew it. Young Master Guo is young Master Guo. He will never let us down. Yes, young Master Guo is truly the pride of our Yundong University. The Mountaineering Club is indeed a great member of our university. That's right, we must always follow in young Master Guo's footsteps. The boys who were just cursing Guo Xiao instantly changed their tune and began praising him. Even the girls who had been completely disappointed in Guo Xiao immediately embraced him with overflowing spring fever. No way, that kid's family can actually send a helicopter? Feng was now also a little puzzled. It doesn't matter if they send a rocket. Qin Hao said dismissively, searching for helicopters in the sky. Young Master Guo, we weren't very nice just now. We hope you can understand. But Xiao Yu is still very dizzy. I hope you can let her get on the plane to the hospital later, okay? At this moment, Meng Yao blushed and walked to young Master Guo's side, whispering her request. Now you know it's my turn? But I haven't forgotten how you treated me just now, Guo Xiao said smugly, watching the plane getting closer and closer to them. Then, what do you want? Meng Yao asked, puzzled. First, I'm going to teach that poor delivery guy a lesson later. How about it? Heh. I'm going to spend the night with you at Tang Long Shangshi, Guo Xiao said, while greedily looking at the beautiful Meng Yao. Chapter 75, Who's Young Master? How could you do this? Meng Yao looked at Guo Xiao, who had a wolfish expression, in disbelief. Why can't we do this? If it weren't for the Guo family sending helicopters to rescue us this time, do you know how much longer you would have been trapped in mountains? I've saved you all, and this is all I ask for in return. Guo Xiaodian replied shamelessly. E, E, E. Faced with Guo Xiao's shameless request, Meng Yao's pretty face turned red with embarrassment, but she dared not refuse directly, fearing that it would delay the time for her mountaineering club classmates to get to the hospital for emergency treatment. Why don't you stop making things difficult for Meng Yao, Mr. Guo? How about Tanglong Shangshi? Just as Meng Yao was at a loss for words, Xiao Li, who had been standing next to Mr. Guo, leaned close to him and said with a wink, You? Young master would turn around and sized up Xiao Li. Yes, I'm not bad either. As soon as she saw the other person looking at her, Xiao Li quickly twisted her waist, revealing her large and small stimulating lines. Get lost. I have no interest in public transportation. Guo Xiao shoved Xiao Li hard, and she landed squarely on her bottom. Guo Xiao ignored Xiao Li, who was still acting coquettishly while sitting on the ground, and turned to look at Meng Yao with a lecherous gaze. President Meng, I've made myself very clear. It's just this one request from a Warcraft player. I'm sure you won't refuse me, right? Sister Meng Yao, please agree. We can't be rescued. We're all counting on you. Yes, Sister Xiaoyu has already entered a semi-comatose state. If she isn't sent out soon, her life may be in danger. Yes, we all know you're a virtuous and upright girl, but you won't even make this small sacrifice for everyone, will you? Seeing that Meng Yao remained hesitant and confused, several girls from the mountaineering club went to her side to offer advice. Although the boys didn't speak directly to her, they all stared at Meng Yao with the same expectant eyes. Meng Yao bit her lower lip with her row of white front teeth. Her mind was in turmoil, and she really didn't know what decision to make. Are you kidding me? Isn't it only right to rescue people in distress? How can young Master Gui use rescuing someone as a threat? And you're even trying to persuade Meng Yao, who's being threatened? Qin Hao, who had been silent all along, suddenly said coldly, Stop talking nonsense, you food delivery guy. Exactly. You offended young Master Gui, and you know he definitely won't save you. So you're putting on a brave and righteous act. Yeah, you're not saying we can't be rescued, are you? Are you going to end up in the mountains to be your downfall? That delivery guy is so mean. This seemed to give the mountaineering club members a punching bag, with Fongbin glaring at Qin Hao and his boyfriend. They seemed to have forgotten that just 30 years ago, these same people walked into the rocky area where Qin Hao and his companions were resting, gratefully accepting the food offered to them and eating it heartily. You two haven't said a word. I almost forgot about you. By the way, don't even think about leaving on my Guo family's helicopter. Just wait to die under that doghouse like rock. Maybe in 10 days or half a month, I'll come back to check on you. If you bark like dogs then, I might just throw a few bones down from the plane if I'm in a good mood. Young Master Guo looked at Qin Hao and Fongbin wildly and laughed unrestrainedly. What's so great about it? This Qishan doesn't belong to your Guo family. If we can get in using your Guo family's gravity, the search and rescue teams outside can get here too. They might even be a few days late, but we won't starve to death. Fongbin didn't seem to care about Guo Xiao's threat at all. Oomph. You two have guts, but even if you manage to get out, I'll find a way to deal with you. I'll make sure you two penniless bastards wish you were dead. You'll be trapped on this mountain, wishing you were dead. Young Master Guo glared fiercely at the two men, uttering harsh words. Young Master Guo, why are you wasting your breath on those poor bastards? Just let them fend for themselves here. Look, your helicopter is already over us and about to land. I can't go up first with you. I've never been in a helicopter before. Xiao Li, who had somehow gotten up from the ground, could only whine and plead with young Master Guo. Sure enough, just as they were talking, the helicopter flew directly above them, hovering in midair, probably looking for a suitable landing spot. You're right. Those two poor bastards aren't worth my time, but Meng Yao, you see, this plane is already overhead, about to stop. If you don't want to be blamed for killing the mountaineering team, you'd better agree to my request now. Don't take your good fortune for granted. Tang Long Shangshi, How many girls go to great lengths to coax me, just so I'd take them there for a night of imperial enjoyment? Guo Xiao's messy hair was standing on end by the airflow from the propeller, but the rainbow didn't stop him from blatantly threatening Meng. Meng Yao blushed, looked at the plane in the sky, glanced at Guo Xiao, who looked smug, and finally turned her gaze to Xiao Yu, who was nestled in her arms and had fallen into a coma. E, e, e. Before Meng Yao could finish the last few words, the helicopter had already begun to circle. As the distance drew closer, the roar of the propellers instantly drowned out Meng Yao's voice. What did you say? I didn't hear you, Guo Xiao shouted, still unwilling to give up, hoping to confirm the answer of the beautiful woman he had wanted to get his hands on. The sound of the steel cable being wound immediately attracted the owner's attention. The group noticed that the helicopter was hovering about 30 meters above the ground. Presumably because the ground conditions were not suitable for landing, the helicopter stopped descending and instead opened the hatch. Two people, who were tied with steel cables, parachuted down. In an instant, the two burly men dressed in green yoga clothes reached the ground. Because they were wearing helmets, their faces could not be seen clearly at first. You're a team hired by my Guo family, right? As soon as the two burly men landed, young Master Guo walked over and greeted them casually. To the surprise of all the mountaineering club members, the two men barely glanced at Guo Xiao, instead walking straight up to Qin Hao and Feng Bin and bowing deeply and respectfully. Young Master, are you all right? Why was it him in Chapter 76? This scene completely stunned everyone present, and they all frantically attacked the two burly men in disbelief. Of course, the most unbelievable one was Guo Xiao, who stared wide-eyed at the two rescuers opposite him. I think you must have made a mistake. The young master what you're trying to save is right here. Xiaoli shouted to the two rescuers. Yeah, when you came, my dad, Guo Xiao, didn't show you my picture, and you're calling those two poor bastards young master? Guo Xiao, who had recovered a bit, also loudly explained from the side. The two burly men seemed not to have heard what the other two were saying at all, and continued to look at Qin Hao and Feng Bin with respectful expressions. In fact, the moment they called out, young master, Qin Hao recognized the voice as that of bodyguard Yong-san. However, in front of so many people, he naturally did not want to admit that he was the heir to Tianyu Group. Fortunately, Feng Bin stood by his side the whole time, so no one would suspect that this person was his subordinate. Qin Hao first frowned at He Yong-san, meaning not to reveal his identity, and then pointed to the corpse out of the corner of his eye, meaning to shift the blame onto Feng Bin. Young master, nothing like that happened to you. We haven't been able to contact you for a whole day and night, and the entire company is terrified. President Lang, even, seeing Qin Hao's shifty eyes, He Yong-san swallowed the rest of his words. This person was able to stay in Tianyu Group for many years because of two things: his excellent skills and his outstanding emotional intelligence in reading people. Seeing that Qin Hao clearly didn't want to reveal his identity, he naturally didn't say anything more. Young master, shall we take you up now? This time, Hyungsun only looked at Qin Hao and Feng Bin, and the people outside could not tell which young master he was referring to. Boss, I think you should let them get Xiao Yu on the plane first. Neither of us is injured, so it doesn't matter when we get on. Qin Hao suddenly turned around and grabbed the bewildered Feng Bin, saying, Damn, so Feng Bin really is a wolf in sheep's clothing. Yeah, his mom said his dad is a construction foreman. Exactly, what contractor can hire enough helicopters to search the mountains and rescue people? Several members of the mountaineering team exclaimed loudly, as if in a dream. Impossible. You must have made a mistake. You must have. Guo Xiao couldn't believe what was happening in front of him and shouted as he grabbed He Yong-san's arms. Get out of my way. He Yong-san always dealt with this kind of person with concise and economical words. With a slight push of the elbow that was holding his arm, Guo Xiao's more than 100-pound body flew 5 or 6 meters away like a kite with a broken string. With a loud thud, Guo Xiao fell heavily onto the hillside. He lay on the ground quietly, groaning for a long time before finally catching his breath, followed by a pig-like groan. Everyone was stunned. The arrogant young master who usually looked down on everyone was actually thrown down the hillside like a tattered sack. Young master, are you sure you want to take the wounded up first? He Yongsan asked Qin Hao and Feng Bin as if nothing had happened. Boss, please agree. Saving lives is urgent. Xiao Yu's condition is already very serious. Qin Hao grabbed Feng Bin's hand and shook it repeatedly, as if he were really begging him. Okay. You guys, you go and rescue that wounded guy first, right? I'm Phoenix. Uncle Feng, who was completely dumbfounded, stammered for a long time. At the same time, Qin Hao also subtly nodded at Yong-san with a strange look that went unnoticed. All right, since you've spoken, young master, we'll get the wounded up there first. Yong-san nodded, then bowed to Qin Hao and the other rescuer, before turning Xiao Yu, the wounded woman next to Meng Yao. After checking Xiao Yu's condition in the simple diagram, Yong-san looked up and gestured a hoist in sign language towards the inside of the mast. He then quickly lowered a rescue frame using a steel cable. The two burly men easily tied Xiao Yu to it and steadily pulled her up using the mast winch. Under Qin Hao's secret screenshotting, Yong-san and another burly man pulled Meng Yao and several other girls who were not in good mental condition onto the helicopter. Before leaving, Yong-san bowed again in Qin Hao's direction and told them that they had notified the school and the police search and rescue team at Qin Hao's current location where they were in danger, and that the official search and rescue team would arrive soon. Boss, you're really awesome. Seeing Feng Bin's bewildered expression as he watched the gravity in the sky recede into the distance, Qin Hao patted him hard on the shoulder. Yes. Feng Bin turned his head and looked at Qin Hao thoughtfully as he answered. Of course, at this moment, everyone's attention was naturally focused on waiting for the official rescue team, and they seemed to have forgotten that there was still a young Master Guo lying on the ground, groaning incessantly. For hours later, Qin Hao and Feng Bin, who had finally been rescued, returned safely to their dormitory at Yundong University. Boss, Qin Hao, you're finally back. You scared us to death. As soon as they entered the house, Fatty Air and Zhao Yuanxiao rushed over, and the four of them hugged each other tightly. Although it was only a short one-night separation, so many changes occurred during that time. How could one not feel that life is like a dream or a lifetime ago? Boss, Qin Hao, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault for being blinded by lust. Zhao Yuanxiao said, blaming himself, his eyes already dry. It's nothing, it's nothing. Besides, both the boss and I escaped unharmed. You don't need to act like this. Qin Hao comforted him instead. Let's not talk about that. Boss, you're amazing. I heard that this time. Your dad even sent a helicopter to save you. And he even notified the mountaineering club of your location so that the official rescue team could finally find you, right? Erpang wiped away the tears that seemed to be wasting away from the corners of his eyes and asked with a smile through his tears. Yeah, right. I don't really know the specifics. Feng said sincerely. In fact, he had no idea what was going on, but now everyone was helping him be the hero who saved the world again. It felt so good. Looking at his brothers and his own expression, Feng felt a mix of emotions. He knew very well that with his father's limited connections and funds, let alone hiring helicopters and professional search and rescue teams, even gathering dozens of people to search the mountains would be difficult. Besides, he hadn't even informed his father to go into the mountains, so how could he possibly be in danger? So what exactly is all of this? Thinking of this, Feng Bin unconsciously turned his gaze to Qin Hao, who was bragging to Fatty Zhao Yuanxiao about how awesome he was as the boss and how he slapped young Master One in the face. Could it be him? Chapter 77, A Broom Star? Time always flies, and another week has passed in the blink of an eye. Nothing major happened this week. However, the story of Feng Bin, the eldest son of the dormitory, had already spread throughout Yundong University. Everyone knew that there was a hidden rich second generation in their dormitory who not only slapped the face of Taiyuan, the son of a real estate tycoon, but also used a helicopter to go into the mountains to participate in the search and rescue of the mountaineering club members who were in danger. Xiao Yu and Meng Yao, now that Feng Ran was out of danger, returned to Qin Hao's dormitory to express their heartfelt gratitude to their leader, Feng Bin. Of course, Bin, who had already been elevated to a pedestal by everyone, accepted all the thanks without question. Instantly, female classmates who admired and adored him spread throughout Yundong University, causing Jiang Min and Tianxia to stay by Feng Bin's side as if facing a formidable enemy, fearing that the enemy would get there first. Qin Hao continues his university life, attending classes regularly and working part-time as a food delivery driver whenever he has free time. The bell rang for the end of the last class on Friday morning. The college students walked out of the teaching building in pairs or threes. Most of them headed towards a cafeteria not far away. Of course, Qin Hao, Feng Bin, and the other three still walked together in a group. Qin Hao, can't you wear this? Zhao Yuanxiao said, pouting as he looked at Qin Hao's orange delivery uniform. Hey, I still have to deliver a few orders after dinner, so it's more convenient to wear them. Qin Hao smiled slightly. With a screech of brakes, a large displacement Audi Q7 came to a stop in front of them, kicking up a cloud of dust. Are you kidding me? Do you even know how to drive? Yeah, having a luxury car doesn't make you superior. Pang and Zhao Yuanxiao cursed loudly. Oomph. Who am I? It turns out to be just a bunch of poor ghosts. Oh no, there's one of those nouveau riche bumpkins among them. The Audi Q7 window rolled down, and inside was a familiar face. It was none other than Guo Xiao, the rich young master he had just met a week ago. Humph, we thought it was someone else. Turns out it's that rich kid who secretly ate all the food from the mountaineering club members. Pang retorted sarcastically. Stop your fucking nonsense. I haven't settled accounts with you yet. You just wait. But I didn't come here to find you this time. Guo Xiao glared at them fiercely a few times before saying dismissively. It turns out that after they were rescued by the search and rescue team that went in the mountains last time, Guo Xiao was reportedly sent to a sanatorium by his family and did not come back to class for a whole week. Aren't you going to look at our current situation? Zhao Yuanxiao frowned, wanting to continue criticizing Guo Xiao. Young Master Guo, you're here. A charming voice interrupted their attention. The group looked in the direction of the voice and saw Du Lanlan, dressed in a flamboyant manner, heading towards young Master Guo's Audi Q7. When did this woman start hooking up with this young Master Guo again? Qin Hao wondered curiously. It was lunchtime, the peak time for school dismissal, and the campus was bustling with people. Guo Xiao's top-of-the-line Audi Q7 naturally attracted the attention of his classmates. Honey, why are you only getting out of school now? I've been waiting for ages. Guo Xiao proudly flipped his wrist, showing off the Rolex he had been carrying to deliver gold to Qin Hao Mountains. Oh, it's young Master Guo. He's still rich. I heard that when his Hummer was swept away by a mudslide, his dad bought him a brand new Audi Q7 without saying a word. That goes without saying, but he changes girls around him quite frequently. A group of passing students looked at Guo Xiao and Du Lanlan with envious eyes. Young Master Guo, do you know them? Du Lanlan walked up to the Audi and glanced at Qin Hao and his group. I know them. We were trapped in the mountains by a mudslide together last time. Didn't you know, honey? Guo Xiao got out of the Audi and politely opened the car door for Du Lanlan. Oh, I heard. But I advise you, young Master Guo, to stay away from them, especially that food delivery guy. Du Lanlan slowly took the hand that young Master Guo extended and said as she walked in. What? This question puzzled Guo Xiao. Oomph. That Qin Hao is a notorious jinx. Anyone who runs into him will be unlucky. Didn't you know that? Du Lanlan's sharp tongue resurfaced once again. Oh, I see. No wonder we encountered a mudslide when we went hiking together last time. It was them who caused it, Guo Xiao said with a look of sudden realization. Forget it, forget it. Don't bother with those two bastards. Exactly, exactly. The man is a slut and the woman is a slut. A match made in heaven. They're such a perfect couple. Pang and Zhao Yuanxiao naturally wouldn't suffer any loss in the midst of the insults. Don't think I wouldn't dare do anything to you poor kids. Guo Xiao, whose car window was still open, naturally heard their conversation. Young Master Guo, are we going to bother with this stinking dog shit and go to sleep? Tell me, what are your plans for later? Du Lanlan stopped young Master Guo from continuing to argue with the two. Honey, I've already made a reservation. We're going to have lunch at the newly opened Kyoto Kaiseki restaurant in a bit. And this afternoon, we're going to Mingdu building to attend an important auction and see if there are any nice pieces of jewelry that would be a good match for our Lanlan. Guo Xiao immediately went along with Du Lanlan's suggestion. Wow, they're eating kaiseki ingredients. They really are rich. It has to be young Master Guo. He actually managed to take a girl to the auction at Mingdu building. I heard that valuable items worth millions are often sold there. Several college students watching couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Oomph. Needless to say, it's better than hanging out with those poor bastards, especially that food delivery guy. If you were with him, forget about attending auctions. You'd be sitting on his crappy notice board in the cafeteria right now. Anyone who wants to be his friend is really unlucky. Du Lanlan rolled up the car window as far as it could and shouted loudly to the students watching outside. Let's go, let's go. They like morning good morning? What's it to us? Qin Hao pulled the chubby guy, who still wanted to argue with Du Lanlan and the others, and went to prepare for the cafeteria. Don't go. You're a food delivery guy. With so many classmates around, aren't you going to ask if any of them have girlfriends? Guo Xiao took the opportunity to make sarcastic remarks from inside the car. Why do these people always forget what they've been taught? Qin Hao frowned at these harsh words, but not wanting to cause any more trouble, he still pulled his roommates toward the cafeteria. Before I had even left? I suddenly heard a loud bang from the other side. Chin Hao and the others turned around and were surprised to find that a pink BMW Mini had crashed hard into Guo Xiao's Audi Q7. Chapter 78, The Little Demon Who Draws Hatred. What happened? Young Master Guo's luxury car was rear-ended. Yes, this is going to be quite lively. Oh dear, it's an Audi Q7, a car worth over a 1,000,000 yuan. The repairs will be expensive after such a collision. The loud noise immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many students gathered between the two cars, pointing and discussing. Of course, this included Chin Hao and the other three. However, Chin Hao found the pink BMW Mini strangely familiar. If he remembered correctly, it should be the car of Du Shiwero, the rich and beautiful girl who had dragged him into being her boyfriend. Who is it? Don't they have eyes? They rammed into my car in broad daylight. Wu Xiao was clearly enraged. He cursed and got out of his Q7, heading straight for the car that had rear-ended him. He was puzzled, wondering why he kept hearing such depressing things at school lately. This time, he wanted to see who was so blind as to rear-end his Audi Q7. Oh, isn't this young Master Guo? I thought it was someone else who was so blind as to park their car here. Yesterday, the window of the BMW Mini slowly rolled down, revealing Du Shiwero's delicate and pretty face. Facing the menacing young Master Guo, she actually smiled nonchalantly. Yuha, I thought it was someone else. It's our beautiful Du. Guo Xiao stared at Du Shiwero for a moment, and it took him a while to react. His fierce look vanished, and he greeted her with a slight smile. This left the students who were watching the commotion completely dumbfounded. Who is this beautiful woman? Young Master Guo is too nice. He immediately changed his tune and started smiling when he saw a beautiful woman. What do you know? This Du Shiwero isn't just pretty. I've heard her family is incredibly wealthy, no less so than that young Master Guo's. Oh, so they're all from wealthy families. No wonder, no wonder. Du nom naturally reconnaissent du Xuru. She still vividly remembered the incident at Maxim's French restaurant. But why would this beautiful woman suddenly bump into Guo Xiao's car? Miss Du, no offense, but you're driving way too fast. What's the rush that's making you drive like this? Young Master Guo asked with a grin as he leaned close to Du Shiwero's car window. It's nothing urgent. I just suddenly saw my boyfriend pass by here, and in my haste, I stepped on the gas a little too hard and didn't notice your car, Mr. Guo. I'm so sorry. Du Shiwero stretched out a fair and delicate arm and waved apologetically. Who? Your boyfriend? When did you find a boyfriend at Yundong University? How come I didn't know? Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao's expression changed. Clearly the fact that Du Shiwero had a boyfriend had a significant impact on him. Young Master Guo, I don't like what you're saying. Du Shiwero, need your permission to find a boyfriend. Du Xiwero's face darkened, looking displeased. No, I'm just curious. I've been pursuing you for so long, and you haven't even given me a chance to treat you to a meal. What is it about you that has such charm that we can win over the beautiful Du? I really want to know. Guo Xiao immediately put on a fawning smile. His words did indeed spark discussion among the surrounding students. This American girl is rich and beautiful. Whoever gets to be her boyfriend is truly blessed. Yeah, even Guo Lianxiao couldn't win over this girl. Who could possibly have such charm? I'm really curious. What's so curious about? If even someone from a family like young Master Guo can't get it, then it must be a scion of a wealthy family who's even richer than young Master Guo. Richer than the Guo family? How rich would they have to be? Chin Hao frowned upon hearing this, knowing that Du Shiwero, that little vixen, was up to no good again. This young Master Guo was already seething with hatred, and if this little vixen stirred up more enmity in him, he'd be ready to eat him alive. So he pulled Erpang and Zhao Yuanxiao, who were still watching the commotion with great interest, and signaled them to leave immediately. Oh dear, we haven't finished watching the excitement yet. What's the rush? There are no classes this afternoon. Let's study a little longer. Erpang and Zhao Yuanxiao clearly didn't want to leave. Fine, if you guys won't leave, I will. Chin Hao made up his mind, no longer caring about his roommates, and turned to walk towards the cafeteria after leaving the crowd of onlookers. Yes, I just saw him. How did he disappear in the blink of an eye? Du Shiwero said as she stepped out of her car, shading her eyes with her hand and looking around. Today, Guo wore a light purple short-sleeved lace shirt with a dark red miniskirt that showed off her long, beautiful legs. Under the sunlight, she looked so youthful and beautiful that the boys watching couldn't help but swallow hard. Found it. Honey, where are you going? Suddenly, Du Shiwero's charming voice came from Chin Hao's boyfriend. Chin Hao stopped abruptly, and just as he was about to quicken his pace, he felt his arm being grabbed by a beautiful, pale hand. Darling, why are you running away the more I talk to you? Didn't we agree to have lunch together today? Du Shiwero clung to Chin Hao like an octopus, and the contact of her soft and tender body made Chin Hao freeze on the spot, as if he had been electrocuted. What? That rich girl's boyfriend is a food delivery driver. Are you kidding me? Delivery men can find rich and beautiful women these days. Looks like I should start a part-time job, like delivering food. Why? Because it's hard to say what rich people like. Just like a beautiful woman like this, there's no rule that says this rich and beautiful woman likes this kind of delivery uniform temptation, right? Go to hell. The students watching erupted in a murmur of disbelief. Of course, the most surprised person was Guo Xiao. What kind of incredible luck did this food delivery guy have to win Du Shiwero's favor? In terms of wealth, taste, family background, and social status. How could he not be thousands of times better than Du Shiwero? Young Master Gua, what about our car? What should we do with our car? The least surprised person here was Du Lanlan. She knew about this last time at Maxim's French restaurant. However, in her opinion, Du Shiwero was just Chin Hao putting on an act. She didn't expect this beauty to use the same trick again today. Huh? Oh, powerless. Guo Xiao stared blankly at Du Shui and Chin Hao's back. It took him a long time to recover from his surprise. However, compared to the fact that his luxury car had been hit, it was nothing to him. Chapter 79, Extraordinary Paths Lead to the Same Destination. Honey, what's wrong? Did you forget that you promised to go out for lunch with me today? Du Shiwero pouted, as if I could see a pitiful, coquettish expression on her face. I have to deliver takeout in a bit. You can eat lunch by yourself. Chin Hao couldn't sense the jealous and sharp gazes fixed on his back, not to mention the fiery looks from Guo Xiao. Damn, you're a food delivery guy, right? You don't want to go, but I do. Hey, beautiful, where do you want to eat? It's on me. A guy jumped over and shouted. Get as far away as forever. Du Shiwero yelled back at the boy without even turning her head. Then she took Chin Hao's arm and gently shook it. No, I don't want to eat by myself. I want you to eat with me. Okay. A large number of onlookers fainted immediately. Du Shiwero had been known for her aloofness since she arrived at Yundong University. Countless wealthy young men from prestigious families had pursued her relentlessly, only to be rejected by her in humiliation. What was it about this food delivery guy that made Du Shiwero so infatuated? Shiwero, no way. The boyfriend you're talking about is him? This delivery guy. At this moment, Guo Xiao had recovered from his shock and went straight to the mysterious man next to Chin Hao and the others. What is it strange? Du Shiwero tilted her head and looked at Guo Xiao, who looked puzzled. But, would you agree to have this boyfriend in New York? Guo Xiao hesitated for a long time before suddenly realizing this crucial question. You should know that Guo Xiao wanted to pursue Du Shiwero not only because of her beauty, but more importantly because this little vixen's father, Du Tianyao, was one of the most important figures in Yundong City. Even his arrogant father, Guo Zixiao, had to show him respect when he mentioned this person. Moreover, although his father never cared about how he chased women outside, Guo Zixiao always demanded that he do everything in his power to get his hands on Du Shiwero. If they could marry her in the future, that would be perfect. Hee, young Master Guo, your question is really funny. I didn't want to answer you, but it's good to tell you so you won't keep clinging to me. I've already taken Chin how to meet my parents, and they're very satisfied with him and agree that I should continue to be responsible for him. How about that? Now you can rest assured, Du Shiwero said, linking her arm with Chin Hao's as she slowly walked towards her pink BMW Mini under everyone's gaze. Oh, I almost forgot my car is so badly damaged I can't drive it. How about I ride in your car? Du Shiwero slapped her forehead and suddenly realized. Me, my car? Chin Hao felt like he was being tortured to death by this little devil. What car did he have? All right, there was that secondhand electric scooter, but could she ride in it? No way, such a big electric scooter for a pretty girl to ride on. Yeah, isn't that just too embarrassing? While everyone was still discussing it, Du Shiwero had already pulled Chin Hao to where he had parked his electric scooter, and she actually sat down on the back seat of Chin Hao's electric scooter without any hesitation. By the way, young Master Guo, you still need to send me the bill for repairing that Audi Q7. Du Shiwero waved to the still bewildered young Master Guo, then rode off into the distance on Chin Hao's electric scooter. I say, my dear Miss Du, are you going to sleep or not? Chin Hao finally couldn't help but asked softly in his heart after he had already left the Yundong University campus for a while. Me? No way. I just want to ask you out for lunch. The little devil replied nonchalantly, as if nothing had happened. Seriously? You initially asked me to be your backup boyfriend just to fool your parents, but you didn't say you needed to pretend to be your boyfriend at school, did you? Chin Hao frowned. Are you kidding me? I pay you 3,000 yuan a month. You don't think that's all, just because we met each other's parents once last time? That kind of money isn't that easy to earn. Du Shuiro slapped Chin Hao hard on the back. Ouch, that hurts. Okay, okay. I don't want your money anymore, and I won't be your backup boyfriend. Okay? Chin Hao quickly begged for mercy. You're saying you don't want to do it anymore? There's no such thing as a free lunch. Only I can tell you not to do this job anymore. You don't have the right to terminate the contract unilaterally. Du Shuiro pinched Chin Hao hard again. It hurts, it hurts. I give up, I give up. I'll keep going. That's more like it. It's like giving my boyfriend's mother to me, the dream of so many men. And you look so unwilling and aggrieved. Why don't I take you, my little slut? Du Shuro seemed to get angrier and angrier as she spoke. No, it's because I'm not good enough for you. It's just that having a rich and beautiful girl like you openly appear as my girlfriend at school will cause me a lot of trouble. Chin Hao quickly explained upon hearing this, afraid that this little vixen would pinch him again. Trouble? What troubles you? You think I'm too comfortable at Yundong University and want to make more enemies? Just now, Guo looked at me like he wanted to eat me alive. There are probably countless potential suitors like him in Yundong University and the entire Yundong city. Don't you care at all? Don't worry. With me protecting you, no one dares to touch you. Besides, that young Master Guo insulted you so much just now, aren't you angry? I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Du Shuiro chuckled, seemingly in a much better mood. Thank you very much, Miss Du, but I hope that next time you stand up for me, you can let me know first, okay? Chin Hao shook his head helplessly. Okay. I got it. Hey, turn left, it's time to turn left. Du Shuiro pointed her little hand in the direction ahead and indicated the road. Where are you going? Stop talking nonsense. Just go wherever I tell you to go. A dozen minutes later, Chin Hao's electric car stopped in front of a 30-story commercial building with a huge sign that read Mingdu Building. Chapter 80, there is no way to avoid it. Mingdu Building? Where are we going? Chin Hao asked curiously. There's an auction here this afternoon. I'd like to see if there's anything good. Du Shuiro stepped onto the ground floor electric scooter and pulled Chin Hao inside. You go ahead. I haven't delivered any takeout this afternoon. Chin Hao clearly didn't want to go to this kind of occasion, and he had just heard Guo Xiao say that he was going to bring Du Lan to meet someone, and they might run into each other again later. It was better to avoid trouble. Why deliver food? Come with me and see what it's like. Du Shuiro didn't care about anything else and grabbed Chin Hao's arm, barging inside. The two took the elevator to the auction hall on the 21st floor of the Mingdu building. When they arrived, the entrance was already filled with elegantly dressed gentlemen and celebrities who were gathered in small groups, discussing the auction list. Please show your invitations, Elizabeth said, looking at Chin Hao with a puzzled expression. Okay, take a good look. The little vixen Du Shuiro took out 2 gold-embossed invitations from her bag. Oh, the invitation is fine, but this gentleman cannot go in, security guard Elizabeth said, extending her hand. Why? This is a high-end venue, and there are specific dress requirements for auctions. Faced with Du Shuiro's dissatisfied question, the security guard still smiled and pointed to the entrance notice next to the door. It was clearly stated above that all guests entering the auction venue were required to wear formal attire, and the orange food service uniforms obviously did not fall under their required formal attire category. It would be better if I couldn't get in. Miss Du, it's not that I'm not going to help this time. It's just that they won't let me in. Chin Hao, on the contrary, looked relaxed and was about to turn around and leave. Oh dear, why are you so stubborn? If they tell you to wear formal attire, just go and buy a whole set. There's a luxury brand boutique on the first floor of Mingdu building. I'll go with you to buy some. Du Shuiro clearly wasn't going to let this delivery guy off the hook. What? A luxury boutique? I'm not going. Chin Hao's head was spinning. Since he was a child, the clothes and shoes he wore were either the school uniform issued by the school or cheap knockoffs that his mother bought for him at street stalls. He had never bought clothes from a department store, let alone a luxury boutique. What are you afraid of? You don't have to pay anything. You'll feel at ease just waiting for a gigolo to live off you. Du Shuiro's words almost made Chin Hao spit out a mouthful of blood. No matter how Chin Hao explained, Du Shuiro still stayed close by, pulling him back down the elevator to the clothing section on the first floor of the Mingdu building. Miss, welcome. As a saleswoman from a luxury brand store, she immediately bowed deeply and greeted Du Shiwero with great enthusiasm as soon as she entered. What would you like to see? I want to look at men's clothing. Women are, after all, creatures born for the marketplace. Even a rich young lady like Du Shiwero, who is used to shopping malls, couldn't keep up with the sights once she entered this place. She even forgot to hold Chin Hao's arm for a moment. Okay, Miss Min, please leave. Hey. Only then did the waitress notice Chin Hao, who was following Du Shiwero's colleague somewhat timidly. Excuse me, sir. No one here has placed a delivery order. Please leave immediately. The waiter glanced at Chin Hao's delivery uniform and said with some disdain. This is not surprising to her. The manager who works here told her on her first day that she had to learn how to distinguish between real customers and poor people who come in to loiter. No, you got it wrong. He's my boyfriend. He came in with me to buy clothes too. Du Shiwero then remembered the boy, Chin Hao, and quickly explained for him. Oh, I'm sorry, it's my fault. The waitress hurriedly bowed and apologized repeatedly, while occasionally glancing at Chin Hao, who looked embarrassed, with a strange look in her eyes, while thinking to herself, I think this young lady is quite old. How come she's raising a young male escort at such a young age? I've seen those young male escorts from wealthy ladies before, and they were all dressed in trendy and cool punk styles. This is the first time I've ever seen a young male escort dressed in a food delivery uniform. It seems that the male escort business is not doing well these days. Being a male escort full-time is not enough to support oneself, so one has to deliver food himself. Of course, if Chin Hao knew what the waitress was thinking, he would be so embarrassed that he would want to crawl into a hole. Even now, he didn't know where to put his hands and feet and was extremely embarrassed. Waitress, I'd like to try this dress on. Although she had brought Chin Hao with her to buy the dress, Du Shiwero, that little devil, had clearly forgotten about it. Her eyes lit up, and she pointed to a white tulle dress with pendants, shouting loudly, Miss, you have such a discerning eye. This dress was exclusively designed by the French fashion master Leroy, and it's entirely handmade. Only 50 pieces were ever made worldwide, and this one just arrived here the day before yesterday. No customer has tried it on yet. The waitress immediately began explaining to Du Shiwero. No customers have tried it on yet. Upon hearing this, the little fairy's eyes lit up, as if she had seen the treasure she had been dreaming of. Of course, but it's mainly because no customer has a figure as good as yours, so they don't dare to wear it. The waitress's words made Du Shiwero's face light up with a smile. Quick, bring it here, I want to try it out. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the women's changing room. Oh, right, Chin Hao. Take your time choosing the clothes. I'm going to try on this dress first. Don't rush me. The little vixen reminded Chin Hao before entering the dressing room. Oh, women. Chin Hao sighed and plopped down on the sofa in the store. Choosing clothes for myself? Isn't that difficult for me? Chin Hao looked at the dazzling array of men's clothing in the window, but had no idea what to do. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The voice of the waitress at the door made Chin Hao turn around and take a look. But when the stylish young men and women entered the store, they found that the girl still had long hair and a white hairstyle that made her look ethereal. Who was this Zhang Lulu, the goddess they had once dreamed of? The man beside her was also familiar to Chin Hao. It was none other than Tai Yuan, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. How did those two get together again? I thought it was over after what happened at the bar. But what's the point of all this? Chin Hao shook his head with a wry smile and tried his best to curl up on the sofa, not wanting to run into them. No matter how he tries to hide, luxury boutiques are only so big. A grown man can hide anywhere. Chin Hao, what are you doing here? Zhang Lulu immediately noticed Chin Hao, who looked somewhat flustered on the sofa. Chapter 81 Moon Palace Fairy. Oh, it's nothing. I just came shopping with a friend. Chin Hao couldn't bring himself to be ruthless when facing Zhang Lulu. TSK. Who do we have here? It's our delivery guy. Why are you so free today? Instead of delivering food, you've come to a luxury boutique. Do you order takeout for the waitresses too? Taiwan, who hadn't seen Chin Hao in a long time, immediately switched to a cold mode upon seeing him. I'm sorry, I don't think we have anything to talk about. Chin Hao politely declined his provocation. He felt it was strange to say anything more to this rich kid in prison who had a bit of money. Hey, you don't want to talk to me anymore. Who do you think you are that you don't want to talk to me? Waiter, do you think your high-end luxury store lets delivery guys, scavengers, and beggars just walk in like that? And he even sits right on your leather sofa with such an air of superiority. Don't you see that his greasy delivery uniform is going to get your sofa dirty? Tai Yuan had been holding his breath ever since he was bullied by Qin Shio's father's company at Hao Xian's father's company last time. Fearing further trouble for him and his father, he naturally dared not confront the boss, Feng. Now that he had actually encountered the penniless and powerless Qin Hao, he naturally wanted to thoroughly humiliate him. "Excuse me, sir, could you please stand up?" The waitress was worried that the sofa might actually be dirted by this guy who was giving her money. After all, this leather sofa was quite expensive, and even cleaning it would cost tens of dollars. She certainly didn't want to take the blame for it. "Okay, no problem." Qin Hao smiled slightly, stood up defiantly, and let the waitress come over and kneel down in the spot where he had just been sitting. That's more like it. High-end furniture like this should be for people like me. Delivery people and newspaper sellers should hurry up and go to the street stalls to see if they have any discounted items. Tai Yuan sneered, watching the waiter tidy up the sofa, and then sat down in Qin Hao's original seat in a very proper manner. "By the way, Lulu, hurry up and choose your clothes. Don't be late for the auction upstairs. Don't worry, just try on whatever you like, and I'll pay for it. We're not like those poor wretches who pretend to be rich when they can't afford it," Tai Yuan said, looking at Qin Hao standing to the side with disdain. "How embarrassing. Qin Hao, I'm so confused why you're still following me." Zhang Lulu, who hadn't said much, didn't try on the clothes, but chased after Qin Hao with an angry expression. "You came with me? Lulu, I think you got it wrong. I came with a friend and had no idea you'd be here." Qin Hao was taken aback and quickly explained. "That's a bit funny. I skipped my last class this morning to attend the afternoon auction so I could have lunch with Tai Xiao, and then rushed here to buy clothes before heading upstairs for the auction. And here you are too? Do the people at Elephant City Building need you to deliver their takeout?" "Hey Lulu, why are you wasting your breath on this poor guy? A campus belle as beautiful as you, everyone at Yundong University knows this delivery guy wants to date you, even though you've rejected him several times. But clearly he's still persistent. He must have come all the way from Yundong University. Dong University students have followed us here, pretending to be here shopping with friends. Are you kidding me? Your friends are all poor. None of them would buy clothes from such a high-end luxury brand." Tai Yuan mocked sarcastically from his side. "Whether you believe it or not, I did come with my friend. She's already gone inside to change, and I'm just sitting here waiting for her. If you keep ignoring this, I'm too lazy to explain anymore." Qin Hao shook his head helplessly. He was speechless about these oddballs. "Qin Hao, do you know? I rejected you not just because you're poor, but because you're so poor you have no backbone. You only dare to do some shady things in secret, but you dare do them, but not to admit it. Qin Hao, I'm completely open-minded about you," Zhang Lulu said as she walked to the clothes rack and started picking out clothes. "How about that? You food delivery guys, don't think that just because you had a little advantage last time, I, Tai Yuan, am afraid of you. A poor man is always a poor man. A girl like Zhang Lulu, I can still easily get her by spending a little money, right? I've heard that you went to her dorm every day for 2 months to deliver takeout to her. But what a pity. You were sweating so much that your sweat fell to the ground and shattered into 8 pieces, but it's not as good as me giving her a few clothes." Tai Yuan leaned over and whispered to Qin Hao, continuing to provoke him. "I have nothing to do with her anymore. How much money you're willing to spend on her is your business. Don't brag to me, okay?" Qin Hao frowned as he listened. If he wasn't worried that Du Shiwero would throw a tantrum if she didn't see him when she came out, he would have already left. Don't like what I'm saying, but what I'm saying is true. Poor people like you, with your inherently cheap lives, shouldn't even think about finding some school beauties. With the male-to-female population ratio being corrected like this, you'd be lucky to avoid becoming a bachelor if you found a country bumpkin. Of course, even if it's a country bumpkin, you'd probably only be able to find someone who's been used a few times to take over. But you should be content if you can get a wife at all, right? Thinking too much will only make you feel worse. Tai Yuan seemed to want to get back all the humiliation he had suffered before. "Hey boss, ever since you walked in, your mouth has been like a Gatling gun. It hasn't stopped. Aren't you tired?" Qin Hao looked at Tai Yuan's face, which was distorted from laughing wildly. Qin Hao found the mockery quite amusing. Did Gu Yuqian really have to be so shameless? "Not tired at all. But you're really good at enduring things, you food delivery guy." Tai Yuan was speaking when he suddenly saw Du Shiwero, who had just changed into that white gauze dress, come out of the dressing room and walk towards him with a smile. "Honey, who are you chatting with so happily? Do you think this dress looks good on me?" As she spoke, Du Shiwero had already walked up to Qin Hao. Man lifted Manhattan's skirt and twirled around in place. Du Shiuro was already extremely beautiful, and with this white gauze dress adorned with pendants, she became even more radiant and dazzling, like a fairy from the moon palace who seemed to descend to earth. This silenced not only Qin Hao, but even Tai Yuan, who had been relentlessly mocking him, and he shut up, his eyes wide with shock. Chapter 82, I'm Not a Little Wolf Dog. You aren't you Du Shiuro, the beautiful female soccer team leader from that school? Tai Yuan stammered, his eyes wide. As the rich and beautiful girl coveted by the school's rich kids, Taiyuan naturally recognized Du Shiuro. It was just that she didn't recognize him. Your Qin Hao's classmate? No wonder you two are chatting so happily. Qin Hao, tell me, do you think my outfit looks good? Du Shiuro smiled at Taiyuan, but then turned to look at the expressionless Qin Hao. Good, it looks good. Qin Hao said this sincerely, but because he had been listening to Taiyuan's sarcasm, he was obviously not interested at the moment. What's wrong? Why are you making such a sour face? People are asking for your opinion, and you're just giving them the cold shoulder like that. The little vixen Du Shiuro pouted and leaned against Qin Hao, wrapping her arms around his neck and acting coquettishly. No, really? This girl is actually the deliverman's daughter, and it seems Qin Hao isn't too keen on it. Tai Yuan's jaw nearly dropped in surprise. So Long was right about what I told you? Zhang Lulu, who was picking out clothes next to her, was also stunned by what she saw. She had long forgotten to try on the clothes and just held Qin Hao and Du Shiuro in his arms tightly. All right. If you think it's okay, then buy it. Qin Hao gently pushed away the beautiful woman leaning on his shoulder, speaking with the certainty of an enlightened old monk. All right, I almost forgot. You must be angry with me, right? No wonder you're angry. We agreed to go find some clothes, but I want to try them on before you even bought anything. No wonder you're angry. But it's okay. I already picked one out for you. What do you think of that one? Du Shui suddenly realized and slapped her forehead, then pointed to a casual suit on a mannequin not far away. My goodness, Dolce & Gabbana, a top 10 luxury brand. This delivery guy can afford a suit like this. Tai Yuan looked incredulously as the waiter placed the suit he had brought over into Qin Hao's hands. Okay, baby, why don't you go try it on? If you like it, we'll buy it. If you don't, we can exchange it for something else, right? Du Shiuro affectionately led Qin Hao into the fitting room next door. Are you Qin Hao's daughter? Zhang Lulu hesitated for a moment after seeing Qin Hao enter the fitting room, but still walked straight to Du Shiuro's side. Yes, is there a problem? Although Du Shiuro didn't hear very clearly, she roughly understood the relationship between Zhang Lulu, Tai Yuan, and Qin Hao, the food delivery man. Do you know that Qin Hao's family is very poor? They still owe their relatives a lot of money. Although it was a holiday, Zhang Lulu felt an indescribable sadness when she saw her Qin Hao with a rich and beautiful girl like Du Shiuro. It was as if someone had picked up a toy that she had once thrown away as trash and suddenly treated it as a treasure. Yes, I know perfectly well. So what? It's not like I'm with him for his money. Du Shiuro answered with a smile as she sat down on the high stool next to her. One of her fair and plump legs was folded over her other knee, and her delicate pink legs swung back and forth on it, making Tai Yuan stare wide-eyed. Then, why are you asking? Zhang Lulu really couldn't figure out what this little vixen was thinking. These days, which girl doesn't consider a boyfriend's financial situation in America when looking for one? Why? There's no reason. I like him, okay? This is love, not a math problem. Why do I have to find a reason? Isn't love always without reason? Du Shiuro stood up and brought her pretty face close to Zhang Lulu's ear. I know you've always looked down on Qin Hao's family for being poor, and of course, that's your own choice. Hoping to change your fate through love and marriage is what most girls choose, and that's fine. But please don't apply your own ideas to ownership, like me, okay? At this moment, Qin had already changed into a suit and walked out of the fitting room somewhat hesitantly. Darling, you look so handsome. This outfit fits you perfectly. Du Shiuro greeted him with a sweet smile and affectionately took Qin Hao's arm. To be honest, Du Shiuro's praise wasn't meant to completely provoke Zhang Lulu and Tai Yuan next to her. Qin Hao was already quite good-looking, tall and thin, and with a well-fitting designer suit, he did indeed look handsome, dashing, and debonair. With Du Shiuro in a white dress standing beside them, they truly looked like a perfect match, a natural sculpture. All right, we'll take both of these clothes. Waiter, check please. Du Shiuro said excitedly, looking at the clothes she had packaged and sold to Qin Hao. These two outfits cost a total of 27,325 yuan. The store said they'd round it down to 27,000 yuan for you. The waitress, Elizabeth, handed the printed receipt to the front desk. Only 27,000? It's not that expensive. Du Shuuro took out a credit card from her purse and handed it over to pay. TCH, I thought she was something special. Turns out she's just some rich girl's little wolfhound. Taiyuan, who had been speechless with surprise at Du Shuuro's appearance, finally found an outlet to vent his resentment and jealousy. Oomph. Qin Hao, I really despise you. You've become increasingly devoid of dignity and principles. I thought you had some real skills to win a girl's heart. Turns out you're just keeping yourself like a pet for her to play with. And now you're trying to gain some laughable self-esteem. Huh. Zhang Lulu seemed to have realized something at this moment, and looked at Qin Hao coldly as she spoke. Hee, are you kidding me? It's just that girls are materialistic and want to find a rich boyfriend to change their lives. How come Qin Hao being with me is such a nasty thing as keeping a pet? This is the pot calling the kettle black. Well, why do you have to laugh at Qin Hao? Du Shuuro's sharp little mouth immediately began to retaliate. You! I'm not talking to you, Qin Hao. If you're a man, pay for this suit yourself. Do you dare? Zhang Lulu argued when she saw this, but Du Shuuro simply stopped arguing with her and instead tried to provoke Qin Hao. Are you kidding me? What business is it of yours who pays for the clothes between me and my boyfriend? You! Du Shuuro wanted to continue speaking, but Qin Hao stopped her with a hand gesture. Wait a minute, Zhang Lulu is right about that. How can I let my girlfriend pay when we go out with a girl? Qin Hao smiled slightly and reached into his clothes to pull out his ever-reliable black bank card. Chapter 83, Counterattack and Pincer Attack. Sir, this card is... The waitress looked at the black card with some confusion, as it had no bank logo. Just swipe it directly. The password is 123456. Qin Hao didn't even lift his eyelids. It turned out that he was swiping the money given by that grandson of Lang Zifeng. Qin Hao's mindset has changed significantly since then. Initially, he didn't want to squander other people's money, fearing trouble if they discovered he wasn't the heir to the Tianyu group. However, as he spent more and more money and owed more favors, Qin Hao has become somewhat indifferent. As the saying goes, when you have too much debt, you don't worry. When you have too many lice, they don't bite. Since he's already in this state, he can't work for his family his whole life. Sir, your order has been placed. Please keep your bank card safe. The waitress's attitude was completely different from when Qin Hao first entered the store. Although he still believed that the deliverman was the rich girl's little wolf. Even if he was a little wolf, he was still from a wealthy family, and he couldn't afford to offend him. Darling, you're so sweet. Du Shuuro found Qin Hao, the food delivery guy, increasingly interesting. Whenever she thought he was useless, he always came up with something unexpected. It seemed that choosing him as her backup boyfriend was definitely the right decision. Well, it's about time. Can we go up now? All right, I need to put my delivery uniform back in a bag. Qin Hao suddenly ran to the greasy delivery uniform he had just changed out of and stuffed it into the box of his newly bought Dolce & Gabbana clothes. Darling, do you still want them? Somewhat preserved. You have to change clothes when delivering food in Turkey. Wearing this kind of suit to deliver food must be uncomfortable. I'll stick to my usual outfit. Qin Hao's answer almost made Zhang Lulu and Taiyuan next to him spit out blood. You don't actually want to deliver food while wearing Dolce & Gabbana. What are you thinking? Du Shuuro shook her head helplessly. When Qin Hao and his group went up, it was exactly 2 p.m. The auction had already officially started, and the invited guests were gathered in the holiday auction hall in small groups. This time, the defenses at the entrance were no longer an obstacle, and Qin Hao and Du Shuuro entered the hall smoothly. The auction hall is extremely spacious and tall, with a huge and dazzling crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, which is more than 10 meters high, making the entire auction hall building very grand and luxurious. At the very front of the auction stage, the host was whispering something to the auction organizers, while a long table below was filled with the items being auctioned. Qin Hao and Du Shuuro were seated in the middle of the conference hall, near the front. When they arrived, there were already about 7 or 8 layers of guests sitting there, all holding up the auction list distributed by the organizers and pointing at and discussing the exhibits that interested them. Shuuro, you actually brought this delivery guy with you? Qin Hao and his companion had just sat down when a familiar yet annoying voice came from across the table. That's right, it just so happens that it was the rich young Master Gua who was rear-ended by Du Shuuro at noon, along with Du Lanlan beside him. As the saying goes, enemies meet on a narrow road, and their seats were right on Qin Hao and Du Shuuro's shoulders. Hey Guishao, your car's been wrecked like that. You should go find somewhere to get it fixed. And you still have the leisure to come to an auction? Du Shuuro said without turning her head, leaving Gui Xiao behind her speechless. Fix the car? Do I need to handle such a small matter myself? Speed up, let's get going. By the way, Shuero, I really don't understand what you're thinking. Even if you look down on us rich kids, you don't need to find a delivery guy to be different and provoke us, do you? What does he have that I don't? Is there anything about me that you like? Guo Xiao seemed to have completely forgotten the embarrassment he suffered in the mountains a week ago, and he became somewhat unrestrained and arrogant again. That's a rather insightful question. You do have something I like about you. Du Shiwero suddenly turned her head and said, her eyes sparkling with affection. Oh, what do you like about me? Upon hearing this, Guo Xiao became excited, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Come here, come closer. I'm telling you. Du Shiwero's words seemed even more charming and provocative. Okay, you go ahead, you go ahead. Guo Xiao leaned his entire body almost forward against the back of the seat in front of him, his ears almost reaching Du Shiwero's lips. I like you. Stay away from me. Du Shiwero practically shouted the last few words, and not only the nearby guests, but also those in the rows behind could hear her clearly. Ah, this is hilarious. This is so embarrassing. Huh? The nearby crowd burst into laughter, but Guo Ershao could only hear the ringing in his ears that Du Shui had just finished shouting. Even Qin Hao covered his mouth and chuckled secretly. Du Shiwero, this quirky rich girl, really has too many clever ideas. All right, everyone, please quiet down. I'm the host of this auction, and in a moment you'll all be experiencing this exciting auction with me. But first, I'd like to introduce some special guests invited by the organizers. They are Qin Hao is naturally uninterested in such commonplace pleasantries. He simply flipped through the auction list of a few exhibits with some boredom. He knew little about banquets and attended such events simply to enjoy the spectacle. However, when the host announced that they were honored to have Mr. He as their guest, he looked up curiously and noticed that an elderly man with white hair on the stage looked very familiar. Isn't this the same senior specialist doctor from Yu Shanshan's mother's hospital room that day? Is he here as a guest invited by the organizing committee? Qin Hao, of course, had no idea that this elder he was not only a highly skilled doctor, but also a renowned figure in the world of tableware collecting. So it was not surprising that he had come to the conference. So, darling, which one do you like? We'll do everything we can to get it in a bit. Du Shiwero asked with a grin. I don't know anything about these things. Even if you gave them to me for free, let alone asking me to buy them, I probably wouldn't know where to put them. Qin Hao honestly shook his head. Since you don't understand anything, why come here to pretend to be sophisticated? It's truly shameful. Tai Yuan, who had somehow ended up sitting in front of Qin Hao and the others, suddenly turned around and sneered. Damn it, did you guys team up and agree to mess with me? Qin Hao felt like a million alpacas were stampeding through his mind. Chapter 84, Don't Force Me. Sitting next to Tai Yuan, Zhang Lulu simply hugged him coldly, not saying a word. No way, did I not check the almanac before going out today? It seems like I'm surrounded by enemies. Du Shiwero commented with a half-smile. Can I leave first? I really don't feel comfortable sitting in the middle of them. Qin Hao frowned. He really couldn't stand sitting there anymore. What are you afraid of? If you leave this time, will you leave next time too? You don't owe them anything. Are you used to avoiding them as if you've done something wrong? The little fairy pulled Qin Hao's wrist with no disdain and leaned tightly on his shoulder as if she knew them inside and out. With so many beautiful women in his arms, even if Qin Hao was afraid of trouble and wanted to leave, he was now sitting in his seat, which was fair. By this time, the host standing on the stage had finished introducing all the guests invited by the organizers, and the auction officially began. Fortunately, after the conference started, Tai Yuan and Guo Xiao focused their attention on the auction items on the stage and seemed to have no intention of continuing to pursue Qin Hao. The first item displayed was a blue and white porcelain vase produced by the official kiln during the Northern Song Dynasty, with a starting price of 200,000 yuan and a minimum bid increment of 10,000 yuan. Perhaps because the first item is usually not very good, there were very few bidders for this blue and white porcelain vase, which was eventually sold for only 250,000 yuan before the auctioneer quickly brought down the gavel. The next few exhibits were sold quickly and without much fanfare, and Qin Hao wasn't particularly interested in them. The next exhibit is a jewelry retailer from the Tsarist Russian era that came from the royal family. As soon as the host said this, a chorus of screams erupted from the women in the audience. The Tsar's royal jewelry necklace is already incredibly valuable for its historical significance alone. Moreover, The auction listing indicates that the central part of the necklace is made of a natural ruby the size of an egg, surrounded by 16 pearls of almost the same size. The pendant of the entire necklace is strung together with a delicate 24K pure gold chain. At this moment, the host, wearing gloves, picked up a necklace from the display case and showed it to the audience. Under the stage lights, the rubies and pearls on the necklace looked like they were made of glass, making the girl with the neck almost hold her breath. The starting price for this item is 1 million, and the minimum bid increment is 100,000. The host's words drew gasps from the audience, as 1 million was no small sum. Lulu, what do you think? Do you like this piece of jewelry? Taiwan tugged at Zhang Lulu's hand and asked softly, "Why did you buy it for me?" Zhang Lulu asked, somewhat surprised. Of course, only a beauty like Lulu, born into the aristocracy, is worthy of such a valuable item, Tai Yuan said with gritted teeth and absolute certainty. In truth, spending 1 million on a necklace with his financial resources was clearly a pipe dream. He had no intention of buying it all. However, he had been eyeing Zhang Lulu for a long time. If it weren't for Qin Hao and his group interfering last time, he would have already gotten his hands on it. This time, he had decided to bid several times to curry favor with Zhang Lulu, hoping to succeed in one fell swoop. Someone has already bid 1 million for the first bid. Taiwan raised his small bidding paddle, and the host immediately announced, "Wow, he's still in a hurry. Looks like he called for the pretty girl next to him. Wow, she looks so beautiful. If that necklace were around her neck, it would make her even more radiant." The first bid was 1.1 million, and another person bid after him. It seems that the guests here today are all young tycoons. That's right. He also has a beautiful female companion next to him. The host pointed to Tai Yuan's partner, and looking in the direction of the voice, they saw Guo Xiaozheng making his appearance with a relaxed expression. "It's only worth a little over 1 million. Very cheap." Young Master was shrugged, as if that amount of money was nothing. Du Lanlan, standing beside him, stared wide-eyed in surprise, leaning against young Master Guo with a blissful expression. 1.2 million. 1.3 million. It was probably the two of them who ignited everyone's enthusiasm, because every time the host made a price offer, it inevitably caused a chorus of screams from the girls. Once the price exceeded 1.8 million, people's enthusiasm was gradually replaced by rationality, and the bidding became sparse. After all, even the wealthy would have to think carefully before spending more than 2 million on a piece of jewelry. After raising both paddles in the middle, Tai Yuan didn't have the courage to continue bidding and obediently returned to his seat. 1.8 million the first time, 1.8 million the second time. Is there anything more than 1.8 million? Opportunities to obtain such valuable royal jewels are rare. Everyone must be determined to win. The host was clearly a veteran of the auction, very clever in how to stir up the bidding emotions of everyone. 1,900,000. That young tycoon just made another move. That's incredible. The host pointed to Guo Xiao behind Qin Hao again. "Young Master Guo, this is too expensive. We don't need to spend so much money." Du Lanlan, who was next to him, said nervously, "Who said it was bought for you?" Guo Xiao turned around and glared at Du Lanlan, then leaned between Qin Hao and Du Shuiro. "These precious jewels are, of course, for my beloved Shuiro, whom I've been longing for day and night. Shuiro, look closely. I'm willing to spend a fortune to buy you this kind of jewelry. And look at that delivery guy next to you. Do you think he'd let you buy something like this? Forget about expensive necklaces. He probably couldn't even afford a small snuff bottle, a fan, or a handful of walnuts on the auction list. You're underestimating me. Do you think I have to like you just because you have a necklace worth 2 million? Du Shuiro, unaffected by Guo Xiao's flirting, replied coldly without turning her head. "Of course I know your family is short of money, Shuiro, but 2 million represents my heart for you. Can that delivery guy produce that? Can a boxed lunch that costs a dozen yuan be compared to this kind of necklace from a czarist aristocrat? Sorry, but compared to this, I seem to prefer a boxed lunch that costs 10 or 20 yuan. Hey, you delivery guy, if you know what's good for you, get lost. This kind of upscale place isn't fit for a delivery guy like you. Don't think that just because Shui Ro is trying to shut his suitors up and pretending to be with you, you have a chance. Don't be fooled by those movies and TV shows. You know about social standing, right? How could a rich heiress like Shui Ro possibly be with you? You." Before Guo Xiao could finish speaking, he was surprised to find that Qin had already raised the small sign, and almost simultaneously the host excitedly shouted on stage. 2 million for the first time. Chapter 85 Auction. Great. It seems we have another promising young tycoon as our guest today. Let's applaud his soul power. And let's also applaud the girl beside him. Although the host didn't recognize Chin Hao, he could tell that this young man in a Dolce & Gabbana suit was a wealthy young master from a prestigious family. So he immediately began to flatter him. Chin Hao, are you crazy? Where'd you get 2 million? The most unexpected reaction came from Du Shuuro, who grabbed Chin Hao's arm, her face flushed with anxiety. If Chin Hao had previously spent over 10,000 yuan on mahjong and over 20,000 yuan on clothes, she wasn't too worried, as she could easily make up for the small amount of money. But now, this is a price of 2 million yuan, which was shouted out at the most professional auction in Yundong City. Besides, for Du Shiro herself, it was already a record of the figures. Without a reasonable reason, her father, Du Tianyao, and the platform would not allow her to spend money so recklessly. However, Chin Hao didn't seem nervous at all, still smiling as he looked at her, seemingly without any worry. Are you out of your mind? Kid, do you think this auction price is something you can just call out of the market? Let me tell you, even I, Guo can't afford to offend the organizers behind this auction. And you, a deliver man, dare to cause trouble, Guo sneered at Chin Hao. Whatever, you think you can win Shui Ro's heart as long as you have money. So why can't I if you're not satisfied? You can keep raising the price. Chin Hao turned his head and smiled slightly, teasing Guo. You, young Master Guo's eyes were practically bulging with hatred, and in a fit of rage, he raised another sign. 210. Ha! It seems that the young tycoon sitting in the back is not to be outdone. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Who will win the final Tsar's necklace? Let's all try to find out and wait and see. At this moment, no one was happier than the host on stage. 2.2 million. Haha, I knew I wasn't wrong. The person in front of him is also quite remarkable. Before the host could even finish speaking, Chin Hao expressionlessly raised the wooden sign in his hand. The price of 220 has already exceeded the limit of 2 million set by Guo. This time, it's not that he's just boasting and saying that he can win Du Shuoro's heart by bidding on a necklace. His father, Guo Xiao, would never give him so much money to squander. But the current situation has become a dead end. Young Master Guo, don't go after him. He didn't give his family 2 million. Du Lanlin's reminder came a beat too late, and young Master Guo raised his wooden sign again. 2.3 million. We are honored to meet these two young tycoons today. They are truly impressive. I am deeply impressed. The host's words sparked a lively discussion among the audience. Yeah, they really dare to spend over 2 million for a necklace. I know that guy's surname Guo. His father is Guo Zixiao, a securities tycoon in the Yundong City financial market. No wonder they're willing to spend so much. But I don't remember that handsome guy in the Dolce & Gabbana at all. Yes, maybe he's a rich man's son who just returned from abroad. Everyone was whispering and scrambling, with the young girls, not the guests, glaring at the extravagant Guo and Chin Hao. You son of a bitch! Are you trying to frame me? Guo, seemingly awakened by Du Lanlin's words, glared at Chin Hao with a vicious look. What do you mean by tricking you? This is an auction. There's no rule against anyone raising a paddle. Right? Think about it. If I were tricking you, would you be able to keep up? I don't have you. Chin Hao smiled slightly, his wooden paddle pointing upwards, seemingly in the act of bidding. No, this is fine. Just let that young Master Guo spend a few 100,000 more. Du Shuoro grabbed Chin Hao's hand, refusing to let him bid anymore. Damn it, you food delivery guy. Keep holding up that sign. I'll play with you today. At this moment, Guo had completely lost his elegant demeanor and stood up fiercely, questioning Chin Hao loudly. Please take a seat, dear bidder. Our rules stipulate that no one may stand up or speak loudly during the auction. The host on the stage immediately reminded Guo. Bullshit. You've all been fooled by this kid. He's not a tycoon at all. He doesn't even have 2 million. He's just a college student who delivers takeout. Guo couldn't care less now and stood up again, pointing at Chin Hao in the front row. What? He's a food delivery man. Really, how can a food delivery guy afford a Dolce & Gabbana suit? This conference is terrible. They even include the food delivery industry. Yes, this is so disrespectful to us upper-class people. Guo words immediately drew a clear chorus of dissent from the audience, with many self-proclaimed celebrities even beginning to question the professionalism of the auction organizers. Is that so? The host was also stunned by Guo words. He never expected such a sudden situation. He immediately turned around and whispered to the representatives of the organizers on the stage behind him. Sir, aren't you just a college student delivering food? As Mr. Guo said, after a moment, the host stood in the middle of the booth again, looking at Chin Hao through the microphone. That's right. I am indeed a student at Yundong University, and delivering food is my real identity. Qin Hao said calmly. So it really was a food delivery service? Huh. The organizers are in for a lot of fun now. I knew it. This kid doesn't look like a proper rich kid at all. Even though he's wearing designer clothes, he still has that strong country bumpkin vibe. Come on, you were just throwing yourself at him. My eyes feel uncomfortable. A group of female spectators who had just been staring at Qin Hao with love-struck eyes suddenly changed their attitude completely. Then please give us a reasonable explanation immediately. Otherwise, we will disrupt the normal order of our conference and take action against you. At this moment, the host no longer had the tone of praise he had just used, but instead stared sharply at Qin Hao, as if he were just a minor character who could be dealt with at any time. Oomph, this is going to be interesting. Kid, I warned you earlier that I can't afford to offend the organizers of this auction. Let's see how you pretend this time. Young Master was seemed to already see Qin Hao being beaten to a pulp, and he laughed triumphantly. Yeah, a poor wretch is a poor wretch. He still tries to act like a rich person by coming here. Now look what's happened. This isn't a bank vending machine, and you can't still order that 20,000 yuan worth of wine. Most importantly, I wonder who can save us now that we've lost that country bumpkin nouveau riche phone bin. Tai Yuan seized the opportunity to turn around and start mocking Qin Hao, while Zhang Lu beside him also watched Qin Hao's joke with a cold smile. Chapter 86 Security. Does your auction have any rules about what professions are allowed to bid? Despite the questioning and provocation, Qin Hao remained silent. No, not at all. The host was also somewhat speechless. That won't do. What do you care if I'm a food deliverman or a connoisseur? What grounds do you have for saying I'm disrupting the conference order? Qin Hao asked with a slight smile. No, questioning you isn't your profession. Whether you're a food deliverman or someone holding an auction for a large pit, it doesn't constitute disrupting the event's order. But if you don't actually have the price you just bid, then that's pure sabotage. So please prove you have the 2,000 assets you just mentioned. The host, true to his sharp tongue and quick wit, got straight to the point. Yeah, if you, a food delivery guy, can come up with 2 million in assets, I'll be impressed. Guo laughed smugly. That's right, the host is absolutely right. If you can't produce proof of assets worth 20 million, you'll cause chaos at the auction. You'll have to bear the serious consequences. Tai Yuan, as if in sync with Guo, immediately turned around from the front row and took over the conversation. Oomph. Qin Hao, you think you can swagger around just because you found a rich girl to keep you? You've kicked a hornet's nest. Let's see if this Du Shuero can spend 2 million for you. Even Du Lan, who had been humiliated by Qin Hao several times in the past few days, shouted gleefully. Qin Hao, don't worry. I'll call you right now and have him transfer 2 million to your account. Du Shuero said, looking at Qin Hao with concern as she quickly pulled out her phone to call Du Tianyao. Hey, wait a minute. Guo Xiao suddenly snatched the phone from Du Shuero's hand. Standing up with a grin, he said, Host, the beautiful girl next to him is Du Shuero, the only daughter of Du Tianyao, a wealthy businessman in Yundong City. I don't know why Shuero is so bewitched by this delivery guy. Not only did she bring this lowlife into our upscale place, but she also let him cause trouble at the auction. Now she even wants her father, Du Tianyao, to clean up the mess he made. I don't think this is right. Otherwise, our high society auctions won't be filled with young wolves, prostitutes, and mistresses, or people bringing male prostitutes or brothel girls to participate in the auctions. Guo Xiao's words immediately sparked another round of discussion among the audience. Yes, young Master Guo is right. Exactly, what kind of place is this? Do you think just anyone can come here and cause trouble? Isn't that right? Today a little wolfhound comes, tomorrow a little pheasant. What kind of event is this? Yes, we support young Master Guo. We support young Master Guo. The low, indignant murmurs grew louder and louder, causing the host to frown. This bidding is an auction. No matter who comes, whether you're a gentleman, a tycoon, a beggar, or a thief, as long as you spend money, you are the boss. But now the audience has started to target this young man who delivers food. As the saying goes, it is difficult to defy the anger of the masses. The host was at a loss and had no choice but to turn around and reconsider with the organizer's representative. Oomph. You food delivery guy, let's see how you get away with Shuai Ro this time. Guo Xiao said with a forced smile. You might still be able to kowtow and apologize to our young Master Wenao. Maybe he'll take pity on you and let you go after breaking an arm or a leg. Du Lan said sarcastically from his side. Throughout the entire event, Qin Hao maintained a smile while watching the host on the stage, as if these events had nothing to do with him. Hey Gua, give me back my phone right now, or you'll regret it. Du Shuuro was so angry that she stood up from her seat and pointed at Gua Xiao's seat in the back row, shouting at him. Shuuro, don't worry. It will only take 5 minutes. I will definitely return your phone to you in 5 minutes. And after this incident, no matter how you humiliate me or bother me, I will sue you and let you do whatever you want to me. But right now, before this delivery guy is taken down, I will return your phone to you. Gua Xiao said evasively with a shameless and frivolous expression. Hey Gua, if you don't give me back my phone, I'll tell my dad, and then I'll see how you die. Seeing that she couldn't get her way in a short while, Du Shuuro had no choice but to resort to threats. Even if you tell Uncle Gua, I won't mind. I'll kneel down at his door and beg for his forgiveness. Besides, I was able to rescue my precious Shui Ro from a delivery instruction manual, so he'll definitely thank me. Young Master Gua said, shamelessly. You. Even the usually intelligent Du Shuuro was rendered helpless by Gua Xiao's shameless face. I have just spoken with the organizer's representative. In order to prove the professionalism and prestige of our conference, the organizer has decided to ask this gentleman to first show his proof of assets. At this moment, the host on the stage turned around again and said to Qin Hao, Do I absolutely have to buy a passageway? Qin Hao asked the host, who remained calm. Of course, to ensure our fairness to you, we don't necessarily require you to directly purchase this necklace. As long as you can provide proof of assets exceeding 2 million, such as real estate, luxury cars, or securities and stocks worth more than 2 million under your name, or even have a highly respected person representing you, we can determine that you are qualified to participate in this auction, rather than just randomly participating, the host said. Host, are you kidding me? Where would this food delivery guy get proof of assets worth over 2 million? The electric scooter he uses for deliveries is secondhand. It's not even worth 200 yuan. You're looking for someone with 2 million. Before Qin Hao could answer, Tai Yuan shouted from the front row. Yes. Host, you also said to find a highly respected person to defend him. Do you think a lowly food delivery man like him would know any high-class people? Of course, it has to be the beautiful Shui Ro who is bewitched by him. Gua Xiao added sarcastically. Yeah, where did this food delivery guy get proof of 2 million in assets? Looks like this kid's in for a beating. Oh dear, I wonder if I'll get badly beaten up and scarred. Then I won't be able to make a living as a little wolf dog anymore. If he weren't disfigured, would you still have feelings for him? Go to hell. Several female guests on the scene began to tease him, and all eyes were focused on Qin Hao. Oh dear, looks like I'll have to trouble Lang Zifeng for this black card again. Won't this be too conspicuous? But there's no other way now. Qin Hao chuckled helplessly, reaching into his pocket again to find the black bank card, ready to take it out. Wait a minute. I wonder if this old man is capable of winning over these highly respected people, and if he is even qualified to be compared to them. Suddenly, a loud voice with a white braid rang out from the stage behind the exhibition booth. Chapter 87, You Can't Afford to Offend. Who is this person speaking? Almost everyone in the hall was searching for the source of the voice. Old Master He, are you speaking? The first to react was the host on the exhibition stage. He walked very respectfully to the side of an elderly man on the platform and asked cautiously, That's right, it's me speaking. The old man was none other than Elder He, the titan of the medical field in Yundong City, whom the host had just introduced. Oh, so you always know this college student who delivers food? The host pointed to Qin Hao in the audience. I don't know him, but I was fortunate enough to have met that young man once. As for whether those young men still recognize me, I'm not sure. Old man, he smiled slightly and nodded to Qin Hao. Old Master He, it turns out we haven't seen each other since last time. You still remember me. Qin Hao stood up happily and waved to Old Master He in greeting. Oh, since you've only met this young man once, are you so sure he has assets of over 2 million? The host asked, still somewhat doubtful. Nonsense. Although I am old, I'm not so confused. There are some things I can still distinguish. It is true that this young man is a college student who delivers food, but assets of more than 2 million are just a piece of cake for him. And you blind fools don't know that he just doesn't want to flaunt his wealth. As he spoke, Old Man he swayed his silver beard, looking very elegant and otherworldly. No way, this old man actually thinks so highly of this food delivery guy. Yes, I know this old man. When he was young, he stayed in the capital to treat some high-ranking officials and nobles. Now that he is old, he has returned to Yundong to retire. Yes, I also heard that this old man, he rarely makes house calls. Last time, my second uncle, who has a fortune of tens of millions, wanted to spend 10,000 yuan to have him come to our house to see a doctor. But he didn't even acknowledge him. Someone like old man, he isn't someone you can just befriend with money. This delivery guy seems to have quite a background. The audience immediately began to discuss excitedly, and they became even more curious about Qin Hao's identity. Old he, I don't know where you saw this food delivery guy. I don't want to know either, but you are a highly respected medical expert in Yundong City, and we respect you very much. However, while you're preparing for this food delivery job, I cannot reveal your reasons for doing so. Guo Xiaoyi saw that things were not going well and immediately stood up and questioned loudly again. Who are you? What right do you have to speak to me like that? And what obligation do I have to answer your questions? Old Master, he seemed to be somewhat provoked by young Master Guo, his eyelids drooping with a very dissatisfied look. My father is Guo Zixiao of Liang Securities. All right, I know your father, Guo Zixiao. Although I'm not close to him, I've met him twice. I'm glad he raised such an ill-mannered son. But since you're the son of an old friend, I'll tell you this delivery guy in front of you. You can't afford to offend him. Oldie interrupted Guo Xiao with a gesture. What? I can't afford to offend this stinky delivery guy? Huh. Mr. He, I think you're a bit confused. I don't understand why the son of a security CEO with a net worth of hundreds of millions would object to a delivery guy. I'm really scared. Young Master would seem to have heard the funniest joke and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Yes, Mr. He, you must be mistaken. This food delivery guy, Qin Hao, is my classmate at Yundong University. I've known him ever since he came up here. This kid's family is really poor. His father just passed away from a serious illness last year, and his family still owes his relatives money. Just last weekend, his aunt even came to his house to ask for repayment. Even if he's hooked up with a rich girl to pay off his debts, the gap between him and a real second-generation rich kid is huge. Du Lan Lan, who was next to Guo Xiao, quickly added, afraid of missing any detail that Qin Hao was a poor guy. Oomph. I don't want to bother with you ignorant juniors. I can only say that I haven't seen another person in Yundong City who can take off under IPX command and have the other party use a private plane to directly transport the patient to Yundong City for replacement surgery. Old Master, he seemed unwilling to explain to young Master Guo and the others any further. After saying this, he took a sip of the tea in front of him, leaned back, and began to close his eyes and sense. What is IPX? I don't know either, but the old man said he wanted a really impressive company. These bumpkins. IPEX is the largest and most advanced medical institution in the world. I've heard it serves royalty and business oligarchs. There were indeed some knowledgeable people among the elephants here, and someone immediately pointed out the origin of IPEX. Impossible. This old guy must have made a mistake or mistaken me for someone else. Although Guo Xiao didn't dare to say it directly, he was still indignant in his heart. Oh, since Elder he is so confident in preparing for this brother, there's no need for our conference to continue questioning this young man's eligibility to participate in the auction. I now declare the auction continues. This Tsar's royal necklace has now reached 2.3 million. If no one else bids, then I declare that this necklace represents this young master, Guo's right to speak. After a brief exchange with the organizers, the host announced that the auction would continue. Damn it. Host, with so many unexpected things happening, I might not be able to buy this necklace. Guo Xiao said, cursing. Actually, it wasn't that he didn't want to buy it, because he spent an extra few tens of thousands. The main reason was that when he initially bid on this necklace, he wanted to put Qin Hao down in front of Du Shiwero. But now that Du Shiwero wasn't interested in his advertisement, spending over 200,000 yuan was pointless. No wonder he started to panic and back out. Excuse me, Mr. Guo. The last bid was yours, 2.3 million. All the guests here heard it. I don't think you would do the same thing you did when you questioned this delivery guy, would you? The host still had a smile on his face, but his tone left no room for argument. Oomph. Delivery guy, don't get cocky. So what if I bought this necklace? I bought enough for myself. Unlike you, a poor dog who only dares to bark and cause trouble, and you still need women and old men to help you when it matters. Guo Xiao said through gritted teeth. 2.3 million the first time, 2.3 million the second time, 2.3 million, 2.4 million. Someone has bid 2.4 million. Just as the host was about to tap the gavel on the table, he suddenly pointed excitedly at a guest in the front row and shouted, Chapter 88 gift. The price is too high. yet so many people are still bidding? Everyone looked in the direction the host was pointing and immediately noticed that the person who had just picked up the small card was an elderly man, around 60 years old, and the card he was holding indicated that he was a well-dressed and elegant man. Tang Lian Sang. Qin Hao muttered involuntarily. How do you know him? Du Shuero asked in surprise. We met once in Libya, didn't we? Qin Hao just smiled and didn't tell Du Shuero about the old man he had attended the VIP selection of the rich and powerful social gathering. Hee, really? Looks like I was really suspicious of you. A food delivery guy? But I know this guy. He's the owner of the biggest restaurant in Yundong City. He always claims to have mastered some kind of bedroom arts from the Yellow Emperor's inner classic, and he can sleep with countless women in one night. Duxuwu vispiret in Kin Haos ia. How did you find out about this? Did this old guy tell you? Qin Hao is speechless. Of course not. But he boasts about his abilities in this area to everyone he meets. There are quite a few people in the upper circles of Yundong City who don't know him. Oh, I see. However, ironically, this old man who claims to know some kind of Yellow Emperor's art of controlling women doesn't even have a son or daughter. It's said that he has consulted with some outstanding Chinese and Western medicine experts, who all say that he is fine. So he is still looking everywhere for a woman suitable to have his children. As she said this, Du Shuero smiled slightly with a blush on her face, looking as enchanting as a begonia in snow. Qin Hao stared at her for a while and couldn't help but be a little dazed. What's wrong? Are you crazy? You've fallen for me, haven't you? But that's understandable. Looking at my stunningly beautiful face, even if you were the reincarnation of Lu Xiaohui, you wouldn't be able to resist my charm. Du Shuero couldn't help but let out another burst of silvery laughter. The laughter drew sour looks from Tai Yuan and Guo Xiao sitting in front and behind, leaving Qin Hao with no choice but to sit there awkwardly and grin foolishly. So it's our CEO Tang. It seems CEO Tang is a man of strong character, unwilling to let these younger generations steal your thunder. The host was clearly very familiar with Tang Lianqing. It's nothing. I just couldn't resist buying something that a girl I like would like. Nephew Guo, you won't blame me for taking what belongs to someone else, will you? Tang Lianqing bowed slightly. No, how could I? If Uncle Tang likes it, then go ahead and buy it. Seeing that someone was willing to take over, Guo Xiao was overjoyed. 2.4 million for the first time, 2.4 million for the second time, 2.4 million for the third time. Sold. As the gavel fell, applause rang out throughout the room, and a hostess immediately carried the tray, displaying the necklace to Tang Lianqing. Ah, it really is a good thing. Tang Lianqing carefully examined the darkness and nodded. As the saying goes, a fine sword is for a hero, and rouge is for a beautiful woman. Such a beautiful necklace is of no use to an old man like me. So, I might as well give it to the girl I catch my eye on the field. This old fellow immediately caused a huge uproar at the auction. No way. You're going to give away the headphones you just bought for over 2 million? Yeah, I wonder which girl will be so lucky. Wow. The world of the rich is really hard to understand. Although most of the guests in the venue had assets exceeding 1 million, they were still insignificant compared to Tang Lianqing. Mom, do you think President Tang will choose to receive me? A girl dressed in a flamboyant manner secretly pulled her mother, who was in her 40s, and asked softly, Mom, are you sleeping? But she found her mother glancing flirtatiously at Tang Lianqing from time to time. Mom, are you serious? You're going to try and take it from me. Oh dear, this old guy is over 60. He might not even be interested in a greenhorn like you. He might prefer a woman like your mother who's still charming even in her middle age. Of course, this was a microcosm of the auction, and at that moment all the women were posing and flirting with Tang Lianqing. See? Delivery guy. That's the power of money. Whether you're 16 or 86, as long as you have money, you'll never lack women. Du Shuero shook her head helplessly. Then why don't you do that? Don't you love money? Qin Hao asked with a grin. Love? Of course I love him. I just don't love that old man Tang Lianqing. Besides, my dad probably has the money to put on makeup. So that's how it is. Qin Hao was secretly surprised, not because of Du Tianyao wealth, but because he was surprised that Du Tianyao, with his family's wealth, would still be so respectful to him, the fake heir of Tianyu Group. So how much money do I, as the heir, actually have? Forget it. No matter how much money I have, it's not mine. Qin Hao shook his head, dismissing this unrealistic thought. At this moment, Tang Lianqing stood up and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, held up the colorful necklace and slowly walked towards the other side of the front row seats. Immediately, All the female guests sitting on this side craned their necks and widened their eyes in anticipation, as if they all thought they would be Cinderellas who would receive this necklace, even though the prince who gave the necklace was a bit old. As they were talking, Tang Lianxing had already walked to the vicinity of Qin Hao's row of seats. His arrival made the girls nearby tense up. The old man cleared his throat, dusted himself off, and walked straight over. Could he really be going to give this to Du Shuero? With that girl's temper, she might just give that old man a piece of her mind. I might end up taking the blame. Qin Hao thought nervously as Tang Lianxing got closer and closer. I just got a good scolding from Du Shuero. This old guy wouldn't want to come looking for another scolding, would he? Probably not. Although Tang Lian is considered a long-established tycoon in Yundong City, he's still far inferior to Du Shuero's father, Du Tianyao. He wouldn't be so stupid as to actually think that a nose worth 20 million can lure Du Shuero away, would he? Xiao was also secretly pondering. At this moment, something unexpected happened. Tang Lianxing walked directly to Tai Yuan and Zhang Lulu, who were sitting in front of Qin Hao and the others. My most beautiful angel, would you accept this small gift from me to express my deep affection for you? Tang Lianxing bent down and gently placed the expensive necklace in front of Zhang Lulu. Oh my God, it's her. Yes, this is truly astonishing. Almost all the female guests exclaimed in surprise at the surge in popularity, and even Zhang Lulu's best friend, Du Lanlan, stood up with an incredulous look on her face. Chapter 89, Supreme Treasure Cauldron. This is this passage for me. Zhang Lulu was clearly quite surprised, and she didn't know whether to accept the necklace she held up in front of her. Lulu accepted. Only a noble fairy like you can wear this necklace to prove its true value. Tang Lianxing smiled unintentionally and moved the earphones closer to his face. Do you know me? Zhang Lulu asked, somewhat puzzled. Zhang Lulu, 22 years old this year, is a third-year student in Class 1 of the Management Department at Yundong University. How could I not know anything about my goddess? Tang Lianxing's answer caused another round of sighs from the crowd. See? Mr. Tang did his homework in advance. Yes. How can you just give away a necklace worth over 2 million yuan so easily? Oh dear. It seems that a woman's lack of beauty is just as significant as a man's lack of money. The innate difference is too obvious. Yeah, it seems that with your looks, you might not even get a job worth 2 million, let alone 200. Qin Hao, one of these people, was also secretly surprised. Although he had heard Tang Lianxing praise Zhang Lulu highly at the wealthy men's dating event a few days ago, he couldn't imagine that the old man would go to such lengths, spending more than 2 million yuan to please her. It seems this old guy is ready to have your classmate bear his child. Du Shuero whispered softly to Qin Hao beside him. Yeah, that seems to be the case. Qin Hao nodded and said honestly that Zhang Lulu was, after all, his goddess whom he had secretly admired for many years. Although she had never cherished his true feelings for her, he decided that he would never be Zhang Lulu's humble lapdog again. But after all, she was once the object of his admiration. Seeing Zhang Lulu being publicly professed to by an old man old enough to be his father, Qin Hao still felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. Lulu, accept it. Accept it. Du Lanlan, who was standing in the back row, suddenly shouted, and her shout stirred the emotions of the entire audience. Accept it. Accept it. Accept it. Amid cheers, Zhang Lulu took the ear that Tang Lianxing held out to her with trembling hands. Put on her. Put on her. Amidst the cheers and jeers of the crowd, Tang Lianxing, a seasoned womanizer, slowly stretched out his neck and wrapped it around Zhang Lulu's long, fair neck. It must be said that Zhang Lulu is indeed a natural beauty. When this expensive necklace is worn around her neck, it immediately gives people a sense of classical elegance. So beautiful. Lulu, you're gorgeous, Tang Lian exclaimed, sitting down next to Zhang Lulu quite naturally. Of course, Tai Yuan, who had come with Zhang Lulu, was nowhere to be found at this point. Thank you, Mr. Tang, but this gift is really too expensive. I'm afraid I can't afford it. Zhang Lulu said shyly, her face flushed. How could that be? It's just a necklace at the very top. For someone like me, Tang Lianxing, to be your woman, this little gift is nothing. As he spoke, he reached out a large hand with age spots and wrinkles and grabbed Zhang Lulu's slender wrist, stroking it incessantly. At this moment, Zhang Lulu was also conflicted. Although she really wanted to find a wealthy man, she also wanted a rich second-generation heir who was her age and appearance. Someone like Tang Lianxing, who was obviously young enough to be her father, still touched her heart. But, But when she caught a glimpse of Chin Hao sitting behind her and Du Shiro beside him out of the corner of her eye, a surge of emotion mixed with excitement and jealousy welled up inside her. Chin Hao, that food delivery guy, always hooks up with rich girls, sitting here all dressed up. Me, I'm so outstanding, what can I do? It's just finding an old man. So what? So many idol stars have married their godfathers. If Chin Hao can do it, I, Zhang Lulu, will definitely do it even better. Thinking this, Zhang Lulu didn't back down when Tang Lianxing grabbed her small hand, but calmly let him continue to stroke her. Gong datin un so tang. When it came to Guo who was sitting in the back row, he suddenly jumped up and greeted Tang Lianxing loudly. Nephew, we are too kind. Tang Lianxing was naturally in a great mood upon seeing that Zhang Lulu had accepted him. See that? The delivery guy, Mr. Tang, that's what you call spending money like water. Someone like you, who has to rely on women to get into high society, should just get lost. Of course, Guo didn't forget to use this incident to attack his rival Chin Hao. Yeah, Chin Hao, now that you see the necklace that you used to chase after for months, now belonging to the fashionable CEO Tang. What are you thinking? Don't you feel a little jealous? A poor wretch like you, pretending to be rich to satisfy your ridiculous vanity, deserves this fate. Du Lanlan, standing next to Guo immediately joined in, further fueling the hatred. What? Zhang Lulu was once the goddess pursued by that stinky food delivery guy. Obviously, Guo didn't know this beforehand. Yeah, Lulu and I are roommates. At first, this Chin Hao would come to our dorm every day after school to deliver takeout to Lulu, fantasizing that he could win Lulu over by delivering takeout boxes that cost 12 yuan a box. Young Master Guo, don't you think he's just a toad trying to eat swan meat? The sharp-tongued Du Lanlan naturally didn't miss this golden opportunity to humiliate Chin Hao. Wow, I never knew you. You poor kid are actually a delivery guy heartthrob. How about it? How many girls have you picked up with those takeout meals? Teach me sometime, will you? Guo immediately chimed in, craning his neck to mock Chin Hao in front of him. Perhaps to reassure Chin Hao, Du Shui gently tugged at Chin Hao's sleeve, but Chin Hao simply nodded and pretended to be fine. All right, after that little interlude, our auction will continue as scheduled. But after such a wonderful auction, our auction is about to get to the main event, the host announced from the stage. The grand finale? Chin Hao was taken aback. At this moment, the audience was completely silent, clearly eagerly anticipating the appearance of the auction item that was about to be the grand finale. Everyone, look carefully, this is the last item on display at this auction. The Supreme Treasure Cauldron. As the host spoke, 2 staff members came over and pulled down the red cloth from the last display table on the stage. Chapter 90, Stirring Up the Situation. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the red cloth fell down, revealing a large bronze cauldron, approximately 1 cubic meter in size, on the display stand. This Supreme Treasure Cauldron was unearthed during the Yinshang period, a time of great bronze culture. It is said that to cast such a large cauldron, the entire nation would have had to be mobilized, so this Supreme Treasure Cauldron must have been a royal artifact. The host's introduction sparked another round of whispers from the audience. Please be quiet, everyone. Let me continue. This precious cauldron was originally lost overseas during the Opium War. This time, it was entrusted to us for auction by an overseas collector. This item is incredibly valuable in terms of historical significance, commercial value, and overall worth. Moreover, it was originally a precious royal artifact, a symbol of supreme imperial power. For us business tycoons in the audience, it probably holds an unspoken significance as well. All right, I won't waste any more time. The starting price for this exhibit is 3 million, and the minimum bid is 500,000. The auction begins now. The host smiled slightly at the eager tycoons in the audience. 3 million, 3,500,000. For million, 4.5 million. Just as the host predicted, the bidding started as soon as it began, and the prices kept going up. Compared to the Tsar's necklace used to pick up girls, this Supreme Treasure Cauldron is the real murder target for these business tycoons. 8 million. 8 million for the first time. Is there anyone who has ever made a higher number than 8 million? The host shouted from the stage, holding up a small hammer. Of course, no matter how good something is, once the price breaks through this number, there will be very few people willing to bid. 850. So it's our young Master Guo. Haha, he just missed out on the Tsar's necklace, but now he wants to buy this Supreme Treasure Cauldron. Truly admirable. The host exclaimed loudly on the stage. Xiaolai snorted coldly. Actually, His biggest failure this time was to acquire this precious cauldron. You see, his father, Guo Zixiao, had repeatedly told him before he came that he must get his hands on this exhibit. After all, it would be too domineering to display such a symbol of supreme imperial power in front of his securities company. Young Master Guo, you're amazing. Du Lanlan leaned excitedly on young Master Guo's shoulder. Of course, I'm not here like those food delivery guys who just watch the show. I might not make a move, but when I do, I'm sure to be amazing. Guo Xiao curled his lip and set a Qin Hao in front of him without any shame. 90,000. 9 million for the first time. Ah, it's President Ning. Looks like there's going to be a good show today. The host said with a smile to a middle-aged, bespectacled man in the audience who had just raised a small sign. Damn it, Guo Xiao cursed under his breath. He knew this President Ning. He also owned a securities company and happened to be the nemesis of his father's securities company. Clearly, the host comment meant there was going to be some interesting developments, implying that the securities companies all wanted to buy the Zizan Baoding, a type of ancient Chinese bronze vessel. 9.5 million. Young Master Guo is truly generous. The host's enthusiasm rose higher and higher as the price of the treasure cauldron increased. This young master of the Guo family is really rich. You know nothing. His father, Guo Zixiao, is behind him. Do you think he dares to raise a sign? Nonsense, his father is rich, and so are the people from Pingyuan. The female protagonist at the scene was clearly once again captivated by Guo Xiao's extravagant spending, repeatedly grabbing Guo Xiao with passionate and fiery eyes as he picked up the wooden plaque. Nephew Guo, it seems your father is determined to go up against me, isn't he? President Ning smoothed a few sparse hairs from his forehead and shouted at young Master Guo. Oh dear, there's no way around it. Uncle Ning, it's not that I'm not giving you face, but my master has given me a strict order to bring this precious cauldron back. Young Master Guo shook his head, seemingly helpless. All right, let's see how much silver your old man gives you to snatch this cauldron. President Ning raised the small card in his hand again. 10 million. Haha. I'm happy to tell everyone that the bidding price for this precious cauldron has exceeded 10 million. Now let's see if our young Master Guo can continue to respond. The host's words were clearly intended to incite others to continue bidding. 10.5 million. Guo Xiao's second bid brought the atmosphere in the venue to a fever pitch. After all, most people were there just for the excitement, and, as the saying goes, the more excitement, the better, and it wasn't their money anyway. Some of the more boisterous audience members started cheering. Mr. Ning raised the price. Yeah, don't be a coward. Keep going. Mr. Ning, if you can't even beat this kid, how are you going to compete with his father, Guo Zixiao, for the title of the top securities boss in Yundong City? President Ning's eyebrows twitched, and he stared coldly at young Master Guo across from him, raising his small cards once again. 11 million. As expected, President Ning raised the price. Now the pressure is on young Master Guo's side. The host was so excited that he stammered. Guo Zixiao's forehead began to sweat. Although his father had ordered him to acquire the precious cauldron, he wasn't entirely impartial. Guo Zixiao's intention was not to exceed 12 million, and that price was about to expire. 11.5 million. As the host announced the price, the atmosphere in the hall seemed to boil over, everyone eager to know who would win the prize cauldron. At this moment, Xiao, who had just taken out his small cards, immediately took out his phone and sent a WeChat message to his father. The price has already reached 11.5 million, and it seems that the Ning family has given up. Should they continue to bid above 12 million? It turns out that as soon as Guo Xiao sent this WeChat message, President Ning in the next room immediately raised his paddle again, not wanting to be outdone. Otherwise, the bidding for this precious cauldron would have already reached a sky-high price of 12 million. Continue to implement. All invoices under 15 million will be processed. I know about the cash situation of the Ning family's invoices, so don't worry. After seeing his father's reply, Guo Xiao finally wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. 12.5 million. Young Master Guo didn't give up. My God, this is the highest bid I've ever seen in my auctions, the host exclaimed excitedly. Guo Zixiao's inside information was very honest. After seeing Guo Xiao's bid of 12.5 million, the middle-aged man with glasses finally stopped bidding and kept running his hand through his thinning hair to hide his nervousness. Uncle Ning, it seems this precious cauldron belongs to our Guo family today. Seeing that victory was in his grasp, young Master Guo said smugly to a man, Your dad's got guts. I admit defeat today. After saying this, The bespectacled man leaned back in his chair and ignored Guo. 12.5 million for the first bid. Any higher bids? The host asked loudly, even though he had no idea someone was bidding. Stop shouting. This precious cauldron definitely belongs to young Master Guo. Yes. Host, stop wasting your breath. Exactly. Over 12 million. Who can compete with that? Some audience members shouted in dissatisfaction. Sorry, it's my job. I still have to shout it. 12.5 million. The second time, the host said apologetically, scratching his head. The audience remained silent, waiting patiently for the host's gavel to fall. Then I declare that this self-respect cauldron belongs to... Wait a minute. I bid 13 million. Qin Hao, who had been silent until now, suddenly raised his small card with a blank expression. Chapter 91, Offending to the End. 13 million. Ha, this young tycoon has made such a stunning debut. The host was so excited that he was almost incoherent. You, are you talking nonsense? You don't even have 2 million. Where did you get 13 million from? Guo Xiaowan was surprised that this food deliver man would come to stir things up at this time, and he stood up in disbelief and shouted at Qin Hao. If you, Guo, think I don't have 13 million, you can stop bidding now and see if I can come up with 1,300 to buy this supreme treasure cauldron. Qin Hao turned around and looked at Xiao with an indifferent expression. You take this road again? Guo Xiao was so angry that his teeth itched, and he wished he could bite the two delivery men. Host of the event, I think this food delivery has repeatedly disrupted the normal order of our auction. I demand that security remove them immediately. Seeing that Guo Xiao had messed up at a crucial moment, Du Lanlan immediately stood up and loudly supported him. Well, everyone, please wait a moment. Upon seeing another hurdle appear, the host of the conference immediately went to the representatives of the organizing committee at the back and began to discuss countermeasures. The venue, which had just quieted down due to the intense atmosphere of the auction, suddenly erupted into a cacophony of voices once more. Today's auction was definitely worth it. That's right. It's so lively. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like it in all the auctions I've attended. This delivery guy is something else. He was already arguing with that young Master Guo when he was taking pictures of the headphones, and now he's running out to snatch this supreme treasure cauldron. Didn't you see how angry Guo is? His nose is practically crooked from anger. He probably won't be able to buy it now. He's not only disgraced, but he's also making his father lose face. This guy looks really unfamiliar. Could he really be a rich young master who's come back from abroad, pretending to be weak while actually being strong? That eat a tiger nonsense. Didn't the girl sitting next to young Master Guo just say that he's just a student at Yundong University and his family is dirt poor? He has to earn his living by delivering takeout. He's not some rich kid at all. That's hard to say. Haven't you read those online novels where all those wealthy families send their heirs out to suffer hardship and undergo trials? Bullshit. You actually believe that brain-dead nonsense? If you had hundreds of millions in assets, would you send your son to a group of poor people for a trial? What would that trial produce? A supremely poor wretch. What you said makes sense. Of course, these people had no interest in Guo's discussion at all. With his eyes bloodshot, he beat Qin Hao, thinking about how to teach him a good lesson. Hey, young man, we met once at the Rich and Powerful Friends Club. I don't know what grudge you have with young Master Guo's family, but I hope I can say something from the elders. That's enough. As the saying goes, leave a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future. Tang Lianxing, who had been watching the commotion from the sidelines, suddenly turned around and said with a smile. Although Tang Lianxing's words were successful, his underlying meaning was clearly biased towards the Guo family. After all, the Guo family, a powerful family in the financial market of Yundong City, was an old friend of his for many years. He had many business collaborations with Guo Xiao's father, Guo Zixiao. It was not something he wanted to see Guo Xiao make a fool of himself in front of him. President Tang, I have no complaints about this young Master Guo. I just think this supreme treasure cauldron is quite good, and I think it's more suitable to use it to hold soup. That's all. Qin Hao smiled slightly, looking at the old fox in front of him. I'm trying to give you some nice advice, and you talk to me like that? Fine. I'll see just how capable you really are. Tang Lianxing never expected this kid to be so disrespectful to him, actually using such words to humiliate him, and he immediately felt a little embarrassed. Qin Hao, do you think you can look down on everyone just because you have a rich girl supporting you? Zhang Lulu turned around and coldly hugged Qin Hao. What he had just said to Tang Lianxing made her feel somewhat ashamed. I never thought of myself as arrogant. But since you think I'm being kept by a rich girl, Why can't I get back all the men I lost in the past? You, Lulu, let's ignore this kind of person. I know with Xiao all too well. Some people think they're so lucky, so let him go looking for trouble. Tang Lianxing pulled Zhang Lulu, who was about to continue arguing, signaling her to stop. Qin Hao, I also think you've gone a bit too far. I don't know how to handle this situation anymore. Du Shiwero, who had been silent until now, whispered softly in Qin Hao's ear. I don't think my dad would give you 13 million to buy this precious cauldron. Qin Hao just smiled and didn't reply, but he was thinking to himself, I never said I was going to ask your father for money to buy it. Besides, I'm your father's boss. If I have to ask my subordinates for money, what about my reputation as the heir to Tianyu Group? Please be quiet, everyone. I have already discussed this with the organizers, and we believe that Mr. Qin's bidding is perfectly legitimate. The auction for this Supreme Treasure Cauldron will now continue. The current price is Mr. Qin's 13 million. I wonder if anyone else is bidding. The host returned to the center of the stage and announced loudly, What kind of auction is this? How could you let this poor bastard cause trouble all the time? Guo questioned loudly. I'm sorry, young master. Mr. Qin's assets have already been verified by Elder He, so we don't see anything inappropriate about letting him participate in the auction. Of course, you might think he only has 13 million and therefore won't bid further. And if he ultimately doesn't get the treasure cauldron, he can't blame anyone else. The host replied indifferently. You good for you. Young Master Guo was so angry that his face turned pale. He believed that the Deliverman had taken advantage of the Guo family's determination to acquire this treasure cauldron and was simply causing trouble at the auction, increasing the Guo family's purchase costs. It seems that I have no choice but to raise the price, which is really infuriating. 13.5 million. Young Master Guo really didn't give up. Let's all give him a round of applause and cheer him on for this wealthy man who is so good to young people. This is naturally the situation the host most wanted to see. 14 million. Mr. Qin is truly amazing. Almost before the host's voice had even finished, Qin had already raised his paddle again. That's enough. Even if my dad isn't afraid of the Guo family, your bottomless humiliation of them makes things very difficult for him. Du Shiwero said, genuinely worried, as she tugged at Qin Hao's arm. Chapter 92, Giving Up? Why aren't you bidding anymore? I haven't had enough fun yet. Qin Hao said, nonchalantly as he turned around. You. Du Shiwero looked at Qin Hao in disbelief. She felt increasingly unable to understand this food delivery guy. 14 million. The first time it's reached 14 million. Now we just don't know if our young Master Guo has the courage to continue bidding. Seeing that young Master Guo had stopped making a move, the host immediately teased him. Hee, my nephew Guo, where did all that energy you had when you were arguing with me go? I don't think your father is any less impressive than a food delivery guy. If that were the case, I would feel ashamed to have lost. The man with the piercing gaze who had just stopped talking suddenly perked up again and shouted loudly at young Master Guo. You guys? Guo Xiao's face twitched again as he glanced down at his phone. Just now, his father, Guo, sent a message asking if he had obtained the treasure cauldron. He immediately replied that another unexpected racer had appeared, but his father quickly replied that he would continue bidding as long as the price did not exceed 15 million. But Guo Xiao is now a little uneasy. Although his father has allowed him to follow along, what should he do if this poor food delivery guy continues to cause trouble after reaching 15 million? 14.5 million. Our young Master Guo, please consider it. Or have you decided not to give up this precious cauldron? The host chuckled and pointed at young Master Guo, who had just put down a small card. Qin Hao, once again, didn't take it seriously and immediately raised the small card in his hand, but Guo Xiao grabbed his arm. If you dare to continue bidding, I'll break your extra legs as soon as you leave. Guo Xiao said fiercely. Oh, so you're this arrogant just because you're rich? Qin Hao seemed to be intimidated by Guo Xiao and stopped raising the wooden sign. That's good. It's not too late yet. As long as you go out and kowtow to me a few times and stay away from Du Shiwero in the future, I'll spare your life. Seeing that the other party was somewhat timid, Xiao's face immediately showed a smug look. Oh, is that so? Okay then. 15 million. Qin Hao nodded, seemingly not wanting to participate in the bidding anymore. But as soon as his hand fell, he immediately raised it again and shouted out his bid. What? You little brat, you're asking for it. Young Master Guo roared, barely able to contain his anger. Host, someone is threatening me and doesn't want me to continue bidding. What should I do? Qin Hao pointed at his younger brother, Guo Xiao, who was already quite furious. Young Masterwa, although you're a guest invited to our event, I still hope you can control your emotions. Moreover, during the bidding process, we absolutely do not allow anyone to threaten or intimidate bidders. Otherwise, we will deal with you for disrupting the normal order of the auction. The host's face darkened, clearly also dissatisfied with young Master Gua's behavior. You little brat, are you tired of living? Do you really think the Gua family wouldn't dare to touch you, with Du Shiwero protecting you? Under the host's warning, Gua Xiaoqing reluctantly returned to his seat, but still threatened Qin Hao in front of him in a low voice. Young Master Gua, please watch your words and actions, or I will ask security to take you out. The host's warning again caused the zombies in the venue to burst into laughter. Looks like young Master Gua is really unlucky this time. Yeah, regardless of whether this delivery guy actually has the money to buy this precious cauldron, as long as he keeps raising the price, young Master Gua can only swallow his bitterness and keep up with it. I think he's tired of living. That Gua Xiaozi has managed to get to where he is in the business world of Yindong City. What kind of kind-hearted person could he be? You're right, but now I suspect this kid surnamed Qin is a plant sent by the organizers to deliberately inflate the price. Holy crap, this shill is risking his life to do this job. The guests at the event started whispering about Qin Hao's identity again. All right. The current bid for this precious tripod is 15 million from Mr. Qin. That's the first bid of 15 million. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? The host cleared his throat to quiet the room and announced that the auction of the precious tripod would continue. Almost all the master's eyes were focused on young Master Gua. Some, like President Ning, were laughing heartily, while others, like Tang Lianxing, were somewhat unwilling to let young Master Gua suffer a setback. Of course, most were looking forward to a lively discussion. Who would ultimately win the treasure cauldron had nothing to do with them. 15 million for the second time, the host shouted, holding a gavel devoid of any emotion. 15 million, third place. Before he could utter the word second, he was interrupted by a rather loud male voice from the entrance. 15.5 million. Our Gua family is determined to have this precious cauldron. Dad, you're here. Zixiao, it turns out another distinguished member of your older brother's family has appeared. Almost simultaneously, Gua Xiao and Tang Lianxing both voiced different opinions. At this moment, a tall man in his 60s strode into the venue and soon arrived at the row of seats where Gua Xiao was sitting. What a fucking useless man, the tall, gray-haired man said, his face grim as he chased after Gua Xiao. I am sorry, dud. The once arrogant and domineering young Master Gua now stood trembling in front of his father, stammering. Brother, you can't blame your son this time. Who knew he would cause such a mess at such a professional auction? Tang Lianxing also stood up and explained on behalf of Gua Xiao. Of course, the arrival of this man also caused a great deal of discussion among the large audience at the auction. Is old Gua the same person as young Master Gua Zixiao? How can you not recognize him? He's Gua Zixiao, the big boss of Jinding Securities Company in Yundong City's financial market. No wonder the aura was different when they came in. Yes, I can feel the aura of a king. So, it was you who kept bidding against my son? Gua Zixiao had already shifted his gaze to Qin Hao, his face expressionless. That's right, it's me. Qin Hao felt a chill run down his spine as Gua Zixiao stared at him with his hawk-like gaze. Not bad. Young and promising. I, Gua Zixiao, am also living to learn. Today I want to see what you're really capable of. Gua Zixiao nodded and sat down in an empty seat not far from Qin Hao. Should I stop? Qin Hao asked somewhat guiltily. After all, he was just a college student with little social experience. The presence of such a financial tycoon sitting next to him, with his strong aura and sharp eyes, was really overwhelming for him. Beep, 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 beep. Just as Qin Hao was about to give up, his second-hand Rise phone suddenly received a message. Chapter 93, Transaction Completed. Young Master, another 20 million in cash has just been transferred into your black card. Lang Zifeng. A short text message boosted Qin Hao's confidence even more. Qin Hao looked around with a smile, holding his phone, but didn't see Lang Zifeng, that elusive guy. It was obvious that this guy was hiding in a corner of some building, secretly watching everything that was happening at the auction. The fact that he sent me a message at this crucial moment, reminding me to transfer the black card, is a small matter. It clearly shows that he supports me in continuing to fight against Gua Zixiao. With that, Qin Hao smiled and raised the small wooden sign high in his hand once again. 16 million. This supreme treasure cauldron has already reached 16 million. This Mr. Qin seems unaffected by the presence of Mr. Guizixiao, a VIP guest. I truly admire him more and more. The host's words caused another stir in the room. Even Guo Zixiao's arrival couldn't help. This kid really thinks he doesn't take the Guo family seriously. That's what I find strange. Among all the wealthy and powerful families in Yadong City, I don't know which one is so powerful. Yeah, it's like slapping Guo Zixiao in the face right in front of him. Hee hee. I just want to know how this coronavirus will end. If this kid can't come up with the huge sum of money he's been waiting for, then things will get really interesting. The crowd below the stage buzzed with discussion, but Guo Zixiao remained unmoved, his gaze coldly fixed on Qin Hao. It seems my good-for-nothing son wasn't wrong after all. You really have no fear of death. Uncle Guo, I think you might have misunderstood Qin Hao. Qin Hao didn't mean to offend you. Du Shuiro's face turned red as she explained to Guo Zixiao after a long pause. Shuiro, you don't need to explain. If this were your father, Du Tianyao's idea, I would have left without saying a word, taking my good-for-nothing son with me. But it's this kid now. Don't say your Uncle Guo isn't showing any mercy to your niece. Guo Zixiao said, raising the small wooden sign in his hand once again. 16.5 million. Mr. Guo is truly extraordinary. He's determined to win with his first move, the host exclaimed enviously. 17 million. Qin Hao barely gave anyone time to react before raising the wooden plaque in his hand. 17.5 million. Guo Zixiao's emotions fluctuated rapidly this time as well. Although he remained outwardly calm, the fine beads of sweat on his forehead betrayed his equally tense state of mind. Kid, if you offer 18 million, I'll admit defeat and stop bidding now. Guo Zixiao said in a low voice as he watched Qin Hao raise his wooden paddle again. Oh, thank you, Mr. Guo. Qin Hao had barely finished speaking when he raised the small card in his hand again. 18 million. My God, this precious cauldron has reached a sky-high price of 18 million. Isn't this the final transaction price of today's final exhibit? The host shouted excitedly while casting eager glances at Guo Zixiao. Good, good, good. Truly, a hero emerges from among the young. This precious cauldron is yours. Guo Zixiao didn't continue bidding, only exclaiming good 3 times in a row. He leaned back and closed his eyes to rest, as if the ownership of this supreme cauldron had nothing to do with him. The first time, it's 18 million. 18 million for the second time. The most nervous person was actually Du Shuiro. She found it hard to believe that her boyfriend, who had brought Zhang Jianji along as a scapegoat, would actually spend a staggering 18 million yuan at the auction to buy the final piece, the supreme treasure cauldron. What if he makes the deal on the spot? It's such a large sum of money. Even if Dad admires Qin Hao, he probably won't foot the bill for him, right? At this moment, Du Shuiro's pretty face turned red with anxiety. Looking at Qin Hao, who seemed unconcerned, she could only feel helpless and anxious. My dad is ruthless. 18 million. Let's see how this poor delivery guy pays it. Young master was seemed to have understood the meaning of his father's actions, and now he was gleefully discussing among the people in the back row. Yes, 18 million. This time, I'm afraid that when your dorm's contractor's son, Boss Feng Bin, comes, it'll be endless, right? Du Lanlan excitedly responded loudly to Guo Xiao. Those who don't listen to the elders will suffer the consequences. Some old guys just don't know their own limitations, and now they've really messed up, haven't they? Tang Liansheng, who was sitting in the front row, didn't turn around, but it was clear that his words were mocking Qin Hao in the back. Mr. Tang, all of this is what this guy brought on himself. He's always been like this, not only poor, but also spineless. He always tries to do something unexpected. The last few times, his dorm leader helped him out, but this time, sitting in front of a rich girl, he doesn't even know how much he can eat. Zhang Lulu seemed to be in a very good mood. Sold for the third time, at 18 million. I hereby declare that the supreme treasure cauldron, the final piece of this auction, belongs to Mr. Qin. As the auctioneer's gavel fell, a burst of enthusiastic applause and cheers, along with some sharp whistles, erupted from the audience. Obviously, many people simply don't believe that this food delivery guy could pull out 18 million to buy this precious cauldron. Mr. Qin, please come with me to the front of the booth to complete the transaction for the auction item. Although the final auction price was exceptionally high, this wealthy host was still very worried about whether these upstarts with no connections had 18 million to pay for the precious cauldron. Okay, Shuiro, wait for me here. Qin Hao smiled as always, glanced at Du Shuai beside him, and went straight to the cashier on the front stage. This guy actually made it up? Could it be that this food delivery guy really has 18 million? Just wait. The results will be revealed soon. The audience members craned their necks to watch what was happening in front of them. Dad, do you think he really has 18 million? Guo Xiao asked with some concern as he watched Qin Hao walk ahead to pay without any fear. Oomph. If there really is 18 million, we have no choice but to admit our guilt. Guo Zixiao just snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. Dad, you said not to have a few of us stand guard outside. Once he comes out, well, Guo Xiao quietly performed an emergency neck-cutting procedure. Bullshit. If this kid really had 18 million, do you think we could just mess with him like that? Guo Zixiao replied without even lifting his eyelids. Now we can officially congratulate Mr. Qin. He has just completed the handover of this supreme treasure cauldron, and I hereby declare that this batch of exhibits belongs to Mr. Qin. The host on the stage suddenly shouted excitedly. Chapter 94 Conspiracy. The successful sale of this precious tripod finally put the host's mind at ease. His words immediately enlivened the atmosphere on the field. No way. Does that food delivery guy really have 18 million? Bullshit. What kind of takeout delivery is this? It's definitely a conspiracy by Guo Zixiao's enemies to embarrass him and his son. What you said is quite possible. But in the financial market of Yundong City, there's President Ning, who is a formidable rival of the Guo family. How come I don't know of any other wealthy family that could make such a big move? Of course, unlike most of the male guests, most of the girls in the room were completely admiring Qin Hao as if he were their future husband. It seems we all misunderstood that delivery guy. Yeah, he looks so handsome in that Dolce & Gabbana outfit now. Come on, you were just saying that he always liked country bumpkins. Nonsense, didn't we just not know he had 18 million? All right, I advise you to stop having erotic dreams. Can't you even open your eyes and see who's sitting next to her? Duke Xiu, the top campus belle of Yundong University, and her father, Du Tianyao, is one of the richest men in Yundong City. Yes, we all want to be miles ahead of others in terms of both wealth and beauty. What's there to be afraid of? They're not even married. They married that delivery guy, so why wouldn't they care about having a mistress or something? Amidst the chaotic murmurs, Qin Hao had already returned to sit down next to Du Shuero. You've already paid? Du Shuero still asked him in disbelief. What do you think? If I don't pay, will they let me down? Qin Hao shook his head helplessly. Then, where is that precious cauldron? Du Shuero just saw the auction staff pushing the cauldron off the platform on a trolley. I told them I reserved the speedboat to go back to my mom's. Qin Hao said casually. What? You dare to use a courier service for something so valuable? Du Shuero's mouth dropped open in surprise. What's there to be afraid of? I used SF Express. They even offered free shipping for this conference, so I saved over 100 yuan on shipping fees. It's a real bargain. Qin Hao said in a low voice with a smile. You spent 18 million to buy something that cost almost as little as the shipping fee. Du Shuero was so angry with Qin Hao that she almost fainted. Of course, if the Guo family father and son, who had just been angered away by Qin Hao, heard these words, they would probably be spitting blood. At this moment, in the coffee shop on the second floor of Mingdu Building, the Guo father and son, Tang Lianxing, Zhang Lulu, and Du Lanlan, who had just stormed out of the auction, were sitting in a private room, chatting mysteriously. Lulu Lanlan, don't be afraid. Uncle just wants to know if you two are absolutely certain that Qin Hao is your classmate from university. Guo Zixiao asked, looking at the two nervous girls opposite him. Uncle Guo, what are you saying? We've been Qin Hao's classmates for 3 years in college. They're not the same person. How could we have mistaken him for someone else? Du Lanlan said with a hint of doubt, but still very certain. Yes, he's Guo's uncle. This Qin Hao's been bringing me takeout every day for the past few days because I know him so well. Zhang Lulu paused and added, That's strange. I haven't investigated Qin Hao's background at all. There are no such descendants among the wealthy families in the big spaces like Xian East. Now, apart from knowing that he and Du Tianyao's daughter, Du Shuero, often appear together, there's no other news. Guo Zixiao shook his head with some doubt. What's there to be afraid of? Now that we know he's not a rich kid from Yundong City, I'll find a few good brothers from the underworld and break his extra legs first. Guo Xiao shouted, his eyes gleaming. Sit down, you good-for-nothing brat. Guo Zixiao glared at Guo Xiao and had no choice but to slink back to his seat. Brother Guo, you don't need to be so nervous about your son. But Brother Guo, what you just said was too simplistic. Think about it. How could a junior who can come up with 18 million yuan not have a background? It's just that we haven't found out yet. Tang Lianxing waved his hand and said, Then, Uncle Tang, is there no way for us to deal with this kid? Guo Xiaoyi said with a hint of helplessness. No, that's not it. But we haven't figured out their background yet, so we don't dare to make a move immediately. By the way, Brother Guo, do you think it's possible that old guy Du Tianyao is behind this? Dan Lian Sen Su Den Li Thao Wen. Oh dear. To be honest, Brother Tang, this is what I'm most worried about right now, Guozi Xiao sighed. That's right, behind this Du Tianyao is the unfathomable Tianyu Group. It's said that this guy is just the person in charge of Tianyu Group in Yundong City. How can he have such a large amount of assets and connections? I really can't believe what kind of monsters are in that Tianyu Group. Tang Lianxing said, stammering repeatedly, looking completely at a loss. Humph. As the saying goes, even a mighty dragon can't suppress a local snake. No matter how powerful Tianyu Group is, they can't cover everything, let alone care about a place like Yundong City. So even if Du Tianyao has connections everywhere, the two of us working together might not be afraid of him. But, Guozi Xiao said, then turned his gaze to Zhang Lulu and the other girls. Brother Guo, what do you mean? Tang Lianxing asked, somewhat puzzled. What I mean is, regardless of whether Qin Hao is backed by Du Tianyao or not, we must keep a close eye on this kid's every move. I'm entrusting this matter to these girls. Of course, I, Guozi Xiao, am always fair in my dealings, and I will never treat you unfairly. As Guozi Xiao spoke, he pushed the four debts in front of Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan. Uncle Guo, what's going on? Zhang Lulu asked, feigning ignorance. Since there's nothing, since Uncle Guo needs your help, he'll naturally get something in return. Both of these credit cards have a limit of 100,000 yuan, so you can spend them without worry. As long as you find out Qin Hao's recent every move, the benefits I give you later will definitely satisfy you even more. Why are you going to such lengths to bring these two girls along? They're just two girls. Why are you spending so much money on them? Guo Xiao asked softly, watching Zhang Lulu, Du Lanlan, and Tang's father, Lian Sheng, leave together. You don't understand a damn thing. That Tang Lianxing clearly wants Zhang Lulu to take a child's place. My 200,000 yuan is just a red envelope for old Tang Lianxing as a lucky charm. Otherwise, do you think that old fox Tang Lianxing would willingly help my universe, Du Tianyao? Guozi Xiao slowly exhaled a smoke ring. Chapter 95 Garden Animals. After leaving the auction, Qin Hao immediately found a place to change out of his Dolce & Gabbana clothes and back into his orange delivery uniform. Are you kidding me? You'd rather wear this greasy work uniform than a designer suit worth tens of thousands of yuan. Du Shuuro frowned, clearly fed up with Qin Hao's taste. No way. I'm just born with a lowly fate. I can't wear these nice clothes. This work uniform fits me better, and I don't have to worry about getting dirty when I'm doing any kind of work like moving things. Qin Hao smiled han-holi. Are you ready? Du Shuuro clearly didn't want to continue arguing about her fashion sense with the troubles of delivering takeout, so she immediately changed the subject. Where to? To deliver food, of course. It's the weekend, so there are bound to be a lot of orders. You've been out all afternoon, so you should at least let me deliver a few more orders tonight, right? Qin Hao said as he got on his electric scooter and started up. I'm really defeated by you. I was planning to treat you to a big meal at Maxim's to celebrate your victory over the Guo family. Du Shuuro spread her hands helplessly. Forget it. That snail was pretty tasty, but I still think it's more cost-effective to eat the spicy snails from the roadside. They taste pretty much the same anyway. That's all for now. I'm going to deliver the orders. If anything comes up, let's keep in touch by phone. Qin Hao waved his hand, and the electric scooter beneath him shot off and quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Oh dear, I'm really impressed with the boyfriend I found to be a scapegoat. But it's quite interesting. What exactly does my dad see in you? Why would he go to such lengths to find you? Du Shuuro gave a wry smile and turned to leave. Having regained his normal identity, Qin Hao walked through the streets and alleys of Yundong City, continuing his very busy work of delivering food, a job he'd been doing for the past few months. Friday's orders were indeed very busy. In less than an hour, Qin Hao had already delivered more than 10 orders. Although it was almost the end of summer, Qin Hao was still sweating profusely after working for nearly an hour. Taking advantage of a moment when no one was around, he stopped to cool off under a tree and wipe his sweat. Oh dear, it's been several days since I visited Shan Shan and her mother at the hospital. I wonder how her mother is recovering. Qin Hao slapped his forehead. But I think there shouldn't be any problems. Since this place isn't far from Yundong Central Hospital, I might as well go and check on them. With that thought, Qin Hao hopped on his electric scooter and sped into the central hospital. Last time, Yu Shanshan's mother stayed in the ICU, but so many days have passed. Should she move to a regular internal medicine ward ahead of schedule? Qin Hao thought to himself as he walked to the nurse's station in the internal medicine ward. Excuse me, which ward is Yu Shanshan's mother in? Qin Hao asked with a slight smile. Oh, let me see. It's a single intensive care unit, 301, but she always orders food by the purse. I haven't seen her order takeout recently. The nurse had obviously mistaken Qin Hao for someone who was delivering takeout to the mother and daughter. Oh, thank you. Qin Hao didn't need any further explanation and turned directly at 301. Shanshan, this time you must listen to your sister. I'm telling you, this time you won't go wrong. Just as Qin Hao reached the door of Ward 301, he heard a woman inside shouting and talking loudly. Are Gu and Yu Shanshan's two aunts here again to persuade Shanshan to marry that scoundrel? No way. She was taught a lesson by their third brother last time, and she still hasn't learned her lesson? Qin Hao thought to himself, but he didn't stop walking and pushed the door open into Ward 301. Who are you? Shanshan, did you order takeout? The woman, who was talking animatedly in the room, looked at Qin Hao with a puzzled expression. Brother Qin Hao, you're here. Of course, Yu Shanshan, the woman standing opposite, recognized Qin Hao and excitedly ran over to him, throwing herself into his arms. Oh, who is this? The woman opposite Shanshan looked surprised, and even Shanshan's mother, who was half lying and half sitting on the hospital bed, stared at the two of them in surprise. Yes, yeah, he. Qin Hao gently pushed away the girl in his arms with some difficulty. Although Yu Shanshan's adorable fragrance made him linger, there were still two family members standing in the room after all. Shanshan, is this the benefactor you and Mom were talking about? At this moment, the middle-aged woman sitting on the hospital bed suddenly remembered something. That's right. Mom, he's the Qin Hao was talking about. He even helped us with your kidney transplant and the tens of thousands of yuan in living expenses we owed the hospital. Yu Shanshan seemed to realize she had been a bit out of line, her face turning bright red with embarrassment. Is he the rich guy who delivers takeout? Only then did Qin Hao notice the woman standing opposite Shanshan, who looked about 24 or 25 years old. She had some resemblance to Yu Shanshan in her features, but her heavy makeup made her delicate features stand out. Yes, sis, it's him, my benefactor. I really don't know how to thank you. Shanshan's mother suddenly tried to stand up on the bed, as if she wanted to kneel down to Qin Hao. Not necessarily. I was just helping out a little. Qin Hao replied casually, while immediately having Yu Shanshan support his still somewhat unsteady mother. Just helping out a little? You make it sound so easy, delivery guy. The woman who called herself Sister Yu Shanshan suddenly said in a sarcastic tone, Who are you? I'm Yu Shanshan's cousin. My name is Zheng Haiying. The woman answered readily. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Shanshan is so young. She knows everything. My aunt isn't in good health either, so you guess there's an opportunity for you, right? Suddenly, she changed the subject and began to question Qin Hao. What? Is there some opportunity? Although he asked this, Qin Hao still frowned. He could already sense that Zheng Haiying was definitely not going to say anything nice. Sister, don't talk nonsense. I believe in Brother Qin Hao's character. Yu Shanshan quickly explained on Qin Hao's behalf. What do you mean, little girl? I saw this man naked. If he didn't see a girl like you, would he help your family so much without any connection or reason? Spending so much money. He looks down on so many poor people, but I've never seen him help anyone else. These were indeed words that were quite succinct, and Qin Hao didn't really know how to refute them for a moment. In fact, he himself said that if it hadn't been Yu Shanshan who asked him to deliver food that day, or if it hadn't been a burly man, he wouldn't have been a Jewish man who went out of his way to help. Humans are, after all, visual creatures. Chapter 96 Dreams. Haiying, what you said is wrong. Regardless of their motives, they saved my life, didn't they? You shouldn't doubt them for that. Shanshan's mother, being worldly wise, helped Qin Hao out of the predicament with just one sentence. So what? Just because he did you a favor, does that mean Shanshan has to marry him? Zheng Haiying scoffed. Oh dear, sis. When his brother Qin, however, said he wants to marry me, Yu Shanshan asked anxiously, her face turning red. You're not going to marry me. Just take advantage without taking responsibility? Wouldn't you be at an even greater disadvantage? My silly sister. Zheng Haiying's words almost made Qin Hao and Yu Shanshan mortified, and and the two of them wished they could disappear into the ground. What exactly did Shan Shan's cousin go through? She's practically demonizing men. Qin Hao thought to himself, somewhat speechless. All right, Shan Shan, I don't care how you want to repay your food delivery benefactor. Besides visiting my aunt, I also wanted to introduce you to that great opportunity. Shan Shan, a girl's best years are only a few, so don't waste them on food delivery jobs. Zheng Haiying quickly said to Qin Hao, who spoke earnestly to Yu Shan Shan. Opportunity? What opportunity? Qin Hao is also very curious. Of course you, a food delivery guy, wouldn't know. The hottest celebrity and leading lady in the country are filming a time travel drama at the Shudian Film and Television City in Yundong City, where they're supposed to be beggars back in the Han Dynasty. I don't know. Qin Hao shook his head. In fact, he didn't even know who the most popular traffic stars and leading actresses in the country were, let alone what TV series they were filming now. You country bumpkin. I'm very close to the director and producer of that familiar drama. This time, I got an important role as the maid to the leading lady, and I've also secured a very important role for our Shan Shan. I'm here to have Shan Shan and me become actors together. If we do well, we can become famous overnight. Zheng Haiying proudly raised her head, as if she had already become a star. Become an actor? Become a star? Qin Hao scratched his head. Although he knew nothing about the film and television industry, he felt that Zheng Haiying's words were somewhat unreliable. Tomorrow is a crucial opportunity for you to change your destiny, little sister. I won't repeat how rare this opportunity is. I hope to see you on set. All right, it's getting late. I have a dinner appointment with some directors and producers tonight, so I have to go now. You know your sister is more famous in the film and television industry than I am. Oh well, I have so many social engagements. After saying this, Zheng Haiying glanced at the astonished Qin Hao, snorted coldly, and left room 301. Brother Qin Hao, do you think I should go tomorrow? Yu Shan Shan asked Qin Hao with anticipation. Girl, is your cousin Zheng Haiying really doing well in the film and television industry? Qin Hao asked back. Well, I'm not really sure either. I just heard she's filmed a lot of TV dramas at the film studio, but I haven't seen any of her scenes in any of them yet, Yu Shan Shan said hesitantly. Oh, so what? Qin Hao said with a wry smile. He really didn't understand what right a background actor had to look down on him, a food deliver man. However, although I really want to try it. Yu Shan Shan's last sentence made Qin Hao chuckle. It seems that becoming a big star is every girl's dream, right? Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow, little sister. Looking at the hopeful eyes of the graceful Yu Shan Shan, Qin Hao nodded. It was already past 7 p.m. when I got back to my dormitory at Yundong University. As soon as he entered, Qin Hao was surrounded by Pang and Zhao Yuanxiao. Confess. Yes, you know our policy. Confess, and you'll be severely punished. Resist, and you'll be crippled. The otaku pounced on Qin Hao 2 times, as if his face had been painted with flowers. Confess? Confess what? Qin Hao asked, feigning ignorance. Explain what? Of course, you need to explain how you got involved with the school beauty, Du Shuero. That's right. Did you sell your soul or your body? This guy didn't say a word from the moment he came in. Okay. Qin Hao must be exhausted after delivering food. Let him rest first. You two are acting like you're forcing him. We brothers are in this together. We don't need to force him. He'll say it anyway. The eldest brother, Feng Jiaxin, was kind-hearted. Hee, the boss is still the best. Qin Hao said, taking off his delivery uniform as he leaned back on the bed and chuckled as he looked at her Pangzi and Zhao Yuanxiao. Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. That's right, we're all waiting. The otaku persisted in asking questions. You're all wrong. I'm just someone else's stepping stone boyfriend. Qin Hao had no choice but to tell the truth, since there was nothing to hide from them. Qin Hao's next step was to go home to attend his cousin's wedding, where he happened to run into Du Shuero, and thus the whole story of how she hired him to be her scapegoat boyfriend came to pass. So that's how it is? You can make money by being the school beauty's boyfriend? How come I never encounter such a good thing? Pang pinched his fat face in frustration. All right, you stay in your dorm all day playing games and watching live streams. Even if the school beauty wanted to find you, she wouldn't be able to. The eldest brother, Feng Bin, hit the nail on the head. All right, we've finished telling Qin Hao's secrets. Pang, aren't you going to tell us your plan? Zhao Yuanxiao interrupted the discussion. Pang's plan? Qin Hao was taken aback. Yes, that's right. You still remember Ru Meng, right? Upon hearing Zhao Yuanxiao's words, Air's previously sluggish spirit immediately lifted. That female student who's a live streamer? What happened to her? Fongbin was also very curious. Ru Meng was eliminated in the top 16 of the Carnival PK held by Maoyao Live. She was not originally qualified to participate in the carnival celebration and walk the red carpet. However, luckily, the carnival was held in Yundong City, so Maoyao thoughtfully gave popular streamers who were eliminated the opportunity to participate in the red carpet. She just had a meeting in the fan group and hoped that we would go to that carnival together to cheer for her. Erpang said excitedly, shouting encouragement. Qin Hao couldn't help but think of those fan groups who frantically shouted slogans for celebrities, pounding their chests and yelling. But I risked my life to accompany you guys to Chishan a few days ago, so you won't refuse to help me with this, will you? Erpang blinked his small eyes mischievously, looking at the other three people in the dormitory. Chapter 97 Competition? I have no problem. Erpang, do you want me to crawl on the ground and wail like a wolf or cry my heart out? Just say the word and I, Zhao Yuanshao, will back down. Good brother. The two fat men stretched out their fat hands and gave Zhao Yuanshao a high five. What time? Qin Hao asked helplessly, watching the two nerdy guys entertaining themselves. It's the day after tomorrow, Sunday at noon. Boss, what do you mean? Qin Hao turned to look at Fongbin again. I can speak, so I naturally have no choice but to fulfill my brother's request, Fongbin said with a wry smile. All right, the day after tomorrow, Sunday, our whole dorm will go to the carnival to support Meng Meng. Anyone who doesn't go is a coward. Erpang cheered happily. Nothing happened that night. On Saturday morning, Qin Hao got up early, quickly washed up, and changed into his orange delivery uniform for the school. He promised Yu Shanshan that he would accompany her to the film and television base to audition for an important role in a TV series about someone who travels back to the Han Dynasty and becomes a beggar. As soon as he stood in front of the gate of Yundong Central Hospital, he saw Yu Shanshan running towards him. Today, Shanshan wore a black and white sheer short skirt. With light makeup, she exuded youthful and vibrant energy, attracting the attention of passers-by who frequently stopped to admire her. Girl, you look so beautiful today. Qin Hao praised sincerely. Really? I'm really pretty. There's probably nothing that makes a girl happier than hearing a heartfelt compliment from her sweetheart. Yu Shanshan skipped and hopped on a Qin Hao's electric scooter. Located on the outskirts of Yundong City, about 20 kilometers from the city center, the Hungyan World Studios boasts picturesque scenery with mountains and water. Initially, it was just a place where film and television crews would come to shoot outdoor scenes. Later, someone saw the business potential here and developed it into a large-scale production, building numerous indoor shooting studios. Since then, Hungyan World Studios has become a well-known film and television shooting center, with a large number of extras and background actors stationed here, hoping to get even a small appearance in a film or television production. Although Qin Hao had known about this film and television base for a long time, he had no interest in it, so this was his first time visiting. As for Yu Shanshan, she was even less interested. Cousin, where is your filming crew? Seeing that she had entered the main gate of the base, Yu Shanshan picked up her phone and dialed Zheng Haiying's number. You're here? That's great. You've arrived at Block C, Section 13. I'll pick you up there. Zheng Haiying, on the other end of the phone, was also very excited to hear that Shanshan had arrived. 13th District C. Qin Hao looked at the shooting studio number on the screen while marveling at the sheer scale of the Hungyan World Studios. Having undergone several renovations in the past, this vertical shop now boasts a wide variety of goods. No matter what kind of film or television drama you want to shoot, you can find a suitable filming location here. Walking here is like walking through the long river of history. The cultural landscape and historical buildings are everywhere. You will not see actors dressed in clothes from different dynasties walking around the base. Brother Qin Hao, look at that little dwarf. I know him. Oh my, and I know the big actor too. Yu Shanshan, sitting third from Qin Hao, was like Grandma Lu entering the Grandview Garden, excitedly pointing and shouting. Block C, Section 13, this is it. Qin Hao had just stopped his electric scooter when he saw Zheng Haiying, dressed in Hanfu court attire, walking over from not far away. Hey Shanshan, you said you were coming, so why did you bring this delivery guy with you? Zheng Haiying looked displeased as soon as she saw Qin Hao in his delivery uniform. Cousin, this is my first time here, and I don't know the way around very well. Besides, I'm not so nervous with Brother Qin Hao by my side. Yu Shanshan said timidly, her face flushed. TCH, look at you, so pathetic. Besides, your cousin is here with me. What's there to be nervous about? Zheng Haiying snorted. then mysteriously pulled Yu Shanshan aside, whispering as if she didn't want Qin Hao to hear. Girl, what your cousin told you yesterday may have changed a little. Changes? What changes? Yu Shanshan asked, somewhat puzzled. Oh dear, well, didn't I say I found a good director and producer to help me get a role? But the producer came early this morning and brought two girls with her. They said they also wanted to participate in this performance. The director of the crew felt that there were too many people, so today he might ask the girl to go with the two girls who came temporarily to try to get roles together. Competition? But sis, I've never acted before. How can I compete with others? Shan panicked a little when she heard this. You've never acted before, but do you think those two girls have? Don't be afraid. When you go in, just be natural and confident, and the director will make sure you understand him. With your looks, how could those two ugly girls possibly compete with you? Zheng Haiying quickly encouraged Shan. There's still competition? Is there something going on here? Qin Hao, who was standing next to him, couldn't help but interject and ask, even though he hadn't heard very clearly. What do you know, you food delivery guy? You'd better stay outside quietly. We're going in to meet big-name directors and actors. People like you are better off not going in. Zheng Haiying glanced at Qin Hao, who suddenly said impatiently, No, I'm too nervous without Qin Hao by my side. I can't even go in by myself. Yu Shanshan said as she walked back to Qin Hao's side, clinging tightly to his arm like a little raccoon clinging to a little bird. Okay, let him go in. But he can go in, but he absolutely cannot say anything out of line, you know? He's a delivery guy, Zheng Haiying said, hugging Qin Hao with concern. Qin Hao nodded helplessly. In truth, he really couldn't possibly pay any attention to Shanshan's cousin. If it weren't for Yu Shanshan's dream, he wouldn't have come all this way to suffer this disdain. So Qin Hao and his cousin Shanshan followed one after the other into the photography studio in Block C of District 13. Once inside, they discovered that the studio, which looked unremarkable from the outside, was actually quite a hidden gem, complete with pavilions, rockeries, and trees. We're here. Quick, Shanshan, come and meet our director. Cousin Zheng Haiying pointed to a middle-aged man not far away, who was holding a megaphone and directing a large group of people to move props. Chapter 98 Audition. Director you. My cousin Shanshan is here. Zheng Haiying ran over affectionately, grabbing the middle-aged man's arm and calling out. Oh, you're here? Where are you? The man called Director turned around and glanced at Yu Shanshan and Qin Hao, who were standing with Zheng Haiying and his brother, with a somewhat dismissive look. This girl. Director Yu stared into Yu Shanshan's eyes, adjusting his glasses. Yeah, what do you think? Pretty good, right? I wasn't kidding you, was I? I told you, my cousin Yu Shanshan is a real beauty. Zheng Haiying asked excitedly. Her physical condition is not bad, but I don't know if she has any acting talent. Hey, you guys carry this bed in. We'll need these things for a scene later. Director Yu said to the workers carrying dry goods through a megaphone while sizing up Yu Shanshan. Acting talent? Aren't those things learned and cultivated? No big star was born an actor, right? Besides, with our relationship, as long as you say a few good words for us sisters on set and give us more screen time, I don't believe we can't become famous. Zheng Haiying leaned against Director Yu, constantly rubbing her body against the man. Okay. Be careful. This is in public. I'll talk to the director later and let her participate in the actor audition this morning. Director Yu seemed a little reserved, gently pushing Zheng Haiying's body away from him. That's great. Director Yu is reliable. Zheng Haiying exclaimed happily. Hey kid, who are you delivering takeout to? Our crew orders takeout together. No one orders separately. Director Yu only noticed Qin Hao, who was Shanshan's third delivery at this point. Aye. I'm not here to deliver food. I'm here to accompany her to the audition. Qin Hao said shyly when the person pointed at him and asked. Accompanying her to the audition? You two know each other. Director Yu turned his head and glanced at Zheng Haiying. Actually, this kid has always had a crush on my sister. When he heard that I was bringing Shanshan to the audition today, he was a little worried and came along. Zheng Haiying whispered in the director's ear. Oh, what a romantic. But tell him he can come to the audition, but he's not allowed to talk nonsense. If he interferes with our filming, I can kick him out at any time. Director Yu glanced at Qin Hao and issued a warning. Yes. Don't worry, I'll keep an eye on you. Zheng Haiying nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at broken rice. Good to know. Come on over here. You guys hurry up and finish that little bit of work. Director Yu gave another instruction to the workers, then led Zheng Haiying and the other two forward. After walking through several winding corridors and pavilions, we arrived at a separate photography booth that should be the main hall. A scene is being filmed inside the main hall. The hall is filled with staff, and several large cameras are shooting back and forth. You guys wait by this truck. The month-long celebration filming is over. I'll go ask the director when you can start auditions. Director, you pointed to a large filming trailer, telling Qin Hao and the others to wait aside, while leading Zheng Haiying into the main hall. Brother Qin Hao, I'm a little nervous. Yu Shanshan looked curiously into the main hall for a while and said with some worry, Don't be afraid. You're here to audition. It would be great if you could become an actor, but it's okay if you can't. Qin Hao patted Yu Shanshan's small hand that was holding him comfortingly. Hey, what's with these people dating and flirting on this stage in public? Yeah, this man's dream is to be a food delivery driver. At this moment, two beautiful women dressed as palace maids from the Han Dynasty stepped out of the large trailer next to them. They had probably just changed their makeup and came out. When they saw Qin Hao, who was receiving Yu Shanshan, they said something sarcastic. TSK, is this girl here for an audition? She's pretty good looking. How did she end up with such a poor boyfriend? Oh dear, who hasn't been young? Once she experiences the romance and allure of this place, she'll probably kick this delivery guy away. You two have been chatting for a while now. Hurry up and go. Teacher Lung will be busy soon. The palace maid made a few jokes, and then a staff member came over to urge them to go inside quickly. Their words made Qin Hao and Yu Shanshan blush and feel uneasy. Looking at Yu Shanshan's shy and adorable eyes as she looked at him, Qin Hao felt a surge of excitement. To say that Qin Hao is completely unmoved by a beautiful young woman like Yu Shanshan would be utter nonsense. But now he's involved with Liu himself, and he doesn't know whether the girl he truly likes is Du Shiuero, Yu Shanshan, or Zhang Lulu, whom he both loves and hates. Moreover, his current identity is special, bearing the title of a fake heir to the Tianyu group, and he doesn't know when this charade will be exposed, which makes him somewhat hesitant to express his feelings. Get out of the way! Get out of the way! Just as Qin Hao was lost in thought, someone suddenly pushed him from behind, and Qin Hao stumbled and almost fell. Why are you pushing people? Yu Shanshan quickly came over to help Qin Hao. You have absolutely no sense of propriety. Who else would we recommend if not you? The staff member who came over from behind paused for a moment. Forget it, don't bother arguing with the delivery guy. A woman dressed in magnificent palace attire, protected by 4 guards behind her, walked step by step past Qin Hao and his companions. She's Lung Zixin, the hottest leading lady right now. Yu Shanshan suddenly recognized the gorgeously dressed beauty and excitedly shouted, Show quiet. If you scare Teacher Lung, can you take responsibility? A staff member immediately stopped Yu Shanshan. Brother Qin Hao, did you see that just now? Lung Zixin is the most popular female celebrity right now. I heard she can earn hundreds of millions a year just from filming. I wish I could be that popular. Yu Shanshan didn't dare to speak loudly anymore, but whispered in Qin Hao's ear with an envious expression on her face. Oh, what TV series do you want to watch? But I can't seem to find the name. Qin Hao nodded. It would be a lie to say he didn't know the name Lung Zixin at all. These days, these star-making campaigns practically cover all media advertising. You can say you don't want to watch it, but you absolutely can't say you can't see it. All right. The scene for before is over. Director Yu and Chief Director Zheng have finished speaking. So Shanshan, you need to go over for your audition right away. Hai Ying excitedly said from the crowd in the main hall. Shanshan is weak, but your brother Qin Hao is here. Qin Hao held Yu Shanshan's small hand again to give her confidence. All right, stop flirting. Come upstairs with me right now. Zhang Haiying pulled Yu Shanshan into the main hall where the conversation had just ended, and Qin Hao squeezed in after her. Chapter 99 Advancement. It took them a great deal of effort to squeeze into the magnificently decorated hall, which was clearly built in the style of the Han Dynasty. The roof of the main hall was brightly lit by searchlights, and several figures moved back and forth in front of it. Director, take a look at my sister, Yu Shanshan. Zhang Haiying pulled Yu Shanshan to a dark-skinned, thin man in a stylish baseball cap, sitting among a pile of cameras and monitors. Indeed quite good. The dark-skinned, thin man's eyes swept over Yu Shanshan with the speed and intensity of a market inspection, and he nodded, saying, However, I can't really argue with President Zhao because of his face. How about this? Since there's a chance for a melodramatic scene right now, have your cousin change into her costume and makeup, and have her try out a melodramatic scene here in a bit. If she does well, we'll keep her. If not, she can leave immediately. Okay, little sister, I'll take you to change your clothes now. Zhang Haiying happily agreed when she heard that there was a chance, and pulled the somewhat flustered Yu Shanshan to the dressing room in the back. Qin Hao frowned, feeling something was amiss, but since things had come to this point, there was nothing he could do to stop it. At this moment, Lung Zixin, the leading lady of the Shi family who had been sitting in the main seat of the main hall, gave a wink to the actresses playing palace maids, and the two of them immediately came over. When you give that little girl her audition later, beat her hard, make sure her face is bruised and battered. Lung Zixin silently gave orders to the two palace maids. Teacher Lung, do you have a grudge against this little girl? A relatively honest palace maid pondered behind closed doors. A grudge? I don't even know her. What right does this little brat have to be my enemy? Lung Zixin sneered. Then, the palace maid who asked the question didn't finish her sentence, but it was clear that the second half of her sentence was, then why were they beaten so badly? Are you stupid? If Teacher Lung tells you to hit, then just hit. Teacher Lung will always support us no matter what happens. So what are you afraid of? Another palace maid was clearly better at flattering Lung Zixin. That's fine. You can leave it at that. Lung Zixin smiled slightly, indicating that the two palace maids could step aside. In fact, Lung Zixin's gaze simply reflected her reluctance to let a girl with such potential as Yu Shanshan enter the film and television industry. Having seen countless people, she could immediately see Yu Shanshan's intelligent and lively eyes, graceful figure, and youthful beauty. A girl like this could very well become a big star if given the opportunity, and she didn't want to create another formidable rival for no reason. I'd better beat you until you doubt your existence. Let's see how you dream of becoming a star then. Lung Zixin thought with a smile. Zhang Haiying had already brought Yu Shanshan, who had changed into her costume and props, back to the main hall. It has to be said that Lung Zixin's eye for talent was quite sharp. Yu Shanshan, dressed in ancient costume, had a graceful and elegant demeanor, which explained why Lung Zixin was worried that this young girl would become her formidable rival in the future. Not bad, good image. Let me briefly explain the play to you. You are Teacher Lung, playing the princess's maid. Teacher Lung is very sad because the male lead went missing. At this moment, you serve the princess a cup of tea. The princess doesn't notice and breaks the teacup. Because she's in a bad mood, she takes her anger out on you and has the other two maids beat you up. Do you understand? The dark-skinned, thin man in the baseball cap explained to you Shanshan while watching. It's actually a fight scene with jumping around. Qin Hao, who was among the crowd, frowned even more deeply upon hearing this. Why are we filming a scene where someone is being bullied right from the start? Although he knew very well that for a girl like Yu Shanshan, who didn't have a professional background, it was quite good that she could get a role with lines right away after joining the crew. Qin Hao still vaguely felt that something was wrong. Got it, director. Such a simple request for a role naturally stumped Yu Shanshan. All right, let's get ready to begin. Cameraman, take your positions. Back in the Han Dynasty as a beggar, scene 38 begins. Your Highness, your tea. Yu Shanshan timidly placed a cup of hot tea next to the table, next to the princess who was sitting in the main seat. Perhaps because she had endured a lot of hardship herself, Yu Shanshan's portrayal of the palace maid was remarkably lifelike. Clang! The teacup was knocked over and shattered by Lung Zixin. With a slap, Lung Zixin slapped Yu Shanshan across the face. Yu Shanshan's delicate face immediately turned red. How could you actually hit someone? Qin Hao, seeing this, immediately became anxious and rushed out shouting. Crack, crack, crack. The thin, dark-skinned man in the baseball cap yelled and jumped up from his chair. Who the hell are you? How did you get in here? You food delivery guy? No, Director Wong. He's this girl's boyfriend. He came with her to watch her audition. The director, surnamed Yu, hurriedly ran out from the crowd, answering in a flustered manner. A food delivery guy's boyfriend? I don't care whose boyfriend he is. This is my filming location. How could you just throw someone here like that? Director Wong was so angry that he slapped the other director across the face. Yes, I'm sorry. I'll kick him out right now. I'll take him out. The man surnamed you didn't dodge or flinch, but stood up straight and took the hit. Get out of here, you food delivery guy. Of course, his attitude toward Qin Hao afterward was predictable. Shanshan, let's go. We're not filming this anymore. Qin Hao walked over and tried to help Yu Shanshan, who was secretly shedding tears in the center of the stage. No, she can't leave. The dark-skinned, thin man, suddenly called Director Wong, shouted. As soon as he finished speaking, two strong staff members blocked Qin Hao's way. What? Why won't you let Shan Shan leave? Director Wong's words clearly surprised Qin Hao. She's just here to audition. If she doesn't get the role, so what? Oomph. No way. She already signed a contract with our crew in the backstage dressing room. From now on, she will also compensate our crew members. If she wants to break the contract alone, she will have to pay a huge sum of money. As he spoke, Director Wong took the thick contract from his assistant. Shan Shan, how come you signed the contract so quickly? Qin Hao asked you, Shan Shan. Just now, in the dressing room. My cousin gave me the documents to sign. I didn't even know what was on them. My cousin said there was definitely no problem, and I thought, how could she lie to me? So I signed them all. Upon hearing that not performing would mean paying a huge sum in compensation, Yu Shanshan's tears immediately welled up. It's just losing money, right? How much? I'll go to the bank right now and get the money to pay you back. Qin Hao was so angry that he jumped up and down, thinking to himself, Shan Shan, don't any of your relatives take advantage of you? You're going to pay compensation? It's not that I look down on you, but with your income from delivering food, even 10 years of delivery work probably wouldn't be enough to cover a fraction of her compensation. Go, go, go. Get this delivery guy out of here. Don't cause me any more trouble. Director Wong seemed unconvinced that Qin Hao could come up with enough compensation. Can you at least give me a price? Hey, hey, don't push me. Don't push me. Although Qin Hao repeatedly explained that he could pay, he was still pushed around the rumbling studio by two burly staff members. Chapter 100 Question. How did the audition turn into this? Qin Hao looked at the studio door that slammed shut, feeling somewhat helpless. He was determined to go to the bank immediately and withdraw a few million, which he would then throw at the face of the dead director Wong. The film studio is located in the suburban Shujing store. Although there are a few ATMs, the withdrawal limit is definitely not enough to throw money at people. If she were to ride her electric scooter to the bank to withdraw money now, it would take at least an hour and a half round trip. And then, who knows how badly Shan Shan would be beaten by that fierce-looking Lung Zixin. Oh dear, my poor Shan Shan. Qin Hao scratched his head and suddenly noticed the words Manhua Film Company printed on a car not far away, and his heart skipped a beat. In the rice fragrance, Qin Hao was carried out by two staff members, and Yu Shanshan was immediately flustered and at a loss. Shanshan, don't be afraid. Even if you get slapped a few times, I started from scratch as an extra. Zhang Haiying, who had just disappeared, suddenly appeared beside Yu Shanshan and began to comfort her. All right, the scene from just now is going to continue. The set is clear now. Actors who are not in the scene, please leave the set immediately. Director Wong raised the megaphone and shouted to Zhang Haiying, who was accompanying Yu Shanshan. Okay, go Shanshan. Zhang Haiying smiled obsequiously at Director Wong, then left the stage with a beaming smile, as if Yu Shanshan being beaten was something to be happy about. Sister, I'm scared. Yu Shanshan was only 17 or 18 years old after all. Although she had stopped crying, she still couldn't help but tremble when she saw the two fierce palace maids next to Lung Zixin. Damn it, that shameless guy must have his eye on this little brat, and he's probably trying to get the producer a girlfriend again. Lung Zixin, sitting in the main seat, had a face as dark as water as she covered Director Wong, who was holding a megaphone. Sister Lung, do you think we should continue fighting later? A palace maid leaned over and asked in a low voice. Oomph. Fight, of course we should fight. Lung Zixin said with a slight twitch of her lips. All right, the palace maid replied. All right, the next scene is still the Tang Dynasty, scene 38, where we're a beggar. Cinematographer, footage, action. Your Highness, your tea. As Yu Shanshan walked up the first step, her small hands holding the teacup trembled slightly. With a crash, the teacup was knocked over again, and Lung Zixin slapped her again with a backhand. However, Yu Shanshan wasn't stupid. Knowing that the big star opposite her didn't like her, she naturally wouldn't offer her face to be slapped. This time, at the moment she handed over the teacup, she consciously smeared her face slightly and dodged. Smack! Even so, Lung Zixin's fingers were still sharp and struck Yu Shanshan's face, leaving 5 bright red finger marks on her other cheek. Still dare to hide? Lung Zixin sneered. Guards, give this useless servant a good beating. 2 palace maids who were already prepared nearby gave a shout and immediately grabbed Yu Shanshan from both sides, holding her firmly. Oomph. Trying to dodge? Let's see how you bitch can dodge now. Lung Zixin swung her hand, and it looked like Yu Shanshan was about to suffer again. Call. Suddenly, a slightly hoarse male voice rang out from outside the crowd. Who? Who called cut? Director Wong was momentarily stunned. In this studio, besides himself, there was no one else who dared to take his place and grant him this right for free. Don't get excited. It's me, Director Wong. After a while, several men in black suits escorted a short man into the crowd outside. Oh, who am I? So it's you, young Master Huang, taking time out of your busy schedule to visit the set. Director Wong, who was about to get angry, suddenly put on a smiling face as he looked at the human who had just entered. Hee, it's all right. I heard that our little Zixin has a show today, so of course I had to come and see. The young man, known as young Master Huang, grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellowed, stained teeth. Oomph. Young Master Huang, do you still remember that I'm here filming for your family? It's been several days, and you haven't even come to see me. I thought you'd fallen for some little vixen and forgotten about me. Lung Zixin, sitting in the main seat, changed her cold demeanor and started speaking in a coquettish tone that made people's bones melt. Yu Shanshan was released by the two palace maids at this time. She was a little scared and stepped aside, secretly thinking, thank goodness. How could that be? Who would I forget? I can't forget my beautiful Zixin. As he spoke, the young man Huang reached out and gently stroked Lung Zixin's face. Lung Zixin, who was regarded as the dream goddess by countless young men, seemed to think that something was inappropriate and accepted the young man Huang's caress with a smile. Well, now that young Master Huang is here, let's take a break. Take a break. Director Wong cleared his throat and called out with a hint of helplessness, looking at the two of them getting all worked up. Young Master Huang, now that this movie is finished, does Manhua Film and Television have any other big productions planned? Since this was in public, Lung Zixin and young Master Huang couldn't be too distant. After a few intimate hugs, Lung Zixin asked with a smile, yes, of course. We've finished filming back to the Han Dynasty as a beggar, and now we're planning to start filming the popular I But the Ghost Blows Out the Light, Huang Xiao said, stroking Lung Zixin's slender waist. So, who are you going to cast as the female lead? Lung Zixin continued her coquettish offensive, pressing her soft body against Huang Xiao's not-so-tall frame. Hee, need I say more? Of course I'll still go for you, Zixin. We've been working together for so long. We know each other so well. How could we change people? Faced with such beauty, young Master Huang's tongue was practically tied. However, people have heard that your father has been contacting that Bing Bing a lot lately. Who knows? You might actually be planning to replace me, your old acquaintance. Lung Zixin, being an award-winning actress, actually reddened her eyes and was about to shed tears as she spoke. Damn it, that old lecher. No, my dad had many considerations when he approached Bing Bing, didn't he? You don't know, Bing Bing is well-connected with many investors. We, who run a film company, have to respect the investors' advice, don't we? Huang Xiao cursed, but immediately began to explain. Then you don't need me? Upon hearing the implication of these words, Lung Zixin's face tightened. Of course not, but I still need to discuss this with my old man when I get back. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Young Master Huang patted his chest and assured him. Oomph. Trust you? I'd rather trust your lecherous old man. Lung Zixin sneered inwardly. Huh, I've never seen this little beauty before. Is she new here? Huang Xiao suddenly pointed to the person next to him who was whispering with his cousin Zheng Haiying and said that Yu Shanshan's eyes were faintly visible in his ear. Chapter 101 Kaka Kaka. Me? Young Master Huang. My name is Zheng Haiying, and I'm a temporary actress in your production crew. As soon as young Master Huang pointed at her, Zheng Haiying immediately stood up and answered with a smile. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about that young one. Huang Xiao waved his hand impatiently, pointing to Yu Shanshan, who had been hiding among Zheng Haiying's brothers. Young Master Huang. This is her first day auditioning. She just signed a contract. Wasn't she rehearsing a tragic scene with Teacher Long before you came? This little girl is quite talented. Director Wong knew from young Master Huang's eyes that he was interested in Shan Shan, so he quickly came over to explain. Oh, this is a good condition. Director Wong, can you make arrangements? I'm going to take her to audition. The investors originally hoped to find some promising newcomers in the film The Ghost Blows Out the Light, and I think this young lady is quite good. Huang Xiao looked at Yu Shanshan, who was somewhat timid in front of Zheng Haiying's brother, and his mouth was almost watering. Hurry up and thank young Master Huang. Go on, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Young Master Huang, please don't take offense. My sister Shanshan hasn't seen many big occasions. She's a little nervous. Zheng Haiying hurriedly explained in a flattering manner as soon as she saw Yu Shanshan hiding behind her. This little vixen, she's not even famous yet, and she's already trying to steal my mother's thunder. Just wait and see how I deal with her. Lung Zixin, who was not far away, was so angry that she gritted her teeth and made a commotion when she saw Huang Xiao's infatuated look. All right, everyone's rested enough. Director Wang, do you guys want to continue with the scene we were just filming? Lung Zixin clapped her hands and shouted. That's right, that's right. You all have to see how dedicated Teacher Lung is. Otherwise, how would she become so famous? Young Master Huang, why don't you sit down and watch for a while? Director Wang said as he had someone bring over a large chair for young Master Huang to sit down. Scene 38, back to the Han Dynasty as a beggar. Cinematographer, get ready, action. Director Wang shouted again after everyone else on set had left. Your princess's tea. Shan Shan carefully brought the teacup over again. After the first two trials, she increasingly realized that Lung Zixin wanted to get rid of her today. Although her young mind couldn't understand what it was, she instinctively pulled her little face back. Slap! This was the third time Lung Zixin's slap had landed on Yu Shanshan's face today. This time, even Huang Xiao, who was standing next to her, frowned. Oh dear, don't hit such a delicate face. But knowing Lung Zixin as he did, he knew he couldn't call cut. Now, or this capricious female celebrity would definitely throw a tantrum. Compared to the entire filming process, the beatings Yu Shanshan endured were nothing. Guards, seize this wretched maid. I'm going to teach her a lesson. Lung Zixin ordered the maids on either side to stop Yu Shanshan from speaking again, while she whispered in Shanshan's ear. Don't think that just because young Master Huang is here, you have someone backing you up. If I don't beat you until your face is a bloody mess today, I'll follow you from now on. As she spoke, Lung Zixin raised her hand high. Just imagine the deafening power of this slap if it could withstand the blow from Hui Di. Oh dear, this girl is in trouble. Yes, who can blame her for being so beautiful? Is being good-looking a crime? Of all the roles she could play, why did she have to act in a melodramatic drama with that pervert Lung Zixin? Oh dear, it would have been better if that young Master Huang couldn't come. Now we're doomed. Lung Zixin hates anyone vying for favor the most. Inside the Xingyoudian film studio, the staff and actors who attracted attention kept sighing and whispering among themselves. Although they all knew that Lung Zixin was using acting to settle personal scores, who dared to say it out loud? Even young Master Huang, the heir of Manhwa film and television, couldn't bear to watch and closed his eyes. He was thinking that if it was a waste to have her face bruised and battered, he would have to wait until it healed before he could take her to audition. It was really bad. Cut. Suddenly, another shout rang out from outside the crowd. What the hell? Are you kidding me? You're not even letting me film today's carnival scene. Director Wang yelled, jumping up and down from his chair. Who called cut this time? Even Lung Zixin, who had almost strained her back from the sound card, was angrily questioning loudly. The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment, completely wondering who had the audacity to do so. It's me. The voice came from outside. The crowd parted to the left and right, and Xin Hao, dressed in an orange food delivery uniform, appeared in the shed. Are you delivering food? Director Wang was taken aback, then immediately shouted. Which bastard brought this delivery coil this time? You must be young Master Huang, the heir of Manhua Film Company, right? Xin Hao seemed to completely ignore Director Wang's furious shouts and walked straight to young Master Huang, who was sitting in a chair. Who are you? What do you want with me, you food delivery guy? Huang Xiao was taken aback for a moment, then immediately asked back. It's nothing. I just wanted to remind you that your dad is going to call you now. So please be ready to answer, Xin Hao said with a slight smile. Bullshit. Do I need to notify you before my dad calls me? Forget about food. Someone come here right now and kick this stinky delivery guy out. Of course, Huang Xiao didn't believe Xin Hao's words. He waved his hand, and the staff on both sides came over again, trying to drag Xin Hao out again. Wait a minute, young Master Huang. I'm afraid you'll have to wait another 20 seconds. Otherwise, you'll be in big trouble. Xin Hao hurriedly explained as he saw that he was about to be lifted up by the big man again. I'll wait your mother's sake. You're a fucking lunatic. You only just kicked me out. You've bothered me. But before Huang Xiao could finish his last few words, a crisp phone ringtone sounded in his pocket. Huh, there really is a phone call? It must be a coincidence, right? Huang Xiao suspiciously took out his phone from his pocket, only to be surprised to find that the caller ID showed his father's number. Wait a minute. Don't throw that delivery guy out yet. Although he still felt it was just a coincidence, Huang Xiao waved his hand and stopped the burly man who was supporting Qin Hao as he walked out. Hey, Huang Shui, aren't you on set right now? His father's voice came through the microphone clearly. Yes, Dad, is something wrong? Young Master Huang asked curiously. There is something you need to do. Your perspective on going back to the Han Dynasty to be a beggar might need to be revised. The voice on the other end stunned Huang Xiao even more. Chapter 102 Strike. The script needs to be changed? Wasn't this script already finalized when we were filming? Oh, Dad, you never get involved in these kind of things. Huang Xiao stared blankly, wondering why his father, who never cared about scripts, would suggest revising it. Well, what exactly are we talking about? Now, bring Director Wang over right now, and I'll explain the reasonable reasoning to you. His father clearly had some unspoken difficulties, but his tone was very firm in asking him to revise it. Okay. Director Wang, come here for a moment. My dad has something to discuss with us. Let's all rest a bit more. Young Master Huang gestured for Director Wang, who was busy directing the staff, to come over. All right, young Master Huang, did everyone hear that? Let's take a break. What should we do with Huang Xiao, the food deliver man? The two staff members who were still supporting Qin Hao exchanged glances. Let's deactivate it first, Huang Xiaokai suggested. Although his dad didn't mention the food delivery guy on the phone, the fact that the kid knew his dad was calling him beforehand is obviously quite something. Shanshan, are you all right? Qin Hao finally broke free from the two burly men and rushed to Yu Shanshan's side to ask her how she was doing. What's wrong with you? Can't you see how much young Master Huang values my Shanshan? How well she acts alongside Teacher Lung. Zheng Haiying said with a look of disdain, blocking Yu Shanshan's way. Brother Qin Hao, I'm fine. Yu Shanshan wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. This little girl is quite resilient. It's good that you're all right. It's good that you're all right. But Brother Qin Hao is asking you, do you still want to continue acting in this show? Qin Hao didn't seem to care about Zheng Haiying. Brother Qin Hao, didn't the director just say that if we don't act, we'll have to pay a lot of money? I'm afraid we can't just not act, right? Yu Shanshan said timidly. With your brother Qin Hao here, you can act in whatever you want. But right now, I think you should finish your acting, at least finish filming the protective scenes. Qin Hao said, looking at Yu Shanshan's red fingers, suddenly a little angry. Then all right, I'll listen to you, Brother Qin Hao. Yu Shanshan looked at Qin Hao's determined eyes and nodded in faith. Ever since Qin Hao successfully found a kidney for her mother, Yu Shanshan felt that she would believe whatever this food delivery guy said. Meanwhile, on the other side of the scene, Huang Xiao had just hung up the phone with his father. Young Master Huang, do you think this will work? Director Wang asked nervously. Whether it works or not. The new investors have already said so. Even my dad has to listen to them. Huang Xiao said, sounding somewhat helpless. Well, I'll call them over now and explain the new plot to them, Director Wang said, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Okay, go ahead. All right, everyone quiet down. The film company called. There's a scene that might happen here. Let me tell you about the new plot. Director Wang shouted into a megaphone at the noisy crowd, and the actors and staff in the hall immediately fell silent. Do we need to revise the budget? Brother Qin Hao, I'm still a little worried. Yu Shanshan said nervously in a low voice. My dear sister, just listen to this with peace of mind. Qin Hao is clearly confident. Change your vision. Lung Zixin, who was sitting in a large recliner with several assistants busy touching up her makeup, suddenly raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. As the biggest star in the show, all plot points related to her had to be discussed with Lung Zixin and approved before proceeding. This time, the script was actually changed on set, which naturally seemed very strange to Lung Zixin. Ms. Lung, should we ask Director Wang what happened first? Why didn't he tell us beforehand that he was revising the script? A female assistant walked over and asked softly. No rush. Let's hear what this guy has to say first. Forgive them for not daring to think too much. Lung Zixin waved her hand and told them not to rush to ask questions. After all, she had a close relationship with the production company and the filming company, and they were investors. There was no need to make a big fuss over a small matter. Now, we've added some wishing scenes to the original script. The scene where Shanshan accidentally breaks a teacup while serving tea and gets beaten up by Teacher Lung has been changed to. After the teacup breaks, Teacher Lung is furious and wants to execute the palace maid. But the maid is actually a hidden martial arts master who infiltrated the palace to find a martial arts manual. Seeing her whereabouts exposed, she ruthlessly attacks the two maids holding the princess, and then tortures Teacher Lung's character to extract the manual's location. However, The princess refuses to submit and endures the female assassin's brutal beatings. Just when she's about to be killed, the male lead suddenly appears and saves her. Director Wong finished recounting this scene through a megaphone, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. This is how the script was changed? When you asked me to participate, you didn't say it was going to be a fight scene. Lung Zixin jumped up from the recliner, glaring at Director Wong with uncontrollable rage. Baby, baby, don't get excited, don't get excited. Huang Xiao, who knew Lung Zixin would explode, quickly ran over and comforted her. I'm not excited. Don't you guys think I'm some kind of idiot like that little brat? You actually dared to let me film this kind of beating scene. Lung Zixin didn't give Huang Xiao any face this time. Leng Xin, I know you're a big star, but you also need to understand that no matter how big a star you are, you're still an actress. On set, actress ZXIN should listen to the director's arrangements. Although this is a significant improvement, it's the investor's decision, and there's nothing we can do about it. Seeing that he couldn't control Lung ZXIN at all, Huang Xiao had no choice but to raise his voice several times and shout loudly. Investors? Don't fucking lie to me. I know every single one of those investors in this lousy movie. I've drunk with every single one of them, and I've slept with every single one of them. They would never do something so detrimental to me. Lung Zixin, who almost blurted out the truth, was no longer so tempted this time. Her long, alluring eyes were practically spitting fire as she stared intently at the young Master Huang in front of her. Sorry, the investor just made an additional investment, so I don't even know this investor, let alone you. Huang Xiaobai said helplessly, spreading his hands. You don't understand. It's like an investor suddenly fell from the sky and changed this score out of nowhere. Lung Zixin was now convinced that she must have offended her nemesis and was now getting back at her. Fine, I'm not acting in this play. You can find whoever you want to film it. Lung Zixin suddenly sneered and ordered her close assistants to pick up their things and leave. Chapter 103, we won't talk about it. Wait a minute, Ms. Lung. What are you doing here? Did you say you weren't going to act anymore? At this moment, Huang Xiao's attitude turned completely cold, no longer the sweet brother or sister he had been calling her. What? You think you're so easy to deal with? If I don't pursue it, do you think you can pursue me? Lung Zixin turned around and looked at Huang Xiao, who was not even as tall as her, and asked coldly. That's right. According to the contract you signed with us before, there are some issues regarding the script that we should have discussed with you beforehand. However, there's a force majeure clause here. In extremely special circumstances, we can proceed without your consent. This includes the clause about investors suddenly increasing their investment. Huang Xiao said with a sneer, holding a thick contract he had just received from Director Wong. What? You actually tricked me? Upon hearing this, Lung Zixin broke out in a cold sweat. So we're not in breach of contract right now. On the contrary, Professor Lung, if this continues, we'll have to hold you accountable for the breach. You know we paid you an exorbitant price for refusing, and if this continues, the penalty for breach of contract will probably be even more outrageous, right? Hearing this, beads of sweat rolled down Lung Zixin's face. She knew very well that if she breached the contract for this film, the compensation amount would be hundreds of millions. Although she had earned that much over the years, she couldn't possibly pay that much just for a fight scene. Okay, I'll continue filming this scene. Young Master Huang, how can you be so sentimental? She only released a little bit of her spatial emotions, and you're already yelling at her and threatening her at the drop of a hat. You should have stopped immediately. After only a few dozen times, Lung Zixin's angry and domineering face suddenly disappeared, and her expression changed to that of a charming and adorable little bird. She's truly an award-winning actress. Upon seeing this, Qin Hao couldn't help but give Lung Zixin a thumbs up. Hey, that's more like it. My darling Zixin, it's just a space jump fight scene. How could it possibly accommodate our movie queen Lung Zixin? Besides, that little brat you were acting opposite, even if she had the guts, she wouldn't dare to actually hit you, would she? This young Master Huang was naturally a master at taking advantage of the situation, and seeing that the other party had already softened their tone, he immediately became amiable as well. All right. It seems everyone has no problems with the possible script, so let's start the test shoot now. Director Wong was naturally overjoyed that things had finally been resolved smoothly. Brother Qin Hao, I'm a little scared. Yu Shanshan said softly to Qin Hao. What are you afraid of? You weren't afraid when we were filming the scene where you were getting beaten up, so why are you scared now that we're filming the scene where you hit her? But the person on the other side is, after all, the most popular actress in the forward line, Lung Zixin. I'm a little hesitant to take action against such a big shot. Yu Shanshan's voice grew softer as she spoke. Yeah, Shanshan's right. What are you, a delivery guy, no? I heard that Lung Zixin is incredibly powerful. No wealthy boss would dare to give her any face. We can't afford to offend someone like that. Listen to your cousin. When we're filming the action scenes later, just act like a fool. Maybe Lung Zixin will even think good things about you. Zheng Haiying quickly muttered to herself. Hey girl, why are you such a coward? When a script told her to hit you, did she hold back even a little bit? You're a complete stranger, and she could hit you so hard. Now that you have a chance to hit her, you're all scared and hesitant. Let me tell you, when it's your turn, just go ahead and hit her as hard as you can. If anything happens, your brother Hao will take responsibility. Qin Hao had his reasons for saying that. Just now, outside the studio, Qin Hao contacted Lang Zifeng by phone to inquire about Manhua Film and Television Company. You wouldn't believe it until you asked, and what you found out was quite surprising. Despite its impressive and seemingly powerful image, Manhua Film and Television Company is actually struggling financially. The exorbitant appearance fees for its stars have severely damaged their economic situation, and they are now basically living off loans. It's just that because of their reputation, they still have to spend the money they need to. In reality, the Huang family had already sold the film and television company, but unfortunately, everyone in the industry knows the truth, and no one is interested. Qin Hao told Lang Zifeng about the trouble he was in, and this all-powerful guy immediately said that this small matter was easy to solve, and he would talk to Huang Xiao's father, the chairman of Manhua Film and Television Company. Less than 10 minutes later, Lang Zifeng called back and said that he had invested 200 million yuan in Manhua Film and Television in Qin Hao's personal capacity and had acquired 45% of its shares. He was now the largest shareholder of Manhua Film and Television in name, and in fact, he could easily kick the Huang family out of the company, let alone change this small matter. So Qin Hao returned this time, full of confidence. He didn't want Yu Shanshan to become a star. He just wanted to teach Lung Zixin a lesson. Of course, no one but Qin Hao knows about these things right now. So when he comforted Yu Shanshan like that, the staff and some actors next to him immediately started to ridicule him. Hey, you're just a food delivery guy. Don't be so arrogant. Yeah, do you even know who Lung Zixin is? She actually dared to let this little brat hit her. He's probably gone mad, doesn't he? Do you know what the consequences would be if he actually hit Lung Zixin? At best, she'll be out of the entertainment industry. At worst, they'll hire some gangsters to disfigure her. Upon hearing this, Yu Shanshan felt uncertain and looked at Qin Hao with a panicked expression. Don't be afraid. I already said, whatever happens, your brother Qin Hao will take care of it for you. You can even take your anger out on her. Qin Hao is naturally not afraid of these gossips. You come here for a second. Suddenly, one of Lung Zixin's personal assistants walked over and shouted at Yu Shanshan with an unfriendly look. Have you thought it through? Qin Hao asked, startled. Our teacher Lung wants to talk to the little girl about you not delivering food, the assistant said, looking at Qin Hao with some curiosity. What's there to talk about? Haven't we already made our positions clear? How are we supposed to act? There's nothing to talk about with my sister. Qin Hao stepped in front of Yu Shanshan to block her view. Chapter 104 demands a reshoot. You? Fine, fine. You don't know how shameless you are. Don't you know that no one in the film and television industry dares to disrespect teacher Lung like this? You little brat, just you wait. The female assistant was clearly not expected that the other party would refuse so decisively, and she left angrily with a huff. Are you helping Shanshan? You're actually harming her. Zheng Haiying, who hadn't even had a chance to speak, roared in anger. Harm her? How did I harm her? Qin Hao asked, puzzled. How did I harm her? Lung Zixin wanted to talk to our Shanshan, which was a kind gesture. She clearly wanted to help Shanshan. You ruined this wonderful opportunity that came out of nowhere, and you still say you didn't harm her. Oh dear, she just beat someone up, and now that she's about to get beaten up herself, she's trying to make amends. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I think you've been kneeling for too long. You don't even know what it feels like to stand up. Qin Hao sighed. He was truly speechless about Zheng Haiying. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Shanshan, just listen to your cousin. That'll be right. When she tells you to hit someone, just do it lightly. That way, Teacher Lung will definitely think highly of you and give you a helping hand. Maybe she can even help us sisters find more roles. Wouldn't that be great? Zheng Haiying ignored Qin Hao and turned around to start brainwashing Yu Shanshan. Shanshan, touch your face. Does it hurt? I'm asking you, does it hurt? Qin Hao asked sternly. It hurts. Yu Shanshan gently touched the handprint on her abdomen, which was already swollen, and whispered, "If you know pain, you should know who hit you. I won't say any more nonsense. You can deal with it yourself later." Chin Hao frowned. All right. The actor should be fine now. No unauthorized personnel are allowed in here. Get out quickly. We're about to start test shooting the newly modified maintenance scenes. Director Wang's voice echoed throughout the hall through the loudspeaker. Chin Hao, Zheng Haiying, and the others walked back into the crowd one by one. All right, back to the Han Dynasty as a beggar. Scene 38, cinematographer, get ready, action. As the actors took their positions, Director Wang gave the order and several large rockets began working again. Your Highness, here's your tea. The palace maid, who was eating, brought the tea to Lung Zixin again. The teacup spilled again with a crash. Guards, drag this useless servant away and beat him to death. At Lung Zixin's command, two strong palace maids rushed out and grabbed Yu Shanshan, trying to pull her down. Action scene begins. The female assassin launches a counterattack. Director Wang announced to Yu Shanshan, the actress playing Goddess, through a megaphone. Realizing what was happening, Yu Shanshan was quite clever. She used her elbows to forcefully punch the two palace maids in the chest. The palace maids who had been acting as accomplices to the bully were caught off guard by the girl's ruthless attack, which came suddenly and without warning. They all suffered considerable losses. Ouch, ouch. With two cries, the two of them fell to the ground. Due to the needs of the plot, they remained lying on the ground and did not get up. Lung Zixin pointed at Yu Shanshan and asked in surprise. However, this was not entirely an act. She was quite surprised that Yu Shanshan had just knocked down two palace maids with lightning speed. Who exactly are you? Princess. Who I am is not important at all. What I want to know now is where the Orchid Manual, the most extraordinary book in the world, is now. Yu Shanshan changed her previous humiliating and submissive attitude and became energetic. It seems this young lady really has some acting talent. Chin Hao thought with some satisfaction from the crowd. Your Orchid Manual? You wish. There's no way I could decipher that book for you. Lung Zixin said her lines while teasing the little girl, wondering if she would actually submit to him later. Princess, then don't blame me for being impolite. Yu Shanshan had barely finished speaking when she flashed to Lung Zixin's side and hooked her arm around her neck. Yu Shanshan was already tall and beautiful, and her movements were even more graceful, drawing secret applause from the staff and actors on set. Do you want to? Lung Zixin screamed. If she had been somewhat fearless just now, it was impossible for her not to be nervous now that she was in the hands of this young girl. Is this girl going to retaliate against me? Lung Zixin wondered to herself. Hand over the Orchid Manual immediately, and I'll leave right away. The princess will be unharmed. Otherwise, Yu Shanshan said, gradually tightening her grip on her arms. You. Lung Zixin felt a little short of breath, and her face turned red. Female assassin, be careful not to go too far. Don't go too far. Director Wang woke up and hurriedly reminded Yu Shanshan, who was somewhat lost in her own world, through the loudspeaker. Yu Shanshan then realized that she might have used too much force, and quickly reduced the force. Director, she almost strangled me. Lung Zixin gasped for breath as she finally managed to break free from Yu Shanshan's grasp. Do you understand? Yeah. Are you filming a movie or committing murder? You little bitch. You're asking for it. Several fierce-looking personal assistants immediately surrounded Yu Shanshan, looking ready to beat her up at any moment. You going to fight? Are you bullying us because you outnumber us? Chin Hao sensed something was wrong and immediately led everyone in, shielding Yu Shanshan with his companion. What? You're just a food delivery guy. Do you even have the right to speak here? A male assistant, clearly eager to show his bravery to his boss, rushed over and started shoving Chin Hao. This is the scene, not a vegetable market. Why are you fighting? As expected, young Master Huang didn't say much. As soon as he spoke, the tense atmosphere eased. Young Master Huang, look at this little bitch. She just strangled me with her arm so hard that my makeup came off. Look, my neck is all red. Lung Zixin took the opportunity to burrow into young Master Huang's arms, deliberately lifting her collar to reveal her breasts, making young Master Huang realize what was inside. It's quite big. I know it's quite white. No, it's all red. Young Master Huang said, swallowing hard as he greedily looked into the eyes of the two of them. Oh, young Master Huang, this little bitch almost tried to kill me. I don't care. Can I act with someone like that? You need to fire her right now. Lung Zixin said, sitting in young Master Huang's lap. acting spoiled and unreasonable. Shan Shan's attack was a bit too heavy-handed, but that's acting. These kinds of things are quite normal. Don't you often accidentally injure people? Huang Xiao hesitated for a moment, then patted Lung Xin's slender waist in a gesture of respect before turning to the director and asking, Director Wang, was that shot good? Young Master Huang, no problem. It can be used after a little editing. All right, all right. Then there's no white or red mark on my Zixin's neck. We could take another picture. Before Huang Xiao could finish speaking, his phone rang again. Hey, Dad, what's up? What? The investors aren't satisfied with that scene? They want it res hot. Chapter 105, go ahead and hit me. Huang Xiao immediately silenced the entire stage. Everyone, from the director to the cleaning lady who came down to sweep the floor and serve tea, stared at Huang Xiao in disbelief. This does not include Qin Hao, of course. The moment the director called cut for that scene, Qin Hao sent a text message to Lang Zifeng, asking him to tell Huang Xiao's father that the investors were not satisfied with the shot and it needed to be res hot. It seems that Lang Zifeng is quite efficient. Qin Hao thought to himself with amusement. But, Dad, we just finished filming that scene. Where do the investors see it? Huang Xiao asked, glancing suspiciously at the victorious crowd to see if there were any people who looked like investors. Don't worry about where they saw it. They've already done it, so you don't need to waste your breath on me. Tell Director Wang to reshoot immediately. Huang Xiao's father sounded very anxious on the phone. All right. I'll have them reshoot right away. Huang Xiao hung up the phone and looked at Lung Zixin, saying, Honey, you heard that, right? The investors said they're not satisfied and they need you to reshoot. Bastards. Your whole family are bastards. I've already made you suffer by filming these scenes where you get beaten up by bitches, and you're still not satisfied? You want to humiliate me again and again. Lung Zixin suddenly exploded again. She threw a whole bunch of props everywhere with a clanging sound. Ms. Lung, this is useless. We've already made it very clear. Either you obediently cooperate with the investors and film the movie as they demand, or you pay a huge penalty for breach of contract and walk away. Your current tantrums and rolling on the ground are completely pointless. Huang Xiao was a man of principle, and his expression changed immediately when he saw Lung Zixin start her shrewish rant again. Fine. I'll play along with you guys. I want to see how you're going to mess with me. After venting for a while, Lung Zixin calmed down. All right, according to the investors' wishes, we'll go back to the Han Dynasty and act as a beggar in the 18th year. This is the third scene. We'll reshoot now. Actors and cinematographers, get in place immediately. Director Wang's voice echoed throughout the hall once again. Everyone saw it all clearly. The usually arrogant and domineering Lung Zixin seemed to be suffering a crushing defeat, and so the people on set began to discuss it animatedly. Did you see that? You guys think they're so capable that they actually want to mess with Teacher Lung. I don't know, but I'm quite happy. Think about it. Apart from her confidants, who in our entire crew hasn't been scolded by her. Yes, last time, because Chef Zhao, who was in charge of the lunchboxes, gave her a lunchbox with cilantro, she was slapped by several of her colleagues and ended up being fired from the crew. Oomph. This is what they call divine retribution for being shameless. Putting aside the gossip among the crew members, Zheng Haiying then went to Yu Shanshan's side again. Hey girl, don't do anything reckless. You saw it yourself. You almost caused a huge disaster. When we reshoot later, you have to be careful with your strength. Don't hurt the teacher again. Otherwise, both of us will be in big trouble. I'm asking you, where did you go when Lung Zixin's assistants ran over and surrounded Shanshan? Qin Hao raised an eyebrow, his eyes showing some displeasure. I just had a stomachache and went to the toilet. Zheng Haiying stammered for a moment and immediately started to lie. When Shanshan was in danger, you, her cousin, went out to play. Now that everything's all right, you're pretending to be a good person. Forget it. Brother Qin Hao, don't talk about my cousin. She's only doing it for my own good. Yu Shanshan pulled Qin Hao and persuaded him. It's for your own good. I think she's only doing this for herself. Qin Hao glared fiercely at Zheng Haiying. All right. Everyone who's not involved, get out of the way. We're about to start filming. Shanshan, you have to believe in yourself. Qin Hao shouted to Yu Shanshan before leaving. Teacher Lung, don't you want me to go over and warn that little bitch? An assistant whispered to Lung Zixin. No need. Even if I gave her the guts of a bear and the courage of a leopard, she wouldn't dare to actually hit me. Lung Zixin snorted coldly. All right, now back to the Han Dynasty as a beggar. Scene 38, cameraman in position. Let's begin. With Director Wong's words, the hall immediately fell silent. Everyone was waiting to see what would happen. Crack! Another teacup broke. Ouch, ouch. The two actresses playing the princess's maids were knocked to the ground by Yu Shanshan once again. You? Who are you? With the same few lines, Yu Shanshan once again suddenly lunged at Lung Zixin's neck, wrapping her arm around Lung Zixin's neck. Tell me, where's the orchid manual? Having probably learned from her previous experience, Shanshan didn't use as much force this time. You bitch, don't even think about getting the whereabouts of the manual out of me. Lung Zixin cursed through gritted teeth. Fine, then you can't blame me. As she spoke, Yu Shanshan stretched out her long, slender fingers and pretended to tap Lung Zixin a few times. Although it looks silly on set, if you add sound effects, it would be a typical shot from a martial arts drama. I've already sealed your pressure points. You're already dead, just by my word. Aren't you going to tell me where the manual is? You little bitch. Stop dreaming. Even if you kill me, I won't tell. Kill you? Wouldn't that be too easy on you? Such a delicate princess must have never been slapped before, right? At this moment, the little girl Yu Shanshan waved her fair little hand. You dare to hit me? You'd better be prepared for the consequences. The last sentence was actually added by Lung Zixin herself out of guilt. Female assassin, be careful with your strength. Don't hurt Teacher Lung. Director Wong, sitting behind the camera, immediately reminded her. This, Yu Shanshan originally wanted to slap her across the face, but she became a little uneasy after hearing these words. Humph. What's wrong with you? You little slut, you're such a coward. Why don't you hit me? After you hit me, I'll skin you alive and get a few thugs to scratch your little face, so you little slut will dare to steal my man again. Seeing that Yu Shanshan was a bit timid, Lung Zixin immediately raised her head proudly and cursed the other party in a low voice. Shanshan, you can do it. Qin Hao couldn't help but shout from the crowd. Those outside the arena, don't talk nonsense. Female assassin, hurry up and attack. Director Wong urged. Hit me. Go ahead and hit me. Hey, you're spineless. I knew you were a slut, you little bitch. Let me tell you, as long as I, Lung Zixin, am in the entertainment industry, you'll never have a chance to make it. You unwanted little slap. Before Lung Zixin could even utter the word bitch, a resounding slap echoed throughout the entire photography studio. Chapter 106, The Clever Young Master Huang. For a moment, the photography studio was completely silent. The owners were all stunned. Even Qin Hao, who had been cheering Yu Shanshan on, did not expect this little girl to be so ruthless. Good. Well done. Someone shouted, and then the entire crew joined in, creating a lively atmosphere in the studio. That bitch should have been taught a lesson long ago. Yes, this little girl isn't just doing this for herself, but also for all of us, raising her spirits. Yeah, that piece of trash just takes advantage of sleeping with those investors and producers, treating everyone else like dirt. This is karma. That's right. But this little girl is probably in big trouble this time, isn't she? Oh dear, what a pity for such a promising talent. She offended that bitch surnamed Lung. We probably won't see her in the entertainment industry anymore. While everyone felt relieved that Yu Shanshan had beaten Lung Zixin, they also felt sorry that the girl would not be able to develop a career in the entertainment industry. You dare to hit me? It took Lung Zixin, who was covering her swollen cheek, a long time to react. Give this little bitch a good spanking. Lung Zixin screamed as she rushed over, ready to strike. Her close assistants also pounced on Yu Shanshan as if in a daze. You guys want to hit someone again? Qin Hao rushed to the middle of the field and used his body to protect Yu Shanshan. Stop, stop, stop. What's going on with you guys? If you like fighting so much, go to martial arts gym. Huang Xiao shouted, calling for several staff members to rush over and quickly separate the people who were about to start fighting again in the middle of the stage. This little bitch, you hit me with so much force. Can't you see it? Lung Zixin chased after Huang Xiao like a crippled mother tiger. I saw it. But isn't this just part of the plot? As her senior, don't you understand this? Huang Xiao spread his hands, looking very innocent. This is clearly an attempt to hit me. Is this how Manhwa film and television tolerates this little bitch? Lung Zixin was furious. She turned around and glared at Yu Shanshan and Qin Hao. And this one that was sent out, I gave you candles here for food, and you let this guy come and go as he pleased. You're the one who's a jerk. Didn't you hear the cheers when you were being beaten? What kind of person are you in everyone's eyes? Qin Hao retorted mercilessly while shielding Yu Shanshan from the third party. You dare to curse me. You guys beat up this delivery guy. Beat up this little bitch too. Lung Zixin shouted, trying to control herself. Several close assistants surrounded them again, and it looked like things were about to get out of control again. Wait a minute, kick those guys out. Young Master Huang suddenly shouted, then directed his bodyguards, who were dressed in black suits. Oomph, now you know how powerful I am. Lung Zixin's anger finally subsided a bit. Wow, she's a big star after all. Yes, even young Master Huang can't afford to offend him. Looks like this delivery guy and this girl are going to be dumped. What a pity that girl is so good. Oh well, there's nothing I can do. If you're poor and powerless, you can't compete with such big shots. The staff and actors watching in the main hall all let out a sigh, similar to Qin Hao and Yu Shanshan, lamenting their own fate. 5 burly men walked to the middle of the field and grabbed Qin Hao's arm, while another stood on Yu Shanshan's boyfriend, seemingly ready to kick them out immediately. You two little bitches, don't think this is the end of it just because you're out here. I'm not someone to be trifled with. You'll get what's coming to you. Lung Zixin looked at the couple opposite her and let out a sweet, maniacal laugh. Who told you to arrest those two? Are you all stupid? Young Master Huang suddenly yelled. Then, young Master Huang, what do you mean? A bodyguard asked, puzzled. I mean, all of Teacher Lung's personal assistants have been kicked out. Do you all understand now? Huang Xiao's words suddenly caused the incident to escalate again. What? Young Master Huang actually wants to fire Lung Zixin's personal assistant. Isn't this just a direct slap in the face to Lung Zixin? It seems that this young Master Huang has really taken a liking to that little girl named Shan Shan, hasn't he? He's actually protecting her like this. Come on, he's got his eye on plenty of goods, but I've never seen him offend a big shot like Lung Zixin because of it. What are you saying? You actually want to fire my assistant? Huang Shui, what exactly do you mean? You didn't fire this little bitch who hit me twice or this poor delivery guy, but now you want to fire my assistant? Lung Zixin looked at young Master Huang with shock and anger. No, your assistant ran into the middle of the stage several times and tried to beat up our crew's actors. Everyone saw it. I'm already being very kind to you, Teacher Lung, by having my bodyguards just kick them out of the studio and not calling the police. Huang Xiao frowned slightly and answered calmly. You. In her shock and anger, Lung Zixin uttered you several times, knowing what she was about to say next. All right, gentlemen, the young master has made his point very clear. Why don't you wait for us brothers to become capable? Several burly bodyguards stood on top of Lung Zixin's 3 female and 1 male assistants. Teacher Lung, what should we do? An assistant asked Lung Zixin. Lung Zixin stood there awkwardly, not knowing how to answer. She caught a glimpse of Huang Xiao. I found the guy sitting in a chair, flipping over a thick piece of track with his hand, clearly warning me that I would have to pay money if I breached the contract. You go out first. I'll be fine here on my own. As the saying goes, a wise man doesn't fight a losing battle, and even the cold-hearted ZXN is only a facade. Oh, then take care. The assistants slunk away from the studio with the bodyguards, while cheerful voices continued to emanate from the crowd behind them. Not there yet. This young master, Huang, isn't brave enough. But his reaction is quite quick. Qin Hao thought to himself as he looked at the short and stocky young Master Huang. In fact, Qin Hao's guess was completely correct. After receiving the call, Huang Xiao looked around and found that only Qin Hao, dressed in a delivery uniform, was a stranger. Considering that this kid had managed to time his father's call so precisely, it was clear that he had a close connection with the investors. Therefore, having realized this, Huang Xiao definitely wouldn't dare to kick Qin Hao out. Director Wang, was that last shot all right? Huang Xiao sighed inwardly. In truth, he didn't necessarily think it would turn out that badly. No problem, the effects before that slap were all very good. Director Wang's answer reassured him a little. Beep, beep, beep. Huang Xiao's phone rang again, and he nervously picked it up. Please don't tell me we have to reshoot. Huang Xiao thought to himself, his heart pounding with anxiety. Chapter 107 Reconciliation. Hey Dad, how did it go? Are the investors satisfied with the video we just filmed? Huang Xiao's phone call immediately silenced the entire room again. What? The investors still think it's a bit fake and want the female assassin to fight even harder? Oh, I understand. I'll have them reshoot right away. Huang Xiao's next words made Lung Zixin's heart plummet to freezing point. Who on earth has such a deep grudge against me? Lung Zixin's mind was racing as she carefully recalled everyone she had offended. She rose to fame quickly after her debut. As the saying goes, the new generation surpasses the old, and the old generation dies on the beach. Of course, Lung Zixin offended quite a few female celebrities behind her great success. She couldn't fathom how much power they wielded to so easily influence Yuanhua film and television. Teacher Lung, did you hear what I just heard? I hope you won't overthink it. This is just normal filming. I hope you can show your professionalism and cooperate well to complete this scene that the investors value so much. Although Huang Xiao was also in a dilemma, he still spoke very well. E. Understand. Don't worry, young Master Huang. I will definitely perform well. To the host's surprise, Lung Zixin did not make a scene this time, but simply responded lightly. This Lung Zixin is really something. She can keep her emotions so hidden. It seems that her rise to fame wasn't entirely due to sleeping with clients. Qin Hao couldn't help but secretly admire her. Sister Shanshan, I apologize for my bad attitude just now. I hope you don't mind. We are all actors, and there is no distinction between high and low status. Everything that happened just now was my fault, and I sincerely apologize to you. Lung Zixin slowly walked up to Yu Shanshan and, to everyone's surprise, bowed deeply to Shanshan. This. If Lung Zixin were to pounce on her like a mad dog and tear her apart, Yu Shanshan wouldn't be surprised. But for this nationally popular leading lady to apologize and bow to her in public is simply unbelievable. Yu Shanshan was completely stunned by the scene before her, standing there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. Haha, everyone, look how magnanimous our teacher Lung is. She doesn't have the airs of a big star at all. She actually took the initiative to apologize to Shan Shan, an unknown extra. Let's give her a round of applause and encouragement. Shan Shan, don't take it to heart. Let's work together well in the future. Huang Xiao, being such a shrewd guy, naturally took the opportunity to smooth things over and immediately used a few words to smooth out the slightly awkward atmosphere. Sister Xian, I was wrong just now, and I hit her a little too hard. I hope you won't blame me. Some naive girls like you Shanshan don't have Lung Zixin's tricks. As soon as Zixin saw that Lung Zixin sincerely came to apologize, she immediately responded in kind. Sigh. Qin Hao sighed from the side. He still couldn't believe that the arrogant and domineering Lung Zixin would suddenly change her ways and become a kind-hearted person. Her sudden softening and apology was simply because she realized she was at a disadvantage. Even if she made a fuss, it would only make her a laughingstock. Her tactic of retreating to advance is brilliant. It's impossible that a girl as innocent as a Shanshan must have been brainwashed by her, but it seems that even I, the villain, couldn't do that. As expected, what happened next was exactly as Qin Hao had predicted. The reshoots of the infectious scenes between Yu Shanshan and Lung Zixin were completely harmonious, and their cooperation was so seamless that the director could finish the filming in one take. After finally finishing filming all of Shanshan's scenes, Lung Zixin actually pulled Yu Shanshan in her own makeup card, calling her little sister this and little sister that. Anyone who didn't know better would think they were long-lost sisters. Huang Xiao and director Wang were naturally delighted, praising Shan Shan for her composure and talent as a newcomer, saying that with a little more experience, she would definitely become a rising star. Seeing that Shan Shan's little mouth was so happy she couldn't stop smiling, Qin Hao could only shake his head helplessly. He himself wasn't quite sure whether Yu Shanshan's decision to pursue an acting career was a good thing or a bad thing for her. Qin Hao waited outside for a long time before he saw the excited Yu Shanshan and her beaming cousin Haiying walk out of the photography studio. So, what was the final decision? Qin Hao asked with a smile. When Huang Xiao was talking about the script, he made it possible for me to play a supporting role and even wanted to add a few more scenes for me. However, my mother had just recovered, and I was afraid that I wouldn't have time to take care of her while filming, so I didn't quite agree. Yu Shanshan said, her face clearly showing regret. This silly girl, she turned down such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once you become famous, you can hire 20 caregivers to take care of your mother every day. Can't you do that? Zheng Haiying immediately interjected. Shanshan, you did the right thing. If you really thought that filming was interfering with taking care of your mother, and if something really happened to you, it would be too late to hire 100 caregivers. Qin Hao nodded, affirming Shanshan's actions. Yes, that's what I was thinking too. But young Master Huang has already promised me that once my mother's health improves, they're going to cast me as the second female lead in their company's next film, The Ghost Blows Out the Light, and I'll be acting alongside Sister Lung. Yu Shanshan said excitedly. Oh, it's her again? You've already started calling her Sister Lung so quickly? Have you forgotten how she started beating you up Qin Hao shook his head with a wry smile. Oh dear, brother Qin Hao, it's all a misunderstanding. Sister Lung is actually a really nice person. Yeah, you delivery guy, stirring things up inside. Now that our Shan Shan has Yuanhua film and television and Lung Zixin, there's no need for that anymore. Becoming the next Lung Zixin in the entertainment industry is just around the corner. Zheng Haiying chimed in. Okay, okay. I wish you both become big stars soon. Shan Shan, let me take you back to the hospital. You should go back and see your mother after a whole day. Qin Hao said, starting his electric scooter and bidding farewell to Zheng Haiying. It was nearly evening when Qin Hao returned to Yundong Central Hospital. Feeling somewhat tired, he didn't go to deliver any more food, but went straight back to his dormitory at Yundong University. Are you ever going to come back, kid? Yeah, no one in the whole world has ever seen your face. Tell me, did you go out partying with that rich school beauty, Du Shuero? As soon as he entered, two boys flanked Qin Hao on either side, pressing him for answers. What nonsense are you talking about? I went out, and she didn't leave at all. Qin Hao pushed the two guys away, took off his clothes, and lazily laid down on his bed. It's good that you didn't go out partying. Don't forget we have serious business to attend to tomorrow. Pang muttered as he sat down in front of the computer again. Chapter 108 Crazy Otaku Fans. Serious business? Qin Hao was taken aback, then remembered what they had talked about last night. The carnival organized by the Manhwa live streaming platform was going to be held in Yundong City tomorrow. For Pang and Zhao Yuan Xiao, who has just returned to being a homebody, nothing is more worthy of their attention right now than this matter. Have you forgotten, kid? Zhao Yuan Xiao asked, squinting as he sat back down on his bed. If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have really forgotten. Oh right, where's our boss, Feng Bin? Aren't we always following his lead in these kinds of things? Qin Hao glanced at the empty bed where Feng Bin was fast asleep. Oh dear, don't even mention the boss. He was dragged out on a date by Jiang Min as soon as you left this morning. He's probably still enjoying his sweet time right now. Pang chuckled, staring at the computer screen with dissatisfaction. That doesn't look good. Qin Hao said, stretching. What's so great about it? We were hoping that our leader could help our dorm shine again this time, so that we could show off in front of Ming Ming. Zhao Xiaoyuan immediately added, outstanding? Outstanding in what way? Qin Hao asked, somewhat puzzled. Tomorrow is the main day of the carnival, and Ming Ming will definitely go directly from Yundong University to the carnival. If our boss Feng Bin could get a luxury car and let Ming Ming ride directly to the customized carnival, how prestigious would that be? Zhao Yuan Xiao said, leaning against the unmade quilt. Yeah, when the time comes, the rest of us can ride with Ming Ming. Ah, just imagine being able to get so close to my Ming Ming. What a wonderful thing that would be. Pang chimed in, his chubby face radiating a sense of satisfaction and longing. Oh, but you guys don't object. Our leader isn't a fan of your dreams at all. He did so much in the past just to save face for us roommates. Aren't you asking for too much? Qin Hao thought for a moment and then spoke his mind. Actually, these words were ostensibly said for Bin, but in reality, they were also said by himself, since the blue snowman who repeatedly recharged his dream was actually Qin Hao himself. Although he didn't care about helping his brothers, he felt something was off seeing that Pang and Zhao Yuan Xiao seemed to be increasingly busy doing more things for his stand-in Feng Bin. Oh dear, isn't the boss a rich kid? Exactly, isn't this just a drop in the ocean for him? The otaku clearly didn't understand Qin Hao's two good intentions. Sigh. Qin Hao shook his head and didn't continue the conversation. The next morning, Qin Hao was woken up early by Pang and Zhao Yuan Xiao, while Feng Bin, who had not returned home all night and had only sent a text message saying he was not coming back, was obviously not going to show up. This greatly troubled and Zhao Yuan Xiao. Helpless with no one else around and the richest, fat boss not showing up, they had no choice but to leave with Qin Hao, the food delivery guy. The three boys quickly washed up and then prepared slogans and banners before arriving at the dormitory building of the streamer Ru Ming. You wouldn't believe it until you try it. Otaku are truly amazing. Qin Hao originally thought that he, Pang, Zhao Yuan Xiao, and the others all shared those messages like Ming Ming, we will always love you, and go Ming Ming. These kind of slogans are already blatant and shameful enough. Before even reaching the bottom of the dormitory building, I saw a large group of boys gathered in small groups around the building, holding up signs and shouting encouragement. Some signs read, "My dearest Ming Ming, I will love you forever." Others read, "Ming Ming, you are the most beautiful. I'm willing to have your babies." Still others were more outrageous, reading, Ming Ming, I love you. I want to be the father of your children. Moreover, these boys were clearly not all male students from Yundong University. Some were obviously from other universities, and some even appear to have come from other places with luggage. This made Qin Hao marvel at the sheer influence of live, streaming platforms these days. Of course, and Zhao Yuanxiao obviously didn't consider Qin Hao's feelings. Someone found a place to stick their custom-made signboard on the ground, wrapped a slogan strip with the words, "I love you, Ming Ming," on their forehead, and then shouted fat, loudly downstairs like other fans. Qin Hao felt a little embarrassed and wanted to get away from them, but the two guys still grabbed him and forced him to wear a mouth-watering banner that read, "Ming Ming stole my first kiss," practically keeping him there to cheer them on. Just as these fans were standing downstairs cheering for Ru Ming's dormitory, a car horn sounded beside them. "Go away, go away, go away." A bunch of poor bastards. A large displacement Cadillac slowly drove past them, its windows slowly rolling, and a stylish young man wearing sunglasses cursed as he spoke. "Hey, what are you saying? We're here to cheer for Ming Ming. What right do you have to insult us?" Immediately, one of the male fans lost his nerve and shouted at the man inside the car through the door. "What? You don't even dare to curse me anymore. You didn't even look up, and you still have a nerve to cheer for Rumlin? Don't embarrass yourself." The man in sunglasses drove the car into the air and stopped, took out his phone, and started texting while arguing with the fans. "Why can't you fill up your gas tank if you don't have a car? Does it only work for those of you with cars? Ming Ming is our goddess, not just for you rich people." Several die-hard male fans continued to press on. "Look, what is this? This is Ming Ming's WeChat? Do you guys have it? A bunch of low-level accounts, all poor losers. Do you know how much money I spent to get Ming Ming's WeChat account? A full 20,000 yuan. Do you guys have that kind of money to spend?" The man in sunglasses got out of the car, holding his phone screen with both hands, showing it off to the male fans next to him who were arguing with him. Well, none of these people had the WeChat account of their goddess dream. This WeChat account is not given to just anyone. Only those who have reached a certain level of the streamer's unique badge are qualified to obtain it. What's there to show off? So what if you have a WeChat account? That's right. Our boss Phonebin didn't come. If he had, there would be no place for this kid to act like an elephant. Although Erpang and Zhao Yuanxiao left without participating in the dispute between the male fans and the man in sunglasses, they were still muttering with great dissatisfaction. The sharp-eyed Qin Hao had already recognized him. He must have seen the man in sunglasses when Ru Ming treated her big-name fans to a kaiseki meal last time, but he couldn't remember his name at all. Beep, beep, beep. Another luxury car drove up, and a young man in a suit and leather shoes walked over from the BMW 7 Series. Qin Hao recognized this man even more. He was the sixth brother who had given Ru Ming the shark's venom as tofu at the party last time. Chapter 109, An Unforgettable Dream. "Hey Lao Lu, what brings you so late?" The man in sunglasses who had just dropped off the Cadillac greeted Lao Lu. "What do you mean early? I specifically asked Ming Ming before I came out, and she was still putting on makeup. By the way, what were you arguing about with those poor guys playing cards?" Lao Lu glanced at the boys playing cards not far away. "TCH, I'm just killing time anyway. Giving them a few sarcastic remarks will kill some of my boredom. By the way, where's that greasy second master?" The man in sunglasses asked casually, looking into the distance. "Him? Who knows? Hey, I see some interesting people. You and I are coming over here." Lao Lu suddenly looked at Erpang Qin Hao and his group in the distance, who were holding up wooden signs, and came up excitedly. "Hey, what are you guys doing standing there with just a sign? If I remember correctly, last time Ru Ming treated all the big accounts from her live stream to dinner. I hope you all went." Lao Lu led the man in sunglasses up to Erpang and the other two. "We're here to cheer Ming Ming on, and the way we cheer her on doesn't matter." Erpang, always quick-witted, immediately retorted. "Yeah, that's easy to say, but we came in luxury cars, and we'll be using them to take Ming Ming to the carnival venue, while you guys can only hold up a wooden sign and shout slogans. Who do you think is more important?" Lao Lu's words left Erpang speechless for a moment. "By the way, where's your boss? I remember you guys have a rich boss. What's his online name?" Lao Lu slapped his forehead, seemingly unable to recall. "His name is Blue Blood. He even gifted Ming Ming 5 super rockets when we ate together last time," the sunglasses-wearing man next to him prompted. "Oh, right. You bunch of poor bastards, relying on having a rich boss backing you up. You act all high and mighty as moderators in Ming Ming's live stream. You even licked your boots when Ming Ming treated you to dinner. Now that your boss is gone, all you're left with are banners and cheering you on." Lao Lu's words became increasingly sarcastic and unforgiving, showing no mercy whatsoever. Hey, sixth brother, why are you wasting your breath on those poor bastards? The original leader probably went off to date some other female streamer and left those poor bastards out of the picture. Look at them, they're all just fat slobs like pigs. The only one who looks somewhat decent is a delivery guy. The man in sunglasses chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Yeah, they're so ugly they're ugly to death, and so poor they're poor to death. You guys dare to be our dream fans? Did Liang Jingru give you the courage? Lao Lu was obviously retaliating for the last time when her Pang humiliated him while he was eating kaiseki cuisine. That's enough. We're all fans of ramen. This time, Maoya is holding a carnival. If you have money, support us financially, and if we don't have money, support us by showing our presence. Nobody can interfere with anyone else, so why make us suffer like this? Qin Hao, who had been silent all along, interjected helplessly. Yeah, you're quite the talker for a delivery guy. I remember last time when that greasy second master suggested that we all send gifts to pay for our kaiseki meal. You were the first one to run to the bathroom. You think you have a right to lecture me? Go deliver more orders instead of being a fan. Old Six turned his attention to Qin Hao again. Qin Hao was speechless. He had clearly gone into the bathroom last time to send gifts to his boss, Feng Bin. He had sent those 5 super rockets. But now it had become a stain on his reputation for being reluctant to spend money. Where could he find justice? You mean, who has a luxury car is qualified to be Mengming's fan? Zhao Yuan Xiao, who had been silent, suddenly asked. Yeah, more or less. But your boss, that blue-blooded guy, didn't come either. If he were here, you might have been able to get a better car. But he's nowhere to be found. What kind of car could you deliver food and a bunch of fat nerds possibly get? An Alto or a Xiaoli? Lao Liu Sna Lao Li. Don't say that. Maybe they can even drive a QQ or something. The man in sunglasses next to Lao Lu chimed in. Okay, we'll get the car right away. Zhao Yuanxiao blurted out, pulling out his phone. Get a car? Where are you going to get a car? Pang and Qin Hao asked curiously. Of course, I'll rent a car. I don't own a car. Zhao Yuanxiao replied honestly. Huh, you fat otaku are hilarious. You still want to rent a car? Do you think anyone would rent a luxury car worth millions to a fat otaku like you? Lao Lu said with a loud laugh. Even if someone rents you out, you still can't afford the deposit, the man in sunglasses next to him added. All right, let's not waste our time fooling around with these poor bastards. I reckon the greasy second master will be here soon, and Ru Ming should be coming downstairs in a bit. Let's go wait for him. Old Six probably felt he had gotten his revenge for being humiliated by Second Fatty last time. So he pulled the man in sunglasses next to him, and the two of them walked back to their luxury car. What are you doing, Pang? Qin Hao asked when Pang took out his phone. I'm going to call Boss Phone Bin and have him teach these guys a lesson. Pang said angrily. Forget it. The boss might not be awake yet, and we can't bother him with everything, can we? Qin Hao said, pressing down on Pang's phone to persuade him. But what they said made me feel uncomfortable. Pang put down his phone, still somewhat unconvinced. Pang, we're all roommates, so I have to say something. You treat that Rumung like a goddess, but has she ever even given you a second glance? Qin Hao continued earnestly. I know she's a dream of yours, but bro, everyone has to grow up eventually, and even the most beautiful dreams have to end. So this kind of idol worship should be stopped. Look at how she treats those rich kids, and then look at you poor losers waving flags and cheering. The difference in mentality is like night and day. I think you should just settle down and find a girlfriend. That's more reliable. Okay, stop lecturing me. I want to find a girlfriend too, but I'm not the boss. Girls like Jiang Daimin, who are rich and beautiful, just throw themselves at her. I'm not like you, who can find a rich and beautiful school beauty like Du Shuero. I'd be willing to be a stepping stone for my boyfriend. That's all I fantasize about. So just leave me alone. Pang said dejectedly. Sigh. Qin Hao sighed deeply, truly speechless. She's here. Rumung is coming down. As they were talking, the fans downstairs got excited and saw their goddess, Rumung, slowly walking out of her mother's bedroom. Chapter 110 Unexpected Accident. Qin Hao and Pang stopped arguing and focused their attention on Rumung, who was walking towards them. Today, Rumung wore a white tulle princess dress, which, combined with her petite figure and pure and lovely face, made her look like a princess from a fairy tale world. These are big fans like Lao Lu and the guy in sunglasses. Almost every one of them has driven a luxury car worth around $1 million. There are about a dozen of them lined up in a neat row, probably like a wedding procession. Wow, Ru Ming, this little streamer, really is quite the entourage. Qin Hao was secretly surprised. The middle-aged man, known as Greasy's second master, was busy organizing the convoy. Of course, the best car was the BMW 7 Series driven by Lao Lu, which naturally became the lead car and was placed at the front. The anchor, Ru Ming, also naturally got into the convoy. Everything was settled. That greasy second master pointed to the group of male fans standing there dumbfounded, holding up signs. You guys who are playing cards and holding flags, hurry up and take a taxi if you can't afford one, or take the bus and get to the carnival right now. When Rumming walks the red carpet, shout your lungs out to cheer her on. Haha, he's become the commander-in-chief. Qin Hao found it a bit funny. The boys were obedient. They all put away their cheering banners and rushed out of Yundong University. After much difficulty, Pang, Qin Hao, and their companions managed to hail a taxi outside the school. By then, Ruming's convoy of taxis had slowly grown out of the main gate of Yundong University. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Driver, catch up with the convoy ahead, the two fat men in the passenger seat shouted. Fortunately, although the cars in those convoys were all good cars, they all drove very slowly. So Qin Hao and Pang's taxi quickly overtook Lao Lu's BMW 7 Series lead car. It's finally over. Now we can enjoy this dreamlike moment until we reach the red carpet. Pang breathed a long sigh of relief. Their good fortune didn't last long. Just as their taxi passed an intersection, they heard a loud crash coming from the intersection where their brother was. Oh no! Mengming's BMW 7 Series has been in an accident. Pang was so scared that he lost his mind and rushed out of the car. Qin Hao was also startled. He followed Zhao Yuanxiao, who was holding a banner and a flag, and got out of the taxi. They hurriedly ran towards the intersection. Sure enough, just as they passed the intersection, Lao Lu's BMW 7 Series was hit by a heavy truck and thrown onto the roadside curb. Fortunately, thanks to BMW's excellent safety performance, the chassis was not severely deformed. However, Lao Lu and Ru Ming, who were sitting inside, seemed to be unharmed. How is it? How is it? How is Rumung? The greasy second master rushed over first and struggled to pull Rumung and Lao Lu out of the BMW. Is everything all right? Is everything all right? How are you? Rumung, are you all right anywhere? The sons of several wealthy families all rushed over to inquire about Ru Ming's condition. I'm fine. I'm just a little dizzy, Ru Ming said, supporting one of the male fans. The sixth man didn't seem so lucky. He must have covered his head when the car crashed, because blood was flowing down from where he had his hand over his head. How the hell do you guys drive? Yes, I can't drive. Someone's going to die. Do you know how much this car costs? For example, the large fan group on Meng's side were mostly rich people. When they saw that their side had encountered such an unfortunate car accident right away, they couldn't stand it anymore and rushed towards the truck driver. Some of them even rolled up their sleeves and were about to beat the driver up. Who the hell is so fierce, daring to hit someone in broad daylight? Just as the driver was about to get beaten up, several shirtless, burly men suddenly walked out from the side of the road. The leader, a burly man with a scar, had a black five-clawed golden dragon tattooed on almost every inch of his upper body, which looked terrifying. Upon realizing that the approaching party was hostile, the wealthy young men from the large fan groups were momentarily stunned, and the group that had been shouting and threatening to beat up the driver stopped. Misunderstanding. I don't know your names. It was the greasy second master who had seen the world. Upon seeing this, he quickly greeted them with a smile. Call me your mother. This is our big brother. Everyone in the West District movie calls him Master Fan. A henchman turned into a burly man, pointing at the scarred face above his head. So it's you, Master Fan. My apologies. I wonder what your relationship is with the truck driver who hit our BMW, the greasy second master asked with a forced smile. What? He's my brother. We're brothers in arms. What the hell are you talking about? Your car clearly hit my brother's car. You even tried to beat people up just now because you outnumbered them. Scarface rolled his triangular eyes, and the rich kids couldn't help but feel a chill and back away. What? What did you say? Your brother's car clearly hit the back of my BMW, and you're saying I hit your brother's truck? At this moment, Lao Lu, who had just had his bleeding stopped with the help of others, ran over and shouted at Scarface in a panic. He wouldn't be this agitated. This 7 Series is a BMW he borrowed from his father, a bank manager, who is a client. Now it's been hit so badly by a heavy truck, the repair costs are probably astronomical. And now this scarred man is even blaming him for hitting the truck. Lao Lu is so angry he could kill someone. Now, what a joke. There are no traffic lights at this intersection, so according to traffic laws, vehicles crossing the intersection must give way to vehicles on the adjacent side. Otherwise, if a collision occurs, it will be entirely the responsibility of the vehicle that failed to yield. You know traffic regulations, huh? Don't think that just because you drive nice cars, we're afraid of you. If you don't get this straight today, nobody's going to get through here. Scarface glared at Lao Lu and his neighbors, a group of wealthy young men. This, cold sweat broke out on the greasy second master's head. He knew perfectly well that he had already guessed where this guy came from. These people are clearly professional swindlers who know traffic regulations so well and are lurking at an intersection without traffic lights or police. You're just being unreasonable. Lao Lu, don't be afraid of them. We'll call the police right now. Let's see how arrogant they can be. The man in sunglasses, who was on good terms with Lao Lu, said loudly as he took out his phone. Report now. Anyone who doesn't call the police today is a son of a bitch. Brothers, aren't you calling the police? Scarface shouted, beckoning his 6 or 7 thugs to join the commotion. Yes, call the police immediately. That's right. Anyone who doesn't call the police is a coward. Breaking news. You fucking call the police. Several burly men, each wielding steel pipes and chains, approached the wealthy young men, brandishing their weapons and clearly threatening them. Chapter 1:11 The Courage of a Homebody. Brothers, don't misunderstand. My brother here just now didn't know how to speak properly and offended you all. Don't take it to heart. The greasy second master immediately pushed aside the several emotional rich young men and said something to ease the tense atmosphere. You old codger. You do know how to speak a few human words. It seems you're their leader. Well then, tell me how you plan to settle this matter today. The scarred man, known as Master Fan, sneered and asked directly. Master Fan, you see how easy it is for you and your brothers to get by. How about this? I'll give you 5,000 for what happened today. How about that? The greasy second master held up 5 fingers. How much? 5,000? Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? What kind of cars do you drive? Aren't they all luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands? Now you've crashed my car, and you only want to give me 5,000? You son of a bitch. Are you asking for a beating? Fan Ye's face contorted with rage as he unleashed a torrent of profanities. You hit my car, and not only are you trying to extort money from us, you're also going to beat us up? Old Lou seemed to have reached his limit and was about to rush over to explain. Yeah, your beat-up truck that hauls away scrap metal is only slightly deformed from the impact. How much more do you want? The man in sunglasses shouted back defiantly. Hey, still trying to bully me? Brothers, put this kid on the ground first. Fan Yi roared, and several thugs pounced on him, knocking Lao Lu to the ground in no time. Gentlemen, don't take responsibility. The greasy second master went over to try to break up the fight, but one of the thugs slapped him so hard that his glasses flew off. The remaining wealthy young men immediately stopped. These people were used to being arrogant and domineering, and they were good at mocking poor kids like Erpang and Chin Hao. However, when they actually encountered a gang that clearly had a gangster background, they were obviously at a loss. Damn it, let's see who else wants to take responsibility. Fanny searched for the remaining rich kids, still swinging a steel pipe. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding? Master Fan, none of us intended to make a move. That young man was too suggestive. The greasy second master finally got up from the ground, spitting out the blood in his mouth, and kept saying nice things. I forgive you bunch of bastards for not daring to do it. Enough nonsense. Just tell me how much money you want. Fanny rolled her eyes at the greasy second master. How about this? We're in a hurry to take our streamer Rumung to the Manhwa platform's carnival. I'll leave my phone number here, and I'll make sure I can find you to resolve the issue of the lost money. What do you say? The greasy second master suggested this based on suspicion and speculation. What did you say? Leave your phone number? It's completely solved. Another resounding slap landed on the greasy second master's face, and the glasses he had finally managed to find on the ground were knocked off again. You fucking ran away. Where am I supposed to find you? Pay up now, and I only want cash. Fan Yi cursed and swore after slapping him. You guys are really going too far, the man in sunglasses said hesitantly. Shut the hell up. Before he could finish speaking, a thug slammed a steel pipe into his back. Thud. Ouch. The man in sunglasses cried out and fell to the ground. The remaining big fans looked at each other, and no one dared to say anything more. At this moment, passers-by began to stop and watch, and the scene became lively. In the distance, people started discussing the matter. See that? This Fan Bingbing is trying to extort money from people again. Yes, he took advantage of the fact that there are no traffic lights at this intersection, so he deliberately hid his big truck on the side of the road and sped out to run people over whenever a car passed by. Looks like the group he's extorting today are all rich people. So what? These guys are all greedy. Even if you're the king of heaven, they'll still beat you up if they try to extort money from you. Yeah, last time a rich kid driving a chauffeur got hit by Fan Bingbing's car. He refused to pay, and they beat him so badly he broke several of his ribs. His family hired a lot of people to look for Fan Bingbing, but they couldn't find her even after a month. So how much do you plan to ask for? Good. He picked up the glasses from the ground again and put them on. Second master, while covering his swollen cheek, asked, Not much. Just these things that won't change." Fan Bingbing also extended 5 fingers. 50,000? Bullshit. 500,000. 500,000? But I don't have that much cash on me. The greasy second master turned to look at the other big fan accounts with a long face, and they all shook their heads. 500,000. That's no small sum. Even if they had it on them, let alone if they didn't have it on them, I doubt any of these people would be willing to take it out. No, that's fine too. Just go and give me some money now. But this little girl is destined to stay behind as a hostage. Fanya's eyes suddenly lit up as she pointed to Ru Ming, who was standing not far away. No, that's impossible. We're just walking the red carpet at the Dream Cat Tooth Carnival. How can we stay here? The greasy second master said. You fucking itchy skin again, huh? Master Fan raised his hand as if to hit second master, who shrank back and hid to the side in fright. Look at you all. You can't come up with 500,000 yuan in cash right now. I'll ask you to go get the money. What's wrong with leaving someone to settle the debt? Fan Yi said, swaying his large body as he walked unsteadily to Ru Ming. Ru Ming was so frightened that her body trembled uncontrollably, and she had no strength left. TSK. This little beauty is really pretty, with a great figure. She's obviously good at bearing children. Don't hang out with these cowards. Follow me. Fan Yi, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. Why be a live streamer? It's tiring all day, and you have to milk your breasts and show off your cleavage tomorrow. As Fan Yi spoke, he kept putting his big hand around Ru Ming's slender waist. At this moment, apart from Lao Lu lying on the ground groaning and the man in sunglasses, the remaining few big fans of Ru Ming all stared wide-eyed, none of them daring to take a step forward. Stop! You dare to molest a female college student in broad daylight? You're too much. A loud shout came from behind Fan Bingbing. The sound startled him, and his outstretched hand stopped instantly. Fan Bingbing turned around and found that her brother was standing next to a short, fat guy who was none other than Qin Hao's good friend, Pang. Chapter 112, Thrilling. Where did this fat bastard come from? Get out of here! With that, Fan Bingbing slapped him across the face without even looking at him. With his smack, Pang's face immediately swelled up, but he didn't care about the situation. Instead, with red eyes, he charged straight at Fan Yi and started fighting. Given Fan Bingbing's figure and physique, defeating Fatty would have been a piece of cake. However, Pang seemed particularly brave today. Relying on his more than 200 pounds of fat, he took several punches from Fan Bingbing, but he did not flinch or back down. Instead, he charged forward with increasing ferocity. As the saying goes, when two armies meet, the brave one wins. In street fights, the brave one wins even more. No matter how much difference there is in height or even fighting skills, as long as one side dares to fight recklessly, they will often gain the upper hand. The fight between Fatty and Fan Bingbing was just like that. The two, who were originally of vastly different strengths, ended up rolling on the ground, and for a time it was impossible to determine the winner. How dare you bully my goddess? I'll fight you to the death. Pang shouted as he fought, becoming more and more courageous with each blow, eventually using his weight advantage to pin Fan Bingbing down. Are you fucking idiots? Come and help me. Fan Yi, who was pinned down by Pang, yelled at his underlings. Yes, everyone, go over there and beat him up. The henchmen rushed over as if in a daze, and several steel pipes lashed out at Pang's back, leaving shocking bloodstains on his clothes. I absolutely allow you to bully my goddess. Although Pang's mouth was slapped, he seemed completely oblivious to the pain, still pressing down on Fan Bingbing's body, using his head, face, and teeth to feel Fan Bingbing's face. Soon, blood was everywhere, on Fan Bingbing's head, face, Pang's face, and even his mouth. People were debating whether the blood belonged to Pang or Fan Bingbing. Get this mad dog off me right now. Master Fan shouted desperately. Several henchmen dropped the steel pipes they were holding, grabbed the man Erpang was trying to pull off Master Fan. However, Erpang seemed determined to die, clinging tightly to Fan Bingbing's body and even biting her face with his teeth, refusing to let go no matter what. Let go! Let go! After being beaten and pulled by several henchmen, Erpang finally couldn't hold on any longer. After a full 2 minutes, these thugs finally managed to pull Erpang's more than 200-pound body off Fan Yi. Huff, huff, huff. Ouch, it hurts, it hurts. Damn it, beat this fat guy to death, beat him to death. With the help of his two underlings, Fan Yi finally stood up from the ground. At this moment, he no longer possessed the arrogant aura of a mafia boss. He was covered in regret and bloodstains, his tattooed dragon was ruined, and his face was covered in bruises. What was funny was that a large piece of flesh had been torn off his cheek by Erpang with his teeth, making his face a rather comical mess. Beat him up! Beat him up! Fan Yi took a steel pipe from his henchman, clearly enraged and ready to kill this time. It's quite brave of you to come to this deadbeat otaku. Brave? I think he's an idiot. Exactly. Is it worth risking your life for that female streamer, Rumeng? Yeah. Who doesn't know what these streamers are waiting for behind the scenes? Everywhere you look, there are clearly marked prices for meals and sex. That's right. She's just a high-class prostitute at best. It would be a fool to get beaten up or even lose your life for a woman like that. Several influential fan accounts that had been watching the commotion from the sidelines showed no intention of helping. Instead, they quietly mocked and ridiculed the situation. You guys hold this fatso down, I'll cripple him today. Fanya's eyes flashed with malice as he weighed the giant steel pipe in his hand and walked up to Erpang. Kid, you've got guts. You even dare to hit Fan Bingbing. Today I'll show you what's what. Pa, you, if you dare touch my goddess Meng Meng, I'll kill you. Erpang spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he was exhausted and covered in wounds, his eyes showed no fear or hesitation when he looked at Fan Yi. Fine, I'll beat you to a pulp first. Then I'll show you how your Fan Yi can mess with your goddess right in front of you. As he spoke, Fan Yi raised the steel pipe in his hand high, about to bring it down. Ru Meng, who was standing to the side, saw that Erpang was about to be brutally murdered because of her. She covered her eyes with her hands in fright. The passers-by around also subconsciously turned their heads and were shocked to see this bloody scene. Stop! Fan Bingbing shouted as she appeared in the moment of crisis. Who the hell is it? Fan Bingbing turned around angrily and saw two boys walking towards her, panting, wielding thin wooden placards as weapons. The funniest thing was that one of the boys was even wearing an orange food delivery uniform. Of course, it was Qin Hao and Zhao Yuanxiao who came. Just after the car accident, Qin Hao arrived at the scene with her pangsy Zhao Yuanxiao. He found that the anchor Rumeng and Lao Lu were not seriously injured and thought it was just an ordinary traffic accident, so he didn't take it seriously. Just then, Yu Shanshan called Qin Hao. Because he was afraid of being overheard, Qin Hao walked a long way before answering the phone. Shanshan said that Huang Xiao, the young master of Manhwa film and television, wanted to ask her out to a movie and dinner today, and also wanted to talk about some basic things. Qin Hao was quite excited when he heard this. He told Shanshan not to accept any of this guy's invitations, and that she shouldn't worry that it would hinder her development in the film and television industry. After hanging up with Shanshan, Qin Hao immediately called Lang Zifeng and told him to tell the boss of Yuanhua Film and Television not to make any moves on Yu Shanshan. Lang Zifeng said that this was not a problem at all, but he immediately said that according to his informant, Qin Hao's roommate Erpang might be in mortal danger, and asked if he needed help. What? Second Master's life is in danger. At this moment, Qin Hao realized that the fat guy who was negotiating with Second Master had started arguing, and one of the guys surrounded in the middle seemed to be his good friend, Second Master. Qin Hao rushed over and found Zhao Yuanxiao there, almost crying with anxiety. Hurry and save Erpang. Qin Hao roared, then tore up the wooden strips from other fans' cheering signs and used them as weapons as he rushed over. You guys are fans of that little slut too? Ugh. Fan Bingbing looked at the wooden stick that Qin Hao and the others were holding, which was not much thicker than a chopstick, and wanted to laugh, but the wound on his face made him stick out his tongue instead. Don't worry about who we are. Let go of my brother Erpang right now. Qin Hao was also very nervous, but he was willing to fight for his brother. He tugged at Zhao Yuanxiao, who was even more nervous than him, and the two of them walked over, carrying thin wooden sticks, stopping and starting along the way. Damn it! What's wrong with these brainless idiots today? Guys, beat them up! Fan Yi cursed, and with a wave of his hand, Several henchmen, carrying steel pipes as thick as eggs, rushed forward. The wooden sticks used in martial arts broke into the moment they made contact with the steel pipes. Several thugs, looking like ferocious demons, were about to beat Qin Hao and Zhao Yuan Shao mercilessly, but it seemed they would also be brutally beaten. Screech! Another familiar sudden stop, another familiar figure of those burly men in black suits, another burst of thugs cursing and groans of being beaten. Third brother, we've finally arrived. Qin Hao finally wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and took a deep breath. Chapter 1:13 Solution. Almost just like last time, Hyung-san and his group of strict bodyguards rushed into the group of thugs, like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Although everyone in the melee is armed, even the best-equipped warriors are no match for a sheep and a tiger. The fight ended in less than a minute, with 7 or 8 thugs lying sprawled on the road, groaning and cursing. These people weren't injured in vital areas. Hyung-san and his experts naturally knew how to properly exploit these thugs. A twisted joint would often render them unable to resist with a single blow. This potentially fatal attack, however, would only bring unnecessary trouble. Who are you people? The only one standing in the middle of the field was Fan Bingbing, whose face was covered in blood. He nervously wiped the cold sweat from his bald head and asked timidly. This burly man defeated his opponent so decisively in one move. He was clearly a master, far beyond the reach of these street thugs. The man was now panicking. Are you all right? Hyung-san ignored Fan Yi completely and led his 2 junior brothers to bow to Qin Hao. However, after their last encounter in Shishan, Hyung-san understood that Qin Hao didn't like to reveal his identity to others, so he didn't call him young master this time. You were sent by Feng Bin? Qin Hao's soul suddenly realized. I recognize them. They're the same guys who taught Tai Yuan's thugs a lesson last time. Ouch, ouch. The 2 chubby guys, still sitting on the ground, shouted happily, but this aggravated their wounds. How do you plan to take this guy down? Hyung-san pointed at Fan Bingbing's soul, not far away. Beat him to death. Before Qin Hao could speak, the 6th man, who had finally managed to get up from the ground, shouted loudly. Qin Hao frowned, thinking to himself, this guy is so annoying. If you're so capable, why didn't you show it earlier? Hyung-san ignored what Lao Lu said, his eyes fixed on Qin Hao in front of him. Gentlemen, listen to me, I don't know where you guys are from, but today I, Master Fan, am unlucky. You guys beat my men too. So how about we just let this go? Seeing that the bodyguards didn't immediately try to deal with him, Master Fan immediately started using fighting tactics in hopes of escaping this predicament. Ask my brother Erpang, shall we? Qin Hao pulled Zhao Yuan Shao, and the 2 of them walked up to Erpang and struggled to pull the guy up from the ground. After checking the wounds on his body again, it was fortunate that Erpang's thick skin and flesh had caused some superficial injuries from the beating. Listen to me? Okay, then I won't hit him. I just want him to kowtow and apologize to my goddess dream. The fat otaku came out and, seeing that everyone was paying attention to him, immediately came up with a solution that surprised everyone. No, I, Master Fan, have been in this business for almost 20 years. I absolutely cannot kowtow to those young girls. Master Fan glared, adopting a posture that said he would rather die than be humiliated. Not going to kowtow? Then beat him until he does. Cough, cough. Erpang spat out some more bloody foam and pointed at Fan Yi. Did you hear that? Qin Hao smiled slightly. Okay. Hyung-san agreed and walked directly to Fan Yi. I'll fight you to the death. Fan Yi roared, throwing a powerful punch at Hyung-san. This punch had the air of a cornered beast making a desperate last stand. And what's more, Fan Bingbing is a burly man with broad arms and a thick waist. Everyone present was shocked when she threw this punch. Of course, we have to exclude Qin Hao and Hyung-san's 2 junior brothers. If Hyung-san, a master of combat skills, were to be hit by this punch, it would be incredibly embarrassing. Sure enough, Hyung-san stepped forward and dodged, tilting his head slightly to avoid Fan Ye's fist. Just as Fan Ye's elbow reached his shoulder suddenly rammed directly into Fan Ye's elbow. With a loud crack, a clear sound of a joint breaking, everyone present frowned, as if their own arms had been broken. Yeah, my arm, kill my arm. Just then, Fan Bingbing's arm, which was clearly broken at the joint, fell to the ground, howling like a pig. Kneel down, I'll say it again. I'll make you kneel down unless you lose your other arm. Hyung-san's face behind his sunglasses showed no change in expression, but no one doubted that he would break Fan Bingbing's other arm without mercy the next moment. I'll kowtow, I'll cow. After the initial excruciating pain subsided, Fan Bingbing endured the pain and slowly got up from the ground, using her knees as legs to scoot to Ru Meng's side. E, E, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Fan Bingbing said, banging her head against the ground repeatedly, making thuds, and large beads of sweat kept sliding down her side. Looks like this Fan Bingbing is really a gangster. Chin Hao thought admiringly, seeing that this kid could actually endure such excruciating pain to kowtow. I forgive you. You don't need to apologize. All right, all right. The flamboyant anchor Ru Meng was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she knelt down incessantly. Then get out of here. He Yongsen cursed in a low voice. The thugs, as if granted a pardon, helped each other to their feet and scattered like birds and beasts. Hey, we can't leave. They haven't paid for my car yet. Old Lou suddenly remembered something. The repair costs for his borrowed BMW 7 Series were still outstanding. How could he not be anxious? Are you kidding me? You're just letting them go like that. Lao Lu rushed up to He Yongsan and questioned him loudly. Are you talking to me? He Yongsan slowly took off his sunglasses, finding those long, hawk-like eyes, and looked at them calmly. I'm asking you, who's going to fix my car? The cold aura from the other end made the previously agitated Lao Lu shiver. Get lost. He Yongsan lightly wiped a small spot on his sunglasses and uttered a single word. So he ignored the sixth brother and turned back to Chin Hao with a look in his eyes. If there's nothing else, shall we leave? Thank you for your hard work. Chin Hao waved his hand, indicating that they could leave. Gentlemen, who sent you? I haven't asked yet. The middle-aged man called Greasy Second Master greeted them warmly, wanting to find out where these people came from. However, He Yong and his two companions naturally ignored him and jumped into the large jeep they had been riding in and drove off. Chapter 114, Another Mischievous Child. Well, now that's a different story. Although the group of thugs who came to extort money have all run away, the group of rich kids who were driving luxury cars so high and mighty this morning are completely dumbfounded. The BMW 7 Series that Lao Lu drove as the lead car was definitely unusable. The greasy second master, Lao Lu, and that sunglasses guy were all injured. Although the injuries weren't too serious, it was really a shame to attend the cat tooth carnival with all those bruises. Pang, you're so badly injured, you need to go to the hospital to get bandaged up right away. Chin Hao looked at his brother, covered in wounds, and Pang felt a little sorry for him. Yes, your wound down there will get infected if you don't bandage it, Zhao Yuanshao added, offering his advice. No, I haven't seen Ming Ming walk the red carpet yet. I can't go to the hospital. Stubborn Pang insisted on going to the carnival first. You're the chubby guy from the comedy, right? At this moment, Ming Ming, the anchor who had just regained her spirits, walked up to Pang, her big, watery eyes following the injured Pang. Yes, it's me. I'm a kind fat guy. Pang, who hadn't been scared at all while rolling around on the ground with Fan Bingbing, couldn't help but stutter nervously when he saw the girl he liked standing in front of him. Thank you. Ru Meng softly uttered these three words, then leaned over and gently kissed Pang's forehead. Hey. Pang, what's wrong with you? Chin Hao was surprised to find that this usually carefree, fat guy was actually a little unsteady and quickly helped him up. It seemed that the kiss from Ru Meng had made him so happy that he almost fainted from a mental breakdown. Meng, you just kissed me, didn't you? It took the fat man a while to regain his senses, and he asked in a daze. Okay, but you have to promise me you'll go to the hospital to get your wound bandaged before you come to the carnival to cheer me on. Ru Meng said with a sweet smile, then turned and walked back to the members of the large fan club not far away. Chin Hao, pinch me. Pinch me. Pang shouted at Chin Hao in disbelief. Stop pinching me. This isn't a dream. Look at you. You've been beaten so badly your own mother almost doesn't recognize you. And yet you're all smiles after a kiss? Chin Hao shook his head helplessly, utterly speechless about his brother. All right. You heard Ru Meng tell you to go to the hospital first. It's not too late to go to the carnival to cheer her on after your wound is bandaged. Zhao Yuanshao urged from the side. Ming, you must keep going. Pang shouted as he drove away in the taxi. Chin Hao and Zhao Yuanshao accompanied the two fat men to the hospital's emergency room to have their wounds bandaged. It was already past 10 a.m. The doctor wanted to administer a second infusion of lipid-lowering fluid to clear the thrombus, but this fat guy's attention was entirely focused on the carnival on the Manhwa live streaming platform. Just now in the treatment room, while the nurses and doctors were bandaging him, he was watching the Grand Carnival live stream on his phone. When he saw Rumming appear on the red carpet, this kid actually jumped right out of bed. After the bandaging was finally finished, the chubby boy, wrapped in bandages all over his body, rushed out of the hospital's outpatient department. Seeing that there was no other way, Qin Hao and Zhao Yuan Xiao had no choice but to pull her Pang back to the hospital bed and force him to get in 4 drip and injections, fearing that this crazy fan would cause any more trouble. Hello, is this Brother Qin Hao? Just after settling her Pang down, Qin Hao's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was a call from Wang Yanba, the naughty kid from his neighbor, Uncle Wang's house. It's me. What do you want, you little rascal? Qin Hao chuckled as he thought of the mischievous yet stubborn little fellow. Could you come to the Metro supermarket in the city center? Wang Yanba asked hesitantly. Met Tiger supermarket. Where do you go? Qin Hao asked curiously. Although he had never been to this Metro supermarket, he had heard of it. It was said that although it was called a supermarket, it sold high-end products and had a membership system, so people without a membership couldn't even get in. I came here with some classmates to play, and as a result, we broke some toys. Wang Yanba's voice grew softer and softer on the phone, clearly sounding guilty. Hello, are you the adult in this child's family? I'm a manager of the toy department at Mad Tiger Supermarket. Please come over immediately. There's a situation here that needs your help. The other person sounded rather rude on the phone. What trouble has this kid gotten into this time? He's probably afraid of getting a beating from his grandfather, so he's dragging me down with him again. Qin Hao shook his head with a wry smile. He kept his eyes on her Pang and Zhao Yuan Xiao watching the live stream on his phone. They greeted each other and then rode away from the hospital on their electric bikes. The Metro supermarket wasn't too far from Yundong University. After riding his electric scooter for about 20 minutes, Qin Hao arrived at the Metro supermarket, which he had never had the chance to visit before. Excuse me, please show your membership card. The doorman glanced at Qin Hao, who was dressed in a delivery uniform, and said with some surprise, Well, I don't have a membership card. I was called here by your toy department manager. I heard that some kids caused trouble in your toy department, and he asked me to handle it. Qin Hao said with a shy smile. Oh, so you're the parent of those brats? Humph. Turns out you're a food delivery guy. You're in for a world of trouble today. The security guard sneered and used his access card to open the supermarket entrance for Qin Hao. Go up the stairs, turn left, and the first room on the left is the toy department office, the security guard explained to Qin Hao's younger brother. Okay, thank you, Qin Hao said, and following the directions given by the security guard, he quickly found the office marked Toy Department at the entrance. Brother Qin Hao, you finally arrived. As soon as he entered the office, Wang Yanba ran over and jumped into Qin Hao's arms. What happened? Tell your brother. Qin Hao looked around the office. Besides Wang Yanba, there were several other boys in school uniforms sitting obediently next to a desk. Are you Wang Yanba's parent? Before Wang Yanba could speak, a particularly arrogant female voice came over. Qin Hao looked in the direction of the sound and saw a woman in her 30s wearing a dark blue suit standing at the office door. I'm his neighbor. Qin Hao blinked, realizing he didn't really look like Wang Yanba's father, and decided to tell the truth. Neighbor? What use are you? This kid just said that if he brought you here, he could solve the trouble they caused. But now he's brought you, his neighbor? Isn't he just joking with me? The woman touched her nose and glasses, her face immediately showing a very displeased expression. Yes, I am indeed this child's neighbor, but his guardian is in poor health, so it's really inconvenient for him to get involved. Tell me what trouble he's gotten into first, and see if I can help you resolve it. Qin Hao said politely. You solved it? Oomph. The Manhattan woman pushed up her glasses, scrutinized Qin Hao carefully again, and then said, It's not that I'm judging people by their appearance, but the little bit of money you make delivering food really can't solve the trouble these kids have caused. Chapter 1, 15 High-End Toys. Look at what you're saying. You should tell me first whether you can resolve your status issue, right? Qin Hao still maintained his good-natured demeanor. Oomph. Since you're so eager to know, fine, follow me. You'll find out when we get there. The female manager waved her hand impatiently, indicating that they should follow her. So Qin Hao led Wang Yanba and the remaining boys to the office, and followed the female manager out of the office area and into the supermarket. This Metro supermarket truly lives up to its reputation as a foreign store specializing in high-end brands. It has a wide variety of products, most of which are brands Qin Hao has never seen before. The group walked for a long time before finally arriving at the toy section, where Wang Yanba and his friends had caused trouble. Several toy boxes with foreign language labels were scattered on the ground, while several beautifully crafted toys were neatly arranged to one side. What is this? Qin Hao asked, puzzled. These are all toys that these kids open their own packaging. We have a rule here that we don't allow opening toy packaging, and now they've opened so many toys, which is affecting our normal sales. They played with them for a while after opening them, and then left them here, planning to sneak out. I saw on the security camera that when I offered them money to buy these toys, they said they couldn't afford it. So you came here. But I hope you can't afford them either, right? The female manager glanced sideways at Chin Hao, the third party, and said with a cold snort, "You opened all of these?" Chin Hao picked up a Transformers toy crystal with an authentic mark. "Yes, that's right. Today is my birthday, and I want to bring a few of my classmates out. I asked Xiao Feng to sneak his family's membership card so we could come here and have some fun. We can't afford to buy anything, so we just wanted to open the package and see what's inside." This aunt saw it and said we had to buy something. Wang Yanba lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Is today your birthday?" "Oh dear, Brother Chin Hao forgot." Upon hearing this, Chin Hao patted Wang Yanba's head with a guilty expression. What's the point of a poor kid celebrating a birthday?" At this moment, the customers shopping in the supermarket all gathered around and pointed at the commotion. Yeah, it's really embarrassing that a kid who delivers food would come to Metro supermarket to buy toys, and even open them all without buying them. Forget it, any one of these toys costs several thousand yuan. Giving it to this delivery guy for his son is like killing him. Yeah, those few items they unpacked probably cost at least 7 or 8,000, if not 10,000, right? This delivery guy is definitely going to give that brat a good beating on the head when he gets home. At this moment, the little boys who were with him also started whispering among themselves. "Oof, what a load of bull. He said he'd found some capable older brother, but he's just a food delivery guy." She even treated a food delivery guy like her savior. "Looks like we're definitely in for a beating today. Brother Chin Hao will definitely help me sort this out. I won't allow you to say that about him." Wang Yanba shouted to his friends. Chin Hao pulled aside the somewhat agitated Xiao Yanba and smiled as he looked at the children. "Brother promised you. He will definitely get things sorted out here. Sir, as you can see, all these toys are quite expensive. I don't think you have the financial means, so you should call the child's parents right away." The female manager of the toy department said coldly to Chin Hao, "Manager, I think you're speaking too soon. Why don't you calculate the cost of these toys from Kai Feng first? I estimate my money is about enough." Chin Hao said with a smile, "Why are you so stubborn? The toys here cost at least 10,000 yuan. Are you sure you've spent that much?" The female manager looked Chin Hao up and down again, staring at him with an incredulous look. "Manager Lu, what's going on?" A somewhat burly man in a suit walked over and asked, "Mr. Zhang, these kids have opened all our toys. I asked them to buy more, but they couldn't afford it. I told them to ask their parents to come, and this kid actually found a food delivery guy." The female manager said respectfully, all right, I got it." Manager Zhang turned back and glanced at Chin Hao and his 3 unruly children. "Hey, delivery guy, I heard what you just said, but we're a high-end supermarket wholly owned by a foreign company. All our products are imported, so each one is incredibly valuable. Look at this transformer in your hand. It even has the signature of the original designer on it. This toy, which is practically a work of art, costs over 4,000 yuan. Do you think you can even get out of bed? Why not? Today is Yanba's birthday, and I want to buy him some decent birthday presents. I also want to buy one for each of his friends who came with him." Chin Hao's face was full of smiles. Okay, that's fine then. Since that's the case, that's for the best. Now, please come with me to the cashier with these open toys to settle the bill. But I advise you to consider throwing away a few toys along the way, since we have a lot of video surveillance cameras here. Manager Zhang was obviously stunned for a moment, but he quickly recovered and said calmly, "No problem, let's go right now." Chin Hao said as he had the kids pick up the toys and boxes they had thrown on the ground, preparing to go out with Mr. Zhang to settle the bill. "Brother Chin Hao, you're not really planning to buy so many high-end toys for us, are you?" Although Wang Yanba had always had a lot of confidence in Chin Hao since the last incident, he was still a little unsure when he saw that he was going to buy so many high-end toys at once. "No problem, since Brother Chin Hao promised you. He will definitely do it, but it will be fine if you had some toys to take with you." Chin Hao bent down and patted Xiao Yanba's head. "That's great. Yes, we could buy new toys. Wang Yanba, you're awesome." The children following behind Wang Yanba jumped up happily, holding up the toys they were going to pay for, and shouting excitedly, "What's going on here? Mr. Zhang, aren't you a VIP member of the supermarket? Where did this bunch of wild kids come from? And there's even a poor delivery guy shouting like that." Just as they were about to leave the toy section of the supermarket, a plump, Wealthy woman led a little boy about the same age as Wang Yanba over. Chapter 116, This is Your Gift. Oh, is this Mrs. Liu? No, these kids are a bit naughty and damaged the packaging of these toys. Their parents are here now, and I was just about to take them and the toys to the cashier to pay. Mr. Zhang was clearly very familiar with Mrs. Liu, bowing and scraping as soon as he saw her. Oh, is that so? I was wondering why. Usually, only people with high standards like us go in and out of supermarkets. How did a few strange guys suddenly sneak in? Mrs. Liu rolled her eyes at Qin Hao, snorted, and pulled her chubby son, who was just as round as herself, to leave. Mommy, look what that poor boy is holding. He's holding the inflatable transformer that I want most. Suddenly, the chubby boy pointed at the toy in Wang Yanba's hand and shouted. This toy is the Transformers toy with the signature of the original designer that Mr. Zhang just mentioned. So what? Mommy will take you to buy a new one. We don't want anything that poor boy has taken. The wealthy woman pulled her son with her plump, white hand. But I remember there's only one thing about this one. He bought it, so I don't have any left. The kid grinned and refused to leave. Is that so? Don't worry, Mommy will ask. The wealthy woman turned around and shouted to Mr. Zhang, who had already escaped the predicament. I'm saying, Mr. Zhang, isn't that the only transformer you have here? Mrs. Liu, are you talking about this? Mr. Zhang stopped and glanced at the toy in Wang Yanba's hand before asking. Yes, that's the transformer. Oh, that's right. There are only 500 sets of this Transformers item with the designer's signature worldwide. This is the last one in our supermarket. I don't think we'll have any more in stock. Mr. Zhang adjusted his glasses and said with a smile. See, Mommy, I told you so. This is the last one. If that kid buys it, I won't have any left. I won't do it. I won't do it. The chubby boy seemed to have quite a temper. He plopped down on the ground and started throwing a tantrum, rolling around on the ground and yelling. Stop it, stop it. This is no good solution. At worst, Mommy could just buy from that poor bastard. The wealthy woman clearly didn't care much for her son. Really? Then go buy it quickly. This trick worked really well. The chubby boy immediately stopped crying. Hey, you delivery lady up ahead. Could you stop for a second? Kua Xiao ran towards Qin Hao, her flabby body jiggling with each step. Are you talking to me? Qin Hao frowned and pulled Wang Yanba to a stop. Actually, Qin Hao was very disgusted by what the woman said the moment she appeared. But since it was Xiao Yanba's birthday today, he felt it was unnecessary to cause any more trouble and didn't bother with it. Brother Qin Hao, she didn't decide to take away the Transformers toy I chose, did she? Wang Yanba gripped the toy tightly in his hands with some worry. Don't worry. Since Brother Qin Hao promised to buy it for you, he certainly won't let anyone else take it from you. Qin Hao smiled and patted Xiao Yanba's face to comfort him. Yes, that's what I was telling you. You're lucky to have met us, a food delivery guy. Huff, 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 huff. Mrs. Liu was panting heavily as she spoke, having just run away from such a terrifying creature. Good luck. What do you mean? Qin Hao found it a bit funny, but he still asked the question knowing the answer. The good thing is that you don't have to spend a lot of money to buy that Transformers toy from that kid anymore. My son took a liking to it, so we bought it for him. It saved you, the delivery guy, several thousand yuan. Isn't that good luck? The wealthy woman finally caught her breath and said with a smug look on her face. Oh, that's true. Sir, your child's toy costs over 4,000 yuan, and now someone has helped pay for it. You're really lucky to have met Mrs. Liu and her son. Mr. Zhang, who was standing next to him, immediately chimed in. Lucky, but when did I say I was going to give this transformer to someone else? This toy is a birthday present for my son Yanba. Why should I give it to them? Qin Hao looked at President Zhang and the wealthy woman with an incredulous expression. Hey, delivery guy, stop being so stubborn. Your delivery income is enough to buy these toys. It used to make you feel bad for months, didn't it? Now that I'm paying for it, you're still putting on airs, aren't you? The rich woman's chubby face clearly showed displeasure when Qin Hao refused. Madam, I'm not someone who's all skin and no bones. How long I'll feel bad about buying these toys is my own business, and it's none of your concern, Qin Hao said with a slight smile to the wealthy woman. We don't mind that the toys you touched are dirty, but you're putting on airs. Mrs. Liu pointed at Qin Hao with her short, thick, white finger, not knowing what to say. Mrs. Liu, please calm down. Let me talk to this gentleman. Mr. Zhang, who was standing nearby, quickly tried to smooth things over, then pulled Qin Hao aside and whispered, Sir, I know you weren't happy with what Mrs. Liu said earlier, but she'll pay for the toys for you now. Of course, I know you're upset. How about this? our supermarket will make a concession. Apart from the transformer that Mrs. Liu specifically asked for, we'll give you a 15% discount on all the other toys. That's no small amount, Mr. Zhang said earnestly. All right, Wang Yanba. That transformer in your hand is definitely going to go to that chubby kid. A little boy who came with Yanba pointed at the wealthy woman's son who was still sitting on the ground not far away. Impossible. Brother Qin Hao promised me that this toy is my birthday present this year, and he won't give it to anyone else. Despite saying that, Xiao Yanba kept craning his neck and sucking at Qin Hao. Oh, never mind. I just heard the supermarket manager say that if you hand over the toys you have to that fat boy, not only will your brother Qin Hao save more than 4,000 yuan, but all the toys we have will be discounted by 15%. The money saved will be enough for you to buy another toy. Another boy also advised. The two friends then made Xiao Yanba fall into deep thought, looking down at the transformer in his hand, and then at the chubby boy sitting on the ground next to him, throwing a tantrum. Mr. Zhang, I think that since I promised Yanba, I should keep my word. This toy. Before Qin Hao could finish speaking, he suddenly noticed that little Yanba was tugging at his clothes. Brother Qin Hao, shall we give this toy to them? The sensible little Yanba's lips twitched slightly. After speaking in a barely audible voice, he touched the toy in his hand with some reluctance. Yanba, this is your birthday present. We won't let anyone else come. Chapter 117, I'm not selling you anymore. You're ruthless for delivering takeout. You know how to raise prices. The wealthy woman not far away had obviously heard Qin Hao's words and then walked over. What do you mean by raising prices? I don't understand. Qin Hao asked, scratching his head. Stop pretending with me. You lot. I can tell what kind of shit you're taking just by the way you lift your butt. The wealthy woman was clearly very angry, and she no longer cared about her words. How do you know what kind of poop I take? Qin Hao wanted to really annoy this arrogant rich woman. No. This lady prefers to look in the men's restroom. How could such a cheap wife have such a strange hobby? Several supermarket customers who were standing aside, watching the commotion, were also amused by Qin Hao's words. Stop trying to talk nonsense with me. Tell me, how much more do you want? Mrs. Liu was even angrier after being ridiculed by everyone. Her round face was so swollen that her features almost shrunk into a bun as she asked angrily. At what? I don't understand. Qin Hao thought to himself, since you want to die, I dare to bury you. Compared to the weekend, I still have time to banter with you. Fine, you've got guts, Mr. Zhang. How much does this little devil's transformer cost in your supermarket? Qin Hao's words left the wealthy woman speechless for a moment. She simply ignored him and turned to the pot-bellied Mr. Zhang to ask. Oh, I just checked. That Transformers toy with a hint is currently priced at 4,888 in our supermarket. Fine, delivery guy. I'm not going to waste my breath on you poor bastard today. I'll pay you 10,000 for this kid's Transformers hands, the wealthy woman said loudly. Wow, 10,000 yuan. What a rich lady. Just with her mouth, she doubled the price of this toy. Yeah, that's why rich people are so arrogant. This delivery guy really hit the jackpot. This 10,000 yuan is more than enough for him to pay for the remaining toys, and he'll still have some left over. The onlookers all simultaneously expressed their surprise. Of course, the wealthy woman was quite pleased to see others become the center of attention. That's wonderful. Mrs. Liu is so generous, and this solution is fantastic. This gentleman will definitely not refuse. Mr. Zhang immediately chimed in. I'm sorry, I don't intend to sell. Qin Hao simply said these few words to the smug rich woman. What did you say? The wealthy woman could hardly believe her ears. The Transformers toy gun she had sold to her child for more than double the price was now unsellable by the delivery man. Seriously? Is this delivery guy crazy? Yeah, he made over 5,000 yuan just by reselling it. And he actually said he wouldn't sell. Oomph. You guys are nothing. This is called playing the long game. It's obvious they're not satisfied yet. The surrounding patients started discussing the matter again. Sir, Mrs. Liu's price is already very reasonable. How can you be so unreasonable? Even Zhang's usually amiable face now showed displeasure. He thought to himself that this deliver man was far too greedy. I said, I'm not selling. Thank you. Qin Hao repeated his words to the wealthy woman again. Why won't you sell? The wealthy woman stared at Qin Hao with wide eyes and asked, why should I resell what I bought to you? You guys are really strange. This transformer is a birthday gift for my son, Xiao Yanba. I didn't buy it to resell for profit. Qin Hao's words were irrefutable. Even President Zhang didn't know what to say this time. Wow, I don't care anymore. I want that Transformers toy that's been delayed for so long. I have to buy it. I have to buy it. At this moment, the chubby boy sitting on the ground, not far away, suddenly let out a series of miserable howls. The terrifying decibels made almost everyone present want to cover their ears. All right, my little darling. Mommy will buy it for you. I'll buy it for you. The wealthy lady stomped her foot in anger, then turned to Chin Hao and gritted her teeth, saying, "Will 20,000 work this time? Wow, they're really rich." Yes, in such a short time, the value of this toy, which cost less than 5,000 yuan, has increased fourfold. See, I wasn't wrong, was I? This delivery guy is cunning. I knew he was waiting to raise prices. This caused another uproar among the crowd, sparking discussion. I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't think you understand what I mean. The reason I said I didn't want to sell this transformer was because it was a birthday gift I gave to Wang Yanba, not because I thought you gave me too little money. Chin Hao said with a helpless shrug. You. The wealthy woman was speechless, while her chubby son threw an even bigger tantrum on the ground. My God, this kid is way too greedy. You made over 10,000 just by reselling it, and you still don't think it's enough? Looks like this delivery guy's looking for trouble today. Who cares? Let's just enjoy the show. The crowd erupted in another buzz of discussion. Sir, please, let's talk in private. Mr. Zhang pulled Chin Hao aside, and the two of them walked to a quiet place. Sir, you probably don't know who this Mrs. Liu's husband is, do you? That's strange. Why do I need to know who that lady's husband is when I buy a toy for my child? Huh? Chin Hao asked, somewhat puzzled. Yes, that's right. This Mrs. Liu's husband is Mr. Liu Jingrue, a well-known retail investor in Yundong City. What does that have to do with me? Chin Hao shook his head. Mr. Liu has invested in a large number of shopping malls and supermarkets in Yundong City. Even the real estate company that leases the land for the Metro supermarket right here has shares in Mr. Liu. What's more, Mr. Liu and his family spend a lot of money on our supermarket every year. So, you should understand what I mean, right? Mr. Zhang explained patiently. I still don't understand. Even if your supermarket has a partnership with her husband's company. So what if that fat woman's husband is the owner of this supermarket? Chin Hao's face remained expressionless, but he was inwardly furious at this Mr. Zhang. It's very simple. If you insist on not reselling that toy to Mrs. Liu, then I'm sorry. This supermarket can only cancel your eligibility to purchase this item. Since this transformer is no longer available to you, our supermarket will not sell it to you. General Manager Zhang said with a cold laugh. Chapter 118 Missed Opportunity? Oomph. You stinking delivery guy. Now you know how to make up for it, huh? You didn't make money when you had the chance. It's too late to make up for it now. You dare to mess with me. You're not worthy. The wealthy woman not far away sneered shrilly. Yes, this delivery guy's meticulous planning actually came to the attention of the wealthy lady at this supermarket. She's incredibly powerful. Exactly. This is called insatiable greed. They thought 20,000 wasn't enough, but now they can't even earn a penny. Hey, are you stupid? Dude, the crowd watching burst into laughter. It's over. Your brother Chin Hao has lost both his wife and his army. How wonderful it would have been if we had just sold the Transformers to that chubby kid for a high price. The two little boys who came with Wang Yanba also said with great regret, Mr. Zhang, is this an international brand chain supermarket? Chin Hao wasn't too surprised when he heard what Mr. Zhang had just said. He just looked at him calmly. That's right. Our Metro supermarket is a well-known chain supermarket internationally. Why are you asking this? Since they are internationally renowned chain supermarkets, how could they do something so unprofessional? Chin Hao continued to ask, how are you being unprofessional? Since you've already obtained a customer's prescription for this item during normal business hours, what reason do you have to take it back and not sell it to me? Chin Hao asked, putting his arm around him. After all, Mr. Zhang was a white-collar worker in a foreign company with higher education, and he obviously didn't know how to answer Chin Hao's forceful questioning. Just because my family spends hundreds of thousands of yuan a year at this supermarket, I have the right to do this. Snatch that Transformer toy from before, and it's yours now. Clearly, Mrs. Liu didn't have the same high standards as Mr. Zhang. She actually pointed at Wang Yanba, who was holding the toy, and told the chubby boy who had just gotten up from the ground to go and snatch it. Give it to me. Give it to me. This is mine. My mommy said it's mine. The chubby boy suddenly perked up, rushing over without even wiping the snot off his face, reaching out his chubby little hand to snatch the transformer from Wang Yanba's hand. Yanba, don't give it to him. Brother Chin Hao promised to give it to you, so it's yours. Nobody can take it away from you. Chin Hao walked over pulled the somewhat bewildered Yamba away and let him hide on his boyfriend's body. You stinking delivery guy. Mr. Zhang has already made it very clear to you that the Metro supermarket will not sell you this toy anymore. How dare you not give my precious son back? Mrs. Liu rushed over like a mother tiger, panting heavily as she looked at Qin Hao and his younger brother, Xiao Yanba. Brother Qin Hao, how about we just forget about it? We could buy other toys later. Wang Yanba, who was only 10 years old, was a little worried about the other party's fierce appearance and hid in front of Brother Qin Hao. Don't be afraid. If Brother Qin Hao says he won't give them to them, then he won't. Qin Hao said, patting Wang Yanba's head. Sir, I hope you can clearly state your current price. Don't make things difficult for our supermarket. Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to ask security to ask you to take out the toy you're holding. At this moment, General Manager Zhang also came over. Although he looked troubled, he still directly delivered the warning. Wow, it's amazing to be rich. You can even ask the security guard for help when you buy things at the supermarket. Yeah, isn't this Metro supermarket a bit too snobbish? Isn't it because this kid is a food delivery man? Look at him. He's probably dressed like a boss in a suit and tie. Do you think supermarkets would dare to use security guards to rob people? Several customers who hadn't left yet also felt that Metro supermarket had gone a bit too far this time, and it was quite different from what they expected. Did you hear that? Do you really want Mr. Zhang to call security to put my son's transformer down? Mrs. Liu, clearly in a good mood, pointed at Qin Hao and continued her smug antics. You, a food delivery guy with a bunch of poor kids, dare to come to this supermarket, break their stuff, and try to steal my son's luxury goods. You really don't know your place. Mr. Zhang, if I didn't understand, as long as my spending is only slightly more than this Mrs. Liu's, this toy will still be ours, right? Qin Hao ignored the shrewish Mrs. Liu, who was constantly doing yoga, and turned to Mr. Zhang to say, What? Are you talking nonsense? You want to compare your value with mine? You're just a food delivery guy, and you could probably buy enough stuff for me to live on for a lifetime. That's just wishful thinking. Mrs. Liu burst into laughter upon hearing Qin Hao's words. Yeah, is this delivery guy crazy? This is an international chain supermarket. Does he think it's some small shop downstairs from his house? And this rich lady is just throwing money around. That's right. Even if you're being bullied like this, you can't say stupid things. He didn't expect that the spending power of that wealthy lady, who even made the CEO of such a large supermarket bow and scrape, could be compared to that of a food delivery man like him. Qin Hao didn't pay attention to the gossip and simply looked at President Zhang calmly. Sir, we at Metro have always been a professional supermarket that serves our most distinguished customers with the best service. Every single one of Mrs. Liu's purchases is recorded on our supermarket's computer system. I don't think your income is sufficient to match her spending level, so I advise you not to try this. Mr. Zhang, being highly educated, spoke succinctly, though he genuinely believed that the beautiful and tall Qin Huihua was far more lavish than the wealthy woman. Okay, Yanba, give him the toys. To everyone's surprise, Qin Hao readily let Wang Yanba pick up the Transformers toy. Haha, I thought you were so capable. Turns out you were trying to save face. You don't seem stupid, you're just a little greedy. Mrs. Liu laughed and told her fat son to hurry over and pick up the toy that Wang Yanba had just put down. Yeah, I thought this delivery guy would be tough on us. Turns out he's a total softie. Oh dear, he was just venting his anger. You really think he'd dare to go head-to-head with the security guards? Oh no, that's it. We're done for. I thought this kid was going to cause a scene in the supermarket. Yeah, let's go. The onlookers sighed in amazement and then dispersed. Sir, as compensation, I will still have the supermarket give you a 15% discount on the other toys you purchased. Of course, this is only out of humanitarian considerations. Mr. Zhang seemed to feel a little embarrassed and bothered by the statement. Mr. Zhang, why would you bother with a poor food delivery guy like him? There are things 100 times more important for you, a senior manager, to handle. The wealthy woman, thinking she had completely gained the upper hand, happily gestured behind Mr. Zhang. See, your brother Qin Hao doesn't seem to be very capable either. Yes, he could have made a lot of money, but because of his greed, he ended up with nothing. The two little boys who came with Wang Yanba also pouted and complained in frustration. No, brother Qin Hao wouldn't lie to me. I believe him. Wang Yanba kept staring at Qin Hao, who was calling out to him with hopeful eyes. Qin Hao simply turned around and said to Wang Yanba and his 7 friends, Come on, Big Brother will take you back to the toy section now. Are we still going, Brother Qin Hao? Wang Yanba asked, puzzled. All right, of course we'll go spend some money. Qin Hao smiled slightly. Chapter 119 Birthday Gift. Look, is that food delivery guy really trying to compete with the rich lady in terms of spending? Yeah, I really don't understand what he's thinking. Is it easy to make a living by delivering food on an electric scooter every day? But this is going to be interesting. The crowd that had just walked away gathered around, chattering amongst themselves. Oh, so you're still not convinced that you, the delivery guy, lost to me? The wealthy man, with a sneer, walked over again, pulling his chubby son along, looking at Chin Hao and his brother's group of little boys. Don't say I'm bullying you, General Manager Zhang. All my previous purchases at your metro store don't count. Let's see if you dare to spend today. I really hope you can beat me. I'll give you back this transformer later. But if you can't beat me, how about you and your bunch of wild boys bark like dogs for us? Mrs. Liu, why are you doing this? Competing with others is beneath your dignity, isn't it? Mr. Zhang seemed to want to play peacemaker. All right, but we got these transformers first, so if you lose, it's not just about returning the toy to us. You also have to bark like a dog to make it reasonable. Chin Hao said with a slight smile. Okay, son, you go to the toy section with those wild boys now. Mom is very happy today. Take any toy you like. The wealthy woman clearly hadn't expected the delivery man to be so bold, but her boyfriend's chubby son was overjoyed. With a cheer, he ran into the adjacent area filled with high-end toys. Yamba, what are you and your friends waiting for? Hurry up and go to buy some too. Just like that chubby boy. If you see something you like, just put it in your shopping cart, and Brother Chin Hao will buy it all. Chin Hao said with a smile, glancing at Wang Yanba, who was looking a little dazed. Brother Chin Hao, you're not serious, are you? The toys here are so expensive. Let's not gamble with this fat Annie, okay? The sensible little Yanba tugged at Chin Hao's sleeve. Don't worry. Have you forgotten when your brother Chin Hao has ever let you down? Today is your birthday, so we should celebrate it properly for you. Don't worry, Chin Hao said encouragingly, patting Xiao Yanba's head affectionately. Then, can we go get it? Wang Yanba asked timidly. Go ahead. No problem. Chin Hao waved his hand, letting the three little boys enter the toy section as well. Oomph. I didn't realize this delivery guy had such guts. The wealthy man snorted and plopped down on his chest next to the toy section, watching the children inside packing up their favorite toys as if in a frenzy. Mrs. Liu, would you like me to have a staff member pour you a cup of coffee? Mr. Zhang said solicitously from the side. No need, I'll just sit here for a while. It'll save those poor folks from saying we're rich and bullying us. Mr. Zhang, I'm really sorry to trouble you today and take up your precious time. Watching me and this poor delivery guy compare how much money we spend. The wealthy woman chatted leisurely with Manager Zhang. In contrast, Chin Hao was ignored. Only a few onlookers who hadn't gone far gathered around him again, gesturing and pointing. Wow, it looks like the delivery guy is really going after this rich lady. Yes, they actually have that kind of courage. Oh dear, what's the use of having guts? You can't spend it like money. He'll be crying when those kids actually come to pay for all those toys. By this time, the chubby boy had already bought 5 or 6 toys, each one a high-end brand with considerable value. The total cost of the items in the car would be at least 10,000 yuan. How's it going, Zizai? Are you happy with the toys you bought? The wealthy woman's eyelids twitched slightly as she looked at the toys in the shopping cart, but her expression remained unchanged. Happy. Thank you, Mommy. The chubby boy replied happily. No big deal. As long as you're happy. The fat lady curled her lip and looked at Chin Hao beside her. In contrast, perhaps because Wang Yanba and his 2 friends Chin Hao couldn't pay for the toys later, they bought very few, and they mostly picked the cheaper ones, which together cost only a few dozen yuan. Yanba, why did you and your friends take so little? Don't you care that Chin Hao will have to bark like a dog if he loses? Chin Hao naturally understood the children's good intentions, but on the other hand, he was pretending to be doing business. Brother Chin Hao, can we really just take whatever we want? Xiao Yanba asked, still a little worried. Take them, but remember to pick the most expensive ones. Chin Hao waved his hand. Still pretending? Some poor bastards like to brag in front of big shots in these high-class places. You don't want to just throw your money back on the counter without paying, do you? The rich woman asked sarcastically. Yanba, when you find a toy you like, just open the packaging like you did before. Don't worry, Chin Hao will pay for it for you this time, and the supermarket staff won't give you any trouble. Chin Hao smiled and shook his head. Has this kid really gone mad? Yes, once you open the package, you absolutely have to buy it. How much money could a food delivery guy possibly have on him? Sir, don't say I didn't warn you. You'd better check your cash and bank card balance first, so you don't cause trouble for all of us later. Mr. Zhang frowned and walked up to Chin Hao, reminding him. Don't worry, I don't have much money on me, but it's enough to buy a few toys. Qin Hao naturally didn't take it seriously. Soon, the shopping carts pushed by Wang Yanba and his children were piled high with brand-name toys. After all, playing is a child's nature, and the toys sold at Metro are all exquisitely made and made with high-quality materials from international brands. The children immediately fell in love with them and gradually forgot that they were supposed to pay in person and started to forget that I was putting them in the shopping cart. The chubby boy next to him was almost done buying, but seeing that his competitor had bought more, he naturally wouldn't give up and quickly rejoined the nutrition buying frenzy. Before long, both shopping carts were filled with brand-name toys. Looks like it'll cost tens of thousands. The wealthy woman couldn't help but feel a pang of regret as she looked at her son's shopping cart. Although her family was very rich, this was the first time she had ever spent tens of thousands of dollars on toys for her son at once. Mr. Zhang, you better be careful. What if Cho Cho, the delivery guy, doesn't have any money and brings these wild boys to cause trouble for you? You'd better make sure he has enough money to pay for the toys in the shopping cart, so as not to cause losses to your supermarket. The fat lady said, glancing at the shopping carts similar to Qin Hao's, which was piled up like a small mountain. Mrs. Liu, you're right. Mr. Zhang nodded and walked closer to Qin Hao. Sir, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that the goods you've purchased are of such high value that I feel it's necessary for you to convince me that you can pay for them in full. Repayment? No problem. Just grab any POS machine. If any of those kids take a toy, I'll pay for it immediately. How's that sound? Qin Hao smiled slightly, his fingers already pulling out the black bank statement. Okay. This gentleman is really straightforward. Hey you, go get a wireless POS machine from the cashier. Mr. Zhang was obviously most happy to see this situation. When two people compete to buy goods, the supermarket naturally benefits the most. Wow, is this delivery guy really going all out? He's even charging for each order separately? Yeah, he probably thought his card had an unlimited limit, right? I don't think this kid has any idea that those kids have those toys. Any one of them must be worth several thousand yuan, right? Oomph. Mr. Zhang, you have this card too. When my son takes the toys, you'll have to pay for them right away. The wealthy woman glared at Qin Hao beside her, thinking to herself, hey, delivery guy, you probably don't know that this is a gold card with a credit limit of 200,000 yuan, right? Chapter 1, 20 Toy Buying Contest. The mobile POS machine was brought over quickly, and the wealthy woman rushed to have the cashier pay for the toys in her son's shopping cart. 1 piece, 2 items, 3 items. Mrs. Liu, your total bill is now 34,588 yuan, the waitress said politely. Oh, it's not much, just over 30,000. It's a small amount of money, I'll ignore it. Although she was inwardly pained, the wealthy woman pretended to be indifferent and handed the gold card to the staff. Okay, all your items have been processed. Delivery guy, see? My bill's already settled. It's not your turn yet. The wealthy woman rolled her eyes at Qin Hao and let out a cold snort. Wow, she's definitely a wealthy woman from a rich family. Yes, once I spent over 30,000 yuan on toys for my child without even blinking an eye. Now all the pressure will definitely fall on the food delivery workers. Yeah, if he can't come up with that money, he'll have to bark like a dog in public. The onlookers expressed a mixture of envy and skepticism. Of course, no problem. Let's calculate how much the toys and the car cost first. Qin Hao didn't even lift his eyelids. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, sir. Your total bill is 32,666 yuan. The waitress, though still very polite, couldn't believe the delivery guy would pay the same amount as that wealthy lady. What's going on? Only this much money? Yanba, you and your 2 friends aren't doing well either. The 3 of you don't even earn as much as that chubby kid. Qin Hao frowned and said upon hearing this, how about this? The 3 of you each take another Lego Special Edition set. Qin Hao said, pointing to the Lego counter next to him. No way. That Lego set costs over 20,000 yuan. Yeah, these food delivery guys must be crazy from losing so much money. I'd already spent 32,000, and with another 60,000, it's now over 100,000. The patients watching nearby immediately gasped in surprise. Hey, delivery guy, stop spouting nonsense. Why don't you just say you buy the whole toy section? A wealthy woman standing nearby, her mouth agape in astonishment, loudly questioned. What do you care how much I buy? Today is Yanba's birthday. I can buy whatever they like. Qin Hao didn't even glance at the rich woman. Mr. Zhang, who had been silent all along, was secretly delighted. If this food delivery guy could really buy so many toys at once, this month's sales performance would definitely be impressive. Sir, with the 3 items you just added to your cart, your total spending is now 113,000 yuan. Wow, over 110,000 in one go. Why would a food delivery person spend so much money on toys? Are they stupid? You're overthinking it. I simply don't believe he could come up with that much money. Qin Hao, of course, respected the discussions of the onlookers and handed his black bank card without a bank logo to the waitress. Damn, where did he get such a black bank card? Did he read too many online novels and think that just because it's black, it's powerful? The wealthy woman mocked loudly, not believing that Qin Hao could actually swipe 110,000 yuan from his card. Beep, your bill has been settled. Here is your bank card. Please keep it safe. Although the waitress's eyelids twitched slightly with that beep, she still calmly returned the black card. What? The delivery guy actually paid the bill. Even though it was all happening right in front of her, the plump socialite still jumped up from her seat in disbelief. Mr. Zhang, is your POS machine malfunctioning? Mrs. Liu, you can rest assured about that. At this moment, Mr. Zhang, who was standing to the side, was already overjoyed. No way, this guy really spent over 110,000 yuan on toys in one go. Maybe it's one of those nouveau riche from the neighborhood who just received compensation for their demolished homes. Yes, delivering food might just be someone's hobby. That's right, it's hard to say what the taste of rich people is like. The crowd around them erupted in discussion again, and their gazes toward Qin Hao changed from mockery, doubt, and disdain to envy and admiration. Madam, I've already spent 110,000. Now, are you going to bark like a dog, or have your fat son bring you a few more toys? Qin Hao sneered, looking at the somewhat exasperated rich lady beside him. You little rascal. I'm going to stand up to you today. Go get a few more toys, and Mommy will buy them all for you. The once plump and fair-skinned woman's face had turned a liverish color from the hot water, but she still gritted her teeth and said defiantly, Sure, I'm happy to play along no matter how much you buy. Qin Hao smiled and spread his hands, looking like he was ready to play along completely. So the chubby little boy went into the toy section again, busied himself for a while, and finally managed to collect 2 more toys before finishing his shopping, even though he was panting heavily from running around. Beep, beep, beep. Hello, Mrs. Liu. You have spent another 125,300 yuan. After a series of beeps, the waitress said with a smile, Huff, huff, huff. Here's your card. This is all on the bill. Although the amount was almost up to the limit of her credit card spending, the fat lady still handed the credit card to the waitress while panting heavily. Beep. Okay, please collect your bank card. The wealthy woman took the credit card, her heart bleeding. She had already spent nearly 160,000 yuan. Her estimated total credit limit was 200,000 yuan, and with the more than 10,000 yuan of credit she had already used, this card could only be used for another 20,000 yuan. Hey, the delivery guy, go ahead and buy some more if you dare. Although the grand tutor still spoke with his usual toughness, his tone was starting to sound a little guilty. Great. Yamba, Brother Qin Hao has given you 3 more Lego sets. Do you like them? Qin Hao chuckled and glanced at the red-faced, sullen rich lady before saying something that left her utterly despairing. Marvelous. Qin Hao is awesome. Qin Hao is so handsome. 3 children excitedly ran into the toy section, and in the blink of an eye, they pulled out 3 more sets of Lego building sets. The ways to combine these toys are endless. Theoretically, as long as you have enough pieces, you can create any model you want. There's even a story of someone who bought a few Lego bricks and built a 1:1 scale Lego cardiovascular system for free. So, no matter how many of these toys you have, kids will never have too many. Chapter 121, Kowtowing and Admitting Mistakes. Beep. Sir, your purchase of 3 Lego sets has been processed, totaling 66,588 yuan. Please keep your bank card safe. The saleswoman's smile widened. What? This time it cost another 60,000. Haha, this is going to be really funny. Yes, let's see how this arrogant rich woman gets out of this mess. A group of customers, eager for a good show, started jeering around them. Hey, you fat lady, did you hear that? That delivery guy spent another 60,000 yuan. Yeah, don't back down. Keep going. That's right, a rich lady like you would be a laughingstock if you lost to this delivery guy. Exactly, just have your husband take out some of the money he'd spend on his mistress, and that delivery guy was right to argue with him. Laughter erupted from the crowd, and the wealthy woman's face flushed red and then turned pale. Well, ma'am, I'll say it again. Are you going to bark like a dog now, or should you have your son go get a few more toys? Qin Hao looked at her with a smile on his face. You. The fat woman stretched out her short, thick finger, pointing at Qin Hao, but she couldn't say a word. She lost the remaining 20,000 yuan on her credit card, which she had already spent, but it was still far less than the other party's spending. Yet, she, a wealthy woman, had to admit it in public and even barked like a dog. How is this possible? But since they don't want to admit it, they'll at least embarrass themselves by going home. You delivery guy, don't you dare leave. I'm calling my husband. The fat woman gritted her teeth, took out her phone, and called her husband. Do we need to call for reinforcements? Qin Hao frowned. He had only intended to quell the arrogance of this wealthy woman, but he hadn't expected things to escalate so much. Mrs. Liu, let it go. Why make such a big deal out of it? Seeing that something was wrong, Mr. Zhang quickly pulled the plump woman who was on the phone. Mr. Zhang, this is none of your business. Today's incident clearly shows that this stinky delivery guy is trying to cause me trouble. I don't care if he's an ignorant bumpkin or if someone is secretly instigating him. I heard he can't let me lose face today, so I'm letting it go. The fat lady slapped Mr. Zhang's hand away, her expression ruthless. Oh no, this is going to go wrong. What's wrong? You just lost a shopping contest to show off your wealth. What do you know? This fat lady's husband, Lu Jingrui, is no ordinary person. In the past few years, he was always involved in demolition work, specializing in forcibly demolishing holdout households. In recent years, they haven't been allowed to do that anymore, so that guy has transformed into some kind of real estate investor. He owns Rueha stores in a large commercial area of Yindong City. It's said that Lu Jingrui has always been in contact with some big shots in the underworld of Yindong City. Looks like this delivery guy is really asking for trouble today. Some of the onlookers who knew the situation explained it to everyone. These words, of course, reached Qin Hao's ears without him missing a single one, and he couldn't help but frown. If she were merely rich and heartless, that would be one thing, but the fact that she colluded with criminal gangs and bullied others made Qin Hao even more astonished. Oomph. Kid, now you know it's too late to make amends. If you just obediently kneel down and kowtow to admit your mistake, I might take pity on you and give you a few slaps. Otherwise, you heard what they said, don't wait until my husband arrives before it's too late for you to back down. The wealthy woman sneered, looking at Qin Hao beside her. Sir, I shouldn't be speaking here as the supermarket representative, but I think Mrs. Liu's words aren't entirely unreasonable. Now, before things get out of control, you should apologize and soften your stance, so this matter can be over. Mr. Zhang pulled Qin Hao aside and whispered in his ear. I'm really confused. Is this a supermarket or a street brawl? What kind of people are you letting get involved? Qin Hao asked dismissively, pursing his lips. Hee. Of course you wish to stay in our supermarket, and I will naturally guarantee your safety. However, Mr. Lu Jingrui is indeed not someone to be trifled with. I am only speaking to you for the safety of a major customer, like you, who has spent so much money in our supermarket at once. General Manager Zhang's expression changed, but he remained amiable. His main concern was that Lu Jingrui might arrive with a group of thugs, and their supermarket might have to close early that day. Oomph. You food delivery guy, don't bite the hand that feeds you. Mr. Zhang was just being kind. He's giving you a way out, so you'd better take it now. If my husband comes, he'll tell you that my husband's temper isn't as good as mine. The wealthy woman raised her head and said threateningly, Oh, it seems that your family is not only wealthy, but also powerful, madam. Qin Hao asked with a smile. I'm scared now. You're just a food delivery guy. Don't think you're so great just because you have a little money. The world of the rich is beyond the imagination of a nobody like you. I'll say it again. Admit your mistake now, and I'll make amends. Perhaps because the other party was already a grandfather, the wealthy woman's previous energy returned, and she pointed and gestured at Qin Hao. Ugh, a delivery person is still a delivery person. Yeah, they're pretty rich. How can you compare to someone with that kind of power? This guy really messed up today. He's discovered that this rich woman has such a powerful backing. A group of people started discussing it again. But I'm afraid I wouldn't mistake him, would I? Qin Hao suddenly gently pushed away the arm that President Zhang was holding. Don't think you can come and go as you please, just because you have some money in Yindong City. You can't afford to mess with Lu Jingrui, who's behind this woman. Boss Zhang whispered in his ear. Looks like your husband isn't very good looking. Qin Hao ignored President Zhang's advice and walked straight to the fat woman's side, saying this. Oomph, you know that already. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and admit your mistake. While I'm still in the mood. The fat woman clearly thought Qin Hao had come to apologize, and her arrogance only grew stronger. Oh well, young man, you'd better accept your fate. Exactly. When you're under someone else's roof, you have no choice but to bow your head. Yeah, bachelors don't fight for power. Your little bit of money isn't even enough for your retirement. The onlookers also joined in trying to persuade him. Hurry up and kowtow. What are you dawdling for? The fat woman said as she prepared to dial her phone, folding one of her plump backs over her other leg and crossing her legs. Kowtowing? Who said I came here to kowtow? I'm asking you, when are you going to start barking like a dog? Chin Hao's words stunned everyone present. Chapter 122. My husband is here. What? What did you just say? The fat woman exclaimed in disbelief. I mean, ma'am, when are you going to start barking like a dog? Chin Hao replied, just as loudly. My God, does this food delivery guy have a death wish? Yeah, how dare they provoke this rich woman like that? Someone might die at this metro supermarket today. Once again, murmurs erupted from the crowd. Are you fucking looking for death? The fat woman was so angry that she jumped up and swung her fat hand towards Chin Hao's face. With his snap, Chin Hao grabbed the fat woman's thick, white wrist. Madam, please don't lay a hand on me, okay? Chin Hao said, throwing the wealthy woman's wrist away. Ouch! With a cry from the fat woman, her plump body fell to the ground with a thud, which triggered bursts of laughter from those around her. You hit me? The fat woman sat up from the ground, glaring at Chin Hao like a wounded wild beast. Everyone saw it. There are surveillance cameras everywhere in this supermarket. It was you who tried to hit me first, madam. I just didn't want to be hit. Chin Hao said innocently, spreading his hands. You're finished. You're dead. The fat woman cursed as she clumsily got up from the ground, took out her phone, and made a call. Hey, honey, are you there? What's wrong? You're asking what's wrong? Your wife got bullied. Yes, right here at the McDonald's supermarket. And the other guy is some delivery bastard. You get over here right now. Bring as many people as you can. The fat woman glared at Chin Hao while yelling into the phone, as if she wanted everyone to know her husband was involved in organized crime. Oh no. This is really going to be a disaster. Delivery guy, you're in big trouble now. You'd better get out of here. Yes, once Lu Jingrue arrives, it'll be too late for you to leave. The onlookers kindly began to ask Chin how to leave with the child. I just wanted to celebrate Xiao Yanba's birthday, but it's caused so much trouble. Chin Hao frowned deeply. Brother Chin Hao, will there be any problems? Yes, Brother Chin Hao, let's hurry up and leave. Wang Yanba and the little boy beside him also started tugging at Chin Hao's clothes, try to persuade him to leave. Mommy, are you all right? Mommy, the wealthy woman's chubby son also came closer. Son, you've got this delivery guy and these 3 wild boys here. None of them are leaving today. The fat woman shouted at her son with a fierce look. Brother Chin Hao, I'm a little scared. Let's hurry up and leave. Xiao Yanba said with some concern. Don't be afraid. Brother Chin Hao will see just how capable they really are today. While comforting Wang Yanba, Chin Hao also took out his phone and dialed Lang Zifeng's number. What is it, young Master Su? Lang Zifeng's voice was always unhurried. I have a tricky matter I'd like to trouble you with, Mr. Lang. Look at what you're saying. Just speak up if you have something to say. Okay, I'll have you send some tough guys here. Right here at the Meta supermarket in Yandong City. Someone's trying to cause me trouble. What? Aren't he Yong-san and his men enough? Lang Zifeng asked, somewhat puzzled. I reckon the other side will have a lot of people this time, so I'm worried that their third brother and his few men might get hurt. Oh, I see. I understand. I'll arrange it as soon as possible. Putting down his phone, Chin Hao felt more confident. The 3 times he had been involved in fights with street thugs before, Yong-san and his 3 junior brothers had handled the situation. However, this time, the other side was clearly someone of considerable influence, and he was worried that he might not be able to trust the 3 or 4 people on his side. Besides, I absolutely mustn't scare Yanba and those 2 kids. Chin Hao thought to himself, did you see that? That delivery guy is calling for help too. Yes, I wonder if this delivery guy can find someone to help him. Looking for anything is pointless, and the other side is a powerful figure who has influence in both the legitimate and underworld circles. Exactly. If you were to find another group of delivery guys who all arrive on electric bikes, they would be scared. The surrounding customers continue to talk. We apologize, but due to an unforeseen event, our supermarket's opening hours have been adjusted today. Customers who have not yet paid at the checkout are requested to do so as soon as possible. The supermarket is expected to close in 5 minutes. A female voice came over the supermarket's loudspeaker. Did you hear that? The supermarket is closing. Yeah, it seems that rich woman wasn't bragging. Even the supermarkets were so scared they were about to close down. This Lu Jingrui really has a lot of influence. The crowd stirred again with unease. Some obviously timid patients quickly paid their bills and left, but the obviously bold ones remained watching the spectacle from the sidelines. Honey, you're here? Okay, don't come in yet. Mr. Zhang, the manager of this metro supermarket, is a nice guy. We shouldn't try to get into their supermarket. They've already started clearing people out and closing down. Just stay outside. I don't believe this kid with 3 kids can't handle this. The wealthy woman said loudly while taking out her phone and looking at Qin Hao. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mrs. Liu. Mr. Zhang, who had just run to the radio station to demand that the supermarket close down and clear out the people, ran back, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he thanked them. All right, you think you're so great just because you're a food delivery guy? My husband's out right now. Do you want to come out and meet him with me? The rich woman pointed at Qin Hao with her chubby hand and said provocatively, Hey lady, I don't care what your husband and mother do outside. I just want to know, was what you said earlier just bullshit? The toys I buy now are so much more expensive than yours. And when are you going to learn to bark like a dog? Qin Hao sneered at her, then let out another exclamation. You brat. You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Fine, I was thinking of just breaking your extra leg and that would be the end of it. But I didn't expect you to still dare to be so arrogant with me. I've already gone out to call my husband to teach you a lesson. Don't even think about escaping. The exits of this supermarket have all been blocked by my husband's men. The fat man said angrily as he pulled his fat son to the outside. All right. Everyone, let's disperse. If there's any commotion, just watch from outside the supermarket. With a wave of his hand, General Manager Zhang began to dismiss the surrounding crowd. Yamba, shall we go too? Qin Hao said with a slight smile, looking at the few somewhat terrified kids. Chapter 123 Extortion? Brother Qin Hao, are you really all right? What that fat woman said doesn't seem to be a lie. Wang Yanba, who was only 10 years old, held tightly to Qin Hao's arm and said worriedly, I trust your brother Qin Hao. Have you forgotten how arrogant the lawyer was last time? Qin Hao smiled and patted Xiao Yanba's head to comfort him. Okay. Wang Yanba and his brother's 2 friends followed Qin Hao toward the supermarket door, still feeling a little uneasy. Before he even stepped out of the supermarket entrance, Qin Hao already sensed something was wrong. Several burly, tattooed men wearing vests or even shirtless were following him unceremoniously. Clearly, they had been followed by that Lu Jingrui guy. Although there was still a group of onlookers around Qin Hao, they all subconsciously maintained a safe distance. Although it was exciting and interesting if a fight really broke out, who knew who might get hurt? See that? These burly men surrounding this delivery guy are probably all Lu Jingrui's henchmen, aren't they? Yes, I didn't expect that rich woman's words to carry so much weight. Her husband sent people over so quickly. See? This kid's gonna get his arms and legs broken at the very least today. Oh dear, who told him to be so hot-blooded and mess with the wrong person? Although the crowd was now a considerable distance from Qin Hao, their chatter still reached his ears clearly. It would be impossible for Qin Hao to be completely unafraid. After all, he is still just a college student at heart. Although he has Lang Zifeng backing him up, this is the first time he has ever seen such a force. God help me. Lang Zifeng, my life is in your hands. If I leave this gate and you haven't arrived yet, I'm doomed. Qin Hao said, pulling the children along while feeling uneasy. But even the longest road eventually comes to an end, let alone a supermarket with such a large space. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Hao and the 3 children arrived near the main entrance of the metro supermarket. Several tattooed men hovered around him at a distance, afraid that he would suddenly run away. Honey, it's him. It's that kid in the delivery uniform. He's the one who hit me. A sharp shout suddenly came from below the door. Qin Hao knew, without even looking, that the fat woman was the one who made that sound. Sure enough, it was a woman with a somewhat swollen figure standing at the entrance of the supermarket, gesturing loudly with her short, thick fingers in the direction Qin Hao had come out. The difference was that she was now standing next to a middle-aged man in his 30s. This man did not have the particularly burly physique that Qin Hao had imagined. Although he was only wearing a vest, he looked very thin. His tattoos made it difficult for him to feel any sense of intimidation. However, the scar on his face and his triangular eyes made him look like a ruthless character. A large Range Rover was parked next to him, followed by 5 or 6 Great Wall pickup trucks, each carrying 4 or 5 thugs with one hand and one leg. This guy is Lu Jingrui? He doesn't look that fierce. What do you know? Don't let his skinny appearance fool you. This guy is ruthless. I heard he had a murder on his hands when he first started out, spent several years in jail for manslaughter, and then went straight to demolition work. Think about it. Those holdout residents are all people who want to kill someone. Even old thugs have a headache. But this guy dares to do it. Even the most notorious thugs have their eyes on his ability to get things done. Oh, so that's how this guy started out. Judging by the big fuss he's got today, this kid's in the underworld now. Oomph. How can this person be completely exonerated? Every single one of those shops he owns was acquired through trickery and plunder, whether he won or lost in battle. Several onlookers were whispering amongst themselves, and although Chin Hao couldn't hear them very clearly, he overheard a part of what they said. Chin Hao glanced around and saw that apart from the large crowd of onlookers, he didn't see anyone who looked like Lang Zifeng had sent. Even He Yongsan and his junior brothers were nowhere to be seen. Lang Zifeng, Lang Zifeng, I hope you're not going to get me killed today. Chin Hao muttered to himself, then steeled himself and walked out of the McDonald's supermarket. Kid, you've got guts. I've never seen a food delivery guy as fearless as you. Lu Jingrui rubbed his shiny shaved head. Afraid of trouble? Why should I be afraid of trouble? Chin had already walked up to Lu Jingrui. Although he was panicking inside, he still tried to remain calm and asked, Hey kid, how dare you talk to me like that? Well then, where are you from? Seeing that Chin Hao didn't seem to be intimidated by his aura, Lu Jingrui asked with a smile instead of getting angry. Honey, why are you wasting your breath talking to him? Just send your little brother over there and cripple him, the fat wife shouted from the side. Don't say anything yet. I brought so many people with me. Are you afraid he'll run away? Lu Jingrui waved his hand to stop his fat woman from speaking anymore. Looks like what they say in TV dramas is true. When faced with the villain's power, all they talk about is nonsense. Chin Hao thought to himself. Actually, he was wrong. It wasn't that Lu Jingrui talked too much, but he had already heard from his woman that this deliver man had spent over 200,000 yuan on toys in one go, so he was probably not a simple person. Although Lu Jingrui came from a gangster background, he was not stupid at all. It was best to find out more about someone who could casually spend more than 200,000 yuan on toys before taking action. He didn't want to get into trouble if the other party really had some background. Where do I go? I go to Yudong University. Chin Hao stammered as he answered. Brother Chin Hao is a college student. At this moment, his younger brother Wang Yanba seemed to suddenly be filled with courage, just like Chin Hao. Oomph. I thought he was some big shot son, but he's just a college student. Lu Jingrui said to himself, cursing himself for being so foolish. How could a rich kid with connections and connections let him deliver food? All right, kid, see these 3 of my underlings? I didn't want to come either, but as soon as these guys heard that their sister-in-law had been beaten, they suddenly got upset. They're determined to get justice for their sister-in-law. Lu Jingrui's eyes darted around as he suddenly changed the subject. What do you mean? Chin Hao asked, somewhat confused. What? You touch my woman? Even tearing you to pieces wouldn't have appeased my underling's fury, but I'm a soft-hearted person and won't let things get out of hand. So today, it's up to you how much money you're willing to spend to settle this. Lu Jingrui bluntly stated his intentions, revealing that he figured he could definitely squeeze some money out of this idiot kid who spent over 200,000 yuan on toys. So, you were trying to extort money? Chin Hao nodded, thinking to himself that this kid was indeed from the underworld. Even if he had cleaned up his act as a shop investor, he was still a leopard that couldn't change its spots. What if I don't want to give it? Ah, kid, looks like you're really looking for death. Guys, a few of you get down here and give this kid a good beating. Lu Jingrui sneered, pointed his finger, and 4 or 5 burly men wielding wooden sticks jumped down from the pickup truck behind him, charging menacingly towards Chin Hao. Chapter 124 The Underworld Boss? Lang Zifeng, you're not really going to leave me here today, are you? Chin Hao prayed silently as he watched the burly men slowly approaching. You guys, be careful when you hit them. Lu Jingrui gave the burly men a subtle wink, meaning that when they beat them up later, they should be careful not to hit them too hard. After all, he still wanted to squeeze more money out of them. The burly men were all seasoned thugs who had been around Lu Jingrui for a long time. They could easily see through his intentions, and with a slight nod, they were about to start a fight. Beep, beep, beep. A particularly loud car horn sounded from behind and below the crowd, and the previously impassable crowd immediately parted to make way for both sides. Immediately following behind was a dark gray Rolls-Royce Phantom speed train, followed by 6 or 7 Porsches, Maseratis, Bentleys, and other world-renowned luxury cars. My God, what kind of grand spectacle is this? Yes, all these luxury cars together must cost tens of millions, right? The crowd gasped in surprise. It wasn't unusual to see two of these luxury cars in Yundong City, but to see them all together was truly a rare sight. Yin 88888888. This is Boss Band's license plate? What's he doing here? Lu Jingrui looked at the license plate of the first Rolls-Royce Phantom in surprise. Wait a minute. Wait a minute before you make a move. As soon as he saw the convoy of luxury cars slowly approaching them, Lu Jingrui immediately waved his hand, signaling his men not to make a move yet. Boss, what brings you here? Before the Rolls-Royce had even come to a complete stop, Lu Jingrui jogged over to the luxury car and leaned over with an eager gaze. Nothing much. I heard you were having some trouble at the Metro supermarket, so I came over to check it out. The car window slowly rolled down, revealing the face of a man in his 50s, his brows furrowed with a distinct Chan shape, indicating he usually frowned. However, when his hawk-like eyes swept over Lu Jing couldn't help but feel a chill. Boss Ban is the overlord of the underworld in Yundong City. He controls all the black and gray areas of Yundong City. From real estate bosses who own dozens of buildings to thugs who come to collect protection money, 9 out of 10 have to do what Boss Ban does. Although Lu Jingrui was considered a relatively successful underworld figure in Yundong City, he was nothing compared to the real underworld boss in front of him. Look at what you're saying. How could I possibly warrant your presence here for such a small matter? You're too kind. Lu Jing's face was full of smiles, but he was still wondering whether he had leaked the news to the old man's ears. Moreover, this old guy had rarely shown his face in recent years. Would he really come out for this matter of mine? See that? A food delivery guy. These are the helpers my husband hired. Look at them. Look at these cars. You can tell who these big shots are. I'm going to see how you die today. The chubby wife, Lu Yi, felt even more smug as she watched her husband chatting with the big shots in the car with a big smile on his face. Who exactly is this person whom Lu Jingrui is so obedient to? Who is he to bestow upon the family a humble greeting? I don't know, but just looking at these luxury cars, you can tell that everyone inside is a big shot. Hey, see? These are gangsters we ordinary folks can't afford to mess with. A food delivery guy has actually attracted the attention of so many big shots. The crowd of onlookers started discussing it again. At this moment, the driver of the Rolls-Royce Phantom walked over to the rear door, bent down, and opened the door. The drivers of the other cars behind the Rolls-Royce also opened their doors. Brother Tiger, Uncle Long, Sister Leopard. Lu Jingrui recited the names of the big shots who got out of the car as if they were his own family. These people included the old and the young, the men and the women, but they all had one thing in common. They were all underworld tycoons who dominated Yundong City. So many big shots have suddenly gathered together. Could they really be here to solve this little problem for me? For some reason, Lu Jingrui had a bad feeling. All right, now that everyone's down here, let's go see him together. The leader of the group smiled at the men and women behind him and waved his hand as he spoke. These people all smiled and followed behind the boardmaster, walking towards Xin Hao without saying a word. Are you the college student who hit Lu Jingrui's wife? The shopkeeper, dressed in a Tang suit, smiled slightly, his eyes very polite. Yeah, what's wrong? Are you all Lu Jingrui's henchmen for Hao? Qin stammered as he answered, but he found it strange. It seemed unnecessary to have so many big shots armed together to deal with a nobody like him, right? Besides, many of these people were quite old, clearly past the age of being henchmen, and he'd never heard of henchmen arriving in luxury cars worth millions to hail a taxi. The cost of such an operation was far too high. Okay, then I know. Is this the woman you hit? The boss pointed at the arrogant rich lady standing next to him. That's right, it's her. Kill her if you want. Since Lang Zifeng's men hadn't shown up by this point, Qin Hao decided to be straightforward and answered with righteous indignation. Brother, this is the stinky delivery guy. Did you hear that? He's still so arrogant. I didn't expect our Lao Lu to cause trouble for all of you big shots. I'm really sorry. Although she didn't know Boss Ban and his other underworld bosses at all, her intuition told her that each of them was someone not to be trifled with. Oh, I see. All right, grab her. The boss nodded, and with a wave of his hand, two burly men dressed as bodyguards pounced on him like wolves. Despite knowing that resistance was futile, Qin Hao still instinctively swung his fists, refusing to surrender. Hey, you're here? You got the wrong person. You got the wrong person. To the host's surprise, the two burly men dressed as bodyguards didn't grab Qin Hao, but but instead pinned Lu Jingrui's fat wife to the ground. Despite the fat woman's swollen figure, she was powerless to resist and was restrained by the two burly men with arms and waists like pliers, constantly howling loudly. Boss, what do you mean by this? Although Lu Jingrui only felt a little uneasy, the situation before him was something he had never expected. However, he did not dare to offend the boss, so he anxiously went up to him and asked. The boss and the tycoons he brought seemed not to have heard him at all. They all turned to face Qin Hao, stood in neat rows, and bowed deeply. Young Master Su, slow down, or you'll be in for a surprise. Chapter 125 Get Out. What? Young Master Su, Lu Jingrui was stunned. The two burly men were being trampled on the ground and crying incessantly, while the fat woman was completely dumbfounded by the scene. What would these bosses call those food delivery guys? I'd like to hear his name, Young Master Su. No way. Is this kid Gu the real boss of the underworld in Yindong City? Yeah, but he doesn't look like it at all. He's so refined and doesn't have any tattoos. He doesn't look like someone involved in the underworld at all. After their initial surprise, the onlookers began to whisper among themselves. Boss, you must be mistaken, right? This kid is just a college student who delivers food. How did he become Young Master Su? Lu Jingrui asked in a humble manner as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Young Master Su, Mr. and Mrs. Lu Jingrui have been extremely disrespectful to you. I wonder how you intend to dismiss them. The boss bowed slightly, not even glancing at Lu Jingrui beside him. Qin Hao was stunned for a long time, not knowing what to say, but in his heart he was blaming Lang Zifeng. Old Lang, wouldn't it have been better if I had just asked for more capable fighters? Now you've brought all the underworld bosses in Yindong City, and everyone in the hall is kneeling and saluting me, calling me Young Master Su. How am I supposed to face people now? Will everyone start thinking of me as a gangster boss in Yindong City? How am I supposed to deliver takeout like this? No, it's nothing. They didn't really do anything to me. Just give them a light punishment, whether it's a small one or a large one. Young Master Su is indeed kind-hearted and magnanimous, not bothering with these two young rascals. Very well, we'll just punish them a little. The boss straightened his back and turned to look at Lu Jingrui. Hurry up and thank Young Master Su. Huh? Okay. Thank you, Young Master Su. Thank you, Young Master Su. Although Lu Jingrui was still confused, the other party seemed not to have noticed their intentions, so he immediately bowed and thanked them. Someone, leave a mark on those two couples. Boss Man glanced at the bodyguard wearing sunglasses beside him. A mark? What mark? Still reeling from the shock of the scene, the plump woman panicked when she saw the bodyguard approaching her with an electric razor and began to scream again. Old Lu, come save me. Hurry, don't let these guys touch me. Didn't you bring so many henchmen? Get them out of the car and beat these guys up. Lu Jingrui's face twitched slightly, but he maintained a smiling expression as he looked at the group of bigwigs in front of him, inwardly cursing his clueless, chubby wife. Leaving aside those people, even just this boss man, as the most respected underworld boss in Yindong City, his backing could easily crush a moving truck into dust. This stupid woman actually thought she could use the thugs in her Great Wall pickup trucks to mess with him. She'll probably be taken down before she even makes a move. How did you raise this woman? She actually tried to hit me? Sure enough, the boss's face darkened upon hearing these words, and his hawk-like eyes made Lu Jingrui shudder. Yes, it's my fault for not teaching her well. Don't take it personally, boss. Lu Jingrui stammered as he answered. Slap her in the face first. The burly man who had just walked up to the fat woman paused upon hearing this, then swung his large, fan-like hand and slapped the fat woman across the face 4 times in a row. The fat woman, who had been breastfeeding and cursing incessantly, suddenly fell silent. To everyone's surprise, blood stopped flowing from the corners of her mouth and nostrils, and her clothes were quickly soaked with blood. This, Qin Hao frowned, thinking to himself that these underworld people were being far too ruthless. Forget it. Young Master Su is too lazy to look at this. Let's just leave a mark on her. The boss had obviously seen Qin Hao's expression and quickly waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to hit her anymore. A mark? They've beaten him to a pulp. What's the point of leaving a mark? Not only was Qin Hao curious, but the surrounding crowd also began to discuss it. Didn't you see? That rich woman was dealt with so badly. Yes, that's still considered mild. If they've already beaten this badly, what about the really badly beaten ones? Should we just chop them into 8 pieces and throw them into the river to feed the turtles? Just you wait. They said they were going to leave some kind of mark. Upon hearing what the burly man said, he stopped his large hand from continuing to slap the man and instead pulled out the electric shaver again. No, no, no way. Although she was still dizzy from the 4 slaps, the fat woman instinctively begged for mercy as soon as she heard the sound of the electric shaver motor turning. The burly man clearly didn't care about the rich woman's feelings at all. He slammed the electric shaver onto her head. Although the rich woman tried her best to struggle, her body was firmly held by the 2 burly men on either side, and she couldn't move at all. With a whoosh, a long lock of hair fell from the rich woman's head to the ground, revealing a clearly visible strip of scalp on her head. No, no. Old Lou, help me. Don't let them shave my hair. Although she dared not shout as loudly as before, the fat woman still couldn't help but cry out for help. Just like before, Lu Jingrui remained silent, but his constantly twitching eyelids betrayed his inner tension. Swish, swish, swish. The big man was obviously a seasoned barber. He was accurate and ruthless. In less than 3 minutes, the rich woman's left side of hair had been completely shaved off. The bald scalp, along with the long hair draped over her shoulders on the other side, looked strangely gruesome. All right, that's enough. Qin Hao waved his hand, indicating that there was no need to take any more screenshots. Fifth brother, young master Su has spoken, so let's spare that bitch for now. The boss then turned to look at Lu Jingrui, who stood bowing and with his hands clasped beside him. You've become quite the old hoodlum in Yundong City. Now that you and your husband have caused such a huge mess, what are you planning to do about it? I'll obey whatever punishment you give me, boss. Lu Jingrui gritted his teeth, but when he glanced at the dozen or so bodyguards standing among the group of big shots with their bulging inner pockets, he finally bowed his head. Fine, I respect you being a bachelor, so I won't make things difficult for you. From this moment on, you must immediately sell all your shops and properties in Yundong City, and you have 3 days to get out of Yundong City with your wife and son. Although the boss's voice wasn't loud, every word reached Lu Jingrui's ears, and the flesh on his face twitched. Chapter 126 Private Car. Okay, I'll take my wife and kids and leave right now. Although a hint of resentment flashed in Lu Jingrui's eyes as he said these words, he still obediently agreed. Humph. Even if I forgive you, you won't dare leave. Oh, and you guys too. Boss Ban glanced at the 20-odd thugs sitting in the back of the Great Wall pickup truck. Get out of the car, everyone. Grab whatever you're carrying. Smash all the cars you're in. Then run barefoot around this metro supermarket and you're done. Among these thugs, some were clearly not greedy. Upon hearing this, several of them immediately glared at Boss Ban and his men, as if they wanted to fight them. Before they could react, several burly men in suits and sunglasses walked up to the thugs with hostile eyes and pressed them against the objects in their arms. These people immediately wilted like eggplants in autumn. After all, these street thugs with wooden sticks and iron chains were far inferior to the real gangsters wielding firearms. And so, the scene unfolded. A group of heavily tattooed men, wielding wooden sticks and iron chains, got out of the Great Wall pickup trucks they had just ridden in and began smashing them to pieces. The 5 Great Wall pickup trucks were reduced to scrap metal. Under the watchful eyes of the boss's bodyguards, the men, barefoot, began to surround the metro supermarket. Leave that Rolls-Royce truck behind, and you can leave. The boss glanced at Lu Jingrui, his fat wife, and the fat man, who were still staring blankly at the barefoot men running. Okay, let's go. Lu Jingrui, a seasoned gangster who had been in the underworld for many years, didn't hesitate to pull his wife, whose head had been shaved halfway, and his son away from the front of the metro supermarket. Young Master Su, how would you like us to arrange things? Are you satisfied? At this moment, the boss turned around respectfully and said politely, Thank goodness. Qin Hao, who was completely stunned by the scene before him, could only say thank goodness casually. I know you, young master, Su has a lot of people, but Lu Jingrui and his wife have caused such a big mess this time. It's too much of a loss to just let them get away like this. Do you think we should kill them after we leave Yundong City? At this point, Ban Yi leaned closer to Qin Hao and made a throat-slitting gesture with his hand, clearly indicating that he wanted to kill them. No need. This is fine. Qin Hao stammered, still thinking to himself that these underworld bosses were too ruthless. They had to work so hard, and it wasn't enough. They wanted to wipe them all out. Just thinking about it made Qin Hao's back tingle. All right, Mr. Su is magnanimous and won't hold it against them. But as compensation, I think you should be able to use my Rolls-Royce Phantom. Of course, I know you're not short of money, But wouldn't it be convenient to come and go in Yundong City with such a car? Boss Man pointed to the only luxury car that hadn't been damaged by the thugs. This, Chin Hao wanted to refuse, but the allure of such a luxury car was simply too cunning. Chin Hao couldn't help but walk up to the Rolls-Royce and happily touched its streamlined, balanced, and imposing lower section. But I can't drive, Chin Hao said suddenly in a low voice, his face turning red. Hee hee, young Master Su, you're overthinking it. I'll give you my driver's contact number in a bit. Just call him whenever you need a car. Boss Man said with a slight smile. Well, thank you so much. Chin Hao was naturally happy, not only because someone was driving, but also because it saved him the cost of gas. Young Master Su, you're too kind. We've all managed to do so well in Yundong City, entirely thanks to your grandfather's support. If it weren't for President Lang mentioning that you were in danger at the Midas supermarket, we wouldn't have known that the young master of the prestigious Tianyu Group was actually in our little town. As soon as Boss Man finished speaking, those behind him, such as Brother Tiger, Uncle Long, and Sister Leopard, all chimed in with words of gratitude. All right, young Master Su looks like a very busy person. Let's not bother him. We should definitely have a good chat with young Master Su another day. Seeing Chin Hao's absent-minded look, Boss Man immediately suggested with great insight. Ajio, see where young Master Su is going? Drive this car and take him back. Boss Man turned around and gave the order to a man with very sharp eyes. Okay, boss. Young Master Su, please get in. Ajio pulled open the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and gestured for Chin Hao to get in. So, amidst the surprised and envious gazes of the crowd, Chin Hao pulled Wang Yanbao and his two friends into the luxury car and drove away. Young Master Su, where are you going? Ajio asked as he drove. Okay, let's take a few kids home first. Chin Hao glanced at his phone. It was already past 4 p.m. Rolls-Royce truly lives up to its reputation as a top-tier luxury car. The ride was both fast and stable, and it didn't take long for it to take Wang Yanbao and the two little ones home. Although Wang Yanbao and his classmates had each brought back a cart full of expensive toys they had just bought at the Metro supermarket, the little guys were still not satisfied and wanted Chin Hao to take them for another drive in his luxury car. Next time, Chin Hao smiled slightly and advised. After those few brats who didn't want to leave left, he felt uneasy deep down. He didn't want these unrelated kids to get too involved, especially after he saw how a real underworld figure like Master Deban dealt with Lu Jingrui from the universe. I wonder if one day, when Tianyu Group discovers my true identity, I'll be silenced by these guys. A shadow fell over Chin Hao's heart. He realized how naive he'd been to think that he could just work for the company for the rest of his life. Young Master Su, where are we going now? Ajio asked from the driver's seat after dropping the children off at home. Chin Hao wanted to say that he should go back to the Metro supermarket to get his second-hand electric scooter, but he felt that it sounded a bit like he was being disrespectful. However, he was afraid to go back for fear that his electric scooter would be stolen again. Just as he was hesitating about what to say, his phone suddenly received a text message. We're in trouble at the Cat Tooth Carnival. Come quick. Zhao Yuan Xiao. Chapter 127 Old Wine in New Bottles. Damn it. Is this troublesome or Pang even okay? He just got his head knocked out by a female streamer this morning, and now he's in trouble again. Sigh. Chin Hao sighed and shouted to a Jew in front of him. Ninth brother, let's go to the Cat Tooth Carnival. When Chin Hao arrived at the carnival, it was already close to dusk, and the sky was getting a little dark. However, the Manhwa Carnival was still bustling with people. Chin Hao certainly wouldn't dare let a Jew drive the Rolls-Royce Phantom to the entrance of the carnival. Instead, he had him find a quiet spot nearby to stop and let him rest. Hey, Zhao Yuan Xiao, where are you? I'm already at the main entrance of the carnival. Chin Hao took out his phone and dialed Zhao Yuan Xiao's number. Hey, Chin Hao, we're at the Beauty Zone booth right now. Pang's gotten into another fight with those big-name fans because of Rumingor's performance. Can you come and talk to him for me? Behind Yuan Xiao was a chaotic murmur of voices from a group of people. This fatso. Chin Hao shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to patiently start looking for the booths in the appearance section of each gallery. After searching for almost 20 minutes, Chin Hao, covered in sweat, finally found the Beauty Zone booth next to the main booth. Compared to the other exhibition areas, which were packed with people, it seems that these male fans watching the live stream were there to see pretty girls. Fortunately, Zhao Yuan Xiao and Pang's chubby physiques were quite distinctive, so Chin Hao didn't have much trouble finding them in Meng Ming's fan section, where they were arguing with several big-name fans. Oh, you're here to help out? Several people who had just seen Ru Meng that morning who had driven up in nice cars to pick her up for the conference, all laughed disdainfully when they saw Chin Hao in his delivery uniform. We've been arguing for so long. I thought you want to find some reinforcements? Turns out you're just a food delivery guy. Yeah, even a food delivery guy has become your savior. You two couch potatoes. If a toilet cleaner came along, would you treat him like a god and worship him? All right, I saw this kid this morning too. If it weren't for their boss's bodyguard arriving in time, this delivery guy and those two fat nerds would have been beaten to death by those con artists. If I had gone to burn incense and give thanks to them long ago, would I have had time to come here and look at pretty girls? Hearing this, Chin Hao frowned. He already had a bad impression of live streaming platforms, which were products of the internet economy. And his brother Erpang hadn't had any good luck since he became obsessed with that dream. He even got beaten up today. Why was he here again tonight? Yuan Xiao, what's going on? Chin Hao ignored the group of rich kids and instead pulled Zhao Yuan Xiao, who was standing next to him, closer. Oh, don't even mention it. I was accompanying Erpang to the university's hospital for an 4 drip at Yundong University, planning to go back to the dorm with him after the drip. But then this kid found out on his phone that Rumung is participating in a singing competition for the Beauty Zone organized by Manhwa, and apparently, those who advance can directly participate in the carnival gala tomorrow night. This kid went crazy, insisting that I come with him to cheer for Ming. Zhao Yuan Xiao sighed, looking at Erpang, who was still arguing with those big accounts. Then why did they start arguing again? Chin Hao was still confused. Logically, at a carnival, a streamer's fans should all stick together. Why were they fighting amongst themselves? Hey, don't you know it's all because of the beating Erpang got this morning? Zhao Yuanxiao's words made Chin Hao even more confused. You know perfectly well that Erpang got into a fight with that thug trying to scam Ming and ended up covered in injuries. Zhao Yuanxiao continued. Yes, this is such a glorious thing. Those people should admire Erden's courage. Why are they criticizing him? Hee, good news. Just because you think that way doesn't mean others think that way. It's because Erpang stepped forward this morning, while those big accounts that usually shout about how much they love Ming Ming and support her all cowered like turtles and didn't dare to help, that they started to dislike Erpang. Instead of feeling ashamed of their powerlessness, they vented their resentment on Erpang. So as soon as we arrived, those guys started making sarcastic remarks about Erpang. I see. Chin Hao nodded. The complexity of human nature is far more intricate than it appears. Now we're about to move on to the most exciting PK segment of the evening. The host's words at the center of the stage immediately silenced the noisy audience. Each group of female anchors will present a beautiful song. During their performance, their fans and supporters can send gifts to make the stage lights under their feet shine brighter. The details of the gifts can be displayed on our big screen. Whoever sings the most beautifully receives the most gifts and has the brightest lights will be the ultimate winner. The 8 female guests who ultimately advance will receive the crown of the most popular anchor at the official celebration of the carnival tomorrow night. As the host finished explaining, a chorus of whistles and boos erupted from the crowd of fans below. Damn, who has the best singing voice? Isn't it just about who spends more money? Exactly, isn't this just the same PK format as before, except that both female leads are sung together? What are these platforms doing spending so much money on a carnival? Do you think it's for the benefit of humanity? Or is it just for the money in your pockets? Despite their words, none of these male fans left. Instead, they rallied their spirits and waited with shining eyes for the upcoming competition. Hey, Roundstone, you've been spouting nonsense at us for so long. Now it's your turn to shine. Yeah, you were so bold this morning, calling us all cowards. Now, those of you who have guts, hurry up and check how much money you have in your wallets. That's right, having guts isn't enough. Ming Ming kissed you so affectionately, you fat otaku. You should at least send 10 rockets this time. Several rich kids who had just been arguing with Erpang started mocking him again. You guys, Erpang was probably going to have to send gifts at the carnival, so he was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to say. Come on, Erpang. You're already here, and you've already cheered Ming Ming on. You even did some dancing for her this morning. There's really no need to spend any more money. Chin Hao walked over and pulled Erpang away. Chin Hao, how much money do you have on your card? Lend it all to me. I won't let those cowards look down on me today. Erpang shouted, his eyes red. Chapter 128, are the blue bloods still around? Damn, are you serious? You want to spend more money? Besides, using your meager allowance to buy gifts for your family is just ridiculous, Chin Hao said, frowning. Chin Hao, I know you look down on me for being obsessed with female anchors. I will find a way to pay you back this money. I was the one who took out the loan in person, and I will definitely pay you back. Erpangu said with a serious expression. Campus naked loans? Dude, are you kidding me? People who take out naked loans usually go for pretty girls. With your figure, you look like a pig on a platter. Who would lend you money? Zhao Yuanshao said, pouring cold water on the idea. All right, I don't need much money on this card right now, so you can keep it. It should be enough for you to swipe a few rockets. Qin Hao shook his head and handed Pang the bank card that the food delivery platform used to pay his salary. He's truly my good brother. Pang took the phone and immediately pulled out his phone to recharge. Hey Qin Hao, I'm not trying to be mean, but why did you lend all your takeout delivery wages to Pang to pay for female live streamers? Zhao Yuanshao chimed in from the side. Oh dear, look at him like that. If you don't let him deposit some money, I'm afraid I'll worry that fatty air will turn a crime. Qin Hao said with a helpless wry smile. Now, the 16 female anchors on stage began to draw random PK combinations, and for a while, the female anchors' avatars kept flashing on the big screen on stage. Stop. All right, now all 8 pairs of PK teams have been successfully formed. They are Yao Meyer and Su Xiaowan, Fei Erkshu and Lian Liang. The host read out her name on the screen one by one, but when he read out Ru Ming's opponent, everyone in the Meng Meng fan club section was stunned. Because the person competing against Meng Meng was none other than the Blue Fairy who lost to Rumung in the last Cat Tooth Carnival Top 32 PK competition. As the old saying goes, enemies often meet on narrow roads. Who would have thought that just a few days later, these female anchors who had just met online would run into each other again at the carnival? It's a little blue sprite. This is bad. Yeah, last time the Blue Bloods managed to steal their tower and kill the Blue Imp, they must be holding a grudge. This time, it's probably going to be a disaster. After all, Blue Fairy's fan club is a real millionaire fan club. Just like last time, Ru Meng's big fans started singing an unsettling tune before the PK even began, making Ru Meng's other fans anxious and uneasy. Don't listen to them, everyone. Last time, our leader, Blue Blood Man, successfully helped Meng Meng advance even when she was completely underestimated. This time, I believe that as long as we work together, we could defeat that little blue demon. Pang shouted encouraging words as soon as he saw that his fans were a bit intimidated. Right, I'm talking about that chubby guy. The reason he won last time was twofold. First, your blue-blooded guy managed to steal the tower unexpectedly. And second, and most importantly, that little Blue Devil's wealthy fan club thought they had secured their advancement, so they underestimated him. They can't make that mistake twice. Yeah, I'm telling you, brave little chubby brother, don't say anything discouraging. This time, they came prepared. And where is your leader, the blue-blooded guy? Do you really think you 2 fat nerds and a delivery guy can help Ming Ming advance? Ugh, stop dreaming. Dude, what do you think about saying those things to them? Let those 2 fat, lazy food delivery guys keep dreaming. Otherwise, they'll keep thinking that Meng Meng is where she is today because of these poor bastards with their alternate accounts. The sons of several wealthy families laughed in a sarcastic tone. You guys, why are you acting the same way as last time? You cower as soon as you see a group of wealthy people, and you cower as well when you see a scoundrel trying to scam you. Can't you be a little more dignified? Pang stomped his feet and cursed angrily. Hey, fatso, aren't you being too nice to me? Exactly. If you're so capable, why don't you go for it? Weren't you quite brave this morning? When Meng Meng and that little blue fairy are competing on stage later, you should also send them gifts. Our Meng Meng fan club is counting on you, Round Stone. That's right. Everyone, stop sending gifts for a bit and just watch this fat guy's performance. Several influential accounts actually joined forces to urge other fans of Rumung to stop sending gifts. You guys, you've really gone too far. Even the usually eloquent Pang was at a loss for words. Hee hee, I originally planned to come here to issue a challenge, but I didn't expect you guys to turn on me like rats in their own nest. A guy wearing an Armani trench coat walked up to the area in front of the Ru Meng fan club and said with a chuckle, You're here? A large fan in Ru Meng asked with an unfriendly look. I'm from the Blue Fairy fan club. My ID is Rich Smuff. As soon as the answer came out, it drew a chorus of exclamations from the Ru Meng fan club members. Is he the Rich Smuff? Yeah, I thought he was a fat, middle-aged man. I heard that this kid has always been a die-hard fan of Blue Fairy and has spent no less than 1,000,000 yuan on that female streamer. Yeah, his Rich Smuff ID is a big name on the entire Huya platform. It seems you have quite a few prominent people who recognize me now. But that's fine too. Last time, when Xiaoyao lost to your streamer Rumung in a PK, I happened to be free, which was a real shame. But I heard it's almost time, and Xiao Yao is going up against your streamer roaming. I'm afraid you won't be so lucky this time, will you? Those big accounts that have been desperately fighting back against her paying earlier all lower their heads, none of them daring to meet the gaze of the smurf who had come to provoke them. They're all such spineless cowards. I'm so disappointed. The smurf shook his head and instantly pulled down the collar of his trench coat. So, you finally came? The PK hasn't even started yet, and you're already trying to show off here? Seeing that no one was speaking or paying, unable to contain his anger, suddenly asked. Good question. The first thing I wanted to find out when I came here is whether the blue-blooded person who stole our little demon's tower last time is still around. As the smurf said this, his eyes flashed coldly, capturing the attention of Rumeng's fans. Chapter 129, the PK begins. Blue-blooded guy? Blue-blooded guy is that fat guy's dorm leader. If you want to find him, just ask that little fat guy. A big fan pondered the system and was actually directly dragged into the mess by the second fat guy. Oh, it seems this chubby brother must know where the blue bloods are. The young man called Blue Elf walked up to Chin Hao and looked them over with great interest. The blue-blooded guy is the oldest in our dorm, but he's not here today. Despite the second terrifying thought, I decided to tell the truth. Really? That's a shame. I'd really like to see someone like us eliminate our little demon through such a tactic as stealing towers. But it doesn't matter if he's here or not. Today, we definitely won't give your female streamer any chance. Blue Elf chased her pang for a while, then turned around and looked back, ending the conversation with those rich kids who had big fan accounts. Seeing that none of these people dared to respond, the provocative smurf could only shake his head helplessly. I thought you guys were so tough. I've bullied you all, and not a single one of you dares to say a word. What a bunch of cowards. After saying that, the kid left Rumeng's fan zone immediately. You guys keep talking, but the PK is about to start. Erpang asked anxiously as he watched the smurf walk away. Speak. What should we say? Didn't you see that smurf coming on strong? How can we compare to them? A popular fan retorted. That's right. I heard from the staff of the Manhwa platform that, despite his young age, his family is involved in the bulk trade of coal, oil, and soybeans. It said that their family's assets are among the top in the entire Yindong city. How can we compete with them? Even a single hair of theirs is thicker than our backs. Another rich kid chimed in. All right. It seems Meng Meng has absolutely no chance of wearing the popularity crown on the main stage tomorrow. Yeah, what bad luck. We ran into that little blue sprite again. All right. Enough is enough that Meng Meng is popular enough to participate in this carnival. In the Rumeng fan zone, some smaller accounts also expressed their feelings. How could you give up so easily? The PK hasn't even started yet, and you're already admitting defeat. How can you treat Meng Meng, who's already backstage and ready to go on stage, like this? Erpang shouted anxiously again. Like I said, fatty, if you've got the guts, then go for it. Yeah, if you think you're not good enough, don't you have a fat otaku and a prostitute by your side? By the way, when is that mysterious blue-blooded guy from your dorm going to make his appearance? We're all waiting for him to turn the tide and help Meng Meng advance. Unfortunately, Erpang's words only earned him the merciless ridicule of a group of rich kids. Yuan Xiao, can't you still contact the boss? Erpang wiped the sweat from his brow and turned his head. No, his phone is constantly busy with his assistant. Zhao Yuanxiao said helplessly. Is something wrong with the boss? Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. It was indeed a bit worrying that he hadn't been able to contact Phone Bin since yesterday. While they were talking, the PK competition in the middle of the booth had already begun in full swing. Since the first few contestants had little to do with Meng Meng, they didn't pay much attention to it. The next contestants to face off are Ru Ming and Blue Fairy. The host's voice immediately drew Qin Hao's attention back to the exhibition stage. It's starting. It's about to begin. Yes, it's such a pity that our Meng Meng couldn't go all the way. Oh well, it's all fate. We just need to cheer and shout as much as we can in a bit. The otaku who gather in Ruming's fan zone can only console themselves with this thought. Sure enough, we saw the little blue fairy and Ruming walk onto the stage at the same time. Usually, everyone only sees the two female leads on computer or mobile phone screens. This time, they are really appearing on a big stage, which has attracted a lot of attention. Especially the Blue Fairy, who is known for her 9-head figure, wore a light blue low-cut evening dress tonight. Under the stage lights, her graceful figure, fair skin, and delicate, Three-dimensional features made her powerful aura cause the entire audience of male fans to go wild and scream as soon as she appeared. Little demon, I'll definitely help you win today, the Smurf shouted from the front of the stage. The little blue fairy didn't say anything, but just looked in the direction of the Smurfs, winked slightly, and then made a kissing gesture with her teeth slightly moving. This made the group of male fans in the audience go crazy and shout loudly. In contrast, Rumeng's entrance was not as explosive. Although she wore a blue and white sailor uniform to accentuate her figure, resembling Sailor Moon, to be honest, especially since her figure is petite and delicate, like a girl next door, on such a large stage, her visual impact was probably not as strong as her opponent's. Meng Meng, you must keep going. I will definitely support you. Erpang shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice almost as loud as Ruming's cheers. Yuan Xiao, Qin Hao, hurry up and cheer for Meng Meng. After a series of shouts, Erpang, who was probably a little tired, turned around and said to his two brothers behind him, Hey, where are you looking? We're here to cheer for Meng Meng, not to look at that slut Qing Xiaoyao. Erpang said angrily when he noticed that his two roommates were actually staring at Qing Xiaoyao with great interest. Saw thee. I was daydreaming, Qin Hao said hurriedly. But in his heart, he was still thinking that whether it was her figure, appearance, or temperament, this little blue fairy was full of powerful attraction in every move she made. No wonder that Smurf was willing to spend a lot of money to promote her. All right, the next two female anchors' performances are about to begin. Please take out your phones and cheer for your favorite anchors. The host announced with a smile, and then upbeat and cheerful music started playing. The concert had already begun. The two female anchors were standing in two fixed positions on the white stage, each with a different colored light at their feet. Blue Fairy's light was blue, while Dream's was pink. Apart from the positions at their feet, the stage floor was also illuminated by different colored lights. Thump! The little blue fairy had just called out when a large screen behind the booth displayed. The wealthy Smurfs imported 5 blue goblin super rockets. Correspondingly, the range of the blue light under the blue fairy's feet instantly expanded 5 times. Chapter 130, Another Move. The Smurf brother is awesome. Thanks, Smurf brother, for the rocket. Brother Elf, you're so generous. 5 super rockets cost 10,000 yuan, which immediately ignited the enthusiasm of all the male fans in the audience. The already large number of blue fairy fans cheered and shouted, and the entire Beauty Zone booth was boiling over. All right. The other side is so generous right off the bat. What are we going to do? Yeah, even all of our fans combined are no match for just one Smurf. How are we supposed to compete in this PK tournament? Forget it. A round of applause, some noodle sticks, and free cat food are enough. Ming Ming lost anyway. It's a waste of money. While Blue Fairy's fan zone was bustling with activity, Nightmare's fan zone was much quieter, with a few big accounts whispering amongst themselves. The large screen on the stage was still scrolling through the gifts the Smurf had received. Carnival airplanes, carnival rockets, carnival super rockets. Rows of them filled the entire screen. Clearly, the wealthy Smurf had led a large group of his fans to start scrolling along as well. On the other side, there were only a few airplanes and some insignificant glow sticks and cat food. The color range of the lights under the feet of the two female anchors was getting bigger and bigger, and the blue glass representing the little blue fairy was bigger, which almost indicated that half of the floor of the increasingly larger booth had been completely connected. Ru Meng was very pitiful, only having a small area at her feet, and that little bit of pink barely expanded. Haha, those fans of the cow-themed fandom, give it your all. Yeah, that little cow has a pretty hot body. It's not like being her fan makes you all weak-kneed. Yeah, let's quickly launch a few super rockets to boost morale. Otherwise, your little cows will soon be overwhelmed by our blue goblins. Several troublemaking fans started loudly provoking the rumming section on her Pang Chin house side. Can't you guys have any backbone? They've bullied us so badly they're practically shitting on our heads, and you're still acting like it doesn't matter. Are you just going to let Meng Meng, whom we support, be humiliated on stage? Pang's eyes reddened again. Having just sent off a few planes, he pulled out his phone again. You're so indignant. Just go ahead and spend the money. We're all counting on you, great hero, a popular fan commented sarcastically. Yeah, all you've given away are a few airplanes, right? Your gifts aren't any better than ours. He immediately chimed in to the other rich kids. You really make me feel ashamed. Erpang ignored the big fans and took out his phone to send 2 carnival rockets in a row. Thanks to Erpang's efforts, The pink alarm under Ruming's feet indeed expanded outwards by several more squares. Rumung, who had been quietly singing on stage, seemed to be encouraged, and her loud singing voice resounded throughout the entire beauty zone. Look, Meng Meng is cheering too. Yes, it's our turn to do our part. That's right, little Fatty is right. Even if we lose, we have to lose with dignity. Many of Rumeng's fans were also inspired and took out their phones to send her uneasy gifts. Suddenly, a row of aircraft and rockets appeared on the large screen behind Rumeng. Although it was far less impressive than the blue little demon, at least in terms of momentum, they were no longer being completely overwhelmed. Oh, you dare to defend? Fine, I'll play with you then. The Smurf, thinking victory was assured, glanced mockingly at Rumeng's fan page, then quickly pulled out his phone and started operating it. A rich Smurf imports a Carnival Super Rocket 2-3. This time, the Smurf actually generated 10 super rockets at once, which is a total of 20,000 yuan. The blue glass that had been about to explode under Rumeng's feet was completely covered by the blue crystal of the little blue demon. Now, 2/3 of the stage area was covered by the blue mutated glass of the little blue demon. The Smurfs are awesome. Smurf, I'll have to thank you properly tonight. Yes, such a generous Smurf. I, Xiao Yao, must repay him with my life. Blue Fairy's fans and other male fans present began to loudly tease the rich Smurf and Fairy. Fairy clearly enjoyed being surrounded and pampered by so many people. On stage, she began to sway her slender and shapely waist and dance gracefully. Little Demon, you're amazing. Little Demon, your legs are so white. You little vixen, could you be a little more seductive? The male fans in the audience were almost all captivated by this sexy woman. Praises, whistles, and teasing laughter filled the entire beauty exhibition area, and Rumeng's presence was once again mercilessly drowned out. See, I told you all your efforts were completely useless. Yeah, some people listened to that chubby guy and tried to send gifts, but what happened? It was all for nothing. Exactly, it's a complete waste of money. Several rich kids who had just been making pessimistic remarks started mocking and ridiculing again. Yuan Xiao still can't get in touch with Boss Phone Bin. Pang wiped the sweat from his brow and glanced at Zhao Yuan Zhao's eyes. No, I just called again, but I still can't solve it. Oh dear, we were hoping that our boss would once again transform into a blue-blooded being and descend from the heavens to help us realize our dreams. But it seems that the miracle didn't happen this time. Even the usually optimistic Pang was somewhat disheartened this time. Hey, little cow on the other stage, stop singing. Come down here right now. That's right, my little demon's voice is a bit hoarse from shouting encouragement. Why don't you hurry up and come down and feed us some milk? Haha, judging by her appearance, this little cow must have plenty of milk. It's probably enough for every fan in the audience to have a cup. Some of the fans of the Blue Fairy on the other side have started to speak in human language, constantly using vulgar words to tease Ru Meng, who is singing earnestly on the other side. Although Ru Meng was still patiently singing on stage, no one could see that her eyes were already filled with tears. I won't allow you to insult our dreams like this. Pang couldn't hold back any longer and ran straight to Blue Fairy's fans, shouting angrily. Oh, are you angry? Little fatty, we're so scared. Yeah, you're not ready to take us all down by yourself. Several guys who looked like rich people's lackeys immediately surrounded the two fat men, chasing them with hostile expressions. Oh no, Pang is going to get beaten up again. Zhao Yuan Xiao, who was not far away, realized that something was wrong and turned around to tell Qin Hao, only to find that the kid had disappeared at some point. The Blue Blood Man introduced 1 Carnival Super Rocket, 2 Super Rockets, 3 Super Rockets. Just when Pang was in danger, suddenly the big screen of Rumeng started to be flooded with Super Rockets. Chapter 131, The Money Burning Contest. Oh my god, that blue-blooded guy from last time, he's back to steal the tower again. Everyone, Little Demon is in danger. Quickly, recharge your gifts for Little Demon. Quick, stop arguing with that fat guy. Hurry up and send him gifts. The Blue Blood Man's intervention saved Pang from danger, and the Blue Fairy's fans all ran back to their seats, took out their phones, and began sending gifts with serious expressions. Wow, there's actually a big tycoon behind Rumeng. Yes, I thought it would be a one-sided battle, but it turned out to be so exciting. Wow, they've already launched 20 super rockets, and they're not stopping. This is going to be really interesting. If that rich Smurf loses, it'll be a huge mess. The enthusiasm of the neutral fans below the booth was also stirred up, and everyone began to speculate about who won the fight against the epidemic between the Blue Bloods and the Smurfs. Looks like the boss is watching the carnival live stream too. Huff, huff, huff. Panting heavily, Pang ran back to his rumbling fan zone and said to Zhao Yuanshao, "Yeah, Feng Bin is so generous. He just threw out 20 super rockets, a whopping 40,000 yuan. And that's not all." Zhao Yuanshao exclaimed, looking at the big screen behind Rumeng. "Huh, where's Qin Hao? Wasn't he here just now?" Nikon glanced around and asked curiously. "I don't know. I just saw you about to jump and fight. And when I called him over to help, I didn't know where he ran off to." Sigh. This isn't the first time he's run away after something like this. Zhao Yuanshao sighed, clearly having a lot of complaints about Qin Hao. "I can't say that. The planes and rockets I just bought were actually made with money that someone else gave away," Erling said nervously. "But like you said, he's just a food delivery guy in the end. He can only lend you enough money for a few planes and rockets. For something this big, we still need our boss, Feng Bin, to handle it." "That's true, but that smurf on the other side doesn't seem easy to deal with either." Pang nodded, but looked at the other side with some worry. The competition on this stage has reached a fever pitch. The large screen behind the little blue fairy is constantly flooded with gifs of airplanes and rockets. On the other hand, the screen behind Rumeng doesn't have as many kinds of gifts. Instead, there are rows and rows of super rockets coming at you. The pink glass representing Rumeng was no longer limited to the 1 or 2 square meters of shaving space at her feet. Under the creation of the Blue Bloodman super rocket, the pink halo began to expand continuously and soon merged with the blue glass shaving space that was already 2/3 of the way across the stage. The pink and blue colors resemble two armies locked in combat, constantly attacking each other, causing the boundary where they meet to continuously alternate between blue and pink. Wow, this is so exciting. Yes, the two colors actually filled the entire arena. This is so exciting. The more gifts they give, the more color they'll erode in my favor. However, the Blue Fairy isn't just a one-woman show. She reportedly has a large group of wealthy fans behind her. Yes, this time they came prepared. The Blue Blood Man had already lost the initiative, so it's too difficult for him to turn the tide on his own. The livestock fans below the booth were also excitedly discussing loudly, as if they were watching an exciting and intense boxing match. "Brothers, I don't blame you guys for letting that blue blood steal our tower while I was away last time. This time, we all have to do our best. We can't lose to that blue blood again." Rich Smuff shouted to his fans in the Blue Fairy section while sending gifts on his phone. "No problem. With you holding the Smurfs in check this time, that blue snowman on the other side is just one person. How much trouble can he cause?" "That's right. Last time we weren't paying attention, and his 20 super rockets stole our tower. This time everyone's watching closely. We can't afford to lose again." Several of the Blue Little Demon's main accounts also expressed their determination. The situation on the field has reached a fever pitch, with Blue Fairy still maintaining a nearly 50% advantage thanks to the support of the Smurfs and a host of wealthy fans who sent gifts. However, the super rockets sent by the blue-blooded people on the large screen behind Rumeng never stopped. The pink light that kept spreading out from Rumeng's feet would occasionally impact the outer ring of blue light. So even though they had the advantage, the Smuff and his group of wealthy fans still looked solemn, fearing that the blue-blooded people would overtake them again. "My God, that blue-blooded guy has already fired 50 super rockets." Yes, a whole 100,000 yuan was spent in just a short time. This is so exciting. This isn't a competition, it's a money-burning frenzy. The male fans in the audience started shouting that they were having a great time, while the big fans of the wealthy young men in the Rumeng fan zone all showed unnatural expressions on their faces. Yeah, they were making sarcastic remarks when Pang was cheering them on and sending gifts, but now that fat otaku leader is stepping in and showering them with gifts. This blatant slap in the face is just too fast. Has Feng gone mad? He's already spent 100,000 yuan on gifts. Zhao Yuanshao muttered in disbelief. "Yeah, isn't this a bit too much?" Even usually enthusiastic Pang asked with some doubt. Time was ticking away, and the end of the PK was drawing ever closer, but the situation on the field remained unchanged. Blue Fairy's blue lights continued to sweep through 2/3 of the stage and advance. If things continued like this, Blue Fairy would undoubtedly be the one to advance. Although the situation appeared to be in favor of Blue Fairy, in reality, as the PK progressed, The output of Blue Fairy's wealthy fan group began to decline significantly. Most of her wealthy fans stopped spending more than 50,000 yuan on gifts. After all, these people are mostly second-generation rich kids and have limited disposable income. Besides, even wealthy fans who spend tens of thousands of yuan on gifts for a female streamer wouldn't dare to try it easily. Damn it, is this blue-blooded guy crazy? The rich Smurf cursed. After his teammates' damage output dropped sharply, the pressure on the Smurf suddenly increased in order to maintain the advantage on the field. Although he didn't spend as much as the Blue Blood Man, he had already spent nearly 150,000 yuan on gifts by following the Blue Blood Man's lead. Although his family always gave him a large allowance, he would still be criticized if he knew that he was competing with others to spend money on female streamers. Damn it, I'll fight to the death. Even if Dad hits me on the head, I will never lose to you, you blue-blooded man, the rich Smurf roared. Chapter 132, Sweeping Through the Army. The big screen behind us is showing the final 30 seconds of the park competition finals. There's no time left. No matter how hard the Blue Bloods try, it seems they're destined to lose. Yeah, it was really exciting to watch. If the match maintenance goes on for another 5 minutes, wouldn't Manhwa Live be making a fortune? A group of college student fans in the audience were discussing the incident, but they were just watching for the spectacle and had no say in who won or lost. However, the fan behavior in the Blue Fairy and Dreamlike sections was not much different. Damn it, we finally won this time. Yeah, luckily the Smurfs were there, otherwise that blue-blooded guy would have messed with us again. That's right, but that kid is really fierce. It took all of us, including the Smurfs, to fight him to a draw. I can't believe he would have attacked right from the start. The fans on Blue Fairy's side wiped the sweat from their foreheads, secretly praising their neatness. Even the Smurfs finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, I've spent over 200,000 yuan. My dad will definitely give me a good scolding when he pays back my credit card next month. But anyway, at least I beat that blue-blooded guy. What a pity. What a pity. Yes, if the Blue Bloods had acted sooner, our dream wouldn't have been lost. Oh dear, we spent so much money and still lost in the end. It's really frustrating. Several fans of Ru Meng's side. Oomph. He spent nearly 400,000 and still lost, didn't he? Exactly, what's the use? They spent so much money and still couldn't win. Yet they always think they're invincible. Yeah, the hero who always thinks about saving the world at the last minute. Well, he's kicked a hornet's nest. Just then, several popular fan accounts, in an attempt to suppress her pangsy, started to sing a different tune, making sarcastic and critical remarks about the Blue Blood people. You guys, it's one thing if you don't support Meng Meng, but now that someone's standing up for her, you're still talking badly about her behind her back. You don't deserve to be Meng Meng's fans at all. Pang shouted loudly, unable to bear it any longer. We're not worthy, are you? Yeah, you only sent 3 airplanes and 2 rockets. The gifts that the blue-blooded guy sent weren't paid for by you. What's the big deal, fat otaku? What if we laugh at that blue-blooded guy for trying to fight a losing battle? What are you going to do about it? The big fans, without any shame, continued to make some surprising laughs. You're all bastards. If Zhao Yuanxiao hadn't held them back, the 2 injured guys would probably have exploded and rushed over to fight those big guys again. Only 10 seconds left. It seems the game is already decided. Yeah, even if the Blue Fairy side doesn't send gifts, the Blue Blood people won't have a chance to steal the tower anymore. Their strength is too weak. Regardless, let's cherish this most exciting PK competition of the carnival. Seeing that the situation was settled, a large group of neutral fans expressed their opinions, and even the Smurf, who had been extremely nervous, put down his phone and took a long breath. No blue-blooded people are going to become emperors anymore. My God, one emperor costs 188,000. They actually used their ultimate move at the last moment. Just when everyone thought the PK competition was over, the situation on the stage suddenly changed. The pink crystal under Ru Meng's feet suddenly surged after the screen showed that the Blue Blood Man had successfully become the emperor. The place where pink and light were originally intersecting suddenly turned into a bright pink light, while the blue light, representing the Blue Fairy, was instantly submerged by the pink light, as if the blue light was pouring boiling water into ice and snow. The blue, eerie light that had just occupied 2/3 of the realm immediately began to shrink drastically, rapidly retreating back towards the blue eerie light's feet. Oh my God! Everyone, hold off that blue-blooded man's last counterattack. Seeing that the situation was not going well, The wealthy Smurf immediately took out his phone to try to move back to the base. Some wealthy fans from Southeast Asia also sent gifts to the Smurf in hopes of holding off the powerful offensive. 20 super rockets. The Smurf was quite generous, and the wealthy fans following behind him also sent out more than a dozen rockets and dozens of airplanes. But then a large slogan appeared on the big screen behind Rumeng. The blue-blooded man renewed the Emperor's subscription in the dreamlike room. Good heavens! I just activated the Emperor account, and I'm already renewing it. That's incredibly extravagant. Yes, renewing an Emperor subscription also costs 100,000 yuan, and the contribution level is the same as opening an Emperor subscription. The male fans were stunned by the Blue Blood's extravagant spending, shouting in disbelief. So, under the powerful offensive of the Blue Blood Emperor's renewal campaign, the Smurf and his dozen or so fans' rockets and planes disappeared without a trace, just like mud sinking into the sea, silently invisible to the purple crystal of a dream. I'll also open the Yellow Emperor. Just as the Smurf was about to make a desperate attempt to open the Yellow Emperor in the Blue Fairy's room, he discovered that the overwhelming pink light of the dream had completely swallowed up the Blue Fairy's blue light, leaving almost nothing. Then, the countdown on the background screen showed that the remaining time was 0. The PK is over. I declare Ru Meng the winner of this round of female anchor competition. The host walked onto the stage with a beaming smile and announced, "Wow, that's great. Ru Meng is so amazing. Blue-blooded people, rise up. That was amazing. It was so addictive." This time, not only Ru Meng's fans, but also the fans of other female streamers were captivated by the exciting and intense PK competition, and they all jumped up to cheer for the victor Ru Meng and Lan Shuiren. That's great. We finally won. Yeah, Boss Feng Bin, I love you to death. Fat fans are paying, and Zhao Erxiao actually hugged and cried in Ru Meng's fan zone seats. Rumeng on stage also quickly switched between joy and sorrow, squatting on the stage with tears streaming down her face. Only Lan Xiaoyao stood on the other side of the stage, following Rumeng with resentful eyes. This is the second time. I've never been humiliated by a third female streamer like this since my debut. Ru Meng actually humiliated me twice. Of course, all of this is thanks to that blue-blooded man. One day I will get back what I've lost. Of course, Ru Meng's fans don't need to care about her feelings at all now. They are all cheering and shouting slogans to cheer Ru Meng on. Even those big fans who have always been against her can no longer join in and are deeply impressed by her. What's going on? Why is everyone so happy all of a sudden? Qin Hao, who had just run back covered in sweat, asked curiously. Chapter 133 Challenge. Qin Hao, it's such a shame you weren't here. Zhao Yuanxiao said excitedly. Yeah, just now, Boss Feng Bin made a last-minute move to open the Emperor and renew the Emperor's subscription, which finally helped Meng Meng win against the opposing Blue Little Demon without any real danger. Erpang immediately added, "Really? That's amazing. Oh dear, I just had an upset stomach. It's a real shame I didn't get to see such a wonderful performance from you, boss." Qin Hao said with a fake smile, imagining the scene. Actually, he ran out just now to recharge Ru Meng's gifts, but what happened just now was indeed thrilling. If he hadn't opened the Emperor's gate at the last moment, he might not have been able to win against that rich Smurf. Goodness, I just spent nearly 700,000 yuan. Was it really worth it? Qin Hao thought helplessly. I heard that blue-blooded guy is your dorm leader. I want to confirm this again. Just as Ru Meng's fans were cheering and celebrating their victory, the blue elf in the Armani trench coat walked towards Erpang, Qin Hao and the others with a somewhat gloomy expression. Yes. So what? Zhao Yuanxiao answered without hesitation. All right. The Smurf nodded, then said, I hope the three of you can pass on a message to me. Our Blue Fairy fan club is dissatisfied with this competition and hopes for a rematch. Is that all right? A rematch? Qin Hao asked with some doubt. After all, the PK competition at the carnival had ended, and Emperor Yang of Sui would probably have to wait until the upcoming competition. Of course we need to rematch. The time is set for 1 month from now, but you can change the specific time and place. Smurf glanced at Qin Hao, Erpang, and the other two, as well as all the fans in the dreamlike zone, and then added, I know that none of you here have any real authority, so I don't need to say much to you. Just pass this message on to Blue Blood. I believe that as long as he is still a fan of your Romong, he will accept my challenge. Qin Hao heard some dissenting opinions here. He was not really a fan of Ru Meng, but now he was being treated as one. The leader was even being asked to accept some inexplicable challenge, which was simply speechless to him. Emerging from the carnival venue, are Pangzi, Zhao Yuan Xiao, and a group of Ruming's fans, like victorious generals, surrounded the entrance to Ruming's growth venue. Several fans of Ruming, who came from wealthy families, drove out in luxury cars like Audis, BMWs, and Mercedes-Benzes to greet her. Each of them stood respectfully beside the car like knights welcoming a princess, with the car door open, waiting for Ruming to get in. Beep, beep, beep. Just as everyone was still wondering about the truck from the dream, a piercing horn startled them. Who is it? What the hell? Why the hell are you honking your horn here? That's right. Hurry up and get rid of that bastard on the corpse. Several rich kids were so angry that they cursed loudly. Some of the hot-tempered ones even headed straight for the car that was honking its horn incessantly, but they stopped halfway there, for no other reason than that it was a globally illuminated Maserati, which was quite impressive. In the entire Yindong city, only a handful of people could afford such a supercar, and they were definitely not people they could easily offend. Those rich kids certainly had good taste. Oh, I thought that famous anchor Rumang will be driving some luxury car back. Turns out it's just some ordinary Mercedes, BMW, and Audi. It's really not befitting our famous anchor's status. The Maserati supercar's roof automatically folded back, and Blue Fairy, dressed in a blue leather jacket and pants, looked at Rumang with her stunningly beautiful face and teased her from inside the convertible. Forget it. Don't think that just because that girl won against you, she's become some high-class streamer. She's just a female student from Yundong University, good enough to fool some naive college students, but no one with real talent would ever be interested in someone like her. The wealthy Smuff in the driver's seat added with a sneer. You guys, are you trying to cause trouble again? Pang asked, somewhat displeased, still in high spirits. Looking for trouble? Do you even deserve it? If that blue-blooded man were here, I might give him some respect. But you guys, this bunch of losers is ultimately no match for you. The rich Smuff glanced at Pang and his boyfriend Remengmi with disdain and said, Our boss isn't here. What exactly do you want? Pang and several fans shouted. Nothing much. Just wanted to come and see you all. I thought your Rumeng would be picked up in some luxury car, but now she's nothing special. It's such a shame for our little demon. The Smurfs snorted coldly and scanned the crowd. Sorry, we're leaving. Please move your car. Pang said calmly, trying to suppress his anger. Hey, this main road isn't yours. I don't want to move my car. What are you going to do about it? The Smuff lit up an opium cigarette in the noisy area and leisurely smoked it in the Super Raven, while the little blue fairy in the passenger seat took out a makeup bag from her Prada bag and started touching up her makeup with an eyebrow pencil. Clearly she hadn't left. Oh, you're really going too far. Pang and a few fans wanted to rush over and force the Smuff to move us away, but they were held back by the big accounts of several rich kids. Don't forget, the promotional version of this truck is said to cost 6 or 7 million, and there's only one of its kind in the entire Yindong city. If you accidentally damage it, you won't be able to afford to pay for it. Yeah, it's not that we look down on you guys, but even if we chopped you all up and sold you, it wouldn't be enough to compensate someone for just one of their wheels. Jordan's words, spoken by a wealthy young man, immediately dampened the enthusiasm of these fans. So, how exactly do you plan to get the car going? The middle-aged man with the ID greasy second master walked over, clearly intending to act as a peacemaker again. It's simple. My car is weird. It can't drive those junk cars. If you can drive a car that's more expensive than my Maserati supercar, I'll leave without saying a word. The Smuff curled his lip and looked at the crowd. You're clearly just looking for trouble. Yeah, where can you find such a nice car at this time of year? Even if they had the time, it would be hard to find a more expensive merchant than the one the Smurfs run. Several of Ruming's fans got excited again, and it looked like they were about to lose control. Beep, beep, beep. A dark gray Rolls-Royce Phantom that appeared out of nowhere slowly stopped in front of Pang. Chapter 134, Kidnapping Mystery. You must be Pang, right? Young master sent me to pick you up, and also that female anchor Rumong. A Jew, dressed in a sharp suit, bowed politely and opened the car door. Young master. I know. You mean our boss phone Babin? Is he here? Is he in the car? The two dazed men seemed to remember something and immediately stuck their heads into the Rolls-Royce. But unfortunately, it was empty. However, Agio did not answer Pang's question, but just smiled non-committally and continued to make a toilet for passengers to get in the car. Regardless of whether their boss phone bin came or not, the fact that such a high-end luxury car was brought along shows how much face they have. The fans around Rumeng immediately became excited. Can we move this car a little? Although Pang didn't recognize what kind of car Ju was driving, the noble aura emanating from the car made him, who knew nothing about cars, realize that this Audi was the same car that was driving the Maserati supercar across the street. All right, Blue Blood, you've got guts. But don't forget we've set up a challenge for a month from now. The rich Smuff's face changed several times before he finally calmed down and even smiled as he looked at Fatty and his dreamlike fans around him, saying these words. Then he immediately started the engine of his supercar, and the Maserati roared and disappeared into the end of the road in an instant. Get out of here. Yeah, go eat shit while you're cuddling your little vixen. A group of dreamlike fans appeared loudly behind them, though the countless Smurfs who had gone far away probably could hardly hear them. Honey, a Rolls-Royce Phantom would scare you like this? I don't think you're such an easily frightened man. In the midst of the mad, dashing super captain, the little blue imp unexpectedly grabbed the Smuff's large hand and the ghostly figure. Umph, little demon, you don't know, that Rolls-Royce Phantom worth 9 million is nothing special, but I recognize its license plate. Yene 888888. That's the car of Boss Ban, the most powerful figure in Yundong City's underworld. I've also seen the man who opened the door just now. He's Boss Ban's personal driver and bodyguard, named a Jew, a well-known expert in the underworld. The wealthy Smuff Saint Ning said, Goo goo, do you mean this blue-blooded person is Master Ban? Even the little blue fairy panicked a bit. Hee hee, little demon, you're overthinking it. How could a mafia boss like Boss Ban be a fan of some male streamer? So what you mean is, I'm guessing that blue-blooded person is probably related to some of the Ban family siblings, which is why he has such a lot of influence, the Smuff said, patting the little demon on the shoulder reassuringly. So we won't be able to travel for our challenge a month from now? Little Fairy asked, still a little worried, as she clung tightly to the Smuff's arms. Don't worry. Even if that blue-blooded man is just a relative of Master Ban, our Shangwan family in Yundong won't let him get away with it. You can rest assured. The blue elf held on to the little demon's slender waist and kept groping her, causing the little demon to let out a series of seductive moans. Then he pressed the little blue demon's pretty face down. The Maserati supercar seemed unaffected by the group of people inside, and instead sped forward even faster. It was past 10 p.m. when they got back to Yundong University. Qin Hao, Pang, and the other two had to use a lot of persuasion to convince the old man who was looking after the dormitory to let them in. What's going on? Why hasn't our leader phone been come back yet? Qin Hao asked, looking at the empty bed in the dormitory room. Hey, Qin Hao, what are you worried about? Zhao Yuan Xiao interrupted Qin Hao. That's right, Fongbin knows where we are. He even sent us gifts and a car to pick us up, which means the boss is definitely all right. Pang reassured Qin Hao. Sigh. Qin Hao sighed deeply, thinking to himself, what are you two talking about? You said that I was the one who secretly handled all these things and that it had nothing to do with Boss Fongbin. Now, Fongbin has been out of contact for 2 whole days, and I can't get through to him on his cell phone. It would be strange if I wasn't worried. Hello, is this Mr. Lang? I need to trouble you with something. Taking advantage of the opportunity to wash up in the bathroom, Qin Hao answered Lang Zifeng's call alone. What is it? Isn't it about your roommate Fongbin? Before Qin Hao could ask, Lang Zifeng calmly countered. That's right. Do you know anything? Qin Hao was secretly surprised. This Lang Zifeng was really incredibly resourceful. Well, for young Master Su's safety, we naturally need to know as soon as possible if anything happens to the people around you. It's nothing, but Fongbin's situation is indeed a bit troublesome right now. Lang Zifeng's last sentence startled Qin Hao. What's the trouble? This was the first time Qin Hao had heard Lang Zifeng utter those 2 words. Yes, he was kidnapped yesterday, while shopping with your female, classmate Jiangmin. Lang Zifeng's tone remained as calm and composed as ever. What kidnapping? Where are they now? Who did it? Qin Hao was so shocked that he broke out in a cold sweat and quickly looked around. Young Master Su, you don't need to be too nervous. They're not in danger now because just now, this group of robbers called Fongbin's father. However, we haven't found out their exact location yet. What we can be sure of is that Guozi Xiao, the financial tycoon of Yundong City, is likely behind this. Guozi Xiao. Qin Hao was taken aback, and the image of the mysterious financial tycoon who had snatched the supreme treasure cauldron from him at the auction a few days ago resurfaced in his mind. He ordered the kidnapping of Fongbin. Hee, young Master Su. How could you be so confused? Your boss Fongbin's kidnapping is obviously because of you, young Master Su. Lang Zifeng's answer surprised Qin Hao once again. How could you say that? What could I possibly do that would make that financial tycoon kidnap Fongbin? Qin Hao is even more confused. It's because you stole Gua Zixiao's supreme treasure cauldron a few days ago and repeatedly embarrassed his precious son in front of everyone. This father and son are convinced that you were sent by a powerful force to become an alien. So the people around you are also them. Eyeliner. Qin Hao asked curiously. Hehe, Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan. Chapter 135 Layout. Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan. Qin Hao frowned as soon as he heard these two names. That's right. At the last auction, they accepted Gua Zixiao's credit card with a weekly spending limit of 100,000 yuan. In exchange, they told the Gua family father and son everything they were destined to know about you. Lang Zifeng's voice remained calm. These two bitches. This was the first time Qin Hao felt a deep sense of awe towards Zhang Lulu, and the image of Zhang Lulu as a cold and aloof goddess instantly appeared in his mind. Feng Taiju looked at the caller ID on her phone, somewhat dejectedly tucked her husband's hair into her hair, sighed deeply, and then slumped into her large chair. Just 10 minutes ago, he received a phone call. The person on the other end told him that his son, Feng Bin, who was studying at Yundong University, had asked them to bring 1 million yuan in cash to an abandoned construction site in the suburbs of Yundong City the next day to ransom his son if they wanted to ensure his safety. They warned him that if he dared to call the police or do anything else under the table, he could just wait to collect Feng Bin's body. Why is this child so unlucky? Feng Taiju was moved to tears at the thought of Feng Bin now being held by robbers. When Feng Bin was 4 years old, his mother was in a traffic accident and was in a panic. Before she could finish speaking, Feng Bin's son, Feng, went to Yundong City with his father. It turned out that he was just an ordinary migrant worker. Feng Bin and his son lived together in the worker's shed. During the day, he went to work on the construction site, and the child would play by himself next to the construction site. After Feng Bin went to school, Feng Taiju established his own Jin Feng construction company. They then bought a house, and their living conditions improved. However, after only a few years of good life, they encountered this situation again, leaving Feng Taiju, a rough and uncultured man who could only lead workers, somewhat at a loss. He wanted to call the police, but was afraid the other party would kill him. He wanted to discuss it with someone, but he was afraid that the foremen under his command were not as good as him. Whispering, the phone rang again, and Feng Taiju, thinking it was another call from the robbers, immediately answered. Hello, Uncle Feng? I'm Qin Hao, Feng Bin's roommate. I know what happened to Feng Bin. I'll come see you tomorrow. Qin Hao's calm voice came from the other end of the phone. The next day at noon, Qin Hao sat in Feng Tieju's somewhat dilapidated Zhonghua SUV, while two other people walked on the road at the abandoned construction site designated by the robbers. Compared to Feng Taiju, who was constantly wiping the cold sweat from his brow, Qin Hao's expression was unusually calm. Qin Hao, do you think something will happen to Feng Bin and that Jiang Min? Feng Taiju asked with some concern. Don't worry. Uncle Feng and the others won't hurt Feng Bin and the others until they see us, Qin Hao said. Actually, he was also very uneasy. After all, this was his first time really coming into contact with ruthless bandits. I hope so. Feng Taiju nodded. Half an hour later, their SUV slowly came to a stop in front of the abandoned, unfinished building. Several burly men, each holding a dagger or steel pipe, were chasing after them menacingly. Hee, I thought you found some help, but you've only found a food delivery guy. The burly man leading the group burst into laughter as he saw Qin Hao, dressed in a delivery uniform, get out of the car. His 3 henchmen also joined in the laughter. Where's my son, Feng Zibin? Feng Taiju also got out of the SUV, carrying a large backpack, which obviously contained the 1 million yuan ransom. Look up. The burly man at the head of the group stopped laughing and pointed upwards. Sure enough, in the direction he pointed, there were 2 figures tied to the top of the dilapidated building. Although they were too high up to see their faces clearly, their figures suggested that they were Feng Bin and Jiang Min. Feng, are you all right? Taiju shouted loudly, but the people on the scaffolding were clearly gagged and could only make muffled, indistinct responses. No need to ask. We're just after money. Where's the money? The burly man in the lead said with a grin. This man is called Sun Hu. He wasn't originally involved in the underworld in Yundong City. 3 days ago, Gua Zixiao found him and asked him to bring his underlings from out of town to Yundong City to conduct a business deal. He was promised 1 million yuan if the deal was done. Of course, this matter involved the kidnapping of Feng Bin. As for Jiang Min, she was only arrested because she was unlucky enough to be with Feng Bin at the time. I initially thought it was about kidnapping the direct descendant of some wealthy tycoon or some illegitimate child, But it turns out they kidnapped the son of a construction contractor. I really don't know how this contractor offended Guizi, this big boss. The money is in the box I'm holding, but you have to release my son first. Feng Taiju glared angrily at Sun Hu. Years of working on construction sites had left Feng Taiju covered in cuts and bumps all over his body. Although he looked somewhat young, his tall and burly figure still made him look intimidating. Okay, let me make a call first. Sun Hu took out his phone and dialed a number. Do you see any problems? No, I already checked when they arrived. The people following them also reported to me that there were no tails at all. It was just this Zhonghua SUV carrying them. You can proceed with confidence. Guo Xiao's voice came from the phone. At this moment, he was leading two of his father's bodyguards, monitoring the situation on the ground from a floor on the other side of the dilapidated building with binoculars. In fact, Guo Xiao appeared first after Feng Bin was captured by Sun Hu and his men, secretly listening to their interrogation of Feng Bin. Unfortunately, after several hours of interrogation, they still hadn't gotten any information they were interested in. Feng Bin seems to be the son of a real contractor, and it's impossible for him to use a helicopter or spend 18 million to buy some kind of supreme treasure cauldron. So who exactly is supporting Qin Hao, the food delivery man, to go against the Guo family father and son? It seems to be a mystery. The delivery guy really did come. As soon as Qin Hao got out of the car, a cruel smile appeared on Guo Xiao's lips. Old grudges and new feuds. Today it's time for me and you, Qin Hao, to settle things. Guo Xiao muttered to himself. Young master, the master has only given instructions. The intelligence is already vague, so we can't kill that delivery guy for now. A bodyguard walked up to Guo Xiao and whispered a reminder. Of course I know. Who said I was going to kill him? But if this kid knew what would happen to him if he fell into my hands, he would definitely wish he had been freed from this fate sooner. Young Master Guo turned his head and glanced at the bodyguard who was using some sinister gestures. Chapter 136, I'll dazzle you with money. Fine, we can put it down, but in exchange, you have to make sure the box is thrown over so I can check it properly. Sun Hu put down his phone and sneered at Feng Taiju and Qin Hao, who were standing by in a tense atmosphere. Look, Feng Taiju turned his head and exchanged a glance with Qin Hao, his gesture carrying a hint of inquiry. After all, he has 1 million yuan in cash on hand, but Qin Hao gave it to him, and he was willing to take such a big risk for him. That's really kind of him. Uncle Feng, we wouldn't dare give the box to them. Qin Hao said with a slight nod. Okay, I'll give you the money. Feng Taiju threw the box directly at Sun Hu's feet, and one of Sun Hu's henchmen quickly ran over to pick it up. Open it and take a look. Sun Hu ordered. With a snap, the suitcase was opened, and the bright red banknotes inside immediately made the eyes of the robbers present light up. Hurry up, look, this isn't counterfeit money. Sun Hu shouted, his heart filled with excitement. After all, a billionaire like Guo Zixiao would never compete with him for this small sum of money. He would get 2,000, which was definitely a huge amount of money. Boss, these aren't counterfeit bills, they're all real. The young man in charge of checking the bills turned around and made an okay sign with his hand. All right, you've seen the money. Now you can put my son and his classmates down, right? Feng Taiju said, with some relief after they finished checking the banknotes. He's a man of principle. He neither called the police nor secretly sought any help. Not bad, a real man. Sun Hu's disciple took the whole box of banknotes from his hands, smiling and expressing his admiration. Stop talking nonsense and release them. Seeing that the other side had no intention of releasing them, Feng Taiju became a little nervous. He pulled out the iron rod that he had always carried in his arms and shouted with his eyes wide open. On the contrary, Qin Hao, who was beside him, did not show any change in facial expression. He simply scanned the overgrown, dilapidated, and unfinished building with his invisible gaze. Brother, you've gone this far, so Sun Hu, should have released your son without a second thought. But alas, this wasn't my plan. Sun Hu even shook his head somewhat helplessly. Isn't it up to you? You're the one who kidnapped my son, aren't you? This statement confused Feng Taiju even more. Oh dear, it's true that I kidnapped your son, but the mastermind behind this is someone I can't afford to offend. He's the one who wants to take you and your son away. So, Sun Hu suddenly stopped speaking at this point. So what? Feng Taiju was taken aback and immediately asked. So you can only blame that big boss who's trying to kill you all. Sun Hu winked at his companions, and several burly men, their intentions equally hostile, gradually moved closer to Feng Taiju and Qin Hao. You took the money and you still want to kill me to cover it up? Now Feng Taiju finally understood Sun Hu's true intentions. That's right, your mistake was offending the wrong person. Sun Hu waved his hand, and several burly men grabbed their weapons and prepared to charge. Be careful when you tell your men to take charge. Just kill the foreman, but don't hurt that delivery guy too badly. We still need him. In a high-rise plaza at the end of a building, Guo Xiao, holding a speaker, whispered instructions to Sun, who threw a walkie-talkie into his Bluetooth headset. Understood. Don't worry, my brothers have done this before, and they know how to handle things. Sun He replied confidently. Although Feng Taiju did look quite strong, an expert could tell at a glance that he wasn't a fighter. In a real hand-to-hand combat, he would be easily taken away. Qin Hao, don't be afraid. Go behind Uncle Feng, and when you have a chance, go out and call the police. Feng Taiju shouted to his younger brother Qin Hao, waving his iron rod as he watched the approaching robbers. Hey, you robber, how much money did Guo Zixiao promise you that you'd be so devoted to him? Qin Hao, who had been silent until now, suddenly asked coldly. You, are you talking nonsense? What was Zixiao? I didn't know you, a food delivery guy. We're talking nonsense. Sun, who was startled, but having been in the underworld for a long time, his expression returned to normal. All right, stop pretending. You were hired by that financial tycoon Guo Zixiao to investigate my background, right? You only kidnapped Feng Bin because you suspected he was my backer, right? Qin Hao stared at Sun Hu and asked, You brat, you actually knew all along, and you still dare to come over. Sun Hu simply stopped hiding his surprise and waved his hand to signal his men not to make a move and to find out the truth first. Dare to come? Why wouldn't I dare to come? It's precisely because I know everything that I'm even less afraid. I'll ask you now, how much did that old fox Guo Zixiao promise you? 1 million or 2 million? Qin Hao smiled slightly, seemingly more concerned about his current predicament than he was in. Don't listen to that delivery guy's nonsense. Take down those two first. Guo Xiao's impatient command came through Sun Hu's Bluetooth headset. Oomph. Boss Guo has always been very Pakistani, but I always follow the rules in this matter. I will never explicitly state the client's conditions to my subordinates. Once I've tied you up, you'll naturally have the chance to ask Boss Guo yourself. Sun Hu's eyebrows twitched slightly, but he still didn't want to say anything more to this food delivery guy. All right, I won't ask anymore. I'm telling you now, I'm offering 5 million to buy Guo Zixiao and his damn son, this so-called young Master Guo's heads. Are you in or not? Qin Hao suddenly said, looking at the several burly men who had immediately approached him. Stop spouting nonsense, you sick man. Do you think a delivery guy like you would have 500? Although he didn't believe it at all, Sun Hu's eyes still flashed with a look of disbelief, and even the few men who were about to use their subordinates turned their feet. Do you still think I'm just a food delivery guy? Do you know why the Guo family went to such lengths to investigate my background in such a roundabout way? Because I just spent 18 million at the auction a few days ago to snatch a supreme treasure cauldron from them. I didn't even blink an eye when I spent 18 million. Do you think I can't come up with 5 million for you? Qin Hao said, pointing to his black bank card as he looked at the robbers who were clearly starting to get worried. There's over 10 million in cash in this card. If you switch sides with me, I guarantee I'll transfer 5 million to your account within an hour. Chapter 137 Fierce Battle. Brother, that's 5 million. Yes, now that we have money, we can retire? This time, before Sun Hu could answer, the attitudes of the robbers holding sharp weapons also froze. Sun Hu, what the hell are you doing? If you don't act now, I'll cripple you all. Guo Xiao's furious roar came through Sun Hu's Bluetooth headset. Listening to Guo Li Xiao's roar through the headphones, Sun Hu's expression remained unchanged. His eyes darted around, searching for Qin Hao. Suddenly, he waved his hand, gesturing for him not to make a move yet. Sun Hu, are you trying to betray the Guo family? Let me tell you, do you understand now? Even if a food delivery guy gave you 5 million, would you even be alive to spend it? Young Master Guo continued to threaten in the earpiece. Sun Hu's eyes darted back and forth for a long time, but in the end, it was Guo Xiao's disturbance that had the effect. Young man, I do want your 5 million, but what young Master Guo said is also true. If I take your money, I probably won't live to spend it, so you'd better accept your fate. After saying that, Sun Hu waved his hand and ordered several men to take down Feng Taiju and Qin Hao on the other side. I'm giving you a way out, and you won't take it. So don't blame me. Qin Hao seemed to shake his head regretfully at Sun Hu's decision. Stop trying to bluff me. Guys, take him down first. Sun Hu gave the order, and his henchmen exchanged glances before surrounding him with their weapons. Qin Hao, run. I'll hold him off here. Feng Taiju shouted, wielding an iron rod, and charged at the robbers, ready to fight to the death. Umph. You food delivery guy, trying to play dirty tricks on me even as you're dying. Just wait and see how I deal with you. Guo Xiao, holding binoculars, snorted coldly. Since it's come to this, all right, let's get started. Qin Hao suddenly said this out of the blue, but the last sentence was clearly meant for the other third parties to hear. Make a move? Make a move on what? Just as Sun Hu was stunned, the bag full of banknotes he was holding suddenly exploded. The enormous force instantly blasted Sun Hu, who was closest to him, to pieces, and several of his henchmen who were also nearby were blasted far away by the huge shockwave. In an instant, fragments of red banknotes filled the sky. The ground was covered with the remains of Sun Hu's blown-up limbs, and the robbers lay on the ground groaning in pain. Although 3 or 4 robbers were not greatly affected, the sudden change left them stunned and standing there, somewhat at a loss. Although they were quite far away, Qin Hao and Feng Taiju were also hit by the bomb, and the two of them staggered and struggled to their feet. Qin Hao, what's going on? Feng Taiju couldn't see anything in front of him at all. It's all right, Uncle Feng. Let's hurry up and rescue Feng Bin and Min Jiang, shall we? Qin Hao pulled Feng Taiju, and before he could even figure out what Feng Taiju was like, the two of them ran into the unfinished building where Feng Bin and the others were tied up. Don't let them get away, you idiots. Catch them now. This sudden turn of events left Guo Xiao momentarily stunned, but once he regained his senses, he immediately gave orders to the other robbers through his Bluetooth headset. Oh, good. Several uninjured robbers, as if suddenly realizing something, picked up their weapons and followed Qin Hao and Feng Taiju. The main structure of this unfinished building is almost complete, but the exterior walls and interior have not yet been built, so the several pursuit routes on the outside are clearly visible. Several robbers quickly approached Qin Hao and Feng Taiju, shouting and brandishing their iron bars and long knives. Qin Hao, you go up and save Feng Bin first, I'll hold them off here. Feng Taiju roared, turning around to fight the pursuing robbers to the death. Puff, 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 puff. Several soft, whistling sounds rang out, and several menacing-looking robbers suddenly lay sprawled on the ground. Some seemed to be dead on the spot, while others stopped breathing after a brief tremor. A large patch of blood quickly appeared beneath each of their bodies, clearly indicating that they had been in a fierce battle. What's going on? Guo Xiao, who had put down his binoculars, rubbed his eyes hard, clearly unable to believe what he was seeing. Young Master Guo, we feel something's wrong. Let's escort you away first. 2 bodyguards pulled young Master Guo, who was still trying to figure out what had happened, and practically carried him to the scene. Although they didn't know who did it, the 2 bodyguards saw it clearly. Someone had used a sniper to take down several robbers chasing Qin Hao from a distance. This meant that this place had already been burial grounds for dead. With the other side having long-range capabilities, staying even a second longer would likely bring danger. What? You're only leaving now? Do you think it's a bit late? Before the 2 bodyguards could even reach the exit of the unfinished building, Lang Zifeng, who appeared with a smile, blocked them at the stairwell. 2 men in black with automatic weapons beside him stared coldly at the 3 of them. Who exactly are you? Only then did Guo Xiao realize that his plan, which he had always thought was in his grasp, and that he could completely defeat Qin Hao, the food delivery man, was actually being manipulated from the very beginning. Who we are? You really don't need to know, but Guo father and son have gone too far this time, actually being terrified of young Master Su. Well then, it's not impossible. Let's do it. Lang Zifeng waved his hand, and 2 men in black beside him immediately used an Afghan automatic sniper rifle on the terrified young Master Guo. My dad is Guo Zixiao, a tycoon in Yindong City. He's rich. No matter how much the delivery guy pays you, I'm willing to pay double. Young Master Guo shouted, his face contorted with fear. Oh, sorry, young Master Guo. I forgot to tell you that your father's money will probably be gone soon, Lang Zifeng replied with a sneer. Da. A series of rapid gunshots rang out, startling Feng Taiju, who was rescuing Feng and Jiang Min from the scaffolding. What's that sound? It's all right, Uncle Feng. Let's get back to what we're doing. Qin Hao glanced at the location where the gunshot had rang out, but quickly stopped paying attention and continued to untie Feng Bin. Fortunately, although Feng Bin suffered some minor injuries, he was not seriously harmed, and Jiang Min was only frightened. Neither of them were seriously injured. As people staggered down from the unfinished building, they were surprised to find that the robbers who had just been shot dead and those who had been injured by the explosion were nowhere to be seen. If it weren't for the pieces of banknotes and bloodstains scattered all over the ground, it would have been as if none of this had ever happened. Qin Hao frowned upon seeing this. He knew that Lang Zifeng had always been swift and efficient in his actions, but he never expected that the fall would be so severe. The injured robbers had probably already been dealt with by now. I really don't know what the outcome would be if I were to become enemies with that Lang Zifeng one day. Young Master Su, we've dealt with the robbers and the rest of the gang. Now, only Guo Zixiao's son remains, awaiting your instructions. Qin Hao was just thinking when he suddenly listened to Lang Zifeng's question through his Bluetooth headset. Chapter 138, Going to their door myself. What's his situation now? Although Qin Hao loathed young Master Guo, he was far from wanting to kill him. Yes, his leg wasn't broken by a bullet, there were no fatal injuries, and he's unconscious now. Lang Zifeng replied calmly. Then let him live. Qin Hao glanced at him and decided to let him go. Good, very good. I'll operate this way and use him as a pawn. Although he didn't understand the meaning behind Lang Zifeng's words, Qin Hao was still somewhat comforted to know that they had killed one less person. At this moment, the four of them had already gotten into the Zhonghua SUV that Feng Taizhu had driven when he arrived. The somewhat dilapidated SUV honked its horn, and black smoke billowed from its exhaust pipe as it quickly drove away from the movie theater. They went directly to the Central Hospital of Yindong City, where Feng Bin and Jiang Min underwent comprehensive physical examinations. After confirming that there was no danger to their lives, Qin Hao was able to float and take long breaths. This time, he was willing to risk his life to go deep into the bandits' den with Feng Taizhu to rescue their leader, Feng Bin. It wasn't because Qin Hao had any great sentiments, but because he felt that Feng Bin had been in danger before, because he had admitted on his behalf that Feng Bin was a so-called rich second generation, and he really owed Feng Bin a lot. Seeing that Feng Bin and Jiang Min haven't suffered any particular harm because of him, he feels a little better. Young Master Su, are you at the hospital? Lang Zifeng suddenly called. Yes, what's wrong? Is there any other problem? Qin Hao asked, puzzled. Yes, of course. Don't forget that we just dealt with a bunch of thugs in Manhattan who did things for Guo Zixiao. That old fox hasn't made a move yet. Lang Zifeng's voice was always so calm. You mean, young Master Su? You haven't been with our Tianyu group for long enough. Our style has always been either to do nothing or to do it thoroughly. All of Guo Zixiao's influence in Yundong City must be eradicated. Lang Zifeng said decisively. Do we really have to go that far? Qin Hao was still a little uneasy. Su Guo, I know you are kind-hearted, but the business world is like a battlefield. Moreover, we have already seriously injured Guo Zixiao's son this time. This feud is already a matter of life or death. Even if you don't go looking for trouble with Zixiao, that old fox will definitely not let you go. In that case, we might as well strike first. Hearing this, Qin Hao fell silent. He knew Lang Zifeng was right, but he felt he had been drawn into a bottomless pit of food hunting, no longer just an ordinary college student who occasionally delivered takeout. At the same time, in a high-end villa in Yundong City, Guo Zixiao was calmly working on several people in white coats in front of him, while their target was his son, Guo Xiao, who was lying on the bed in a deep sleep, occasionally letting out a groan. Dr. Huang, how is it? Is there any hope for Zi's leg? Seeing the lead doctor dog take off his gloves and mask, Guo Zixiao quickly covered his mouth. Oh dear! The Dr. Huang didn't speak, but sighed first, clearly indicating that the situation was not optimistic. Mr. Guo, we've known each other for almost 10 years. This time, I have to do something more to give you hope. Your son's legs are probably unlikely to recover, since both of his knees were shattered by bullets. Even if the knees are reattached, the function will never be restored to its original level. It's even estimated that he'll be in a wheelchair and on crutches for the rest of his life. What? Even though he was mentally prepared, Guo Zixiao still couldn't accept it when he heard Dr. Huang's words. He felt dizzy and fainted. If it weren't for his close companions supporting him, he would have fallen to the floor. I've known Dr. Huang for almost 10 years. He's arguably the best orthopedic expert in the entire Yundong City. So once he says it, there's basically no chance of it changing. All right, my son's surgery will be done by you, Dr. Huang. Please, please. With the help of his assistant, Guo Zixiao slowly sat down on the sofa and slowly looked up at Dr. Huang. I understand, Mr. Guo. How's the investigation going? Still no news about Sun Hu? Guo Zixiao slowly picked up his phone, remembering a call he wanted to make. No, we only left some bloodstains and fragments of a large amount of banknotes at the scene, and we didn't leave any other clues. But I just received information that Feng Bin's father, Feng Taizhu, just took Feng Bin to Yundong's Central Hospital, presumably for a medical checkup. Qin Hao, the food delivery guy, was with him too. Qin Hao, the food delivery guy? Isn't that the college student who snatched the Supreme Treasure Cauldron from me at the auction last time? Upon hearing Qin Hao's name, Guo Zixiao, who was already somewhat dejected, suddenly had a glint of light in his eyes. That's right, it's him. Qin Hao and Feng Taiju rescued Feng Bin from the ruined, unfinished building. The disappearance of Sun Hu's group and Guo Xiao's injury can't possibly be unrelated to him. Qin Hao. Guo Zixiao muttered the names silently, his teeth grinding together. Mr. Guo, should I go to the hospital right away and have someone take care of Feng Taiju and that Qin Hao? Came the voice on the phone. Let's not worry about the immediate situation. Just send someone to keep a close eye on them. That delivery guy is really something else. How could someone who could silently take down that ruthless bandit Sun, whose team possibly have a weakness in our local jurisdiction? After thinking for a moment, Guo Zixiao's eyes regained their calm. Yes, Mr. Guo. Guo Zixiao took out his phone and looked at his son, who was lying on the hospital bed, for a long time before slowly walking out of the room. At 1 p.m., Qin Hao, dressed in an orange food delivery uniform, brazenly appeared in the trading hall on the first floor of the Liang Securities building in Yundong City. The owner of Liang Securities was none other than Guo Zixiao. This was the time when the stock market had just opened in the afternoon. The stock market had been doing well recently, so the securities trading hall was crowded with people who were obviously trading stocks here. Although smartphones now allow users to buy or sell stocks anytime, anywhere, many people still prefer to experience the ups and downs of the market in a trading hall. Hello, I'd like to open an account. Qin Hao walked to the account opening window in the lobby and said to the staff inside, please provide your ID and prepare the funds to be transferred to your account at this securities company. Although the staff found Qin Hao's delivery uniform a bit strange, with the market doing well, it wasn't unusual for anyone to open an account and trade stocks. Oh, so even food delivery people are starting to invest in stocks. A stylishly dressed lady glanced at Qin Hao and said with a hint of arrogance, oh dear, Mrs. Zhang, you know how good the stock market is right now. Everyone's trying to grab a ticket. There are bound to be some nobodies among them. What's so strange about that? A middle-aged man in a sharp suit with a center-parted hairstyle explained to her. You're not wrong, Mr. Zhao. But even if the market is doing well, it's going to be difficult for someone like him to make money in the stock market, right? It seems that the man was the broker who was instructing this wealthy woman on how to operate her stocks. Mrs. Zhang, you're absolutely right. But think about it, stocks go up and down. If you want to make money, someone else has to lose money. There are always markets where you can only make money and never lose. Wouldn't it be better to let these people who don't know anything but still want to greedily speculate in stocks become our leaks? The head of the Zhao family said shrewdly, all right, your stock market account has been set up. How much money are you planning to deposit for the first time? After quickly completing Qin Hao's account opening, the staff continued to ask follow-up questions. Okay, I'll deposit 10,000 first. Qin Hao replied calmly. Chapter 139 Probability Theory of Stock Market Trends. Because you can now transfer money to your stock market trading account anytime via a bank card linked to your mobile phone, Qin Hao didn't deposit too much money at once. Oh, you've only saved 10,000 yuan? You think you can speculate on stocks with such a small amount? The wealthy woman, known as Mrs. Zhang, covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled softly. All right, Mrs. Zhang, you see what he's made of. This 10,000 yuan is probably what he saved up after delivering takeout for several months. It's already quite easy for him to come up with this amount of money. But it's a pity that he was taken advantage of by a big spender like you when he was just being exploited. Zhao Jingji immediately said ingratiatingly. Now that you mention it, Manager Zhao, I'm starting to feel a bit strange about this food delivery guy. The wealthy woman laughed as she handed her account opening documents into the service window and said loudly, as if afraid no one would hear her, just transfer 1 million to my account first. I'll let it go even if I lose this small amount of money. Wow, Mrs. Zhang, you're really exaggerating. But don't worry, the market is doing so well right now. And besides, you have me, Zhao Yuan, the so-called little Zhuge Liang of the Yunnan stock market, to guide you. Your initial investment will soon be rolling back up. The broker, surnamed Zhao, boasted loudly, attracting attention in the hall. Their conversation did not affect Qin Hao. He took the account opening documents in his hand and walked to a corner of the trading hall, where he sat quietly. All he has to do now is wait. The wealthy woman and her agent then sat down in the center of the trading hall, where Zhao, The economics manager immediately began to speak at length, pointing to the constantly scrolling large screen above. Mrs. Zhang, you see that the heavyweight stocks have been rising continuously since the market opened today, and almost all of them are due to positive news. So I suggest that you invest 500,000 of the 1 million in your account into heavyweight stocks first, and then add more shares as appropriate based on the subsequent developments. Most of the people sitting in the hall were individual investors. When they heard that there was a live stock trading demonstration, they all came over with great interest, and some even started chatting with the soldier. Yes, your approach makes sense, and Surefone Pharmaceutical can definitely support it now. Your Dongbei Gold is in a bit of a precarious situation right now. I suggest you cut your losses and buy other stocks as soon as possible. Nanling Shipbuilding has only been listed for a short time, and the situation is still unclear. However, the market is currently driven by buying on the rise and not on the fall, so it's not necessarily a bad thing to place a large bet on this stock. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the hall became unusually lively. Almost all the retail investors rushed to Zhao the economics to learn from him, and they kept trying to find ways to contact him, hoping that he could also guide them in buying and selling stocks. It's great that everyone is so enthusiastic, but before you start investing in stocks, I always remind you that the stock market is risky, so be careful before you enter. It's best to find some professional stock analysts like me to be your investment advisors. Don't be like that delivery guy who saw everyone else investing in stocks and got carried away, rushing in with his meager savings, making haphazard trades, and ending up getting fleeced and leaving the market dejected. Seeing the crowd of onlookers' enthusiasm, the economist immediately shouted this out. Zhao Jingji, you're right. I heard that one of my fellow investors made over 100,000 yuan on Western textile stock a few days ago because he listened to your advice. An elderly man with graying hair quickly chimed in. Yes, people like us who don't understand stocks need your professional guidance to avoid detours and reduce risks. A woman in a sanitation worker's uniform chimed in. All right, everyone seems to have a good grasp of things. Here's what we'll do. Any interested investors can contact me privately later. I'll send you the daily stock recommendations to your phones. And please note, I'm always the fairest person out there. If any stock I recommend goes down, I won't charge you a single penny for service or consultation fees. You can see my sincerity and professionalism, right? Zhao Jingji's face seemed to bloom with joy as he smiled at the crowd around him, who kept asking for his contact information. It's true. My neighbor listened to Teacher Zhao's advice for 3 consecutive periods and bought the stocks he recommended each time. He's already made over 200,000 yuan this year. An elderly man chimed in. Wow, that's amazing. It seems like as long as we follow Teacher Zhao's advice, we're guaranteed to make a profit. That's right, Teacher Zhao. You could teach me for 6 months. Service fees and consultation fees are negotiable. The crowd's enthusiasm reached its peak immediately, with everyone eager to have Zhao Jingji pull them close so he could give them exclusive stock recommendations. Wow, that's really interesting. Are stockbrokers really that confident in predicting whether a stock will go up or down? Qin Hao asked curiously through his Bluetooth headset. Does he really have that kind of confidence? If he were really confident, he could just buy the stocks himself. Why would he be so kind as to tell others that he only earns a service fee? Lang Zifeng suddenly swore over the Bluetooth headset. Then how does he make money? Isn't it said that he only charges a service fee when the stock price goes up? Are all those people who agree with him just shills? Qin Hao asked, still somewhat puzzled. No, Mr. Su, you don't understand. He's just playing some probability tricks. Every day, he categorizes and recommends different stocks to different people. Think about it. Out of 1,000 stocks, some will go up and some will go down. He recommends 1,000 stocks to 1,000 different people. Those whose stocks went down won't give him money, but he won't lose anything either. And those who bought the stocks he recommended will naturally trust him completely. In a good market, he has a high probability of continuously recommending good stocks that go up. Lang Zifeng patiently explained in the earpiece. So that's how it is. You just guessed too. Qin Hao exclaimed, patting the Arctic. It's not entirely a guess. After all, these people are seasoned veterans in the stock market, just not as amazing as they claim. Young Master Su, our group is about to start acquiring shares of Liang Securities. Go and buy as many shares as possible of that old fox Guozi Xiao now. Lang Zifeng said calmly. Chapter 140 Game Theory Part 1. While Zhao Jingji was standing in the trading hall, pointing at the scrolling screen and talking nonstop, Qin Hao silently stood up, walked to the counter in front, and quietly started operating the system. You actually used all 10,000 yuan you had to buy Liang Securities? Heh, your operation, heh. Zhao Jingji obviously wanted to use this food delivery guy as a typical example of someone who didn't listen to his guidance to trade stocks. So he actually stood behind Qin Hao and took a look at the stock purchases Qin Hao made. Teacher Zhao, is there anything wrong with the food delivery operation you mentioned? The market is so stable now, so buying stocks in securities companies should be fine, right? An elderly woman, who had obviously also bought shares in Liang Securities, asked anxiously. If we're talking about the early stages of a bull market, this delivery guy's actions would be perfectly fine. But the key is that the bull market has been going on for almost a few months now, and it's a bit too late to buy securities company stocks now. Moreover, if there's any sign of trouble in the market, these securities company stocks will be the first to be affected. Zhao Jingji brushed his hands aside, his words slightly disorganized from talking for so long. Oh, I see. I'll sell all my stocks at Liang Securities and buy Southwest Shipbuilding, which you just recommended. The old lady's eyes lit up, and she jumped up from her seat and ran to the counter to make the transaction. Yes, that's right. With the market so clearly rising now, we must buy those high-performing blue-chip stocks. Although their prices are high, they are relatively stable and most suitable for long-term holding in a bull market, the old lady from the Economic Observer said, nodding. Of course, Qin Hao ignored the self-proclaimed stock hype and simply returned to his seat, looking up at the constantly scrolling large screen. So, you retail investors, especially beginners, see others making money in the stock market and get carried away, rushing in without a professional stock analyst like me to advise you. You just buy things haphazardly and end up like this delivery guy. But before he could finish speaking, someone in the crowd shouted, "Look, Liang Securities has turned green." Everyone quickly looked at the big screen, and sure enough, Liang Securities, which had just shown a drop of minus 0.5%, had now turned into a gain of plus 0.5%. With this change from negative to positive, Liang Securities had risen by 1 point. Damn it, this delivery guy's got some serious luck, slapping me in the face in front of so many people so quickly. The economist, Zhao, couldn't help but curse inwardly, but outwardly remained calm and continued talking to the onlookers. Don't worry about it, everyone. This is just a temporary fluctuation in the market in the short term. Even if security stocks like these rise now, it will only be a small increase. If you're satisfied with this, then you can buy them together with that food delivery guy. This caused a burst of laughter from the crowd, and those who were attracting attention immediately chimed in, saying, "Teacher Zhao, we don't want this kind of petty squabble. We want to enjoy the good life with you." Yes, Teacher Zhao, please recommend a few more stocks that are currently performing the best. Don't worry about what that food delivery guy is doing. All right, since everyone is so enthusiastic today, I'll continue to recommend a few stocks that currently seem to offer the most stable returns. One of them is North China Construction. Although it's currently trading at a historical high, I've heard that their bureau has already attracted new investors. But before Zhao Jingji could say more than a few words, someone in the crowd who had been searching for the stock market screen suddenly shouted again. Look, Liang Securities has gone up again. Sure enough, Liang Securities, which was just showing plus 0.5%, has now become plus 1.5%, gaining another point in the blink of an eye. Although it's not much in the overall market, the speed of increase is quite fast. Damn it, why didn't I check the almanac before going out today? I actually ran into such a jinx. Zhao Jingji glanced at Qin Hao, who was silently watching the stock market not far away, and cursed under his breath. Qin Hao naturally didn't care what others thought. He stood up again and walked to the counter. You all saw it, right? This delivery guy is just like many of you newbies who have just entered the stock market. He got lucky and bought a stock that was going up, but what happened? He lost his composure. He panicked as soon as it went up 2 points and immediately sold it. Do you think you can make big money like this? Zhao Jingji naturally assumed that this delivery guy was just trying to sell off all the 10,000 shares of Yang Securities that he had just bought. No, Mr. Zhao, this delivery guy isn't selling Liang Securities. I saw he just bought another 100,000 yuan worth of Liang Securities. Qin Hao, a kind-hearted stock investor, exclaimed, "Huh? Adding to the position? And adding 100,000 yuan worth of shares at once?" Zhao Jingji was suddenly stunned. Although Liang Securities had just risen by 2%, it shouldn't have taken that much money to add at once, right? Wow, 100,000 yuan. It turns out this delivery guy used all his money meant for getting married to invest in stocks. Yeah, that's probably all the bargaining chips this delivery guy has, right? Could it be that this kid has some inside information, knowing that Liang Securities will surge today? Hao's actions have sparked much speculation among retail investors who follow Zhao Jingji. Don't panic, everyone. As I just mentioned, this delivery guy was lucky. The stock he bought immediately jumped 2%. But look, this is a bull market. You can see that over 70% of the stocks on the market are in the green. A 2% increase for Liang Securities is nothing. I definitely don't recommend making a huge all-in bet. Otherwise, you'll regret it later. Zhao Jingji gritted his teeth and continued explaining while looking at the market. Oh, Zhao Jingji is right. Everyone should stay calm. Yes. What's a 2% increase at once? Everyone, let's hear what Zhao Jingji has to say. At the same time, in the chairman's office on the top floor of the Liang Securities building, Chairman Guo Zixiao stared intently at the constantly scrolling market information on his computer screen. Chirp, chirp. A telephone rang. Hello, this is Mr. Guo. What's wrong? What? Someone has started buying up our company's stock? How much? Less than 5% already. Humph. Keep selling. The shares held by the board members combined already exceed 50%. There's nothing to worry about. Keep selling. Guo Zixiao checked the stock market again after get off work. Humph. So they really are going to target my brokerage firm? Just you wait and see. I don't care who's behind you. I won't let you get away with this. Look, Liang Securities has dropped. It's fallen by 15% in one go. Less than 30 seconds after Guo Zixiao hung up the phone, a sharp-eyed retail investor shouted in the trading hall of the building. Oomph. You all see that, right? Good luck doesn't always go your way. Take that delivery guy, for example. He just made a little money, then invested all his capital. And now you see what happens. Zhao Jingji was suddenly very happy, as if Hao's stock had fallen while his own had risen. Hao remained expressionless as he sat there, and there was no discussion on the stage. Chapter 141 Game Theory, Part 2. Oh dear, this delivery guy is really pitiful. He finally saved up some money to get married, and now he's lost 15% of it. Yeah, it's so hard to earn money delivering food, and all of it just vanished like that. Then who can he blame? Teacher Zhao made it very clear that he couldn't do it that way on his own. He just went his own way, and he deserves to be exploited like a leak. A group of retail investors gathered at the scene of Zhao's economic activities loudly expressed their opinions. At this moment, Hao, who had been quiet all along, looked up again and walked to the counter once more. See, this delivery guy is trying to manipulate the mentality of all you retail investors, making you chase highs and sell lows. You see your stocks are falling and immediately want to cut your losses. This is actually not a good approach. Zhao Jingji said loudly as he watched Hao get up and start trading stocks again. No, Teacher Zhao is still buying more Liang securities. He just bought another 200,000 yuan worth of Liang securities. A retail investor following Hao immediately exclaimed. What? This kid is determined to go after me today, isn't he? Hao's actions this time left Zhao Jingji completely bewildered. It's understandable to buy more shares when the stock price was rising, but a stock that suddenly dropped by 15% clearly indicates that a major player is dumping a lot of shares. If you still dare to buy more shares like this, aren't you just asking for trouble? Wow, 200,000. This delivery guy is pretty rich. Yeah, they've already added 300,000 yuan in just a short while. Looks like the delivery guys are really going all out. Could this kid have actually received some inside information today? Otherwise, would he be buying like this? Hao's actions also caused a large group of retail investors, led by Zhao Jingji, to begin to have different thoughts. Everyone, don't panic or overthink it. The way Liang Securities is falling is because the big players behind it are selling off their shares. So, don't touch stocks like this at all. Anyone who touches them will be jumping off a building. After saying this, Zhao Jingji seemed worried that others wouldn't know who he was talking about, and he even glanced at Hao in the lobby next to him. Yeah, with prices falling so sharply, trying to buy more would be suicidal. What's wrong with this delivery guy? Why did he have to invest 300,000 yuan here? Oh, just focus on your own stocks. Why do you care if someone jumps off a building or goes to a clubhouse? The individual investors in the hall were chattering amongst themselves. At the same time, in the chairman's office on the top floor of the Liang building. What? They're still buying? Fine, keep supplying them. Let's see if they can handle it. Guo Zixiao put down the phone, his face full of suspicion, and continued staring at the computer screen, muttering to himself. Knowing that my two hands will definitely account for more than 50% of the purchases, why am I still going on such a crazy shopping spree? Is it because I have too much money and nowhere to spend it? Look, Liang Securities has dropped another 10%. A retail investor shouted in the trading hall. Oh no, this delivery guy is really going to jump off a building. Yes, we lost almost 100,000 yuan out of the 300,000 yuan we had. But he still looks very calm. What do you know? This kid is just putting on a calm facade. He's probably contemplating jumping off a building right now. The retail investors around Zhao Jingji started a new round of discussion. And now everyone understands, right? Stock trading isn't that simple. It's not like you can just trade whenever you have some spare cash. Take this delivery guy, for example. Not only is he unable to cut his losses, but he's also desperately adding to his position. It's practically suicidal. Economic analyst Zhao Qinhao said eloquently. Look, this kid's up again. Is he planning to take the elevator to the top floor and commit suicide? Who knows? Maybe that 300,000 yuan was borrowed from online loan sharks. Now, he probably has no choice but to jump off a building. Yes, it's such a pity to be so young. A large group of retail investors were pointing and discussing at Qinhao, saying things that left him speechless. Of course, he couldn't be bothered with these people and went straight to the front of the counter area. Is he all right? Is there even a question? Of course, we'll just sell off all of our 300,000 yuan worth of Liang Securities shares at a loss. Yes, I guess this is the only way to stop the losses. You're all wrong. I saw him just buy a large amount of Liang Securities again. A retail investor standing in front of Qin Hao loudly retorted to the others. Another large purchase? How much is a large sum? Yes, it is a full 50,000. Qin Hao's retail investor shouted excitedly. The retail investor's words immediately stirred up the people around Zhao Jingji, who then expressed their opinions once again. 500,000. My God, in just a short while, this delivery guy bought a whole 810,000 yuan worth of Liang Securities. Yeah, this kid isn't one of the relocated residents from the nearby rural area, is he? It seems that's the case, but even for those being relocated, there's no need to manage finances like this. Mrs. Zhang, who came to open an account with Zhao Jingji, didn't seem to care at all. It's just a mere 800,000. That's nothing in the stock market, not even a grain of sand. Don't you think so, Zhao Jingji? You're absolutely right, Mrs. Zhang. I don't know why that delivery guy would make such a suicidal investment, but I want to advise everyone, never believe rumors in the stock market. Otherwise, you might end up like that delivery guy. Zhao Jingji immediately chimed in. Yes, Zhao Jingji, everyone should hurry up and buy that South China Diamond stock you just recommended. Don't waste time. People need to raise their hair this afternoon. The lady sat lazily on the sofa, stood up, and swayed towards the counter, towards the machine. Zhao Jingji is absolutely right. Look, Liang Securities has fallen another 5%, and today it's already down 20%. Anyone who bought this stock is incredibly unlucky. Let's follow Teacher Zhao's advice and go buy some of those South China diamonds? You're right. The retail investors who had been surrounding Zhao Jingji also got up one after another, some using counters and some using smartphones to start buying shares of South China Diamond. You're right. Look at Liang Securities. It's already down 20%, almost at its lowest price since the issue price. What does that mean? It means that a major shareholder is dumping shares. Anyone who tries to buy more now is just asking for trouble. You have to understand that these big players can easily make tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars in a single move. We small investors can only get a little scraps. If we try to go against them, we'll end up with nothing but bones. Zhao Jingji continued lecturing them, his spittle flying. At the same time, in the chairman's office of Liang Securities. What? They're still buying? How much have we already sold? How much do we have left? What? It's already below 45%? Then don't sell anymore. Let me make a few calls first. Upon hearing that his shareholding was less than 45%, even the old fox Guo Zixiao panicked a bit. He put down the landline on top and immediately dialed the private number of the second largest shareholder of Liang Securities besides himself. Hello. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Chapter 142 Inside News. The number you dialed is temporarily out of service. The number you dialed is currently switched off. After making several phone calls to several major shareholders of Liang Securities, Guo Zi suddenly slumped into his boss's chair. If it could be a coincidence that two shareholders are temporarily unreachable, then it's truly bizarre that all the major shareholders' phones are unreachable at the same time. Could it be that they have already? At this thought, Cold sweat poured down Guo Zixiao's forehead uncontrollably. Having worked in the financial world for a long time, he had already sensed the smell of a conspiracy. At the same time, in the trading hall, retail investors followed Zhao Jingji and Mrs. Zhang to the counter, preparing to exchange all their stocks for Southwest Diamond, which Zhao Jingji had just recommended. But just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Liang Securities is starting to rise. It's starting to rise." These words immediately drew the attention of the host in the hall back to the scrolling screen. Sure enough, the price of Liang Securities, which Sheen had been continuously buying more shares of, was rising steadily from -20% to -15%. It had increased by 5 points in the blink of an eye, which was quite astonishing. No way, could it be that the delivery guy really has some inside information? A retail investor sized up Qin Hao, who was standing calmly not far away. Is it possible that the price will fall first and then rise? Teacher Zhao, you said that's impossible? An old lady asked Zhao Jingji, who was standing next to her. Don't spread rumors. Based on my years of experience in the stock market, the possibility you're talking about is extremely slim. This delivery guy is just making random moves. Zhao Jingji's eyelids twitched, but he still spoke calmly. Liang Securities just rebounded by 5%, but that delivery guy is still losing a lot. I advise you small investors to stay away from stocks with such continuous fluctuations. You should buy Southwest Diamond, which I recommended, as soon as possible. Zhao's words seemed to reassure these retail investors. Although they still had some doubts, most of them started to prepare to buy Southwest Diamond. My God, Liang Securities has gone up again. It jumped 10% in one go, and now it's only down 5%. The delivery guy has made over 100,000 yuan in one go. This shout left everyone completely dumbfounded once again. Even Zhao Jingji, who had been speaking eloquently, was dumbfounded, searching the screen displaying the market data, unable to utter a single word. Qin Hao sat there calmly, his face expressionless, but he found it amusing. That old fox Guo Zixiao thought that just because he and several major shareholders held more than 50% of the shares, he could let Lang Zifeng buy them up at will in the stock market. In reality, all those major shareholders, except for Guo Zixiao himself, had been bribed by Lang Zifeng. Their shares had actually fallen into the hands of Tianyi Group. And now that no one could sell off large quantities of Liang Securities shares, the stock price was naturally rising all the way up. His investment of 800,000 yuan was really nothing. This kid really has some skills. Yeah, they didn't even flinch when the price dropped 20%, so they must have had inside information all along. Quick, go over there and strike up a conversation with that delivery guy. Find out if he has any inside information. The retail investors who were originally surrounding Zhao Jingji suddenly seemed to have seen a real beacon in the stock market, and they all rushed to Qin Hao's side. Even Mrs. Zhang, who came with Zhao Jingji, stopped her hand from buying Southwest Diamonds. Hey, delivery guy, how old are you? Yes, are you a full-time food delivery driver? Or do you have other jobs? Hey, bro, is it convenient for you to tell me how you knew Liang Securities would rebound? Several shameless retail investors sat around Qin Hao, seemingly trying to inquire about his personal information. But frankly, they were asking anyone for inside information about him. I'm a student at Yundong University. Delivering food is just my job. Qin Hao's facade was still relatively thin. With so many elderly people surrounding him, he really felt embarrassed to turn them away. Look, I knew this young man with his handsome features couldn't be just a regular food delivery guy. Turns out he's a college student. Exactly. It seems that delivering food is just a hobby for them. Their real talent must lie in stock market investing. That's right, buddy. You were so accurate just now. You've made almost 200,000 in such a short time. Do you have any inside information? Tell us about it. Yeah. Tell me. The group of elderly men and women had a clear division of labor. They first showered the women with praise, then immediately changed the subject and asked the key questions. Insider information? Hey, I don't have any. I just think this brokerage firm is quite promising today. Qin Hao smiled shyly. Of course, he couldn't say that his subordinates were acquiring the brokerage firm. Otherwise, the stock would surely rise. I think it'll be good. I think it will be good. Yeah. Shall we go buy some Liang Securities shares too? That's right. If this young man is so accurate, why do we need to listen to stock analysts? Seemingly inspired by Qin Hao's words, The retail investors immediately went to the ATMs and started buying shares of Liang Securities. However, most of them were still undecided and simply sat around Qin how to observe the situation. Zhao Jingji, what's wrong with you? That food delivery guy completely stole the spotlight today. Mrs. Zhang looked at the stock analyst she had hired with some dissatisfaction. Oh dear, Mrs. Zhang. Things in the stock market are ever-changing. Many unimaginable things can happen. As for that delivery guy, he just got lucky for a moment. It's nothing. Since you've come to me, you should have faith in me. This economist, true to his reputation for being a smooth talker, managed to speak eloquently and confidently even after being slapped in the face. Meanwhile, in the chairman's office on the top floor of the Liang building, Guo Xiao had recovered from his initial panic and was constantly issuing orders to his subordinates over the phone. How many shares of Liang Securities do we still hold? 43%? That's good. No matter how hard the forces trying to acquire it work. After deducting the shares held by retail investors and some small and medium-sized institutional investors, this shouldn't hold more than 35% of the shares. They have no chance of competing with us for Liang Securities. Now we should start accumulating shares and completely strengthen our own position. It's up. It's up. Liang Securities is up again. Less than a minute after Guo gave the order, the trading hall was filled with shouts from retail investors. Chapter 143, for sale? What? It went up again? By how much? It's risen another 10%, and today Liang Securities stock price is already 5% higher than when it opened. My God, it's already increased by 10% so quickly. It's getting faster and faster. Yes, it seems like major shareholders are snapping up shares of Liang Securities. This stock looks like it has a real chance today. Almost everyone in the hall looked at Qin Hao, dressed in an orange delivery uniform, with envy. He had just bought shares at Liang Securities at almost the lowest historical price, and now that the price was rising so sharply, the market value of his 800,000 shares had long exceeded 1 million. My God, I only bought 100,000 yuan worth of Liang Securities shares, and I've already made 10,000 yuan. Yes, I also earned 5,000. Thank you so much, delivery guy. Several retail investors who had been bolder and followed Qin Hao's lead in buying Liang Securities shares shouted excitedly and thanked Qin Hao for showing them a clear path to making money. Meanwhile, the remaining retail investors who still wanted to wait and see were snapping away, hoping to miss out on the recent market movement. Hey there, young man. Do you think Liang Securities can still go up? A retail investor who was already of certain age couldn't help but ask Qin Hao directly. Oh dear, why bother asking? Just trust this guy and go buy it. Another retail investor who had just bought Liang Securities said dismissively. This retail investor is right. I just called a few friends in the industry, and your analysis was all wrong. Right now, several financial giants are vying to buy Liang Securities. Judging from this, the upward trend will definitely continue until it's delisted. You can make money now. At this moment, Zhao Jingji, who had been pessimistic about Qin Hao's stock purchase, suddenly put on a sycophantic face and raised his eyebrows at a 180-degree angle. Zhao Jingji, what do you mean? Should we all buy Liang Securities now? Mrs. Zhang, who came with Qin Hao to open an account, asked with some doubt. That's for sure. I just bought 500,000 yuan worth of Liang Securities myself. In this market, anyone who doesn't buy is a fool. At least before the market closes today, we're guaranteed to make quick money from Liang Securities. Hearing this from the stock analyst, some retail investors who were initially paying attention rushed to the counter and began snapping up Liang Securities shares. Even Mrs. Zhang later put all 1 million yuan of her cash into Liang Securities. Less than 5 minutes later, a burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted from the crowd. It's gone up. It's gone up again. Yes, that's amazing. That's another 10 increase. That's incredibly fast. Since almost all the retail investors in the trading hall had bought Liang Securities, this surge brought the atmosphere in the hall to a fever pitch, with everyone excitedly discussing it. Luckily, I ran into this delivery guy who knew inside information today. Yes. Otherwise, how could we have gotten a chance to benefit from this market rally? Even Zhao Jingji couldn't resist making a move. It seems at this time, Liang Securities really can make us a fortune. Mrs. Zhang, who had just been dissatisfied with Zhao Jingji, was now all smiles. She had just made 100,000 yuan from the 1 million yuan investment in Liang Securities. How could she not be happy? At the same time, in the chairman's office of Liang Building, Guo Xiao, that old fox, gripped the scrolling stock chart tightly. Oomph. Now it's not just us and that mysterious conglomerate that wants to acquire my Liang securities, but also many institutions and individual investors are scrambling to buy my Liang securities. That's good too. With this focus, it's even less likely that they can acquire more shares in Liang securities than I do. Trying to compete with Guo Zixiao in Yindong City is still a long way off. Guo Zixiao snorted coldly, and the smile on his face finally vanished. It's no wonder he was happy. The crisis of being kicked out of Liang securities by other forces was gone, and his stock price had been boosted invisibly. This win-win situation naturally excited him. The trading hall below was already bustling with noise. Everyone was in a state of extreme excitement. Just now, Liang Securities had raised its unit price by another 10%, and today's increase had reached an astonishing 20%. Such an exaggerated figure was something that Zhao Jingji, who had been in the stock market for a long time, had never heard of before. Today, the market was completely boosted by Liang Securities. According to my estimate, Liang Securities will rise by at least another 10% to 20%, so everyone stay calm and just wait for your wallets to get fatter. Zhao Jingji then began to talk endlessly about how professional he was in the stock market. Hey buddy, could you tell me your source? Come on, why would anyone tell you something like that? Delivery guy, just tell me how long this Liang Security stock can keep going up. I'm not greedy. Several retail investors surrounded Qin Hao, asking him questions with concern. Qin Hao shook his head helplessly, truly unsure how to answer their questions. It's gone up again. It's gone up again. It's already up 25% today. Before Qin Hao could speak, the crowd in the hall erupted in cheers again. Almost everyone was jumping up, their eyes glued to the screen showing Liang Securities with extreme excitement. Liang Securities stock price has reached its historical low, but don't worry, because I, Zhao, have a good relationship with Mr. Xiaogua, the owner of Liang Securities. He just told me on his phone that this is a major restructuring plan for their company, which has attracted a large number of conglomerates to increase their holdings of the company's stock. So for a long time, this stock will be very attractive. Zhao Jingji began to release his so-called insider information again. Of course, he didn't know Guo Zixiao, but the other person didn't know him. Just as everyone in the hall was cheering for the soaring stock price of Liang Securities, Qin Hao, who had been silent all along, stood up again and walked to the counter. Everyone immediately fell silent, since it was this delivery guy who had brought them good fortune this time. So all eyes are on Qin Hao. He's selling shares of Liang Securities. A retail investor standing behind Qin Hao shouted in disbelief. Chapter 144, The Old Fox takes the lead. What? They're selling Liang Securities? How much are they selling? Zhao Jingji asked incredulously. Sell. Sell. All the Liang Securities shares intercepted by this delivery guy were dumped at once. Qin Hao and his fellow retail investors could hardly believe their eyes. My God, the price has gone up so fast. I actually sold everything. Yeah, this stock has been doing so well, there's no reason for it to suddenly drop. Even if it falls, it can't possibly fall to the bottom. We should at least hold half of it and see. The retail investors in the hall were once again confused. The continuous rise of Liang Securities excited them, but the sudden sale of their shares by the deliverman made them panic. Although they wanted to sell along with Qin Hao, they were worried about selling too early because of the stock's strong upward trend. Don't panic, everyone. As I just said, this surge in Liang Securities stock price is entirely due to the company's complete internal restructuring, which has attracted external investment groups. So, at the current stock price, Liang Securities is safe. There are many financial giants supporting the market, so the risk is still controllable. So don't be afraid. I think Liang Securities can rise by at least another 10%, so there's no need to rush to sell. Seeing that everyone was a little panicked, the economist quickly changed the subject to reassure them. But the delivery guy sold them all at once? An elderly woman who looked to be in her 60s asked nervously. Hey, I can only say that the delivery guy's actions were a bit problematic. Right now, whether from a macro or local perspective, the stock price of Liang Securities is quite healthy and reasonable. It's inevitable that it will go up. Clearly, selling off at this time will only result in less profit. Zhao adjusted his gaze and glanced at Qin Hao, who had returned to face with him. No, I can't take that risk. Since that delivery guy sold his shares, I'll sell mine too. The old lady hesitated for a moment, but still walked to the machine and started selling her Liang Securities shares. Several more astute retail investors, upon hearing this, also felt suspenseful and ultimately chose to follow Qin Hao in selling their shares of Liang Securities. Most of the retail investors in the hall didn't make a move. After all, seeing the stock price rising steadily, no one would be willing to give up the money. Human nature is inherently greedy. It's up. It's up again. It's up another 5%. Not long after Qin Hao made his move, the stock price of Liang Securities on the market screen rose by another 5%. In an instant, the gloom brought about by Qin Hao's sale of stocks was swept away. Almost all the retail investors who had not sold their Liang Securities shares laughed and cheered, while the few retail investors who had sold their shares along with Qin Hao clapped their hands in celebration. See, the food delivery finals are just about food delivery. When it comes to the stock market, you need professionals like me to understand it. After suffering so many setbacks, Zhao Jingji finally had a chance to speak up and feel proud. Yes, you've got a good eye for Zhao Jingji's looks. Exactly. If we had listened to that delivery guy, we would have earned 5 points less. Exactly. I think that kid is a bad guy. He doesn't want us to make money with him. Zhao Jingji and you guys are much better. The retail investors in the trading hall immediately surrounded Zhao Jingji again, frantically flattering him while pointing fingers at Qin Hao, who had remained silent the whole time, seemingly forgetting that the food delivery guy had just made them money. At that moment, in the chairman's office of Liang Building, Guo Zixiao squinted as he searched the large screen. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rang. Hey, what's wrong? What? They've stopped buying our shares? Oomph. Right now, besides us and them, there are also large institutions and countless retail investors frantically buying up our stock. The stock price has been soaring like a rocket. They definitely don't have enough cash on hand. If they're not buying, since they've already pushed our stock price to a new all-time high, they're telling everyone to stop buying too. Guo Zixiao put down the phone and turned his attention to the large monitoring screen next to him. Because his office as chairman could monitor all the rooms in the entire Liang building, when he saw the video of the transaction hall, his eyes flickered and his gaze fell directly on Qin Hao, who was sitting in the bridal chamber wearing an orange delivery uniform. Isn't this Qin Hao, the food delivery guy? Wasn't he just taken to Yundong Central Hospital with Feng Taizhu and Feng Bin? How did he suddenly appear in my Liang building trading hall? Is he here to attack? Or is he just here to show off? The old fox muttered to himself in confusion. 5 minutes later, the trading hall was bustling with noise. All the retail investors surrounded Zhao Jingji, loudly expressing their joy at making money, because Liang Securities had just risen by 3 points. Zhao Jingji, how long do you think this Liang Securities stock can keep rising? Yes, now we all listen to you. We'll act whenever you tell us when to make a move. Everyone chattered excitedly around Zhao Jingji, as if he were surrounded by a star, discussing his ideas at length. Listen to me, listen to me. Although the recent surge in Liang Securities has inevitably weakened, I've already asked a few of my friends in the industry. The information I've received is that this is a normal adjustment due to the large financial group's investments. Think about it. What kind of company in the world would desperately buy up stocks at the highest price? Those large financial groups have professional analysts like me. They will definitely slow down when the stock price reaches a certain level, waiting for some people to lose patience and sell off their shares so they can pick up bargains. As he said this, Zhao Jingji glanced at Qin Hao not far away. Yes. If we sold it like that food delivery guy, we would be earning at least 8% less now. Mrs. Zhang, who came with Zhao Jingji, was all smiles. In just a short while, her 1 million had turned into more than 1.3 million. That's right, Mrs. Zhang is right. Everyone can rest assured. This Liang Securities is... Zhao Jingji suddenly stopped speaking and shouted loudly at an elderly man in a worn but smart suit who had just exited the elevator and was heading towards their trading hall. He is Guo Zixiao, the boss of Liang Securities. He immediately drew everyone's attention to the old man. No one understood why such a top billionaire with a net worth of hundreds of millions would suddenly appear in the trading hall where retail investors were gathered. Guo Zixiao seemed completely unconcerned about the people's discussions and simply walked straight to Qin Hao, who was sitting quietly in prayer. Chapter 145 Angry. Nephew Qin, we meet again? Zixiao looked at Qin Hao with a smile, as if the other party really was the child of his longtime friend. Oh, it's President Guo. Hello. Qin Hao was quite surprised by Guo's sudden appearance. My God, how come this food delivery guy is so familiar with this Mr. Guo? Yes, no wonder this kid has such accurate information about Liang Securities. It seems Guo Zixiao values this delivery guy a lot. He actually came down from his office to greet him. A group of retail investors, unaware of the situation, looked up and saw Guo Zixiao and Qin Hao chatting idly. They were immediately amazed and started pointing and discussing among themselves. Of course, these two people wouldn't continue chatting obliviously while others were discussing the topic. Nephew Qin, what brings you to my space? You didn't even tell me first. Guo Zixiao eagerly sat down next to Qin Hao. Mr. Guo, what are you saying? I just want to open an account at your securities company to trade some stocks. It's such a small matter, why bother you? Qin Hao maintained a smile on his face, although countless thoughts were swirling in his mind. Oh, what's wrong? Which stock has Qin Shixiao taken a fancy to? Guozi scrutinized Qin Hao's eyes, seemingly trying to find out the real purpose behind the acquisition of the food delivery company. Of course it's your Liang Securities. You must know that, right? This afternoon, Liang Securities has been rising continuously, which has already triggered the afternoon market. Right now, it's extremely difficult to get a share of your Liang Securities. Qin Hao's calm face showed no emotional fluctuation. Oh, not at all. It's just that some friends in the industry are giving me face and are willing to inject capital into my Liang Securities. By the way, Nephew Qin, do you know who is behind this large-scale acquisition of my shares? The old fox suddenly changed the subject and asked calmly. Look at what you're saying. I'm just a food delivery guy. How could I possibly know such top-level business secrets in the stock market? Qin Hao cursed the old fox inwardly. Oh, really? But I just heard from my subordinate that Qin Shi's nephew just bought 800,000 shares of my Liang Securities. He made an amazing profit, but why did he sell them all in the blink of an eye? Guo Zixiao was unwilling to leave empty-handed from the conversation. It's like this. I don't know anything about stocks themselves, but I know that if a company's boss is corrupt and likes to do shady or even immoral things, his stock can't keep rising. Don't you think so? Qin Hao's expression suddenly changed, and he said with a serious face, has this delivery guy lost his mind? How could he say such things to President Guo? Qin Hao's words surprised not only Guo Zixiao, but also Zhao Jingji, who was looking at him, and he was shocked. Yes, how dare a college student who delivers food talk to the richest man in Yindong City like that? Mrs. Zhang, who was next to Zhao Jingji, chimed in. Gu said that President Guo must really owe the delivery guy a favor for being so arrogant. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Maybe this kid's elders promoted this general manager, Guo. Yes. Even so, what he said was still way too much. A group of retail investors surrounding Zhao Jingji were also whispering among themselves. What did you say? Guozi's smiling eyes widened instantly upon hearing this, and even the two bodyguards in black beside him immediately became alert. It's nothing, I'm just stating the facts. If Mr. Guo doesn't want to listen, I can say something else. Qin Hao didn't back down at all. Nephew Qin is indeed a straightforward and magnanimous person. I Guo truly admire him. Guo Zixiao quickly regained his smile and asked with a grin. When do you think my Liang Securities stock will start to fall? Nephew Qin sure. Since Mr. Guo asked, I'll tell you. It's 2:15 p.m. now, and at the latest by 2:40 p.m., your Liang Securities will drop, and the drop will be very large. Qin Hao said casually, glancing at the clock on the trading hall wall. This kid's gone mad. He actually dared to say in front of President Guo that his stock had plummeted in 25 minutes. Zhao Jingji couldn't help but shout out. Yes, who does he think he is, daring to speak so arrogantly in front of Mr. Guo, who wields considerable influence in the Yunnan stock market? Mrs. Zhang chimed in. Look, this is quite a show. This Mr. Guo came to visit the delivery guy out of kindness, but instead, he cursed the stock to plummet immediately. Yes, even if it really does drop, with Mr. Guo's abilities, he can hold out for several tens of minutes. I don't believe that delivery guy is really that capable. Those retail investors naturally didn't believe what Qin Hao said. Mr. Guo, my surname is Zhao. I am a stock analyst in Yindong City. I have always been a strong supporter of your Liang Securities, and I have always had great confidence in your stocks. Zhao Jingji immediately seized the opportunity and handed over his old business card. What do you need? Guo Zixiao glanced at him, but did not take his business card. Instead, one of his bodyguards took it on his behalf. No, I'm just here to express my gratitude to your Liang Securities on behalf of the retail investors in this trading hall, and I absolutely do not believe that your stock will plummet. Zhao Jingji was overjoyed to see that the other party had actually accepted his business card and expressed his determination. Oh, is that so? Guo Zixiao nodded, then glanced at the retail investors who were eagerly waiting for Zhao Jingji's advice and said, Rest assured, everyone. I, Guizi Xiao, hereby guarantee that my Liang securities will absolutely not let you down. Even if it falls in the future, it will never be today. Mr. Gua, you're amazing. Mr. Gua, you are truly remarkable. Mr. Gua, we all have confidence in you. A group of retail investors shouted loudly in the trading hall, believing that this was not the stock market, but a meeting place for some pyramid scheme organization. See, they have a lot of confidence in me. Guizi Xiao said, glancing at Qin Hao as if showing off. Oh, really? But there are still 20 minutes left, Qin Hao said calmly, glancing at the clock on the wall. Fine, fine. I, Guizi Xiao, will stand here in the lobby today and see how you try to make my Liang securities plummet. This further enraged the old fox. Guizi Xiao pointed at the stock market screen on the wall that was constantly displaying a large chart and shouted angrily. Chapter 146, The Stock God. See? See? Now you've angered President Gua. Great news. Great news. Isn't this a good thing? Think about it. Mr. Gua is definitely going to give our fund this guarantee. In the remaining minutes, our Liang securities shares will definitely keep rising and never fall, making us a sure thing. A large group of retail investors, who were initially excited, also became excited. President Gua, we all believe in you, and we believe even more that your Liang securities won't fall. We will all support you unconditionally. Zhao Jingji hurriedly expressed his loyalty, thinking to himself that if he could climb onto Guizi Xiao's coattails this time, he, Zhao, could walk sideways in the Yundong stock circle from now on. Yes, don't worry, we won't sell any of our shares in Liang securities. Exactly, we're still waiting for this stock to help us make a fortune. With President Gua here, we're not afraid of anything. Those retail investors also paid attention to Zhao's economic policies and shouted slogans repeatedly. Thank you everyone. Guizi Xiao waved with a smile, but in his heart he was thinking, you bunch of opportunists. If I could only keep the market from falling by relying on the pittances of stocks you hold, I might as well jump off a building and kill myself. 15 minutes left, Qin Hao said, his face still grim as he stared at the clock on the barrier, seemingly oblivious to their conversation. It seems my nephew Qin really doesn't have high hopes for my Liang securities today. Excellent, Guizi Xiao said as he took out his phone. Keep a close eye on this. As soon as any Liang securities shares are available for sale in Southeast China, buy them all. Take as many as you can. Upon hearing this, the retail investors in the hall cheered in unison, because this statement demonstrated Guizi Xiao's unwavering confidence in his stock. Mr. Gua is amazing. Mr. Gua, you're so domineering. Mr. Gua, rest assured, we will absolutely not sell your Liang securities. It's up. It's up. Mr. Gua's Liang securities is up again. As if in response to the order just given by Guizi Xiao, Liang securities on the market rose in less than 5 minutes, this time by 4%. The retail investors in the trading hall were in an uproar again. Just moments ago, they were all worried that Liang securities might suddenly plummet, but now Guizi Xiao's arrival gave them a boost of confidence. Many even went to the counter to continue buying Liang securities shares. I told you that the delivery guy was talking nonsense. Exactly. Everyone was disagreeing when we were buying, but now even Mr. Gua is giving us confidence. He's not convinced. Some retail investors even walked up to Qin Hao and provocatively said, Hey delivery guy, didn't you say that Mr. Gua's Liang securities would fall? Yes, not only has it not fallen, it's actually rising. And you still say that. Qin Hao didn't even glance at them, but the large bell lying on the ground coldly said, 15 minutes left. This kid is still so calm. Could he really have some trick up his sleeve? Looking at Qin Hao's expression, which remained unchanged, even the old fox Guizi Xiao began to have doubts. How many shares of Liang securities do we still hold? 44%? Okay, I understand. Putting down the phone, Guizi Xiao touched Qin Hao and suddenly whispered, Don't be so arrogant, you outsider. I know the consortium behind you has been plotting to take over my company, but right now I already own 44% of the shares. Add to that the shares held by the major shareholders, external institutions, and numerous individual sellers. And your consortium might only hold a maximum of 30%. Let's see how you take over my company. And here, Guizi Xiao put his face close to Qin Hao's ear and said in a barely audible voice, I haven't even settled accounts with you for seriously injuring my son yet. I guarantee that the harm you caused him will be tenfold, 100-fold, inflicted on you and those behind you. Qin Hao's expression remained unchanged, but he immediately replied, Don't worry, Mr. Gua. I haven't settled the score with you yet for the kidnapping and murder of Feng Bin by Sanhu. Humph. All right, then we'll find a chance to settle this properly. Guo Xiao raised an eyebrow and said to Qin Hao, enunciating each word clearly, "You don't need another chance, because you don't have one." Qin Hao suddenly stood up, pointed at the clock on the wall, and shouted, "There are only 10 minutes left. That kid is still spouting nonsense." Yeah, how could such a big boss be no match for a food delivery guy? Oh dear, all he does is vent his anger. Several retail investors scoffed at Qin Hao's interpretation. It's up. Liang Securities is up again. Almost simultaneously, Liang Securities on the market screen turned red again, but this time the increase was less than 1%. There are less than 10 minutes left. Didn't you say my Liang Securities was going to plummet? How much longer are we going to wait? Guo Zixiao was clearly angered by Qin Hao's arrogant attitude and asked in a distinctly unfriendly tone. Yes, didn't you just say shamelessly that Mr. Guo's stock would plummet? That's right. Not only has it not fallen, but it has actually doubled in value. Forget it, Mr. Guo. You've already set the price. Why should a lowly delivery man like him take it seriously? That's right. It was this kid who was setting it off just now. Ah. The group of retail investors around them burst into laughter. There are only 5 minutes left. Someone pointed to the clock on the wall. Almost no one believed that Qin Hao's prediction that Liang Securities would plummet would come true. It's starting. Qin Hao ignored these people and just muttered this seemingly random sentence. Start? Start what? Before anyone could understand the meaning behind Qin Hao's words, someone immediately pointed at the stock market screen and shouted, "Oh no, Liang Securities has fallen." Huh? What? How much did it drop? It dropped by 10% in one go. There are so many. No way. Didn't Mr. Guo just say that the price definitely wouldn't drop today? The retail investors who had just been trusting the masses suddenly panicked, and all eyes were drawn to Guo Zixiao, the center of attention in the crowd. Everyone, don't panic. Don't rush to sell off your shares along with others. I'll contact my subordinates right away, and we'll definitely stabilize the current situation. Guo Zixiao was also surprised. He had guessed that the conglomerate behind Qin Hao would make a move, but he didn't expect their actions to be so significant. Start buying up all the Liang Securities shares that are being dumped on the market right now. Guo Zi shouted into his phone. No way, Mr. Wa. The other side has delivered too much goods all at once, and we don't have enough cash on hand to cover the volume. The response from the other end of the phone surprised Guo Zixiao. It's fallen again. It's fallen again. Liang Securities has dropped another 10%. Before Guo Zixiao could finish his phone call, the stock price on the market changed again. Chapter 147 Revenge is the best policy. What? It's dropped another 10%. Guo Zixiao searched the screen for the green stock, which was his own Liang Securities. Mr. Guo, there won't be any problems, will there? Yes, Mr. Guo's stock has dropped by 20%. We small businesses can't afford that. Mr. Guo was stunned for a moment. If we keep falling like this, we'll all have to jump off the building with you. A large group of retail investors surrounded Guo Zixiao, all looking at him with expectant eyes. Of course, if it weren't for the two bodyguards standing guard beside Guo Zixiao, these people would probably have held on to him and wouldn't let go. Ew, what exactly is the background of the conglomerate behind you? Guo Zixiao hugged Qin Hao tightly, as if he had just met him. In less than 3 minutes, Liang Securities was able to plummet by 20 points. The power of the group behind this food delivery company is truly terrifying. Mr. Guo, I've already told you, you have no chance to come to me. Why don't you understand this? Qin Hao remained as calm as ice, but his clear eyes were still fixed on the constantly rolling stock. Fine, you actually managed to get away with this, you food delivery kid. I, Guo Zixiao, have been blind. But there's a reason why I, Guo Zixiao, have been able to stand tall in Yundong City for so many years. You want to take me down? Not so easy. Guo Zixiao gritted his teeth and took out his cell phone. Hello, is this President Su? I'm having some trouble raising funds right now and need more investment from you. A loan of around 3 billion would be enough to get me through this difficult time. Yes, 1 billion will do. Okay, thank you so much. We can talk privately another time. After hanging up the phone, Guo Zixiao smiled and looked at Qin Hao again. Didn't you and the conglomerate behind you want to crush my company by desperately dumping my shares now? You see, the largest local bank has just promised to lend me another 3 billion. With this 3 billion loan, I can confidently recover all the Liang Securities shares that were dumped. What can you do to me now? That's what you call Mr. Gua. He always has a way. Zhao Jingji jumped up and shouted excitedly. Zhao Jingji, I'm from the countryside and not well educated, so I don't quite understand what Bosco meant. Could you explain it to me? A middle-aged man, still wearing construction site clothes, asked in confusion. In fact, not only him, but all the individual investors were clearly staring wide-eyed at Zhao Jingji. Well, to put it simply, someone is trying to sabotage our CEO, Guozliang Securities, by desperately selling off the stock on the market to drive down the price of our shares. However, as CEO Guo just mentioned, he has brought in another 3 billion yuan. No matter how much this competitor tries to sell off Liang Securities, CEO Guo is there to support them. So, our shares won't continue to fall. Everyone can rest assured. Zhao Jingji said fluently. Oh, so that's how it is. I get it. Maybe Liang Securities will rebound. Yes, those scoundrels are really wicked. They can't stand to see our CEO with stocks soaring. They're doing everything they can to oppose him and prevent us retail investors from making money. Several agitated retail investors even ran up to Qin Hao, pushing and shoving him while shouting insults. You bastard delivery guy. Why do you have to make Mr. Gua's stock price drop? Exactly. Mr. Gua is such a good person. How could you possibly want to ruin his company? Are you even human? Why waste words with him? Beat him up. Beat him up. If Qin Hao hadn't been tall, strong, and powerful, and if most of those small investors hadn't been elderly, weak, women, and children who were all talk and no action but lacked real ability, they might have really gotten a beating. Everyone shout. Everyone shout. Zhao Jingji shouted again. Violence won't solve anything, and there's no need to rush now. You all heard it just now. President Guo has already made his move. He will soon invest the funds he raised into the stock market, and the Liang Securities shares he holds will soon recover. 2 minutes left. Qin Hao, who had been sitting there quietly like a Buddha, pointed to the clock on the wall and suddenly said this. You still dare to say that? I already told you my 3 billion is about to be gone, and you and the group behind you who sold my stock. But before Guo Zixiao could finish, the phone in his hand suddenly rang. Hey, President Su, has my 3 billion yuan arrived yet? What? Something's wrong? What's wrong? I've always been a valued customer of your bank. What? Your parent bank has refused to continue providing loans to my company? And you want me to immediately repay the 2 billion yuan in financing loans? Hearing this, the old fox suddenly turned pale and immediately sat down in his seat in the trading hall. Oh my God, Liang Securities has fallen again. This time it has dropped by 15%. Just when everyone's attention was focused on Guo Zixiao, who had fainted on the ground, someone suddenly shouted, What? 15%? This is going to kill me. No, I have to cut my losses and sell it right away. Suddenly, a retail investor slapped his forehead and ran straight to the trading floor machine in front of the trading hall. Yes, if things keep falling like this, we'll all lose everything. Hurry up and cut your losses to clear out your inventory. A large group of retail investors also realized what was happening, some rushing to the teller machines while others took out their mobile phones to sell Liang Securities shares. In an instant, the trading hall, which had just been filled with righteous indignation, descended into chaos with cries of despair. Even Zhao Jingji, who had been sternly flattering Guo Zixiao, was the first to pull out his phone and start selling his shares in Liang Securities. Who exactly are you? Guo Zixiao, who had just regained consciousness after being rescued by 2 bodyguards, asked Qin Hao with a trembling finger. Me? Aren't I just a food delivery guy? What? Mr. Guo, have you lost your memory so quickly? Qin Hao glanced at Guo Zixiao, who had just been acting arrogantly, and said with a hint of teasing, No, you're back by Du Tianyao? No, that's impossible. Du Tianyao doesn't have that much power. Even if he could buy my stock, he couldn't possibly raise the funds to lend me money and then squeeze me out when I need it most. Du Tianyao didn't do that. Who are you? Guo Zixiao gasped for breath, opening the hands of the 2 bodyguards who were trying to help him to the hospital, and said weakly, Oof. You said it yourself, Du Tianyao didn't do that, but you should know that Tianyu Group behind Du Tianyao did. So tell me, who am I? Qin Hao said softly in a low voice. You're a high-ranking executive at Tianyu Group? Think what you want. You hurt my brother and even tried to kill me to cover it up. All I've done is ruin your company. I think I've been merciful enough that you and your bastard son are still alive. Qin Hao said coldly. You? Who exactly are you? Who are you? But before Guo Zixiao could utter the word who, someone in the hall shouted, Liang Securities has fallen another 20%. These words caused Guo Zixiao to completely faint, and his body began to convulse more and more, with white foam constantly bubbling from his mouth. Chapter 148 writes, when Qin Hao got up and left the trading hall of Liang Securities building, it was already in complete chaos. Some people were jumping up and down cursing Liang Securities' son, while others wanted to fight Zhao Jingji, who tricked them into buying Liang Securities shares. There were also retail investors crying and wailing because the stock price had fallen too quickly and hit the daily limit down, making it impossible to sell their shares. In short, it was a chaotic mess and a complete farce. All of this was no longer relevant to Qin Hao. He was still wearing his Bluetooth headset, but Lang Zifeng had just been reporting the situation to him. Young Master Su, our plan to acquire Liang Securities this time has been very successful. Guo Zixiao still holds 49% of shares, but these shares have already hit the daily limit down. Moreover, due to the sharp drop in Liang Securities stock price, the banks have temporarily suspended their decision to hold the shares in order to prepay the loans they previously owed. Soon we will be able to directly acquire control of Liang Securities through an auction. Oh, I know. You've worked hard too, Qin Hao replied casually, as if all of this had nothing to do with him, and then turned on his second-hand electric scooter with the remote key. By the way, I've already spoken to Feng Taizhu about your situation, because he and his son know too much now. What did you do to them, father and son? Upon hearing this, Qin Hao suddenly interrupted Lang Zifeng. Compared to the fate of Guo Zixiao and his son, he was more concerned about the safety of his boss, Feng Bin. Don't get agitated, young Master Su. I'm just finding someone to settle the father and son in a safe place. It's just that I'm afraid Feng Bin won't be around you anymore. Lang Zifeng's words remained calm and unhurried. Oh, why didn't you discuss this with me beforehand? Hearing that nothing had happened to the father and son, Qin Hao's mood calmed down slightly, but he still spoke with displeasure. Oh dear, this was a momentary lapse on my part. I hope you won't take offense, Mr. Su. After all, compared to the takeover of Liang Securities, settling Feng Bin and his son is nothing, don't you think? However, I hope that next time you do something related to me, you'll discuss it with me first. After saying this, before Lang Zifeng could even reply, Qin Hao angrily pressed the hang-up button. A dial tone sounded in Lang Zifeng's ears. At this moment, he was sitting upright next to a man in his 50s. The two of them were in a private business room on the top floor of the Lido Business Building, the largest business building in Yundong City. What? Is that kid starting to get a little out of control? The man in his 50s glanced at the somewhat embarrassed Lang Zifeng and asked, this kid is quite upright, and he values his friendship with his college classmates quite a bit. Lang Zifeng replied respectfully. Really? So you value family, friendship, or love? That's good. Such a weakness makes you the perfect candidate for us to control. The man in his 50s nodded and smiled. That's right. You're absolutely right, Mr. Chu. Speaking of which, ever since this kid was dumped by that Zhang Lulu, he hasn't really dated a woman. Lang Zifeng suddenly changed the subject. Didn't you say last time that he was getting very close to Du Tianyao's daughter? That's right, but I figured it out in private. This guy is just a scapegoat for Du Tianyao's daughter. That girl only used him as a substitute to prevent her parents from forcing her to get married. In reality, the two of them don't have any intimate relationship at all. I see. That's not good. We should find him one or more women as soon as possible, preferably so he can be immersed in their charms. That way, we can control him more easily. The middle-aged man casually picked up a cup of steaming tea from the coffee table, gently blew away the foam on top, and drank it all in one gulp. Yes, I will take care of it right away. Lang Zifeng stood up and took his leave. It was already past 4 in the afternoon when Qin Hao returned to his dormitory. Exhausted after a busy day, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't wake up until Erpang and Zhao Yuanxiao returned from the Maoyao live streaming platform carnival. Wake up, wake up. Qin Hao rubbed his sleepy eyes, which were still a little hard to open, and looked at Erpang and Zhao Yuanxiao, who were being shaken up. Where have you been all day? I haven't seen you anywhere. You didn't even go to the Dream Carnival Celebration fashion show where you wore the crown. Erpang said with some dissatisfaction. Yeah, we called you but you didn't answer. You just texted back saying you were too busy. We thought you disappeared like our boss, Feng Bin. Zhao Yuanxiao chuckled from the side. Oh, sorry, I had a lot of orders to deliver today, and I was too tired, so I didn't contact you. I went straight to sleep when I got back. Qin Hao then remembered that he was still wearing his delivery uniform. All right, all right. We don't blame you, but isn't it strange? We couldn't reach Boss Phone Bin yesterday, and we still can't reach him this morning. We thought something had happened to him, Pang said, full of doubts. Yes, but this afternoon when we were waiting to watch Ru Meng's performance at the carnival, Boss Phone Bin suddenly called. Zhao Yuanxiao added from the side. Oh, the boss called? What's wrong with him? Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he scrambled out of bed. He said he's grown up now, but some things have happened at home, so he probably can't go back to school for the time being. He asked us to send all our luggage back to his hometown for him. Pang said with a puzzled look. Not going back to school? Then he's not going to study at Yundong University? Qin Hao knew it was because of Lang Zifeng, but he still couldn't help but ask. Well, who can argue with that? But from what he said, he's taken a leave of absence and won't be coming back. He just won't say a word about it. We asked him for ages, but he still couldn't tell us what happened. Zhao Yuanxiao shook his head regretfully as he answered. Oh, I see. Qin Hao slowly lay back down on his bed, his mind still replaying the image of Lang Zifeng on the white bed. He said he had opened up a way for Feng Bin and his son to take a step forward, but he didn't tell me where he was going to end up. It seems that in his mind, I am nothing more than a pawn. Therefore, I need to gain more influence within Tianyu Group and understand more inside information, so that I won't be manipulated like this. Qin Hao, who had always believed in taking things as they come, suddenly felt a strong desire to take control of everything. Chapter 149, Former Goddess. The next day happened to be a weekend, and Qin Hao received a call from Lang Zifeng as soon as he got up. Hey, young Master Su, are you free today? Lang Zifeng's voice was always so respectful. No, I'm about to deliver some food. Qin Hao was just putting on his orange delivery uniform and getting ready to go out to find his electric scooter. Oh, if you're not busy, I can pick you up and take you to the Baisha River Wharf near Yundong City later. Huh, what could be more important than me delivering takeout? Qin Hao thought to himself, feeling a bit annoyed, but he was just naturally gifted. Hee, look at what you're saying. You must have a bad memory. You've forgotten that the last billionaire matchmaking event was just the preliminary round. Your classmates Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan have already advanced to the semifinals. Today is their semifinal day. Only after Lang Zifeng said this did Qin Hao remember his identity as a judge at the billionaire matchmaking event. Can I not go? Qin Hao frowned at the thought of meeting Zhang Lulu and that sharp-tongued Du Lanlan. To be honest, he found this kind of extravagant social occasion a bit strange. Well, how about this? You can just attend as an ordinary wealthy person this time. I know you're still not used to this kind of situation, but if you want to take charge of the entire Tianyu Group in the future, you should get used to this kind of occasion as soon as possible. Lang Zifeng hesitated for a moment on the phone, but still explained patiently. Oh, okay then. You can pick me up at the entrance of Yundong University in 10 minutes. Qin Hao changed his mind, but finally agreed. 10 minutes later, Qin Hao, dressed in a Dolce & Gabbana suit, was lounging idly by the window of Lang Zifeng's Grand Cherokee. Not bad. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and this designer suit really suits your temperament, Mr. Su. Lang Zifeng, who was driving the car, praised. You flatter me, Mr. Lang. It's not that you're saying I should dress more formally for this kind of occasion. I might still be wearing my food delivery uniform. By the way, Mr. Lang, why did that billionaire matchmaking event happen at the Baisha River Wharf today? Oh, because today's event will be held on a cruise ship on the Baisha River. Lang Zifeng responded while parking the car at the dock by the river. Baishajiang Wharf is an important water conservancy hub in Yundong City. Every day, a large number of cargo ships come and go from the station here. However, at this moment, a white midstream ship is standing on the shore, with several eye-catching characters on the dock. Royal Barcelona. This Royal Barcelona is a newly launched cruise ship. Although the ship itself isn't very large, it's fully equipped and luxuriously decorated, making it perfect for hosting such high-end large parties. The organizers really put in a lot of effort to rent this ship. Lang Zifeng said to Qin Hao as he led the way. By this time, groups of tourists had begun boarding the ship from the dock. They were all dressed in fine clothes, clearly wealthy people. Lang Zifeng and Qin Hao, mixed in with them, did not seem particularly special. Because Qin Hao was wearing a luxury brand suit this time, he passed through the cruise ship's ticket check smoothly without any trouble. Once on board, Qin Hao truly experienced what Lang Zifeng meant by luxury and extravagance. The 200-meter-long Royal Barcelona had 100 high-end cabins and could accommodate at least 300 guests at the same time. The ship was fully equipped with facilities such as a swimming pool, sauna, ballroom, restaurant, and even a small van next door. Qin Hao couldn't help but marvel at how the rich really knew how to have fun. By this time, most of the guests on the cruise ship had arrived. Many of them looked very familiar to Qin Hao, obviously having met him before during the preliminary rounds. Among them were Song Run, who was serving as a VIP judge with him this time, and Tang Lianxing, the lecherous old man he had just met at the auction. At this moment, Qin Hao's attention was completely diverted from the flamboyantly dressed girl next to Tang Lianxing, because it was none other than Zhang Lulu, the goddess he had once dreamed of. Zhang Lulu wore a revealing black backless dress today. Her fair skin and the striking contrast of the black outfit created a strong visual impact. Combined with her slender waist and shapely, straight legs, she was simply a top-tier beauty for men. Qin Hao, who thought he had forgotten about Zhang Lulu, was still completely stunned as he stared at his former goddess. Young Master Su, Lang Zifeng, who was standing to the side, tugged at Qin Hao's sleeve to remind him that he needed to take a seat. Oh, okay. Qin Hao still didn't take his eyes off Zhang Lulu, but he still followed Lang Zifeng and did the training in turn. Fong posed on the cruise ship deck. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, you're just a delivery guy. You'll never get to be near Lulu in this lifetime. Suddenly, the notoriously sharp-tongued Du Lan Lan appeared behind him. Standing next to her was Su Xiao, the rich second-generation heir whom Qin Hao and Du Shuoro had seen at the French restaurant last time. Yeah, your food delivery guy is pretty capable. He managed to get into this kind of top-tier social event that only rich kids like us can attend. Just who is he? Young Master Su immediately chimed in, trying to stir up trouble. Him? You don't know? Isn't it because a rich girl is keeping him that he's so arrogant, pretending to be a rich second generation to scam people out of food and drink? Dulan raised an eyebrow and said in a sharp voice, "Oh, no wonder he's so arrogant. So he's a gigolo. I never would have guessed that someone with such handsome features would be a gigolo. Rare indeed." Upon hearing this, young Master Su immediately let out an exaggerated shout, instantly attracting the attention of everyone around him. Young Master Su, do you need me to have him kicked out? Lang Zifeng frowned and whispered in Qin Hao's ear. No need. I want to show them how this rich second-generation food delivery guy is protecting their social circle. Qin Hao's lips curled up slightly, revealing a strange and eerie smile. Chapter 150 Vase. Hello everyone. I'm the host of this rich people's social gathering. My name is Amy. A slender and beautiful female host walked to the front of the terrace and set up the stage in advance. Today, we are fortunate to participate in a matchmaking event held on a top-tier luxury cruise ship. We are surrounded by the wealthiest and most beautiful young women in Yundong City. So everyone should cherish this opportunity and seize the fleeting love and marriage that awaits them. The host's words immediately sparked a discussion among the guests. Hey, Amy, I think you're pretty good. What are we going to do with you? A portly middle-aged man asked jokingly. You're joking, aren't you? I'm getting old. This time, all 30 girls who came were carefully selected, and they're sure to satisfy your Mr. Liang. Clearly, the host named Amy was very familiar with the person laughing on the rotating platform. Host, I'd like to know, are all 100-plus luxury cabins on this cruise ship available for us male guests to use at will? A young man with an earring, dark green hair, and a somewhat hippie-style outfit suddenly raised his hand and asked. Oh, that's a good question. But anyone who successfully finds a partner at today's matchmaking event can freely use these entertainment rooms to relax or have a long chat. The host's answer immediately amused the male guests in the audience, eliciting laughter from the loudspeakers. Even the female contestants blushed with embarrassment. Resting? Why are they so happy? Qin Hao asked softly, taken aback, to Lang Zifeng beside him. What rest? It's just a euphemism for having sex in a hotel room, Lang Zifeng said, completely unconcerned. So that's how it is. Qin Hao couldn't help but blush when he heard this. You country bumpkin, of course you wouldn't understand if you were just a food delivery guy. This is called a trial marriage. Du Lan Lan, the younger brother, pressed herself deeply into Su Xiao's arms while looking at Qin Hao in front of her with disdain. Baby, what are you talking about with that delivery guy? He'll never have another chance to marry a pretty girl like you. Su Xiao said, taking advantage of Du Lan Lan while loudly mocking her. Qin Hao completely ignored what they were saying. His gaze remained fixed on Zhang Lulu and Tang Lianxing, who were sitting a few rows in front of him. Although the old man was groping Zhang Lulu like a lustful male protagonist, his wrinkled arm was still gently squeezing back and forth on Zhang Lulu's delicate, lotus-like arm. Don't look, And don't even look at your share. Young master, Sue shouted a reminder. Yeah, Lulu and President Tang are so happy together. You don't know that the necklace Lulu is wearing right now was bought for her by President Tang for a full 2 million yuan. 2 million yuan. You could deliver takeout for several lifetimes and still not be able to buy that. What are you still looking at? At this moment, Du Lanlan certainly wouldn't miss the slightest opportunity to mock Qin Hao. Hearing this, Lang Zifeng frowned and wanted to stand up and speak, but Qin Hao pulled his arm and told him not to pay attention to them. Du Lanlan and Su Xiao were about to continue their mockery when, at this moment, the female host named Amy spoke up on stage. First, please have the 30 female hosts who passed the first round of auditions go inside the cabin to change into their outfits in the dressing room we prepared beforehand. Now, our exciting second round of dating is about to begin. Upon hearing this, the female contestants, including Zhang Lulu and Du Lanlan, who had come with the male guests of the conference, all stood up and went to the back cabin to change clothes. Darling, you must dress up nicely. Su Xiao kissed Du Lanlan's hand reluctantly before letting her go and change. Didn't you already showcase your talents last time? What can you possibly show in this semi-final? Qin Hao asked, somewhat puzzled. Show what? Show what men are most interested in, of course. Lang Zifeng smilet mysteriösly. What interests you the most? Qin Hao was still a little confused. Soon, as the female contestants, dressed in their new clothes, took to the stage one by one, Qin Hao understood. This time, the 30 girls were all dressed in extremely revealing bikini-like outfits, completely showcasing the sexy and alluring side of Pakistani women to the male guests in the parade below. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the venue began to get a little out of control. The wealthy young people who attracted attention kept whistling and making strange noises, and even some middle-aged tycoons started to echo them and shout good. Soon, all 30 female contestants lined up in a row and stood neatly in the center of the stage. In an instant, their beautiful bodies, of all shapes and sizes, completely attracted everyone's attention. As you can see, our 30 stunning beauties participating in the semi-finals have already shown their best side to everyone. Next, these girls will take turns to the center of the stage to perform a dance, so that the male guests below can give a fair judgment on the semi-finals. The female host kept introducing to the audience. Amy, what are you still showing? I just want to take them to the cabin to rest now. What should I do? The rich second-generation guy dressed in a hippie outfit shouted loudly, which also caused a noisy laugh from the male guests in the audience. Young master you, don't be in such a hurry. Even if you're in a rush, you'll have to wait until this tycoon's dating event ends. Don't worry, with your qualifications, are you afraid you won't be able to find a female contestant you like to rest with? Amy didn't seem to have any intention of saying such ambiguous things to him. What kind of social event is this? I have a feeling the organizers are acting like pimps. Qin Hao frowned and asked Lang Zifeng in a low voice. Hee, young Master Su, you're only just realizing this? These organizers of what they call large-scale social events often run shady prostitution businesses behind the scenes. Lang Zifeng smiled slightly, clearly unsurprised. Then why didn't anyone report them? Qin Hao asked, puzzled. Report? Why report? These rich men are just looking for something new and exciting. For those girls, it's just another way to change their fate. As for whether they become someone's wife, mistress, or a one-night stand, or even an escort, what's wrong with finding someone? Everyone gets what they want. Lang Zifeng was clearly aware of the situation. Is this the case everywhere here? Qin Hao suddenly thought of his former goddess, Zhang Lulu. Pretty much. I haven't seen many people here genuinely looking for a wife. That's all there is to it. Tang Lianxing, that old lecher who's currently out with your classmate Zhang Lulu, is probably just looking for an embryo to have a child for him. He's already old. How could he possibly marry a woman who's probably younger than his granddaughter and be hoping to get a share of his inheritance in the future? Lang Zifeng smiled and pointed to Tang Lianxing, sitting in the front row. The old man was giving Zhang Lulu a thumbs up on the stage. Is that so? Although Qin Hao already knew that the circles of the rich were chaotic, he was still quite impressed by Lang Zifeng's introduction today. The beautiful woman on the stage has already begun dancing to the soft music. Actually, it's more like she's posing seductively to show off her sexy figure and entice the wealthy male guests in the audience. Of course, the female contestants who were selected through multiple rounds of auditions were all top-notch in terms of figure and appearance. Such a group of beauties performing on stage with their voluptuous and curvaceous figures was indeed quite hot and exciting. Qin Hao's gaze remained fixed on Zhonglu. Compared to the other female contestants, her figure was noticeably less voluptuous and exaggerated, but she was exceptionally tall and well-proportioned. Coupled with her fair skin and cool, elegant appearance, she stood out among the female contestants. When she performed alone on the stage, she received the most cheers and slogans. A dozen minutes later, the dance performances of the 30 female contestants were over, and they stood on both sides of the stage once again. However, this time, each of them had an exquisitely designed tall vase in front of them, but there were no flowers inside. All right, I'm sure everyone has made great progress and gained a deep understanding of these female contestants. Now we're about to reach the most exciting part, falling in love at first sight. As you can see, each female contestant has a beautiful tall vase in front of her. In a moment, the male contestants in the audience can use their handheld voting devices to cast flowers for their favorite female contestant. The female host pointed to a large table covered with red roses. Amy, do you mean that if I give someone flowers, I can take them away? It was that hippie-style rich kid again. Young Master Liang, that's a good question. Of course, it's not as simple as who gets to leave just because you give them flowers. If two male guests give flowers to the same female contestant, then we'll need to ask the female contestant's opinion. Of course, it doesn't mean that the rejected male guest has no chance at all. He can buy another rose for the female contestant. However, to show the female contestant the male contestant's sincerity, we've set the price of each rose at 100,000 yuan. If he's still rejected by the female contestant, he'll need to spend 200,000 yuan to buy a second rose, then 400,000, 800,000, and so on. The female host's explanation caused an uproar among the audience. My God, I can't believe this kind of thing is possible. Yeah, this is just blatant money spending to get a woman to love you. 100,000 for a single rose is already an astronomical price. Will the price double again later? Is it really necessary to spend so much money just to rest in the back? Oh dear, everyone here is a successful person with tens of millions in assets. You're spending 100,000 yuan on a single flower just to show off your wealth. All right, now I announce that the process of male guests throwing flowers to female contestants has officially begun. Following the female host, the 30 female guests on stage all struck a seductive pose in front of the vase, waiting in turn for the male guest to throw flowers to them. Just as the female host just said, it soon became possible for 2 or even 3 male contestants to throw flowers at a female contestant. However, according to the rules, male contestants who were rejected could increase the female contestant's favor by buying flowers at a high price. Sure enough, after 2 or 3 rounds of bidding for flowers, the girl actually chose the male singer who ultimately spent 800,000 yuan on flowers. Of course, there were also many female contestants who went unnoticed and were simply passed over as empty vases. The host quickly approached Zhang Lulu. Which male actor would like to throw flowers for female contestant Zhang Lu? As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Lianxing stood up and pressed the scoring device in his hand. That's great. Mr. Tang has already chosen to send flowers to Lulu. But I'm wondering if such a beautiful girl like Lulu can't possibly be liked by only Mr. Tang, right? Aren't there any other male singers who are interested in her? The female host spoke as if she were hosting an auction. Surprisingly, no other male participants pressed the scoring device. It wasn't that Zhang Lulu wasn't popular with men. It was that everyone saw she came in with that old guy Tang Lianxing. Everyone knew she was Tang Lianxing's chosen one, and even that he wanted to steal her away. She certainly didn't have the ability to compete with Tang Lianxing, the catering tycoon of Yindong City, in buying flowers. Since everyone has tacitly agreed to give Lulu to our President Tang, well, I hereby announce that the beautiful Zhang Lulu and President Tang are holding hands. Before the host could finish speaking, a man suddenly stood up from the middle seat. Wait a minute, I want to give flowers too. Not only that, I want to buy 5 more roses and give them to Zhang Lulu. His words stunned everyone present. Of course, the one who spoke was Qin Hao,